I embarked on a journey through the realm of immortal cultivation, ultimately becoming a humble fisherman. My adventure began with a modest 20-acre fish pond, where I discovered an extraordinary twist of fate. Each time I harvested spiritual fish, I was rewarded with luminous orbs of power. For instance, when I caught an adult big black carp, I received a low-grade water arrow talisman. Harvesting an adult iron-bone crab granted me the Genjin sword art, while an adult longevity turtle bestowed upon me the miraculous turtle longevity pill, extending my life by 20 years. As the years rolled by, I observed the rise and fall of the world around me, witnessing its ever-changing dynamics. My sole desire was to nurture my fish and attain immortality. However, after countless millennia, an enigmatic water virtuous immortal appeared, shaking the foundations of the immortal realm and casting a shadow over everything. Since the Milky Way is also a river, it's perfectly fine for me to use it to raise fish, right? They proclaimed, leaving me in awe of their audacity and power. Qingyu Islands, Li Family Foundation. The morning sun had just peeked out from behind the clouds. It was still early, but many members of the Li family were already bustling about their fish ponds. As I glided through the mist on my light boat, the golden sunlight danced on the waves, creating a shimmering effect that was almost magical. I, Li Quanqing, sat at the helm, looking no older than 16 or 17. My figure was straight, my features regular, yet even in simple clothing, my aura was unmistakable. I wasn't paddling, my magic surged around me, allowing me to control the fishing boat effortlessly as it cut through the wind and waves. Hundreds of boats competed against the current, and the cool water vapor hit my face, refreshing me as I joined my family members who had risen early. Soon, a vast expanse of lotus flowers came into view, pink and white, in various stages of bloom, with crystal dewdrops rolling down the green leaves. The lotus flowers were arranged in a staggered pattern, dividing the water's surface into sections where fish could be seen swimming below. Brother Ching, you're up early again. A fishing boat approached, manned by an old man with a gray beard and hair, dressed in a straw raincoat and hat. A purple clay teapot on his stove gurgled with steam. Has Uncle 19 eaten yet? I sensed he meditated all night and came out in high spirits, I replied, smiling as I lifted the dry food I had brought. The old fisherman, Li Kunshui, was 2 generations older than me in our clan and had reached the 5th level of chi training. Practice well, practice well. Unlike that rascal in my family who should be getting a good beating from his father, he chattered, his rough, thick-jointed hands grabbing a jade-mouthed pipe magic weapon and striking it against the boat's gong. The years had clearly left their mark on the copper and wood boat gong, dented and blackened from the flames. Brother Ching, you've really changed a lot in the past year. Li Kunshui exhaled a puff of smoke, his face relaxing like old bark. But it's normal to undergo significant changes. I smiled at his words but didn't say anything in response. According to convention, I was a time traveler. After my parents died unexpectedly, my original body fell into deep sorrow and ultimately perished, leaving me to take over their life. Splash! The water surged against the bow, sending waves splashing. I stopped the fishing boat, and a square fish pond appeared before me. The water stretched nearly 20 acres, surrounded by a ring of lotus. This was Bingxi District, fish pond number 13. Taking out my token, I infused it with magic power. Suddenly, the array patterns on the lotus plants flickered, blooming with rosy clouds that revealed the formation covering the entire fish pond. These elegant lotus flowers weren't just plants, they served as the basis for the array. The array pattern covered the water area, preventing the spiritual fish from escaping while gathering spiritual energy to lock within the 20-acre pond. As a spiritual lotus blossomed, it transformed into a lotus platform the size of a millstone. I stepped onto it with the token, slowly moving into the formation. Splash! An undercurrent surged, and several massive green carps floated to the surface, spitting water arrows from their mouths. Snap! Snap! These water arrows were as thick as my thumb. If they hit a mortal, they'd definitely end up soaked in the lake. But my lotus platform flashed, and the patterns on the petals condensed into a light shield, blocking all the water arrows outside. A bunch of stupid fish that can't be raised. Let them starve for now. I shook my head and pinched the formula to release a basic spell. The water control spell. The water condensed into ropes, tying up the carps, and I tossed them into the depths of the waves with a splash. These big black carps weren't true spiritual creatures, they were somewhere between ordinary beasts and demon beasts. But under the nourishment of spiritual energy, they were quite robust, and their flesh was delicious when stewed into fish soup, making them a favorite among cultivators in the early stages of chi refining. The lotus platform glided through the water, dividing the entire fish pond into 2 sections, one large and one small, due to the formation. The larger pond housed over 1,000 big black carps, while the smaller pond was reserved for immature fry. "Fish cubs, come out to eat," I called, raising my hand to sprinkle some fish food over the surface. The food floated, sparkling enticingly. This special bait had a strong aroma, and soon, the fish scales surged as the young fish scrambled to the surface to grab the food. As I watched intently, my eyes suddenly lit up. I spotted my target. There it was, a half-foot-long black carp with bright scales and strong fins, dominating the bait and pushing aside its competitors. Most importantly, I noticed a bright white ball of light glowing on the carp's forehead. "It's you!" I chuckled, and with a swift movement, the water control technique formed a large hand that grasped the young fish midair. Even if the black carp was strong, it was powerless outside the water. I stretched out my arm and easily touched the ball of light, which erupted into strands of white light that sank into my body. Harvested an adult black carp. Reward, a spiritual energy ball. A line of text flashed in my mind, and I felt a large ball of pure spiritual energy appear out of thin air within my meridians. I activated the golden water art to refine this ball of spiritual energy into strands of pure magic power, sending it all into my dantian. The sensation of my cultivation level rising rapidly was absolutely exhilarating. This was the golden finger I awakened after my crossing. Every time I raised a beast to maturity and it bred offspring, I received a light ball as a reward. One labor, double harvest. "Now that you've reached maturity, it's time for you to sit at the adult's table," I said, flicking my wrist and tossing the black carp into the larger fish pond. It swam off quickly, disappearing into the depths. I turned my gaze to continue searching for the next light ball among the hundreds of young fish. Harvested an adult black carp. Reward, a spiritual energy ball. Harvested an adult black carp. Reward, a spiritual energy ball. Harvested an adult black carp. Reward, a spiritual energy ball. 3 more spiritual energy balls entered my body, and I felt a delightful tingle wash over me. This kind of pleasure, gaining something effortlessly without meditation, was truly too exciting. I sensed that I would be able to break through to the 3rd level of chi refining in less than a month. I was also considered a genius among the younger generation of the Lee family. Perhaps my frequent catches had angered the others. Suddenly, a particularly thick-scaled black carp leaped from the water, spitting crystal water arrows in my direction. This kind of attack couldn't break the defense of my lotus platform, of course. But I was thrilled. This fish also had a ball of light on its head. "You dare to spit at me? Take this." A small spirit fish was naturally easy to catch. Harvested an adult big black carp. Reward, water control experience. Looking at the text in front of me, I rubbed the fish's head excitedly. This kind of experience reward had occurred twice before, significantly improving my control over the water control technique. As the white light sank into my mind, a flood of text emerged, which I easily grasped. After digesting this experience, I no longer needed to pinch the formula. I lightly pointed, directly performing the water control technique with ease and grace, operating it at will. The water flowed invisibly yet obediently in my hands, easily condensing into various shapes. Water control technique, great success. A big black carp formed from the water rushed into the fish pond, splashing waves like a real creature, causing chaos among the fish school. The muddy water churned as all the young fish were forced to the surface, staring with wide eyes and blowing bubbles in discontent. Seeing that there were no new light balls, I gave up my search and prepared to feed the fish in the larger pond. The Li family's generation names were Chongqing Qingzong, Kunyu Quanjin, Yandan Jishir, Zuda Wanqing. The lotus leaves swayed gently, and the lotus blossomed. Li Quanqing stood on the water, and handfuls of bait were scattered in the fish pond with the wind. Thousands of fish scrambled for food, and for a while the water surface was full of bamboo greenbacks. The waves sparkled, which was very beautiful. Although there was the temptation of fish food, there were still more than a dozen stubborn adult big black carps, constantly spitting water arrows. Each of them spitted so happily, and there was a joyful look in the fish eyes. "It's really against the sky. I will sell you in 2 days and exchange you all for spiritual stones. This kind of big black carp is not worth money. One fish is only worth 1 spiritual sand. 100 spiritual sands can only be exchanged for 1 low-grade spiritual stone. The real signboard of the Li family is actually a monster called Qingyu carp. Moo! Moo!" The dull call sounded, and the fish school suddenly fell into a commotion, as if seeing a superior. 2 green jade carps floated to the surface of the water leisurely, like the moon surrounded by stars, and their scales were as beautiful as jade under the sunlight. They were not big, only as long as their forearms, but their scales were full of demonic aura, full of spirituality. The difference between green jade carps and big black fish is like that between cultivators and mortals. They look similar in appearance, but they are actually very different in nature. Li Quanqing couldn't help but smile when he saw the two spiritual fish, and took out the specially prepared high-grade bait to feed them. Green jade carps are very valuable, and the fish meat contains rich spiritual energy, which is more delicious than spiritual rice. Fish blood can be used to make spiritual ink, and fish bones and tendons can be used to make bone-setting paste. The thin, hard, and good mana conductivity of fish scales are natural materials for refining magic tools. A green jade carp in the early stage of qi refining can be sold at a high price of 3 to 10 spiritual stones. These two green jade carps, one male and one female, are the benefits given by the family. Every member of the Li family, as long as he is over 15 years old, can get a pair of male and female fish fry for free. If you want it later, you need to spend spirit stones or family contributions. After feeding the two young green jade carps, Li Quanqing carefully touched their scales. Optimistic and cheerful, green jade carp, I feel beautiful again. When can I have a baby? Maturity, 98%, sashimi, green jade carp, eat, sleep. Fortunately, I almost starved to death just now. Maturity, 94%, this is another function of Li Quanqing's golden finger. As long as you touch the spirit beast, you can see their mental state and maturity. As for why it is not used on the big black carp, it is naturally because there are too many of them. A group of worthless guys, let them fend for themselves and grow wildly. Looking at the male green jade carp swallowing the high-level spirit bait, Li Quanqing couldn't help but harden his fist. Eat, just know how to eat. I see you eat so much every day, why can't you mature? As a rebellious demon, you are forbidden to be lazy. If the spirit fish doesn't work hard, how can I save enough spirit stones to become a weapon refiner? Li Quanqing touched the beautiful female green jade carp again, and immediately felt much more pleasing to the eye. Not only does it grow fast, but it also considers its owner everywhere. When it really breeds fish eggs, it doesn't have to pay to buy them from the family, which can save a lot of spirit stones. More than an hour has passed since the feeding of the 20-acre fish pond. Li Quanqing knows the importance of cultivation and does not waste any time. He begins to practice with the help of the spiritual energy in the fish pond. Open the book. He sits cross-legged on the lotus platform, his eyes slightly closed, his 5 hearts facing the sky, and the strands of spiritual energy are refined into his body through his mouth and nose during his breathing. The human race in this world is born with all 5 spiritual roots, but there are also differences in strength. Li Quanqing is a middle-grade spiritual root of water attribute and a low-grade spiritual root of gold and wood attributes. As for the fire and earth attributes, they are not up to standard, and the spirit test platform cannot detect them. If all 5 spiritual roots are not up to standard, and there is no special physique, then it is a mortal who has no chance of becoming an immortal. Gold produces water, and Li Quanqing practices the Li family's basic practice Gold and Water Sutra. If he wants to build a foundation in the future, he will have to switch to practicing more advanced Taoist spiritual sutras. When the practice was over, it was already noon. Practicing for half a day is only equivalent to 1/3 of a spiritual energy ball. Li Quanqing sighed slightly in his heart and took out the dry food he had prepared long ago to solve lunch. With his qualifications, if he didn't cheat, it is estimated that the great perfection of qi refining is the limit. Quanqing, are you having a meal? Outside the fish pond, someone shouted his name across the formation, and the voice sounded quite familiar. Li Quanqing raised his eyes and looked, his heart suddenly sank, and he had a certain ominous premonition. Why is this guy here? The man who came was a thin middle-aged man with a gloomy temperament. He stood at the bow with 2 big bluefish in his hands. His eyes and eyebrows gave people a feeling of frustration. My nephew has grown up and doesn't recognize me as his uncle? Li Yuhong touched the solid and cold magic circle in front of him and forced a smile on his face. When he thought of the ancient cave house that had just been born, he suddenly felt anxious and wanted to drive the spirit boat into it right now. Uncle wants to see me for something? Li Quanqing opened the formation and let him in. His expression was indifferent and his smile was neither cold nor warm. Both of the original body's parents were members of the Li clan. His father was born in a mortal family. Later, he was found to have spiritual roots and embarked on the road to immortality. His mother was a real Li clan immortal vein. It was heard that her ancestors had also built a foundation, but they had long since fallen. The man in front of him was his real uncle, who had rarely walked since he could remember. Li Yuhong went into the fish pond, rubbed his hands, and coughed. It's not that there has been a good harvest of fish recently. Your aunt asked me to send it to you, nephew, to taste. Looking at the lively big black carp, Li Quanqing sighed, Uncle, just say whatever you want to say. Li Yuhong looked slightly embarrassed, showing a shy smile. There is a fairy palace near the sea, and Uncle wants to go and try it, but there are not enough spirit stones. Exploring the treasures of the predecessors is not an easy task. Magic tools, spiritual armor, talismans, elixirs. Each of them requires a lot of spirit stones. Anyone who is reluctant to give up the spirit stones would have died in the sea to feed the fish. Li Quanqing thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect it to be the worst one. He looked at his uncle and felt the blood vessels in his temples throbbing. My parents died in the sea monsters, and the storage bag was lost. Where can I lend you the spiritual stones? Li Yuhong laughed dryly. Don't we still have the family contribution points left by Yuru and others? If we use them as collateral, we can also exchange them for hundreds of spiritual stones. Seemingly feeling that he was too shameless, he hurriedly explained, Don't worry, nephew, I will use the title deed of my own fish pond in District B as collateral, and I will never let you suffer a loss. Fish pond in District B? Li Quanqing was immediately interested when he heard it. According to the concentration of spiritual energy, the Li family divided the thousands of miles of sea area of the Qingyu Islands into 8 circular areas, A, B, C, D, E, J, G, and Xian. The first 4 areas are occupied by the Li clan themselves, and the waters of the last 4 areas, together with the islands in them, are rented to those casual cultivators and small families. The fish pond in District B has abundant spiritual energy, enough to support the growth of the Qingyu Carp King in the middle and late stages of qi refining, and can raise more spiritual fish and sea beasts. Li Chuanqing's heart moved slightly. Bring me the title deed. Hearing this, Li Yuhan could not wait to take out an ancient land deed, which was shining with spiritual light and was invulnerable to water and fire. In terms of material alone, it was not inferior to those immortal cultivation instruments. Is this the fish pond left by Grandpa? Li Quanqing touched the land deed and had his own guess in his mind. After all, their ancestors were rich and left some heritage. When Grandpa divided the family before his death, he left the best fish pond in Area B to his son. Li Chuanqing's mother inherited this 20-acre fish pond in Area C. Well, it's that one. Li Yuhong nodded with a red face. His voice was very small, and the straw rope strung with the big black carp could not help but tighten. Back then, his father had high hopes for him, hoping that his son could practice with peace of mind with the help of his ancestors. He never thought that he would have to beg people so humbly one day. But for the treasure in the cave, for himself to break through the 6th level of qi refining or even stronger. He endured it. Li Quanqing thought for a while, and finally nodded gently in his uncle's expectant eyes. I'll do this deal. Fish ponds are precious, especially those waters with abundant spiritual energy, which were divided up at the beginning of the establishment of the clan. Few people trade them. Very good. Let's go to the main island of Qingyu now. We must exchange the spiritual stones today. Li Yuhong was overjoyed and couldn't contain himself. He was extremely excited. Li Quanqing had no choice but to follow him to the core main island, Qingyu Island. As the base camp of the Li family, Qingyu Island is 500 miles wide, and there is a precious spiritual vein of the 2nd grade upper grade buried in the island. The 2 foundation building monks and those direct descendants all live on it. In addition, there are 7 quasi-2nd grade branch islands guarding Qingyu Island, like a blooming lotus. Li Quanqing lives on Qingpan Island, one of the 7 spiritual islands. As soon as he stepped onto the Qingyu Island, the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth hit him in the face, making his pores all greedily open. It made people almost want to fly. It really deserves to be a 2nd level high quality spiritual island. Li Quanqing looked at the exquisite caves that were looming among the mountains, and a trace of deep envy flashed in his eyes. Li Yuhong was very anxious and had no intention of strolling around. He took his nephew straight to the Changqing Palace to handle various affairs of the clan. Under the witness of 2 clan elders, Li Quanqing successfully mortgaged the 500 family contribution points left by his parents for 500 spiritual stones. Looking at the storage bag that was glowing with spiritual light, Li Yuhang felt that his saliva was about to flow down. Unfortunately, the elders were beside him, and he didn't have the courage to stretch out his claws. Li Quanqing threw the heavy storage bag. Uncle, where is my land deed? Here. Li Yuhong quickly took it out and showed an extremely flattering smile. Li Quanqing suddenly retracted his hand. Uncle, the family only gives us 3 months to repay the spirit stones. Interest will be charged after that. You will have to pay the interest. Of course. Wait for uncle to make a fortune in the cave. Li Quanqing looked at the confident person, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and handed over the storage bag. The money and goods were settled, and the transaction was completed. After all this trouble, the sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was like fire. Li Quanqing touched the deed, and from this moment on, this fish pond and area belonged to him temporarily. Nephew, do you want to go to the ruins with your uncle? Li Yuhong put the storage bag close to his body, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart was at ease. No. Going out for adventure is not as stable and safe as raising fish. Li Quanqing shook his head decisively, and had no interest in this so-called ancient cave. No matter how great the opportunity is, can it be greater than his cheat? He just wanted to take good care of his own fish pond and practice peacefully until the end of time. The fishing boat broke through the fire clouds reflected on the water, and Li Quanqing set off on his return journey with satisfaction. The fishing songs of the tribesmen came from afar, and the waves roared, condensing into a white line behind the boat. He returned to his own fish pond again, preparing to feed the fish for the second time today. It's almost 2 hours later than usual. Aren't these stupid fish starving? Li Quanqing opened the formation and prepared to feed the young fish first as usual. The bait fell, the fragrance was fragrant, and the water surface suddenly exploded with large waves, and a jade carp jumped out. The carp was full of demonic energy, drawing an arc in the air, and jumped directly from the big fish pond into the small fish pond to grab food. The waves rolled, like a vicious dragon pouncing on food, and those big blue carps couldn't grab it at all, and didn't bite a single bait. The young fish that dared to resist were all beaten miserably by the green jade carp. Li Quanqing was also stunned for a moment. The green jade carp has always been docile and rarely behaves like this. He carefully identified it for a moment and suddenly found that it was the female spirit fish. Could it be that Li Quanqing had a certain guess in his mind and looked at it intently? He was immediately surprised to find that strands of white light bloomed from the scales of the green jade carp, and it seemed to be forming a ball of light. This guy is about to enter the mature stage. Li Quanqing was immediately overjoyed and took out all the high-level baits without any hesitation. I wonder what rewards the real chi refining stage monster will give. Hungry fish pounces on food, green jade carp. I'm so hungry, so hungry, so hungry. I feel like my body is going to burn. Maturity, 99%, Li Quanqing sat on the lotus platform, touching the delicate green fish scales, and verified his guess. Moo! The low cry caused ripples, and the male green jade carp also surfaced, drifting in after smelling the smell. It looked at the high-grade spiritual bait covering the water surface, and the eyes of the dead fish seemed to be igniting with blazing flames. Seeing that the male green jade carp was about to compete with his wife for food, Li Quanqing pinched his fingers and directly controlled the water flow to fish it up. Want to eat? Let me see first. The fish is cooked to pieces, sapphire carp. There is something delicious to eat just after I wake up. Let's eat it. Maturity, 94%. Li Quanqing's eyes were speechless. If a salty fish like you still wants to grab food, just eat some ordinary bait first. Unexpectedly, when faced with ordinary fishing baits that he usually looks down upon, this guy would not refuse them all. The male green jade carp was mixed in with the group of big herrings, eating happily. It seemed that there was no difference between the two, and they were completely messed up. Li Quanqing had no choice but to keep his eyes on the female green jade carp that was about to mature. When night falls, the stars are shining brightly, and a bright moon hangs quietly in the sky. The green jade carp finally stopped eating. It floated motionless on the water, its scales reflecting the cold moonlight, and it was constantly breathing spiritual energy from all directions, as if it was undergoing a deep transformation. The fish demon worships the moon. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the male green jade carp sneaked into the water and secretly swallowed the uneaten spiritual bait. While eating, he rolled his eyes to peek at the lotus platform, for fear of being discovered. Li Quanqing, however, had no time to care about the other party. Because at this moment, the female green jade carp officially transforms into a demon and enters the mature stage. The light group is completely formed. Li Quanqing waved his hands almost eagerly, his eyes eager. Fortunately, even though he has become a spiritual fish in the early stage of chi refining, the green jade carp's character is still very obedient. It swings its broad fins like clouds, like a water spirit made of sapphire, coming gracefully. Boom! Harvest a green jade carp in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a large spiritual energy group. The moment his fingers touched the ball of light, Li Quanqing felt his head buzzing. Incomparably majestic spiritual energy poured into the body from the void, like a rushing river, causing the meridians throughout the body to swell and ache. He couldn't help but start to run the golden water art, carrying the mana for several days, and then move towards the invisible bottleneck. Attack hard. The moonlight was hazy, like a layer of gauze covering the water surface. The tides rose and fell, and the sea breeze rolled up bursts of fishy and salty. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the lotus platform with his eyes closed. His whole body was covered by the array pattern and the treasure was solemn. Along with the ebb and flow of the sea, the magic power he cultivated seemed to resonate with it, and there were bursts of strange waves in his body. The light blue gaseous magic power with golden light ran through the meridians, like 100 rivers converging, and finally turned into a misty spiritual sea in the Dantian. Wisps of mist overflowed from his mouth and nose like little snakes, which were the spiritual energy balls that had not been refined in time. The school of fish turned into thousands of scales, surging layer by layer, surrounding the lotus platform, competing for these pure spiritual mists, and the scene was spectacular. In the end, the 2 jade carps took the lion's share. Time passed bit by bit, and this breakthrough lasted a whole night. It was not until the sky was dim and the east was white that Li Quanqing's body trembled violently and slowly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out from his pupils, half a foot long, piercing the deepest darkness before dawn. A brilliant sun jumped out of the sea, and the red and golden light spread all over the Donglan Sea, shining warmly on people. Li Quanqing exhaled a breath of turbid air, and felt that his whole body was extremely transparent from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. As the magic power surged, there was an illusion that it was powerful enough to blow everything up. Be careful not to be arrogant. I'm only at the 3rd level of qi refining. If I'm too arrogant, I'll be beaten. Li Quanqing stood up and moved his stiff hands and feet, but he couldn't suppress his pouting. A 16-year-old at the 3rd level of qi refining is considered a genius even in the direct line of the Li family. Splash! Dozens of big black fish jumped in the water, spitting out water arrows from their mouths, densely packed, and strong winds blew in his face. They were hungry all night. Not only did they not get any food last night, but they were also beaten for no reason. They were all very angry. Humph! Today is a good day. I'll sell you all. Li Quanqing couldn't stand these arrogant guys any longer. He took out all the bait and started feeding them. For the last full meal, let you eat to your heart's content. Li Quanqing took out a few fish baskets from the boat. They looked inconspicuous, but they were actually space instruments for storing fish. It was considered one of the family's benefits. He used the water control technique to condense a house-sized fishing net and scooped it into the water. Splash! The water poured down from the sky, the white waves rolled, and in the end, only the layers of abundant fish harvests were left in the net. This fish is big enough, and the water arrows it spits are big and fierce. It will definitely sell for a good price. This one looks familiar, like the young fish that spit at me yesterday. Forget it and let it go. Wow! There is actually a female fish with such full ovaries. This is a treasure. It can be kept as a breeding fish and needs a separate room. In the end, in addition to the more than 60 breeding fish left, Li Quanqing harvested a total of 1,078 plump big black carps, which can be called a bumper harvest. As for the Qingyu carp, they still need to mate, so they can't be sold for the time being. Humming a fisherman's song, Li Quanqing pushed his own fishing boat and rushed towards Qingyu Island. Seeing that the main island was already in sight, Li Quanqing suddenly turned a corner and headed straight for his uncle's fish pond. To be precise, it is now his fish pond. The waters of Area B are located right between Qingyu Island and the 7 branch islands, forming a circle. In terms of spiritual energy concentration alone, it is not much worse than the 2nd level spiritual vein. Imo District, Fish Pond number 45. This fish pond is slightly smaller, about 16 acres, with a shiny surface, white mist, and green lotus leaves, like a fairyland. It looks quite extraordinary. Qinger, you came really early. I will give you the formation token after my sister-in-law has caught all the fish. In the middle of the fish pond, a middle-aged woman in simple clothes wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled innocently. Immortal cultivators are nourished by spiritual energy and generally look good. The skin of this short woman is slightly rough. Because of years of fishing, her face is tanned and her knuckles are thick. Only the corners of her eyes and eyebrows can show a few traces of her former beauty. I'm not in a hurry, Aunt, you go first. Li Quanqing looked at the woman who was struggling to cast spells and catch fish, and sighed slightly in his heart. Uncle, who is so unreliable, married a virtuous woman. He could see that because of her hard work in supporting the family for many years, his aunt's cultivation had obviously regressed. The fairy with bright eyes and good looks has now become a yellow-faced woman. When the last big blue fish in the water was caught in the fish basket, his aunt finally felt at ease. In order to explore the ancient cave, Li Yuhong took all the spiritual stones in the house and exchanged them for talismans and elixirs. The mother and son relied on these spiritual fish to survive this period. Seeing that she had delayed for more than an hour, she was also quite apologetic. "Shinger, I'm so sorry, you can take this green jade carp to replenish your body." "No, I heard that my cousin Quanju just entered the weapon refining hall, and it's a time of high expenses. Aunt should sell spiritual stones." Li Quanqing shook his head and watched the woman leave, then manipulated the fish pond token he had just obtained to open the formation. The misty spiritual energy rushed to his face, which was really refreshing. Li Quanqing looked around the fish pond and felt quite satisfied. He threw those male and female fish with sturdy bodies and swollen bellies into the fish pond, and sprinkled the family's special carp incense. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and the fish eggs produced can have better talents. Although the chance is very small, it is possible for the big black carp to transform into a jade carp. After finishing his work, Li Quanqing resealed the formation and headed straight for Qingyu Island. In the east of the island, a towering ancient palace stood, with blue bricks and tiles, carved beams and painted buildings, and a very ancient and heavy atmosphere. Changqing Palace. Deacons and elders shuttled between them, very busy, responsible for the various affairs of the more than 2,000 cultivators of the entire Li family. Li Quanqing was familiar with the road and came to the side hall where the family purchased spiritual fish. There were quite a few people here, all of them smelled of fish, carrying a good harvest of fish baskets, and their faces were filled with the joy of a good harvest. The family elder with gray hair and beard, dressed as a fisherman, raised his eyes and looked at him. "Which island is this young man from? He looks a little unfamiliar." "Li Quanqing, a branch of Qingpan Island." Li Quanqing took out the identity jade card issued by the family, and his magic power was poured into it, instantly revealing his appearance and various information. "I remember now. It's the one left by Yuru." The elder slapped his head and looked at the young man in front of him with a little surprise. At the third level of qi refining, the speed of cultivation is not slow. Li Quanqing smiled slightly and said nothing. "The parents of this body are actually very talented. Mother Li Yuru is a body refining cultivator. She beat many Li family members, including her uncle, and broke their hearts. She can be called a fighting maniac. Although his father Li Yuping was born a mortal and had no background, he was a real first-class top-grade talisman master with a rich family." The elder checked the big black carp in the fish basket and looked quite satisfied. "This is your first time to raise fish. These big black carps are well raised and full of life." He wiped the water stains on his beard. The water arrows were so thick, it was indeed a good product. "I have been exploring for a year, and finally I have some experience. With the help of the golden finger, the scales of the big black carp are bright, fat, and strong. I'll give you 10 spirit stones, 87 spirit sands, and the same contribution points. Thank you for your contribution to the family." The elder made a record and asked someone to fetch the spirit stones and handed them to Li Quanqing. If these big bluefish were transported to those Shoshan markets, they would definitely be sold at a high price of 15 spirit stones. But the journey was long, and the family's purchase price was low, but there were also corresponding contribution points. 10.87 family contribution points, plus spirit stones, were equivalent to double the price. After collecting the spirit stones, Li Quanqing walked out of the Changqing Palace and headed towards the west of the island. He was going to go to the Sutra Library to learn the subsequent scriptures of golden water art and then buy some bait. Scripture Pavilion. Bamboos and mountains are serene, and the Li family hollowed out a mountain to store the jade slips of scriptures. Li Quanqing stepped on the mossy stone steps, and the faint sandalwood lingered around his nose, making him relax. Meet the fourth elder. In front of the Sutra Pavilion, an old man in a purple robe was half lying on the back of a stone turtle sculpture. His robe was embroidered with fish and dragon patterns that looked like a green jade carp, and he was lazily basking in the sun. Li Quanqing bowed respectfully and then walked into the Sutra Pavilion. Some sunlight fell from the top of his head, illuminating the scene inside. The whole mountain was hollowed out, and caves like shrines were carved out on the surrounding stone walls, and jade slips of different colors were enshrined inside. Gongfei area, magic area, Danshu area, feng shui area. The jade slips were classified and sorted very clearly. Although there were many of them, they were all common goods at the qi refining level. The only thing that involves the foundation building field is a pitiful jade slip. Li Quanqing looked up, looking past many scriptures and directly at the top. The azure light bloomed dazzlingly, like a sun hanging there, and the shape of the jade slip was looming inside the glow. The sound of waves surging sounded, and even from such a distance it could still be heard, majestic and mighty. The blue sea tide rising technique. Li Quanqing stared at the jade slip with an extremely eager gaze. This is the Li family's clan guarding technique. In the family's 700-year history, the most foundation building cultivators practiced this technique. Unfortunately, he did not have enough contribution points to exchange for this precious Taoist scripture. Li Quanqing walked into the basic technique area honestly, broke the formation with his identity jade card, and took out the golden water technique. After the water control technique was perfected, he was ready to practice a new spell. Considering that he would inevitably fight with others in the future, Li Quanqing locked his eyes on the gold spell area. The golden chi is indestructible and sharp, which is the way of killing and is most suitable to become a powerful killer for chi. Refining cultivators. Melting gold technique, gold brick technique, sharp technique, golden light cover. Combined with his poor storage bag, mediocre brain and comprehension, Li Quanqing finally chose a low-grade gold-base spell with good lethality. Zhenjin Finger. Holding two jade slips, Li Quanqing walked towards the door without looking back. Golden water technique. According to the clan law, Li clan members who practice such basic spells can be exempted from contribution points, only one copy. Zhenjin Finger, a gold-based spell, worth 5 family contribution points. The fourth elder turned over on the back of the stone turtle, and he didn't open his eyes, but he had a clear insight into everything in the Sutra Pavilion. Swipe the identity jade card. The old man patted the turtle shell, and saw that there was a dent on the forehead of the stone turtle. Li Quanqing pressed the jade card in and it fit tightly. A flash of light flashed by, and 5 points were deducted immediately. At the same time, the 2 jade slips also made a crisp sound, and the anti-peeping band contained in them was broken. Really smart. Li Quanqing sighed in his heart. The entire Qingyu Island was covered by the clan protection formation, and it was extremely convenient and fast to act. After putting the jade slip into the storage bag, Li Quanqing bowed to the old man again, and then left the Sutra Pavilion. He walked towards the north, preparing to go to the trading area on the island to buy some fish food. If possible, he also wanted to buy a few spirit beast cubs, preferably with gold attributes, perhaps to reward the experience bar of Zhenjin Finger. Is this clan brother going to the Yulong district? Li Quanqing had just taken out the magic talisman when he saw the mountains and forests shaking, the birds startled, and a huge monster came out. It was a big crab comparable to a hill, with rock-like patterns on its blue-gray shell, like a solid fortress. The huge body cast a large shadow on the ground, giving people a strong sense of oppression. There were dozens of chairs on the back of the crab monster, and many Li family members sat on them. The family's island patrol envoy? Li Quanqing's eyes lit up. Qingyu Island was really too big, with a radius of 500 miles. The chi. Refining cultivators who did not have flying magic tools, had to work hard every time they traveled. Where there is demand, new business opportunities will naturally be born. The island patrol envoy in front of him was only in his early 30s, and his cultivation had reached the 6th level of chi. Refining. He looked handsome and had the temperament of a businessman. The other party stood on the big head of the crab monster and said with a smile, sincerely, 2 spiritual sands. Although Li Quanqing was not rich, he still had this little spiritual stone. He climbed onto the crab shell neatly and sat leisurely on the seat. Boom! The crab monster rumbled forward in the mountains and forests, and its long crab legs stretched out for dozens of meters, making a sharp sound of breaking the wind. This monster not only moves very fast, but can also easily cross various obstacles. It can be said to be rampant and domineering, patrolling the entire island. Soon, a large area of emerald green water came into view, dark and deep, with no end in sight. We have arrived at Yulongton. Please jump down in an orderly manner, don't make noise, don't disturb. Li Quanqing took a deep breath of water vapor, and the coolness was accompanied by a hint of chill, which froze people's eyebrows. There is a landmark building in each of the 4 directions of Qingyu Island, the Chongqing Palace, the Sutra Pavilion, the Refining Hall, and the Yulongton. Of course, Yulongton has another down-to-earth nickname. Grade A Fish Pond Area. The water is as smooth as a mirror, and the shore is filled with white and fine gravel, creating a long and narrow beach. A miniature trading market was born here, with shops standing in rows and dividing 2 main roads paved with green rocks. Li Quanqing was familiar with the streets and walked into the shops he often visited to buy a batch of fish bait. Ordinary bait costs 100 kilograms of spiritual sand, and high-level spiritual bait costs 1 kilogram of spiritual sand. He had experience in fish farming and was ready to expand the scale. He bought more than 20,000 kilograms of fish bait, which were sent by the store to his cave. Take a look, take a look. Fresh and smooth raw fish sashimi, the big black carp raised at home, the taste is so fresh. Spiritual talismans. Cleansing talismans, dust removal talismans, divine walking talismans, rejuvenation talismans, fixed talismans, fog hiding talismans, winding talismans, and detoxification talismans are on sale. Li Quanqing walked on the streets of the market, and the noisy hawking on both sides was endless, just like a busy market in the secular world. Immortal cultivators would definitely not do such a thing, and they would not lose face. They were all mortals of the Li family who had no spiritual roots. They were hired to work and could also earn a few spiritual sands to save. There are actually demon hunters? Li Quanqing's expression changed slightly, and he smelled a bloody smell. On a street stall, a cold-faced monk wearing a water-proof robe sat cross-legged, and many people gathered in front of the stall. Turtle shells, fish demon scales, water python skins, sea beast horns, all kinds of demon beast materials are available, dazzling. Brother, do you have demon beast eggs and cubs for sale? Li Quanqing smiled shyly. The cold-faced monk glanced at him, his expression indifferent. Want to raise a spirit beast? Those are all high-end goods. You have to go to the trade fair between monks or the big market to find them. Thank you for your advice, brother. Li Quanqing remembered it in his heart and looked through the things on the stall to see if there was anything useful for him. Suddenly, his eyes focused, and a few lines of text popped up in front of him. The feces fossil of an unknown high-level demon beast contains dragon scalegrass seeds. After swallowing, it will help the growth and transformation of the green jade carp. Looking at the gray stone, Li Quanqing's fingers couldn't help but tremble a few times. Although he was very happy to develop the new function of the golden finger, he just touched it with his own hands. How much is this stone? Li Quanqing wiped his hands calmly. He happened to have read about the dragon scalegrass in a book. It only grows in places where the blood of the Jiamong monster is stained. It is a rare and precious spiritual grass. The excrement of high-level monsters has the effect of driving away and shocking ordinary monsters, and can also be used to fertilize the fields. One spiritual stone. The cold-faced monk said, obviously knowing the goods on his stall. You dare to sell 100 spiritual sands for such a dirty thing? It's too expensive. Li Quanqing was a little speechless and was ready to bargain. The stall owner shrugged, business is not very good, so the price is a bit high. After all, you have to make a living. Well, Li Quanqing was defeated by the sincerity of this brother. How about this, 10 pieces of spiritual sand, if it works, I'll pay. The cold-faced monk scratched his head, I'm not good at doing business, I'll give you 80 pieces of spiritual sand, it can't be any cheaper. In the end, Li Quanqing successfully won it at the price of 48 pieces of spiritual sand. Carefully wrapping the fossil with cotton cloth and putting it into the storage bag, Li Quanqing finally felt relieved. He clapped his hands and was about to leave Yulongtan with satisfaction, when there was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the market. Someone is selling magic tools on the street. With a crash, the whole street was instantly boiling. Magic weapon? Li Quanqing was quite puzzled. There were several magic weapon shops in the city, which was not uncommon. These guys were really excited and a little unusual. The price of the magic weapon is astonishing. It is worth at least 20 or 30 spiritual stones. It is usually sold on consignment in shops. Selling magic weapons on the street has only been one possibility for so many years, the cold-faced monk explained kindly, with deep envy in his eyes. Some clan members were promoted to official first-level weapon refiners, and this is how they announced it to everyone. Li Quanqing was slightly shocked. These guys from the weapon refining hall are really high-profile. He also understood at this time that what people were interested in was not an ordinary magic weapon, but a distinguished weapon refiner who was about to become famous. Li Quanqing was also very curious. He followed the flow of people and finally saw the face of this mysterious weapon refiner. If I had to use words to describe each other, there would only be 4 words. Its appearance is unattractive. A middle-aged man with an unattractive appearance, who looked to be in his 40s, with a few strands of white hair already growing on his temples. The Taoist robe he wore was also shabby, with only the patch of arowana pattern swirling with flames showing his identity as a member of the weapon refining hall. Everyone. According to the practice of the artifact hall, I will sell the first magic weapon I refined here today. In stark contrast to the shabby clothes, the man's piercing eyes were in a state of extreme excitement. There was no need to inquire, someone in the crowd immediately recognized the other person's identity, so everyone knew the life story of this weapon refiner. He came from a humble background, had poor spiritual roots, and had no background, but he was quite perseverant and had a tough character. In the end, a late bloomer, leaping over the Dragon's Gate. Li Quanqing picked his ears, always feeling like he was listening to a chicken soup story in a book. Warm and caring. Finally, the weapon refiner took out his work, and a cold light flashed, like a long sword made of countless blue fish scales. The magical weapon, Green Carp Sword. The Li family started with the green jade carp, and they have exploited the value of this spiritual fish to the extreme. Green Carp Sword, Green Scale Shield, Green Jade Armor. These three magic weapons are the golden signatures of the Qingyu Li family. They are sold in dozens of islands and are famous. They can earn a huge amount of spiritual stones every year. The status of the family's weapon refiner has also increased, and all the boys and girls are eager to enter the weapon hall to study. However, the Green Carp Sword is usually a middle-grade magical weapon, and the one in front of you is only a low-grade one, which shows that the craftsmanship is really not good. Even so, it was still sold at a high price, and was eventually bought by a wealthy clansman for 60 spirit stones to create a good relationship. Sure enough, there is no future in fish farming. The weapon refiner is the king. Li Quanqing was filled with emotion. A low-grade magic weapon was enough for him to sell many large herrings. After watching the excitement, the crowd gradually dispersed, and Yulongtan returned to its former tranquility, with the waves still lapping silently on the shore. As the days passed, Li Quanqing once again lived an ordinary life as a fisherman. Area B Fish Pond. Golden Finger. Li Quanqing sat on the lotus platform, holding the magic formula with his hands and pointing like a sword. The mana surges, circulates in the meridians in some mysterious way, and finally bursts out like volcanic lava. Whoosh! I saw the golden light of Li Quanqing's index finger blooming, condensing a golden needle and shooting out, setting off an imperceptible wave in the water. Finally got started. When Li Quanqing saw this, he couldn't help but smile, quite satisfied. Half a month has passed since I returned from Qingyu Island that day. He practiced hard day and night, and finally understood this magic thoroughly and started practicing it. Gulu! The water surface made a gurgling sound, and a big herring floated up with its white belly turned over. It had a big brain on its forehead and blood was pouring out. The power is pretty good. It seems like today's lunch is in order. As soon as Li Quanqing showed joy, he saw bubbles rising on the water. One big herring after another emerged from the whirlpool, spitting water arrows that were airtight and making a sound. These big herrings are only about the size of a palm. They are all seedlings bred from that batch of breeding fish, but they have already mastered water archery. Is it because the genes of the parents are strong, or the aura of the fish pond in Area B is too abundant, or the characters of these fry are too tough, and they like to spit on people so much? Li Quanqing had a headache, so he took out a purple-red grass seed, which emitted a strange smell, like the sweet smell of monster blood. Upon smelling this smell, the fish cubs suddenly fell into a state of excitement, each jumping on the water surface, splashing water, and the whole fish pond boiled. Moo! A dull thunderous cry echoed under the water, and two green jade carps swam up and arbitrarily drove all the big blue carps out of the area. What Li Quanqing held in his hand was the seed of dragon scale grass. It's a pity that after so many years, it has become shriveled up, without any vitality, making it difficult to grow and can only be used to feed fish. Let's see who of you two can grab the last grass seed. Li Quanqing tossed it casually, and the grass seeds fell into the water in a parabola. The calm fish pond suddenly stirred up a huge stir, and two spiritual fish fought for food. As their fins swung, demonic aura billowed out, and they used water bombs to hit each other. The movement was really quite loud, and the fight was fierce. The final result was unexpected. It turned out to be a male green jade carp that successfully swallowed the grass seeds, and the fish's tail slapped the water surface excitedly, making a thumping sound. Although this guy is not yet mature, his body is actually a circle larger than his wife, nearly 2 feet long. The fine jade scales are pale green, and the strands of demonic aura are swirling under the skin, which is actually quite impressive. Sashimi, green jade carp. After eating this delicious food, I feel like I'm going to be strong. Maturity, 95%, Li Quanqing touched the smooth back of the green jade carp. This was also the first time he raised this kind of spiritual fish, and he was a little unsure. This guy must be fine in appearance, he looks very demonic, fat and strong. After all, if you eat and sleep, then sleep and eat, the meat on your body will definitely grow fast. But the green jade carp can enter the mature stage after 1 year of breeding, and such a large body also proves this. But the golden finger reminded that the male green jade carp can only be considered as a minor at present. Li Quanqing had no choice but to invite a professional.
Brother Qing, what can I do for you, old man?
Outside the fish pond, Li Quanqing shouted while propping up the fishing boat, knocking on the formation with the jade pipe on his waist. Uncle 19, I'm a little unsure about the green jade carp I'm raising, so please come and take a look.
Li Quanqing opened the formation.
The old man has been raising fish for 60 or 70 years.
He is a real old fisherman with rich experience. Is this the fish pond in Area B? Such abundant spiritual energy.
The old man looked surprised, bent down and scooped up a handful of clear water, praising repeatedly.
Pooh! A big black carp emerged from the bottom of the boat and spit out a big and thick water arrow at the uninvited guest. Naughty!
Li Quanqing smiled, grabbed forward with his chicken claw-like dry hand, and the magic power bloomed at his fingertips. Instantly, this water arrow in the air was controlled by the old man, and it moved as he wished, but turned into a water rope to tie up the big black carp.
Water control technique. Li Quanqing was relieved immediately.
Just by looking at this superb basic magic, it is known that the old man is not in vain.
Uncle 19, come and take a look at my spiritual fish.
Li Quanqing called the male jade carp, and the fish fins fluttered in the water, as elegant as brocade.
Li Quanqing took a few glances and exclaimed, incredible!
Brother Qing, your jade carp is incredible.
It's amazing? Uncle, please tell me in detail.
Li Quanqing immediately became interested. Li Quanqing didn't say much nonsense, and reached into the water with his big hand, trying to pull up the green jade carp. The male green jade carp was frightened and immediately arched its body and struggled violently, with a surging demonic energy and a huge force of hundreds of pounds.
But the old man's cultivation was quite strong.
Under the suppression of magic power, he easily caught the spirit fish on the deck. The fish body is full, the fins are symmetrical and intact, the fish scales are bright in color, arranged neatly, the patterns are clear, the mouth is square, and the fish eyes are bright and energetic. It is indeed a first-class good product. Of course, the most important thing is here, Brother Qing, come and see. Li Quanqing knocked the dorsal scales behind the fish head with his pipe, making a crisp sound like gold and iron. The old man exerted a little force with his palm, and with a click, the green fish scales actually broke, revealing the new scales underneath. This a glimmer of golden light, like tiny pieces of gold jumping into the eyes, forming spots on the surface of the fish scales.
Is this a golden dot pattern jade carp? Li Quanqing asked uncertainly.
Yes, this jade carp actually has some signs of blood reversion, and will soon grow golden patterns.
Li Quanqing nodded, confirming his guess, strive. Really strive.
Li Quanqing, with the title of Fish Life is Rotten, the male jade carp opened his mouth and spit bubbles, with a confused and innocent look in his eyes. Good guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, we agreed to be rotten together.
You secretly betrayed your wife, right?
Li Quanqing gave this guy a brain blast, but he was very satisfied in his heart. For ordinary jade carp, growing to the middle stage of qi refining is already the limit of its own strength, and the scales are generally used to forge the Qingli sword. Only by growing golden patterns can it break through the late stage of qi refining, and even have the potential to become a carp king. The material of the top-grade magic weapon Qinglin shield is this kind of golden fish scale, and its defense is quite strong. After confirming that there is no problem with the spirit fish, Li Quanqing released the Qingyu carp back into the fish pond. I have been raising fish for so many years, and I have only cultivated 8 golden Qingyu carp. Qinger, you have such a top-grade fish in your first year of raising fish.
It's really amazing.
The old man gave a thumbs up, feeling like he was beaten to death on the beach by the waves behind. Li Quanqing scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He felt that the evolution of this useless fish was inseparable from the seeds of the dragon scale grass. Li Quanqing flipped through the storage bag and took out a booklet. This is my experience in raising golden Qingyu carp for many years. It should be able to accelerate the growth of this spirit fish, so I will give it to Qinger.
Uncle 19, this is too expensive, I can't take it. Li Quanqing waved his hand and refused.
In the world of immortal cultivation, this kind of precious experience can be regarded as an inexhaustible spiritual stone mine, and casual cultivators will go crazy when they see it. Even within the Li family, it is a secret that is not passed on between branches. After all, it is an ancient society, and the dissemination and acquisition of knowledge is as difficult as ascending to heaven.
Take it. It's worthless.
The old man still hopes that Brother Qing will be successful in the future. Li Qianxue laughed, and his old eyes full of fine lines narrowed with laughter. He has lived for more than 90 years, and he still has the ability to judge people. In the eyes of the old man, Li Qiancheng is definitely not a thing in the pond, and there will be a day when he will rise with the wind. A copyable booklet is definitely worth it for making a connection. Li Qiancheng returned the favor and took out the best ingredients to treat the old man to a meal. The plump and juicy big bluefish, one roasted, steamed and stewed, and the Qingheling rice grown by the family tenants, cooked with a fragrant aroma, which makes people's appetite open. The fish meat is fresh and delicious, the spiritual rice melts in the mouth, and the sweet and sour spiritual fruit makes it a heavenly day. After a meal, not only does it satisfy the appetite, but the spiritual energy spreads into the limbs and bones, making the whole body comfortable. It's like swallowing a few tonic pills. Li Qianxue also knows how to enjoy himself. After the meal, he specially boiled a pot of spiritual tea, and the purple clay pot was bubbling with steam. The smoke and waves are vast, the water is bright, and the grandfather and grandson sit on the fishing boat to taste tea and watch the water, comfortable, as beautiful as a painting. Chatting about everything, the topic came to the ancient cave that appeared near the sea. That cave is incredible. Many people died this time. I heard that masters at the level of qi refining great perfection have all been killed. Li Qianxue sipped the tea and thought of his youngest son who died in the ruins decades ago, and he was deeply moved. Isn't it just an ancient casual cultivator who failed to break through the foundation building? How did he attract such a great master? Li Qianxing heard his uncle mention the specific situation of this cave. The great perfection of qi refining, even in the Qing Yuli family, is the level of a powerful elder. It was indeed like this at the beginning, but unfortunately something unexpected happened later. The old man puffed on the tobacco leaves, puffing out smoke. After breaking through the depths of the ruins, people found that there was an even more ancient formation inside, with a formation inside the formation. So everyone went crazy. There were all kinds of outrageous rumors about the foundation building tomb, the golden elixir inheritance, and the killing was so miserable. Li Qianxue grinned, with a taste of gloating. As a member of the foundation building family, with a big tree behind, he has the confidence to sit on the fishing platform. Even if he raises spirit fish for a lifetime, he can still have no worries about food and clothing, plus the salary spirit stones issued by the family every year. It is enough to live a comfortable life. There is no need to learn from those poor casual cultivators who can fight for a few spirit sands. While Li Qianxing was drinking tea, he was thinking about his uncle Li Yuhong. However, with the fish pond deed in hand, he would not lose even if the other party was unlucky enough to die. After sending the old man away, Li Qianxing began to look through the booklet. Unexpectedly, in addition to Li Qianxue's records, the booklet also contained his ancestors' experience in raising green jade carp. It could be called a legacy accumulated over hundreds of years. This favor is a bit too much. Li Qianxing sighed. He didn't know if his ancestors had left such a thing. It was probably taken away by his uncle. It is also possible that because of the abundant spiritual energy in the fish pond in Area B, the chance of raising golden dot pattern green jade carp is very high. So no one has systematically summarized these things. The earth spirit earthworms are ground into powder with fermented spiritual rice husks, and then mixed into pills with spiritual stone liquid, which can accelerate the growth of golden dot pattern green jade carp. Li Qianxing read carefully and memorized these things in his heart. Earth spirit earthworms are earthworms raised in spiritual fields. They are found in the Medicine Valley on Qingyu Island. They are not monsters at all. Spiritual rice husks are simpler. Ask those spiritual farmers and you might get them for free. It took Li Qianxing a few days to easily make this spiritual earthworm bait, which smells pungent and sour. However, it is really tempting to the fish. The big black carp smell this smell and their eyes are red. The two jade carps also have a big appetite and seem to like it very much. It must be said that Mr. Li Qianxue is really capable. Before, the male jade carp grew a little mature in half a month. After eating this kind of spiritual earthworm bait pill, the speed is doubled, and it can grow a little in 7 or 8 days. Li Qianxing carefully observed that the evolution process of the golden jade carp is somewhat similar to the python shedding its skin, growing new scales from under the skin. More than a month later, the surface of the regrown fish scales has more and more golden spots. Dots, like a golden fine line connected on the back. It looks extraordinary. In addition to carefully raising the jade carp, Li Qianxing also did not forget about the big black carp. He moved all the fish from the fish pond in Area C to the fish pond in Area B, which had more spiritual energy. Occasionally, he would feed them with spiritual earthworm bait pills and high-level fish bait, which was quite expensive. So almost every day, a few big black carps matured, and every now and then, some new light balls were opened as rewards. Harvest an adult big black carp, and get a low-grade talisman water arrow talisman as a reward. The white light group dispersed, and a water-blue talisman appeared in his hand, which felt tough and thick. Li Quanqing looked at the water arrows drawn on the surface of the talisman and felt dumbfounded. This is really in line with the characteristics of the big herrings. He felt the power surging in the talisman. The power was actually not weak, comparable to a blow from a third-level chi refining monk. It can be regarded as the best among low-grade talismans. Is it because you think I'm not good at fighting, so you fired this light ball so that I can hit people with various magic talismans in the future? Li Quanqing put the talismans into the storage bag and put them into categories. Fortunately, his father is a talisman master, so there is a way to use it in the future. It's a pity that my cheap father passed away suddenly and left no legacy. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a good idea to try to be a talisman master? Li Quanqing was thinking wildly and continued to look for mature fry in the fish pond. Soon, he made a new discovery. An extraordinarily plump big herring appeared in the field of vision against a ball of light. It swam hard with its short and thick fins. It was unknown how much food it had eaten. Harvest one adult big herring and get 3 spiritual sand rewards. This reward is great. Touching the 3 crystal clear spiritual sands, Li Quanqing was extremely satisfied. A qualified big herring should produce spiritual stones on its own. I forgive your gluttony. After taking out the bait and feeding it to the plump big herring, Li Quanqing harvested 2 more auras of light, taking his cultivation to a higher level. Black carp enters the maturity stage in half a year, and the time can be shortened appropriately under conditions with abundant spiritual energy. Li Quanqing estimates that in 3 or 4 months, these spitting fish cubs will collectively enter the mature stage. When the time comes, with the blessing of the spiritual energy light group, the pile will be able to reach the 4th level of chi refining for him. If you can cheat, who would bother meditating? Isn't it a bit fast to break through a small realm in half a year? I feel like I will be able to practice chi perfection by the time I'm 20. Li Quanqing's brows were filled with joy and he couldn't help but start thinking about his future. After breaking through the middle stage of chi refining, he can start trying to refine weapons. If you are really gifted and become a weapon refiner, you won't be able to obtain spiritual stones. When the time comes, use spirit stones to expand the fish pond, raise a large number of green jade carps, and continue to make breakthroughs with the help of light group rewards, forming a virtuous cycle. Sooner or later, I will be able to buy Spirit Island and become the owner of the island. Boom! Li Quanqing was immersed in the bright future when the formation protecting the fish pond was suddenly slapped hard, making a dull sound. A boy of 13 or 14 stood there, his head raised proudly, his face full of impatience. Li Quanqing frowned, looked at the naughty kid carefully, and said uncertainly, "Cousin Quanju?" Li Quanju snorted and looked at him sideways. "It's me, open the formation in my fish pond." The impolite and arrogant young man in front of him is actually his uncle Li Yuhon's biological only son. Li Quanqing's skin was twitching, and he laughed. "What about your fish pond? Your father has mortgaged the land deed to me, and now this is my fish pond. Isn't it just a spiritual stone? Here it is for you." Li Quanju took out a storage bag and curled his lips. "It's just 500 spirit stones. The land deed will be returned to my home." "Oh, this naughty kid is so crazy." Li Quanqing touched his chin and had some guess. "Is your father back?" "Of course, my dad not only broke through the 6th level of chi refining, but also got a lot of treasures in the ruins." Li Quanju showed off proudly. "Did you see this green carp sword? I just bought it. What's the future of staying on the island all day long to raise fish? I'm full of fishy smell, happy with my grudges, and being free with my sword is the right path for my generation. I'll be brave and diligent in my cultivation, and embark on the road to immortality." The young man made an impassioned speech, his eyes were bright, and his heart was full of longing for the outside world. He was at the age of the middle school student. Then I got a big slap on the back of my head. Ouch! Who dares to hit me? Li Quanju covered his head and yelled. He turned around, but his fierce momentum suddenly faded away. An old man dressed as a weapon refiner stood there, with a dignified appearance, curly hair and beard, and a robe embroidered with flaming fish and dragons. He was as tall as an iron tower and a copper mountain. Dang dang tang. Hall master. Li Quanju became visibly nervous and began to stutter when he spoke, like a quail that was croaking. There is no longer the arrogance and pride before. Li Quan saw the old man coming on the waves early in the morning. At this time, He opened the formation respectfully. I have seen the third elder. Li Kunli, the master of the weapon refining hall and the first weapon refiner in the family. Of course, the most important thing is that he is the younger brother of a foundation-building monk from the Li family.
You just said that you look down on our Li family's fishermen and farmers?
The old man stared with a pair of tiger eyes, and his voice was like a loud bell, which made the young man's ears buzz.
I didn't.
Li Kuanju scratched his neck and racked his brains to think of an excuse. The student just thinks that our Li family monks should be tougher in style and have a few more invincible sword cultivators at the same level. Otherwise, others would scream and call our Qingyu Li family the Qingyu Li family because of our majestic name. After hearing this, Li Kunli chuckled, opened his big hand with the dustpan and slapped it again.
Snap.
There are some rumors, but they didn't eat the spirit fish spirit rice on our island. If I heard it, why didn't you scold me back on the spot if I heard it?
As cowardly as your father. Snap. What's wrong with Qingyu Li? I think this name is more appropriate.
Without the green jade spirit fish raised by the tribesmen, where would the materials come from to refine the green carp sword in your hand?
Where would the family get the spirit stones for salary? Pa! Get out now!
Li Kuanju covered his swollen head miserably, with mist in his eyes. He didn't dare to vent his anger and was about to run away with his tail between his legs, but he was slapped on the forehead again.
Pa! Leave the storage bag, don't you want the land deed?
The bag with a glittering spirit passed through a parabola and fell into Li Chuanqing's arms. He was about to take out the land deed, but his cousin ran away without a trace, crying faintly, so he had to give up. Li Kuanqing looked at the old man, swallowed his throat, and felt a little scared. What do you want from me, elder? Li Kunli took a big step and stepped into the formation with 1 foot, full of vigor. The hot breath hit me, like a flaming furnace standing on the water, and the whole fish pond was about to boil. I came to distribute the salary of the last quarter to the clan members. I didn't find you in the fish pond of Area C. It was Brother Coinshue who told me about this location.
Paying salary?
Li Kuanqing was flattered. The salary of the Li clan members was paid every 3 months. Before, it was the deacons of the Changqing Hall who paid it. The master of the Changqing Hall was the eldest elder of the family, and the master of the refining hall in front of him was the third elder of the family. The swordplay behind the scenes.
Li Kuanqing didn't dare to think about it anymore.
The open and secret struggles among the top leaders of the family were not something that a small branch of him could know or even participate in.
The salary of a Qi refining level 2 cultivator is 2 spirit stones, take them.
Li Kunli was holding the clan roster and was about to take out the spirit stones when he suddenly exclaimed and discovered the change in the boy's cultivation. You kid actually broke through to the 3rd level? Just now, there was a lotus formation between them, so he couldn't tell the truth for a while. Li Kuanqing didn't think of hiding it, and bowed. I broke through by chance half a month ago, and I haven't had time to report it to the family. Not bad, better than those trash in the direct lineage. Li Kunli smiled and took out 2 more spirit stones. If you break through, follow the rules. A Qi refining level 3 cultivator will receive a salary of 4 spirit stones per quarter. Li Kuanqing grabbed 4 spirit stones, which felt warm to the touch, and a trace of cool spiritual energy penetrated his skin into his meridians. For salaries per quarter, 16 spirit stones a year. When he breaks through the 4th level of Qi refining, he will get 32, and the 5th level will get 64. When he reaches the 6th level of Qi refining, even if he does nothing, he can earn more than 100 spirit stones in a year.
The family welfare is really good. However, the Li family does not support idle people.
If a person does not break through a small realm in 10 years, his salary will be automatically halved.
Are you interested in joining the weapon hall and learning the way of refining weapons?
Li Kunli wandered around the fish pond, not in a hurry to leave, and threw out his olive branch. In his opinion, the young man in front of him is indeed a rough jade in the family. And he has no background. When he grows up in the future, he will definitely become a great helper to his faction.
Li Kuanqing was stunned and considered his words.
Of course I am willing, but learning to refine equipment costs too much, and I haven't saved enough spirit stones. Li Kunli pointed to the storage bag in the boy's arms and said with a smile, You are not poor, are you worried about your own fish pond? Relax, raising fish and refining equipment are not in conflict. When I was young, I was also a very famous fisherman in the family. Li Kuanqing was a little embarrassed. I used the contribution points left by my parents to mortgage these spirit stones to the family.
Then just don't pay it back.
Anyway, there is no use for keeping this thing, so it should be turned into food for cultivation. The old man smiled and said, or do you want to learn from those stingy people in the family and I want to save up enough contribution points to exchange for the priority right to choose the foundation. Building pill. How could that be? I just want to save up 1000 contribution points to exchange for the blue sea tide rising skill in the sutra library. Li Quanqing waved his hand quickly. It would be a blessing if I could break through the late stage of qi refining in this life. How could I dare to hope for foundation building? You dare not even think about this idea. You really don't look energetic like a young man. Li coolly shook his head. If you want to learn the clan scriptures, there are many ways, such as the clan competition in a few years, and you can naturally be exempted from contribution points if you get into the top 10.
Clan competition? Li Quanqing was stunned.
This thing is held every 10 years, and he really doesn't know much about it. Or maybe you are gifted in refining equipment, and you want to go the way of the equipment hall, and I will ask the clan leader. The old man was halfway through his words when he was suddenly interrupted by dense water arrows. Pooh! 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 The water was surging, and more than 1,000 big blue carps floated up, staring with their eyes wide open and spraying thick water jets from their mouths. As a cultivator with fire spirit roots, Li Kunli was only one step away from building his foundation. His whole body was filled with unbearable mana, almost boiling the lake water. The blue carps in the entire fish pond couldn't stand the heat, and collectively resisted the abuse of the human cultivators. Moo! Moo! The two jade carps couldn't help but swim out of the water to breathe, surrounding Li Quanqing, somewhat afraid of the third elder's momentum.
There's actually a jade carp with golden patterns?
Li Kunli's eyes lit up, and as he waved his sleeves, a sea of fire blazed, evaporating all the water arrows into mist. This time, he inspected the family's sea area, in addition to officially announcing that the future salary payment would be transferred to the refining hall. He was also preparing to find some jade carps of excellent quality to refine a precious magic weapon. The old man only took a few glances and recognized the condition of the male jade carp. It is well raised.
It will become a demon in a few days. How about selling it to me when it matures?
Li Quanqing naturally agreed. I will send it to the third elder when the time comes. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you suffer a loss.
Li Kunli laughed and flicked out an ice-blue pill. I'm leaving, don't send me off.
After saying that, he walked away with his sleeves fluttering, and he was a fairy with extraordinary temperament.
Splash!
The fish school surged, and hundreds of large blue carps gathered on the water to form sparkling waves, trying to scramble for the ice-blue pill.
Stay aside.
Li Quanqing took out the jade card to manipulate the formation. The lotus blossomed, the lotus leaves glowed, and the formation patterns intertwined on the water like a chessboard, separating all the large blue carps. Only 2 jade carps were left without being restricted.
Bang!
The ice-blue pill melted as soon as it entered the water, and then condensed into a wheel-sized piece of ice on the water surface, which was extremely cold.
Can this thing be eaten? Li Quanqing was still wondering, but the 2 spirit fish couldn't wait. Crack, crack!
The green jade carp swung its fins and slapped the surface of the ice with amazing force, and ice chips splashed everywhere, emitting a crystal blue light. They kept swallowing the broken ice, as if it contained indescribable magic, and a trace of ice breath slowly emanated from the scales. Visible to the naked eye, a ball of light was forming on the forehead of the male green jade carp, and it was about to enter maturity. Li Quanqing rubbed his hands, feeling the excitement of opening a blind box, curious about what kind of reward he would get. The male green jade carp swallowed 2/3 of the pill ice, and then hung in the water motionless. Gradually, where its wide fins rippled, cold air surged, and the ice spread, and it actually froze itself. The female jade carp was still lively, but her aura had become much colder.
Will this silly fish freeze itself to death?
Li Quanqing sat on the lotus platform, wondering, and after half an hour, he finally saw the ball of light completely take shape, marking the official entry into maturity.
Moo!
The deep call echoed in the fish pond, melodious and heavy, the water ripples, and gave people an inexplicable sense of majesty. The originally restless group of big blue carps suddenly became dead silent, curled up in fear, and quietly dived into the bottom of the pond. Even the surging waves were calmed by this call, and the water surface was smooth as a mirror for a while. Crack! The ice layer broke, the evil spirit rolled, and the male jade carp proudly rushed out of the ice, leaving crystal watermarks in the air. Its scales became much larger, deep like jade, and the layer of fine scales on its back turned into dazzling golden color. Moo! It shouted proudly, got into the water and swam around the female jade carp. The light blue fins waved like clouds, and the scales on its body kept opening and closing, like a peacock seeking a mate. Although this guy is now 3 feet long, Li Quanqing still easily fished it up with the water control technique. Pa! The green jade carp swung its body in annoyance, and even imitated those big blue fish, spitting out arrows condensed from ice water, which hit the formation with great power.
Passionate, big blue fish, I'm finally going to be strong. Damn guy, let me go. Maturity, 100%, Li Quanqing was a little confused. He didn't throw the love fragrance into the water. Could it be that the ice blue pill has an aphrodisiac effect? However, the most urgent thing is naturally the light ball. Looking at the tempting light ball floating in the air, he couldn't hold himself back any longer and reached out to touch it. Harvested golden dot patterned green jade carp in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a copy of the method of refining the green carp sword. The cloud dot like light exploded, turning into dots of light that sank into the top of his head. A huge and amazing amount of knowledge was born out of thin air, as if it was roughly stuffed into his brain by a big hand. Learn it for me. This was the first time that Li Quanqing had come into contact with such a vast flow of information. He felt that his head was about to burst, and the blood vessels on his forehead were throbbing. But his mind was extremely clear, and he was forced to learn those refining knowledge that he had never seen before. The method of refining the Qingli sword. Material identification, or smelting, embryo forging, spiritual pattern engraving. All kinds of basic knowledge of refining came in all at once, and in fact, it also included many unique refining techniques of the Li family. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, keeping his mind focused, trying his best to digest this vast knowledge. Moo! The male Qingyu carp lost control of the spell, and immediately swam into the water with a flick of his tail, and went to stick with his wife. After more than an hour, Li Quanqing slowly opened his eyes. It's really not that easy to become a weapon refiner.
He exhaled a breath of turbid air, kneaded his swollen eyebrows, and couldn't help but feel shocked by the complexity and profoundness of the weapon refinement. The method of refining just a medium-grade magic weapon is as vast as the sea of smoke, and it is difficult for those without talent to refine it in their entire lives. Fortunately, he can choose to take a shortcut. Li Quanqing recalled this knowledge, and it can be said that it was vivid, and all kinds of weapon refining techniques were memorized in his mind. But without actual practice, it is just talk on paper.
Maybe I can go to the weapon refining hall to try it?
Li Quanqing had a thought in his mind. The weapon hall costs a lot of spirit stones, in addition to the most basic school fees. It costs money to buy extra or materials for practice, and it costs money to hire family weapon refiners to open a small kitchen privately, and even the interpersonal exchanges between school disciples also cost a lot of spirit stones. But now he has firmly remembered these weapon refining basics, so he can quickly skip the apprenticeship period, the novice stage.
It is equivalent to taking the answers to the test paper directly into the examination room.
Not only can you save a lot of spirit stones, but you can also become a weapon refiner and become a superior person in the family. After sorting out the gains and losses, Li Quanqing finally decided to join the weapon refinery hall. He took out the storage bag sent by Li Quanju and began to count the spirit stones. The words of the third elder touched him.
The family competition was indeed worthwhile and he could give it a try. Why are there 520 low-grade spirit stones?
Li Quanqing frowned and found that the number was a little wrong. He only lent out 500 spirit stones at the beginning.
Could it be that my uncle has a change of heart and gave more interest?
Li Quanqing shook his head and denied this idea.
Li Yuhong is stingy and miserly. He regards spirit stones as more precious than anything else. How could he do such a thing?
The figure of a gentle woman appeared in his mind. After thinking about it, he thought that his aunt was the most likely person.
Then bring 2 big bluefish to visit my uncle who has become rich overnight.
Li Quanqing put away the spirit stone, feeling at ease. Moo! The water surface rustled, and the male jade carp slowly floated up, and the dead fish eyes seemed to have lost some luster. Decadence of fish life, jade carp, Shionchi is too scary, I'd better be a salted fish honestly, eat, sleep. Sleep, eat. Cultivation, chi refining level 1, 1%, Li Quanqing was wondering what happened, and saw the female jade carp swimming up right after him, clinging to her husband and crying wildly. The most important thing is that on the plump belly of the female jade carp, there was a dense layer of fresh fish eggs.
Maternal instinct, jade carp, I'm so happy. I finally gave birth to a baby today.
My husband was so awesome just now, Li Quanqing. He didn't expect that these 2 guys would move so fast. In the blink of an eye, they both got pregnant. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the better the development of the fish eggs after hatching. It seems that I need to stay in this fish pond in Area B for a few more days.
Li Quanqing smiled and was full of expectations for this batch of jade carp seedlings. The offspring of the golden jade carp will definitely have extraordinary bloodlines. I wonder what rewards they can get. The next day, after feeding the fish, Li Quanqing took the big black carp as a gift and went to visit his uncle on the spiritual island. He actually came early, but there was already a circle of visitors at the door of Li Yuhong's house. Why are there so many people? Li Quanqing was a little confused. In his memory, his uncle didn't have many friends. Hey, this young man, don't you know that Lord Yuhong has broken through the 6th level of qi refining and is said to be promoted to the family steward soon? An old man next to him was full of envy. Seeing the 2 green fish in the boy's hand, he shook his head secretly. How could such a shabby gift be received and favored by the host? The 6th level of qi refining is considered a mainstay even in the direct line of the Li family, let alone these weak and poor side branches. Fortunately, those mortal servants finally recognized him and led Li Quanqing into the cave without neglecting him. Master Quanqing, wait a moment, the master is meeting those distinguished guests in the main hall. Li Quanqing looked up and looked at the palace hidden in the garden. He could faintly hear a familiar laugh. This laugh was hearty and refreshing, as if all the depression of the past few decades of life was spit out. He was too lazy to wait any longer. Take me to see my aunt. I guess my uncle doesn't want to see me right now. In the backyard, my aunt was staying with the 2 cooks and was immediately very happy to see him. Li Quanqing handed the big black carp to the cook and mentioned the extra 20 spirit stones. It must be your uncle who stuffed it in. He is stubborn and refused to thank Qinger in person. Li Yuro smiled lightly. Although her skin was dark, 2 dimples appeared on her lips, and she was gentle as water. In that case, then nephew will go and thank uncle now. As soon as this was said, the woman was immediately anxious and hurriedly stopped him. Li Quanqing confirmed his guess and took out the deed and handed it to his aunt. This is the deed of the fish pond. My family's Qingyu carp is just breeding fish eggs. Can the formation token be returned for a few days? Of course there is no problem. Your uncle tasted the sweetness of this adventure and indulged in it. I'm afraid he won't be able to take care of the fish pond in a short time. Li Yuro sighed, her eyes were worried, and she was lingering with a strong sense of uneasiness. This kind of thing, Li Quanqing couldn't get involved too much. After chatting for a while, he said goodbye and left, returning to the fish pond. In a flash, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Li Quanqing went to Changqing Palace and returned all the spiritual stones that he had mortgaged with his family. Then he borrowed another 100 spiritual stones with his contribution points. This time he didn't plan to pay it back, and planned to use it to register for the Chiton Hall. There are still 400 family contribution points as a backup. If the family competition fails in 2 or 3 years, I can also collect contribution points to exchange for the Blue Sea Tide Rising skill. Li Quanqing was boating in the fish pond, tapping the side of the boat with his fingers, making a unique sound. The canteen is open for dinner. The fish rushed out, the water surface rolled and boiled, and countless green scales filled the sight, smooth as a mirror, magnificent. Moo! Moo! 2 green jade carps swam up closely behind, slowly eating the spiritual earthworm bait, with a surging demonic aura, and no big blue carp dared to grab the food. Around their bodies, there was also a circle of green jade carp fry, although only the thickness of a finger, their appetite was really not small. 1, 2, 3. 38 fry. Li Quanqing counted them, and then looked at the belly of the female jade carp, confirming that all the roe had hatched, and then nodded with satisfaction. It's time to move. Bingxi District, Fish Pond number 13. The sky is as blue as jade, reflected on the water, as clear as glass, with white clouds, beautiful like a painting. The fishing boat brushed past, the water rippled, and layers of tiny ripples appeared, breaking this ethereal and distant peace. Li Quanqing looked at his own fish pond and couldn't help feeling emotional. Since he sold the big black carp in this fish pond, he has rarely returned here, and the water area is a little deserted. He took out the token, manipulated the formation, and divided the fish pond into 3 parts. 2 were used to feed the fry of green jade carp and big black carp, and the last one was used to accommodate the big fish. Plop! Plop! The 38 green jade carp fry were naturally the top priority, and they were carefully poured into the fish pond. These little fish were swimming in an environment where the spiritual energy suddenly dropped, and they were obviously not used to it. The small fins flapped quickly. Just bear with it. Your parents grew up here and are living well. Li Quanqing took out a dozen spiritual sands, crushed them, mixed them with spiritual earthworm bait pills and sprinkled them in, temporarily increasing the concentration of spiritual energy. There are still too many fry. I don't know how many will grow up in the end. Li Quanqing touched his chin and thought. The booklet that Grandpa Li Kunshui gave him had a mark.
With the concentration of spiritual energy in the fish ponds in Area C, each acre of water can support the growth of a green jade carp. These 20 acres of water can only support 20 green jade carps at most, otherwise the spiritual energy and nutrition will not keep up.
Monsters have a sense of territory, even if they are artificially raised.
When these fry grow up, the activity space is too small, and they will start to kill each other due to their nature. So the big fish pond owners of the Li family will cultivate a fish king and conclude a blood contract for easy management. When these cubs grow up, pick out those with little potential and weak bodies and sell them at the Yulongtan market. Green jade carp cubs are still valuable, hard currency.
Li Quanqing was much more rude to the more than 1,000 big black carps.
Like dumplings, they were thrown from the fish basket into the fish pond. For a while, the water splashed and the waves rolled, which was very lively. Looking at his own fish pond that had regained its former vitality and bustle,
Li Quanqing finally clapped his hands in satisfaction.
He looked at the last fish basket on the boat, which contained 2 mature green jade carps, ready to be sold for spiritual stones. Since that time, the male green jade carp has returned to the state of fish raw and rotten.
The cultivation level of the first level of qi refining is fixed at 1% and will not move.
It looks extraordinary and has great bloodline potential, but it is actually a pit. It is better to sell it early and put the spiritual stones in the bag. Mana controlled the light boat, and Li Quanqing headed straight for the main island of Qingyu. In the south of Qingyu Island, there stood a large area of bare stone mountains. The fire spirit in the air was particularly active, and there was a faint underground fire. The weapon refining hall was located here. Various buildings were rough and majestic, and the palaces were undulating. Many houses were cast in copper and iron. When the Li family was first established, this place was originally called Bai Hall, where the family cultivated the 100 arts of cultivation and talent reserve. Later, the weapon hall became the only pillar industry, so it was called the Weapon Refining Hall.
Li Quanqing walked into the gate of the weapon hall, and a dark blue tripod hit the view in a very impactful way.
This tripod was taller than a small mountain, square, and engraved with a towering gate of heaven standing in the raging waves. 10,000 carps in the sea paid homage, struggling to cross the stormy waves, wanting to jump over and become a dragon from a fish. The scene was magnificent and lifelike, and Li Quanqing couldn't help but take a few more glances.
"My cousin, do you want to learn refining in the weapon hall?"
An elegant man in his 30s wearing a robe from the weapon hall came from behind the cauldron. After Li Quanqing finished admiring it, he asked with a smile, without disliking the boy because of the fishy smell. Li Quanqing nodded. "Not only did I come to learn refining, but I also wanted to see the third elder." That day, he promised to buy my gold-patterned jade carp.
"Oh? It's a gold-patterned alien?"
Li Quanlin was quite surprised. After looking up and down at this cousin, he said, "In that case, please follow me." He didn't think that Li Quanqing would lie to him. No one in the clan dared to offend the head of the weapon refining hall with lies.
Li Quanqing walked in the huge weapon refining hall.
At first, there was the sound of iron forging everywhere, and the air was hot. You can vaguely see those guys with bare upper bodies and bulging muscles. This is the fire hall, where many weapon refining masters from mortal dynasties come to teach the methods of casting various weapons. Li Quanlin explained with a smile, although we refine magic weapons, tracing back to the source, they are still derived from mortal weapons. Every disciple of the weapon hall must lay the foundation here.
After crossing this courtyard, the environment becomes much quieter, surrounded by bamboo and cypress, and 3 or 2 schools are located.
This place is called the Book Hall, which is the place to teach the basics of refining and even the engraving of spiritual patterns.
The elders often come here to teach. Li Quanlin introduced it in detail.
After all, the young man in front of him is about to become a member of the weapon hall. At this time, the courtyard is quiet, the wind blows the bamboo shadows, it is the time for the book hall to teach, and the teacher's voice can be vaguely heard. Li Quanqing listened attentively, and some weapon refining terms came into his ears with the wind, and he actually understood them completely.
He immediately felt confident. Continue walking inside, there was a formation locking the entrance in front of an arched door. Li Quanlin took out the token and shook it a few times.
The moment the formation was opened, a dense white mist rushed over, and the spiritual energy was abundant and amazing.
"Brother Quanlin."
As soon as he entered the door, a middle-aged man came towards him, walking like a dragon and a tiger, with a superior temperament.
"It's Brother Yuza."
Seeing your face glowing, you must have returned with a lot of rewards from the Baoqing market.
Li Quanlin greeted him with a smile.
After the man walked away, he explained in a low voice, "This place is called the Dharma Hall. Only the real family weapon refiners can enter. They gather here to discuss the methods of refining and improving various magic weapons. Brother, remember not to barge in, otherwise you will be punished by the clan rules."
Li Quanqing nodded hurriedly.
Thinking of the address between the two just now, he was a little puzzled. "Brother, I heard that the weapon refiner just now was of the Yu generation. Why did he call you brother?"
Li Quanlin heard this and smiled proudly.
"People in the weapon refiner hall never compete with your identity and background, but only judge by the way of refining." They walked in the Dharma Hall and saw more than 20 weapon refiners, all of whom were a little unrestrained, which showed that they lived a very comfortable life on weekdays. Li Quanqing even saw an acquaintance, the guy who sold the Qingli sword in Yulongtan that day. He had already put on a brand new robe, and his gestures were quite dignified. In the deepest part of the Dharma Hall, Li Quanqing finally saw his destination.
A red and black active volcano.
The earth was cracked, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. From time to time, red lava flowed down, burning unbearably, as if the blood of the earth was burning. The most amazing thing was that there were weapon refining rooms standing on the mountain, with formations engraved and using magma and ground fire as energy.
Li Quanqing sniffed the pungent smell of sulfur, and his face couldn't help but look a little sluggish. Although he had known for a long time that the weapon refining hall had a deep foundation, he was quite shocked when a volcano appeared in front of him.
"Brother, welcome to the real weapon hall."
Li Quanlin was very satisfied with the shock on the boy's face.
After all, he had been there like this before. He looked at the Qingli volcano, and said with a lot of emotion, "If one day, you, my brother, can also own one of the earth fire refining rooms, then I will call you my senior brother."
Li Quanqing smiled bitterly. This is not a small goal. He looked at the flowing magma and was a little scared. "Brother, we don't have to climb up again, do we?"
Although he is a cultivator, the mana of the third level of qi refining can't withstand the rolling power of heaven. "Of course not. See those courtyards around the foot of the mountain, that's where the refiners live." Li Quanlin pointed out. "Come on, I'll take you to the cave of the hallmaster. I hope he is not refining at this time. Signed Hee, please read. Invoke the third elder's cave occupies a large area. It is not decorated too luxuriously. It is paved with black giant rocks, which is beautiful and grand." Fortunately, Li Kunli was at home and asked the servant to lead them in.
Deep in the cave, there is a cliff facing the sea. The sound of waves can be seen from the turbulent sea. Meet the hall master, the third elder.
Li Quanqing and the other two greeted at the same time. Both of them were very polite.
Li Kunli stood on the cliff with his back to them and smiled. "Come and take a look. How about this old man's fish pond?"
They walked forward a few steps and saw an amazing scene. Under the cliff, a large reef stood like a razor, undercurrents gathered, and turbid waves rose and fell, forming a natural bay. As the third elder spread the bait, the waves suddenly surged, and dozens of huge jade carps fought the waves, all with golden scales on their backs. The light was shining, and the broken gold was like rain, which was quite dazzling for a while.
Li Quanqing was immediately envious.
This water bay was indeed a good fish pond. Just talking about Fingshu Yufeng, the view overlooking the archipelago was thousands of times better than those fish ponds in Area B. He took out the fish basket he carried with him and handed it to the third elder. Li Kunli opened his hand and took out the male jade carp, taking a quick look at it.
This rotten guy didn't know what he was about to face.
He stared with dead fish eyes without blinking, spitting bubbles innocently. Although his cultivation is a bit low, he is a golden dot patterned alien after all.
"How about 50 spirit stones for you?"
The third elder was wealthy, and he raised Li Quanqing's expectations as soon as he opened his mouth. In order to avoid being beaten in the future, he still reminded, "Elder, this green jade carp is lazy and doesn't practice very hard."
"That's because it lives too peacefully. When the competition is fierce and it is hungry every day, it will naturally fight hard."
Li Kunli laughed and threw the male green jade carp into the fish pond below the cliff. Seeing this, Li Quanqing could only pray for this guy. The third elder also bought the female green jade carp for 5 spirit stones.
"I heard from Quanlin that you are ready to enter the weapon refining hall."
Li Kunli turned around, his tower dot like burly body full of pressure.
Li Quanqing nodded. "I think what the elder said is right. There is more than one way to obtain the clan guarding scriptures."
"That's right, then pay the school fee." Li Kunli spoke boldly and directly, 50 spirit stones, and there will be an additional 20 spirit stones every year in the future. Li Quanqing immediately paid the spirit stones with pain.
The money from the 2 green jade carps was gone in a flash. But he wanted to make money with magic tools, so this was necessary. I will write your name on the list of the weapon hall, Quan Lin, take him to get the things. Li Quanlin bowed his hands, and the smile on his face suddenly became much more friendly. Junior brother, please follow me. They came to the weapon hall and received the standard equipment for disciples of the weapon hall. A jade slip with basics of refining, 2 sets of low-grade robes exclusive to disciples of the weapon hall, and an iron plate engraved with identity information. Li Quanqing put on the robe, and saw the embroidery of a fish and dragon pattern with flames on his chest. The spiritual light flashed, and it was impervious to water and fire, and dust. Li Quanlin pointed to the dragon patterns on his sleeves and shoulders and explained, official refiners have dragon patterns on their sleeves, while mid-level refiners have dragon patterns on their shoulders. Don't make the mistake in the future. Let's go. Senior brother will take you to the library to get familiar with your future brothers and sisters. Li Quanqing walked while checking the contents of the jade slip. There is too much knowledge recorded in it, more than 1,000 books, and this is just the basics of refining. When he arrived at his destination, he had already read the introduction of all the contents. Sure enough, it is exactly the same as the knowledge in the experience group. Now, I only lack practical operation. Li Quanqing suppressed his joy in his heart. With the help of cheats, he could completely pretend to be a genius in refining. At this time, there were quite a few disciples in the library, more than 200, divided into 4 apprentice levels, Tiandi Shenhuang. Li Quanqing was naturally assigned to the last yellow dot level school, where he needed to learn the basics of ore identification and detailed explanation of weapons. Li Quanqing from Qingpan Island, nice to meet you all. When I walked into the school and introduced myself, I actually saw an acquaintance. My cousin Li Quanju. This guy was sitting on the futon in the back, and it was incredible to see him. A guy who raises fish actually wants to be a weapon refiner? But except for this guy, the rest of the tribesmen were very polite, mostly with kindness and indifference. Since new tribesmen have come, I will take you through this class to review what are the most common spiritual minds in this sea area. Li Quanqing sat in a corner, listening to the teacher's lecture while observing the classmates around him. After all, the Huangji school is for laying the foundation, and it is full of young people, without those old guys who have learned to refine weapons for decades but have not succeeded. Everyone is of similar age, all of the Quan generation, and most of them are from collateral branches, so Li Quanqing became a familiar person in the class in just 10 days. And he has his own fish pond to rely on, so he is much richer than these boys and girls who still have to ask their parents for money. After school that day, Li Quanqing suddenly called a young girl and said, "Senior sister Quanchu, I heard that disciples in the weapon hall occasionally hold private trading meetings?" Li Quanchu wore a simple and elegant aqua-blue brocade skirt, with bright eyes and a charming look. Her facial features could only be considered delicate, but her eyes were as charming as autumn water. She was also at the 3rd level of qi refining, and she was 19 years old. Why, do you want to broaden your horizons? Li Quanchu smiled, with a virtuous temperament, well-proportioned bones and flesh, and spoke softly, which made people feel very good. It was heard that although her father was just a casual cultivator who married into the Li family, he was very motivated and now managed a shop in the Beijingfang market opened by the family. Therefore, the girl was also considered to be a wealthy person in the school. As a fisherman, I am quite interested in raising spirit beasts, so I want to exchange a few spirit beast eggs or cubs. Li Quanqing explained a few words. He was going to try more spirit beasts to open up more and richer light balls and increase his foundation. After all, the Li family is a family of immortal cultivators, and it is a society of acquaintances. If anyone gets a pet cub, they will usually trade it privately with relatives and friends, and the family treasury will not accept this thing. That's a coincidence. I have also held a few private meetings. Are you interested in joining? Li Quanchu gathered the hair that fell to her ears, and her fragrance surged, and she smiled. I couldn't ask for more. Li Quanqing was delighted, and immediately walked out with the girl, talking and laughing. The next evening, Li Quanqing came to the largest Qingha island among the 7 islands as agreed. I saw a large area of Qingha spiritual rice in full bloom, rooted in the mud pond, shaped like a lotus, with green lotus leaves, and the lotus pods produced pearly and smooth spiritual rice. The spiritual farmers carrying hoes returned from working in the fields. Most of them were tenants hired by the family, and there were very few Li family members. Compared with spiritual farmers, raising spiritual fish is undoubtedly a more profitable business. Li Chuanchu's cave is close to the coast, with beautiful scenery. There is also a large red peach forest planted on the cliff behind.
The trade fair was held in this peach forest. Li Quanqing walked into the peach blossom forest and saw the bright moon hanging in the sky, the gurgling stream, and a spiritual spring gushing out. There are many strange rocks around the spring, and dozens of young Li clan members are already sitting cross-legged on them, many of whom are familiar faces from Qitong. Li Quanqing was generous and chose a piece of bluestone shaped like a lion carp to sit cross-legged and look at it with restrained eyes. It was his first time to participate in such a gathering, so he was quite curious. The time has come, and all the members of the same clan have been invited. The peach blossom party has officially begun. Li Quanqiu sat cross-legged by the spiritual spring, shook the white jade bell in her hand, and made a tinkling sound. According to the old rules, fellow Taoists will introduce the spiritual objects they need in order. She was the first to speak and took out a pearl the size of a dragon's eye. The low-grade treasure spirit pearl produced by the Xie family can be exchanged for a Chongyuan pill or other pills suitable for third-level qi refining monks to break through the bottleneck. This bead is pure white and flawless, and under the moonlight, it actually blooms with a faint glow, making it quite extraordinary in appearance.
The Xie family? It should be the foundation. Building family in the Pearl Islands.
Li Quanqing thought to himself that the Li family and the Xie family were in a mutually supportive relationship. The two major foundation building families joined forces to open up a Beikingfang city thousands of miles away to earn spiritual stones and collect rent from the land. This precious spirit bead contains abundant spiritual energy, which can be refined and stored by your own magic power. It can be instantly refined when fighting with others, which is quite convenient. Li Quanqiu held the orb in her hands and introduced its precious and extraordinary features.
All in all, it's just a disposable mana power bank.
It's a pity that although the treasure is good, the level-breaking elixir is undoubtedly more precious, and no one trades with her at all. Li Quanqiu looked around and saw no response from her tribe, so she had to give up and handed the jade bell to the next person. After such a sequence of events, it was Li Quanqing's turn soon. He shook the jade bell in his hand and spoke softly. 20 low-grade water arrow talismans that are comparable to the strike of a third-level qi refining monk, as well as sapphire carp fry, can be exchanged for various spiritual beast cubs, or they can be traded with spiritual stones.
Li Quanqing thought for a while and added, the father of these green jade carps is a gold-patterned alien species with extraordinary blood. He took out the golden scales left by the male green jade carp and put them together with the three fry. The blood and aura were the same, which was enough to prove that he was telling the truth. The two things Li Quanqing offered for trading were both good treasures, so naturally people were attracted to them. A fat black tribesman said, I just purchased a batch of Ling Loach fry, and I plan to use them to make beauty spiritual mud. Do you want to exchange them? Stone Loach? Li Quanqing was very interested.
This monster was discovered not long ago, and he had heard of its name. The strength of Ling Loach is not strong, and it only has the potential in the early stages of qi training. However, after they grow for a long time, they can change their growth environment and cultivate a kind of nourishing spiritual mud. This kind of spiritual mud has the effect of whitening and nourishing the face when applied on the face, making the skin delicate and lightening the pores.
It is quite lethal to those female cultivators. So the price is impressive. What do you want to change? Li Quanqing was very moved. 3 spiritual loach cubs, how about one of your fry?
The price was quite fair. Li Quanqing thought about it and agreed to the transaction.
Are there any other fellow Taoists interested?
Li Quanqing waved a few aqua-blue talismans in his hand. You can also use spiritual stones to buy them at a high price. Someone suddenly said, I was lucky enough to get a cub of some kind of spiritual beast 2 days ago, but I don't like these things of yours.
Is there any better treasure? Li Quanqing looked at the guy who made the noise.
He was a tall and thin man, about 20.4 or 5 years old, who was also wearing the robe of the weapon refining hall. His name is Li Quanji. He is at the 4th level of qi training, and he is the highest among all the people present. Although he has no background, he heard that his talent for refining weapons is very good, so he speaks a little arrogantly.
I wonder what kind of monster it is. It's an iron bone crab. Li Quanji said, this kind of monster feeds on iron ore.
Its pincers are very hard and can assist the refiner in processing the mineral materials.
There is even a slim chance of evolving into a bronze-armored crab. Metallic monster? Li Quanqing's eyes suddenly lit up.
Ever since he learned the Gung-Gold Finger, his progress has been stuck at the introductory stage, and he is still far away from being successful.
This kind of iron-bone crab is undoubtedly something he desperately needs. Maybe you can get a light group reward of Gung-Gold Finger.
Li Quanqing thought for a while and took out a jade slip. This is part of my ancestors' experience in refining the green carp sword.
Do you think you are satisfied with it?
Of course, this was not some inheritance left by his ancestors, but something he had just secretly stuffed into the jade slip, with only a few ideas. But it is more than enough to fool this guy who is not even a weapon refiner. Sure enough, after seeing some of the words recorded in the jade slips, Li Chuanji was immediately overjoyed. Let's change it to this one.
Neither of them took the spirit beast cubs with them, and they needed to complete the peach blossom meeting before conducting the transaction. Li Quanqing was already very satisfied.
Unexpectedly, Li Quanqiu also seemed to be very interested in the experience of refining weapons. I wonder if the Xie family's iconic spiritual beast, the moon shell, would like to change it? Li Quanqing thought of the beads she had taken out before and made a guess. Could it be that those precious spiritual beads are produced from these bright moon shells?
Exactly.
Li Quanqiu did not deny, this kind of spiritual shell is precious and rare.
The Xie family usually does not trade them.
I still raised a few through my father's relationship. They are already capable of producing pearls and I am willing to part with them despite the pain.
Li Quanqing frowned. Adult Lingbei? I wonder if there are any young ones.
Li Quanqiu was stunned for a moment and then tried to persuade her. It often takes 3 or 4 years for shellfish to form beads. It is not worthwhile to raise them from juveniles. But Li Quanqing insisted, my cultivation level is low, so it is safer to start training from spirit beast cubs. Li Quanqiu looked at the young man's cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refining and thought that this clan brother was really cautious.
I will contact my father. If there is any definite news about the bright moon shellfish, I will inform my junior brother as soon as possible. Quanqing thanked senior sister.
This small trading meeting lasted until late at night, and Li Quanqing really gained a lot of experience. However, his life has always been as ordinary as water, he has never left the family very often, and he can cheat in practice, so there is nothing eye-catching.
Early the next morning, the fat black tribesman sent Shirling Loach's cub.
As its name suggests, the loach really looks like a piece of black and shiny stone, with earthy yellow patterns growing on the surface of its hard skin.
Dark crawling, Shirling Loach, that big fireball in the sky is so dazzling.
I really want to return to the dark mud and continue crawling. Maturity, 18%, transformation of stubborn rocks, Shirlingy, Yusheng is so boring. I just want to turn into a big motionless stone and drift with the tide, maturity, 16%. Li Quanqing touched these big loaches and felt relieved. Goldfinger simply doesn't recognize spirit beast cubs with a maturity level of over 50%.
The tribesmen looked at the half-dead Shirling Loach and were a little embarrassed, and explained, this kind of spiritual beast is easy to feed.
It only needs to be buried in the mud at the bottom of the fish pond, and it can grow slowly without feeding at all.
And I hate the sun very much.
As Shirling Loach grows up, it will slowly transform the living environment around it.
This is how the beauty-nourishing mud is configured.
There is no need to feed, which is very convenient. Li Quanqing replaced 12 large loaches in one breath, dived into the bottom of the fish pond and buried them in the mud. These stone loaches seem to have returned to their happy hometown. They got into the mud and rolled around one after another, almost wrapping themselves into mud balls. Then he lay there motionless, not reacting even when the big herring was pushing him under the water. As soon as Li Quanqing settled the spiritual loach, Li Chuanji came, bringing a basket of crab cubs to trade with him.
Iron bones crab, eat iron and swallow gold, the crab tribe will never be slaves.
Maturity, 13%, the orange-sized iron-blue crab was held in Li Chuanqing's hand, with its 2 crab claws raised high, showing off its power.
Snap! Snap! The little crab spit bubbles, rolled its eyes, waved its black claws, and attacked the giant brazenly. How dare you pinch me?
Li Quanqing was immediately amused, and the golden light on the surface of his fingers flickered, and he used the Gangjin finger to poke it directly. Although the iron bones crab was overturned to the ground, it was still indomitable, and its crab claws kept colliding with the golden light, making a crisp sound. This energetic little guy seemed to have no idea what giving up was.
Snap! Snap!
The remaining crab cubs saw their brothers being bullied, and they all pretended to attack, trying to climb out of the fish basket.
Iron bones, iron bones, iron bones.
Li Quanqing taught them a lesson one by one, but he didn't expect that all 23 iron-bone crabs showed the same entry. This kind of spirit beast is simply the other extreme compared to the gentle green jade carp. I heard that crab monsters are all like this, stubborn and hard-headed, and difficult to subdue.
Li Chuanji also looked like he had a headache. Otherwise, he would not easily trade the crabs.
He took out a book. This is the secret of raising iron-bone crabs that I found in the Sutra Pavilion.
I will give it to my junior brother as a gift. Li Quanqing flipped through it.
The iron bone crabs have a very mixed diet, eating plants, meat, soil, and everything. But if you want them to grow healthily and transform into monsters, you need to feed them a lot of iron ore.
This is a big gold eater. Li Quanqing sighed secretly, but for the experienced group of Gung Jinji, this kind of gold monster is indispensable.
Taking out the jade slip containing the experience of refining the green carp sword, the two completed the transaction. According to the character of the iron bone crab, it will definitely cause trouble if it is kept with a school of fish. As long as they dare to wave their claws to provoke, the big black carp will definitely swallow these guys in one bite. With just a few water arrows, the iron bone little crabs can go to see their grandmother peacefully. Li Quanqing manipulated the formation to isolate a corner of the fish pond for them to keep for the time being. The only pity is that there is no news about the bright moonshell. Time flies, the years are quiet, and nearly 4 months have passed in a blink of an eye. Li Quanqing went to the weapon refining hall to study for 4 hours every day, and then fed, fished, practiced, ate, and read. He meditated and rested in the fish pond almost every night. He really used the sky as a blanket and the sea as a bed. He hardly went back to his own cave. The days were more fulfilling than ever before. He did not hide his talent in weapon refining, and he was eager for vast knowledge like a sponge. All the teachers who taught him admired his diligence and talent. The water was rippling, the sea was blue, and Li Quanqing was touching the cool seawater. His fingertips seemed to be touching flawless sapphires. After this period of feeding, all the big black carps have collectively entered the mature period. Harvest an adult big black carp, reward a low-grade water arrow talisman. Harvest an adult big black carp, reward 4 spiritual sands. Harvest an adult big black carp, reward a spiritual energy group. Harvest an adult big black carp, reward a water control experience group. Li Quanqing performed the water control technique, moved the magic power, and caught the big black carps from the fish pond one by one, with very rough movements. There was no need to carefully identify them, as each big fish had a shining white light group on its forehead. He had been busy for a day and a night, harvesting these sweet fruits that were exchanged for hard work. Just like an old farmer welcoming the arrival of autumn, the whole person was enveloped by the satisfaction of a good harvest. One after another, aqua blue talismans appeared out of thin air, forming a thick pile in front of him, with more than 400 pieces. The crystal clear spiritual sand was piled up on a separate lotus platform like a mound, with a glittering glow and colorful colors, which made the people of Yaodi blind. There were more than 2,000 fish caught, which was too many. Just touching the light balls would make his arms sore. If other fishermen saw this scene, it would probably rush in with a knife to chop him with envy. Harvest an adult big black carp, and reward a spiritual energy ball. Harvest an adult big black carp, and reward a spiritual energy ball. Several more spiritual energy balls were born in succession, and the speed was too fast. Li Quanqing didn't even have time to refine them. He manipulated the gaseous mana to rotate according to the records of the exercises, and the pores all over his body opened, spraying spiritual energy towards the outside world. Crunch! When the dantian in his body was faintly making a sound of being overwhelmed, Li Quanqing knew that it was time to attack the invisible barrier. Pop! The mana surged, turning into ripples on the surface of the skin, rising and falling, causing the spiritual energy of the entire fish pond to change. The bottleneck that trapped countless cultivators in the early stage of chi refining had long been overwhelmed by the pressure of waves of spiritual energy. The aqua-blue mana with golden light rushed through like a river, and it was so smooth that it was incredible. It was too smooth, and there was no accident at all. A brand new route for the operation of the practice was opened up. Li Quanqing stepped into a new realm steadily, safely, and smoothly. The 4th level of chi refining. Li Quanqing opened his eyes were as bright as stars, and strands of spiritual light wrapped around his body, like smoke and fog, as if he were a fairy. Awesome! He felt that even if he took precious elixir to break through the level, it might not be so smooth. Fast cultivation and solid foundation. It took 2.5 years for me, Li Quanqing, to reach my current level, all thanks to my own efforts and talent. Harvest an adult big blue carp, reward a spiritual energy ball. Li Quanqing rubbed the fish head and suddenly realized that the spiritual energy ball had less effect on him. When you break through the late stage of chi refining or the perfect stage, the light ball rewarded by the big blue carp may have little effect. Fortunately, in another half a year, this batch of green jade carp will mature, and there should be large spiritual energy balls by then. We still need to raise more high-level monsters to get better light ball rewards.
Li Quanqing began to count his harvest.
487 water arrow talismans, 3,795 spiritual sands, and dozens of experience balls for water control. Now, Li Quanqing can control the surging water within 3 feet of his body with just a thought, just like watching the palm lines. Obviously, he has mastered this basic spell to perfection. Except the breathing fish, there are 24 mature big black carps. If you take them to the Changqing Palace, you can exchange them for 20 spirit stones. With the reward, the total is 58 spirit stones. Li Quanqing was happy, and his storage bag finally bulged again. Crack! Crack! 2 iron-bone crabs waved their big claws and climbed from the water to the lotus platform. They are now much bigger than the mouth of a bull, with a cold and sharp light all over their bodies, and they look indestructible. Iron-bone crab, I'm hungry, give me food. Otherwise, call the brothers to pinch you. Maturity, 71%, Li Quanqing. These iron-headed crabs can be so confident when they ask for food. Clang clang. Li Quanqing took out a piece of heavy iron ore and smashed it on the back shell of the spirit crab. It made a bang and sparks flew. The iron-bone crab didn't care at all, and let him hit it, waving its claws to clamp the iron ore. Crack, crack. The crab claws collided with the ore, like scraping, and pieces of iron slag the size of soybeans were broken out, which were stuffed into the crab's mouth. One after another, the iron-bone crabs climbed up one after another, and stopped only after eating 6 pieces of ore. Li Quanqing was quite distressed. The food expenses of these crabs really cost him a lot of spiritual stones. The ore is running out, and I just need to go to the refining hall to take the embryo forging assessment, and by the way, I can get some money from the family. Spell proficiency, entry, just learned, can be released with stumbling. Mana consumption is large, not suitable for actual combat. Minor success, after at least several years of practice, the casting process is smooth and silky, forming instinct, and can be used in combat. Great achievement, no need to chant or recite incantations, able to cast spells instantly, use them at will, requires decades of persistent practice, can be used as a cultivator's trump card. Divine perfection, use one's own magic power to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, bless the spell, consume little energy, and have great power, requiring extremely strong talent for casting spells, which most people can hardly achieve in their lifetime. Weapon Refining Hall. Li Quanqing walked in the outermost area of the fire hall. The air was still hot, but the clanging sound of iron forging was missing. He entered the forging hall, where 50 or 60 boys and girls stood nervously. They were his classmates. As early as 3 months ago, they had completed the assessment of the Yellow Level Academy, became Xian Level apprentices, and began to forge mortal weapons by themselves. Today was the day of the assessment. If they did not pass, they would need to continue to stay in the fire hall to learn iron forging, and they might be scolded by those mortal weapon refining masters. Li Quanqing glanced and saw more than a dozen old students in the corner. They had been returning a grade for 2 or 3 years. He found his forging platform and stood there. Next to him was Li Quanqiu, who looked a little nervous. While checking his forging tools, Li Quanqing asked with concern, "Senior sister, do you have any accurate information about my bright moon shells?" "You kid, you are asking this in such a serious occasion. Can you do whatever you want if you have talent?" Li Quanqiu gritted her teeth, and even with her good temper, she was a little angry. "What if I fail the exam? Then wait another half a year. I have only been studying in the weapon hall for a short time. It is not normal to fail." Li Quanqing shrugged his shoulders and looked indifferent. The passing standard of the fire hall is to imitate the 2 magical instruments, the green carp sword and the green scale shield, and forge the instrument embryos one by one. The difficulty is directly reduced by a lot. With the brain and understanding of the immortal cultivator, as long as there is a little talent for refining instruments, it can be passed after studying for a few months. After hearing this, Li Quanqiu will no longer believe the words of this junior brother in front of him. The last time the Yellow Level apprentice assessment, this guy also had an indifferent attitude. It is said that he was still feeding fish the night before the exam and did not review at all. Then he easily took the first place in the school. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Li Quanqing was confused as he watched the girl's face change constantly. "My ancestors left me the experience of refining weapons, don't you want it, senior sister?" Looking at that smiling handsome face, Li Quanqiu resisted the urge to beat him up, and uttered a word from between his teeth, "Yes. Then I'll wait for news from senior sister." Li Quanqing nodded with satisfaction, and was still very interested in this kind of bright moonshell that could breed gems. Dawn. The jade chime was struck, and the sound was ethereal and melodious. All the students sat up straight in an instant, and dared not whisper anymore.
The invigilator walked into the hall. It was Li Kuan-lin, who looked like a modest gentleman.
He had led Li Kuan-ching to meet the third elder, and he looked elegant.
"Good day, senior brother."
Li Kuan-lin accepted the teacher's greeting openly, and swept his majestic eyes over everyone. Each person will be given 2 spiritual materials as usual, and the examination time is unlimited. Anyone with bad intentions and the intention to deceive will be expelled from the weapon hall. Li Kuan-ching also stood solemnly at this time, reviewing the refining steps of the 2 magic weapons in his mind. Fortunately, he does have a great talent in refining weapons, plus the previous lightball reward.
"The advantage is mine. Dawn! Dawn! Dawn!"
One by one, the mortal servants got busy and began to carry various spiritual materials for refining weapons for the candidates in an orderly manner. Some iron ores looked only the size of a palm, but they were very heavy and made a heavy sound when they fell on the stone platform. Li Kuan-ching touched them one by one, and his eyes suddenly lit up. First level middle grade Yang Ming gold, like Yin but actually Yang, is formed by Lihua Yang Jin being infected by Shen Yin evil spirit, which has a miraculous effect on the growth of iron bone crabs. Li Kuan-ching has already figured out the function of the golden finger to identify objects. Only materials that are beneficial to the spiritual beasts he raises will show entry prompts. Yang Ming gold, good stuff, but it is not used at all to refine the green carp sword and green scale shield. It seems to be used to deceive people. Li Kuan-ching smiled in his heart. It seems to be a test of forging ability, but in fact it also includes the basic knowledge of spiritual material identification that he has learned before. He was familiar with it and chose the sea heart copper for forging the green carp sword, and then pulled out a fish bone with green veins from the spiritual material. According to the orthodox refining technique, the sea heart copper mother and the spine of the green jade carp should be used with the help of spiritual fire to create a sword embryo, and then the fish scales should be forged and fused. Nowadays, not only is the copper ore inferior, but even the fish bones used are only the spine of a large green carp. It is not of the same grade at all. Just make do with it. Li Kuan-ching held his breath and concentrated, heated the copper block and the fish bone one after another, and then swung the hammer and smashed it hard. Clang! 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 For a while, the whole hall was resounding with the harsh sound of iron forging. Li Kuan-lin and the other 2 invigilators wandered around the hall from time to time. Occasionally their eyes met, and they all nodded silently. With a snort, the red sword embryo was inserted into the water for tempering, and white mist rolled up, as if the sea of clouds was steaming. Li Kuan-ching shook his wrist and pulled out a cold and sharp sword from it, which was made of qinglin. The sword blade was covered with fine serrations, and it rang without wind, and its sharpness was exposed. When it was swung, it was like a green dragon tumbling up and down in the water vapor. The vision was extraordinary. Although there were no spiritual patterns engraved, it was not even an inferior magic weapon, but it was definitely a peerless sword that could cut iron like mud in the secular world. Li Kuan-ching was also quite satisfied with his work. After swallowing 2 bigu pills, he took a short rest and began to forge the qinglin shield. The shield was much larger than the sword in terms of volume, so the refining process was naturally more difficult. There are many mineral materials, and the craftsmanship requires fine craftsmanship. The fish scales must be inlaid on the surface of the shield piece by piece at a special angle. In addition to its amazing defensive power, it can also be used as a saw blade when rotated, which can be used for both attack and defense. Li Kuan-ching spent 2 days and 1 night to finally succeed in forging. A sword and a shield were lined up side by side, with green light flashing and complementing each other, giving him an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Especially when he looked around and found that he was the first to pass the test. This sense of accomplishment reached its peak instantly. "You did a good job, kid." Li Kuan-lin happened to turn here, picked up 2 weapons and admired them for a while, and encouraged in a low voice, "The test has passed, junior brother, keep up the good work." Li Kuan-ching was overjoyed and relieved. Of course, what made him happiest was that the unused mineral materials belonged to him personally. This was free. Li Kuan-ching had nothing to do, and he couldn't leave, so he had to look around. Li Kuan-chu next to him couldn't help but glared at him fiercely. Those beautiful autumn water eyes seemed to say, "Don't bother me." Li Kuan-ching grinned at his senior sister, shifted his gaze, and soon found his target. Cousin Li Kuan-ju, this middle school boy has a medium-grade fire spirit root, which is suitable for refining weapons. He is indeed proud of it. At this time, he has completed the forging of the Qingli sword and is carefully forging the Qinglin shield. Immortal cultivators have sharp spiritual perceptions, and Li Kuanju soon noticed that someone was peeping at him.
He took the time to look up and glanced quickly.
After seeing who it was, his eyes were full of disgust. Li Kuanqing smiled. His smile was pure and innocent, and his shiny white teeth conveyed full of kindness. Li Kuanju wanted to ignore it, but the feeling of being on the back was really a torture, so he couldn't help but stare back.
1 eye, 2 eyes, 3 eyes. Bang!
The Qinglin shield embryo was heated unevenly, and was suddenly hit by external force, exploding and breaking into pieces. This unlucky child, his skills are still not up to standard.
Is it difficult to forge this thing?
Li Kuanqing calmly retracted his gaze. Mainly because he received a warning from Li Chuanlin's eyes, and he must give face to his senior brother. Because he was too bored, Li Kuanqing suddenly had an idea and wanted to try to forge a green jade armor.
Named after the Li family's green jade, this kind of spiritual armor is precious. Each piece is a real top-grade magic weapon. After wearing it, it is enough to be invincible in qi refining. In fact, Li Kuanqing vaguely speculated from those refining books that magic weapons are not the limit of green jade armor. If the materials are precious and the weapon master has superb skills, he can even create a green jade armor at the level of spiritual weapons. Spiritual weapons breed a trace of spirituality. This is exclusive to the great monks of foundation building. It is far superior to the top-grade magic weapons and has amazing power.
Therefore, the structure of the green jade armor is extremely complicated. Even if only these low-level materials are used to create a replica of the level of mortal weapons.
The difficulty is also terrifying. Li Kuanqing had nothing to do anyway, so he simply swung the hammer and started working. Boom!
In the center of the fire hall, the jade chime rang again, and the bells echoed, marking the official end of this assessment.
The sound waves enter the ears, endless.
Li Kuanqing looked up in confusion, and then realized that all the clan members had completed their works.
Some are happy, some are sad.
He looked at the forging platform in front of him.
An armor lay quietly on it.
It was made up of thousands of cherry-sized cyan scales layered on top of each other, blooming like a lotus. The fire shines brightly, and the jade armor is as beautiful as a work of art.
Unfortunately, this piece of sapphire armor is far from complete.
It has no arms and no lower body. It can only be called an iron armor vest.
The real immortal. Junior brother, you are really free.
Li Kuanqiu next to him was stunned, looking at the young man up and down, as if he was looking at a monster.
It's too difficult. Don't try this easily until you become a weapon refiner.
Li Kuanqing rubbed his temples. At this moment, his mind was withdrawn from the state of concentration. He felt dizzy and had stars in his eyes.
Obviously, spiritual consciousness is consumed quite a lot.
This set of armor looks exquisite and small, but it is actually composed of 3 layers of scales, and its conception is ingenious.
Li Kuanqing was not satisfied.
A truly top-quality magic weapon, sapphire armor, is made of 9 layers of scales. It also has to outline spiritual patterns on the surface of the scales. The difficulty can be said to have increased exponentially. The spell hits the surface of the jade armor, which is equivalent to 9 layers of weakening, and finally it falls on the body without feeling at all.
Invincible defense.
The art of weapon refining is profound. Li Kuanqing sighed softly, and all the pride in his heart quietly disappeared without a trace.
Quiet. Now announce the winners of this assessment. Li Kuanlin started from the first weapon refining platform and inspected the weapons refined by the students one by one.
He picked up a sword and a shield and struck each other with force. How the weight felt and whether the sound was crisp and clear, he could tell in a moment what level of forging it was. Some green carp swords look gorgeous in appearance, but with just a strong swing, the blade will break on its own, which is obviously a waste of time.
Li Chuanlu got AB grade, passed the assessment. Li Kuanping, the forging was not completed and the assessment failed. Li Kuanqing, with top grades, passed the assessment.
This is the best result so far, and everyone can't help but look at it. Then he saw the half-finished set of sapphire armor. For a moment, everyone had mixed emotions and secretly cursed the monster.
Senior brother Li Kuanlin stroked the jade armor with some admiration in his eyes.
The armor is obviously made of copper and iron, but it is as gentle and flawless as jade. This is already the technique of an armorer.
He then looked at Li Chuanchu's weapon next to him.
After some testing, he gave it a grade of B or above. The big stone in the girl's heart suddenly fell to the ground, her frowning eyebrows relaxed, and her whole body felt relieved. There were more than 60 people in the entire hall, and only 1/3 passed the examination. Some of them have already reached the technical level, but unfortunately their character is not up to par, they cannot perform perfectly, and they fail miserably.
For example, take Lee Kuan-ju, a miserable young man.
When it was announced that he had failed the test, the naughty kid turned his face on the spot. His face was gloomy and he was as red as a pig's liver. Fortunately, he still had some sense and did not contradict the invigilator. He just threw the 2 weapons to the ground angrily, stepped on them a few times, and left angrily.
After all, we are young people.
If our character is not up to par, we should practice more.
Li Quanqing touched his chin, definitely not admitting that he was at fault. Your cousin has been having a hard time lately. Li Quanqiu blinked and limited her voice between the two of them.
Oh?
Senior sister, please elaborate. Li Quanqing suddenly became interested. Women are inherently more advantageous than men when it comes to gathering gossip and information.
Your uncle originally wanted to be promoted to family deacon through his connections, but he didn't expect that he would be overtaken by someone when he took office. I heard from the sisters in the tribe that Qingpan Island has been very lively recently. Your uncle is causing trouble in the old cave of the tribe every day.
He wants to get an explanation. Li Quanqing couldn't help but clicked his tongue.
He had been living and eating in the fish pond these days, and he had missed the excitement invisibly.
I wonder who stole this position. Li Quanqing was quite curious. Li Yuhong had good cultivation and made a fortune in the ancient cave.
With his aunt's family connections, he used spiritual stones to pave the way.
This position of deacon should be a sure thing. Senior sister, it's just hearsay.
Junior brother, please don't spread it everywhere.
Li Quanqiu looked upright.
After looking around, she quietly spit out a name, Main Pulse.
Li Kuang-ung.
It turns out to be this young master, no wonder. Li Quanqing was amazed, even though he had always been obsessed with fish farming and was not good at socializing.
The name still rings true. Li Kuang-ung, the only high-grade spiritual root in the Quan generation.
His great-grandfather was the head of the Li clan, Li Zongyao, a foundation-building monk with a distinguished background. It can be called the direct line among the direct line. Known as the leader of the younger generation of the Li family, he is the foundation-building seed. The gap between people is really too big. I heard that Li Kuang-ung is only in his 20s and has already reached the 7th level of qi refining. The girl twirled the hair hanging by her ears and couldn't help but sigh softly. Not only does she have low-grade spiritual roots, she also has water-fire spiritual roots with conflicting attributes. The bottleneck currently trapped in the 3rd level of qi refining has been around for nearly a year and can only be slowly worked away. Li Quanqing was embarrassed to say that he had already reached the 4th level of qi refining. In terms of the speed of cultivation, it is not much slower than Li Kuang-ung back then. While the two were talking, the assessment had ended and the tribesmen walked out of the hall one after another.
Li Quanqing couldn't wait to put the ores into the storage bag.
Just as he was about to return to the fish pond, he was suddenly stopped by his senior brother.
Quanqing, come and help.
Li Quanlin waved at him, carry all these successfully refined weapons to the back hall. Li Quanqiu had just packed up his things and immediately showed an envious look when he saw this.
Okay, senior brother. Li Quanqing ran errands diligently and shuttled through the hall.
The Qingli sword is small in size and can be put into the storage bag in large quantities, but the Qinglin shield is too big and can only be carried manually. During this process, Li Quanqing also found some fallen ores, which he happily collected. In the back hall, weapons were moved to the shelves, flashing with cold light and murderous aura. After all, these mortal weapons contain spiritual energy, and will be taken away by the Dharma Hall to provide those weapon refiners with practice. Although they can only be refined into inferior magic weapons and sold to those downtrodden cultivators, they are still worth a lot of spiritual stones.
Li Quanqing suddenly realized when he heard this. The family is indeed never at a loss. Those weapons that failed to be refined must have been melted and recycled by special people. Li Quanlin picked up Li Chuanqing's work and looked at the boy. You are about to enter the Earth-level academy. Do you know what you will learn?
The origin of the magic ban, the engraving of spiritual patterns, the identification of magic weapons. Li Quanqing counted on his fingers and counted them like the back of his hand. The previous few months of learning and forging are just laying the foundation. At this step, it is the real core of the weapon refining inheritance. As for the guys in the Heaven-level academy, they have learned all the knowledge. All they need to do is to refine a low-grade magic weapon by themselves, and they can become a distinguished weapon refiner recognized by the family. Similarly, the Heaven.Level Academy also has the most repeaters, and there are many old guys who have studied for decades.
Li Quanlin nodded with satisfaction and suddenly said, I am going to forge your 2 weapons into magic weapons. If you can continue to get the first place in the Earth.Level assessment, I promise to let you assist in refining weapons. How about it? Li Quanqing was overjoyed when he heard this.
Li Quanlin is young, but he is already a first.level middle.grade weapon refiner.
He is gifted and is highly regarded by the 3 elders in the weapon hall. Assisting him in refining 2 magic weapons is a dream opportunity for any apprentice in the weapon hall.
Although Li Quanqing has a lot of confidence and can refine a low.grade Qingli sword by himself, but he dare not show it. To become a weapon refiner in half a year, this talent is too evil. He is afraid that the Li family's enemies will record it in the assassination notebook. It's better to be a little bit more. The strength is not enough for the time being, it's good to be an ordinary genius.
Isn't it great to live a stable and happy life raising fish? Thank you, senior brother. Facing his promise, Li Quanqing bowed sincerely.
The other party threw out an olive branch, and also saw his potential and wanted to invest.
Li Quanqing was also happy about it.
The backer behind Li Quanlin is Li Kunli, the head of the weapon hall, and his life is quite comfortable. When he becomes a lower.grade weapon refiner, this backer will be his.
If you want to go further in the family, you can't do it without someone behind you.
Li Quanlin helped his junior brother up, looked at him for a few times, and smiled more intimately. I was not sure just now, but now I realize that my junior brother has already reached the 4th level of qi refining. Li Quanqing was very modest. I broke through by chance, but I can't compare with my senior brother. I'm flattering my senior brother. I'm 12 years older than you, and now I'm only at the 5th level of qi refining.
Li Quanlin is obsessed with weapon refining, so his cultivation speed is not fast.
I remember that my junior brother is not even 17 years old. No wonder he is valued by the hall master. He has the potential to build a foundation. Li Quanlin took out a token from his storage bag. As a disciple of the weapon hall, you should naturally receive special treatment. Take this token and go to the treasury to receive a Qingli sword as a gift for breaking through the middle stage of qi refining.
Ah? Is the treatment in our weapon hall so good? Li Quanqing was a little surprised.
The Qingli sword is not a common item, it is a real mid-grade magic weapon. The price of flying swords has always been high. The price is clearly marked in the Baoqing market, 88 low.grade spirit stones.
Others naturally don't have such treatment, but as a genius, is it the same as those mediocre talents? Li Quanlin blinked and smiled tacitly.
After receiving the token, Li Quanqing couldn't wait to say goodbye and went to the treasure house of the weapon hall. In the northeast corner of the weapon refining hall, a towering iron tower stands, dozens of feet tall, with iron chains wrapped around the tower body and reliefs of thousands of soldiers, echoing the Qingli volcano in the distance. I heard that the weapon hall originally did not have a dedicated treasury, and all the magic weapons refined by the family weapon refiners had to be handed over to the family treasury. Later, Li Kunli took over as the hall master and had a friendly discussion with several family elders. He forcibly moved this weapon storage tower here. There is no way, who lets him have a brother in the foundation building realm. As soon as Li Quanqing stepped into this place, he was immediately hit by a sharp breath, as if he heard the sound of thousands of swords, and his skin hurt. The colorful array patterns flowed, spread throughout the void, covering every space, making it difficult to move. Li Quanqing quickly took out the token, and an inexplicable wave bloomed, and a narrow road suddenly appeared in front of him. He walked forward carefully and successfully came to the bottom of the iron tower. The tower is 49 stories high, magnificent and ancient, with a majestic atmosphere that stretches as far as the eye can see.
Xian.level decree, you can receive a mid-grade magic weapon.
The azure glow surged, transforming into an illusory jade carp, covered with golden scales, with a prominent head and horns, and its fins spread out like wings. The carp swallowed the token in one gulp and led the way in front of it. There were spots of light behind it, looking a little dull.
Weapon spirit? Or formation spirit?
Li Quanqing hurriedly followed behind, very curious. He was more inclined to the latter. After all, the entire Qingyu Island was covered by the clan protection formation, and this was undoubtedly an important formation node. The jade carp phantom tapped its tail, and the formation covering the tower suddenly rumbled open, revealing a glowing portal.
Li Quanqing stepped into the iron tower and was once again amazed by the profound heritage of the Li family.
There were no candles or lights in the tower, but it was not dark. Various precious lights shone together, making people's heartbeats accelerate. There were hundreds of low-grade magic weapons, placed in the center of the lotus stone platforms, and the formations intertwined to form a light shield, which was difficult to reach.
Li Quanqing walked in the tower, and the subtle footsteps echoed, showing the emptiness. The spiritual energy here is really barren. No wonder there are no cultivators sitting and looking after it. It is obviously not conducive to cultivation.
He looked at the cover covering the lotus stone platform. All the spiritual energy was extracted by the formation to nourish these magic weapons. This weapon storage tower can be called the Li family's weapon library, showing the heritage of a 1,000-year-old immortal cultivation family. Li Quanqing followed the green jade carp swimming in the void, and crossed the 12 floors of the tower in succession, and then arrived at the place where the middle-grade magic weapons were placed. The most types are naturally the green carp swords, which are a bit dazzling. After careful discovery before, Li Quanqing noticed. Although the grade is the same, the higher the floor, the better the quality of the magic weapon. He tried to continue climbing the tower, but was stopped at the 15th floor.
The formations intertwined, sealing the entrance to the 16th floor.
The light flashed, revealing an extremely dangerous atmosphere.
Li Quanqing looked at the stunned green jade carp phantom.
The other party ignored him and did not open the formation for him to pass through as before.
Okay, be content. Li Quanqing checked the medium-grade magic tools stored on the 15th floor.
About 1/5 of the lotus stone platform has been vacant.
I wonder if the treasure has been taken away. Take the green carp sword, or choose another style of magic tool. Li Quanqing was entangled.
He saw a set of cold needles, as thin as hair, with a cold breath, definitely a yin-yang weapon, and it is hard to defend against. The heavy water halberd is not bad, powerful, and mighty. There are also fish skin drums surrounded by lightning, water-repelling armor made of dark blue tortoise shells, and flying escape devices made of smoke and clouds. He drooled at the sight of them all. But in the end, Li Quanqing wiped the corners of his mouth and prepared to choose a green carp sword.
Isn't this treasure selection a test for him by his senior brother?
Having a green carp sword as a reference, accompanying it day and night, is undoubtedly of great benefit to the weapon-refining apprentice. Li Quanqing chose a green carp sword with golden patterns. This was made of fish scales of a golden pattern species, which was a bit of a waste of materials, but it was very pleasing to the eye. Most importantly, Li Quanqing noticed that there was still some anger left on this flying sword. Obviously, this was a new magic weapon refined in the last few decades, and it had not seen blood yet, so it was probably not a second-hand product. Li Quanqing called out to the array spirit, and this guy finally responded. The green jade carp swam slowly to the front of the lotus platform, then crashed into it, and perished together with the light shield intertwined with the array pattern, turning into light spots all over the sky and dissipating.
Why do I feel so tragic? Li Quanqing looked strange.
The spiritual energy dispersed, and a green flying sword emerged, more than 2 feet long, surrounded by golden clouds, as if it was carved from jade. Li Quanqing tried to lift the Qingli sword, and his wrist suddenly sank. It weighed about 70 to 80 kilograms, which was quite amazing.
Flying sword, rise.
Li Quanqing moved his mana to infuse the sword body, successfully imprinted it with the breath, and stretched out his hand to wipe it. The Qingli sword suddenly flew up and flew around him up and down, flying more and more steadily, as fast as a meteor.
Li Quanqing was quite satisfied with this.
Even if he didn't know any sword techniques, just with this weight and hardness, it could have the power of a howitzer. Low-level flying swords are like this. Under the premise of ensuring speed, heavy is good, and hard is strong. No matter what kind of spells, talismans, shields and spiritual armor you have, I will directly hit you with a sword from the sky, and I can kill you. As for the so-called free and easy sword flying, the sword energy is like a rainbow, the sword light turns into silk, and the enemy's head is taken from thousands of miles away.
That is not what a chi-refining cultivator should consider. You can't even achieve the unity of man and sword, and you still want to fly with a sword? Just drive a flying magic weapon honestly.
Evergreen Palace, Spirit Fish Side Hall.
Young man, after half a year, you're here to sell fish again?
The elder who looked familiar stroked his gray beard and smiled until his eyes narrowed. Is that the Qingli sword on your back?
Not bad, not bad. It has a bit of the style of a sword cultivator like me back then.
Li Quanqing touched the sword behind him and raised his eyebrows proudly. Your eyesight is really good. I just bought a magic weapon and I sleep with it, ready to cultivate an invincible sword heart.
Hey! Where did this nephew make a fortune?
The sword energy is vigorous and unstoppable. I seem to see the rise of a peerless sword cultivator.
Did my dear granddaughter see that? Grandpa didn't lie to you.
Being a fisherman can also save enough spirit stones to buy a flying sword. For a while, the air with the smell of fish was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Magic weapons have a period of running.in, and they need to be close to the body to be sacrificed with magic power before they can be manipulated like an arm. It is definitely not that Lee deliberately showed off. After selling the big black carp, another 20.24 spiritual stones were credited to his account. In Li Chuanqing's eyes, those white and plump spiritual sand and spiritual stones can be said to be the cutest things in the world. In Yulongtan Market, Li Quanqing walked into the shop he often went to and bought tens of thousands of pounds of bait, which was delivered by a special person. Walking along the emerald pond, seeing that there was no one around, Li Quanqing dived into the water. The water in the pond was green and icy cold. Even if he had magic power to protect his whole body, he couldn't stay there for long. Li Quanqing took out a shovel and skillfully dived into the bottom of the water to dig. The silt was green and black, as sticky as black oil, and mixed with fine ice chips. Green spirit mud, a treasure fermented for hundreds of years, stained with the breath of a high-level monster. Long-term contact is beneficial to the growth of stone loach and green jade carp. This is the secret that Li Quanqing saw in a book, Secrets of Fish Farming, in the Sutra Pavilion. After verification by the Golden Finger, it is indeed quite beneficial to spiritual fish. High-level demon beast, is there really a guardian beast in the depths of Yulong Lake? Li Quanqing dug 7 or 8 bags of spiritual mud before he surfaced for air. All the Li family members had heard the story of the guardian beast when they were young. He looked into the depths of the lake, the mist was vast and boundless, and he wondered if there was really a huge beast silently guarding Qingyu Island. Fish cubs, it's time to eat. Li Quanqing floated on the water, his feet on the lotus platform, his back carrying a long sword, his sleeves fluttering in a green robe. He looked ethereal and fairy-like, free and happy. In fact, he was just a canteen spoon-turning boy in charge of fish bait. Nothing special. He threw out handfuls of bait, smelling sour and pungent, but it was an extreme temptation to the fish. Splash! In a corner of the pond separated by the formation, a large number of big black carp fry floated to the surface. They were all just hatched and cuddled around their parents. Moo! The jade carp smelled the fragrance and poked their heads out one after another, opening their mouths wide as if swallowing saliva. After half a year of cultivation, there were only 20 young jade carps left, and it was time for them to grow. Each of them was very hungry, with a big appetite, and they were round and plump, with clear stupidity in their eyes. Come here, let me touch them and see how they are growing. Li Quanqing performed the water control technique, which was superb, and easily caught the spirit fish. Thinking about the life of fish, jade carp, eat or sleep, this is a question. Maturity, 66%, Li Quanqing, I think you look more like a question. Water-type fish flower, green jade carp, you Lu actually snatched food from me in the morning, but you was the most considerate and gave me all the food. But last night, big brother you was so great. Maturity, 71%, Li Quanqing, it's broken. I'm not clean anymore. Sashimi, green jade carp, I took a nap, and sister Yu Hua actually wanted to touch me. Damn, how can a female fish be more important than eating? Maturity, 67%, pure bloodline, just like your father. No hope, let's restart. Li Quanqing touched them around and couldn't help but sigh to the sky. This group of green jade carp really made him worry. Luckily, after raising them for so long, he finally found a reliable one. I want to turn into a dragon, green jade carp, turn into a dragon. Turn into a dragon. Turn into a dragon. Maturity, 69%, Li Quanqing couldn't help but smile. This green jade carp is the most promising guy in the fish pond. Since the first day of birth, the only thought is to turn into a dragon, a natural king of curling. The carp's head is high, and its eyes seem to be burning with flames. The fish body is slender and strong, and golden spots have faintly grown on its scales. Very good. Very energetic. Li Quanqing rubbed the fish head with satisfaction, took out the spirit earthworm bait pills to feed the jade carp, and then looked at the remaining fish. This is how they treat each other openly. Hey, come and eat. The big spirit bait fell from the sky, and the spirit fish naturally didn't understand human words, so they ate with relish. Snap! Snap! Under the water, the iron-bone crab quietly showed its eyes, and the crab claws scratched and scratched, stirring the water waves, making the spirit bait float in its direction. Pa! The jade carp that turned into a dragon had excellent eyesight, and was the first to notice the small movement, and opened its mouth to spit out water arrows. Splash! As if poking a hornet's nest, all the jade carps instantly rioted, and water arrows were fired at the same time, hitting the water surface with a snapping sound like rain hitting banana leaves. In an instant, the hungry iron bone crab was hit by the waves and was dizzy, with stars in his eyes. Snap! Snap! It struggled in the waves, waving its big claws to clamp and clamp, making a very unique sound, calling its friends. One after another, the iron bone crabs swam up, stepping on the waves, baring their teeth and claws, rampant and domineering, and began to snatch food. The spirit fish and crabs gathered in a group, confronting each other across the lotus platform, like two armies facing each other, shouting non-stop. Although Li Quanqing didn't understand, he felt that they must be cursing very dirty. Since losing the formation barrier, the green jade carp and the iron bone crabs have to fight every now and then. This is the nature of the monsters, dividing the territory, excluding foreign races, and gathering together for warmth. Li Quanqing did not stop it, but instead fanned the flames behind the scenes. These little guys are at the age of youth and vigor, just right to vent their anger, which is beneficial to physical and mental health, so as to avoid killing each other among the same race. Moreover, appropriate competition can also stimulate their sense of crisis, make them more motivated to practice, and enter the mature stage sooner. Li Quanqing can harvest the light group rewards more easily. When the fish and crabs were tired, he slowly took out enough bait to feed them. Iron Bones crab, damn it, I didn't play well in the quarrel just now. Let's review it tonight. Maturity, 86%, Li Quanqing used iron ore to tease the big crabs, and found out their development situation. In 4 or 5 months, this batch of iron bone crabs will be mature and enter the early stage of chi refining. It can be seen that the potential of this monster is not as high as that of the green jade carp. It is estimated that it is difficult to break through the 3rd level of chi refining. The monster race is judged by bloodline. The more ancient and noble the bloodline, the longer it takes to develop. Like the male green jade carp before, the bloodline is back to the ancestors. The golden pattern is a different species, and it has the potential to break through the late stage of chi refining or even the great perfection. The development speed is much slower than that of the female green jade carp. However, compared with the iron bone crab, the potential of the stone loach is even worse. Li Quanqing took out the excavated green spirit mud, surrounded the body with the green carp sword, and carefully dived to the bottom of the fish pond. Dim light fell from overhead, and mounds of earth rose up at the bottom of the pond, almost blending into the seabed. No one could have imagined that the stone loaches lived in those mounds, wrapped their bodies in mud shells, and went without food or water for several months. Like insect eggs trapped in a silk cocoon, they silently accumulated strength and waited for the day when they would break out of the cocoon and become butterflies. In Li Quanqing's unique vision, strands of white light bloomed from the mounds, which was a symbol of the light ball slowly taking shape. He evenly covered it with Qingling mud and waited until nightfall. The special substances contained in the mud were finally slowly absorbed by the spirit loaches, and the white light became stronger and stronger. Finally, completely formed. Strands of white light bloomed, suddenly shining brightly, but finally dissipated and returned to normal. Li Quanqing knew that this was a symbol of the complete formation of the light ball. In a short period of time, 4 stone spirit loaches entered the realm of chi refining. Some demonic energy leaked out through the mud, revealing a unique wild breath. Li Quanqing looked at the motionless earth mound and hesitated slightly. When the light ball appeared, it would stick to the skin on the forehead of the monster. He was wondering whether to use external force to break the mud layer so that he could touch the light ball. Fortunately, the next second, the stone spirit loaches struggled to get out by themselves. Crack! Cracks bloomed one after another, penetrating the earth mound from the inside out. Finally, it exploded with a bang, the mud surged, the mud blocks broke into pieces, and a big loach drilled out from it. After the stone spirit loach became a demon beast, its black body became bigger, and it was agile and powerful, looking like a delicious tonic for the bones and muscles. On the surface of its skin, the earthy yellow pattern condensed into a circle, like a stone ring on the tail, with a hard and rough texture. A piece of mud shell fragment floated in front of him, and Li Quanqing reached out and touched it. Over time, the mud wrapped around the body of the spirit loach was soaked with spiritual energy and was harder than stone. After being mixed with some alchemy techniques, it became the famous beauty-enhancing spiritual mud. Bang! 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 The other 3 stone spirit loaches were born soon after, and they gathered together and gurgled and spit bubbles, as if they were communicating their feelings. Li Quanqing looked at the glittering white ball, and took out a bag of green spirit mud expectantly, tempting the big loaches to get closer. The stone spirit loaches really couldn't resist the temptation of the spiritual mud, and couldn't wait to swim over and drill into the black mud.
Harvest a stone loach in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a gourd of beauty. Enhancing spiritual mud. Harvest a stone loach in the early stage of chi refining, and reward 10 low. Grade talisman falling stone talismans. Harvest a stone loach in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a gourd of beauty. Enhancing spiritual mud. Harvest a stone loach in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a medium. Grade magical stone spirit seal. One after another, the light balls exploded like fireworks, turning into a dazzling array of rewards. Because he was at the bottom of the water, Li Quanqing only took a quick look and put it into the storage bag. Sleepy, stone loach, I had a very long dream, now I continue to have another beautiful dream. Cultivation, chi refining level 1, 1%, the big loaches were covered with mud and drilled to the bottom of the fish pond again, either crawling in the dark or sleeping soundly. They were really easy to feed. Li Quanqing saw that the other spiritual loaches showed no signs of maturity, so he took away the broken mud shells and swam upwards. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky, like a layer of silver yarn covering the water surface. The tides rose and fell, and the sound of waves continued. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, counting his harvest with the help of the cold moonlight. 2 portions of beauty-enhancing spiritual mud had been prepared and were placed in an ordinary big-bellied yellow gourd. He poured out a ball of spiritual mud the size of a fingertip, which was actually white, with a very delicate texture, transparent and flawless under the moonlight, and had a faint fragrance. It smelled very high-end. Not a bad treasure, I will give one to my aunt tomorrow, and use the rest of the gourd for myself. Li Quanqing collected it happily. 10 pieces of the falling rock talisman can summon a large rock to fall from the sky, with considerable power. Even if a cultivator in the middle stage of chi refining does not have a body training, he will be hit on the head and bleed if caught off guard. This is also a good thing. Put it in a storage bag separately from the water arrow talisman, so that you can use the spiritual talisman to hit people when you have the opportunity. Finally, the highlight is the middle. Grade magic weapon. The stone spirit seal. A small seal the size of a walnut, like a yellow jade carving, with dragon loach patterns engraved on the 4 corners of the seal, entwined around the 2 ancient characters Shirling. Li Quanqing injected a stream of magic power into it, and a message instantly came out of the magic weapon. Shirling Seal, a medium-grade magic weapon, carved from yellow koan jade. It can control the transformation of mud and stone on the earth, and has 2 magic spells, turning mud into stone and turning stone into mud. Li Quanqing's eyes were full of surprise. Just based on these 2 magics, it can be called a fine product among the medium-grade magic weapons. He played with the warm little seal. Under the moonlight, the mountain pattern could be vaguely seen inside the translucent seal, which was quite strange. Go and try the power of this magic weapon. Li Quanqing dived into the water, and only mud and stones could be found at the bottom of the fish pond. Buzz! The magic power was entangled, and the Shirling seal spun around, hanging above his head and falling a yellow haze. Li Quanqing's mind moved slightly, and all the soil and land covered by the yellow mist felt under his control. Stone thorns. Whoosh! 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 The soil was seen surging, and 7 or 8 bamboo shoot-shaped thorns quickly rose. Under the shining yellow mist, these soft soils turned into sharp stalagmites, rising from the ground, interlaced, stirring bubbles up. Li Quanqing couldn't help but nod, very satisfied with the effect. Fossils into mud. Another yellow light fell, and the stalagmites rustled, turning into sand that was even finer than before and fell down. Good treasure. Very suitable for transforming the terrain and reshaping the fish pond. Li Quanqing simply couldn't let it go. It was obviously an offensive magic weapon, but he was thinking about how to use it better and raise fish. Li Quanqing swam around the bottom of the fish pond, and all the ugly stones that he didn't like were turned into mud and yellow sand. The seabed instantly became much flatter. Finally, there were dozens of huge sea rocks left, which he glued together to form an undulating stone reef that protruded out of the water. The reef is hollow inside, creating dense caves, which are used as the nest of the iron-bone crab and enrich the ecological environment of the fish pond. Li Quanqing manipulated the stone spirit seal, and felt a sense of joy like raising fish in the previous life and creating the terrain. He had a lot of fun. In the next half a month, 12 stone spirit loaches matured one after another, and they were all falling stone symbols. When the last few big loaches were harvested, new rewards finally appeared. Harvest a stone spirit loach in the early stage of chi refining, and reward 3 stone skin pills. Stone skin pill, body refining pill, dissolved with spring water, applied on the surface of the body, can temper the skin as hard as stone. Li Quanqing pinched 3 stone black pills, and didn't expect there was such a good thing.
You don't need to suffer, and you can strengthen your body by tempering your muscles and bones. It's very suitable for a lazy guy like me. He couldn't wait to get the wooden barrel of spring water, throw the stone skin pill in, and dissolve it with magic power. The pills, which were the size of longan, turned into black jade like viscous spiritual mud in the water, and there were so many that they overflowed from the wooden barrel.
They can be used for a long time. Try it and see how it works.
Since there were not many people in the fish pond, Li Quanqing took off his clothes and covered his whole body with thick black mud. The scent of medicine mixed with the fishy smell penetrated into his nose. At first, the skin felt very cool, like a cool autumn breeze. After a cup of tea, this cool feeling disappeared, replaced by a scalding burning sensation. The overbearing medicinal power began to penetrate the skin, as if it had been tempered by thousands of hammers, and it was burning, but fortunately it was still bearable. After 2 hours, the black jade spiritual mud faded and turned gray and white like plaster, without a trace of spiritual energy. Crack! Li Quanqing shattered the mud shell, as if he had drilled out of a stone statue, and the dust fell. He rubbed his body and rubbed off a layer of dead skin. The new skin was tough and strong, with a warm feeling like jade. It feels good. Li Quanqing swam in the fish pond to wash away the dirt, and then he followed the waves and absorbed the spiritual energy to enter the state of cultivation. 2 months later. The moon was hanging high in the sky, a galaxy was hanging down, and billions of stars were shining against each other, brilliant and vast.
Today seems to be my 17th birthday?
Li Quanqing sat on the reef of the fish pond.
After a busy day, he suddenly remembered his birthday.
But except for him, I'm afraid no one else remembered it. The moonlight poured down like silver, the sea surface was sparkling, the tide was rising and falling, and the lonely back of the boy was reflected. Click! Click! Inside the reef, an iron-boned crab poked its head out, waving its claws towards him, its eyes rolling.
Xiaoxie crab, are you hungry?
Li Quanqing reached out to tease it, and the crab claws clamped on his finger, but there was not even a white mark left. After being strengthened by the stone skin pill, in terms of skin hardness alone, he is no less than a physical cultivator in the early stage of qi refining.
Day.
More and more iron-bone crabs crawled out, their pointed feet hitting the surface of the reef with a rhythmic crisp sound. Li Quanqing took out or to feed them, cold iron, red copper, silver essence, gold crystal, and various types. During this period, he studied in the weapon refining hall and made a lot of money, so that these big crabs could change their tastes and eat snacks. Splash! The waves were rippling, and the green jade carps floated to the surface of the sea. The reef was surrounded by a large number of fish. They didn't want to eat a midnight snack, but collectively swallowed and exhaled the moonlight to practice. Led by the dragon-transforming green jade carp, thousands of big blue fish looked at the moon and worshipped at the same time, and their scales covered the fish pond, which was a spectacular scene. They opened their mouths wide and kept swallowing and exhaling, taking in the moonlight of the moon, refining it into demonic energy to strengthen themselves. Buzz! I don't know if it was an illusion, but Li Quanqing felt that the bright moon above his head was indeed a little brighter. Silver light fell, like gauze and mist, revealing a holy haze, covering the sea. An inexplicable breath flowed, peaceful and serene, soothing the distractions and ripples in the hearts of living beings. Snap! Snap! The iron-bone crabs couldn't sit still, and collectively jumped from the reef into the sea. The temptation of these moonlights to monsters was too great. They crawled through the water and waded through the waves, rampant and domineering, stepping on the scales and bodies of the big black fish to drill into the innermost part, bathing in the moonlight and absorbing spiritual energy. Some stubborn big black fish spit at the iron-bone crab angrily, and then were hammered by the crab claws, and they no longer had a temper. The green jade carps looked at them for a few times, and were too lazy to pay attention to this group of iron fools. Li Quanqing also closed his eyes, moved the skills, and the spiritual energy drilled into his body along with his breathing, cool as rain. When the moonlight shined, there were no distractions in his heart, and it was a good time to practice. Walala! Walala! The waves were endless, the tides were rising and falling, and the young man practiced with the monsters. The scene was like a dream, beautiful like an illusory fairyland. When Li Quanqing opened his eyes again, it was already dawn. At the end of the vast sea, the fiery red sun jumped out, dispelling the darkness, and the brilliant golden light illuminated the entire East China Sea. Purple air came from the east, majestic. An iron-bone crab rose and fell in the waves, climbed up the reef along the waves, and white airflow gathered all over its body. After rubbing the Taiyin spiritual energy for a night, it finally entered the early stage of chi refining and became an adult iron bone crab. Finally, a soft colored light ball formed on the crab's forehead.
Is this my birthday present? Li Quanqing couldn't help laughing, and his magic power dried the morning dew condensed on his body, and reached out to grab the spirit crab.
Harvest an iron bone crab in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a copy of Gung Jinji experience. A large amount of experience emerged in his mind, as if he had practiced this spell thousands of times and was very familiar with it.
Whoosh!
Li Quanqing pointed out with his finger, and a golden light emerged, and finally turned into a stream of light as thick as a candle flame, flying and fierce. The golden light was crisscrossed, and suddenly exploded in the air, turning into dozens of golden needles, and finally pierced the reef, leaving fine holes.
This move is really hard to defend against.
If the enemy is careless, he would have died at this time. Finally, I have achieved a small success, and it is worth all the ore I have consumed.
Li Quanqing exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling quite satisfied.
If we say that the entry-level spells are college students who have just graduated, they have only knowledge but no practical experience. The small success level is already an old-fashioned person who has been working in society for several years and can stand on his own. As for the great success level spells, they can be called industry masters, and any problem can be solved at a glance. It can be said that it is the ceiling for ordinary people to struggle for decades. Li Quanqing searched carefully and finally found 2 more iron bone crabs that had entered the mature stage. Harvest an iron bone crab in the early stage of chi refining, and reward 5 middle-grade golden light shield talismans. 5 golden talismans appeared in Li Quanqing's hand, emitting a fine light, which looked very extraordinary. This kind of talisman is an advanced version of the low-grade golden bell talisman, which can be transformed into a thick circle of golden light shield to protect the vital parts of the whole body. Even when facing the attack of a cultivator at the 6th level of chi refining, it can withstand a cup of tea. Harvest an iron bone crab in the early stage of chi refining, and reward the top-grade spell Gengjin sword art.
It's actually a sword art. Li Quanqing was delighted.
The content of the sword art is vast. In addition to the killing art, it also includes many tips for flying the sword.
Clang!
He tried to use these little tricks to control the Qingli sword to fly in the fish pond. The flying sword came and went, as fast as a meteor, and it was indeed more agile and swift than before when flying the sword, and it was at ease.
Clang!
The sword rang loudly, and magic power was infused. Suddenly, golden sword energy about an inch long was cut out from both sides of the blade. The Gengjin sword energy split the water and cut the waves, and its momentum did not decrease. It chopped a large reef protruding from the water into pieces.
Crack! Crack!
More than 20 iron bone crabs saw their houses being demolished, and their eyes rolled in unison, staring at the young man angrily and swinging their claws. Iron bones, iron bone crabs, sue the East China Sea, I will sue the East China Sea. Without 10 pieces of iron ore, this matter will not be over.
Li Quanqing's face suddenly turned black when he saw this. He also sued the East China Sea, and wanted to join the demon clan and become a wild demon? A group of crabs that can't be fed.
He manipulated the formation to confine this group of big crabs, and then took out the stone spirit seal to repair the reef. Yellow rays of light fell, mud and rocks transformed, and the big reef slowly returned to its original shape. Flutter! When everything was over, a paper crane made of yellow paper flew from the sky, constantly hitting the formation, looking very rigid.
Low-grade talisman, sound transmission note. Li Quanqing curiously let the paper crane in, and applied his magic power to it.
The crane's mouth opened and closed, and a gentle voice came out. Junior brother, the whereabouts of the Jiaoyue Bebe seed have been found.
A member of the Xie family is willing to trade with us in Beijingfang City. What do you think?
This voice was repeated 3 times, and then the sound transmission note ignited without wind and turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated.
Jiaoyue Bei? Li Quanqing touched his chin. He was too busy recently. He didn't expect Li Quanqiu to still remember this.
He turned his eyes and looked at the group of green jade carps that were leisurely patrolling the territory under the water. These spiritual fish can worship the moon in practice, and Jiaoyue Bei is also good at receiving moonlight, which complements each other.
But trading in Beijingfang City means leaving the family and going on a long journey. Li Quanqing searched his memory.
In the past 17 years, his original body had only been to Beijingfang once with his parents when he was a child.
The family has a special fleet every day, transporting goods between the Qingyu Islands and Beijingfang. There shouldn't be any problems, right?
Li Quanqing began to count the trump cards he had accumulated. The Gangjin sword technique he had just learned, the Gangjin finger of minor success, and the water control technique of the supernatural level. 2 mid-grade magic weapons. Qingli sword and stone spirit seal. The flying sword can cut people, the spirit seal can be used to hit people, and it can also cast earth wall and stone spikes, which can be used for attack and defense. In addition, there are 815 low-grade water arrow talismans, 60 falling stone talismans, 5 mid-grade golden light shield talismans, and a number of other miscellaneous talismans. Even the late stage of chi refining could not keep him. It's a pity that there is still a magic weapon missing for escape. Li Quanqing thought to himself, and finally had some confidence to go out. Qingdu Island, one of the 7 branch islands of the Li family, is the island with the largest number of mortals. The waters of this island are wide and there are very few reefs. It is a natural deep water ferry. Every morning, a large ship loaded with cargo will set off from here and go directly to Beijingfang City. People come and go, and it is quite lively. On this day, it was just dawn. Li Quanqing had already got up and paddled the fishing boat to the agreed location. The morning sea breeze was wet, cold, salty and fishy, and the thick fog was rolling, like a fog monster with its mouth wide open blowing directly into the port. Before the sun rose, the dock was already very busy. Many mortals were carrying goods up and down, and perhaps they had not slept all night. Li Quanqing looked at these ordinary people who were as busy as ants. They seemed inconspicuous, but it was they who supported the prosperity of the world of cultivation. Junior brother, you came quite early. The blue waves were rippling, and Li Quanqiu came in a white jade boat, wearing a lake blue fairy dress, bright and atmospheric. Senior sister is so generous that she actually has a spiritual boat. Li Quanqing looked at the white jade boat under the girl and was slightly amazed. This spiritual boat is 2 or 3 feet big. I don't know what material it is made of. The dense spiritual pattern prohibitions cover every inch of the hull. The precious light is dazzling. It looks like a magical weapon of the immortals. Compared with this boat, Li Quanqing's broken fishing boat is no different from garbage. It's just a low-grade spiritual boat. It was bought second-hand. Senior sister was heartbroken when she paid for the spiritual stones. Li Quanqiu stroked her black hair blown by the sea breeze and said half-truthfully, with a slender figure and a sweet smile. As a medium to large sized magic weapon, the spiritual boat is also a must-have for sea monks, and the price has always been very high. Just talking about this spiritual boat, the price can be more than 100 spiritual stones. Woo! The low horn sounded, dull and powerful, echoing on the wide sea for a long time. This is the signal that the family cargo ship is about to set sail. The sound of the horn awakened the sleeping red sun, dispelled the thick fog, and revealed the huge monster that was originally hidden in it. It was also a spiritual boat, but it was bigger than a mountain, and the towering hull was like a wall in front of us. The infinite forbidden spiritual light flashed, and the breath revealed was terrible and amazing, which made people feel suffocated as if they were facing a great cultivator of foundation building. A second-level large spiritual boat. This was the first time Li Quanqing saw such a huge monster, and he couldn't help but be shocked. The formation on the hull was humming, and I'm afraid that any attack would be enough to rival the great perfection of chi refining. The mortals shouted and retreated to the dock, walking in groups of 3 or 2, ready to go home and sleep after drinking morning wine. Their mission was completed, but the journey of the cultivators had just begun. Hundreds of chi refining cultivators drove boats and consciously gathered around the large spiritual boat, like a school of fish guarding a giant whale. Among them were members of the Li family and affiliated small families, all ready to take this ride. Junior brother, get on board. Li Quanqiu patted his spiritual boat, which had plenty of space. Li Quanqing was not pretentious, and entrusted the fishing boat to the dock at the pier, and stepped on the white jade boat consciously. His feet were as steady as if he was stepping on land. Woo! The large spiritual boat sounded the horn again, and the Qingyu Li family's fish and dragon flags were raised everywhere on the hull, and it slowly set sail. The white jade spiritual boat was mixed in the fleet, and a circle of spiritual light enveloped the hull, riding the wind and waves, and even the sea breeze blowing in became gentle, making others envious. Junior brother doesn't have a spiritual boat. When you go to Beijingfang alone in the future, you can take this second-level spiritual boat, but the ticket is a little expensive. Li Quanqiu spoke, understanding, not wanting the atmosphere in the boat to be too awkward. Li Quanqing heard this, but smiled and said nothing. With his stable personality, how could he have the interest to run outside every day and stay in the fish pond to have endless opportunities? The mountain-like spiritual boat slowly accelerated, rumbling the sea surface, leaving behind a series of white waves like mountains. Beijingfang is more than 3,800 miles away from the Qingyu Islands, and it can be reached in 4 hours.
Li Chuanchu's magic power alone is not enough to support the high speed travel of the spiritual boat.
She had expected it, took out a few spiritual stones, and prepared to press them into the groove in the middle of the boat.
Let me try.
Li Quanqing performed the water control technique to manipulate the seawater on both sides of the hull. The seawater in front of the spiritual boat automatically separated, and huge waves formed at the stern, like a big hand pushing them forward quickly. It was obviously just a basic spell, but in his hands it exerted a completely opposite and amazing power. What a brilliant way of performing it! He actually practiced the water control technique to such a level.
Li Chuanchu's eyes were full of light. In her opinion, this cousin was simply an omnipotent genius.
The 4th level of Qi refining. The girl felt the aura of the boy's cultivation and sighed in her heart. She spent more than a year on this bottleneck, and only broke through half a month ago.
Is the gap in spiritual roots really insurmountable?
The two took turns to operate the spiritual boat, and when the mana consumed more than 30%, another person would come. Although there was a family fleet guarding, Li Quanqing still habitually took a steady hand. Halfway through the journey, they actually encountered a second large spiritual boat coming from the direction of Beijingfang City, which showed that the Li family was rich in financial resources.
Facts proved that Li Quanqing was indeed a little overwhelmed.
Thousands of miles of sea passed by in a flash, and no accidents happened. All kinds of islands were dotted along the way, some boats left on their own, and new practitioners joined in. There were no blind robbers or monsters greedy for human flesh.
In this thousands of miles of sea, Qingyu Li is the undisputed overlord.
No matter what kind of monsters you are, if the mountain spirit boat collides, they will all be turned into ashes. Finally, a huge island with lush vegetation appeared at the end of the line of sight, and this touch of green could be seen from a long distance away.
Beijingfang City has arrived.
There were still more than 100 miles away from Fangshi. Li Chuanchu's magic power caused the spirit boat to turn a corner and deviate from the channel.
Li Quanqing had already expected it.
That Xie family member is not in Fang City, but lives on a nearby spiritual island.
There are many islands around Beijingfang.
It is the favorite cave of many monks and provides long-term rental services. This is also Li Chuanqing's biggest dream, to buy a spiritual island of his own and live freely.
This sister of mine is a true direct descendant of the Xie family, and her status is not low. Junior brother, please don't lose etiquette later.
Li Quanqiu tidied up her appearance and reminded again.
Don't worry, senior sister, I know what's going on. Li Quanqing raised his eyes and looked out. A flash of bright red jumped into the blue ocean. It was an island covered with maple trees. It was square and shaped like a boat.
It was called Red Maple Island. It's late autumn now, when the maple leaves are at their reddest, burning like a flame, and it's dizzying to see when you get close.
A distinguished guest is here. My master is already waiting for you.
Li Quanqiu entered the island protection formation with her token, and 2 young girls came up to her immediately. They were carved in pink and jade and looked cute.
What a great place! Li Quanqing walked on the path paved with jade.
He was full of spiritual energy and the scenery was intoxicating. There was definitely a high-grade spiritual vein hidden inside. The sound of rumbling water reached my ears, and after turning a corner, my eyes suddenly opened up. The waterfall like a jade belt falls down and rolls into the pool. The pavilions on the shore are close to the water, which is quiet and pleasant. The girl wearing a bright red robe sat in the pavilion, looking at them, and she was so beautiful when she smiled. 2 Taoist friends have come from afar. Please drink this cup to wash away the dust from your body. The girl is sitting in the ancient pavilion, with exquisite facial features, picturesque red clothes, and the large sleeves of the robe cannot hide her graceful figure. We haven't seen her for a long time, but Sister Hongyu's appearance has become more and more earthly, as ethereal as a fairy. Li Quanqiu looks graceful and generous, but she didn't expect to be praised so well.
Li Quanqing also called Sister Hongyu. He was too young and was just a young man.
Xie Hongyu stood up to greet them, invited them into the pavilion, and said a few polite words.
2 fellow Taoists are invited.
She raised the teacup in front of her.
The water was fiery red and translucent, and the color was very light. It didn't look like anything special. Li Quanqing didn't think much, picked it up and took a big sip.
The liquid entered his throat, and it was like a line of fire entering his stomach. It was so hot that he choked and coughed repeatedly.
This is not tea.
He hadn't touched strong liquor for a long time, and he didn't like to drink much before traveling through time.
His face turned red for a while. Sister Quan Shu, didn't you tell me? I never drink tea, only alcohol.
Xia Hongyu looked apologetic in her eyes. Those old timers in the clan always say that tea can lead to enlightenment, but I can only taste bitterness. I prefer spicy wine and have been drinking it since I was a child. Li Quanchu also didn't expect that the young man was a teetotaler. I was so busy just now that I forgot to mention this matter to my junior brother. The girl in the red dress called the maid, "Go get a pot of mountain spring water, dissolve the milk in honey, and bring it over."
It's okay, I just drink this.
When Li Quanqing heard this, he waved his hands quickly.
What about milk and honey?
It sounds like coaxing a child. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip, trying to adapt to the spiciness. His tongue was numb. When Xia Hongyu saw this, she was very attentive and whispered to the maid. Not long after, several plates of pastries were brought up, with a fragrant fragrance, as well as a cup of golden red sugar cubes.
This is a specialty of Red Maple Island.
It's called soft jade maple syrup. It has a sweet and mellow taste with endless aftertaste.
Brother Qing, you can try it.
Li Quanqing tried a piece, and it tasted really good. A hint of sweetness bloomed on the tip of the tongue, and the taste was dense and sweet. He melted the maple syrup in the wine, and it tasted surprisingly delicious.
The color is like amber, and it has that sweet and spicy taste that makes your whole body warm after you swallow it. Couldn't help but take another drink.
After some conversation and some spirited wine, Xia Hongyu took them to visit various scenery on the island. The elegant bamboo raft was deliberately dyed red, and the gauze was graceful.
It carried 3 people floating in the pool. Look, you two, those bright moon clams are raised here.
They are all high-quality seeds brought from Pearl Island.
Li Quanqing looked down.
The pool in the center of the lake is not very deep, the water is clear and clean, and you can directly see the bottom of the pool. I saw a lot of strange rocks, like a stalagmite rooted in the water, with a rugged shape. One by one, the shells are lying on the rocks, bright as the moon, and flawless, with colorful rays blooming faintly between the opening and closing of the shells.
The water is so clean, even algae is rare.
Li Quanqing has been raising fish all day long, so he naturally understands the strangeness in it. He picked up a handful of water, which was bitingly cold, as if he were touching flowing ice. It's the work of the bright moon shells. They breathe in and out day and night to purify impurities, and they also attract the lunar moonlight to cleanse the pond water.
This is just an instinct for the soul shells. Li Quanqing nodded. It can be said that the moon shell is a cleaner bred by nature. These shellfish are all good, but you don't know how to trade them?
Li Quanqing looked at the girl and just touched it with his hands.
The moon shell species is only as big as a lychee.
It has just been hatched and is less than 10% mature.
Is it true that what Sister Quan Shu said is that as long as the shellfish are the species, there is no need for the adult shells?
Xia Hongyu's eyes were strange. You must know that it takes nearly a year for these shellfish to break into qi refining and grow to maturity. Then it will take several years for flesh and blood to blend together to give birth to a jewel.
Li Quanqing smiled slightly. I have my own ideas. Sister Hongyu, don't try to persuade me. As you wish.
The girl held up her fragrant cheeks with the back of her hand and pondered for a moment. It's a spiritual stone for you, just exchange it for a shellfish.
The price can be called cheap. The most important thing is that there is no circulation on the market at all. Only Xia's family sells it in the nearby waters.
Li Quanqing took out the spirit stones and bought 30 of them, which was much smoother than expected.
I heard from my sister that little brother Qing is still a genius in weapon refining?
Xia Hongyu tilted her head. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and there was a cat-like cunningness between her eyebrows. When the time comes, my sister will ask you to help refine the precious spirit beads. Don't refuse. Li Quanqing was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. But if you ask for anything, you should try your best.
Everything was done and it was already dusk.
After staying for dinner, the two of them said goodbye and left.
Phew, it's finally over.
Li Quanqing stood on the bow of the boat, with the sea breeze blowing gently and the night falling, and he felt a sense of relief. Staying in the fish pond all day long, in the company of monsters, he felt that he was not suitable for socializing with his peers.
Now, this is your reward, senior sister.
Li Quanqing lost his pretense of maturity, regained his youthful nature, and handed over a jade slip with a smile.
The jade slips contain many detailed experiences of refining weapons. Junior brother, your performance is really good. Just now Hongyu secretly told me that you are very handsome when you look serious.
Li Quanqiu took the jade slip and blinked her eyes. The setting sun sank into her pupils, as if she had been able to hold it in for the entire autumn. "Have you ever considered chasing this little rich woman?"
"Senior sister, what are you talking about? How old am I? The path comes first." Li Quanqing was somewhat speechless.
It was enough to touch fish and play with crabs when he had nothing to do. He had never thought about these things. A wooden stake, he doesn't understand romance. Li Quanqiu said in his heart, really worried about his family's younger brother's future Taoist partner.
The spirit boat broke through the water and headed straight for Beijingfang City.
It was late, and it was too unsafe to go alone.
It was better to wait until tomorrow morning and return with the family fleet.
After sailing for more than 10 miles, a boat came towards them.
On it sat a lone middle-aged cultivator with a faint look. Both sides were very vigilant until they crossed each other, and Li Quanqiu, who was tense, breathed a sigh of relief.
Fifth level of qi refining, Li Quanqing looked back and watched the other party go away. The spirit boat continued to fly away for dozens of miles, and Beijingfang City was already in sight. The lights were bright, and it was bustling all night.
"True immortal bless you, safe journey."
Li Quanqiu completely relaxed. "When we get to the island, senior sister will take you to taste it." Bang! Boom! Before the girl finished her words, a loud noise suddenly exploded underwater, making people's ears buzz, rumbling like thunder. The calm sea surface exploded in an instant, white waves surged, and the spirit boat was directly lifted into the air.
A series of darking thunders shot out from the seawater, crackling and striking at the white jade boat.
"Jia Xiao!" Li Quanqiu reacted very quickly. His body was shaking unsteadily in the boat, and he hurriedly manipulated the formation on the spirit boat for defense. Li Quanqing also held several golden light shield talismans, ready to activate at any time.
Fortunately, the surface of the spirit boat glowed, and the infinite restrictions were activated, successfully erasing these thunders. Crash!
Li Quanqing performed the water control technique, and the surging sea water turned into a big hand, holding up the hull and landing safely on the sea. Fortunately, the boat did not capsize.
Bang! Bang!
The turbid waves rose and fell, and two immortal cultivators emerged from the water, wrapped in black fish skin tights, revealing only two malicious eyes.
"How dare you attack my Qingyu Li clan? The Beijingfang law enforcement team is nearby and will arrive in a moment."
Li Quanqiu stood at the bow and scolded, taking out the magic weapon and talisman, but he felt confident in his heart. Two robbery cultivators at the 4th level of qi refining are enough to deal with.
"Ha, I'll kill you Li family members."
A cold laugh came from the back, and the third robbery cultivator came through the waves on a tortoise-shell magic weapon, without concealing his powerful magic power.
5th level of qi refining.
3 robbery cultivators formed a corner and surrounded the spirit boat, and their auras were faintly connected. Li Quanqing looked at the last robbery cultivator of the 5th level of qi refining, and had a guess in his mind, "Is that person who just passed by you?" The man was wrapped in a black robe, and it was impossible to tell whether he was tall, short, fat, or thin. He ordered coldly, "Kill them."
Boom!
The other two heard the words and raised their hands to shoot walnut-sized thunderballs, which turned into lightning all over the sky.
This is the Yin thunder refined from the Yin Sha turbid air.
It is extremely poisonous and can pollute the magic tools and bones of the cultivators. The electric snakes roamed, the thunder roared, and the forbidden spiritual patterns were constantly erased. The white jade spirit boat was in a precarious situation.
"Junior brother, we will control the spirit boat to break through later.
It is best to catch them by surprise and kill a thief instantly. This place is only 40 or 50 miles away from the market.
With such a big commotion, the family law enforcement team will come soon."
Li Quanqiu calmly looked at the battlefield, looking for opportunities, and responded calmly. But if you look closely, you can see a trace of panic hidden in her eyes.
Li Quanqing was very calm.
Seeing that no new enemies jumped out, he instantly activated the talisman in his hand.
Buzz!
The dazzling golden light bloomed, turning into a thick light shield the size of a house, wrapping up the entire spiritual boat.
Crackling!
All the blacking thunders swarmed in and exploded, but were drowned by the golden light.
What a powerful talisman!
Li Quanqiu's eyes suddenly lit up, and the confidence of breaking through increased greatly.
The two robbery cultivators were also a little dumbfounded, and all looked at their boss.
Those Yin thunders were already the most powerful means of the two. The black-robed monk said nothing, and suddenly made a move, and dozens of streams of light flew out from all parts of his body. Those were long white bone needles polished from bones, with scarlet tips and sweet smells, obviously quenched with poison. This set of white bone netherworld needles is extremely poisonous, corroding iron and gold, enough to drill through a low mountain, and it is unknown how many monks and monsters have been killed. But the long needles pierced the cover, but were blocked by the golden light and could not go in. Especially the front end of the dark red poison needles, when rubbing against the golden light, all made a hissing corrosion sound. The black-clothed robber cultivator's heart sank, and he took out his most powerful magic weapon, blood shark knife, and swung his arm to cut out a blood-colored knife light. Clang! The knife light swallowed and spewed out the sharp edge, breaking through the air, and chopped on the surface of the golden light cover like forging iron, sparks flying. When the magic power dissipated, the golden light surged, and it was still solid. It's a bit painful, retreat. The man's pupils shrank slightly, and his character was quite decisive. He called his companions to get into the sea and run away. They didn't have enough time. When they grinded the golden tortoise shell a little bit, the law enforcement team would arrive. Want to escape? Look at my magic flying sword. Sword! Li Quanqing shouted, cutting the grass and roots, with murderous intent, and grabbed the storage bag with his palm. Oh no, this person is actually an unparalleled sword cultivator. The three of them were so scared that their hair stood on end, and they all used their strongest defenses. How could they dare to relax and run away? No matter how fast a person's escape method is, how can it be faster than the speed of a flying sword? The next second, dense water arrows fell from the sky, and the water waves surged, like rain hitting banana leaves. Li Quanqing used up dozens of water arrow talismans in one breath, which was really amazing. The water arrows were thick and flew from all directions, with great force and heavy power. The three robbery cultivators were hit so hard that they vomited blood, and they were even more angry. What kind of flying sword is this? Sword! Another sky of water arrows fell from the sky, with rolling magic power, stirring up spiritual energy, and there was no way to retreat in heaven and on earth. This group of robbery cultivators cursed loudly, no longer daring to stand there and resist, and forced to break through. If this continues, hundreds of spiritual talismans will fall down, and even the cultivators in the late stage of chi refining will not be able to stop it. Boom! 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 But how can Li Quanqing's mind be so easy to guess? Under the cover of the water arrows, he consumed several more rock-falling talismans, and the rolling rocks fell like meteorites from the sky, tearing the seawater and smashing them on the head. The two cultivators of the fourth level of chi refining screamed, their heads were broken and bleeding, and their brains burst on the spot, and there was no sound. Clang! The last robbery cultivator was experienced, and he drew out the blood shark knife with his backhand, wielding the knife light to split the falling rock in half. What a cunning boy, with a vicious mind, comparable to a wolf fox. He did not dare to delay at all, turned around and ran. His whole body was soaked by the seawater, and his heart was even colder. Sword! At this time, the last loud shout came from behind, and the sound of a clear sword echoed through the sky. This time it should be true, right? Jieshio thought. While escaping, he looked back with the corner of his eye. I saw a strong mana fluctuation blooming, and a yellowish-brown light penetrated the sky, and came in the blink of an eye, going straight to the vital point. It's a magic weapon. The black-robed monk almost had the urge to burst into tears, mobilized the mana in his body, and swung the blood knife to cut it accurately. With a thud, the blood-colored knife light broke the light, revealing the stone spirit seal hidden inside. What a heavy magic weapon! Jieshio's body sank when he was hit by the small seal, but he finally blocked it. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and his heart was filled with joy. Just when he relaxed, the Qingli sword suddenly emerged from the seawater, like a long lurking Qing-scale poisonous python. The sword light swallowed and spit, and it went straight to Huanglong. But in the next second, a tortoise-shell magic weapon flew out from the black-robed monk's arms, rippling the water, turning into a shield and entangled with the Qingli sword. Successfully blocked this fatal blow. Ha, little fox, you are still too naive after all. The black-clothed robbery cultivator couldn't help laughing out loud, and he was so proud that all the depression in his heart was swept away. After so many losses, he finally won once. The magic weapon was blocked, and he really returned in vain. Li Quanqing shrugged helplessly. You are lucky, I will spare your life, go away. The robbery cultivator snorted coldly, but he couldn't suppress his upturned mouth under the mask. He turned his head and looked at the boundless sea, and a hope of life enveloped him again. Great joy, great freedom. The cultivator retreated cautiously, but he didn't expect that a small wave suddenly exploded under his feet. Puff! A ray of golden light drilled out from it, piercing the void, as fast as a meteor. The golden light quickly enlarged in the pupil, and there was no time to dodge. The golden light instantly penetrated the top of the head, and his mind was opened.
Gungjin finger.
Under the effect of inertia, the black dot-robed robbery cultivator's whole head tilted back. The blue sea was boundless, the water and the sky were one color, the pupils were slowly stained with blood, the world was red, and there was no difference between them.
The unwilling eyes finally lost the last bit of color. Finally, they are all dead, and I will never go out again. The outside world of immortal cultivation is too dangerous.
On the spirit boat, Li Quanqing was so tired that he sat down on the ground, and only 40% of his mana was left. He grabbed a spirit stone to recover quickly, but did not lose his vigilance. Next to him, Li Chuanchu's red lips were slightly open, her pretty face was dull, and she was still a little unresponsive. Just as she was about to break through desperately, she witnessed a dazzling operation of her own family brother, and 3 swords solved all the enemies. Now her head is still buzzing.
Sister, what are you thinking about? Relying on his strong physique, Li Quanqing was still full of energy and waved his hands in front of the girl. I'm back to life. Li Quanqiu blinked and admired him sincerely, and exclaimed, Junior brother, your swordsmanship is so strong. You will definitely be the peerless swordsman of our Li family in the future. Really? I think so too. One sword is free and unstoppable, invincible in the East China Sea. Li Quanqing touched his head, smiling, and his eyes narrowed with joy. Let's go, take senior sister to touch the corpse, and follow me to enjoy the good life in the future. The sea water was cold and rustling, and 3 bodies rose and fell in the water, with large areas of blood staining. The white jade boat was wrapped in a golden light shield and approached carefully. Li Quanqing was cautious and did not disperse the defensive talisman in his hand. He manipulated the Qingli sword and cut off the heads and limbs of the 3 robbers one after another, piercing their hearts, and they were deader than dead. These guys are quite rich. The flying swords were flying all over the place, picking up their storage bags, and several magic weapons were also salvaged. The middle-grade magic weapon Black Turtle Shield, Blood Shark Knife, the low-grade magic weapon White Bone Netherworld Needle, and even a low-grade spiritual boat. More than 120 spiritual stones, a number of elixir spiritual materials, and 5 storage bags. Li Quanqiu frowned and said, something is wrong. How can a casual cultivator be so rich? This is the case for a cultivator in the late stage of qi refining. Li Quanqing pinched his chin. Senior sister, do you mean that there is an organization behind them?
These guys seem to be coming for the Li family, and it was indeed possible. Li Quanqiu was not afraid of getting dirty. He picked up the clothes of several corpses and suddenly made a new discovery. This group of robbery cultivators had more or less signs of monsters, with cheeks on their chests and scales on their skin.
No wonder they lurk underwater, silently, they are human monsters.
The two suddenly realized. Thousands of years ago, a large number of land cultivators responded to the call of the immortal world and came to the East China Sea to open up wasteland and fight a life-and-death battle with the monsters. Among them, there were naturally traders of the human race, who either combined with monsters or were transformed by monster blood, giving birth to many strange human monsters. They have great malice towards the human race. The human monsters sneaked into my Li family's waters and stirred up trouble.
Is there going to be a beast tide?
Li Quanqiu frowned, and a worry rose in his heart.
The Qingyu Islands are quite close to the border of the human race.
Tens of thousands of miles to the east is the territory of the monsters. For the world of immortal cultivation, 1,000 years is too short. The human race has not even occupied 1/10 of the East China Sea. Li Quanqing didn't know much about these things, but he looked indifferent and happily divided the spoils. Li Quanqiu knew that he didn't contribute much, and he couldn't refuse, so he just took 10 spirit stones symbolically.
Are you two from the Qingyu Li family? It was not until then that the patrol law enforcement team of Beijingfang City arrived late.
Li Quanqing and the others showed their identity tokens of the refining hall and were immediately warmly welcomed.
Another robbery attack?
The captain of the law enforcement team was a mighty man holding a long spear, with a 6th level cultivation level of qi refining. He frowned and said to himself when he heard this.
Li Quanqiu was careful and heard the hidden meaning. Are there other tribesmen attacked?
The man nodded. In the past month, there have been frequent robberies around the market.
A total of 5 tribesmen have been killed.
They all went to remote sea areas to explore or hunt monsters. He looked through the 3 bodies and suddenly realized, this is the first time we have discovered the true face of the murderer. It turned out that it was a monster.
Li Quanqing couldn't help patting his chest when he heard it.
It was too dangerous outside. It's better to go back to the fish pond as soon as possible. You two have made great contributions to the family.
When we report to the second elder, there will be rewards.
The law enforcement captain smiled. The person in charge of Baoqing Market is the second elder of the family.
The next morning, Li Quanqing opened the window and looked out.
The sun had just risen, and the streets of the market were already bustling.
Baokingfang covers a large area, stretching for dozens of miles.
The island is lush with vegetation and shops are lined up. I heard that there are about 6,000 chi refining monks stationed here, and there are even more mortals. Outside the island protection formation, cultivators of all kinds gathered from all directions. Some drove spirit boats, rode the wind and waves, or rode various spirit pets, swaggering, and there were even cultivators who descended from the sky with the help of magic tools, with unfathomable aura.
The crowds were bustling, but they all obeyed the rules.
Under the supervision of the law enforcement team, they lined up and walked into the market.
With the suppression of the two major foundation building families and the protection of the second level formation, no one dared to make trouble. Is this the family's heritage?
Li Quanqing looked at the family decorations on the armor of the law enforcement team, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. Just by wearing the green fish dragon clothes on his body, walking in the market, he is the most handsome kid on the street.
Dong dong.
There was a knock on the door, and the girl's voice came in, "Junior brother, are you up yet?" As soon as the door was opened, Li Quanqiu threw a bag over. "Here, your blood shark knife and those sundries sold for a total of 108 spirit stones. Senior sister is very efficient." The boy took it happily. Li Chuanchu's father runs a store for the family in the market, and he has quite a few connections.
Li Quanqing checked the storage bag. After last night's battle, his spirit stone reserves officially exceeded 300.
It was indeed the gold belt for murder and arson.
Want to take a walk in the market? It's very lively.
The girl played with her hair.
She grew up here and was very familiar with it.
Li Quanqing refused. The shell seeds were still on him and needed to be put back into the fish pond as soon as possible. And the family fleet returning to Qingyu Island only had one trip in the morning, so time was very tight. They walked out of the attic cave belonging to the family, and the law enforcement captain they met last night saw them off all the way.
The second elder learned of their merits and rewarded each of them with 200 family contribution points. As collateral clansmen, they could not see this powerful elder. At the market pier, hundreds of spirit boats were docked, as well as various pleasure boats, shining brightly and quite spectacular. 2 large spiritual boats were anchored in the deep water, as tall as mountains.
One belonged to the Qingyuli family, and the other belonged to the Xie family on Baozhou Island.
Let's go!
Li Quanqing took out the spoils of last night, and now he has his own spiritual boat. This low-grade spiritual boat is sea blue and crystal clear, as if it is integrated with the sea.
The boy liked it quite a lot. Woohoo!
The large spiritual boat emits a familiar horn sound and sets off slowly, followed by thousands of sails and a majestic momentum.
Li Quanqing now had money in his pocket and no longer saved money.
He took out the spiritual stone and pressed it into the groove.
He took his time and enjoyed the spectacular scenery along the way. Smoothly and safely, the two returned to Qingdu Island.
Li Quanqing found the fishing boat docked at the ferry and went straight to his fish pond.
Although I've only been out for less than 2 days, I feel like I'm home.
You guys, did you miss me?
Li Quanqing opened the formation and smiled.
What greeted him was a dense swarm of water arrows that almost filled the entire sky, making a sound of ba-ba.
Click, click.
In a corner of the fish pond, more than 20 iron skeletal crabs were trapped in the formation, waving their large pliers dissatisfied. Before Li Quanqing left, he forgot to cancel their confinement.
Isn't it just that I haven't been fed for 2 days and I'm just hungry? Do you need to welcome me so eagerly?
The young man wiped the water stains on his face, and after feeding the fish, he took out the shellfish and looked at them one by one. Full of disgust, Jiao Ubi, the water quality is so dirty. I swallow, purify it, see.
Maturity, 9%, despair of all thoughts, Jiao Ubi, I can't finish it. I can't finish this job at all.
I work overtime every day, and I'll drown myself in the seawater.
Maturity, 8%, is this water dirty? Li Quanqing picked up a handful.
The color was blue and green, and residual bait and suspicious particles could be seen.
It does seem not very clean. He looked embarrassed and had no choice.
The fish pond was so big and there were too many things. The growth environment of the moon shell requires that the water should not be too deep and the moon should be visible every night. Li Quanqing took out the stone spirit seal to raise the terrain, piled up the soil, and formed pillars thick at the bottom and thin at the top in the fish pond. It looks like 30 stone lotuses in full bloom, holding up the quiet moon shell and purifying the seawater. Click! A newly mature iron bone crab climbed along the reef to the top of the stone pillar, curiously poking at the shell, and the light ball above its head swayed. Li Quanqing lowered his big hand and grabbed the crumb crab. Get it, you! Harvest an iron bone crab in the early stage of qi refining and reward a bottle of iron bone pill. Chapter 25 Iron Bones, Iron Bone Pill, a spiritual pill for body refining. Long-term use can temper the bones of the whole body, making them as hard as iron and extremely powerful. The light spots in the sky dispersed and turned into a palm-sized white jade bottle, which contained 12 pills. Li Quanqing poured out an iron bone pill, which was snow-white and round, with a few bloodlines on the surface and a hint of medicinal fragrance. It tastes sweet, like eating chocolate. He threw it into his mouth and chewed it. It tasted a bit hard and crunchy. After swallowing it into his stomach, a tingling hot current penetrated into his bone marrow, giving him a refreshing feeling like soaking in a hot spring. My skin is as hard as rock. If I had the power of iron bone, I should be no worse than a physical cultivator in the early stage of qi refining. Li Quanqing pinched the big crab. The sharp crab claws posed no threat to him at all. With such a strong physique, maybe he can practice a physical refining technique? Li Quanqing manipulated the formation to gather the iron bone crabs and checked them one by one. As expected, several more mature light balls were found as rewards. Harvest an iron bone crab in the early stage of qi refining, and reward 1 experience of Gangjin finger. Asterisk 2, harvest an iron bone crab in the early stage of qi refining, and reward 5 medium-grade golden light talismans. No experience reward for Gangjin sword art? Li Quanqing opened his 5 fingers, each of which had a golden light swallowing and spitting out, like a very spiritual little snake, showing its sharp edge. Unfortunately, he was still more looking forward to the power of the sword art after it was a small success. Night fell, and the bright moon rose with the tide on the sea. More than 2,000 big black fish floated to the surface of the water one after another, and the bamboo greenbacks were shining in the moonlight. Moo! Moo! 20 green jade carps stretched out their green silk like cloud-like fins, swimming slowly in the fish pond, and their calls were low and powerful. They are now nearly 2 feet long, with scales arranged tightly and orderly, smooth and delicate, and they look like a flowing piece of ancient green jade when swimming in the water. Especially the largest one, the green fish body is covered with golden lines, the sapphire luster is blooming, mysterious and noble. In the eyes of a pair of dead fish, the blazing flame of obsession to turn into a dragon is burning, and the momentum is high. Moo! The spiritual fish opened their mouths wide towards the moon, swallowing and spitting continuously, as if they were holding a mysterious sacrificial ceremony, and the wisps of the moonlight of the moon fell. Li Quanqing admired the perseverance of the fish school. They would do this every night, day after day, year after year, and practice hard without stopping. Dog day. The iron bone crabs knocked against the reefs and couldn't wait to get into the water, wanting to continue to rub the spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, the fish school tonight was particularly irritable, and they all surrounded the big crabs. Bah! 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 More than 1,000 water arrows bloomed together. The scene was particularly spectacular, like a huge water lotus in full bloom, disturbing the peace of the fish pond. More than 20 iron bone crabs were smashed directly into the bottom of the water, their shells creaked, and they almost disintegrated to see their grandmother. Li Quanqing frowned, and found that the big black fish was not in a good state. Not only did they spit at the crabs, but they even started fighting with each other, bumping into each other and fighting each other. For a time, the turbid waves rolled, the waves were turbulent, and the entire sea surface was muddy, and there was no longer the previous peace and tranquility. Splash! The tide surged, and beams of light fell from the sky, turning into ripples that slowly spread in the fish pond. It was the 30 bright moon shells. Their introduced the moonlight to come, cool and cold, and slowly calmed the restless fish. The silvery white moonlight bloomed, like smoke and fog, illuminating every area of the water, as if 30 lighting headlights were installed under the water. Finally, the fish regained their calm, drifted with the waves, and slowly dived into the water. Could it be that they disliked the small fish pond and the lack of spiritual energy? The tempers of these big black carps are too violent. Li Quanqing grabbed a few black carps and looked at them carefully, but did not find anything unusual. It can only be attributed to the fact that the living space is too narrow, which makes the spiritual fish wild. He couldn't help but think of Xia Hanyu's private spiritual island, and he was extremely envious. When he becomes stronger in the future and has enough spiritual stones, he will definitely become the master of an island and directly contract 10,000 acres of sea area for fish ponds. On the surface of the reef, the iron-boned crabs climbed up aggressively, and their big claws drooped weakly. They no longer have the arrogance of the iron bones before. Li Quanqing found it funny and took out the nutritious iron ore to feed them, just to comfort these silly guys. I didn't expect that the moon shells look small in size, but they can be so bright. Li Quanqing looked at the bright seawater and was amazed. The moonlight received by the spirit shells is not much, but when they open their shells and refract the moonlight, it appears much brighter. The young man opened his eyes wide and could even see through the dense school of fish and see a dozen mounds of earth at the bottom of the water, standing there motionless. This group of stone spirit loaches has long been mature. They have been kept and do not need to be fed, which saves worry and effort. In fact, Li Quanqing is willing to do an experiment. The strength of the spirit loaches is generally at the first level of qi refining now. When they break through the second and third levels, or even the middle stage of qi refining, I wonder if new light balls will be bred as rewards. This kind of development of the golden finger ability is still necessary. Li Quanqing took out the 2 magic tools he had harvested before, ready to refine them at this time and stamp his own magic power mark. The black tortoise shield looks like a large black tortoise shell, with strange blue patterns on the surface and spiritual power patterns engraved. In addition to its own strong structure, it can also mobilize seawater to turn into a water wave shield to block various magic attacks. Among the mid-grade magic tools, the quality of this shield can only be considered average, but it is enough for temporary use. The white bone netherworld needles, a total of 28 long white needles, flickering with dim light, contain deadly poison, come and go without a trace. Li Quanqing's favorite is this needle-shaped magic tool, which is small and exquisite, very suitable for people, and the movement of flying in the air is much smaller than that of flying swords. Therefore, I can't let it go. Li Quanqing mobilized the magic power of Dantian, and first wiped off the residual marks left by the previous owner of the magic tool before he could successfully put his own mark. The blue gold magic power bloomed in the palm of his hand and drilled into the deepest part of the magic tool. It encountered considerable resistance and was as slow as a snail crawling. Sooner or later, I will throw away this garbage technique. Li Quanqing sighed, and couldn't help thinking of the foundation. Building technique, blue sea tide rising technique, that he had been thinking about day and night. There is still a year and a half before the family competition, and his family contribution has now reached 640 points. With 2-pronged approach and double guarantee, this skill will be in his hands sooner or later. The Li family has dominated the Qingyu Islands for nearly 1,000 years, and its foundation is solid. There is no big thing happening on weekdays. Li Quanqing once again lived a peaceful life of raising fish, and the plain life is the truth. The big crabs have matured one after another, and a total of 7 bottles of iron bone pills, 20 golden light shield talismans, and 4 Gengjin finger experience groups have been harvested. Only the largest iron bone crab king is left, and it is still in the development stage. With the blessing of the experience group, Gengjin finger has successfully entered the stage of great success, running smoothly and sending and receiving at will. By analogy, the Gengjin sword art has also reached the small success stage, which can be used to fight the enemy. With the help of the Qingli sword to activate the sword art, the Gengjin sword energy displayed can be said to be Li Quanqing's most powerful means of attack at present. During this period, Li Quanqing also completed all the basics of refining and successfully passed the final examination of the local school. The title of Family Refining Master is already beckoning to him. Li Quanqing, the first place in this weapon hall assessment, the score is A+. Accompanied by the voice of the invigilator, the jade bell rang, and all the disciples' eyes converged in the same direction. Li Quanqiu looked at the high-spirited and arrogant boy, and her mood was quite complicated. She also signed up for the assessment of the Earth. Level school, but unfortunately failed and did not pass. To be precise, there were more than 60 boys and girls who studied and learned to read in the same room. Only Li Quanqing succeeded. Left behind his peers far behind. Junior brother, congratulations. Li Quanlin smiled. A heaven-level apprentice can be called a quasi-weapon refiner, and is only one step away from the finish line. But this one step has trapped many people for decades. Senior brother, does the promise you made back then still count? Li Quanqing smiled. After more than half a year of getting along, the two of them had already become familiar with each other. Li Quanlin nodded. Of course it counts. I have kept your Qingli sword. The two agreed on a time. Li Quanqing settled the chores in the fish pond and followed his senior brother into the Dharma Hall area.
The family's weapon refiners all have a dedicated weapon refining hall deep in the weapon hall.
The formation rumbled open, the light faded, and Li Quanqing carefully looked at the layout of the weapon refining room.
The walls were made of huge black rocks, hard and immortal, isolating noise.
The ground was paved with ice jade, and the cold air dissipated the remaining heat in the air. All kinds of minerals and spiritual materials were piled up around the forging table, in a messy and orderly manner. In the corner, there was a ruined magic weapon, which had fallen into a thick layer of dust.
Li Quanqing glanced at Li Quanlin, who was wearing a bright and beautiful Taoist robe.
He didn't expect that this senior brother had such a sloppy side.
How is the fire control technique mastered by my junior brother?
Li Quanlin's face was also a little embarrassed, and he deliberately changed the subject. The spiritual root is not compatible, and I'm just average at learning this spell.
Li Quanqing answered honestly. Alchemy and refining always involve dealing with fire.
For cultivators like us who don't have a strong fire spiritual root, if we want to reach the peak of refining, we often need to rely on external objects.
Li Quanlin pointed to a pile of warm and burning wood in the distance. For example, Yang attribute spiritual wood, the flames are gentle and peaceful when burning, and it is easier to control.
Or tame a few fire monsters, use the monster fire to refine the weapon. The temperature is hot, but it is more suitable than the fire spiritual root cultivator. The senior brother took out a spiritual beast bag, and 3 black fire crows with red claws and golden pupils flew out of it. Quack! The fire crow flapped its wings and looked at Li Quanqing curiously, with its feathers spread out and strands of high-temperature flames burning on its wings.
Which one do you want to choose? Li Quanqing looked at the spiritual wood, then at the fire crow, and asked tentatively, Brother, can I have them all?
Li Quanlin was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily. Of course, we just happen to be refining 2 magic tools, it's just right. This time the refining of tools is originally for teaching purposes, so no trouble is a problem.
Li Quanqing moved the spiritual wood, which is called Qingyang wood. It is green like jade, with oval leaves that constantly release heat. A small piece can make the whole room warm. The Li family planted thousands of acres in the spiritual medicine valley for the use of weapon refiners. Swish! The 2 brothers raised flames in their palms and ignited the spiritual wood. The faint fragrance of plants and trees instantly lingered around their noses. The Qingyang wood, which is about a foot long, is enough to burn for a day and a night. Only the magic power of immortal cultivators can ignite it, and it is difficult for mortals to hurt it. The light blue spiritual fire rose up, and a heat wave swept around, burning the furnace red. Li Quanlin took out a few pieces of ore and put them in the furnace. While performing the fire control technique to warm the furnace, he took out 2 artifacts to explain. To engrave spiritual patterns on a magic weapon, we must first determine the mana nodes, just like we must find our own acupoints before we can refine spiritual energy for cultivation. Junior brother, you determine the location of the mana nodes of this Qingli sword. Li Quanqing took over the Qinglin sword, and the mana slowly and gently penetrated into the sword body. Mana flows slowly inside the artifact, just like a stream flowing in a dark maze where the road ahead cannot be seen. Mana stagnation means that there are too many impurities and poor conductivity, and it needs to be avoided when engraving the artifact pattern. Sometimes mana can rush through, but it is extremely difficult and obscure. When engraving spiritual patterns here, the failure rate will be very high. Li Quanqing marked the mana nodes one by one, and he could connect the points from beginning to end into a line, which is a mana conduction route that runs through the entire artifact. The nodes of each artifact are unique, and the refiner needs to make adjustments according to the material and engrave the spiritual pattern. Xie. Under the guidance of his senior brother, Li Quanqing's fingertips glowed with golden light, and he used the Gangjin finger to start engraving the patterns, some deep and some shallow. This process is the same as drawing a talisman, it must be done in one go, and if you pause for a moment, all your efforts will be wasted. Buzz! After the 13 spiritual patterns were engraved, the sword rang loudly, and the spiritual energy automatically gathered, coating the embryo with a layer of precious light. Leave it to my senior brother next. Li Quanlin put the sword embryo into the furnace, and the ores had long been smelted into the essence of gold and iron, like flowing magma. Quick! The senior brother kept making seals with his hands, and his magic power surged out, shooting out a series of forbidden spiritual lights. The essence of various materials covered the surface of the embryo, and actively drilled into the spiritual patterns, making a hissing sound. The whole Qingli sword was shrinking, and various iron filings and impurities were precipitated, and then burned into nothingness by the flames. Li Quanqing watched intently.
Each spiritual material is integrated into a different position, requiring extremely fine manipulation to finally integrate into one.
1 hour later. Clang!
The sword body vibrated, and a sharp aura rushed towards me. Li Kuanlin formed the last seal, and a layer of fish-scale like green spiritual light bloomed, turning into silk threads, drilling into the depths of the sword body along the spiritual pattern. Dozens of mysterious symbols quietly burned and condensed, and finally disappeared, making it difficult for outsiders to spy.
It's done!
Li Kuanlin pulled his magic power, and the Qingli sword flew out of the furnace and landed in front of his junior brother. The residual heat of the Qingli sword has not faded, and the air is slightly distorted.
Li Kuanqing looked at it carefully.
The sword color is pure green and flawless, and the sword light is flowing. It has a layer of warm luster than before, like rippling water.
But quality is barely enough for the upper and lower grade magic tools.
Rest for 3 hours, and we will continue to refine the Qinglin shield. Li Kuanlin looked at his junior brother, who seemed to have realized something, leaving him time to think and summarize.
2 days later.
Li Kuanqing walked out of the weapon refining room, feeling quite happy. With the endorsement of my senior brother, I can show my true weapon refining level and become a real weapon refiner. He left Qingyu Island, thinking while controlling the spirit boat, and carefully recalled the harvest this time.
It can be said that he gained a lot.
Those weapon refining knowledge, finally practiced and observed one by one, and had his own new insights. Those spiritual patterns engraved inside the magic weapon are like the bones and meridians in the human body. The magic power activates the weapon pattern and finally casts various spells. No wonder those Jin Danjinren and Yuanyingzhenjuan like to refine their own magic treasures the most.
Isn't this a systematic summary and verification of their own cultivation?
Even if the cultivation method is the same, there may be a world of difference when refining the magic weapon of their own life.
Refining weapons is like practicing, and refining treasures is like refining people.
Li Kuanqing sighed slightly. Although there is a light bulb to open, the knowledge is really entered into the brain, and there are always some of his own thoughts. Returning to the fish pond and opening the formation, an iron-dot bone crab as big as a basin was basking in the sun on the reef, which was a circle larger than the spirit crab next to it.
Gulyulu the big crab spitted water foam from its mouth, its eyes rolled, and lazily glanced at Li Kuanqing.
This was the iron-dot bone crab king who had conquered all his brothers and sisters, the only crab in the crab group that had not yet entered the mature period. It was also the one with the most stubborn temper.
Splash!
The iron-dot bone crab king stretched out his big claws and stirred the water a few times. In the splashing water, he suddenly caught a big jumping black carp.
What does this mean? Treat me to fish to repay the kindness of raising me?
Li Kuanqing was looking at the big black carp with a blank look, and was a little confused. Then he heard a click, and the crab claws fell, directly cutting the body of the black carp in half. Blood splattered, and the body was separated. Li Kuanqing's blood pressure rose directly.
Crab, you dare to kill my fish? Scrap crab, you dare to kill my fish?
Li Kuanqing looked at the half-cut green carp jumping on the ground with a very unfriendly look.
For no reason, the pet he raised suddenly killed another pet. This is a very dangerous signal. The blood of monsters is naturally flowing with arrogance.
Zheng. The green carp sword made a clear sound, turned into a stream of light and flew out, hanging above the head of the big crab, and the golden sword energy was fluctuating. If the iron bone crab king shows any signs of wildness and preparing to attack him,
execute him on the spot.
Gulyulu the iron bone crab king tilted his head, seemingly unaware of the murderous intentions of the canteen chef in front of him. It even raised its big claws and smashed it on the flying sword, making a clanging sound of iron hammering, and it was having a lot of fun.
This guy doesn't look like the awakening of the monster nature? Li Kuanqing was a little hesitant.
Suddenly, several iron bone crabs came forward, and the crab claws snapped, cutting the big green carp into 8 pieces. They didn't share the food, but picked out dozens of thin, transparent things like noodles from the fish carcass.
This is...
When the dazzling sunlight shone, these long transparent lines suddenly twisted violently, like earthworms struggling to death in a frying pan. The sharp and piercing chirping sound reached his ears, and Li Kuanqing finally knew what it was.
Parasites!
Chirp! The high-pitched sound waves of the insects when they were dying echoed in the fish pond, as if some kind of signal was turned on, and the entire water surface was boiling instantly. Countless big black carps jumped out of the water, ferocious, and their eyes were red. They attacked everything they could see in front of them, even their own kind, and their bodies seemed to have endless strength. It was like 1,000 huskies destroying the house.
Damn it! Li Chuanqing's face turned green.
The iron-dot bone crabs were also frightened by the scene, raised their crab legs and retreated, piled on the top of the reef, looking at him weakly and helplessly. The claws of the crabs snapped, as if they were cheering for their masters. Li Quanqing didn't dare to jump into the water to stop them, so he could only manipulate the formation that protected the fish pond to divide the fish school into dozens of different areas. Buzz! Lotus flowers bloomed all around, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and turned into a flashing array pattern that intertwined and spread over every inch of the 20 acres of water. Square covers formed one after another, covering an area of about an acre, separating the big black fish, and protecting the iron-dot bone crabs and the bright moon shells.
Bang! Bang!
The school of fish did not stop because of this.
One by one, the big black fish jumped up and hit the formation cover.
Their scales were broken, blood flowed from their skin, and pieces of transparent parasites emerged from their flesh and blood, twisting their bodies wildly.
This is too crazy. Li Quanqing was stunned.
The whole formation was a little unstable due to the collision, and the spiritual light flickered and flickered. Fortunately, he kept pouring his own magic power into the lotus array, and took out the spirit stone to inlay, and finally stabilized the situation.
Moo!
20 green jade carps escaped from the fish school with difficulty, covered with wounds, and roared in a low voice with grievance. Even in the water around their bodies, there were dense parasites twisting, trying to drill into the skin and flesh.
What a strong, evil insect! Li Chuanqing's pupils shrank slightly.
You know, the green jade carps are the upper tribe of the big blue fish. On weekdays, they can be said to be showing off their power, and no big blue fish dares to provoke them.
Now the demon insect parasite can actually make the big blue fish overcome the instinct and blood suppression, which is really amazing.
He hurriedly performed the water control technique to remove all the insects, and then cleared a clean and safe water area to place the spirit beasts in it.
I don't know what happened to the group of stone loaches.
Li Quanqing sighed, and he couldn't care too much at this time. I want to turn into a dragon, jade carp, damn bugs, they can make me bleed and get injured. From today on, I will stop playing and having fun, and practice during the day.
I will definitely turn into a dragon. Maturity, 97%, iron bones crab, who is afraid? I am not.
Just a bug, if you dare, I will fight 10 of them. Maturity, 99%, cool shells, bright moon shell, this bug is so dirty, luckily it can store the moonlight, otherwise it would have been swallowed long ago. Maturity, 38%. He stroked the carp and crab shells one by one, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that no spirit beasts were parasitized. He casually fished out a large black fish that was parasitized. The scales became brighter and thicker, and it obviously had some of the aura of jade carp. Loss of reason, big blue carp, swallow, 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 swallow. Swallow a mouthful of flesh and blood into the stomach, shed all mortal life and transform into a demon fairy. Evolution, 69%, parasitic state. Li Quanqing was a little speechless, and directly transcended the other party with a sword. Parasites drilled out of the fish's belly, the top was split like a petal, with sharp teeth, and no other facial features except the mouth.
Clang!
The young man opened his 5 fingers and shot out a series of Gengjin sword beams that looked like fine needles, mincing these worms into minced meat. He deliberately left one and used the golden finger to find out the race names of these parasites.
Confused, demon insect, parasitism, devouring, reproduction. The meaning of all life is to become a demon.
What a weird name, it seems to be made by the demon race. Li Quanqing frowned, and for some reason, he inexplicably thought of the 3 demons who attacked and killed that night. Ever since they came back from Beijingfang City that day, something was really wrong with the big herrings, and they became grumpy from time to time. It seems that since then, or even earlier, there have been monster-changing insects mixed into the waters of the fish pond. It's a pity that he didn't pay attention to it and didn't touch the big herrings one by one, which was negligent.
This is a lesson.
The formation of the fish pond is not omnipotent, and there are also dirty things that cannot be stopped. Li Quanqing looked at the nearly annihilated 2,000 big herrings and felt helpless.
Report it to the family. I can't handle this situation.
The young man spread his hands and chose to show off. He is not a casual cultivator who works alone, not to mention that the Li family has been standing for thousands of years and has gone through ups and downs, so he may have encountered this thing.
Li Quanqing took out the weapon hall token.
Thanks to his talent in weapon refining, he was qualified to contact the third elder alone. Activating the sound transmission array, he briefly told the opposite party the entire process of discovering the parasite.
Li Kuli quickly responded, Water. Like parasites, this scourge has also been discovered in your fish pond in District C? Li Quanqing was keenly aware of the word yi and suddenly realized it.
The formation in his own fish pond cannot be defended, and the same must be true for others. The whole family may have suffered. Looking at it this way, the possibility of artificiality becomes even greater.
I know, someone will go over to deal with it right away. You kid, wait for now. Don't talk about this matter outside. With a snap, the sound transmission formation was unilaterally cut off.
Li Quanqing sat on the rocks, rubbing fish heads and crab shells with his hands, waiting boredly. About half the time it took to burn the incense, a girl in a blue dress arrived gracefully in a spiritual boat. Li Quanqiu waved her snow lotus-like forearms towards him, with a smile on her face and as gentle as water. Junior brother, the hall master said there is something wrong with your fish pond, do you need my help? Li Quanqing looked the girl up and down, thought about it for a moment, and then said cautiously, Senior sister, it's not that I don't believe you.
Are you sure the elder is calling you and not other clan members?
The young man's words were full of sincerity, and for a moment, the fish pond was so quiet that you could hear a needle drop. Li Quanqiu's smile froze on her face. Junior brother, although you look handsome, you don't need to speak with that mouth. Li Quanqing felt a little aggrieved. Senior sister, these words hurt my heart. I have always treated you as a respected brother like senior brother Quan Lin. Li Quanqiu was too lazy to pay attention to him. Open the formation.
Is there a monster causing trouble, causing the big herring to become manic and have a greater desire to attack?
Li Quanqing nodded, hesitating. Senior sister, those bugs are difficult to deal with.
Keep your heart in your stomach, I'm sure.
The girl stood on the bow of the boat, her clothes rustling in the sea breeze, her eyebrows were flying, and she looked heroic. As soon as she got into the formation, with a splash, a parasitized big herring jumped out of the water and hit her like a cannonball. Li Quanqiu's expression remained unchanged, and she waved her hand. Wherever the magic power passed through her palm, the temperature dropped sharply, and a layer of ice formed in the seawater in the blink of an eye.
Click, click. The cold air surged and the ice spread.
The big herring struggled a few times and was directly frozen in the thick hard ice.
Ice skills. Li Quanqing was surprised, the girl actually changed the Yunshui Ju she originally practiced.
As the most famous of the three supernatural spiritual roots, foam labing has very few techniques to match it, and I don't know where the opponent got it from. The spiritual roots of water and fire naturally conflict with each other, making it difficult to practice.
My father spent a lot of effort and finally found a Bing Qing Ju.
He hopes that I can use the power of ice to completely suppress the fire spirit roots in my body.
It is indeed much easier to practice than before.
A biting chill hit his face, which made Li Quanqing feel a little moved.
For low-level monks, the attack power of water spells is indeed much weaker than that of ice spells. Li Quanqiu looked playfully. Junior brother, do you also want to learn it?
Although this technique does not have a foundation. Building chapter, it is powerful and is enough for us. When Li Quanqing heard this, he gave up instantly.
Chi. The big herring was sealed in the ice and couldn't move.
A bit of cold air invaded, and soon the painful and sharp explosion of insects could be heard. The blue fish scales swelled, and demonic insects came out one by one, as long and thin as hooks, making people's scalp numb. They opened their ferocious mouthparts, densely covered with serrations, and began to eat the ice, making a rustling sound like silkworms eating mulberry leaves.
This kind of monster insect is extremely afraid of the cold.
This can be used to force them to emerge from the body of the big herring and reduce the losses of fishermen and farmers. Li Quanqing thought of the moonlight condensed from the bright moonshell, which was also a lunar thing and had a certain restraining effect. The girl stared unblinkingly, and suddenly sighed, what a pity, as dozens of demon-transforming insects emerged completely, the whole big herring cracked and its body suddenly fell apart. The hot demon blood dyed the ice red, and the fat and powerful fish was as fragile as paper. The tails of those insects were completely integrated into the backbone of the herring, turning into green bones with skin and flesh attached to them, dragging behind the body. Only a huge fish head is left, with eyes staring and mouth wide open, in vain and helpless. When Li Quanqing saw this scene of numbscalp, he suddenly felt pain in his old waist. This fish is hopeless. Li Quanqiu came to a conclusion and pressed it gently with her bare hands. Click, click, click. All the ice collapsed, and the cold air broke out completely, freezing the insects and the big herring into ice ballast. They stepped on the lotus platform, protected their whole bodies with formations, and quickly got busy in the fish pond. Some big herrings have just been parasitized not long ago, and their bones have not yet been assimilated by the demonic insects. All it takes is a squeeze of cold air to drive the demon-transforming insect out of the fish's belly. When the insects emerged from the ice, Li Quanqing immediately used Gangjin sword energy to chop them into flesh and cut off all hope of life. Only then would Li Quanqiu thaw the ice and release the heavily frozen herring, at least to save her life. With the golden finger close by, any big herring that has not completely driven away the insects will be picked out and punished on the spot. One day passed, and they killed a total of 500 big herrings, and only a few 70 to 80 were able to be rescued. What a heavy loss! Li Quanqing crushed a few blue fish scales, which were as brittle as rotten wood, and his heart was bleeding. The demon-transforming insect parasitizes the spinal bones, and when it is on the verge of death, it will swallow up all the essence in the host's body, leaving nothing behind. Those big herrings that died really died in vain. Flesh, essence, fish scales, muscles, and bones all complete these insects. Li Quanqing felt sorry for the spiritual sand and spiritual stone, but he felt even more sorry for the light group rewards that had not yet had time to be harvested. Surprisingly, those stone loaches have a layer of skin that is harder than rocks because they have no fish scales. He actually managed to escape. The loss is indeed not small, but when it comes to how tragic it is, junior brother, you are not even ranked. Li Quanqiu sat cross-legged on the other side of the reef, holding the spiritual stone in her hand, bathing in the moonlight and meditating, recovering the mana she had consumed during the day. The insect plague in the fish pond in Area B is really terrifying. There are even green jade carp being parasitized, hollowing out their entire bodies, and demon butterflies in the chi refining realm flying out from inside. This scene is really terrifying, with demonic butterflies flying across the sky, blocking out the sky and the sun, and giving birth to new life on the corpse of the spiritual fish. Big Blue Fish's dream of being a fairy has not yet begun, but it has been emptied out and used as a wedding dress. Hearing that the Li family's foundation building was alarmed, they asked the family's senior officials to temporarily block the news in order to find out who was behind the scenes. However, Li Quanqing felt that the probability was low. The elders didn't even know the name and origin of this insect. During this period, all the family monks who walked the ice road were secretly summoned, but the number was too small. Fortunately, with the help of a large number of ice-attribute talismans, the insect plague in the fish ponds in Area B was not further expanded. Li Quanqiu lay on the stone, teasing the iron-bone crab, tapping the water with his toes, with a rare fatigue between his beautiful eyebrows. However, since you also found demon insects here, I'm afraid the remaining fish ponds will not be spared. The girl's guess was right. Only 2 days passed. The fish ponds in Area B, which were hundreds of miles long, began to suffer from insect plagues one after another, and the whole family was in an uproar and looked sad. Time was tight and the task was heavy. After solving Li Quanqing's problem, Li Quanqiu didn't have time to rest. He went to other areas under the arrangement of the family to complete the great task of killing insects. Looking at the empty fish ponds, those big black carp swimming leisurely in the water in 2s and 3s. Li Quanqing was still a little uncomfortable for a while. Slurp! Slurp! The discordant sound sounded, breaking the sad atmosphere at the right time. The iron-bone crab king held a demon-transforming insect with his pincers and ate it with relish and joy. It was like eating spicy strips, swallowing the whole thing into his stomach, and it was so delicious that he kept hitting the stone surface with his crab legs, making a tapping sound. The remaining iron-bone crabs were also fighting for it. Some of them slurped the same thing, and the body of the demon-transforming insect broke with a pop, and the juice flowed. Is it really that delicious? Li Quanqing was actually a little curious. These were all frozen insect corpses. He suddenly had an idea to keep some and try to feed them to the iron-bone crabs. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. Harvest an iron-bone crab in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a high-quality Vajra talisman. After eating a few spicy strips, the iron-bone crab king finally entered the mature stage. Vajra Talisman, a first-class talisman that can summon a Vajra warrior puppet, with combat power comparable to that of a 7th level chi refining cultivator, and lasts for 3 hours. Such a powerful talisman. It's worth it that I've tolerated you, such a fool, for so long. Li Quanqing smiled with his mouth wide open. His previous investment and expectations finally paid off. He kept the Vajra talisman close to his body. He had a 7th level chi refining puppet by his side, and his body was strong and fearless of life and death. It was so safe. The insect plague was not concealed in the end. It was said that the spiritual stones lost by the Li family were enough to buy half a foundation. Building pill.
Even other foundation-building families heard the news and frantically explored their own sea areas to see if there were any such strange insects. For a time, the nearby sea area was in a panic. But this had nothing to do with a certain ordinary family fisherman. Li Quanqing made the demon insects into bait, and the green jade carps ate them more happily than each other. In a sense, it can be regarded as revenge. The worm meat that was minced before was piled in the pond mud. It is rich in nutrients. Next year will definitely be a bumper year. It's snowing, a white snowflake swayed and fell on the nose, and then turned into water drops and fell into the ripples of the fish pond. Only a little bit of ice and cold was left. Li Quanqing raised his head and saw the fine snowflakes falling from the sky and sweeping the sky. The 4 seasons in the East China Sea are like spring. For the monks living on the island, snow is indeed a very rare thing. The snow fell heavier and heavier, from sesame seeds to goose feathers, as if endless, and soon covered the water surface. The waves were surging, and only flawless white snow and broken ice could be seen, completely covering the boundless blue ocean. Moo! Moo! The green jade carps swam up curiously and used their heads to push the floating ice and snow. They are less than 1 year old, and can only be considered children. They never thought that the sky above their heads would turn white. Li Quanqing took a few glances and saw that the airflow gathered on the forehead of a green jade carp, and soon formed a soft dot-colored light ball. Calculating the time, this batch of green jade carp should indeed be collectively mature. Harvest a green jade carp in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a green carp sword refining experience. Li Quanqing rubbed the carp's head with joy. He didn't expect such a generous reward right at the beginning. It's really a big deal. I like it. The light ball was poured on his head, and all kinds of refining knowledge rushed into his mind. Although the name of the green carp sword is ordinary, it is a real mid-grade flying sword magic weapon. After hundreds of years of innovation, the Li family has been able to achieve mass production and earn a lot of spirit stones every year. Reviewing the old to learn the new, the old knowledge becomes newer and newer. After digesting the knowledge, Li Quanqing felt as if he was experiencing the life of another refiner. He completely stood in the field of weapon refiners, and even took a big step forward steadily. There is no obstacle on the road to becoming a mid-level weapon refiner. Tomorrow I will go to the weapon hall, refine a green carp sword, and become a real weapon refiner. Li Quanqing was in a very happy mood. Harvest a green jade carp in the early stage of chi refining, and a spiritual energy ball as a reward. The second green jade carp matured, which was what the boy was most looking forward to. The rolling spiritual energy spread into his limbs and bones, the magic power was refined, and the dantian became full at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the water is full, it will overflow. Only 2 or 3 more spiritual energy balls are needed to break through smoothly. Other cultivators often need to bathe in tranquility, hold their spirits and guard oneness, or even use the power of elixirs to launch an attack. It can be said that they are cautious and afraid of making any mistakes. Li Quanqing only needs to lie down and raise fish. This cultivation level, even if you don't practice every day, it will increase faster than others. There is no way, the gap between people is so big. In the snowy water, the jade carps were having a great time, not afraid of the cold at all. They swung their tails, smashing the floating ice on the water surface one after another, and then spit out water arrows one by one, making a sound of poo-poo. Whoever's water arrows flew higher and hit more ice cubes was the final winner. These guys are getting smarter and smarter, and the clear stupidity in the fish's eyes has disappeared. Li Quanqing couldn't help but smile as he watched the fish playing in the water. Moo! The fish hummed melodiously and dully, and the largest jade carp swam over, stretched out its big head to rub against him. Its fish eyes were cute, and the scales on its back were golden and dazzling. The slippery touch came, the sea water was cold, but the palm of the hand was warm, and the warm current went straight into the chest. I want to turn into a dragon, Xingyu carp. I hate this heavy snow, it blocks the sun and the moon, and delays my practice, but I feel at ease with the master's company. Maturity, 99%, this fool, I have raised it for so long, and I actually have feelings for it. Li Quanqing laughed, rubbed the big fish's head, and fed it a few more baits. Thousands of miles of ice, thousands of miles of snow. This snow was unexpectedly heavy, covering several nearby sea areas, which can be called a disaster, revealing a hint of unusual breath. Li Quanqing stepped on the thick ice, the cold wind blowing in his face was like a knife, and the snow under his feet made a creaking sound. It was hard to imagine that he was actually walking on the sea at this time, with white snow covering the end of the world. Lotus arrays bloomed one after another, standing in the wind and snow, shining with brilliance, and the array patterns intertwined,
blocking the wind and snow outside Qingyu Island.
Li Quanqing was shocked.
This was a quasi-third-level water curtain lotus formation, but it was forced to open to protect the tribe.
Is this blizzard a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? Li Quanqing passed through the formation and boarded the Qingyu Island.
The lush spring scenery was in full bloom, forming a sharp contrast with the gray and white scene outside. There were also white snow residues in many places on the island, which showed that it had also been ravaged.
Refining Hall.
Due to the snowstorm, there were too few disciples in the school, and there were only a few clanging sounds of iron forging. It's worthy of being Brother Quanqing. He is still so diligent in such bad weather. Several guys looked at him with admiration. They were all middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s, working hard here.
Hello, everyone. Since we are destined to gather here, why not ask everyone to be a witness?
Li Quanqing smiled and arched his hands. He came to the refining table he often used and placed the various spiritual materials he had prepared one by one. The Qingyang wood that ignites the fire, the sea heart copper mother as the main material, the pile of bluefish scales, and various spiritual minerals and ferrigolds are dazzling.
This seems to be the material for refining magic tools?
A disciple who has been held back for more than 30 years saw the clues, and his eyes full of fine lines widened, unbelievable, and his mouth was bitter. That's right, I have notified several elders of the weapon hall, and will complete the family's weapon refiner assessment under their witness. Li Quanqing's eyes were bright, and he had seen Brother Li Quanlin and the elders who were rushing here quickly in the distance. The boy's originally agitated mood became calm, and although his words were light, they exploded here like thunder.
Today, I will succeed.
Everything that happened in the weapon hall quickly swept among hundreds of disciples like a hurricane. They called their friends, layer by layer, and surrounded the entire weapon hall. They looked at the young man in green robes with flashing eyes and different expressions. As the most dazzling genius disciple in the past year, Li Quanqing has long been famous in the weapon hall.
Everyone firmly believes that he will become a weapon refiner. The only difference is the specific length of time.
3 years is success, 10 years is success, and 30 years is also success.
Li Quanqing's actions at this time undoubtedly surprised them again. Too fast. The speed is really too fast, and there is not even time for precipitation. Can he really do it?
Some people sneered and questioned, some silently blessed, some were ready to witness history, and some wanted to take their place. Li Quanqing treated them all as cabbages.
He was too lazy to even look at them.
Elders, can I start?
Li Quanqing saluted neither humbly nor arrogantly.
7 elders stood at the front, both men and women, and the worst was a first-class weapon refiner. According to the rules of the weapon hall, only 3 elders were required to be present for the family weapon refiner assessment. Li Quanqing indeed only called 3 people. Unexpectedly, all the elders of the weapon hall came in the end. This scene can be said to be full of pressure, and those with a bad mentality will explode in a minute.
Let's start.
The elders looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Li Quanqing raised the spiritual fire and began to forge the sword embryo.
His expression was focused, like a deep pool without waves.
His heart was like still water, detached from the world.
Every movement and every detail achieved the kind of beauty like flowing clouds in water.
It seemed to have been tempered thousands of times, and it was pleasing to the eye.
Even the elders couldn't help but nod their heads, and couldn't find any faults.
The originally noisy and lively hall fell into a strange silence.
All the people present were experts, real disciples of the weapon hall.
Their skills could be distinguished from those of the fakes.
Amazing, amazing.
Li Quanlin stood on the beam above the hall and looked out, unable to stop exclaiming and slapping his thigh angrily. Some of the weapon-making techniques of this junior brother even gave him the illusion that he was observing a mid-level weapon-making master.
Even the hall master, who is known as the family's first weapon-making master, probably doesn't have such achievements at this age, right?
As soon as Li Quanlin said this, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, and his hair stood up, with a sense of foreboding.
Xiaolinzi, I seem to hear someone saying bad things about me behind my back?
Silently, the hall master Li Kunli appeared behind Li Quanlin. It was hard to imagine that with the burly figure of the third elder like an iron tower, he could land so silently.
Li Quanlin's body froze, his expression solidified in an instant, and he was trembling with fear. Next time you say bad things about someone, remember to stay away from me.
Li Kunli grabbed Li Quanlin by the collar and threw him out from the beam. Also, I was 15 years old when I refined my first magic weapon, remember?
I remember. Li Chuanlin's screams became farther and farther away until they could no longer be heard. Not bad, my strength has increased again. Li Kunli waved to the guys watching the excitement below, his arms muscles bulged high, making his loose Taoist robes bulge. The group of disciples were immediately scared like quails, pretending that they saw nothing. Li Kunli didn't say all the words just now. Before he became a weapon refiner at the age of 15, he had already studied with the weapon refiner for a year and a half. He was much better than Li Quanqing. But everyone only remembers that when he became a weapon refiner, he was 2 years younger than the 17-year-old Li Quanqing. That's enough. Li Kunli brought up the old matter again. The purpose is to protect this weapon refining genius who has not yet grown up. Anyway, with his strength of qi refining great perfection, he has nothing to fear. He definitely does not want to show off. Clang! The sword rang suddenly, clear and melodious like a dragon. Li Quanqing successfully refined a Qingli sword surrounded by spiritual light. Although the grade is only low grade, it is also a real immortal weapon. The whole hall was in an uproar. Yes. This boy is like me, and has the style of the old man in the past. The third elder stroked his beard, feeling proud. The unpolished jade he discovered with his own hands in the past actually shined brightly. As the weapon hall grows, his status will naturally rise, and he will eventually suppress all the old guys and take sole control of the family. He never coveted power, and all he did was just for the common ambition of all qi refining cultivators. Alas, the end of the 6-year period, building the foundation. Building the foundation. The old man's body shook and disappeared quietly, leaving only a barely perceptible sigh. Greetings to senior brother Quanqing. Li Quanqing stood at the highest point of the hall, with the sound of mountains and seas below, and the ground was filled with people. The moment he became a formal weapon refiner, his seniority was automatically raised, and all the disciples of the weapon hall had to salute him when they saw him. No age, only practice. Congratulations, senior brother. Li Quanqiu also changed his words, his eyes were dim, and his expression was complicated and difficult to understand. Junior sister, you're welcome. Li Quanqing smiled happily, feeling quite proud. Finally he didn't have to call everyone senior brother or sister. Even his cousin Li Quanzhu saluted him with a gloomy face, and never dared to be presumptuous again. According to the rules of the weapon hall, the first magic weapon of all weapon refiners must be sold in public to inform the whole clan. At first, Li Quanqing felt that this rule was too ostentatious, but now that he, as the protagonist, was surrounded by the crowd, he felt extremely wonderful. If you don't return home without your clothes and fine clothes, it's like walking in the dark night. Yulongtan, Family Square City. The turquoise pool water was splashing, and the scenery was quiet and deep, like a huge emerald that could not be seen to the edge. 80. The spiritual stone is 80. This green carp sword belongs to me. As soon as Li Quanqing and everyone in Xitang stepped into Fangshi, they saw several wealthy businessmen blocking the door and shouting, making their faces red and thick-necked. Poor dog, this is the future master Quanqing. I will pay you 200 spiritual stones to buy your work and make friends with my clan brother. The middle-aged man with a mustache sneered, shook his paper fan slightly, and reported an astonishing figure, far exceeding the value of a low-grade magic weapon. The merchants were the most well-informed and had made preparations early to curry favor with the number one genius in the weapon refining hall. Li Quanqing began to speak. Thanks to the love of all clan members, today I, Li Quanqing, refined the first one. More and more tribesmen came out of the shop, poked their heads in the air, and gathered together to eat melon seeds and watch the fun. The name Li Quanqing was truly resounding within the family for the first time. Bidding sounds kept coming and going, and it was as lively as if we were at a vegetable market. Li Quanqing glanced around, trying to find someone he liked to sell to, when an acquaintance suddenly came into view. It was a cold-faced monk dressed in black, with a wine gourd hanging from his waist. His breath was sharp and cold, and his whole body exuded the indelible smell of blood. This guy was obviously an extremely powerful monster hunter, so everyone stayed far away from him and avoided him. Li Quanqing recognized the other person. He had met him once before and picked up the seeds of dragon scale grass at the demon hunting monk's stall. It's considered fate. Brother, do you want the freshly made magic weapon flying sword? He held the blade upside down, handed the flying sword over, and poked the opponent with the hilt. What? Sell it to me? The guard dog of Changqing Palace knows how poor I am. The black monk was stunned, and looked at Li Quanqing carefully. His pupils suddenly trembled and he recognized him. It's you. Do you want it, brother? Li Quanqing asked again.
This demon hunter looked to be in his 20s, and he had already reached the 5th level of chi refining. He was a rare talent.
The man touched the shrunken storage bag and said hesitantly, 100 spirit stones? Deal.
Li Quanqing took the spirit stone bag, without even looking at it, and directly stuffed the Qingli sword to the other party. Only the merchants were left, and they looked at each other, all dumbfounded.
Junior brother, this move is smart.
Beside him, Li Quanlin chuckled and agreed with this decision. Don't look at the high prices offered by these merchants. Who knows what kind of monsters and demons are behind them? To be able to open a shop in the family market, at least you are related to a powerful elder. The weapon refiners were selling their wares on the street, seemingly showing off, but in fact they were secretly building bridges and connections, establishing cause and effect, and finding themselves a sponsor and a backer. After all, if a weapon refiner wants to break through, the cost will only increase, and it is not enough to rely on himself. In a sense, it can be regarded as the result of a compromise between the weapon refinery hall and the family elders, building a community of interests and making the cake bigger and stronger. Li Quanlin was advised by someone at the beginning, and he also did not choose to trade with merchants and get involved in these entanglements. In addition to his outstanding talent, he finally succeeded in holding the third elder's thigh and truly became the core of the weapon hall.
Li Quanqing was very confused when he heard it, with clear and innocent eyes. Brother, what are you talking about?
Unlike what Li Quanlin imagined, he really didn't understand these twists and turns, and simply saw that this demon hunter had a destiny.
It's a loss.
Beside him, the black-clothed monk held the Qingli sword and wanted to slap himself in the face with heartache. Just now, with so many people watching, he got hot-headed and took out all his family's assets just to buy a low-grade magic weapon.
Is it too late to return the money now?
Unexpectedly, a storage bag was really handed to him right under his nose. The transaction just now was just a show, don't take it seriously, brother. To be honest, Li Quanqing was indeed a little reluctant to part with it. After all, it was the first magic weapon in his life.
It was very memorable.
A man's words are spoken, and it is difficult to go back on them.
How can you break your promise? Take it away, don't mess up my heart.
The demon hunter said it righteously, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at the storage bag. It was like a wild cat stealing fish, visible but untouchable.
Li Quanqing laughed. The man in front of him was a wonderful person. I am Li Quanqing. I haven't asked you yet. What is your name, brother?
The man immediately became serious, clasped his fists and saluted, with a bit of the heroic spirit of the children of the rivers and lakes. Li Quanj, the song of drinking and singing. The cold wind whistled, rolling up thousands of piles of snow. Li Quanqing sat on the lotus platform in his own fish pond. Even with the formation protection and the warming talisman attached to his body, he was still freezing. He took out a wine gourd and poured a mouthful of it into his mouth. The wine was the color of jasper and tasted sour and sweet. After drinking it, he finally dispelled the coldness in his bones. This wine was given to him by Li Quanj.
They hit it off that day.
Even his senior brother Li Quanlin liked this guy very much.
The three of them ordered a table of spiritual food in the market. As a man, he naturally couldn't do without fine wine.
So the rumor that Li Quanqing, the new weapon refiner of the family, didn't touch a drop of strong liquor, spread on the island. This gourd of green plum wine was given to him by Li Quanj before he left. It is said that a group of monkey demons made spiritual wine with plums, mulberries, peach meat, etc. Li Quanj was addicted to alcohol and deliberately delayed until the monkey demons brewed the wine before sending them one by one to the paradise early. Unexpectedly, this monkey wine did not have the spicy taste of ordinary wine, but tasted mellow and sweet, more like juice. He was so angry that he almost took the monkeys to soak in wine to vent his anger.
Li Quanqing took another sip and smacked his lips. He liked to drink sweet things. 1, 2, 3. 17.
The boy wiped off the floating snow and stared at it through the thick ice. In the depths of the fish pond, under the ice cover, 20 green jade carps were quietly suspended there, as if they were asleep. 17 balls of light were suspended on the fish heads, with a soft and brilliant luster. Because the temperature was too low, all the spirit fish were reducing consumption and rarely moved. Even the bright moon shells closed their shells tightly. Only the golden dot patterned green jade carp that was determined to turn into a dragon was not mature.
Li Quanqing exhaled a breath of wine, and his breath turned into ice.
He decided not to wait any longer. Because the ice was too thick, 5 or 6 meters deep, he was too lazy to break it again and again, preparing to harvest the light balls collectively. That's why he waited until now.
Genjin Sword Art.
The Qingli sword clanged, turned into a stream of light and slashed on the ice cover. The golden sword energy swallowed and spit, and the ice chips flew. After a full incense stick of time, a plate-sized ice hole was opened, and the cold sea water gushed out. The fish were frightened and fled in all directions. The iron bone crab quietly buried itself in the mud at the bottom of the pond, only sticking out 2 eyes. "Come here." Li Quanqing used the water control technique to condense the water into a line and fished the Qingyu carps to the surface of the water. The bottom of the water was warm, but not as cold as on the ice, and everyone was frozen and drowsy. Li Quanqing rubbed his hands, and finally came to the much-anticipated harvest moment. Harvest a green jade carp in the early stage of qi refining, and a green carp sword, a medium-grade magical instrument. The dots of white light dissipated, and a 3-foot-long flying sword appeared in front of him, with azure clouds blooming and full of spiritual light. Li Quanqing sighed. The quality of this green carp sword was better than the one he had refined, and it was a medium-grade magic instrument. "It just so happens that after I become a weapon refiner, the family will reward me with a shop in Beijingfang City, with generous treatment. When the time comes, I will sell these magic instruments and exchange them all for spiritual stones." Li Quanqing put away the green carp sword with satisfaction and continued to touch the next one. Harvest a green jade carp in the early stage of qi refining, and 10 medium-grade talismans, ice arrow talismans, will be rewarded. Li Quanqing took a few glances and recognized that this was the fickle female big blue carp. When feeding, she liked to spit at him the most. No wonder there was such a strange talisman as ice arrow talisman. A green jade carp at the early stage of qi refining is harvested, and a spiritual energy ball is rewarded. *3 Finally, the thing that the young man was looking forward to the most appeared. A large ball of spiritual energy drilled into the meridians and was refined, and the misty airflow drilled out from the pores, turning into a misty white mist that wrapped around the body. Li Quanqing felt that he was only one step away from a breakthrough. A green jade carp at the early stage of qi refining is harvested, and a spiritual energy ball is rewarded. Boom! The spiritual energy poured into his head, shaking his head and making his head buzz. The essence of heaven and earth like a little snake drilled out of his 7 orifices, and then drilled into the dantian in his abdomen through his mouth and nose. Li Quanqing did not need to rely on external forces at all. The skills operated on their own, and the mana rolled forward, unstoppable. Pop! The shaky bottleneck could not hold on for a few seconds, and was violently broken, and the mana was raised and advanced, pouring out. 5th level of qi refining. A powerful aura burst out, and the hair was dancing wildly, shaking off the thick snow on the body, and the wind and snow were surging. The way of refining qi is already halfway. Li Quanqing felt very happy. In the dantian, the blue-gold gaseous mana gathered into a vortex like a tornado. In the deepest part, the mana was surging, and the texture was extremely viscous, and it already had some characteristics of liquid mana. The mana turned into a spiritual vortex, which was a secret method secretly recorded by major families, which helped cultivators break through the mana difficulty among the 3 difficulties of foundation building. Those casual cultivators had never even heard of it. Moo! In the ice cave, the golden jade carp floated up at some point, stirring the bubbles and swallowing the spiritual energy scattered around. Under the nourishment of these spiritual energies, it finally made up the last bit of progress and officially entered the mature stage. "Come here, uncle will feed you candy." Li Quanqing looked at the tempting light ball, almost impatient, stretched out his hand to touch the light ball, but his body suddenly froze. It felt cold, smooth and elastic, like a balloon filled with water. How is this possible? The light ball is naturally an illusion condensed by light, just like gas, illusory and without substance. This light ball in front of me actually has a real touch, unprecedented. It appeared for the first time. Li Quanqing hesitated for a moment, stretched out his palm, and successfully picked the light ball off the carp's head. He was wondering what to do next, and the information flowed, and a large piece of familiar text suddenly bloomed in front of him. Harvest a golden jade carp in the early stage of qi refining, and reward a top-grade magic weapon, the water dragon pendant. Ding! The gold finger has been automatically updated to the latest version, please check it. Water dragon pendant, meditate and soothe the mind, get close to the sea. It contains 3 water dragon spells, which are as powerful as a 9th level qi refining monk. One can be restored every 10 days after the spell is released. As expected of you, King Wan. Sure enough, it is Mr. Li's favorite fish cub. Li Quanqing was elated. This was the most precious light group reward he had ever seen. The ball of light lay in the palm of his hand, soft and bouncy, always tempting him to squeeze hard. He tried to put the light ball into his storage bag, and he actually succeeded. With a thought in Li Chuanqing's mind, the ball of light suddenly exploded in the storage bag and turned into a dragon-shaped jade pendant with intertwined blue and green colors. Very good, you can open the blind box in the storage bag in the future, which greatly increases the concealment.
Li Quanqing chuckled and took out the water dragon pendant to play with. The jade pendant is warm and flawless, as blue as the sea.
It sparkles when placed in the sun, and is engraved with 3 lifelike aqua-blue dragons. The tails of the dragons were entangled together, and they turned into jasper like lotus flowers in full bloom. The water vapor was dense, as if they were about to emerge from Jade Perry at the next moment and turn the river upside down. He hung the jade pendant on his waist, and he indeed felt much closer to the water spiritual energy between heaven and earth.
He must have cultivated faster, approaching high-grade spiritual roots. But why should I practice by myself? Wouldn't it be nice to just lie down and pick up balls of light?
Li Quanqing refused to internalize himself and decided to let the spiritual fish roll up first. This batch of green jade carp has been harvested.
The question now is whether to sell them all or continue to raise them?
Before, a stone loach broke through the second level of chi refining, but no light group reward appeared.
It seems that it is going to break through to the middle stage of chi refining. We need to continue the experiment.
Li Quanqing thought to himself that this green jade carp that wanted to transform into a dragon must not be sold. The rewards are rich, and he is born to be the king of rolls. He is most suitable to be the carp leader who commands the fish.
Maybe he will turn into a dragon one day. As winter turns to spring, the snowstorm finally disappears over time.
The thick ice gradually melts, the spring water ripples, and it is the season when all things revive and multiply. Even without the influence of acacia, the female spirit fish were still in love with the golden-striped jade carp every day and kept rubbing their bodies against him. But this guy remained aloof and uninterested.
He was obsessed with practicing all day long and couldn't extricate himself.
I want to transform into a dragon, jade carp. The female fish will only affect the speed of my transformation into a dragon. Cultivation, 1 level of chi refining, 11.11%. Li Quanqing saw it funny and decided to keep it for a long time, so he gave this guy a name.
A.O. Cheng.
A.O., this is the surname of the Four Seas Dragon clan in the previous life. I hope this big green carp will not live up to his ardent expectations. Take it, this is the land deed for the Beikingfang shop that the family rewarded you with. Deep in the weapon hall, the third elder handed over a land deed, impervious to water and fire, full of spiritual light, magical weapons, elixirs, talismans, spiritual rice. You can sell whatever you want, the family will not interfere. The weapon refiner has only one mandatory task, which is to hand in 4 magical weapons for free every year.
Each magical weapon will give you 3 weapons. Refining materials for free. The treatment is so good? Li Chuanqing's eyes sparkled. With his level of weapon refining, the success is almost 100%. Wouldn't it be possible to harvest the family's wool again?
Those old guys have recruited so many weapon refiners behind the scenes, they will always give us some resources for the weapon hall.
Li coolly sneered, you need to go to this store in person with the land deed. It just so happens that Beikingfang is going to hold a big auction. Are you interested in joining me? Li Quanqing had also heard of the Baoqing auction.
It was held once every 10 years and it was all good stuff. Moreover, 2 days ago, Li Quanqing just returned from hunting monsters and was resting in the market. He was invited to participate in a trade fair between several young members of the foundation building family. Most of these family monks came from a different background, had no support from their parents, had little background, and were not even qualified to raise fish on their own. You can only fight monsters to earn resources, and you can easily buy monster cubs from them. The young man was quite moved after hearing this. Li Quanqing agreed immediately, looking forward to gaining experience at the auction.
As for security? Not to mention the current 2 trump cards, the diamond talisman and the water dragon pendant.
Just relying on Li Qitong Hallmaster Koan Li Qi refining Peak Dzogchen Li Jiju's brother beside him. The ones who should be afraid are those blind tribulation cultivators. Li Quanqing collected the land deed and walked inside the weapon refining hall. All he heard in his ears were polite, "Hello, senior brother." Not to mention how wonderful the mood was. Wearing the custom-made fish and dragon pattern robe of the new weapon refiner in the family, he got lost in the study hall for 3 or 4 times.
Li Quanqing noticed something was wrong.
Recently, he seemed to have never seen the naughty kid Li Quanju.
This is not normal. He thought for a while and found Li Quanju,
who was preparing for the prefecture-level school examination and reviewing hard. "Good morning, junior sister, have you eaten?" The girl glanced at the big sun directly above her, her eyes wary. "What are you going to do?" "My spiritual stones have been squeezed out by you a long time ago, and there is not even a single spiritual sand left." "How can you say that, junior sister? Although you lost your spirit stone, you gained priceless knowledge in exchange." Li Quanqing blinked, his face not red and his heart not beating. As a talented weapon refiner with a great reputation, the number of disciples who come to him to make up lessons and open a small stove can be said to be from Qingyu Island to Qingpan Island. The only drawback is that the price is over 100 million yuan. What's more, I also gave junior sister a friendly price, which is a full 95% off. The boy muttered, his voice low enough for someone to hear clearly. Li Quanqiu was so angry that she gritted her teeth and silently ran the Bingqingju before suppressing the nameless flame in her chest. "If you have something to say it quickly, and if you have anything to say, let it go." "Okay." Li Quanqing became serious. "Where has that kid Li Quanju gone? I haven't seen him recently." "You do not know?" The girl's eyes were surprised. She clicked her tongue, and said with a strange tone, as expected of senior brother, "You have to ask me, an outsider, about any major events that happen in my uncle's family." "What big thing could happen to their family?" Li Quanqing didn't care on the surface, but his ears perked up. Did Li Quanju have a younger brother who competed for the family property? Li Quanqiu almost choked to death at these words and rolled her eyes at him. "If I were a relative of yours, I would definitely be so angry that I would never have any contact with you. The matter is much more serious than this. Your uncle went out on an adventure and came back seriously injured. He owes a lot of debt and is planning to sell his ancestral fish pond to pay off the debt." "Fish pond? District B fish pond?" Li Quanqing immediately grasped the key point and couldn't help but rub his paws. "Junior sister, be careful. The cause and outcome of the matter are simple. More than half a year ago, Uncle Li Yuhong spent a lot of spiritual stones to compete for the position of family deacon and failed, and his self-esteem was damaged. I am working hard to get stronger, and I am going to buy the first class level breaking elixir. Tunghua Dan, break through the 7th level of Qi training, and then surprise everyone." Unfortunately, there were not enough spiritual stones, so I had to go back to fish farming. First, I bought a lot of green jade carp fry, preparing to make a lot of money. The result can be imagined: insect disaster plus snow disaster, a combination of punches came down. Heavy losses. But Li Yuhong was unwilling to give in. He was like a gambler who lost his money and wanted to break through the 7th level of Qi training. Take back everything that was taken away by others. Just at this time, through his friends, he learned the secret information of an ancient cave. Li Yuhong was immediately overjoyed. Thinking of his previous fortune, he borrowed a lot of spiritual stones to buy life-saving equipment and went happily. Unexpectedly, this time it was actually a trap set up by others, specifically to trick him, a big fat sheep. Li Yuhong was really deceived. Although he finally saved his life, he might as well die. Not a single spiritual stone was earned, and the previous debts broke out collectively. Life was miserable, and I lost all my pants. After Li Quanqing heard the cause and effect, he didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, he sighed and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. But if you lose, you have to admit it and stop the loss in time. How many monks have died because of this word greed? Li Quanqing took a deep warning. Then, he thought with a smile on his face, how many spiritual stones should I pay to buy the fish pond in Area B? This fish pond is definitely in his pocket. Out of courtesy to his elders, Li Quanqing first went to the family market to buy some gifts. The boy originally thought that 2 big herrings would be enough, but thinking of his aunt's hard work and the fact that he was not short of money, he finally picked up a green jade carp. Carrying the spirit fish, Li Quanqing suppressed his curled lips, couldn't wait to board Qingpan Island, and headed straight to his uncle's cave. The last time Li Quanqing came to his uncle's house, it was crowded with guests and the gate was full of relatives who came to give gifts. But now it is deserted. To be precise, even sparrows would despise this house. The plaque is made of nets, the stone door is half closed, and the courtyard is covered with lush grass. Unlucky. Unlucky. An old man let his grandson past, and spat at the courtyard wall with a sound of poo, his eyes full of disgust. Immortal cultivators have a good memory, and can be said to remember everything they see. Li Quanqing remembered this old guy. Last time, he was the one who held the gift and waited respectfully in line outside his uncle's house. He also looked down on his big black fish as a gift. Who would have thought that time has changed and people's minds have changed? "Hello, sir. When Lao Deng saw the robe on him, his eyes lit up immediately. He hurriedly pulled his grandson to bend over and trot over. "Shenner, why don't you pay your respects to this weapon refiner?"
Li Quanqing shook his head and didn't bother to pay attention to him.
He pushed open the half-closed door and walked straight in. The old man was left behind with a look of surprise on his face. The child was ignorant and was happy to catch crickets in the weeds. Li Quanqing walked in the cave, and the stone steps were covered with weeds, which looked dilapidated and decadent. A hard-working person like my aunt didn't even care about her own home, which showed that something had really happened. Beside the garden pond, Li Quanju was standing there catching algae. When he saw him, he snorted, "Why are you here?"
"Look at your father, and come to see you too."
"You are here to see a joke." Li Quanju spoke with a sarcastic tone, but still led the way in front. The two were very silent along the way. "Teach me how to raise a green jade carp." Li Quanju suddenly spoke, his head lowered, his voice muffled, and he kept kicking the pebbles on the road with his feet.
Li Quanqing was surprised. He didn't expect this kid to say such a thing. "You don't want to learn to refine weapons?"
"No spiritual stones, no resources, my father won't let me learn." The boy turned his face away, aggrieved, tears rolling in his eyes, full of unwillingness. "Besides, my mother is too tired, I want to help her." Li Quanqing thought for a moment and told the truth. "Your father is going to sell the fish pond."
"Even if you want to be a fisherman, I'm afraid you don't have the conditions."
Li Quanju was stunned in place, and instantly felt that the sky was about to fall, and his future life was bleak. "Xinger, you are here." When Li Quanqing saw his aunt, he felt as if she was 20 or 30 years older, and her eyebrows were full of fatigue. Li Yuro looked at the green jade carp in her nephew's hand and wanted to refuse, but thought of the current situation at home. The woman opened her mouth, but finally took over. "Go see your uncle first." Li Yuhong was drinking at this time, looking quite happy, humming a little tune, and throwing peanuts into his mouth while drinking. "Dad, my senior brother Quanqing is here to see you."
Li Quanju shouted with his neck shrunk, timid, and a faint fear on his face. "TSK. What is this kid doing here? He must have bad intentions."
Li Yuhong sneered, did not get up to greet the guest, and continued to sit there and eat and drink.
"Uncle!"
Li Quanqing shouted with a perfunctory smile on his face. He glanced at the man's empty sleeves. His left arm was broken at the root, which hurt his foundation. There was no hope of breaking through the foundation in this life. You have become a weapon refiner, and you have reached the 5th level of chi refining. It's incredible, incredible. You are worthy of being the son of my eldest sister."
Li Yuhan looked like he had seen through you. "Why did you choose this time when you came earlier or later? You also want that fish pond?"
Li Quanju, who was standing next to him, heard this and his expression became more and more gloomy.
He couldn't help but clench his clothes.
After all, it is the foundation passed down by our ancestors.
If it falls into the hands of others, it will be a joke. Li Quanqing was frank and always spoke his mind.
He was ready to bleed heavily.
"What a pity, what a pity."
Li Yuhong drank and chewed the food, and his mouth was smacking. "If I had known you were coming, I would have waited and sold it."
"The highest bidder wins."
"You sold our fish pond?" The one who was more excited than Li Quanqing was his aunt, who just walked in. The woman's eyes suddenly turned red, like a mother animal protecting her cubs, and she rushed forward with her teeth and claws bared. "That's what our Quanju will use for refining weapons and practicing in the future."
How can you sell it?" Whoa, woman, stop talking. I can sell my things if I want. Do I need to discuss it with you, a yellow-faced woman?" Li Yuhong's expression suddenly became impatient, and his magic power surged.
He overturned the wine table and pushed his aunt to the ground. Li Quanju, who was next to him, rushed forward to help his mother and was also slapped twice.
"Enough, Zheng."
The sword rang, and a sword light suddenly flew out of Li Chuanqing's sleeves, and in the blink of an eye, it flew around Li Yuhong's neck several times. In the end, the Qingli sword was suspended in front of the man's eyes, only an inch, and the Gangjin sword light was swallowing and spitting, with murderous intent.
"You're too much. Who did you sell the fish pond to in the end?" Li Quanqing asked with a cold look.
The sword's light was like a star, pressing against the center of his brows, and a bone-chilling chill enveloped his entire body.
Li Yuhan was so frightened that he was sweating profusely, his lips trembling, and he wanted to scold his nephew, but in the end he backed off and said angrily, 2,000 spirit stones, sold to that old man Li Quanxue."
Li Quanxue? Li Chuanqing's mind immediately emerged with the old man who was smoking a pipe, always smiling at everyone he saw, and making money with a friendly attitude.
"This is a bit tricky. Bully the weak and fear the strong, so you can do it yourself." Li Quanqing glanced at his uncle for the last time, then snorted and walked away.
In the end, it was Li Quanzhu who sent him out of the door, with a red slap on his face, burning with pain. The young man stared at his toes, tears finally flowed out unsatisfactorily, and he muttered, thank you, brother." Li Quanqing looked at the 15-year-old child in front of him and said nothing, just patted him on the shoulder.
"It's time to grow up, Quanzhu."
He took out a booklet that recorded his fish-raising experiences. "Even if you don't have your own fish pond, you can rent it, work as a fisherman for those big fish pond owners, and collect spiritual stones.
Determination is not shouted out with a few words, but must be proven by facts.
I hope this cousin can really prove his determination with practical actions." Li Quanqing waved goodbye, indicating that there was no need to send him off again. There is a bright moon on the sea, and a jade hook hangs in the blue sky. It was getting late, and Li Quanqing was too lazy to go back to the fish pond. As he walked on the bluestone road home, he became more and more angry as he thought about it, and finally couldn't help but curse.
"Once the resentment and curses in my heart are gone, I will reach home."
Unexpectedly, in the shadows of the trees, there were two people standing at the door of his house, as if they had been waiting for a long time. The sparks flickered under the trees, like flickering fireflies, with a faint smell of tobacco entering the nostrils.
Li Quanqing had an idea and shouted uncertainly, "19th uncle?
Hey, brother, Cheng is back." The man in the darkness laughed, his voice was old, and when he walked to the moonlight, he saw that it was Li Quanqing whom he had longed for. Behind the old man, there was also a rich young man with a round face, wearing a khaki robe and looking honest and shrewd. They were even more exposed, and their clothes were all wet, which showed that they had been standing here for quite a while.
"The spring is cold and the humidity is biting. Uncle, come inside with me quickly."
Li Quanqing spoke hurriedly.
No trouble, no trouble."
The old man heard that Brother Qing has become the family's weapon refiner, so he specially prepared a congratulatory gift.
He will leave immediately after giving it away. It won't be a problem. Li Quanqing said with a smile, and hit the round-faced boy on the head with a smoking pot, making a clicking sound. "Chuanfu, why don't you take out the gift quickly and let your brother see if he is satisfied?" I revised it again and again, but it was difficult to write the family portrait. I felt that the writing was average. The literary youth disease has returned, alas. I'm too southern.
Bald. The moment he heard the gift, Li Quanqing's heartbeat skipped a beat, and he came up with a very outrageous guess. When the title deed of the fish pond in Area B appeared in front of him, the young man was still stunned.
This is too expensive, I can't have it." Li Quanqing decisively refused.
"This is a total of 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones.
Although there must be as much moisture as Li Yuhan's lion's mouth in it, it is also very precious."
I'm afraid the old man has emptied the coffin.
"Take it. It's just a gift. Could it be that since Brother Qing has become a weapon refiner, he will be separated from a bad old man like me and have no contact with us?"
Li Quanqing kept a straight face and secretly poked his own grandson with the smoke pot. Li Quanfu's pleasant round face showed helplessness, and he hurriedly stepped forward and handed the land deed to him. "Brother, it's just a little thought, please accept it." Li Quanqing couldn't resist, so he had to change the topic and looked the boy in yellow up and down.
"This must be Quanfu. I've always heard my uncle mention that he looks really talented."
Li Quanfu smiled naively. "I don't have the talent and ability like my clan brother, so I can only work as a waiter in the market, begging for food." Li Quanqing also supported him. "This guy has no other advantages.
He is honest and well-spoken. After several years of experience in Beijingfang City, he is ready to find a good employer."
Li Quanqing's heart moved when he heard this, and he thought of the shop that his family had rewarded him with. He must just want to be a hands-off shopkeeper, and he just needs a smart guy who has a lot of work experience and knows everything. Mr. Li Quanqing came prepared for this attack and had other plans. But it's all about taking what you need. Li Quanqing touched the thick fish pond title deed in his hand and said with a smile, "It just so happened that my family recently rewarded me with a shop.
I have everything waiting to be done. Is my brother willing to devote himself to it?"
Yes.
Li Quanfu was happy and quickly changed his title. "I've met my boss."
For a time, the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves.
Imo District, Fish Pond number 45. I'm back again.
The fish pond is turbulent and shiny, with lotus flowers and green leaves.
The scenery is beautiful and refreshing.
Li Quanqing took out the spiritual boat and floated it on the water. The dense spiritual energy hit his face and turned into white mist floating on the water, within reach. After the land deed of Evergreen Hall was changed, the fish pond finally belonged to him, and he got what he wanted. Because he bought it from the old man, the rumors about his uncle and nephew's rebellion did not spread. Plop! Plop! 20 green jade carp dived into the water, and they were all very comfortable. The fins were wide and elegant, like blue clouds floating under the water. They were born here when they were young. When they returned to their old place, they were all very happy, with their tails slapping against the waves and making a splashing sound. Yusheng on display, green jade carp, I feel a familiar smell, as if I'm back in my mother's arms. Let's take a nap first. Cultivation, 1 level of chi refining, 10.35%, the other spirit fish are similar, with laziness written all over their bodies. Buzz. Li Quanqing took out the stone spirit seal, bloomed yellow clouds, and began to transform the terrain, once again creating large rocks protruding from the water. Snap! Snap! 30 moon shells were placed on the top of the reef, submerged in the cold sea water rich in aura, and the shells opened and closed comfortably. Love of beauty, Zhou Yuebe, finally. Finally all the dirt on my body is washed away. This water area is simply paradise. Maturity, 68%, Beisheng Bliss, Jiao Ubi, oh my god. Since I left my mother, I finally saw such pure water quality again. I was so moved that I wanted to cry. Maturity, 67%, is it that exaggerated? Li Quanqing had a strange look on his face. These shells were already the size of a fist and were white and flawless. Every night he worshipped the moon and practiced with the green jade carps. In a few more months, he can become a monster in the chi refining stage. The iron bone crab and stone spirit loach were both left in the fish pond in Area C, and the waters in Area B were reserved for the upcoming new spiritual beasts. Li Quanqing released hundreds of big herrings to add vitality. Under the stimulation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, several large herrings directly entered the maturity stage. Harvest an adult big herring and reward 10 low-grade water arrow charms. Harvest an adult big herring and get a small spiritual energy ball as a reward. Li Quanqing noticed that the aura brought by the big herring had the word small added to it. This is indeed the case. A ball of spiritual energy penetrated into the body, barely having any effect. The amount of spiritual energy has not decreased, but my cultivation has improved. Li Quanqing was quite content with refining the spiritual energy. He found that after raising so many fish, crabs, loaches and shellfish, only the big herring and green jade carp had received like group rewards. No other spirit beast ever appeared. When I reach a higher level of cultivation, reach the great perfection of chi refining and even break through the foundation establishment, will the aura of the jade carp also lose its effect? Li Quanqing felt a little worried. Fortunately, the jade carp also was gold-pattern alien species, and the golden-pattern jade carp can also evolve further, with the possibility of advancing to a second-level foundation-building monster. Maybe one day, thousands of ancient green dragons will be raised in my fish pond, just to harvest the light group rewards and help me become an immortal? A ridiculous idea came to Li Quanqing's mind and he couldn't help but laugh. These are too far away from him, so he should honestly set small goals first. For example, expand the number of green jade carps to 100. Or, get the top 10 in the clan competition, change to blue sea tide rising skill, and lay the foundation for foundation building. Or, break through the 7th level of chi refining, rent a spiritual island, become the master of an island, and own 10,000 acres of fish ponds. Towards the peak of life. As the boy thought about it, he grinned and laughed, his eyes curved into crescents. After a lot of imagination, rationality returned to reality. Tomorrow I will go to Beijing to participate in the big auction. Li Quanqing began to count his storage bag. 20 green jade carps open 5 medium-grade green carp swords, 60 medium-grade ice arrow talismans, several spiritual energy balls, and a water dragon pendant. 1 high-grade diamond talisman, 4 medium-grade golden light shield talismans, 57 low-grade falling stone talismans, 13-14 low-grade water arrow talismans, 3 gourds of beauty-enhancing spiritual mud, and several elixir magic tools. And 743 low-grade spiritual stones and 87 spiritual sands, both in fractions and wholes. Li Quanqing played with the water dragon pendant. Inside the crystal clear jade, there was an amazing and violent power. New spirit beast, here I come. Early morning, Qingdu Island. The white fog covered the dock, and the fierce sea breeze blew, salty, wet and cold, blowing people's bones to pieces. Woo! Accompanied by the sound of the horn, the large spirit boat broke through the sea like a mountain, riding the wind and waves, full of oppression. Chuanfu, let's go. Li Quanqing took out the spirit boat and greeted his friends.
Spirit boat.
It's worthy of being the boss, with great financial resources.
Li Chuanfu's eyes were full of admiration.
Whether it was true or false, it was really comfortable to flatter him.
I've said it many times, you don't have to call me the boss, just call me by my name or my clan brother.
Li Quanqing shook his head helplessly.
Just as he was about to take out the spirit stone and inlay it on the deck, a tower-like burly figure suddenly enveloped him.
What are you doing here, kid? Li Kunli appeared silently and grabbed someone's collar.
To participate in the auction, didn't the hall master say that we should take a boat to Beijingfang?
Li Quanqing kicked his legs in the air, and found that it was difficult to break free from the big hand with his initial strength of body training, so he gave up resistance instantly.
Where is the hall master's spiritual boat? Why can't we squeeze in together?
The young man looked around. Li Kunli looked at the small spiritual boat under his feet with a look of disgust, and casually pointed to the large spiritual boat not far away. That one is mine, come on, get on the boat with me.
The second-level spiritual boat was sailing on the sea, as huge as a mountain. No matter what was in the way, it would be smashed to pieces.
The hulls on both sides of the ship were stirring up turbid waves. Li Chuanfu stood on the deck, watching the waves more than 100 meters high reaching the sky, rumbling over, and finally smashing on the formation into white waves like silk. He screamed excitedly.
Li Quanqing was not much better.
Looking around, there were all huge waves, one after another, endless, covering the sky and the sun, as if shuttling through the seabed.
It's still good to be young.
The third elder Li Kunli stood in the distance, watching this scene with a smile. He remembered that when his brother broke through the foundation building, he excitedly took him to fly thousands of miles away in one breath. The vast sea of Qingming is indistinguishable, and the 9-day clouds are within reach. From then on, the seeds of foundation building took root in his heart.
4 hours later, the spiritual boat arrived safely at Beijingfang City.
There were practitioners coming from all directions, the sky was full of flowing lights, and the sea was covered with boats.
Bakingdao was more lively than ever before.
You young people can go and have fun by yourselves, and you don't have to accompany an old man like me. Li Kunli handed over a VIP token of the auction house, which could go directly to the VIP box.
See you later, hall master.
Li Quanqing waved his hand, his tone was very casual, and he felt relaxed when facing his own elders.
Li Chuanfu next to him was much more respectful, tiptoeing and not daring to breathe heavily. Quanqing, here.
Demon hunter Li Quanj was standing at the dock, his figure was as straight as a gun, dressed in black, strangers were not allowed to approach, his angular face was tense, and he was indifferent and alienated. Standing in the crowd, he was like a crane standing out among chickens, a complete conspicuous bag.
Is that the third elder, Lord Li Kunli?
Li Quanj looked across the sea and saw the burly figure, with regretful eyes. What a pity, we missed each other. Both of them are pure-bodied refining cultivators who admire strength, and Li Kunli is even known as the first person in the Qingyu Li family who has established his foundation. Many clan members with the Quan character regard the third elder as their life idol and are very inspiring. Where to go first, your newly acquired shop, or Monster Street? Li Quanj retracted his gaze and looked at the young man in bamboo green Taoist robes, his expression was so envious.
That's a shop in Beijingfang City.
Like him, a Li family cultivator whose parents are both mortals, he may not be able to save so many spirit stones even if he fights for his life.
Li Quanqing is lucky. After becoming a weapon refiner, the family directly rewards him with one. This is the importance of production-oriented talents. Let's go to the shop first and see what it looks like.
Li Quanqing took out the deed, and on the back was a map of the entire Beijingfang city, with the location of the shop specially marked. As they entered the island protection formation of the market, a conspicuous red dot that kept moving appeared on the map, representing the location of everyone.
Beijingfang covers a large area, and the number of shops is also amazing.
The most prosperous area is Baoqing Street, located in the center, swallowing and spitting out people coming from all directions. To be able to open a shop here, at least there must be a cultivator at the level of qi refining great perfection sitting in charge. Those buildings that occupy the largest area and attract the most attention are all major foundation building forces without exception. Magnificent, with carved beams and painted buildings.
For example, the Baoqing auction house jointly built by the Li family and the Xie family, the Danwang building of the Wang family of Tunghua Island, the Yunzhong Hall of the Yin family of Xiaoyao Island, and the Xijin Pavilion of the Situ family of Taiyuan.
Even the Jindan sect, Shuihua Sword sect, to which the 5 foundation building families are attached, has opened a temple here to sell spiritual arts.
Li Chuanqing's shop is naturally not here, but it is not far away. It is a street extending from Baoqing Street, and there are many pedestrians in front of the door. Although the weapon refiners have family rewards, some shops are located in remote areas and cannot make any money at all.
Just looking at the location of the shop, you can tell how much the boss is valued in the weapon refining hall. Li Chuanfu looked at the things sold in the surrounding shops and was already thinking about how to attract customers. Li Quanqing took out the array plate that the family had given him earlier, infused it with mana, and opened the array in front of him. A three-story building appeared in front of him, with an antique style, blue bricks and blue tiles, and it looked a bit old. Pushing the door open and walking in, all kinds of tables, chairs and utensils were available, and the shelves and cabinets made of sandalwood were neatly arranged, each with a formation aura guarding it. Pushing open the inner door, there is actually a small courtyard. Next to the stone well, a cherry tree is rooted in the soil, absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy, and is green and juicy.
The treatment of the family's weapon refiner is too good. Li Quan's eyes are red with envy.
This place is close to the center of the town, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is rich, not inferior to the second-level spiritual vein.
It is simply a good cave. You can move in directly with your luggage. Well, there is also a spirit gathering array in this yard. Li Quanqing fiddled with the array plate.
Around the cherry tree, small bright yellow triangular flags emerged from the soil, and the array patterns intertwined, raising a breeze. The spiritual energy rolled in, and the white mist curled up, just above the knees. The air was fresh and refreshing. As a place to stay in the market, it is a very good choice.
Li Quanqing was quite satisfied. He looked at the round-faced boy. Chuanfu, what kind of business do you think our shop should do?
Li Chuanfu did not answer immediately, but pondered for a moment. Brother Hui, I just saw that there are talisman and elixir shops on this street, and there are even 2 magic tool shops.
It can be seen that the competition is not small.
As the master of the Dong family, it is better to open a magic weapon shop, with a stable supply of goods. But low-grade magic weapons are not competitive, so it is better to focus on magic weapons and sell other spiritual objects as a supplement, so as to spread the reputation of our shop for honesty, trustworthiness, and good quality and low prices in the early stage. When the clan brothers' weapon refining skills rise, various medium and high-grade magic weapons will be at hand, and it will naturally become a hit.
This is indeed a very pertinent suggestion.
Low-grade magic weapons are sold everywhere, and the market is too competitive.
Fortunately, there is no rent for my own shop, otherwise I will lose a lot of money. Li Quanqing thought about it and took out a Qingli sword. What do you think of this sword? Mid-grade magic weapon.
Li Chuanfu's eyes lit up, and he immediately became more confident. I looked at the 2 weapon refining shops, both of which were opened by small families.
With this Qingli sword, we can use the name of our Qingyu Li family for publicity, which is much easier in the early stage.
He was almost impatient and wanted to open the shop now to show his value.
There's no rush for this. Let's open our shop after the auction.
Li Quanqing has his own ideas. Although the Baoqing auction attracted a large number of cultivators, there were good and bad people mixed together, and he might encounter a dragon crossing the river. He didn't even have the late stage of qi refining, so he had better survive for a while. Anyway, guarding the cornucopia of the market, there will definitely be no shortage of spiritual stones in the future, so there is no need to rush. After visiting the shop, the 3 of them went to Monster Street together, ready to participate in a small gathering of the younger generation of several foundation building families. Monster Street, as the name suggests, is a place where all kinds of monster meat and materials are sold. Across several streets, you can smell the pungent smell of blood. The corpses of various monsters are hung in front of the shops like a show.
90.9% of them are sea monsters.
The bright red blood of the beast stripped, dyeing the stone road under his feet red, coupled with the cold and shining scales, ferocious fangs and tentacles. A tragic breath came to the face, shocking.
Li Quanqing looked around.
Because of the golden finger, he had read a lot of books about monsters. At this time, he just combined those pictures with the true appearance of the monsters, and suddenly felt a sense of eye opening. Hey, there are copper-shelled crabs? Suddenly, Li Quanqing paused and saw more than a dozen large crabs with brass-colored shells. The book said that if the bloodline of the iron-bone crab is further developed, it will evolve into this copper-shelled crab, which has the potential to advance to the middle and late stages of qi refining. The feet of the copper-armored crab are the size of a millstone, and look like shiny brass statues, with sharp claws and teeth bared, giving people a sharp feeling. The huge crab shell is not a whole piece, but is composed of densely packed shuttle-shaped structures, like the shape of chain mail.
I guess this monster must have been very majestic and domineering when it was alive.
Unfortunately, it is now dead and has become meat on the chopping board for the monks to visit.
Wow, this store has taken over a crab nest, so many.
Li Quanj glanced into the store, and more than a dozen copper-armored crab corpses were placed there, which was gloomy and terrifying. Li Quanqing felt a little regretful and asked the boss if there were any spiritual crab cubs for sale, but got a negative answer. This exterminated group did have pregnant female crabs, but they escaped, and some crab cubs were killed in the battle, and nothing was gained. Li Quanqing sighed and touched the bodies of several copper-armored crabs. He felt like facing those silly big crabs at home. Suddenly, a familiar text popped up in front of him. Stubborn copperhead, copper-armored crab, swallow. 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 I must survive. Maturity, 7%, Li Chuanqing's pupils shrank slightly, and then he pretended to be calm and touched all the copper-armored crabs one by one. Only 2 of the corpses showed signs of monster cubs.
Did they take advantage of the chaos on the battlefield to swallow their children and protect them?
Or to prevent them from falling into the hands of human monks and being enslaved? The crabs poisoned and ate their children. The boy didn't want to go into it, and looked at the boss. How much is the copper-armored crab?
This is a good thing.
The crab shell is naturally suitable for refining shields and magic tools, and the crab meat is even more fresh and tender. Just steaming it will make your tongue fall off. The boss kept talking and boasted, Qinghui, 50 spirit stones each.
This price is expensive, too expensive.
Li Quanqing was about to bargain, when Li Chuanfu stepped forward and said, Boss, leave it to me.
Boss, you are really dishonest.
This dead crab has been left unsold for days, and it stinks. The young man took the lead, with a loud voice, and he had mastered the essence of bargaining.
It shouldn't be, it is suppressed by the ice charm every day. The boss looked suspicious, sniffed, and indeed smelled a faint fishy smell.
Also, I saw that the monster meat in other shops is cut. Why do you sell it whole?
Li Chuanfu crossed his arms. Is it because the crab shell is too hard and you can't pry it open at all, and you are deliberately cheating customers?
The boss looked slightly embarrassed. This really touched his sore spot. The copper-shelled crab has a fused shell all over its body. When it grows up, its hardness is comparable to that of a mid-grade magic weapon, and its defense is amazing. The hunting method of the monster hunter is to use various shock spells, or burn and freeze. Kill the copper-shelled crab from the inside, and the shell is intact. This also led to the fact that sometimes, after buying a copper-clad crab home, you spent a lot of energy dismembering the crab shell, but you only got a pile of minced meat. After a bargaining, Li Quanqing successfully bought 2 copper-clad crabs for 69 spirit stones. The copper-clad crabs were so huge that they could not be put into a small storage bag at all, so the clerk had to move them to the customer's home. Li Quanqing was relieved when he saw this. The storage bag could not store living things, but it accidentally kept the crab cubs alive. Li Chuanfu volunteered to go back to the shop with the clerk to ensure that nothing unexpected happened. Li Quanqing and Li Quanj successfully found a place and continued to participate in the trading meeting.
Jiuquan Pond.
The autumn water gurgled, the pool water rippled, the peach forest on the shore was like fire, and spirit deer and monkeys appeared from time to time. Several buildings were located on the shore, with pavilions and towers, exquisite and orderly, all very exquisite and antique. No one could have imagined that at the end of the bloody and barbaric Monster Street, there was such a high-level cave. After Li Quanj showed his credentials, the two were respectfully welcomed into the reception hall. A blue-purple snake head hung in front of the hall, with a ferocious appearance and a single horn on its forehead. From time to time, lightning flashed between its scales, and it was very powerful.
Thunder horn python. Li Quanqing recognized this monster.
An adult thunder horn python is powerful enough to rival a cultivator at the 7th level of chi refining. Most importantly, they are group-living monsters, extremely difficult to hunt, and few casual cultivators dare to take advantage of them.
This is the trophy that my master won during a hunt of the Yun family.
The maid next to him introduced softly, with a hint of pride on her face. The owner of this cave house, who was also the initiator of this trading meeting, emerged in Li Chuanqing's mind. Yun Jiezi, a casual cultivator, was at the 6th level of chi refining. A few years ago, due to fate, he was valued by an elder of the Yun family and became a worshipper of the Foundation. Building family. The Yun family of Xiaoyao Island, with the sale of spirit boats as the family foundation, has 3 great Foundation. Building monks.
Ranked 2nd among the 5 major families.
A lot of information emerged in his mind, which was the instinct of being a disciple of the family. "Dear guest, the trade fair has begun, please follow me." The maid came from the back hall, her tone quite apologetic. Because of the copper-armored crab, Li Quanqing was late, so he naturally wouldn't be angry. Led by the maid, the two had just entered the trade fair when they saw a monk standing in the hall and shouting. 8 green water snake eggs, in exchange for a mid-grade magic weapon, a top-grade life-saving pill for cultivation, or an equivalent spirit stone.
Green water python. Li Chuanqing's eyes lit up.
This kind of monster, like the copper-armored crab, will have the strength of the middle stage of qi refining when it grows up. Moreover, it has a delicate appearance, a gentle nature, and its blue scales are like transparent crystals, so it is sought after by many female cultivators.
30 spirit stones.
I'll give you 30.5, plus a precious spirit bead. There were bids one after another, and the loudest one was a girl in red. She had snow-white skin and a delicate face, but her rough laughter made several male cultivators stunned. The girl is Xia Hanyu, a member of the Xia family on Baozhou Island, who once sold the moon shell to him. A medium-grade magic weapon, a black turtle shield, and a low-grade green carp sword. Li Quanqing reported his price. The black turtle shield was a trophy from the last time I killed Jieshio, and I had wanted to replace it for a long time. The green carp sword was refined during this period, and there are 7 or 8 handles. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was quiet for a moment, and then fell into even greater noise. Green carp sword, the disciple of Qing Yuli has arrived. You are so young, and you have already reached the 5th level of qi refining.
I am afraid that only Yun Jiezi can defeat him.
Low-grade green carp sword, it seems that he is a weapon refiner, no wonder he is so wealthy.
The arrival of Li Quanqing instantly became the focus of the audience.
This group of side disciples and demon hunters were not very high in cultivation. In addition to Yun Jiezi, who was at the 6th level, there were also 2 masters at the 5th level of qi refining. The rest are the little shrimps on the 4th level of qi refining, the 3rd level of qi refining, and there is even a 2nd level qi refining person who comes to join in the fun. Li Quanqing is top-notch here regardless of his cultivation or status. It turns out to be my cousin Quanqing. I gave these snake eggs to my younger brother as a congratulatory gift for you becoming a weapon refiner.
Xia Hanyu giggled.
The Li and Xia families have always been on good terms, and they often refer to each other as cousin. Come here quickly, cousin will treat you to a drink. Thank you, Sister Hanyu, for your kindness. Li Quanqing went to trade the snake eggs first, and then sat down next to her. The green anaconda's eggs are slightly larger than pebbles and feel like green jade. They are cold and hard, constantly attracting water spiritual energy from all directions. Peering through the eggshell, you can vaguely see a slender shadow curled up. Yun Jiezi at the top also stood up with a wine cup in hand. He was about 30 years old, his eyes were as white as copper bells, and the lush beard under his chin exploded like a mane.
I haven't asked yet, who is this young talent from the Li family? Faced with Yun Jiezi's inquiry, Li Quanqing also stood up with a wine cup. Qing Yu Li Quanqing. Xiaoyao Island, Yun Jiezi. The two exchanged names, and then drank it all in one gulp, and could be called fellow Taoists.
No one came out to disrupt the situation, and no one jumped out to show off and slapped his face.
The atmosphere was harmonious and peaceful.
After all, everyone was a family cultivator, knowing how to advance and retreat, and knowing etiquette. Li Quanqing smacked his lips.
Xia Hanyu knew that he didn't like to drink, so she poured tea for him. It was bitter and astringent, not good to drink.
The trading meeting continued, and it was the next person's turn to stand up and take out a 9-transformation coral branch to introduce in detail. While listening, Li Quanqing focused his mind on the snake egg in his hand. The eggshell was flawless jade, with light blue spots on the surface and twisted lines like seawater. It felt very hard, and there would be no problem even if it was hit hard.
Can such a solid snake egg really be broken from the inside and give birth to new life?
Li Quanqing was a little skeptical and decided to check the literature after returning to Qingyu Island.
Brother Chang, are you thinking about how to hatch snake eggs?
Xia Hongyu next to him gulped down the liquor, tilted her slender white neck, and drank it all in one gulp, feeling very happy. A few drops of light red liquor dripped along the corners of her lips, and the strong aroma of the wine mixed with the girl's body fragrance drilled into her nose, tickling her heart.
Cousin, do you have any tricks? Li Quanqing asked, not resisting. Who doesn't like to stick with beautiful girls?
I have a sister who raises a jade bird, which is very beautiful. She shows off to us good sisters every day. My sister is so angry that she has long wanted to raise a few green water pythons. She has prepared a lot of ancient books on raising this kind of spiritual snake in advance. Xia Hongyu exhaled a breath of alcohol, her cheeks were stained with blush, and she held her cheeks with her hands, deliberately showing off her white and delicate arms. Unfortunately, not only was Li Quanqing unmoved, but even Li Quanj next to him noticed that the focus was a bit off.
Emerald Bird, could it be that bitch Li Chuanny?
His voice was a bit loud, and the whole hall was silent for a moment, and then they continued to chat, each in their own circle.
Silly, keep your voice down. Xia Hongyu glared at him.
As both were alcoholics, they had known each other for a long time. Yes, it's that bitch Li Chuanny. The red-clothed girl bit her silver teeth secretly, making a creaking sound, and her slightly chubby cheeks were puffed up, very cute. It turned out to be her, Li Chuanny from Qingfei Island, the first genius of the Li family's side branch.
Li Quanqing knew this person.
At the age of just over 20, she has already reached the 6th level of qi refining, and is a strong contender for the first place in the family competition after the new year.
In addition, Li Chuanny's fiancé is Li Quangying, the only top-grade spiritual root of the Quan generation. So, can Brother Cheng give a snake egg to his sister?
Xia Hongyu blinked her eyes, pitiful, and I felt pity for her.
The answer is naturally no.
What kind of girl's request is better than the reward of the light ball? When I raise the green water python, I will definitely give one to Sister Hongyu to kill the prestige of your sisters.
Li Quanqing said righteously, and he would not give in no matter what.
This snake egg might be able to produce a medium-grade magic weapon if it is raised.
He was stupid to give it to the girl.
Xia Hongyu's eyes were full of resentment, but she still gave him the experience of raising snakes.
This woman has always been broad-minded.
Li Quanqing returned the favor and took out a gourd of beauty-enhancing spiritual mud, which was fragrant.
The resentment in the girl's heart disappeared instantly. The trading meeting was still going on.
Li Quanj made a lot of moves and bought a lot of monster blood. He practiced the body refining technique True Body of 100 Beasts, which required the blood of monsters to sharpen himself.
Li Quanqing ate cakes and watched with interest.
After the green water python, no more spirit beast cubs appeared.
There were 2 or 3 adult monsters with strong fighting power.
They had been tamed and could sign a blood contract for slavery on the spot, which was quite convenient.
He looked uninterested. The last person came to the order.
This was a casual cultivator at the 5th level of qi refining.
I don't know how he got in.
He took out a dark green turtle egg from the spirit beast bag.
It was as big as a wash basin. It had an ancient and vast aura and was full of vitality.
Li Quanqing was immediately excited when he saw this scene. A longevity turtle egg, with strong vitality, can easily live for 10,000 years, without disasters or calamities.
It is indeed an excellent spirit beast to protect the family and guard the spirit island.
However, when he heard this name, Li Quanqing lost interest instantly. He sat back on the cushion with his raised buttocks.
Longevity turtle, a famous and wonderful monster in the world of cultivation.
If there are no disasters or calamities and sufficient resources, it can live for 10,000 years and constantly break through the realm.
The only drawback is that it takes too long.
Just to break through the foundation building, it takes a full 500 years of accumulation.
With the same time and resources, other monsters may have cultivated to the stage of forming a pill.
They are too expensive for casual cultivators to raise, and the immortal cultivation families think that there is no cost-effectiveness.
Li Quanqing was too lazy to even take a look.
He preferred those monsters with short growth cycles, which could quickly break through the realm and then harvest the light balls. Like the longevity turtle, it takes 10 years to break through the qi refining, and the growth rate is very slow.
Naturally, he was disgusted. Other family cultivators were also uninterested, and the atmosphere was quite cold.
Seeing this, the casual cultivators looked a little embarrassed. 180 low-grade spirit stones.
Taoists who like it, just take it away. This price is too expensive. Sure enough, although several people offered prices, they were all lower than the psychological expectation of this casual cultivator, and the transaction failed.
Li Quanqing shook his head and was about to leave to go home to see the crabs. Yun Jiezi suddenly stood up and smiled. Thanks to the kindness of all Taoist friends, I recently got a spiritual beast, majestic and extraordinary, please appreciate it.
Although accompanied by a low and deep roar, a flame-wreathed monster walked with huge limbs and was led out of the back hall.
Its head was raised high, and its golden red fur was as smooth as silk.
It was huge and strong, with dense and majestic mane, and its light golden pupils were bright and energetic, revealing a king's domineering aura. What kind of monster is this? I have never seen it before.
The cultivators exclaimed. Their breathing was a little difficult, and their minds were taken away.
Lion? Li Quanqing recognized the appearance of the monster and was surprised to see it on the island. Red flame lion. This is a monster from the land. Li Quanqing is indeed a monster hunter with rich experience. After a little thought, he accurately said the origin of this monster. A thing from the land? The cultivators present were immediately shocked. Thousands of years ago, the cultivators from the mainland came to the sea to open up wasteland and take root, which led to the prosperity of the East China Sea cultivation world. This is a story that everyone is familiar with. But who has seen the mainland with their own eyes? It is too far away, a distance of millions of miles, plus various natural barriers. Even the great cultivators who have established their foundation will have a headache. People gathered around the lion and looked at it, which was considered an eye-opener. As you can see, this is a spiritual beast from the mainland. Yun Jiezi bowed his hands. Let me tell you that after more than 20 years of sailing, my Yun family's cloud boat finally returned from the mainland with a full load. 1 year after the Baoqing auction, the Xiaoyao conference will be held in Xiaoyao Island Market, inviting fellow Taoists to appreciate the rare treasures from the distant continent together. Xiaoyao conference? Li Quanqing touched the furry lion. The fur was fluffy and warm, and the touch was very comfortable. He was a little looking forward to harvesting some monster cubs shipped from the mainland. The Yun family's moving mountain cloud boats have to cross millions of miles every few decades to conduct cross-sea trade. Although the risk is high, it also makes a lot of money. Although the red flame lion was touched on the itchy spot, squatting on the ground with its hind legs, and couldn't help but let out a low roar, and its two round and fluffy ears turned back and forth, with a very anthropomorphic expression. The originally majestic and domineering appearance also has a little more cuteness. Lion heart pride, red flame lion, yes, that's the spot, scratch it. Damn human race, I've condescended to let you touch it, why hasn't anyone fed it delicious food yet? Cultivation, Qi refining level 4, 78%, even if you cultivate to become a demon, you're still a big cat in your bones. A smile flashed in Li Quanqing's eyes. Seeing that the big lion was about to reach the peak of its life, he suddenly pulled his hand away from under the furry neck. It's not a big cat raised at home, just touch it twice. If you continue to scratch it, it will be impolite. Oh ho? Oh what? Ayo. The climax was forcibly interrupted, and the red flame lion suddenly became anxious. He raised his huge lion head and looked around, searching frantically in the crowd, with endless aftertaste. Unfortunately, Li Quanqing had left at this time. Back in the shop, Li Chuanfu came up to him and asked, "How was the harvest, boss?" "Not bad." Li Quanqing was in a good mood. He looked at the two copper-shelled crabs as big as millstones, and carried one in each hand directly to his room. Bang! Bang! After closing the door, the boy began to tinker with it. The copper shell of the crab shell was strong and amazing, with a rounded structure, and even the joints were covered with thin layers of shells. If you want to take the crab babies out, you can only choose to gut them. Li Quanqing manipulated the Qingli sword, and the Gangjin sword light flickered and pierced a small hole in the crab shell. Swish! A little air gushed out, and a fishy smell spread, with a slight rotten smell. Crack! Crack! Li Quanqing used the flying sword as a sawwheel, and carefully, he finally cut the back of the big crab completely. In the bloody flesh, 7 or 8 copper-shelled crab babies were lying inside, not much bigger than a teacup. Crack! Crack! After they adapted to the sudden bright light, they immediately waved their claws at the big face in front of them, trying to intimidate the enemy. Looking at the crabs covered in blood and dirt, Li Quanqing shook his head and took them out one by one and put them in the prepared seawater. Stubborn copperhead, stubborn copperhead, stubborn copperhead. As expected of the crab family, their personality is the same as that group of iron fools. Li Quanqing picked up a small crab and shook it in the water to wash off the blood. The little guy was dizzy, with stars in his eyes and his claws drooping weakly. The newborn crabs have not experienced the rain and wind, and the color of the crab shell is bright, golden, and feels like a golden statue. Beautiful and noble. Li Quanqing followed the same method and dismembered another copper crab. Unfortunately, perhaps it was due to food shortage or lack of air. 2 dead crab cubs appeared in the stomach of this copper-armored crab, their bodies withered and stiff, wrapped in a large mass of blood-colored mucus. In the end, a total of 15 copper-armored crab cubs were harvested. Although they were a little slow in development, they were all lively and very aggressive. Chee. A copper-armored crab opened and closed its mouth, making a sharp chirping sound, struggling to crawl out of the basin and get back into the body of the big copper-armored crab. "Are you hungry?"
Li Quanqing took out the monster meat jerky that he had prepared long ago, tore it into small strips, and handed it to the crab cubs. These little guys have been eating carrion since they were born, cannibalism, which is not a good habit. It needs to be corrected. Sniff. The copper-armored crab cub looked at the meat strip on its head, tried to pinch it with its pliers, smelled it again, and then gave up decisively. It opened its spider-like crab legs, crawled quickly, and got under the body of the big copper-armored crab again. It seems that they are still not hungry enough. Li Quanqing collected the monster meat and locked up all the small crabs. He planned to let them starve for a few meals to temper their wildness. Of course, he still left a piece of spirit stone and dried meat in the water to prevent them from really starving to death. The remaining copper-armored crab remains are easy to deal with. The hard crab shell can be preserved for a long time and used to refine tools in the future. The fresh parts of the crab meat are kept for eating, and the rotten parts are mashed into bait and fed to the jade carp and iron-bone crabs. It's not easy to come to the market, so I have to bring some gifts back for my carp and crabs. Li Quanqing believes that he is still a very kind and generous fish pond owner. Li Chuanfu and Li Quanj are both good cooks. Li Quanqing only needs to sit and wait, and he can eat a delicious crab pot. The cooking skills are really good, fresh and delicious, the meat is crisp and elastic, and it really tastes like the freshness of the sea. After eating, Li Quanqing took out a jade slip and stuck it on his forehead. This was given to him by Xia Hanyu, and it records a lot of insights and experiences in raising the green water python. As the name suggests, the spiritual python was born in the seawater and is naturally close to the water. Because snake eggs are delicious and have many natural enemies, the green water python has evolved a special defense mechanism over a long period of time. The beautiful jade-like shell of each snake egg is extremely strong and difficult to destroy by many spells. For the jade water python to break out of its shell, the mother snake needs to continuously secrete a special mucus during the incubation process. This liquid can soften the eggshell and help the baby snake to come into this world smoothly. If the mother snake dies due to an accident, the incubation is interrupted, and the hard eggshell is not soft enough. The jade water python will use up the nutrients in the egg liquid and die. Evolution is never absolutely perfect, and there are always pros and cons. Li Quanqing picked up a snake egg. The surface of the jade-like eggshell was dotted with sea-blue star spots, and waves formed snake-scale-like protrusions. It was just an egg, beautiful as a work of art. Although I don't have a pregnant mother snake, the wisdom of the human race is infinite, and the secret recipe for mixing this mucus has long been developed. Li Quanqing held the jade slip, and there was still a trace of amazement on his face. If there were no such records in the hard work of the predecessors, I am afraid he would be helpless in the face of snake eggs. This is the inheritance of the world of immortal cultivation, which can guarantee the prosperity and rise of a family. Spirit stone chips, snake saliva flowers, sea crystal sand, herb mud. Li Quanqing spent several days and finally bought all the things recorded in the secret recipe. During this process, the little copper-armored crabs were so hungry that they compromised and tried to swallow a few pieces of dried meat. No matter how stubborn the bones are, they will be broken one day. Finally, according to the strict matching ratio, Li Quanqing successfully prepared this artificial spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid is sticky, like royal blue jelly, exuding a strange fragrance, and it smells very cool. Li Quanqing filled the wooden barrel with seawater and poured in the spiritual liquid. In an instant, the seawater was dyed into a sparkling blue. Just in case, he put a snake egg in it first to see if it works. Gurgle. The snake egg sank into the water, and soon bubbles began to emerge one after another, as if something was breathing inside the eggshell. It worked, just as recorded in the jade slip. Li Quanqing breathed a sigh of relief and followed the same method, soaking all the snake eggs of the green water python in it. After he dealt with the two newly acquired spirit beasts, the Baoqing auction officially began. Wow, so many people. Li Quanqing looked at the surging crowd at the Baoqing auction house and couldn't help but sigh like a young man. The casual cultivator next to him was about to curse him as a country bumpkin, but when he saw the bamboo green fish dragon robe, he immediately shut his mouth in anger. It turned out to be the young master who came out from the Qingyu Islands to gain experience, so it's okay. Wearing the family robe and walking on the Li family's own territory, his waist was indeed strong, and he walked with vigor. When those casual cultivators and cultivators from small families saw them, they all showed complicated and envious expressions. 3 young masters, do you have a VIP token? The road was paved with green and gold jade, and the light was so bright that it reflected the golden splendor inside the hall. A pretty woman with bright eyes and good looks came up, wearing a moon-white gauze dress, outlining a faint and hazy curve. From the tone, she was also a mortal from the Li family. Li Quanqing took out the token that the third elder had left for him, and the girl's eyes suddenly lit up. So you are the distinguished guest of the weapon hall, please follow me. These maids have specially trained their postures, and they walk gracefully, showing the fullness and roundness under their skirts. The jade pendants on their earlobes don't even shake. In addition, the noble and elegant air in their gestures makes people feel relaxed and happy. Several people shuttled through the stairwell and came directly to the top floor. They used the token to open a luxurious box covered by the formation. The door carved with hundreds of flowers slowly opened, and a white mist floated out. The faint fragrance penetrated into the nose, which made people feel refreshed and tired. I thought who it was. It turned out to be Ching Boy. Li coolly looked over and was hugging a pair of twin girls at this time. It was really old but not old at heart. However, this master of the weapon refining hall was still several years away from the age of 60. According to the lifespan of chi refining monks, he can live for a long time. In the previous life, he was a non-retired person. Quanqing, come in, don't be shy, we are all family members. This box occupies a large area, and Li Quanlin is also there, greeting them warmly. In addition, there are 7 family refiners, all of whom express their goodwill. Li Quanqing responded one by one and sat next to his senior brother. The 2 friends behind him were not afraid of the stage and were very calm. Li Quanj even thought about how to find an opportunity to ask the third elder some questions about body training. What would this young master like to drink? A delicate voice sounded, like pearls falling on a jade plate, gentle and beautiful, and people's eyes were brightened. Li Quanqing also turned his head and immediately saw a plump and beautiful woman in a palace skirt. She was about 30 years old, with thick black hair, and the charm of a mature young woman, and her snow-white and delicate skin was so soft that it could be blown away. Although her facial features are not absolutely beautiful, she has a striking beauty mole at the corner of her eye, which, combined with her watery almond eyes that seem to speak, is enough to make any man addicted. Sweet wine, not spicy. Li Quanqing sat obediently on the chair and spoke politely. This beautiful woman is also a cultivator, her breath is extremely restrained, and she is definitely in the late stage of chi refining. Oh, as the rumors on the island say, the new genius boy in our Chiton can't drink very well. The young woman giggled and deliberately lowered her body, revealing the white and smooth chest, and a fragrant but not greasy body fragrance lingered around the nose. Fourth aunt, don't tease him, Quanqing is still a child. Li Quanlin next to him looked helpless. Hello, fourth aunt. Li Quanqing seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, with an innocent look, and his eyes were black and round. It's boring. It's the same as your honest father. Li Yujiao clapped her hands lazily, and a maid immediately presented a pot of pale yellow wine like the moon. Drink it, pear wine, your mother's favorite. Li Quanqing took a sip. The taste was sweet, like drinking rock sugar snow pear, and there was a feeling of being slightly drunk after the aftereffect. Where are you 2 boys? Li Yujiao played with the nail polish on her nails and looked at Quan Gu and Quan Fu, without favoring one over the other. I want strong liquor, the strongest liquor, preferably the kind brewed with monster blood. I'll just drink some spiritual spring water. Drinking too much will make my brain inflexible. Sorry, fourth aunt. 2 people, 2 completely different choices. Fourth aunt, do you know my father and mother? After a few glasses of wine, Li Quanqing completely relaxed and took the initiative to bring up the topic. Of course I know him. Li Yujiao was half lying on the soft jade bed, like a charming fox, looking at the mountains from all directions and the peaks from the side. In the family competition that year, it was your mother who beat me to a pulp, without any mercy. The beautiful woman looked at the handsome face of the boy with familiar eyebrows and eyes, with a resentful look. Li Quanqing's scalp was numb when he was looked at, and he could only drink wine. The original body's parents were really amazing, and they were acquainted with people everywhere in the family. It's a pity that in order to find opportunities, they took a large spiritual boat to the open sea, but unfortunately encountered a big monster, and the whole ship died. Otherwise, he would have a backer now. Take a look, this is the list of goods for the auction. Is there anything that moves you? Li Quanlin handed over a scroll made of silk, with the names of hundreds of treasures embroidered with silk thread. Li Quanqing took a few glances and immediately found a lot of things that moved him. The top-grade dragon scale grass, a spiritual grass stained with the blood of high-level dragon and snake monsters, is beneficial to the growth of monsters. Long-term consumption of medium-quality animal food pills can accelerate the spiritual pet's breakthrough and increase the possibility of ancestral bloodline reversion to a certain extent.
There are 3 thunder horn python cubs, 2 females and 1 male. They live in groups and devour lightning. When they grow up, their combat power is comparable to that of a cultivator in the late stage of chi refining. Which treasure do you like? Tell your 4th aunt. Li Yujiao propped up her fragrant cheeks, bare her jade feet, and swayed her white and tender legs. Even Li Kunli couldn't help but take a few more glances. After all, it is our own auction house. We can contact the buyer to trade in advance to avoid being intercepted by others. Can all these treasures be? Li Chuanqing's eyes sparkled. You can only choose one, greedy little guy. Rules are broken a lot. Can we still do business? Li Yujiao stretched out her finger and flicked it on the boy's forehead. Hurry up and choose, the auction is about to start. Li Quanqing quickly browsed through the treasures he liked again. What he wanted most was definitely the thunder horn python cub. It's a pity that the 3 young snakes were sold in a bundle, which was equivalent to auctioning 3 cultivators in the late stage of chi refining. He couldn't afford it even if he sold it. As a second choice, the most useful thing for him is dragon scale grass. The male green jade carp swallowed the seeds of dragon scale grass, and its blood returned to its ancestral lineage, becoming a golden dot pattern species. If a whole spiritual grass is fed to Ao Qing, maybe there will be unexpected effects? 4th aunt, I choose dragon scale grass. Li Yujiao nodded and took out the communication jade card to communicate with others. She is the person in charge of the Li family at Baoqing auction house. Soon, the people below negotiated the terms with the seller, and the efficiency was very high. For dragon scale grass, the seller requires 45 spiritual stones per plant. How many do you want? Li Quanqing touched the bulging storage bag and clenched his fist. I want them all. The little guy is very courageous. Soon someone brought the dragon scale grass over. The 5-inch tall purple red grass, the leaves are shaped like a small snake covered with scales, and it exudes a strange sweet smell. Li Quanqing just took the jade box in his hand, and suddenly a series of spiritual patterns appeared on the wall of the room. Rustle. Dust flew, light and shadow intertwined, and a holographic projection effect was formed in the air, showing the scene of the entire auction stage. The immortal road is long, and I haven't seen you for 10 years. Welcome all Taoist friends to Baoqing auction house. The spiritual patterns blossomed, turning into lifelike projections, and even the auctioneer's hair could be seen clearly. In terms of how to better serve the cultivators, the cultivation world has developed various wonderful spells and formations, which are very perfect. Li Quanqing looked at it for a few seconds and then retracted his gaze, continuing to look at the jade box in his hand. He took out the 4 dragon scale grasses one by one, looked at them carefully, and was relieved after confirming that there was no problem. Although the items for auction were all seen by the appraiser in advance, he was still not at ease because he had not seen them with his own eyes. Qing boy, do you want to feed the dragon scale grass to the green jade carp? Li Yujiao held a hookah in her hand and puffed out smoke. The effect of this spiritual herb is really good. It is likely to cultivate several golden dot patterned alien species. Li Chuanqing's heart moved slightly. I have already raised a golden dot patterned green jade carp and want to feed it with dragon scale grass. Does 4th aunt have any suggestions? You are good at raising fish. Li Yujiao's eyes were surprised. In that case, it would be a waste to eat it directly. It is better to make it into a pill, which can also speed up the practice of spiritual beasts. Li Quanlin next to him coughed and poked his junior brother secretly. Our 4th aunt is one of the best alchemists in the family. Slippery tongue. Li Yujiao smiled and pretended to be angry. The beauty mole at the corner of her eye seemed to come alive, and the girl's cuteness came to her face. Li Quanqing understood. Please help me, 4th aunt. He took out a gourd of beauty-enhancing spiritual mud. The reward was only this last gourd. But the effect is really good, and it is very lethal to female cultivators. Do you also raise stone loaches? Li Yujiao is not very interested in spiritual mud, but is concerned about another unimportant thing. Li Quanqing was stunned for a moment, and nodded honestly. I raise 7 or 8. I have an apprentice, who is still a long way from becoming a real alchemist. This beauty-enhancing spiritual mud is like a pill but not a pill. It is most suitable for apprentices to practice. What do you think? Li Quanqing is naturally very willing. I will listen to 4th aunt. Okay, I will introduce you two later. Li Yujiao took the dragon scale grass. There are many people who ask me to make pills. It will take a month. Will you come to get it when the time comes? I will take the pill for the boss and send it back to Qingpan Island, 4th aunt. After listening for a long time, Li Chuanfu finally got the opportunity to interrupt, and ran over with a simple face. This kid is, Li Yujiu glanced over. The guy in charge of my shop, the grandson of Mr. Kuenshui. So he is the blood of Uncle 19, then I'll give it to you. Li Yujiu treated her clansman very well, took out a jade pendant and gave it to the fat boy. When you encounter any problems in business, take it to the manager of the auction house. I will tell them, we can't let outsiders bully our family. Seeing this, Li Quanqing was suddenly moved. At this time, the auctioneer finally finished his polite words, and the auction officially began. In order to liven up the atmosphere, the first item was very precious. The top-grade magic weapon Qinglin Shield. The Li family's iconic magic weapon, and a defensive treasure. The bidding voices are endless, very popular. The price went straight to the mark of 400 spirit stones. Li Quanqing was shocked. For those few green water python eggs, he sold his black tortoise shield, and now he is short of a defensive magic weapon. It's a pity that it's too expensive. The hall master said that when you become a mid-grade weapon refiner, you will be rewarded with a green scale shield, which is a family benefit for our weapon refiners. Li Quanlin winked at the side, don't tell anyone about this. I know. Li Quanqing chuckled. With his current weapon refinement level, he is confident that he can refine a mid-grade green carp sword. He decided to take this reward on the eve of the family competition and go out with the strongest attitude. In the end, the green scale shield was bought by a casual cultivator of the 8th level of Qi refining for 480 low-grade spirit stones, and he left on the spot. The auction items were dazzling one after another. The weapon refiners in the box took action one after another, explaining what it means to be arrogant, and throwing out a lot of spirit stones. Li Quanqing was very jealous. He still had about 500 spirit stones left. He didn't like the cheap ones and couldn't afford the expensive ones, so he only bid for a few bottles of beast green pills. A longevity turtle egg, a famous monster, the best choice to buy back to protect the family. The starting price is 50 spirit stones. A familiar auction item appeared. Li Quanqing took a look, and had no interest in bidding. 100 spirit stones. Unexpectedly, the third elder seemed to care a lot and doubled the price. There were not many cultivators who wanted to buy the longevity turtle, and he took the lead, and no one bid against him, and he successfully bought the turtle egg. The cub of the three-headed thunder-horned python. The starting price is 500 spirit stones. Compared to the coldness of the longevity turtle, the thunder-horned python simply ignited the whole audience. Li Quanqing also wanted it, but it was a pity that emptying the storage bag was not enough. In the end, the three-headed snake cub was auctioned at a high price of 2,600 spirit stones. The adult thunder-horned python is in the late stage of Qi refining. If it is properly cultivated, it can reach the great perfection of Qi refining in 30 or 40 years. With the same time and resources, the longevity turtle is only at the first or second level of Qi refining. The gap is obvious at a glance. The appearance of the thunderhorn python seemed to be a signal that the auction had finally reached its final stage. One Tunghua pill, a top-grade elixir that can help a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refining breakthrough. The signature pill of the Wang family of Tunghua Island. Although the family has only one foundation building cultivator, it ranks last among the 5 major families. But in terms of the number of cultivators in the late stage of Qi refining, it is one of the best. This Tunghua pill was finally auctioned for 1,200 spirit stones, and the competition was very fierce. Li Quanqing glanced at the guy who bought the pill. The other party was wrapped in a robe. I wonder if it was his uncle. A second level, 1000 lotus sword formation, incomplete formation plate, excavated from the ruins of ancient cultivators. After activation, the power is comparable to the first level top-grade formation. If it is a formation master, perhaps you can comprehend the ancient cultivation inheritance from it. Another good thing, but unfortunately no one present is interested. The Li family is good at refining weapons, and the strongest formation inheritance is the Situ family of Taiyuan Island. The Situ family has 7 foundation building cultivators, and the third level formation protects the Taiyuan Islands. The strength is undisputed first. I heard that when the cultivators were reclaiming the wasteland 1,000 years ago, the Situ family was still a golden elixir family, although it has declined now. But he was still respected and treated favorably by the Shuihua sword sect, the upper sect. Unexpectedly, the person who finally obtained the 1000 lotus sword formation was a woman with a cold voice. The other party was also in the box and did not show her face. Then there were 5 or 6 precious treasures, among which there was even a vein protection pill. This pill can protect the meridians and assist the cultivators to break through the foundation. Even if the breakthrough fails, it can protect the meridians and save lives. Next, it is the last item of this auction, the top-grade magic weapon. Qingyu armor. The armor with precious light was sent to the auction table, crystal clear like jade, like a green lotus slowly blooming. Let's go, it's not interesting. Li Kunli stood up, and the other weapon refiners also prepared to leave one by one. Li Quanqing also didn't pay attention to the results of the auction. This Qingyu armor was the work forged by the third elder some time ago, which was considered a task given to him by the family. They didn't care, but the whole auction house was fighting for it. The eyes of those casual cultivators at the late stage of qi refining and the great perfection level were all red. This kind of defensive magic weapon that looks like a full body armor is, without exaggeration, a second life. Wearing the armor, invincible at the same level. Even the cultivators from small families participated in this madness. Everyone came to the place where the spirit stones were paid. Through the heavy walls, they could still hear the noise of the auction venue. Here are your 5 bottles of beast food pills, please keep them. Li Quanqing was about to count them carefully when the third elder suddenly came over and handed him a dark green turtle egg. Take it, it's your 18th birthday gift. Birthday gift? Li Quanqing was stunned when he saw the big egg of the longevity turtle in front of him. There were only 2 months left until his 18th birthday. He didn't expect the third elder to still remember it. Why, don't you like it? Li Kunli saw that the boy didn't move, and his eyes were a little puzzled. I heard that you prefer to raise all kinds of spiritual beast cubs. Is it wrong? I was so moved that I didn't react. Li Quanqing told the truth and held the turtle egg the size of a washbasin in his arms. Although the longevity turtle grows slowly, it's free. Free, it's delicious. Miss Chuani, this is your 1000 lotus sword array plate, please keep it. Chuani, Li Chuani? The group turned their heads, and Li Quanqing also chose to follow the crowd, and immediately saw a girl in a moon-white long skirt. The skirt was white and graceful, embroidered with blooming green lotus, which set off the girl's jade bones and fairy skin. The temperament was cold, like a deep valley orchid, independent from the world. Compared to this fairy-like aura, Li Quanqing still prefers the gentleness, virtue, and generosity of his senior sister Li Quanqiu. I was wrong. Now I should call her junior sister. Meet the master, meet the third elder. Li Chuani also looked over here, moved lightly with lotus steps, and performed a standard teacher's salute to Li Yujiao. Everyone saw that the girl was carrying a white jade sword under her gauze dress, and the cold light came out. Why do you want to buy such a dilapidated formation? Even in front of her apprentice, Li Yujiao did not deliberately pretend to be majestic. She was approachable and easy-going, with a sweet smile. I saw that it was a sword formation, and I was excited. I always felt that it was destined for me. Li Kunli had no interest in talking. He put away the treasure, raised his steps and left. Li Quanqing and the other weapon refiners also chose to follow and leave. The voices of the master and apprentice were scattered in the wind and gradually faded away. Although the market is good, the fish pond is the real home. The spirit boat broke through the sea surface, and Li Quanqing, exhausted, finally saw the familiar scenery. Moo! Moo! The waves surged, and 20 green jade carps surfaced. Led by Ao Qing, they took turns spitting water arrows. I want to turn into a dragon, Ao Qing, green jade carp. I haven't eaten enough and slept well during this period, and my cultivation speed has slowed down. Master, I miss you so much. Cultivation, Qi refining level 1, 43%, is this the way fish welcome each other? Ao Qing, you have become bad too. Li Quanqing wiped the water stains on his face, spoke righteously, and rubbed the fish head angrily. Come here, everyone, please eat delicious and fresh crab meatballs. He took out the snow-white meatballs. After all, it was monster meat, and it looked very appetizing. Snap! Snap! The copper-armored crab cubs poked their heads out of the bag, smelled the familiar meat fragrance, and waved their crab claws to grab the meatballs. Such a small bad crab? Ao Qing tilted his head, and a thoughtful look could be seen in his dead fish eyes. The other jade carps were too lazy to think so much. When they saw this kind of demon beast with big claws, they just beat it up. Pa! Pa! The saliva arrows shot out of the water, splashing water droplets, hitting the little crabs hard. But this group of copper-clad crabs deserved the title of stubborn. Even if they were against the current, they would grab the food into their mouths and eat it. You are so nauseous, but you have a big appetite. I am talking about you. Li Quanqing had no choice but to pick up the crab cubs, place them on a reef protruding from the water, and feed them some demon beast meat. He then took out the snake eggs of the green water python.
After soaking for a few days, the eggshell had become much softer.
Li Quanqing held up a snake egg and looked at it in the sun.
In the thick egg liquid, a slender little snake curled up, and the shape of scales could be vaguely seen.
Moo! Moo!
The jade carp smelled the smell and roared at the snake eggs in a vigilant manner. There were also groups of large blue fish, and their scales kept opening and closing.
On the contrary, Ao Cheng was not afraid.
He looked at the crystal-clear snake eggs and thought that they must taste delicious.
Is a snake baby that has not yet been born so scary? Li Quanqing put the 8 snake eggs away and protected them with a formation to prevent them from being destroyed and eaten by the fish.
The diet of the green water python originally contains a lot of fish.
This is a stress response hidden in its bones, and it has a natural fear of predators. The final harvest is naturally the longevity turtle. How to hatch turtle eggs.
I remember that turtles crawl onto the beach and bury the turtle eggs in the sand. But after all, it is a water-attributed monster.
Maybe it needs to be soaked in sea water all day like snake eggs? Li Quanqing's face was embarrassed.
This aspect is really his blind spot in knowledge.
He temporarily put away the turtle eggs.
The eggshells were full of vitality, so there was no problem for the time being. After finishing all the things that had accumulated, Li Quanqing propped up the spirit boat and returned to the deserted fish pond in Area C. One by one, the iron-dot bone crabs crawled from the sea to the reef, waving their claws and teeth, venting their dissatisfaction with an arrogant attitude.
Iron bones, iron-dot bone crab, look at you, you haven't been fed for so many days, do you want a rebel?
Cultivation, Chi training level 1, 8%, your cultivation speed is so slow, I think you want a rebel.
Li Quanqing was speechless.
It's been almost 2 months, and his cultivation is still in the single digit.
It really chilled the cultivator. Since he already has a new favorite crab outside, these guys who eat and wait to die can only be sold. Li Quanqing made a decision in an instant.
He planned to expand the size of the Qingyu carp tribe, and when the time came, those who were not motivated in cultivation would be thrown here.
The seawater in the fish pond in Area B is not drinkable by all fish. Roll up your teeth for me.
After feeding the iron-dot bone crab, Li Quanqing dived into the water to take a look at the stone loach. Although these guys would not be fast in cultivation, they were easy to feed, which was not only worry-free, but also could create spiritual stone value.
Let's continue to feed them.
I'll throw a few Hawan pills later and try to get a few loach cubs. The stone spirit seal is quite useful and can be sold in the shop. Li Quanqing had one thought after another in his mind. It's time for this batch of Qingyu carp to reproduce. Inbreeding can also ensure the purity of the monster's bloodline.
Get all the Hawan pills and Jiaotai pills for me. Unfortunately, Ao Cheng is not very interested in female fish.
When Li Quanqing returned to the fish pond in Area B, the sky was already full of stars, and a bright moon illuminated the world. The jade carp was practicing as usual, swallowing the moonlight, and the moon shells also came to join in the fun, reflecting the moonlight, colorful.
Ao Cheng, come over for a midnight snack.
Seeing that the fish had almost finished practicing, Li Quanqing waved his hand.
Moo!
The jade carp rose and fell with the seawater, and the moonlight shone on the golden scales on its back, bright and dazzling. Ao Cheng spit bubbles and looked at his master in confusion, not understanding what a midnight snack was.
Li Quanqing took out the animal food pill. This is a good thing. Eating more can speed up the practice. Eat more.
The other jade carp smelled the aroma of the pill and became restless, making the water boil and the waves surging. Muao Qin widened his fish eyes, let out a low roar, and whipped out his tail as big as a palm leaf fan. It is now more than 4 feet long, leading by a huge margin, and can even carry a child. All the younger brothers and sisters who dared to snatch food were beaten up and cried in grievance in the water.
Li Quanqing was surprised.
After not seeing it for a few days, this guy actually had the demeanor of a fish king. After eating and drinking, Ao Qing continued to practice, and even did not need to sleep, becoming more and more energetic. This made a certain cultivator named Li who lay flat every day very ashamed. The night faded, the dawn was born, and the sun sank and floated in the East China Sea. Just as Li Quanqing was about to go back to sleep, a ball of light suddenly hit his vision under the water. Harvest a bright moon shell in the early stage of qi refining, and reward a gourd of Taiyin soul nourishing water.
Taiyin soul. Nourishing water, extracted from lunar moonlight, dripped on the eyes. It can improve eyesight, soothe the mind, and strengthen the soul. Long-term use is beneficial to condensing the soul.
Soul? Li Quanqing's eyes widened. This was exclusive to Foundation. Building monks. The power of the soul can emerge from the Naiwan Palace and peer into the world silently. There are three major difficulties for chi refining monks to break through and build foundations. Magic power is difficult, physical body is difficult, spirit is difficult. If the soul is not strong enough, it will be difficult to mobilize the liquid mana at the last moment to transport the sky, nourish the flesh shell, and transform the soul. In the end, it can only fall short. Li Quanqing put the light ball in his hand into his storage bag, quietly shattered it, and turned into dots of white light that only he could see. He originally thought it would be the same kind of yellow pot-bellied gourd like the Yang Yanlingni. Unexpectedly, the final reward turned out to be a small gourd as long as a finger. The gourd is crystal clear, looks like flawless crystal, and feels cold to the touch. Li Quanqing shook it a few times, and the water made a splash, but it was not full at all. As he dies, Goldfinger begins to cut corners. The young man pulled out the plug and used the water control technique to take out a few drops of soul-nourishing water. Its color is clear and its texture is soft. Except for the constant cold air, it is no different from dew. Li Quanqing tried to put drops in his eyes. When the liquid comes into contact with the eyes, there is a stinging pain at first, and then a cool breath blooms, traveling along the eyeballs to the depths of the brain. It's like walking into an igloo on a dog day, feeling refreshed, and all the sleepiness and fatigue are gone. Yes, it seems there is no need to catch up on sleep. Li Quanqing closed his eyes, as if he saw a bright moon emerging in the darkness, shining brightly, slowly strengthening his soul. It's a bit like the contemplation method in the story. I don't know if the Li family has any secret techniques for cultivating the soul. Li Quanqing opened his eyes were clear, as if he could penetrate people's hearts. When the Taiyin soul, nourishing water was completely absorbed by him, even if he closed his eyes again, he could no longer see the bright moon. This water should not be dropped too much, 3 or 5 times a day is enough. Moo! Ao Qing swam his fins in the water and looked at the jade gourd in his hand, roaring with longing eyes. You want to drink this? Li Quanqing was a little hesitant, wondering whether the external spiritual liquid could be taken orally. He looked at the fat and strong green jade carp, and finally took out a drop of Taiyin soul-nourishing water and flicked it into the fish's mouth. Muao Qin couldn't wait to smack his lips, as if he still had some unfinished thoughts, and continued to look at him. You can't drink it anymore. Let's wait and see if it will cause poisoning for a few days. Li Quanqing had a straight face and took out the tricks used by adults to discipline children. Pooh! The green jade carp spit out a water arrow, flicked its tail, and took the younger brothers to dive into the bottom of the sea to breathe water essence and practice. This little fish really deserves a beating. Li Quanqing put away the jade gourd and began to look at the bright moon shell that had entered the mature stage. The lingbei is a flawless white jade, about the size of a bowl, and its shell is covered with beautiful lines, vaguely outlining the shape of the moon. Click! Click! Feeling the familiar breath approaching, the moon shell kept opening and closing, spitting water, revealing the white tender flesh. Empty and lonely, Jio Ubi, I want to smooth the edges and make them round. Cultivation, 1 level of chi refining, 1%, Li Quanqing. I suspect that this shell is very illegal, but unfortunately there is no evidence. According to Xia Hongyu, after the moon shell enters the mature stage, the shell beads can be polished. If you want to get precious spiritual beads, ordinary sand and gravel will not work at all. Spiritual stones are the best bead embryos. Open your mouth. Li Quanqing knocked on the shell and stuffed a large spiritual stone inside. It was sharp and hard. Jiao Shell closed the shell and wrapped the spirit stone tightly with its flesh wall, exuding a very happy emotion. The spiritual energy contained in the spiritual stone can only go out but not in. However, the spiritual energy contained in the precious spiritual pearl can be refined into its own magic power and then stored inside. It's a bit like the difference between a battery and a power bank. I heard that the Xie family on Baoju Island also has a 1,000-year-old spirit shell, which can give birth to a second-level treasure spirit bead. Other foundation builders have gone through a hard battle, consumed too much mana, and are still struggling to refine spirit stones and swallow pills. However, the foundation building monk of the Xie family had already taken out the precious spirit bead, refined it instantly, and resurrected it with full blood. After checking the maturity of other moon shells, Li Quanqing left with peace of mind. He went to the fish pond in Area C and used the fragrant bait to catch all the iron bone crabs in one net. He fished them all away and went straight to Qingyu Island. Selling crabs. The 23 iron bone crabs with their teeth and claws showing off their claws sold a total of 95 spirit stones, completely completing their mission. Li Quanqing bought more fish bait and a few bottles of Albizia julibrissin, developed by his family and specially designed for spiritual fish, which has a powerful effect. After finishing my shopping, I headed straight to the Li family sutra pavilion without stopping. He came to the miscellaneous books area and quickly browsed through the jade slips, trying to find some tips on raising the Wanshou turtle. 2 or 3 things I have to say about the Wanshou turtle and Tianguizhenren, the Chronicle of the Longevity Turtle, Experiences of Postpartum Turtle Monsters, the Illustrated Encyclopedia of Eastern Turtle Monsters. Li Quanqing searched all over for tortoise-related tips and found only 2 books. 2 or 3 things about the Wanshou turtle and Tianguizhenren. It tells the inspirational story of the great golden elixir monk Tianguizhenren, who has been dependent on a Wanshou turtle since childhood. After going through many hardships, they both finally achieved the golden elixir. Li Quanqing rolled his eyes briefly. Some parts were really outrageous. For example, Tianguizhenren had offended powerful enemies many times, dispersed his power and cultivated again, and hid in the mortal world to avoid disasters. Finally, he completed the foundation building at the age of 120. For a moment, it was unclear whether he really existed or it was a story. The Chronicle of Longevity Turtle is much more serious, and it records in detail 404 families and monks who have raised longevity turtles. Among them, there was 1 case of longevity turtles achieving golden elixir, 44 cases of foundation building, and the rest stopped at the qi refining realm. Some died of old age and let the spirit turtles go before sitting in meditation. Some longevity turtles were wiped out by the enemy before they developed, and the turtles died tragically. Li Quanqing sighed, turned to the column of longevity turtles in the golden elixir realm, and saw a familiar name. Tianguizhenren. Could there really be such a powerful Jindan master? Building a foundation at the age of 120 is too outrageous. Li Quanqing shook his head and flipped through books such as Postpartum Experience and East China Sea Turtle Monster Illustrations, and finally got some clues. The longevity turtle is the descendant of Xuanwu, born with a long life of 10,000 years. Yin and yang are combined, movement and stillness are born, and the 2 energies of water and soil create living things. Translated into plain language, the place where it is hatched needs to meet both water and soil environments. When the sun is blazing at noon, it needs to be buried in the soil to absorb the yin of the earth. When the cold is too heavy at night, it should float on the water to absorb the clearness of the sun and the moon, and the yang of the morning glow. Eventually, it will reach the point where there is yang and yin and yang, and it will naturally break out of the shell. Li Quanqing thought about it. Isn't this the beach when the tide rises and falls? The environment has both water and soil. When the tide rises, the sea water rises and floats to the surface. When the tide falls, the sea water retreats and buries in the mud. As expected of a longevity turtle, it's so hard to break its shell. If it hadn't sold itself to the human race for glory, it would have been exterminated by other monsters long ago. Li Quanqing put away the jade slips, thought about it, and then wandered around the spell area. As the family competition was approaching, he thought it would be better to play it safe and learn a few more spells. Li Quanqing shuttled through the spell area, dazzled by the sight, and finally locked his target on water spells. This was the area he was most familiar with, and with the superb water control technique, it was easy to get started. Let's start with a defensive spell. Water Spirit Shield, Water Mirror, Water Element Cover. Li Quanqing compared them and finally chose the top. Grade spell Water Element Cover. This spell can protect the whole body without leaving any dead corners, and its grade is extremely high, making it the best choice. Then come the attack spell. There are more choices for attack spells, and even a lot of ice spells are included. The white jade slips feel cold when touched. Suddenly, Li Quanqing saw a very exciting spell. Water Dragon Technique. He touched the Water Dragon pendant on his waist, feeling particularly predestined, and also grabbed the water blue jade slip in his hand. Fourth Elder, I've chosen it. Holding a pile of jade slips, the boy came to the elders guarding the sutra library. The 4th elder is called Li Zhongjue, who is over 100 years old and is of the same generation as the Li clan leader, the foundation. Building cultivator Li Zhongyao. He looks like an old pine tree lying on the stone turtle sculpture, basking in the sun lazily. 5 miscellaneous jade slips, 10 family contribution points, 2 top. Grade spells, 130 family contribution points. Li Zhongjue patted the stone turtle statue. Old rules, bring over the identity jade card. Li Quanqing swiped the jade card, and the contribution points were deducted instantly, which still made him feel a little distressed. The 4th elder opened his eyes slightly. Under the layers of wrinkles, his old eyes were not cloudy at all, but wise and bright. You raised a longevity turtle? Li Quanqing was stunned for a moment, nodded. I got a turtle egg and I am learning how to hatch it.
Not bad, not bad, the family's records in this regard are still blank.
When you raise the longevity turtle, remember to write a book of experience and put it in the sutra library.
The old man glanced at the young man and suddenly laughed again, but according to the nature of the longevity turtle, maybe it will take care of you in your old age and see you to the end. Li Quanqing.
In order to avoid the tragedy of one turtle passing down 3 generations, and the turtle dies,
Li Quanqing thought that it would be better to make the green jade carps in the fish pond suffer a little more. Hey, come and eat.
The young man in the green robe stood on the lotus platform, holding a large iron spoon in his hand, waving his sleeves, and large pieces of fish bait fell on the water like drizzle. True, the god who controls the spoon in the fish pond is the eldest. Ao Qing was the first to enjoy the delicious food. It swallowed a few big mouthfuls and suddenly felt something was wrong. Its clear fish eyes were full of doubts. Why does today's meal taste weird? The golden carp swallowed a few more big mouthfuls. As the bait was digested in its stomach, a hot current flowed through its body, and its head was hot and dizzy. The taste was of course different. Someone specially added a secret recipe to the bait. Fish water Hahuan pill. As an adult fish, it should be full and warm and think about sex. The other jade carps have eaten the desire pill and have begun to be impatient to stick to it. After eating, Ao Chung only wanted to practice. Practice. Or fucking practice. Is the physique of the golden alien so good? This has no effect? Li Quanqing was speechless. In fact, Ao Qing practiced by swallowing and spitting out the moonlight day and night. His physique was cold and yin. Now he has the help of the yang energy of Jiaotai, and the yin and yang are in harmony. He has more motivation to practice. The sun in the west had not completely sunk into the sea level, and Ao Qing couldn't wait to start absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Li Quanqing was helpless. It seemed that he could not get the direct bloodline descendants of the golden pattern alien species. He took out the stone spirit seal and began to transform the terrain of the fish pond, merging several reefs into a whole slope, with the top sunken in, and the sea water ebb and flow. Li Quanqing took out the longevity turtle egg and buried it in the mud and sand piled in this depression. These mud and sands are both common sea sand and the green spirit mud of Yulongtan. The spiritual energy is dense and the water essence is abundant. You have to break out of the shell quickly and see this wonderful world as soon as possible. Li Quanqing patted the turtle egg and whispered, and then said the same thing to the snake egg of the green water python. The main point is to treat the water equally. Swish! A snake egg swayed gently in the spiritual liquid for a few times, as if it really believed it and couldn't wait to come into the world. Sure enough, frequent communication with monster eggs can speed up their growth and help the cubs break out of their shells as soon as possible. The turtle monster postpartum experience is true. Day. The fist-sized copper-shelled crabs collectively went out to look for food, their eyes rolling and their claws waving. The crab shells were dyed golden by the orange-red sunset, and their shadows stretched very long on the reef. Hungry? They are more hungry than those iron-boned fools. Li Quanqing first took out a crab meatball for testing. The crab cubs smelled the familiar meaty aroma and immediately caused a commotion, but they finally held back. You've learned your lesson, not bad. It seems that those days were not in vain, and they deserve a reward. Li Quanqing stretched out his fingers, rubbed the crab heads one by one, and took out the remaining monster insects to feed them. Slurp slurp. The spirit crab seemed to like eating this stuff very much. The little copper-shelled crabs lined up and took turns to come forward and tear off the thin meat strands from the insects with their claws. Then, just like eating spicy noodles, the crabs opened and closed their mouths, holding the shredded meat and swallowing it down, revealing a very happy mood. Some crabs didn't know how to eat, and they bit it off halfway, and immediately the brothers and sisters next to them came up to grab the food. It was quite interesting to watch. The sound of waves was endless, the bright moon was in the sky, and the silver silk was like gauze, shining on the East China Sea for billions of miles. With the cool moonlight covering the fish pond, Li Quanqing dripped 2 more drops of soul-nourishing water, silently experiencing the refreshing feeling of the soul growing stronger. Mu Ao Cheng moaned softly, his fins tapped the water surface, and the seawater splashed on the reef, wetting the corners of his clothes. I want to turn into a dragon, Ao Cheng, green jade carpets the fragrance of Taiyin turning into a dragon. I want to eat it, I want to eat it. If you don't give it to me, I will spit for you to see. Li Quanqing hit the carp's head hard, it was really against the sky. In the end, he still fed it 2 drops, there was no way, who made Ao Cheng his favorite fish cub. The soul was nourished by the spiritual liquid, and the mind was clear for a while.
Li Quanqing took this opportunity to take out 2 magic jade slips and comprehend them one by one. Water element cover.
After pondering for an unknown period of time, he made a gesture with both hands and suddenly released a magical power, controlling the surging seawater around him and the rolling turbid waves. Water tornadoes as thick as bowls flew out of the sea, intertwined with each other, and finally turned into a blue water wave cover covering the whole body.
Pooh! Pooh! Pooh!
At Li Quanqing's signal, the green jade carps excitedly spit out water arrows and hit the surface of the water element cover fiercely.
Crackling!
After persisting for a whole stick of incense, Li Quanqing felt that the magic power was running obscurely, and the water element cover turned into a waterfall again.
It's easier than I thought.
Li Quanqing breathed in and out, meditated to restore his magic power, and felt that this spell was very easy to get started. It should be because of the water control technique, which is the basis of all water spells, and I have practiced it to the level of perfection. Li Quanqing curled his lips and continued to comprehend the contents of the water element cover jade slip. To achieve minor success in this spell, 3 layers of water shields need to be condensed, and the major success requires 9 layers of water shields for defense. It is like a lotus bud about to bloom, with 1 layer peeled off and another layer left. This special structure reminded him of the Li family's top-grade magic weapon, the jade armor. It also has 9 layers of scales combined into one, with invincible defense. The inheritance of the Li family seems to be scattered and disorganized, but in fact it has a vein. The skills, refining, spells, seem to be passed down from one vein, like a part of a profound inheritance.
Li Quanqing was not surprised.
Their ancestors were pioneers who could establish a foundation and gain a foothold in the crisis-ridden East China Sea. At least they had some skills. After practicing for a night, Li Quanqing had already figured out how to condense the second layer of water shield. The sun rises in the east, and heaven and earth are in harmony.
It is the time when all things are full of vitality. The 2 bright moon shells mature one after another, and the light balls are misty and attractive.
Harvest a moonlight shell in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a mid-grade magic weapon water repellent pearl. Harvest a moonlight shell in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a mid-grade treasure spirit pearl. Little bits of light bloomed, and finally turned into 2 round and flawless beads, 1 blue and 1 white.
Water avoidance bead, a medium-grade magic weapon.
It can be used to walk underwater in rough waves, as if walking on flat ground. It has a certain weakening effect on water magic. Li Quanqing first took out the water repellent beads, which were about the size of a Longdan core, pure blue in color, and glazed like jade. Using magic power, a circle of light bloomed on the surface of the bead instantly, wrapping the whole body like invisible clothing.
Wow!
The vast sea surged, and Li Quanqing tried to avoid the water droplets by jumping directly into the seawater and diving deep into the water. Breathes and he tried to let go of his breathing and found that it really worked.
He could breathe freely underwater and was safe. Moo!
Li Quanqing stretched out his hands and feet and activated his magic power, like a big and fast fish swimming underwater. The green jade carps flew up and down around him, touching him with their fins and scales, looking at each other from an equal perspective for the first time. The young man swam a large circle in the fish pond, danced with the fish, and walked with the spirit crabs, feeling more relaxed than ever before. If you don't use exercises and external objects, you need to break through the foundation. Building realm to complete your own internal cycle. Eat xia, eat qi, live without grains and cultivate immortality, and walk freely under the water. Before he dived underwater, he would come up to the surface for air from time to time. Now I feel as if I have really become a creature in the water, wandering freely under the water, so that I can better observe the growth of the spiritual beasts.
Yes, it's a good baby.
Li Quanqing swam back to the reef, put away the water-proof beads, and began to look at another treasure.
Beilingzu.
Li Quanqing has heard the name of this kind of beads many times. But now I have touched it with my own hands for the first time. The Beilingzu is much larger in size, comparable to a lychee. It is scorching white and bright, with looming 5-color light flowing around it, which is very extraordinary. However, no matter how Li Quanqing looked at it, he felt that this thing looked similar to the spirit stone, but it had been carefully polished by Zhao Yuebei. He sensed it and found that the spiritual energy contained in the beads was almost between the 4th level and 5th level chi refining monks.
This is based on his own magic power as a reference. If it is a superior skill, it may be less. With such abundant spiritual energy, can it absorb several precious spirit beads at once and break through the bottleneck? Li Quanqing had a sudden idea.
When monks are stuck in a bottleneck, it's often because they don't have enough magic power. After the treasure spirit bead is refined, it is equivalent to an external dantian, which can spurt out all the mana in an instant.
Very interesting. When all the moon shells are mature, if enough treasure spirit beads are released, give it a try.
With the family competition coming soon, Li Quanqing felt that his cultivation at the 5th level of qi refining was still not stable. Unfortunately, due to the previous insect infestation, the big herring suffered heavy losses, and the third batch of green jade carp were still in the mother's belly as eggs.
If you want to rely on the spiritual energy group to break through, it's too late.
I didn't expect that after lying flat for so long, I had to roll it up by myself in the end.
Li Quanqing stuffed 2 spiritual stones into the mature Zhao Yuebei's body.
I've already done this myself, so you guys need to work harder.
If everyone rolls together, it will be a real roll.
1 month later.
Qingpan Island is 100 miles away, in a remote sea area.
Water Dragon Technique. Li Quanqing held the Water Dragon pendant in his hand, pouring all his magic power into it.
Groan.
Accompanied by the vague roar of a dragon, a water dragon emerged from Jade Perry, rushing into the sea like a blue stream of light. Waves of waves rose into the sky, and all of them merged into the water dragon's body, eventually turning into a huge creature 10 feet long, with lifelike scales. Li Quanqing held the water dragon pendant, and the existence of the water dragon was maintained by strands of magical power.
He thought about it and shot wherever he pointed.
So this is how this spell is cast. Li Quanqing controlled the huge body of the water dragon to surround the spirit boat and touched it with his own hands. The body of the water dragon is not a piece of stagnant water, but is constantly flowing. The undercurrent surges, the mana pulls, and the runes are intertwined into veins, which can burst out with astonishing power in an instant.
This is the secret of water dragon technique.
Simply condensing sea water into a dragon shape and throwing it out can only be said to be a water polo technique that has changed its shape.
Water dragon technique.
Li Quanqing made a hand and tried to cast this spell. The water flow rotated and gathered in front of him, slowly taking shape, turning into a 5 to 6 meter huge water dragon. Although the appearance is a bit rough, and details such as the dragon scales are almost invisible, the power is real.
Bang!
The water dragon flicked its tail and crashed directly into several underwater reefs. It made a rumbling sound, exploded with water spray all over the sky, and the rocks directly collapsed.
It's very powerful.
Li Quanqing was quite satisfied as he watched the rocks splashing and boiling, affecting the sea surface dozens of feet in radius. He shook the jade pendant in his hand, cut off the magic power, and slowly dispersed the mighty water dragon, returning to the sea. He didn't dare to really release this powerful force, which was comparable to a strike at the 9th level of qi refining. This place is too close to the Jade Islands, and just that kind of movement may attract investigation by the powerful family members. After a month of hard training, I have mastered 2 high-grade spells, which is a small accomplishment.
This speed is already considered fast.
The waves lapped at the bottom of the boat, and Li Quanqing returned in the spirit boat. Unexpectedly, there was a visitor waiting for him outside the fish pond. That was a woman with a cold temperament, wearing a moon-white lotus skirt, with picturesque eyebrows and eyes, carrying a long sword on her back, and exuding a fairy spirit from head to toe.
It was Li Chuanyi. Hello, sister. Li Quanqing nodded, his attitude was neither cold nor warm.
This is the beauty-enhancing spiritual mud I made last time, give me the new mud shell. Li Chuanyi handed over a big bellied bottle, speaking lightly, with a blurred look, as if thinking about something.
Okay.
Li Quanqing took the big bellied bottle, took out the mud shell shed by the stone spirit loach and gave it to the other party. The girl hummed, took the mud shell, stepped on a spirit boat and left, in white clothes.
From beginning to end, the two did not say anything extra, just nodding acquaintances.
I can take it to the shop to sell spiritual stones again.
Li Quanqing looked at the beauty-enhancing spiritual mud and smiled.
During this period, his shop in Baekingfang was officially opened. The name was very straightforward, just called Quanqing Pavilion, and he was too lazy to think about it. Li Chuanfu came over from time to time to report the situation to him, the hands-off shopkeeper.
With the name of Qingyu Li and the care of 4th Aunt Li Yu Jiao, a group of customers were indeed attracted.
But the best-selling product was not the magic weapon, but this ordinary beauty mud.
Moo! Moo! Ao Qing surfaced, followed by his younger brothers, blowing bubbles and asking for food.
Nearly 100 Qingyu carp fry formed a school of fish, which were cute and even dared to compete with Ao Qing for food. Newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. The second batch of Qingyu carp gave birth to fish fry one after another. However, with the spiritual energy and area of the fish pond, it is definitely impossible to raise all of them, and only the best can be selected. After feeding the fish and iron-bone crabs, it was already noon. Li Quanqing felt a little tired and was about to sit down to meditate and rest when he suddenly heard a very subtle collision sound.
Bang bang bang, could it be? Li Chuanqing's eyes lit up with joy, and he hurriedly checked. Sure enough, he saw a snake egg shaking constantly, about to hatch. Crack!
Finally, the eggshell broke, and a blue little snake poked its head out, breathing the first breath of fresh air in its life. The baby blue water python is so beautiful, with a round and cute head, and gradient snake scales that are as crystal as jade, reflecting the shimmering light in the sun. Its eyes are big, and the color of its pupils is like emeralds. It tilted its head and looked at Li Quanqing cutely, cunningly like a kitten. Curious cub, blue water python, it just broke out of the shell so watery. Maturity, 3%, crack, crack. The eggshell broke into pieces, and the green water python finally got out of it intact. Li Quanqing stretched out his finger, and the little snake wrapped around it directly, spitting out its pink and tender tongue, acting cute.
It must be very hungry just after being born, let's eat first.
Li Quanqing took out the kyle food that had been prepared long ago and squeezed it into the palm of his hand. This is a mixture of milk, eggs and monster meat, rich in nutrition, and most suitable for newborn monster babies. The green water python tilted its head, and its nose moved, as if it smelled the smell of food, and it took the initiative to crawl over and start swallowing. Happy mood, green water python, who knows, family members, this is the first time a snake has eaten, it's so delicious that it screams. Although the little snake is small, it has a big appetite and gets sleepy when it is full. The little green water python swam into the water along the arm, climbed on the green lotus leaf to take a nap, and its tail hung in the water and swayed. This kind of monster is naturally close to the sea, and spends most of its time soaking in the water to absorb the essence of water for cultivation. Li Quanqing took out the array plate and guarded the fish pond, leaving space for the spirit snake to grow. He checked the remaining snake eggs, which were very close to hatching, just in the next few days.
Boss, I'm here.
A familiar call came into his ears, and a fishing boat was riding the wind in waves.
It was Li Chuanfu who arrived, with a plump figure. Chuanfu, you're just in time.
Li Quanqing took out the big-bellied bottle. This is the beauty mud that Li Chuanyi just sent. It's just right to sell it in the shop. Li Quanqing nodded, took out a cloth bag, and laughed. Boss, this is our Quanqing Pavilion's profit last month, a total of 40 spirit stones, all here.
Considering the good location of Quanqing Pavilion, these spirit stones are a bit low. But considering that it has just opened, it is understandable. Li Chuanfu brought out another pile of jade bottles. This is the elixir that Aunt Yujiao asked me to give you. For dragon scale grasses, a total of 24 bottles of elixir. You are so close to me, and we have a really good relationship. You are worthy of it.
Li Quanqing gave a thumbs up.
With his personality, he naturally couldn't be so smooth.
Li Chuanfu smiled innocently, his eyes narrowed into a slit. I have been liked by these ants since I was a child. When they see my rosy round face, they naturally feel close and festive.
This is also your ability.
Li Quanqing praised and took out 5 spirit stones from the cloth bag. Here, your salary for this month, take it.
This is too much, Brother Qing. Li Chuanfu waved his hand hurriedly, not daring to accept it.
He felt that he didn't do much work. 90% of the goods and magic tools in those shops were low-grade magic tools refined by Li Quanqing himself. The salary of 5 spirit stones is really too much. Take it if I give it to you. You will be of great use in the future. Li Quanqing didn't care about these things and forced it in. After I get paid, I will buy some spiritual food and wine and see your grandfather more. I know it without you telling me, brother. Li Chuanfu nodded, his round face smiling, and said goodbye and left.
Ao Cheng, get up and take the medicine. Li Quanqing poured out a dragon scale pill.
The pill was dark red in color, and purple patterns extended on the surface, like the scales of a python. A strange smell emanated, spicy and pungent, causing many green jade carps and big blue fish to become restless.
Is the temptation so strong?
Li Quanqing looked at the boiling water, the fish swam towards him frantically, the turbid waves rolled, and the bamboo greenbacks filled his sight, making it unbearable to bear the attraction of the pill fragrance.
Moo!
Ao Cheng let out an angry low moan, and his 5-foot-long body stirred up waves, looking more majestic and prominent. The broad back with golden patterns was hidden under the water. If you didn't look carefully, you would think there was a dragon hiding, and the green scales were as scary as armor. After beating up his stupid brothers and sisters, Ao Cheng swam over happily, his eyes were cute, and he was crying for food.
I want to turn into a dragon, green jade carp, so happy, there is a new delicious food. The realm of all things competing and turning into dragons is right in front of you. Cultivation, Chi refining level 1, 98%, your cultivation has improved very quickly. It seems that the bottle of animal food pill was not wasted.
Li Quanqing was looking forward to the dragon scale pill more and more, and he fed it directly. Ao the golden dot patterned green carp swallowed the pill, but was still not satisfied and continued to open his mouth wide.
The boy found it funny and ejected a few drops of Taiyin soul nourishing water before sending the greedy guy away.
At night, the fish pond was filled with moonlight as usual, spreading in all directions. Li Quanqing dropped soul-nourishing water into his eyes, regulated his breathing, calmed his mind, and slowly entered into a state of concentration.
Buzz!
The darkness in front of him was dispelled, and he saw the bright moon rising slowly again, holy and shining on the universe.
He had seen such scenery too many times. What was on that moon?
Suddenly, an idea came to Li Quanqing's mind. So, his thoughts began to rise continuously, as if he was flying and ascending, and the immortals were chasing the moon. Unfortunately, the moon was always not far from him, as if the moon was also moving while he was rising. Just as he was about to give up, a very subtle sound of dripping sounded, like raindrops falling on his face. The sound became louder and louder, and finally turned into the sound of thunderous waves, and the sky and the ground were rustling. Only then did Li Quanqing realize that he had unknowingly stood on an endless sea, and the waves were surging under his feet. The moon hangs high in the sky, and the moon is bright over the ocean. All the scene shattered, leaving only a little sound of waves in his ears.
Li Quanqing opened his eyes, still a little shocked. Was it the moon rising from the sea, or was it the wrong direction from the beginning, trying to fish for the moon in the water, but it was out of reach?
Li Quanqing shook his head, too lazy to think so much, he had more important things to do.
Fishing for the light ball.
The boy took out the water-repellent bead and held it in his mouth, dived into the sea, and took up the light balls of the last few mature moon shells. Harvest a moon shell in the early stage of Chi refining, and reward a gourd of Taiyin soul nourishing water. Harvest a moon shell in the early stage of Chi refining, and reward a medium-grade magic weapon water-repellent bead. Harvest a moon shell in the early stage of Chi refining, and reward a medium-grade magic weapon water-repellent bead. All 30 moon shells entered the Chi refining stage, and a total of 2 water-repellent beads, 8 treasure spirit beads, and 20 bottles of Taiyin soul nourishing water were harvested.
Enough for foundation building. Unfortunately, no new rewards were given. It's time to break through.
Li Quanqing took out all the precious spirit beads, each of which was shining brightly, illuminating the 4 directions.
He picked up one and began to refine it, using his own magic power to transform the spirit bead into a special power bank.
This process naturally has losses, and in the end, the magic power contained in a precious spirit bead should be comparable to that of a cultivator at the 4th level of Chi refining.
The red sun rises in the east, the cold moon in the west is about to end, and the stars in the sky are looming.
The purple air covers the sea, the Chi of heaven and earth is in harmony, and all things are full of vitality.
It is the best time to practice. Spirit beads help me.
Li Quanqing concentrated his mind and calmed his breath. His posture was majestic, motionless like a mountain, as if he had merged with the sea, following the laws of nature. 8 precious spirit beads were located in all directions, and suddenly moved, and the magic power rolled like a tide, swallowed along the meridians, rushed straight to the dantian, and broke it with force.
Boom! Boom!
The magic power is rolling, like a flood that has opened, rushing freely through the meridians.
Li Quanqing tried his best to refine and fuse it, and found that it was much easier than before, and he could control it like an arm. It's because the soul has become stronger.
He immediately understood the reason and felt relieved. This was his first attempt to actively attack the bottleneck after traveling through time, and he was originally very nervous. At this point, you have a lot of confidence.
Boom!
Mana surges towards the bottleneck, and nothing can stop it.
Li Quanqing was sitting on the lotus platform.
His body suddenly trembled, and a tyrannical aura rose into the sky. He stirred the heaven and earth with his own energy, and the spiritual energy from the sky was attracted, following the spiritual bones of the sky and sinking straight into the dantian. After being empowered by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the chi sea in the dantian grew stronger and stronger, and the viscous mist-like mana vortex quietly rotated, returning to calm again.
6th level of Chi refining.
The young man opened his eyes, his dark eyes sparkling with light, and 2 streams of light shot out from his pupils, which took a long time to dissipate.
It's not that difficult. Li Quanqing said. Puff, puff,
Puff! All around, 8 precious spiritual beads burst into pieces and turned into powder, fluttering and scattered in the seawater with the wind. In addition to the fact that the soul has grown much stronger after being nourished, the strength of the physical body also accounts for a large part of the reason why it went so smoothly. My body training has been stagnant for a long time. The young man glanced at the surface of the reef in the distance, where the bronze-armored crabs gathered together to watch the excitement, and felt that his body training techniques might fall on them. There is only one book in the Li Family Sutra Pavilion, The True Body of 100 Beasts, which can be said to be the most widely circulated body training method in the East China Sea. By absorbing the essence and blood of demons and cultivating, the more demonic beasts you kill, the heavier the blood evil will be, and the easier it will be to break through to advanced realms. If he kills 100,000 monsters, he can even condense the dharma of all beasts, move mountains and seas with every move, and amaze the world. Unfortunately, monks who practice the true body of 100 beasts will exude an aura that makes monsters extremely disgusted. It is very unfavorable for fish farming, so we have to give up. Li Quanqing moved his hands and feet, and as his magic power surged, he felt stronger than ever. The 6th level of qi refining can be considered a strong one among casual cultivators, and he has a lot of popularity. Even in the Qingyu Li family, this level of cultivation is enough to hold the position of family deacon. The talkers from the dozens of branches of the Li family are generally only at the 7th level of qi refining, and are in their 40s or 50s. If you go up to the 8th level of qi refining, it will be extraordinary, and you will be able to serve as a family elder in a leisurely position. The 9th level of qi refining is the powerful elder who holds great power alone. As for the great perfection of qi refining, there are only a dozen of them in the entire Li family, and they are all extremely powerful figures. Li Quanqing thought about it for a while, and he was ready to start preparing for his dream of becoming the master of the spiritual island. Moo! The water splashed everywhere, and Ao Qing chased the spiritual energy escaping between the heaven and the earth, and was devouring it when he suddenly let out a low roar. I saw the aura surging on its body, suddenly breaking through to a new realm, with blazing flames in its eyes and high fighting spirit. 2nd level of qi refining. What an inspiring green jade carp. Li Quanqing looked at the other green jade carps that were eating, drinking, and displaying themselves in a comfortable manner, and he really hated the iron in his heart. He took out a dragon scale pill and fed it to Ao Qing, and rubbed the warm fish head, hoping that this guy would break through to the middle stage of qi refining as soon as possible. If nothing else happens, there will also be light group rewards at that time. Li Quanqiu, the family weapon refiner examination, passed. In the weapon refining hall, the lively scene of the past reappeared again, and everyone was talking and congratulating the girl in the aqua blue dress. Congratulations, junior sister, the weapon is finally finished. Li Quanqing was also there, standing in front with a very sincere smile on his face. But the word junior sister, which was deliberately emphasized in tone, made people's teeth itch. Doesn't this guy know how to make room for girls? Li Quanqiu just wanted to smash the green carp sword in her hand on that handsome face. Junior sister, now it's time to go to Family Square Market to sell this magical weapon. Li Quanlin was also there and reminded him. Li Quanqiu looked around at the crowd and made an astonishing decision. She handed the green carp sword directly to someone. Brother, I sold it to you. She also wanted to hug the third elder's thigh tightly and was too lazy to go to Family Square Market, lest she accidentally offend the powerful elder behind a certain shop owner. What the hell? Li Quanqing looked at the magic weapon that almost hit his face, and his cheerful and sunny smile suddenly froze. Oh, good things come in pairs, junior brother is lucky. Li Quanlin didn't take it too seriously at all. He acted like a happy-go-lucky guy as soon as he opened his mouth. He looked like a single guy jumping up and down. When the other Qi Hall disciples saw that there was a lot of fun to be seen, they also started making noises. In the end, Li Quanqing bought the sword and the spirit stone was regarded as a gift to the girl. It's all gone, it's all gone. There was no excitement to be seen, and the disciples immediately dispersed in 2s and 3s, returning to the peace of the past. Li Quanqing put away his playful smile and clenched his fists loudly. Brother, why did you join in the fun just now? Of course it is to create opportunities for junior brother. When you reach senior brother's age, you will know how difficult it is to meet the right person. Li Quanlin was not very scared at first and kept talking. Until Li Quanqing no longer concealed the fluctuations in his magic power, he was immediately frightened. Refining, the 6th level of qi refining. Junior brother, when did you break through? I just broke through last month. Senior brother, do you want to try my magic? Senior brother knows I was wrong.
Senior brother surrenders. Li Kuan-lin admitted his mistake and looked at the boy up and down as if he was looking at a monster. Junior brother, are you really not a top-grade spiritual root? He couldn't help asking. The speed of cultivation was too fast, so fast that it was abnormal. Of course this kid is not a top-grade spiritual root, but he can be. A burly figure came over, walking like a dragon and a tiger. It was Li Kuan-li. Meet the Hall Master. After the salute, Li Chuanqing's heart moved slightly. The Hall Master means, while your reputation is not big enough, change the family files, and you will become a top-grade water spiritual root. Li Kuan-li spread his palms and smiled. It's very simple. Beside him, Li Kuan-lin was very moved. Junior brother, how about we change it? They all knew that the boy must have his own opportunities, but they did not have greed in their hearts. Everyone has their own destiny. In the eyes of the two, Li Kuanqing is just a young man with great potential. Just thinking about him sincerely is enough. Li Kuanqing hesitated for a moment and clasped his hands. What do you think, Hall Master? Li Kuan-li did not answer, but talked about other things. The number of top-grade spiritual roots is rare, and the potential is huge. Even if they are placed in the Jindan sect, they are foundation-building seeds. There are only 3 in the entire Li family. The old man bent his fingers and began to count. Li Kuan-ling of your generation, my brother Li Kuan-lun, and another one is. He straightened his back, stretched out his fingers to himself, and smiled proudly. I, your Hall Master, have a top-grade Li Hua spiritual root. The Hall Master is wise and powerful. The two flattered him at the right time, and had already figured out the temperament of the third elder. Senior brother Li Kuan-lin was puzzled when he heard this. May I ask the Hall Master, as a foundation-building cultivator, isn't the Patriarch also a top-grade spiritual root? They originally had a Zong generation, but unfortunately he died in an accident. In the end, the Patriarch Li Zongyao, who has a middle-grade water spiritual root, took over the family. That was the most difficult time for our Li family. The foundation-building cultivators were getting old, and there was no one available in the younger generation. The enemy was eyeing them covetously, and the formations were roaring day and night. In the end, the Patriarch rose at an astonishing speed, quickly building a foundation before the enemy could react, and successfully completed the transition from old to new. Li Kuan-li looked at the young man. Do you know how old the Patriarch was when he built his foundation? How old? 30.5? 40? The two looked at each other and tried to guess as low as possible. All wrong, he's 28. He's claimed to be 35. Li Kuan-li was amazed. A foundation-building cultivator who is less than 30 years old, and he has a medium-grade water spirit root. This is the heritage of our Qingyu Li family. The rising tide of the Blue Sea, the rising tide of the Blue Sea. The Li family has a rare treasure that can allow cultivators who have completed the great perfection of Qi training to have the combat power of foundation building. It is only limited to cultivators with water spirit roots who practice the rising tide of the Blue Sea. This is the real heritage of 1,000 years. Therefore, there have been several evil water spirit roots in the history of the Li family. Although Li Chuanqing's training speed is fast, it is barely acceptable to outsiders. Moreover, a fast Qi training speed does not mean that you can build a foundation. Without foundation-building pills and foundation-building spiritual objects, there are also many genius cultivators who died at this stage. Top-grade spiritual roots. A big tree attracts the wind, and it is easy to encounter accidents. Li Kuanqing understood a little. It is better to show the middle-grade spiritual roots to others, to be upright. Li Kuan-lin scratched his head. So the family files will not be changed? Why not? If the files are not changed, why do I say so much? Li Kuan-li looked at a fool. Top-grade spiritual roots are too conspicuous, so we change it in another way. For example, change Chuanqing's low-grade gold spiritual roots to middle-grade. Gold and water are contained, and my Li family is good at waterways, rich resources, and the speed of cultivation is comparable to the top-grade water spiritual roots. You can also change your age to a few years older, and report yourself as being in your early 20s when you go out. This way, it will be more credible and true. Li Kuanqing nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Good idea. I have always paid attention to my age. I never tell outsiders when I go out. You are cautious enough, and you have some of my style back then. Li Kuan-li gave him 2 files with encouraging eyes. This is the information you left in the family. I took it out specially. Tell me how you want to change it? One is a record of Li Chuanqing's childhood, and the other is a blank file with nothing written on it. Li Kuanqing, 12 years old, from Qingpan Island, father Li Yuping, mother Li Yuru, both are Li family Qi. Refining cultivators.
The middle-grade water spiritual root is 3 inches and 7 points high, the low-grade gold spiritual root is 2 inches and 3 points high, and the rest of the spiritual roots are less than 1 inch. The spiritual roots are divided according to the height of the glow of the spiritual platform. Less than 1 inch is inferior, 1-3 inches is low-grade, 3-5 inches is medium, 5-7 inches is high-grade, and 7-9 inches is earth spirit root. Not only is the heaven spirit root as high as 9 inches, but there is also a heavenly spirit in the body, which can help the cultivator to form a golden elixir. Li Kunli changed it to 4.7 inches for water spirit root and 4.3 inches for gold spirit root, which is definitely a middle-upper posture. Seeing this, Li Kuan-lin couldn't help laughing. These two kinds of spirit roots are exactly 9 inches together, and my junior brother has become a heavenly spirit root now. That's right, the first golden elixir real person in our Li family in the future must be me. Li Kuanqing laughed and said this shamelessly. Seeing that there was no problem, the third elder's palm was blazing with flames, and he directly burned the old files to ashes. I have confirmed that the family steward who measured your spiritual roots has passed away, so there is no big flaw. Li Kunli has always been very careful in his work. The family competition will be held in 8 months. How are you preparing? After asking this, he couldn't help laughing. There are only a few people in the entire Quan generation who have reached the 6th level of qi refining. They were all champions in previous competitions. The third elder took out a storage bag. Take it. Your family's salary for the past 3 months is a total of 32 spiritual stones. Li Kuanqing opened the bag and was almost blinded by it. Why are there so many? It was densely packed, with as many as 800 or 900 spiritual stones. Because there are other clan members' salaries. The old man smiled and took out a roll of names. This time, you are responsible for half of the clan members on Qingpan Island. Thank you for your hard work. Li Kuanqing was stunned. Isn't this the job of the clan steward? When you have reached a certain level of cultivation, you will naturally start to take responsibility. The third elder patted the boy on the shoulder and encouraged him. Go, let the clan members see the name of the genius of our weapon refining hall. Li Kuanqing had a bitter face and picked up the storage bag and rushed to Qingpan Island. The spirit boat broke through the sea area, and the boy took out the list and looked at them one by one. Almost all of them were acquaintances, and they easily found their residence. He soon discovered that distributing salaries was indeed a lucrative job. Some people have just broken through a small realm, and it stands to reason that their salary should be doubled, but they have not yet registered in the Changqing Palace. There is a lot of room for operation here, and there are huge kickbacks. Li Kuanqing looked down on this little spiritual sand and stone, and took a business-like attitude, just to show his face. Many familiar neighbors were indeed surprised. How come in a blink of an eye, the orphan of Yuru's family actually became the family steward? This is the family. Li Kuanqing exhaled a breath of turbid air, knowing that the hall master wanted to build momentum for him. Being in the family, it is impossible to be alone. You need to build your own team step by step and hold the power alone. The seawater was gurgling, the blue sea and blue sky, the white clouds were leisurely, and the spirit boat arrived at an extremely familiar fish pond. Qinger, how come you have time to come here today? Li Kuanqing smiled and smoked a dry pipe. The smoke was faint, and his expression was very comfortable. I came to send this quarter's salary to Uncle 19. Oh, it's incredible. In a blink of an eye, Qinger will become a big man. The old man smiled exaggeratedly, with a very good mentality. He was close to 100 years old, but he was still as healthy as a young man. Li Kuanqing joked for a while, and actually saw a familiar figure in the depths of the fish pond, clumsily fishing for a big black carp. Big black carps were struggling in the fishing net, making the water boil, and they opened their mouths to spit out dense water arrows, making the man very embarrassed. This kid turned out to be an assistant to my uncle. The man in the fish pond was my cousin Li Kuanju. His mother came to the old man for help, and I saw that he was indeed a promising talent, so I reluctantly accepted him as an apprentice. Li Kuanqing knocked the dry pipe in his hand and shouted, Azu, your brother is here to see you. Li Kuanju was obviously stunned for a while, and then he hesitated, holding the fishing net and came over, reluctantly shouting, Kuanqing, cousin. The third level of qi refining, the cultivation is not slow. I just came from your mother, she didn't tell me about this. Li Kuanqing took out 2 spirit stones. The salary for the third level of qi refining is 4 spirit stones. I'll make up for the shortfall. Thank you, brother. Looking at the white spirit stones, Li Chuanju's voice sounded more natural. I had a lucky breakthrough 2 days ago, but I didn't have time to tell her. The boy stretched out his rough hand to take the spirit stone. It's been a while since I last saw him. This kid has grown taller and tanned. He looked like a reef beaten by the waves, with less childishness and more stability between his eyebrows.
In other words, he has grown up. Has there been any news about your father during this period?
After a moment of silence, Li Quanqing brought up the topic.
Li Quanju shook his head, his expression slightly confused.
At the beginning, Li Yuheng took 2,000 spirit stones and said he was going to the Jindan market to find a spirit pill that could regenerate broken limbs, and then there was no news.
He didn't even pay back the spiritual stones he owed.
Before the exact news is passed back to the clan, I will ensure that my uncle's annual tribute will be distributed to my aunt on time. Li Quanqing made his own promise. Li Chuanju's expression finally relaxed, his eyebrows were full of joy, and his eyes were curved with joy.
He finally looked a little like the high-spirited middle school boy he used to be.
When Li Quanqing returned to his own fish pond, the sky was already full of red clouds, and the singing of fishermen and farmers setting off for home could be vaguely heard, and the fishing boats sang in the evening.
"I'm back!"
He shouted as usual, but did not see the spiritual beasts lining up to welcome him. Only a few big bluefish poked their heads out and lazily spit water arrows at him.
What are these guys doing together?
Li Quanqing stepped on the lotus platform, his clothes fluttering, like a banished immortal walking on the waves, full of freedom. He found that the jade carps surrounded a large reef, 8 watery green pythons were also there, and the golden copper crabs occupied another area.
This seemed to be the place where the longevity turtles were hatched.
Li Quanqing was delighted and was about to go forward to check when he heard a gurgling sound. A string of bubbles floated up, swaying from the bottom of the water, and a jade-colored stone as big as a sea bowl floated up, rising and falling with the waves. Just as he was wondering, a round and blunt turtle head suddenly popped out, and 2 black eyes as big as beans blinked and looked at him motionlessly.
Motionless, longevity turtle, I should be in the mud, not lying on the bottom of the sea, ah.
Maturity, 4%, Li Quanqing picked up the longevity turtle. Although it was born not long ago, its size is comparable to that of an ordinary sea turtle.
It looks more like a land tortoise.
Its emerald green shell is as crystal clear as jade, and its surface is covered with golden lines, which are clear and delicate. Its 4 claws are strong and powerful, covered with dark green scales, its head is slightly round and blunt, similar to a python, and its black eyes are bright and energetic.
It gives people a lazy feeling no matter how you look at it.
He put the longevity turtle on the reef and prepared to take out food to feed it.
Crack!
The copper-shelled crab next to it suddenly came forward, waving its claws to clamp on the turtle shell, making a banging sound.
Hiss!
On the other side, the green water python was also watching the fun, coiling its slender snake body and spitting out its tongue, watching the fun without minding the big deal. The longevity turtle was still calm, retracting its head and limbs into the turtle shell, lying there motionless.
Have these copper-clad crabs reached their rebellious stage? They will bite everything they see.
Li Quanqing had no choice but to pick up the crab babies one by one and throw them into the water far away. Faced with the food placed in front of it, the longevity turtle remained indifferent, with its eyes half closed and half open, as quiet as a stone. On the contrary, the green water pythons were sniffing the aroma of food and were ready to move. Li Quanqing was going to feed the fish first and come back to see later. He held 8 green water pythons in his hands. These snake babies were more beautiful than each other. They felt cold to the touch and felt very comfortable to coil. Ao, the green water python enjoyed the massage of its owner while lying in his arms and eating and drinking. It can be said that it reached the peak of its snake life. When all the fish were fed, it was already night and the stars were shining.
Li Quanqing looked at the reef.
Not only did the food disappear, but even the longevity turtles were nowhere to be seen. He hurriedly searched for it, and finally found this guy at the bottom of the water, lying in the mud at the bottom of the pond, motionless. As if it had noticed the prying eyes, through the cracks in the turtle shell, the longevity turtle glanced at him with its small eyes, and continued to close its eyes to rest.
Really, a weird monster.
Li Quanqing shook his head, too lazy to care about it, and was ready to let it go.
Anyway, it looks easy to raise. You can't let him raise a turtle to death, right? Harvest an adult big black carp, reward 4 spiritual sands. Harvest an adult big black carp, reward a low-grade talisman water arrow talisman. Harvest an adult big black carp, reward a micro-spiritual energy group.
Li Quanqing was boating in the fish pond, constantly catching one black carp after another, his face expressionless, cold like a killer who had been slaughtering fish for 10 years. Although it had experienced the ravages of insect plagues, fortunately, there were still 500 or 600 big black carps left, and they had all entered the mature stage at this time.
Harvest a large black carp in the chi refining stage, and reward a water element shield experience group. Li Quanqing suddenly raised his eyebrows and opened a lightball reward that he had never seen before. A large black carp has become a demon beast? The young man crushed the lightball, and a series of experiences flooded into his mind. He completely understood it, and then stretched out his hand and pointed. I saw that as the waves surged, a full 5 layers of water element shields condensed, layer by layer, wrapping the large black carp inside. This large black carp is brightly colored, its body has become several times larger, and a trace of demonic energy flows and blooms between its scales. It has indeed become a demon beast. It has already looked about 70% similar to the green jade carp. It is worthy of being a second-class fish pond. The spiritual energy is abundant, and large black carps can be cultivated into demons. Li Quanqing was very satisfied. He touched all the large black carps and harvested 2 demons in total, all of which were experience groups. He looked at the 20 green jade carps again. Line up, let me touch you all, are you being lazy again? More than 100 green jade carp cubs floated to the surface of the water, spitting bubbles. They had grown to the size of a palm and spread out in a large area, looking very crowded. Sashimi is rotten, green jade carp, practice? Cultivate shit. It's impossible in this life. There is delicious food every day when you wake up. Why force yourself to eat such a happy sashimi? Cultivation, chi refining level 1, 9.9%, Li Quanqing gritted his teeth and looked at it. Very good, a seat in the Class C fish pond. The boss is mighty, green jade carp, the boss cultivates and I cultivate. The boss is my god. Cultivation, chi refining level 1, 35%, not bad, a promising talent, you passed the test. In the end, after careful selection, a total of 6 green jade carps, including Ao Ching, were left, and they can continue to stay in the fish pond in Area B to cultivate to the middle stage of chi refining. Moo! The jade carps that failed the test stared with stupid and innocent dead fish eyes, not knowing what was about to happen. Their days of lying flat and rotting were coming to an end. Carrying the fish basket to the sea area of Area C, as soon as the formation was opened, several dark little loaches were seen shuttling and playing among the reefs. The loach cubs saw the strangers breaking in, like frightened rabbits, and dived into the water and disappeared. Is that the cub of the stone spirit loach? Li Quanqing was delighted. He didn't expect that these guys would not say a word and actually give him a big surprise. Taking out the water-repellent beads, Li Quanqing cleaned the entire pond bottom and finally harvested 49 stone spirit loach cubs. Because the fish pond is empty, the area is quite large, and there are no other competing creatures, each one grows shiny, thick, and long. He collected these loach cubs and prepared to raise them in the Class B fish pond for easy feeding and management. The living environment suddenly became bad, and the jade carps immediately protested, spitting out water arrows fiercely and making a sound of poo-poo. Resistance is futile. Whoever breaks through the second level of chi refining first will be able to return. Li Quanqing showed no mercy and directly closed the formation and decided to feed him every 3 to 5 times. Nourished by spiritual energy, they won't starve to death anyway, and it's even enough to support the cultivation of these jade carps. Time passed day by day, and the newly harvested second-class fish pond was gradually transformed into a familiar appearance. The fastest growing one is the bronze armored crab. The growth cycle of crab-like monsters is already short, plus the various precious ores and magic weapon fragments collected from the chiton wool. Feed these spirit crabs until they become arrogant and domineering. The growth rate of the green anaconda is also not slow, and the nature of snakes is easy. They follow the green jade carp every day and swallow the moonlight, but they also get a lot of benefits. The wancho turtle is the slowest. It can only increase its maturity by 1% every month. I am speechless and choked. 6 months later, deep inside the weapon refining hall, Li Quanqing formed a seal with his hands, like a butterfly piercing a flower, and struck the last rune on the surface of the sword in front of him. Clank! A green carp sword jumped out from the sea of fire, and the powerful aura flickered, and finally it all disappeared and returned to its simplicity. A medium-grade magic weapon. Junior brother's talent in weapon refining is really amazing. Next to him, Li Quanlin, the only spectator, was amazed. He took out a high-grade magic weapon green scale shield and handed it to the young man, which he had prepared a long time ago. Li Quanqing put away the green scale shield, and the last shortcoming in the family competition was finally completed. I heard that my senior brother also signed up for the competition? Yes, although I'm not good at fighting, I still have to compete in the weapon refining competition. The Li family has many family competitions.
In addition to the most common fighting skills, there are also various small competitions such as cultivation and various arts. This time, the Hall Master has invested heavily and specially applied for a Tunghua pill from the family as a reward for the champion of the weapon refining competition.
Li Quanlin smiled and said, "If the junior brother is not good at studying, don't blame the senior brother for taking away this elixir." Li Quanqing was surprised.
Tunghua Dan could help 6th level Qi training monks break through the later stages.
It was precious and rare. Did the Hall Master prepare it specially for him?
Returning to the fish pond, Li Quanqing held the green scale shield and watched it carefully, trying to figure out the weapon refining techniques contained in it. Only monks under the age of 30 are eligible to participate in the competition. He knew the level of those weapon refiners very well, and only his senior brother Li Quanlin was his biggest enemy.
Senior brother has long been a first level mid-level weapon refiner. Now he should be preparing to hit the top level? Li Quanqing touched his chin.
If you want to win the championship, the middle-grade green carp sword is simply not good enough.
Only by refining a high-grade magic weapon can you secure the first place. It's really stressful.
More than a month has passed, and there is only half a month left before the competition.
The Qingyu Islands were in full swing.
After dinner and tea, all the Li clan members were discussing this matter eagerly. The fish pond is still quiet.
On a night that was as quiet as ever, a bronze-armored crab quietly entered its mature stage.
Harvest a bronze-armored crab in the early stage of Qi refining and reward the body refining technique, Blaze Jade Bone Body.
Blast Jade Bone Body. Li Quanqing blinked his eyes.
He didn't expect that the body refining technique he had been thinking about would actually come out. He crushed the ball of light, and a body refining scripture appeared in his mind, as vast as the sea of smoke. Swallowing a large amount of precious jade or to temper the glass treasure body, no hard work is required. It is extremely dependent on various jade resources and is very expensive.
Not bad, it is very suitable for lazy dogs like me to practice.
Li Quanqing nodded his head, but his storage bag was about to dry up again. He carefully comprehended the scripture and found that this body refining technique is divided into 3 levels in total: copper bone body, jade bone body, and glass body. The most advanced glass bone can even resist the spells of the foundation building level without dying. Among the Qi refining level techniques, it is considered very good. Unfortunately, it was opened too late, and I can't catch up with the family competition. Li Quanqing shook his head and took out an iron ore to practice and try it out.
Crack!
Seeing the food, the copper-armored crab that had become a Qi refining monster suddenly became excited and waved its big claws. Li Quanqing handed the ore to it, and with a crisp sound, the crab claws broke the iron ore into several pieces. The mouth parts of the copper-armored crab moved, and it was very excited, and was about to swallow the ore into its stomach. A big hand suddenly fell from the sky and took away all the iron ore, leaving nothing for it.
Copper-armored crab.
Li Quanqing held a piece of iron the size of a sugar cube in his hand, and hesitated.
Can this thing really be eaten?
He finally closed his eyes and stuffed the ore into his mouth. For the first time in his life, he tried these strange foods. The mana was running, and according to the practice method of Liuli Yuguri, he slowly polished the iron ore.
Gulp! Gulp! Li Quanqing swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva involuntarily. The taste was strange, and the iron smell could be clearly tasted.
His tongue could feel that the ore in his mouth was slowly shrinking and was finally completely absorbed by his body.
Pah, it's so unpalatable.
Li Quanqing made a bitter face and spat out a mouthful of iron slag, which looked like chewed sugarcane residue. All the essence of Gengjin was swallowed, strengthening bones, tempering flesh and blood, leaving only useless dregs.
I wonder if the taste of gemstone lingyu will taste better.
Li Quanqing's thoughts diverged, and he took out another piece of iron ore and bit it hard with his teeth.
What's wrong with being unpalatable? You can become stronger just by lying down. Those body refining monks who were polishing their bodies miserably were all crying with greed.
Harvest a copper-armored crab in the early stage of Qi refining, and reward a Gengjin sword art experience group. Harvest a copper-armored crab in the early stage of Qi refining, and reward 5 top-grade copper-armored talismans. Copper-armored talismans, top-grade talismans, which can be transformed into bronze talismans to protect the whole body and block the attacks of cultivators in the late stage of Qi refining, and last for 1 stick of incense.
Before the family competition began, the spirit crabs finally matured one after another.
A total of 30 bronze armor talismans that looked like bronze tokens were opened, and the rest were all experience light balls. He directly practiced the Genjin sword art to a superb state. Xie. Li Quanqing flicked his finger, and the Qingli sword flew across the sky, scattering dozens or hundreds of Gengjin sword qi, like a stream of light all over the sky. Clang! In the end, all the sword qi suddenly merged into one place, turning into a substantial golden sword, which was held in the hands of the young man, and the edge was extremely restrained. If those guys who claim to be sword cultivators saw it, I'm afraid their Tao hearts would be broken. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, holding a green and a gold sword, with powerful magic power surging in his meridians, and he felt full of confidence. The family competition is a grand event held once every 10 years by the Qingyu Li family. All the young clansmen are eager to fight, especially those who are not from good backgrounds, who are eager to stand out in the competition. There are such examples in every session. Because of their excellent performance, they are favored by the elders and finally soar into the sky. Yulongtan. Along the shore, a series of arenas are arranged, carved with lotus and fish patterns, surrounded by rippling water, and guarded by the spiritual light of the formation, which is very solid. In this combat environment, the water essence is rich, and the water spirit root cultivators are extremely advantageous. But there is no way. The disputes and fights in the East China Sea Shoshan world mostly take place on the sea, which is an indisputable fact. Li Quanqing came to the area where the disciples of the Qi Hall gathered. Everyone wore a uniform robe with flamefish and dragon patterns. There were many people and the momentum looked very strong. The only one who could compare with them was the small circle of the direct descendants of the foundation building, and the number of people was much smaller than theirs. Junior sister also signed up for the martial arts competition? I haven't seen Li Quanqiu for more than half a year, and he has broken through again. Now he has the cultivation level of the 5th level of qi refining. I'm not like my senior brother, who is naturally valued by nobles because of his talent. For me, many things can only be obtained with all my strength. Li Quanqiu stroked the hair scattered by her ears, stared at the pond, and smiled lightly. Li Quanqing. Junior sister, I just want to ask a question. Why are you talking so much? Looking at the boy's dull eyes, Li Quanqiu laughed. It's not your fault that you are a genius, it's because we are too mediocre. She handed over a file. Take a look. This is the list of martial arts compiled by the disciples of the Weapon Hall. Li Chuanyi, Qingfei Island Branch, middle. Grade Water Spirit Root, 6th. Level Qi Refining Cultivation. Li Chuanma, Qingyu Island Direct Lineage, middle. Grade Fire Spirit Root, 6th. Level Qi Refining Cultivation, Body Training Cultivator. Li Quanqing, Qingpan Island Branch, middle. Grade Water Spirit Root, 6th. Level Qi Refining Cultivation. Li Quanj, a descendant of the Qingdu Island Branch, middle. Grade Golden Spiritual Roots, 5th. Level Qi Refining Cultivation, a Body Refining Cultivator. Li Quanqiu, branch of Qingha Island, lower. Grade Water Spirit Root, 5th. Level Qi Refining, majoring in Ice Magic. Li Quanqing took a quick look and found that there were only 3 young cultivators at the 6th level of Qi Refining. There were more at the 5th level of Qi Refining, 13 in total, and the competition for the top 10 places was very fierce. Why isn't Li Quanqing on it? He didn't participate in this competition, probably to build momentum for his fiancée. After all, if the winner of the competition is from the branch, this lineage can be promoted to the main line of Qingyu Island. Li Quanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Without the pressure of this 7th. Level Qi Refining Cultivator, his confidence increased instantly. The process of the family competition is to fight in martial arts first and select the top 10. Then there will be a competition of hundreds of arts of cultivation, leaving time for the clan members who have experience to fight to rest. Finally, the first person in the martial arts competition will be decided and honored. The selection criteria were family cultivators under 30 years old, and in the end, nearly 500 people sign up, which was quite a lot. The atmosphere of the internal competition in the family was relatively relaxed and harmonious. The first day was to let the family members get familiar with the environment, and there was only one martial arts competition in the afternoon. Li Quanqing drew a lot, and was the 22nd pair on the number 9 ring. Fortunately, he did not play against his familiar friends, and came to the ring early to wait. When it was his turn, a very shy girl jumped onto the ring, and her cultivation was only the 3rd level of Qi Refining. Hello! Li Quanqing greeted politely, with handsome features, a green robe, and looked elegant. Hello! Hello! The girl blushed a little, and then her eyes became firm, and she took out a tattered Qingli sword. Although the family member in front of her was very good looking, she promised her grandfather that she would break into the top 50. Ha, watch me kill the enemy with my swordsmanship. The girl used her magic power, shouted, and controlled the flying sword to fly up slowly and quickly, and finally smashed into the enemy. This is not a swordsmanship at all, it should be called meteorite falling from the sky. Li Quanqing was speechless, too lazy to take the sword behind him, and waved his sleeves to shoot out a series of Genjin sword beams. Clang! The sword energy was crisscrossed, like a large interwoven net covering the sky, all directions, up and down, and there was no way to retreat. Countless golden sword energies rushed up, and the Qingli sword was directly suppressed, like a piece of scrap iron falling on the ring, and the spiritual light was dim. How is it possible? The girl exclaimed, unbelievable, her magic power bloomed, and she wanted to control the flying sword to fight back. It's a pity that the maximum range that this Qingli sword can do is to bounce a few times on the ground. It's like a big black fish out of the sea, with an inexplicable sense of helplessness. A stream of sword energy turned into a small golden sword, its edge flickering and stopping at the girl's throat, frightening her so much that her whole body stiffened. You lose, jump down by yourself. The girl held the Qingli sword in her arms, and jumped off the stage with tears in her eyes. Her pretty face was red from crying. Li Quanqing was in a good mood, and he shattered all the sword energy in the sky. After the fight, we went home. This kid is so strong in swordsmanship. Is he a true genius? Li Kunli had been paying attention to this side, and was very puzzled. He felt that he was a good talent in the Li family, but he was shocked by a junior. However, except for the third elder, no other family leaders noticed Li Quanqing. There were too many monks in the competition, and it was dazzling. At night, Li Quanqing sat on the reef, bathing in the moonlight, and counted the talismans he currently had. Copper armor talisman, diamond talisman, ice arrow talisman, golden light shield talisman, falling stone talisman, water arrow talisman. There were too many of them, and they needed to be sorted out in different categories to avoid being busy in the battle. Hiss, the sea was surging, and a green water python swam up from the water, coiled around the reef, and intimately spat out its tongue. The little fellow who was so lively at the beginning has now grown up completely, and has become a giant of 6 or 7 meters in size. The blue diamond dot-shaped scales are shining in the moonlight, as if covered with a layer of silver armor, which is indescribably mysterious and powerful. Hiss, the green water python stretched out its bowl-sized head and rubbed against Li Quanqing, like a child asking for cakes from an adult. Damn it, he actually saw the 4 words handsome on the face of a snake. Curious by nature, green water python, master, I want to eat that delicious water again, I feel like I'm about to advance. Maturity, 98%, not only this spiritual python, but the rest of the green water pythons also raised their heads from the water, looking at him with emerald green pupils. From a distance, I thought it was a big monster with 8 heads hunting under the moon. The seawater was sparkling, and the scene was beautiful and ferocious. I only have this little wealth, and you will eat it all. Looking at the eager python cub, Li Quanqing took out the Taiyin soul nourishing water with pain and fed a few drops to each snake. He found that this spiritual liquid had a fatal attraction to many monsters. Especially those with smart heads. The higher the wisdom, the more eager they were for the favor of the Taiyin and the bright moon. In many legends about the monsters, they were born to worship the Taiyin and regarded it as the source of life. Hiss, the green water pythons were all very happy to get this spiritual liquid. Some of them kept smacking their lips, looking like they were savoring it endlessly. Splash! The waves splashed, and the first green water python suddenly dived into the water, and then came out again, opening its mouth and spitting out a few lively big bluefish. Snap! Snap! The big bluefish blew bubbles, tumbled, and slapped the ground with its tail. It was pitiful, weak, and helpless. These guys were the worst in the pond. Even the stone loach could bully them. Other green water pythons followed suit and hunted big bluefish to serve as food to the leader. Li Quanqing accepted it calmly and returned the fish to the pond. It's not a big deal to keep these blue water pythons in captivity. Domestic cats can catch mice, not to mention monsters that naturally worship the strong. Can we take them hunting in the future, or just build a hunting ground? Li Quanqing thought, selling mature big bluefish to the family is selling, and feeding them to pets will have the same result, and it can also sharpen their wildness. It's just a matter of making the fish suffer again. The family competition continued, and Li Quanqing won every game easily. In order to leave enough rest time for the tribe members, everyone only had to play 1 game a day. Seated players with strong strength can live a leisurely and comfortable life. Li Quanqing's strong fighting ability naturally attracted the attention of many elders, but they were all beaten away by the third elder. He entered the top 16 smoothly and finally drew an opponent he liked. Li Chuanma, a 6th level Qi refining body refining cultivator. Although he was born in the direct lineage, his family was not rich, and there was no difference from the side branches. Later, he worked hard and was valued by Li Kunli, and then he gradually emerged and became the family genius second only to Li Kuangying. Strictly speaking, both of them can be regarded as half-students of the third elder, but they didn't expect to meet on the ring. That night, facing tomorrow's battle, Li Kuanqing still stayed at the fish pond without any panic and pressure. 16-8, even if he failed, he could compete for the 2 places to revive. The top 10 is a sure thing, and Blue Sea Tide Rising Dawn is already waving at him. A green water python wanted to get close again, raised its upper body and swam out of the water, with strands of white light blooming from between its scales, and finally turned into a ball of light. Harvest a green water python in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a top-grade magic weapon green water shuttle, remaining pieces? Li Kuanqing. In a trance, he thought he was playing a card-drawing game. System dog, you have changed. Becoming more and more evil. Green water shuttle, a top-grade water escaping magic weapon, which can dive into the deep sea and merge with the waves, and the vast blue sea is nowhere to be found. Li Kuanqing took out the magic weapon, which looked like a blue jade surfboard, with pointed ends and wave-like patterns engraved on the surface, extending to the magic weapon. What kind of magic weapon is this? Can I surf on it? Li Kuanqing was a little confused. He looked carefully, and with the eyes of a weapon refiner, this should be a part of some kind of mosaic-shaped assembled magic weapon. The final product should be a fully enclosed spiritual boat in the shape of a shuttle ship, which can travel freely in the sea. Why do I feel like I'm lying in a coffin? Li Chuanqing's face turned black. Although it was just a fragment, the surfboard in his hand was still amazing. In terms of the aura and momentum alone, it was comparable to a top-grade magic weapon. Li Kuanqing took a few glances and put it away. He didn't use his magic power to refine it. There will be a big battle tomorrow, so it's better to conserve his energy. The next day, everyone was paying attention. Li Kuanqing jumped onto the stage and met Li Chuanma, the genius disciple of the direct lineage. This guy looked very ordinary, not handsome or tall, and looked very silent. He wore black clothes and had no decorations on his body. He was ordinary. Hello, brother. Li Kuanqing greeted politely. They were all from the faction of the third elder, and the man in front of him was several years older than him. Li Chuanmo was stunned for a moment, as if he hadn't communicated with anyone for a long time, and nodded silently, I will show mercy. Burning. He stretched out his fists, and suddenly fiery red lines bloomed on the surface of his skin, like a blazing flame, and a high temperature was released. Li Chuanma's whole body swelled up, as if carved from red jade, tall and sturdy, like a diamond subduing demons. Fire jade diamond body. This guy seems very strong. Li Kuanqing was ready, and in front of everyone, he took out a stack of talismans with a solemn face. Copper armor talisman, open. Amid the buzzing sound, a tall bronze talisman armor appeared out of thin air, made up of thousands of talisman scales, with a cold metallic luster, covering from head to toe. Golden light shield talisman, open. Li Kuanqing has always been cautious, and he tore open 5 talismans in a row. 5 layers of golden rays of light were plated on the surface of the bronze talisman armor. The color was so bright that it blinded people. Falling rock talisman, open. A dozen large stones rumbled, as big as millstones, hanging above the head and rotating non-stop, ready to fall at any time. In a trance, I thought it was a golden armored god who came down from the sky, punishing the gods and sending down meteorites to destroy the world. Li Kuanqing was wearing armor, with a diamond talisman in his left hand and an ice arrow talisman in his right hand. Thousands of water arrow talismans in his storage bag were ready to go. He had made all the preparations. It's all right, please give me some advice, brother. Li Chuanmo looked at the young man who had wrapped himself into a hedgehog with a magic talisman, feeling mixed emotions in his heart. Can you do whatever you want if you have money? Come on, brother, why are you standing there in a daze? Li Kuanqing greeted, with endless strength emerging from all over his body. This is the power of the bronze armor talisman. The effect of this high-grade spiritual talisman is really amazing. The manifested bronze talisman not only provides powerful defense, but can also bless the physical body and enhance one's strength several times. Li Kuanqing felt that with this bronze armor alone, he could go head-to-head with a body refiner in the middle stage of chi refining. After a moment of silence, Li Chuanma decided to test it first. Fire Luan palm. He waved his palm, and flames shot out from his palm, turning into a crimson bird and soaring into the sky, burning and distorting the air. Li Quanqing tilted his head, pointed his fingers, and controlled the seawater around the arena to turn into tornadoes and spurt out.
Water Dragon Technique.
A sea-blue water dragon took shape quickly, opened its fangs and danced its claws, and spit out water jets to extinguish the flaming phoenix, and large amounts of water vapor evaporated. This guy is very skilled in magic, Li Chuanma felt quite troubled. With a bang, his whole body shot out like a cannonball, almost turning into a red jade giant, smashing his fists angrily.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
More than a dozen rocks as big as millstones fell down, causing a howling wind that was astonishing.
Li Chuanma was indeed a genius in body training.
He descended the mountain like a tiger, smashed the falling rocks into pieces, and finally punched the light mask hard.
Clang!
On the surface of the golden light shield, water-like light flashed continuously, making a deafening sound, but it successfully blocked the blow. Looking at the 5 layers of golden light shields, Li Chuanma almost had the urge to scold his mother. With this rogue style of play, is he a tortoise? There was so much movement in this arena that the eyes of many elders were attracted. Enter the dragon and the tiger are all good young men trained by Elder Kunli.
The great elder Li Kunshan spoke with a smile. He was a somewhat hunchbacked old man who looked quite amiable.
I'm just a bit capable, not as good as the great elder's grandson. I heard that Quan Gung is going to go to Shanzhong to practice? Li Kuan smiled superficially but not at all.
That's natural.
My son is valued by the elders of the Shuihua sword sect. He has practiced the golden core sword technique and has already established a foundation. A middle-aged man in aqua blue robes spoke proudly next to him. He had a goatee and held a feather fan in his hand, looking elegant.
The elders speak, young people don't interrupt.
Li Kunli glared at him. Although he was only more than 10 years older, he had a higher seniority.
Li Yumiao's eyes widened.
He wanted to refute but didn't know where to start. He was as depressed as a fat dot-headed fish.
On the ring, Li Chuanma punched like rain, finally obliterating the first layer of golden light.
He was so exhausted that he was sweating profusely, and the reaction force shook the bones in his body.
Well done, keep up the good work.
Li Quanqing cheered him up, his words were full of encouragement, and then he took out a few more golden light shielding talismans.
Li Chuanma.
The expression on this taciturn young man's face had begun to distort. Fortunately, in front of everyone, Li Quanqing is not so shameless. He has already judged the enemy's fighting level and has a good idea.
Now, let us fight openly and honestly.
Li Quanqing shouted righteously, waving his fists as well, choosing to be a man King Kong. The surface of the bronze talisman fist was blessed with 4 layers of golden light. The punch was powerful and heavy, like a missile being shot out.
A terrifying sonic boom sounded in the air. Li Chuanma's expression changed instantly.
He didn't expect that when the guy hiding in the turtle shell came out, he would actually have huge power.
Bang!
He flew backwards at a faster speed, spitting out a mouthful of blood while he was still in the air, hurting his internal organs.
The magic power in Li Chuanma's body roared, and he used some kind of force-relieving technique to fall to the ground.
He no longer dared to hold it up, took out his magic weapon, and went all out. He was covered with a layer of sapphire-like scales, and the fiery red weapon pattern condensed into the shape of a lotus on his chest. His eyes were as red as blood, triggering a riot of fire energy between heaven and earth.
Sapphire armor.
Li Quanqing could tell at a glance that this was a privately customized high-end magic weapon with many fire-attribute materials added to it. Fortunately, it's just a high-grade magic weapon, so the increase for body-refining monks is not an exaggeration.
Li Quanqing touched the water dragon pendant around his waist.
There was no need to reveal this trump card yet. Before the competition, he cleaned all the talismans and magic weapons that were released. The method is very simple, just cover up the monks of the small family who pretend to be depressed, sell the things to their own Quanqing pavilion, and then you can take them out and use them arrogantly. Although the method is very crude, no one bothers to study this kind of thing in detail.
The two collided together again.
Under the background of their armor, they both looked extremely powerful, like a battle between giants. This is a battlefield that truly belongs to body refiners.
The terrifying residual power that erupts will frighten even a monk at the 7th level of Qi refiner when he sees it.
In the end, Li Quanqing won the competition again. He had so many talismans that until Li Chuanma exhausted all his mana and energy and almost collapsed from exhaustion, there were still several layers of golden light covering his body.
I lost.
At this time, Li Chuanma calmed down, and he lost openly, and he was convinced, although you borrowed external forces, this is the real battlefield. It only matters about life and death, winning or losing, no matter how hard you use it.
My skills are inferior to others.
Li Quanqing was embarrassed by the compliment, and smiled innocently and shyly. If you like it, I can sell you a few talismans. Li Chuanmo was somewhat tempted, but he touched the empty storage bag and finally remained silent bitterly.
Let's talk about it later.
He waved his hand and jumped off the ring neatly. His back was free and lonely. After this competition, Li Quanqing really entered the top 10.
Blue Sea Tide Rising skill, got it. It seems that the boy is in a good mood, and even God is helping him.
As soon as he returned to his own fish pond, he saw the blue water pythons coiled on the reef, using their slender snake tails to reach into the water to catch big black fish.
They have been playing for a whole day.
On the foreheads of two of the spiritual pythons, brilliant light balls swayed and shone, like abundant fruits. Li Quanqing rubbed the cold python head and took the light ball in his hand. Harvest a green water python in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a green water shuttle, broken, of the best magic weapon. Harvest a green water python in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a water dragon technique experience group. In the storage bag, two jade-like shuttle-shaped boards lay together, reflecting each other, rippling with the moist and bright light of the sea. Li Quanqing was about to take it out to study it, when he suddenly heard a sword sound coming into his ears. The sound was clear and stirring the sky. He raised his head and saw a young man stepping on a golden sword light across the sky, coming in the blink of an eye, and slowly landing outside the fish pond. The man had sword eyebrows and starry eyes, his eyes were like dots of lacquer, he carried a sword box on his back, his facial features were handsome, he was dressed in white clothes, as ethereal as a fairy, and his silk socks were covered with dust. He looked like a sword fairy figure walking out of an ancient painting, free and easy in the clouds. The man glanced at the boy indifferently, raised his chin slightly, and spoke slowly. I'll give you 1,000 spirit stones, and I want you to lose to Li Chuani.
Li Quanqing?
Brother, did you get the wrong script? Chapter 52 Blue Water Shuttle. Looking at the arrogant man in front of him, Li Quanqing had already guessed his identity.
The famous high-grade golden spirit root, Li Quanqing. Here are your 1,000 spiritual stones, take them.
Li Quanqing threw out an open storage bag, and traces of spiritual energy radiated from the mouth of the bag, full of precious light and alluring.
Looking at the white spirit stones, Li Chuanqing's palms hidden in his sleeves couldn't help but tremble. Gone.
Meet the big fat sheep, brothers.
Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Li Quanqing made an instant decision.
He was not called Qing Lu young master for nothing. He sneered, his eyes showing 3 parts sneer, 3 parts coolness and 4 parts carelessness, and he uttered 2 words coldly, get out.
Li Chuanyang's eyebrows twitched.
No one dared to say such words in front of him for a long time.
Great, you've successfully caught my attention.
Li Quanqing sat on the fishing boat and slowly took out powerful talismans and filled the cabin. He shook a certain golden and crisp talisman and made a clanging sound. A high-grade Vajra talisman can summon a Dharma protector Vajra puppet at the 7th level of chi refining.
Do you think Li Chuani can withstand it? If you want me to lose to her, that's fine. You have to pay more. Li Quanqing looked at the Vajra talisman and felt that the problem was a bit tricky.
He and Li Chuani were childhood sweethearts, and they had already agreed to be in love for a lifetime. However, his father looked down upon the girl's background and wanted to find a good matchmaker for him, so he chose several legitimate daughters from the Foundation. Building family. With no choice, Li Quanqing could only find a way to send her to the championship in the family competition. In this way, Li Chuani's branch can regain the status and treatment of the direct descendants of the Li family, and the obstacles will be greatly reduced.
You don't think that everything will be fine with just a few talismans?
Li Quanqing said with a cold face. The elders have agreed that in all subsequent competitions, each person must not use more than 15 talismans.
When Li Quanqing heard this, he couldn't help but clenched his fists. Against. This is naked targeting. I want to sue Jiju.
Oh, the person in front of me is the great-grandson of the Foundation. Building monk, so that's okay.
Li Quanqing took out the water dragon pendant again. What if I use this?
With Li Chuanqing's eyesight, he could naturally see how extraordinary the jade pendant was, and the tyrannical fluctuations contained in it made even him feel fatal.
Why does this kid have so many good things? Li Quanqing had the urge to rob.
He gritted his teeth and acted calmly. I can also use this spiritual stone to buy a powerful magical weapon for Chuani.
Then add to that.
Li Quanqing took out all the magical weapons on his body, including the green scale shield, the green carp sword, and the stone spirit seal. He even demonstrated the Gangjin sword technique, which was at a superb level, and the killing power was astonishing. I don't want much, just 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones to ensure that Li Chuanyi wins first place in the family competition.
Li Quanqing slapped his chest loudly, saying that he was worth the money. Li Guangying hesitated.
In his opinion, this deal was indeed a good deal. The young man in front of him was so well hidden that no one expected that he was a 6th level qi refining monk. The hidden trump card can actually beat the 9th level of qi refining. As expected of a guy trained by the third elder, he is cunning and has sinister thoughts.
Li Guangying spoke, and he actually started bargaining. The aloof aura in his body was gone.
It's a pity that a sword cultivator who would rather bend than bend, how could he know such a thing? Even if they lied, they only set the price at 1,800 pieces. It was Li Quanqing who gave him the friendship price for the clan leader's sake. You take these 1,000 spirit stones, and I will give them to you when Guanyi wins the remaining 800.
Li Guangying licked his dry lips, always feeling like he had been cheated. Li Quanqing looked suspiciously. Are you out of money, or do you want to default on your debt? Give me an IOU.
Li Guangying put his palm on the hilt of the sword, tightened and then loosened it, repeating the action several times. In the end, he resisted the urge to draw his sword and wrote an IOU angrily, vowing never to deal with this person again.
Walk slowly and come here often.
Li Quanqing waved the note, smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed, and his smile was particularly bright. A large sum of spiritual stones given away for free is like pie in the sky. Anyway, to him, there is no difference between first and second place.
It's the most delicious thing to have the spirit stone in your pocket. Good things come in pairs. As soon as Li Guangying stepped forward, a green anaconda entered its mature stage.
Harvest a green anaconda in the early stage of qi refining, and reward a top-notch magic weapon, a green water shuttle, remnant.
Buzz finally got the pieces together.
When the 3 incomplete green water shuttles were placed together, they automatically buzzed and trembled slowly, trying to merge into one.
Click, click, click.
With a few crisp sounds, a shuttle-shaped magical instrument was truly formed, with pointed ends and a slightly rounded belly, like a date stone magnified 1,000 times, and could accommodate one person lying in it.
Whoosh!
Li Quanqing got into the blue water shuttle, activated the magic power, and slowly instilled it into the control center of the magic weapon. The blue water shuttle floated on the water and trembled slightly, then rushed into the seawater in an instant, with an astonishing speed, leaving only a slender white wave behind. The blue hull gradually became transparent, allowing Li Quanqing to completely see the scenery in the waves outside, as if he was completely integrated into the sea. Except for the cramped space, which makes it feel like lying peacefully in a coffin, everything else is fine. It is fast and quiet, consumes little mana, and can also enjoy the scenery. It can automatically filter the air and has strong defense.
It is indeed a top-grade magic weapon.
After Li Quanqing had enough fun, he floated out of the fish pond and sat on the reef to study it carefully. As a magic weapon he had never seen before, the green water shuttle had a unique refining technique, which gave Li Quanqing a lot of inspiration.
3 pieces of top-grade magic weapon. Level fragments can be transformed and assembled into a top-grade magic weapon after delicate integration.
The 9-layer lotus-shaped structure of the green jade armor seems to have the same effect as this refining technique. Li Quanqing touched the smooth and warm green water shuttle, and his thoughts collided with each other while thinking, and there were all kinds of wonderful ideas to manipulate water magic. Although he became a refiner by getting free stuff, the knowledge really went into his head. With more initiations, he felt that his understanding was improving.
The more you use your brain, the smarter it gets.
After the resurrection match, the top 10 of the family competition were finally decided.
Li Quanqiu also broke into the top 10 with his powerful ice spell. The smile on his face was simply unbearable.
It was a pity for Li Chuanma. He disdained to participate in the resurrection match and directly withdrew from the competition. He stopped at the top 16 and decided to leave the family to practice hard. Next was the various competitions of the 100 arts of cultivation. This was much simpler, and most of them could be finished in 2 or 3 days. During this period, it was also enough to give the top 10 a rest so that they could compete for the final winner. Taking advantage of the gap, Li Quanqing thoroughly studied the green water shuttle and felt a sense of opening. Finally, he was full of confidence and stepped onto the trial platform of the weapon refining competition.
Happy National Day, everyone!
Holidays, holidays, holidays. There were not many people participating in the weapon refining competition, only more than 20 people, all of whom were weapon refiners under 30 years old in the family. One after another, the black iron-like weapon refining tables were moved to the shore of Yulongtan and were surrounded by the crowd early.
The Li family is supported by weapon refining.
For the noble and mysterious weapon refiners, the clan members are born with a filter. Therefore, this competition attracted a lot of people, all wanting to watch the excitement.
Come on, brother, that's a Tunghua pill.
Li Qianqiu was still wearing a water blue dress, smiling gently and pleasantly. Her eyes were like a pool of autumn water, and she was generous. She handed over a bag, which contained a raised fire spirit bird, which had a gentle personality and could assist in weapon refining.
Thank you for your help, junior sister. Li Qianqing took the spirit beast bag.
He had come into contact with this fire bird earlier and it was very easy to use.
Maybe I should also raise a fire spirit beast, or find a spirit fire with water attributes? Li Qianqing thought to himself and walked towards his own weapon refining table. However, these things are only used during the chi refining stage.
Once the foundation is established, the cultivator can ignite his true fire with his mana.
That thing is the real good stuff. How is your preparation, are you sure? Li Quanlin happened to come from the other side.
He was never afraid of the opponent's strength, but was looking forward to it.
I am ready to defeat my senior brother. Li Qianqing smiled and was full of confidence. Then I will go all out.
Li Quanlin's eyes were calm, and the long robe of the weapon refiner on his body was rustling in the wind. He already had a bit of the demeanor of a master. The two brothers staggered past each other, and their weapon refining tables were deliberately placed in two directions that were opposite to each other, to avoid the refining process being affected by the other party and performing abnormally. This kid's weapon refining level can actually be comparable to Li Quanlin. How old is he?
At the seat of the elders, Li Yumian narrowed his eyes, a little incredible.
The victory over champion seed Li Chuanma that day had already made Li Qianqing famous, and many elders remembered this extraordinary young man. Not only that, he has also made great achievements in swordsmanship and has cultivated a kind of sword energy. Even in Shueihua sword sect, he is enough to enter the sword hall as an exception. Li Qianqing stood next to him and explained to his father without mentioning the blackmail. The refining hall is really full of talents, even our Chongqing hall's work is snatched.
Li Yumian narrowed his eyes, his expression gloomy. Father, do you want to suppress them secretly?
He used his magic power to isolate his body and block the surrounding prying to ensure that the sound would not be transmitted.
Do you want to cause a split in the family? Put away those inappropriate thoughts.
The elder snorted, I know what you are thinking. Don't worry, even if the family really gets a foundation. Building pill, he can't snatch it from you. A cultivator who is on the verge of a 60-year limit, and a fire spirit root, even if the supreme elder favors him, the elders will not agree, not to mention that there is also my father in charge. Li Yumiao's expression finally relaxed after hearing this, as if he had seen the foundation. Building pill waving to him. On the competition stage, the referee slowly walked over, and there was only one person, who was the third elder. With him, no weapon refiner dared to be presumptuous, which shows his deep majesty. Let's start, there is no time limit, no material limit, and you can apply to the family for anything you need. Li Kunli sat on the prime minister's chair in the middle, supporting his chin, and felt that it was a waste of time. Tsk Li Qianqing released the fire spirit bird, with bright red feathers and a similar appearance to ordinary sparrows, but a larger body, a golden beak, and a smart eye. While comforting the spirit bird, he quickly reported the materials he needed to the servant in front of him. This is considered a preferential treatment for the weapon refiners in this competition, and they can use many high-quality materials for free. Even if the refining fails in the end, it can be regarded as a practice, and there is no loss. Li Qianqing chose the target early in the morning and prepared to refine the top-grade magic weapon Qinglin shield. This is also the most common choice of the weapon refiners present. After all, it is free and not painful. Taking advantage of the gap when the servants are carrying materials, everyone showed their magical powers and lit the furnace. There are carefully selected high-level spiritual woods, carefully cultivated fire beasts, and two weapon refiners with good luck and abundant financial resources have actually integrated some kind of spiritual fire into their dantian. For a time, various colors of flames soared into the sky, causing bursts of exclamations from the melon-eating people, and they were dazzled. The beast fire spit out by the fire spirit bird is red with a ray of golden color. It is well behaved and wins in being moderate and peaceful. Even if it is used to refine water. Attributed magic tools, it is also handy. Li Qianqing used the fire control technique to manipulate the beast fire spirit power to change, and finally got the desired temperature. At this time, various materials were moved over, and the refining of the tool officially began. Ding! Ding! Li Qianqing began his own performance. The tool embryo he forged was indeed in the shape of a shield, but it was only 1/6 the size of an ordinary green scale shield. The diamond-shaped shield was only a circle larger than the palm, covered with green fish scales, arranged densely in a special way, and the edges were sharp and jagged. Is Ching Kid refining a shield or a hidden weapon? It's strange. The third elder raised his eyes slightly, and finally got a little interested. After Li Quanqing made the tool embryo, he did not stop, but continued to make the second and third shields. It turned out to be a combined magic tool, very thoughtful, not bad. With Li Kunli's refining level, he could tell the truth at a glance. This is indeed the case. Inspired by the green water shuttle, Li Quanqing figured out a new idea. Although he cannot refine a top-grade magic weapon at present, he can use a large number of mid-grade magic weapons to enhance their power. It sounds simple, but if he did not have the ready-made example of the green water shuttle to study every day, he would not be very sure. The only disadvantage is that it takes too long. When other refiners' works were successfully refined, Li Quanqing was still grunting and forging the fourth mid-grade green scale shield. This guy always has his own unique ideas, and he is indeed better than me. Li Quanlin also held a green scale shield, which was green like jade and rippling with water. Although it performed exceptionally well, it was still a little short of the top-grade magic weapon. In the end, Li Quanqing refined 6 mid-grade green scale shields, which were green like jade and covered with ice-blue patterns, like 6 tortoise shells, cleverly combined together. Click! The hidden button fell, the magic power channel was successfully connected, the 6 shields merged into one, the aura surged, and the workmanship was amazing. Well, in terms of quality alone, it is a top-grade magic weapon. The third elder took the spiritual shield in his hand and turned it over and over. Because it was a combined magic weapon, it was much larger than the ordinary green scale shield. It looked like a combination of a turtle shell and fish scales. Li Quanqing smiled slightly and pressed his palm on the shield to infuse magic power. With a whoosh, the entire shield disintegrated instantly, and it actually had an attack mode. The 6 shield blades were thin and sharp, flying in the air almost silently, and it was definitely an excellent magic weapon for sneaking up on people. It was in line with Li Quanqing's usual aesthetics. The third elder's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "This is a new magic weapon you developed. Give it a name." Li Quanqing thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. Let's call it the Green Scale Shield. The appearance of the Green Scale Shield won the undisputed first place in the weapon refining competition. It can be said that Li Quanqing developed a new track for the family's Green Scale Shield, greatly reducing the difficulty of refining. This is the real way of refining weapons. It is not to follow the rules and never change, but to change with the times and innovate. All weapon refiners lost with conviction, and they were indeed inferior to others. The third elder took out the jade bottle containing Tunghua Dan and said with a smile, "Take it, don't drop it on the ground and break it. It's okay, it can be eaten even if it breaks, I don't mind it." Li Quanqing smiled and said, his palms were shaking slightly when he took the jade bottle. He was not excited, but he was really too tired. That was a full 6 magic weapons, the difficulty was not ordinary, and it took too much effort. The melon-eating people around didn't understand what the combination of magic weapons were, but they just thought it was very awesome, so they applauded crazily. In the spotlight, Li Quanqing took over the honor that belonged to him. Tunghua Pill. Li Quanqing was sitting in his own fish pond. He had heard of this famous elixir that could break through the ranks, but this was the first time he had touched it. He broke the soul-sealing spell covering the mouth of the bottle, and suddenly a mist of elixir came out of the jade bottle, almost visible to the naked eye. He sniffed it, and it started with a strange bitter smell, which made people unconsciously think of bitter lotus seeds, and his spirits were lifted. After the bitterness, it was the fragrance of hundreds of herbs, fresh and pleasant, like a walk after the rain, and finally only a faint wisp of tongue fragrance lingered on the tip of the nose, which lasted for a long time. It was just an elixir, but it made the magic power in his dantian ready to move, and the speed of moving the small and large jotian was a little faster. "It's really extraordinary!" Li Quanqing exclaimed, tilted the jade bottle, and poured out a blue and white elixir. Under the sunlight, the elixir was flawless and pure, full and round, as clear as glass. Muao Qing swam his tail and also smelled the fragrance of the elixir. He raised his big head and cried loudly, and his fish eyes were big and cute. "I want to turn into a dragon, Qingyu carp, another delicious food? Mine, mine, all mine, no one is allowed to grab it." Cultivation, Shi refining level 2, 88%. Li Quanqing rubbed the huge fish head and put away the Tunghua pill. "You can't eat this." A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes.
Ao Qing's cultivation speed is really not slow. It has only been a short time, and he is about to break through the third level of qi refining. Compared with the human race, monsters are indeed blessed by nature. Before encountering the shackles of blood, they can break through smoothly. Monsters in the qi refining period are like wild grass growing wildly in the fields. They are cut one after another, as if there is no end. Moo! Moo! Ao Qing was unhappy when he didn't get any good food. He swung his fins and beat up the younger brothers who came forward. Now there are a total of 103 green jade carps in the fish pond. With the daily swallowing and cultivation of the green water python and the copper-armored crab, it seems very crowded. The spiritual energy in the fish pond is already on the verge of limit. This also caused the third batch of green jade carps to be extremely inward-looking. They even fought each other when feeding and competed for spiritual bait. King of dry eating, green jade carp, dry eating, dry eating, dry eating. I will work hard to cultivate and grab all the bait. I will be so strong that no fish dares to snatch it from me. Maturity, 98%, Li Quanqing touched the largest green jade carps and was quite happy. These should be his favorite fish cubs. He took out a few handfuls of bait and fed them as encouragement and reward to keep up the good work. The competition of the 100 arts of cultivation lasted for half a month, and Li Quanqing also rested for half a month. Finally, the day of the top 10 competition came, and everyone was paying attention. Li Quanqing's mentality was very peaceful. There were many people behind this family competition, and the first place had been reserved. His first opponent was a male cultivator at the 5th level of qi refining. He was born in the direct lineage, and his spells and magic tools were well equipped. Unfortunately, he was still crushed to pieces. The Gangjin sword energy burst out, and a sword came from the west, like a falling meteor, directly knocking the opponent off the competition stage, spitting blood, and falling to the ground. 5-3, someone happened to be able to have a bye, and the decision was made by drawing lots under the supervision of the elders. Li Quanqing once again broke out his usual good luck and successfully drew a bye. He didn't even stay to watch the final result of the battle. He patted his butt and left, returning to the fish pond to continue fishing, playing with snakes and crabs. The top 3 of the family competition were still told to him by his senior brother Li Quanlin with a sound transmission note. Li Quanyi, Li Quanqing, and the last one was actually Li Quanj. This guy is so lucky that he has never met a strong opponent. After Li Quanma left, he has the highest attainment in body refining, and he has rich experience in hunting monsters for many years. With the cultivation of the 5th level of qi refining, he successfully climbed to the top of the 3rd place. However, Li Quanj is very self-aware. He gave up the qualification to compete for the championship on the eve of the final. Seeing his smug look, I wonder if he is also collecting money behind the scenes. With everyone's expectations, the final finally came. Both monks come on stage. Amid the thunderous cheers of the tribesmen, Li Quanqing looked calm, walked onto the stage and met his opponent. Qi refining level 6, Li Quanyi. The girl wore a moon-white dress today, carrying a long sword on her back, her cuffs were tightly buttoned, and she tied a high long ponytail, looking neat and tidy. The ethereal aura on her body faded a lot, like a chivalrous woman in the secular world, with a sharp edge and a cold and sharp sword. I didn't expect that my final opponent would be you. Li Quanyi spoke softly, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Many elders had the same feeling. They thought that this competition would be a fight between Li Quanma and Li Quanyi. No one expected that a dark horse like Li Quanqing would appear halfway. My sister has a fairy-like body and extraordinary talent. I am definitely not better than her. Li Quanqing smiled brightly, but his eyes looked at Li Quanyi below. He nodded slightly, indicating that he would abide by the agreement and let the other party rest assured. The competition begins. The referee of the 9th level of qi refining gave an order, and the magic power roared, like a golden winged rock, and jumped off the ring quickly. Is it time for my cousin to use those amulets? Li Quanyi tilted her head, a strand of black hair fell from her shoulder and swayed beside her ear. As you wish. Li Quanqing slapped a bronze armor amulet on his body to show respect. Then he covered it with 4 layers of golden light, and the mighty and domineering bronze armor stood there, full of oppression. Li Quanyi's face was as gloomy as water, ready to take out the powerful attack talisman prepared by her father for her. A barely detectable voice suddenly transmitted into her ears. Sister, do you want a fake fight? All kinds of losing postures are fine, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Li Quanyi,
Her eyes widened slightly, and she looked around guiltily, and found that even the referee didn't pay attention, so she hesitated and said, "How much do you want?" Li Quanqing was delighted and continued to transmit, 2,000 spirit stones, a conscience price, it's really not expensive at all.
2,000 spirit stones. This astonishing price really shocked Li Chuanyi.
To her, this is no small sum.
It's useless to talk more, look at my sword talisman.
Li Chuanyi shouted with a cold face, with so many spiritual stones, it is better to sell her or simply admit defeat. What's more, it's not certain who will lose and who will win. It seems that the business has collapsed.
Why doesn't this girl know how to bargain? Li Quanqing was helpless, holding the talisman and preparing for it.
The girl waved her hand and hit a powerful blazing spiritual talisman, which disintegrated in mid-air and exploded into a majestic sword energy.
First. Class high. Grade, golden sword talisman.
The sword light spread across the sky, like a broken bamboo, shattering 3 layers of golden light one after another, and then shattered away.
What a powerful talisman!
Li Quanqing felt the threat, and with a clang, the green carp sword was slashed out instantly. The sword glow flickered and was sharp and sharp.
Clang!
Li Chuanyi responded calmly, pulled out the white jade magic sword on his back, and slashed it out in the air. Unexpectedly, the sword blade in her hand turned out to be colorless and transparent, and flew out from the hilt with a click, killing invisible.
Carrying a long sword on your back all day is actually used to trick people? Li Quanqing was a little speechless.
He didn't expect that the girl looked pure white, and the inside was actually black when cut. Fortunately, during these days, he used Taiyin soul. Nourishing water to nourish himself every day, and the power of his soul increased greatly. Easily capture the fluctuations of the invisible blade.
Clank!
The green carp sword came and went vertically and horizontally, bursting out with sword light, and the Gangjin sword energy in the sky intertwined like a net, forcing out 2 invisible sword blades. This shadowless sword is so vicious.
The blade is thin, transparent, and extremely sharp. It can even be split in half from the middle. It's really hard to guard against. No, there's another one.
Li Quanqing raised his eyebrows, and suddenly felt an extremely obscure wave coming from behind and hitting his back.
Water element shield.
With a wave of his hand, the sea water roared all over the sky, and the water curtain formed a long curtain. 9 layers of blue water element shields were condensed in succession, and the spell was completed.
Bow! Bow! Bow!
A sharp invisible long needle came through the air, which was difficult to detect with the naked eye, and directly pierced several layers of water element shields. Li Quanqing manipulated layers of undercurrents to continuously impact, and the water cover surged like a tide, finally solidifying the needle-shaped magic weapon.
Sister Clan, this shadowless sword is really exquisite. I wonder where you bought it. Li Quanqing had an idea.
The blade of the sword was split and hollow, and there was actually a poisonous needle hidden inside. Such an insidious and cunning magical weapon really suits his taste. Privately customized high-end magic weapons are not sold in the market. Li Chuanyi pointed out her plain hand, her fingers were white and slender, and her tyrannical magic power spurted out, pulling the seawater all over the sky into a waterspout, water dragon technique.
I can do this trick too.
Li Quanqing also lowered his finger, mobilized his own Dantian magic power, used both distractions, and simultaneously used water elemental mask and water dragon technique. The water dragon with fangs and claws took shape in front of him, lifelike, with scales and armor appearing, and it was much stronger than the one opposite. The girl frowned when she saw it. A jade pendant around her waist glowed, and invisible waves bloomed, covering the surface of the water dragon, which can increase the power of water spells.
2 water dragons roared out, splashing water, and the water waves surged, almost submerging the arena into a vast ocean.
At the critical moment, the water dragon formed by Li Quanqing shook its head and tail, and suddenly spit out a blue bead. The dragon spit out pearls, and rays of light fell down. Ripples bloomed, directly knocking the other water dragon into pieces.
Avoid water drops.
The water dragon roared, with almost no loss, and continued to attack the enemy, opening its mouth to spit out waterfall like waves of water.
Li Chuanyi had no choice but to take out an ancient lamp from the storage bag. The light was like a bean and burned quietly.
She blew lightly, and suddenly the fire exploded, and a lion covered in purple flames rushed out, roaring and charging towards the water dragon in the sky.
Ouch!
The fire lion's mane is spread out, its body is as huge as a hill, its flames are blazing, and its terrifying power is comparable to that of a monk at the 7th or 8th level of chi refining.
Just one claw fell, and the entire water dragon was blown away.
The flames burned the seawater, leaving only a large area of white water vapor. The purple fire lion swallowed the water. Preventing drop, roared to the sky, and ran directly on the ring, as if it were a flesh and blood monster. What a beast! Li Quanqing controlled the 9-layer water element shield, and the sparkling water waves poured down on his head, finally extinguishing the beast fire. He stretched out his hand and took back the water. Avoiding bead. In just a moment, the light of the bead became somewhat dim. The two of them went back and forth several times in a short period of time, and various magic spells, talismans, flying swords and treasures emerged one after another, which was dazzling.
What is this guy doing? Didn't he promise to crack down on match. Fixing? Does he want to go back on his word? Li Chuangang's face turned dark when he saw it.
It suddenly occurred to him that there was no witness to the transaction between the two, and there was not even a written agreement. In other words, Li Quanqing could completely cheat his spiritual stone and use the IOU to blackmail him.
Gone.
Jianshou's brain circuit has always been straightforward, and he has not considered these twists and turns at all. Li Quanqing did abide by the agreement, but he always felt that he was at a loss if he didn't take first place, and he wanted to make more.
Diamond talisman.
He took out a treasured talisman and activated it, and brilliant golden light burst out, turning into a majestic protector Vajra at the 7th level of Qi refining.
Go on, defeat her.
After Li Quanqing gave the order, the guardian Vajra suddenly turned into a shadow and rushed out, covered with burly armor, like the most loyal puppet. Facing two opponents at the same time, Li Chuanyi was a little flustered. She kept urging the ancient lamp in her hand to summon the flame lion beast, but she was still a little exhausted.
Sister, what do you think now? I can give you a friendly discount. Li Chuanqing's humble voice transmission sounded again.
Li Chuanyi gritted her teeth, took out a talisman to temporarily trap the Vajra, and supported herself. I haven't lost yet.
Then do you want to win?
Li Quanqing performed the water dragon technique again, and took out his most powerful magic weapon under the cover of the magic power.
Water dragon pendant. An extremely powerful force slowly poured into the water dragon in front of him. The powerful fluctuation was enough to threaten the cultivators of the 9th level of Qi refining. However, Li Quanqing concealed it very well.
Except for Li Chuanyi and those top elders, no one noticed the abnormality.
Li Chuanyi was desperate.
She looked at her father and mother who were worried in the distance, and at the relatives who were eager to return to the lineage.
She chose to compromise.
In the end, Li Quanqing gave a reasonable price of 1,200 spirit stones. Together with Li Mogung's 1,800, it just made up an integer to complete the beauty of the couple.
I am such a good person.
Li Quanqing was so moved that he almost cried. The moment the deal was reached, the boy began his performance. First, the Dharma Protector King Kong exploded with a bang, turning into a sky full of spiritual energy, as if all the magic power was exhausted. Then the huge water dragon in front of him suddenly lost control, accompanied by violent fluctuations, broke into pieces, and turned into a large area of sea water again.
Spell backlash?
Li Quanqing shouted in disbelief, was hit on the chest by heavy waves, flew backwards, and spit out a ball of blood.
The situation suddenly reversed. The final winner of the family competition. Li Chuanyi.
The girl stood on the stage, listening to the cheers from all directions, her face full of confusion. All the clan members were cheering for her, shouting her name.
Li Chuanyi only felt humiliated. She was the champion, but why was she not happy at all?
Below the stage, Li Quanqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiled brightly and brilliantly, hiding his merits and fame. He looked around the crowd, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he went straight to Li Quanqing. Li Quanqing also saw his actions, his face was quite unnatural, and he took the initiative to go to a place with fewer people. Here, the 800 spirit stones IOU.
This is the good thing about sword cultivators.
They keep their promises and will do their best to do what they promised.
So Li Quanqing likes to make friends with sword cultivators the most.
He counted the spirit stones with a smile, and after confirming that they were correct, he handed the IOU to the other party.
Li Quanqing was annoyed when he saw the note.
He snorted coldly, and the sword energy at his fingertips was inhaled and exhaled, strangling it immediately, turning it into flying paper scraps.
What did you two do on the stage just now?
Li Quanqing was not stupid, and his sword heart was clear, so he noticed some signs.
It was just a simple transaction. Li Quanqing put away the spirit stone and lived an open and honest life. You cheated us?
Li Chuangang's eyes suddenly became unfriendly, and his hand clenched the magic sword, with a sharp and pressing aura.
Same here, didn't you also violate the clan rules and find us participants in the competition? colluding with spirit stones to seduce?
Li Quanqing deliberately emphasized the word we, preparing to trick him.
Li Kuangying was fooled, and there was a little hesitation on his face. His father was competing with the third elder for the quota for the next foundation building.
If this matter was exposed, it would be terrible.
This won't happen again.
Li Kuangying snorted, turned around and walked away, looking angry, ready to kill a few monsters to relieve his anger. Li Quanqing didn't care about that. The first place originally belonged to him, everyone traded fairly. With the spirit stones, he could rent a spirit island, buy new monsters, and practice glass jade bone body. In addition, the family competition was successfully concluded, Blue Sea Tide Rising skill was set in stone, and he got 3,000 low-grade spirit stones for free.
This little life is so wonderful. Returning to the fish pond, the last few green water pythons finally entered the mature stage.
Harvest a green water python in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a water dragon technique experience group. *2. Harvest a green water python in the early stage of chi refining, and reward the low-grade magic green water sword technique. The water dragon technique is one step closer to perfection, and can condense 2 water dragons at the same time, double the happiness. A brand new sword art entered his mind, which was the water sword art, which could condense the sword energy of green water and turn it into a sword formation to kill the enemy.
It's actually a wonderful art. Li Quanqing widened his eyes in surprise.
Above the magic, there is the wonderful art. Generally speaking, only the great cultivators who have established their foundation can exert the true power of the wonderful art. It is said that there are supernatural powers above the wonderful art, which are exclusive to the real Jindan.
They are engraved on the Jindan and explain the great way of heaven and earth.
Li Quanqing began to comprehend the green water sword art, which was vast and profound. For a moment, he felt that it was infinitely mysterious. If he had not practiced the Gangjin sword art to a superb level, it would be difficult to comprehend it at all. Green water sword energy, Li Quanqing took out the Qingli sword and crossed the seawater. Wherever the sword trace passed, it was like drawing twisted water waves, mysterious and mysterious. Whoosh! A wave-like sword energy rippled out, like a drop of water merging into the sea, invisible and invisible, quietly wiping out several large reefs, and finally disappearing. Only a few waves wrapped in stone ships were left, proving the extraordinary nature of the green water sword energy. Li Quanqing touched his mouth, and for a moment he felt endless aftertaste. After he woke up, he realized that 1/10 of his mana had been consumed. It was indeed a wonderful method, so terrifying. This sword method is very suitable for people. To outsiders, the green water sword energy is almost the same as ordinary watermarks, and it can be completely confused with other spells. The young man touched his chin and thought of many insidious and vicious ways of performing it in the blink of an eye. Although he stayed in the fish pond for a whole year without leaving the house, but it did not affect his mind at all, simulating the battle process with different robbery cultivators every day, entertaining himself, and having a lot of fun. Li Quanqing was about to think about it again, when a guest suddenly visited the fish pond. The girl came in a spirit boat, and her moon-white lotus skirt set off her exquisite jade bones. "Here are your spirit stones." Li Chuanyi kept her promise very well and threw a bag over, which was full of precious aura. "I thought you would default on your debt." Li Quanqing smiled, took the storage bag and began to count. "I lost anyway, so it's fair to spend money to buy a title." Li Chuanyi gathered her hair and spoke lightly, as cold as ever. Perhaps for a lonely person like Li Quanqing, the title of first place in the competition is of no use. But Li Chuanyi's branch is the largest branch of Qingfei Island, with nearly 100 cultivators. They think this deal is worth it. Once the former direct lineage status is restored, the gains are immeasurable, and it's better to have less trouble than more. These spirit stones were reimbursed by the girl's father, and she couldn't afford it. "Okay, the number is correct." Li Quanqing smiled and held the storage bag tightly. He saw a spirit island waving at him. "Goodbye." Li Chuanyi nodded slightly and left gracefully. She still had a lot of things to do. If she broke into the top 10 of the family competition, she could make a reasonable request to the family. Li Chuanqing's goal was naturally the rising sea technique. After reporting to the family, he got the exact time and could go to the Sutra Pavilion to comprehend the technique. On this day, just after dawn, Li Quanqing was ready and came to the Sutra Pavilion early. The air on the island was damp and cold, and the fog was surging, condensing into a little white frost, covering the moss on the surface of the stone steps, and it creaked when stepped on. The Sutra Pavilion was quiet and empty in the shadow of the mountains. Today, only he could walk in to avoid the loss of family inheritance.
You came early, come in. The fourth elder Li Zongjue put his hands in his sleeves, his eyebrows were long and white, as if he was as old as the stone turtle statue beside him. Li Quanqing followed him into the hollowed-out mountain belly sutra pavilion, and his eyes involuntarily looked at the glittering jade slip at the top. The azure jade slip sank and floated in the rosy clouds, accompanied by the sound of the sea waves, majestic and mighty. Why are you still standing there? You don't really think that the fake one is the real jade sea tide rising skill, do you? The old man raised his eyebrows and looked at the simple and innocent young man with some amusement. Ah? Is this jade slip fake? Li Quanqing was stunned for a moment, and then he felt reasonable. It can't be said to be fake. There is indeed a foundation. Building skill hidden in it, but it is a magic sacrifice scripture. If you practice it, you will practice it to death. And once someone accepts the inheritance, the second level spirit talisman hidden in the jade slip will be triggered and explode on the spot. Li Zongjue patted the dark and cold mountain wall next to him. Array spirit, open the guard array, someone is here to accept the inheritance. Buzz. The mountain trembled slightly, and countless array patterns lit up one after another, and then disappeared, leaving behind a terrifying momentum that made people's hearts flutter. With a click, a narrow secret door opened in an inconspicuous corner of the sutra library, which could only accommodate one person. Let's go. The old man waved his hand, led the way in front, and stepped into the secret door. Li Quanqing followed the old man into the secret door. A stone staircase extended downwards. It was steep and narrow, and no one knew where it led. Although there were no oil lamps or night pearls, the monks could see things in the dark by filling their eyes with magic power. The further down they went, the more concentrated the water essence in the air became, and the spiritual mist was floating, making people feel refreshed. I don't know how far I went down, but finally a faint blue light bloomed in front of me. A huge pool appeared in front of me, filled with a blue liquid like the sea, with a faint luster and smooth as a mirror. In the center of the pool, a water-blue lotus bigger than a millstone bloomed, like a dream. Jump in, the skills are in the inheritance pool. The fourth elder stood by, calm and composed. Li Quanqing hesitated. Elder, do you want to take off your clothes? No need, the people before you didn't take off their clothes anyway. Li Quanqing. He walked into the pool with curiosity. The liquid was blue and viscous, with a jelly texture. These blue spiritual liquids seemed to have their own lives, climbing up along the calves and drilling into Li Quanqing's flesh and blood meridians through the pores. If you look closely, you can see that in the deepest part of the liquid, there are countless symbols and characters condensing, explaining an ancient scripture. The blue sea tide rising technique. Li Quanqing simply sat cross-legged in the pool, allowing this clan-stabilizing technique to automatically drill into his mind. The scripture was so vast and unfathomable that it made his temples swell. In addition to the most basic text inheritance, the areas covered by the blue liquid were also subtly changing his physique. Some hidden acupoints were opened up, and small collaterals were opened up, which were not recorded in the scriptures. Even if other people got the blue sea tide rising technique, they would find it difficult to practice because of the lack of spiritual liquid baptism, and they might not even make any progress. This is the most important part of inheritance. After a few hours, Li Quanqing's bones and meridians were all stained with a layer of bright blue gem light, making his skin look like jade. When his body has completely absorbed all the energy, he can formally change his training method. This kid, his physique is very compatible with the jade sea tide power. The fourth elder looked at the large pool that had turned into clear water and couldn't help but marvel at it. He rarely saw someone who could absorb the energy of the jade sea liquid so thoroughly. Li Quanqing opened his eyes, and there was a water-blue glow surging in the depths of his pupils, which was quite strange. He moved his body for a while, and felt his mind was clear, as if he had taken off the shackles, and his affinity for water spirit energy increased a lot. What kind of liquid is this? Can it improve my water spirit root? He suppressed his excitement and looked at the blue crystal lotus in the center of the pond. He asked curiously, Elder, what is this thing? Low. Great defense magic, water lotus barrier. It is an advanced version of the water element shield, lotus blooms step by step. The old man smiled and said, want to learn? Spend all your family contribution points and you can just change it. Li Quanqing had no use for saving the contribution points. He waved his hand and said generously, change it. Then sit on it and accept the inheritance. The fourth elder raised his chin, took out the array plate and opened the inheritance array. The whole crystal lotus was glowing and making a sound like waves. Another scripture was passed into his mind. This feeling of knowledge being directly instilled without learning. It was really cool.
There were too many things to inherit this time. Li Quanqing returned to the fish pond with a groggy mind and slept for several days and nights. The sun was shining and the weather was clear. A group of jade carps circled around the reef, constantly hitting the protective formation with their foreheads, and their stomachs were rumbling with hunger. Li Quanqing rubbed his head and finally completely digested the vast amount of knowledge. There are jade carps that have entered the mature stage? After feeding, Li Quanqing rubbed the carp's head and picked off 6 white shining balls of light. Harvest a jade carp in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a large spiritual energy ball. *4. Harvest a jade carp in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a medium-grade jade carp sword. *2. The vast spiritual energy rushed through his body, and Li Quanqing took this opportunity to choose to change his skills. Blue Sea Tide Rising Skill. The young man got into position, with his 5 hearts facing the sky, and circulated the new meridians around the sky, completely refining all the mana cultivated by golden water art. This is not a simple process, and it requires the removal of the original mana aura, which is no less than washing the marrow and changing the bones. Li Quanqing spent a full month and finally succeeded in changing his cultivation method. The blue mana flowed through the meridians, and finally turned into an ocean at the Dantian like 100 rivers converging into the sea. Although it was pure water. Attributed mana, the cultivator had all 5 spiritual roots, and with the help of the power of the 5 elements, he could also cast all the 5 elements spells. It was just that the power was strong or weak. During this period, 18 more green jade carps matured one after another, and a total of 8 spiritual energy balls, 4 green carp swords, 3 water element shields and water dragon technique experience balls were rewarded. With the help of abundant spiritual energy, Li Quanqing's cultivation finally reached the peak of the 6th level of chi refining, and he felt the thick bottleneck. His own people know his own business. His spiritual roots are not outstanding, his talent is limited, and he wants to break through the late stage of chi refining by himself. I'm afraid he needs to polish this bottleneck for several years. Fortunately, he is an excellent cheater. After waiting for more than half a month and gathering enough spiritual energy, Li Quanqing took out the Tunghua pill and swallowed it in one gulp. The elixir melts immediately in the mouth, and a bitter-tasting liquid falls straight into the dantian. It is carried along with the magic power, penetrates into the meridians, and travels throughout the body. The blue and green elixir energy came out of the body along the 7 orifices, condensing without dissipating, and vaguely transformed into the phantom of a sycamore tree, with complete leaf veins, covering the whole body. Li Quanqing could clearly feel that with the help of the elixir, the invisible bottleneck was slowly thinning. Thousands of elixirs were refined into elixirs, but it was actually possible to create such an effect. It was truly a miracle of creation and unspeakably wonderful. Li Quanqing was very decisive. When the bottleneck was exhausted to the extreme, he instantly crushed the light group and drew a large amount of spiritual energy to launch an attack. The aroma of the medicine mixed with the essence of heaven and earth, turning into a thick mist that almost enveloped his whole body, like a thick cocoon. Muao Qing poked his head out of the water and hurriedly called on his friends to fight for the escaped medicinal power and spiritual energy. There's something delicious, come quickly. Not only green jade carps, but also jade anacondas, bronze-armored crabs, bright moon shells and other spiritual beasts plundered them one after another, covering the entire fish pond, instinctively pursuing the benefits. Li Quan set up a formation to protect him early in the morning. He didn't care about the external situation and focused on manipulating his magic power to attack the bottleneck. Bow! 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 I don't know how much time passed, but finally, he rushed over in one go. A brand new method transportation route came to mind, almost instinctively, and the magic power roared and began to attack the meridians. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is rolling and refining, and the magic power is abundant and safe. The aura in Li Quanqing's body rose sharply. In an instant, it surpassed the 6th level of chi training by a large margin. He was firmly in step into a new realm. Late stage of chi refining. The position of island master is already within sight. Finally, one step closer to building a foundation. Li Quanqing opened his eyes, his face full of joy. The 7th level of chi refining is an absolute celebrity among casual cultivators, a true veteran, and everyone who sees him will shout senior. If he wants, he is even qualified to go out on his own and open up a small chi refining family. Those ruined sects with only dozens of cultivators, the existence of the sect master level, often have this level of cultivation. The young man's magic power stirred the sky, enjoying this powerful pleasure, his robe fluttering, and he almost wanted to ride the wind back. Li Quanqing tried to take a step forward,
and he stood steadily on the undulating sea. Step. Step. He walked more and more steadily, and faster and faster. Just by using magic power to wrap his feet, he could easily walk on the waves and not sink in the water. As long as he stood on the sea, he would absorb endless water essence and quickly recover the consumed magic power. This is the effect of high-level skills. The mana in the Dantian is nearly doubled compared to before, and the recovery speed is also nearly 50% to 60% faster. Foundation. Building skills, so terrifying. Although Li Quanqing has only obtained the complete Qi refining chapter, he is still amazed. The double superposition of changing the skills and breaking through the late stage has made his combat power soar. In fact, he is far from reaching the peak and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Liuli Yugu Gong, Bisui Jianju, plus the newly acquired defensive magic Water Lotus Barrier. Each of them requires a lot of energy to practice, and after practicing, it is equally powerful. Li Quanqing feels that he is not far from the day of invincibility in Qi refining. Next, I will prepare to rent Lingdao, buy or Lingyu for body refining, and I will also participate in the Xiaoyao Island conference to buy a batch of new spirit beast cubs. Too busy. There are too many things. Li Quanqing sighed, feeling that the days of leisurely lying down are gone forever. Maybe this is the trouble of happiness. He looked at the fish, crabs, pythons and shellfish that were floundering in the pond. The Dan Qi had already been divided up, and all of them had gained a lot of benefits, and the demonic energy was overflowing. I want to turn into a dragon, Ao Chang, green jade carp. I only hate that my mouth is not big enough, and those stinky crabs actually snatched away a lot of delicious food. Damn it, I will go to war with them when I go back. Cultivation, Qi refining level 2, 99%, this guy is born as a king of rolls, with extraordinary blood, and he has gained a lot of benefits. He is only one step away from a breakthrough. Seeing this, Li Quanqing directly shot out a stream of blue sea magic power, crystal clear, and drilled into Ao Qing's body to cleanse its tendons and marrow. This kind of pretentious method exclusive to senior masters, he can now also use it. Moo! Ao Qing roared loudly with pleasure, and the fish scales all over his body opened up, with an indescribable pleasure. Li Quanqing carefully combed the demonic energy and blood inside its body for it. He was surprised to find that when the demonic energy in this guy's body was circulating, he actually felt like a rough technique. He was indeed his favorite cub. After the baptism, Ao Qing finally completed the last bit of his foundation. While trembling all over, he broke through the invisible bottleneck with a puff. The third level of Qi refining. In terms of the speed of cultivation alone, it is enough to make many cultivators ashamed. Seeing this, the 8-headed water pythons also came up to act coquettishly, wanting to experience this feeling, and their pupils were watery as if they could speak. Crack, crack. The copper-armored crabs were also unwilling to be outdone. This group of guys now opened their crab legs, each of which was larger than a wash basin. The originally golden crab shell became much darker, like a bronze armor draped over the body, and the crab claws were waving, indestructible. Li Quanqing did not take the trouble to meet their requirements one by one, and practiced how to manipulate magic power more accurately. The progress of the cultivation of these spirit beasts was a little disappointing. There are too many monsters in the fish pond. Just talking about the 100 green jade carps, it is an extremely large number. The spiritual energy absorbed and discharged every day is huge. It's time to plan a spiritual island. 10,000 acres of water, thousands of fish, close at hand. Li Quanqing did it as he thought. The next day, he brought gifts and asked the third elder for help. You want to leave the family and rent a spiritual island to run it yourself? Li Kunli looked at the green-robed boy in front of him, wondering secretly, and suddenly realized that his breath was a little erratic. No, you broke through again? The old man stared. This kid is less than 20 years old, how can he cultivate so fast? Li Quanqing broke through the 7th level of Qi refining when he was 21 years old. I was in a state of great condition when I was cultivating before, so I swallowed the Tunghua pill and refined it, and fortunately I broke through. Li Quanqing said modestly, otherwise, I would have to grind on the bottleneck of the 7th level of Qi refining for a long time. The Bai Hai Chao Sheng Gong is of a very high grade, and it has the effect of hiding the breath. It was also because he had just broken through and his magic power had not been completely restrained that the third elder saw through his true and false. With your cultivation speed, maybe one day you can build your foundation without saying anything. Li Kunli shook his head and praised, let's go, follow me to the Changqing Palace and take a look at all the idle and vacant spiritual islands waiting to be rented. After they arrived at the Changqing Palace, there was naturally a special person to receive them carefully. Mark all the vacant spiritual islands for me. Don't take the spiritual islands that are not of the first grade upper grade, and don't take the ones that are too far away from Baekingfang. Don't bring out those islands that are cheating people.
The third elder was familiar with the route, ordering the deacons under the great elder as if Chongqing Palace was his own.
Li Kuan-ching, who was following behind, could not help but straighten his back. This was the benefit of having a backer. If you want something, you only need to ask, and someone will offer it to you. Third elder, there are not many islands that meet your requirements.
The person in charge wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, smiled, and nodded.
Stop talking nonsense, mark them all for me.
Someone immediately brought a map of the entire Qingyu Islands, covering thousands of miles of sea area, vast and boundless, with various islands arranged like stars. Islands with hidden spiritual veins are rare, and they also require first-grade superior products to support the daily practice of cultivators in the late stage of qi refining. Such islands have long been divided up by various family forces that are dependent on the Li family, or they are resource islands of the Li family themselves. There are only 3 or 4 marked on the map. Li Kuan-ching checked them one by one, and after the careful introduction of the steward next to him, he finally chose a spiritual island.
Yulong Island. This island is only more than 80 miles away from Baekingfang, and it is safe.
What's more important is that the sea area to which the island belongs is very large. The crescent-shaped spiritual island is located on the map, with a narrow and long area, surrounded by a vast water area of nearly tens of thousands of acres, called Yulongbo. Li Kuan-ching was attracted by this inner island lake, which is naturally suitable for raising fish.
Yulong Island?
Although this island is also a first-class upper-grade spiritual vein, most of the spiritual energy is gathered in that lake, and the spiritual energy on the island is not very abundant. The steward next to him did his duty and explained the various advantages and disadvantages.
Li Kuan-ching didn't care.
He relied on cheating to cultivate, and he didn't care much about external objects such as spiritual veins and spiritual stones.
This is it.
The young man was sure, and the title of the owner of Yulong Island sounded very cool.
It's destined for me.
Seeing that Li Kuan-ching insisted on choosing Yulong Island, the deacon of Evergreen Palace did not say anything and silently registered it in the book. The rental price for a first-level high-grade spiritual island is 200 spiritual stones per year.
How many years will the young master choose to rent it?
The third elder glared at him. How dare you, the Evergreen Hall, not give you a discount for the top-grade weapon refiners from my weapon hall to rent the spirit island? The deacon smiled bitterly, and finally gave him a 30% discount, 140 spiritual stones per year. Li Kuan-ching first rented it for 5 years and spent 700 spiritual stones.
This is your land deed and the control array for the island protection array. An array master from Baekingfang will arrive at that time to control the array for you. If you need anything, you can tell him.
The deacon respectfully handed over various things and completed the handover of this spiritual island.
Li Kuan-ching touched the thick land deed and couldn't help feeling a little proud.
He once envied Xie Hongyu's freedom on Hongfeng Island, but now in the blink of an eye, he is also the real master of Spirit Island.
It's time to celebrate.
After collecting the land title plate, the young man happily returned to the fish pond and began to prepare for the move. Those spiritual beasts with potential must be packed up and taken away so that they can harvest the light group when the time comes.
It's not a problem to have 2 fish ponds free.
I have to find someone to help me take care of them. I can earn some spiritual stones at least. Li Kuan-ching thought of the old man Li Kuan-shui. If you ask him to come out, you can definitely be a hands-off shopkeeper without having to worry too much. So, before Li Kuan-ching's buttocks got hot, he picked up 2 green jade carp and went to visit the old man. Congratulations to Brother Chang. You have earned such a huge fortune all by yourself. That is a spiritual island, enough to raise many spiritual fish.
Li Kuan-shui's face was full of surprise.
Although he was close to 100 years old, he still looked strong and energetic. Li Kuan-ching chuckled, and after a few words of modesty, he explained his purpose. Help Brother Qing take care of the fish ponds.
Of course the old man wants it, but I am old and my eyesight is dim. Running between several fish ponds is really beyond my ability.
The old man blew out a smoke ring, knocked the cigarette rod in his hand, and finally pointed at the busy young man in the fish pond. What do you think of Zhu Xiaoxiao?
Can you let him take care of the fish pond in Area C? Today, Li Kuanju has tan skin.
When he stands on the bow of the boat to collect the net, he moves skillfully and freely.
He is definitely an authentic fisherman.
He even learned to control flames to raise the temperature of the seawater, forcing the big herrings to roll on the water and automatically jump into the net, saving time and effort.
This kid is really a fucking talent.
Li Quanqing thought for a while and finally agreed to the plan. He returned to the fish pond, began to count the spirit beasts he had raised, and began to choose who to take to Yulong Island. I won't bring the big herring because there are too many. I will buy a large number of fry later and have my family send them over. The green jade carps must be taken with them. The third batch is entering the maturity stage one after another.
Just feed them Albizia julibrisson and start cultivating the fourth batch.
The advancement speed of Jiaoyue's shell is too slow, so I give up and stay in the fish pond to purify the water quality. I will go back to Xiahanyu to buy a batch of shell seeds. Bronze-armored crabs and green water pythons can cultivate at a decent speed, and have the potential to advance to the middle stage of chi refining. If you bring them with you, they can even give birth to offspring. Li Quanqing looked through the fish pond, but he didn't expect there to be a new surprise. Harvest a stone spirit loach in the early stage of chi refining, and reward the middle-grade magic weapon stone spirit seal. *3. Harvest a stone spirit loach in the early stage of chi refining, and reward 10 low-grade talismans and falling stone talismans. *7. Harvest a stone loach in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a gourd of beauty-nourishing mud. *15. Li Quanqing casually threw the cubs of Shi Ling loach into the fish pond. Unexpectedly, they all entered the mature stage without making a sound. 3 stone spirit seals, and more than a dozen gourds of nourishing spirit mud, a great harvest. A great harvest. Li Quanqing happily kept these treasures so that he could take them to the market to sell the spiritual stones. In recent days, Li Chuanyi has stopped coming to him to refine spiritual clay, and may have become an official alchemist. Hey, when did a big rock appear here? Li Quanqing was looking for Shi Ling loach with water-proof beads in his mouth, when he suddenly found a bulging rock that was as big as a rockery. The large blue-black stone is sunk deeply into the mud. Its surface is rugged and covered with all kinds of moss and seaweed. I don't know when it was buried here. Ha. Li Chuanqing's spiritual sense was keenly aware that this stone was actually spying on him. The next moment, a big dark green head emerged from the stone, looking at him lazily, with the confusion of just waking up still in its eyes. Turtle, it turns out to be you. Li Quanqing controlled the water flow to wash away the grass and algae sludge on the Wanshou turtle, finally revealing the clear lines on the turtle's shell. It was huge and lay motionless, like a steady hill. Its dark green scales glowed with a strange luster under the water waves. Moveless, Wanshou turtle, it's so comfortable to stay at home every day. I just took a nap, and the master's aura has become so strong. Please feed me. Maturity, 9%. Li Quanqing looked at the huge body of the spirit turtle, and then looked at the growth rate of that number, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. I almost forgot that he also raised such a strange monster. Forget it, you come with me to Yulong Island and live a good life. Li Quanqing cast a wave of blue sea magic power, got into the turtle shell and sorted out the blood, energy, and meridians of the turtle. Unexpectedly, the Wanshou turtle was so big and full of demonic aura that it consumed a third of his Dantian mana. This guy let out a low roar of joy, and his whole body shuddered violently, successfully reaching 10% maturity. Longevity turtle, let's go. Li Quanqing sat on the turtle shell and touched the turtle's head. This guy paddled his limbs reluctantly and went to the surface of the water. The longevity turtle swam very steadily, and its broad back seemed to be sitting on a small island. It felt warm and comfortable to the touch, which was much more impressive than his own doggy paddle. He actually liked this mount a little. Could it be that someone will give me the title of a turtle-riding fairy in the future? Li Chuanqing's thoughts were scattered in his head, and he laughed dumbly. Hiss crack. Moo. The appearance of the longevity turtle immediately frightened a group of spirit beasts. They looked at their little friend who could be bullied by anyone in the past, and silently grew into a behemoth, and they were all a little confused. Especially those small crabs, all of them got into the reef caves, even their claws were drooping, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Is this the longevity turtle? It has grown so big, it must be well raised. At some point, the third elder appeared outside the fish pond, and was not noticed until he started talking. Meet the hall master. Li Quanqing bowed, wondering what the old man came here for. I'm sending you a gift to congratulate you on moving into a new house and becoming the master of an island. Li coolly stroked his beard, looking like a kind elder, and handed over an ordinary cloth bag. Open it and take a look, it can be used to save your life at a critical moment. Since it is a gift from the hallmaster, it must be very precious. Li Quanqing flattered him a little. Ha, you are just making me happy.
The third elder was very pleased with what he said, and raised his chin proudly. It's not a precious thing, just a second-level talisman. Li Chuanqing's hand holding the cloth bag couldn't help but tremble a few times. Li Quanqing held the bag in his hand, not knowing whether to take it or not. That was a second-level spiritual talisman, which could rival the power of a foundation-building cultivator. For a chi-refining cultivator, it was like a second life. Take it. This was drawn by the Grand Elder. I have another stack here. Li Kunli waved his hand, not really caring. Grand Elder? Li Quanqing immediately understood that it was the elder brother of the third elder, the foundation-building cultivator Li Kunlun. The undisputed genius of the Li family decades ago, with a top-grade thunder spirit root and unparalleled attack. I didn't expect that the Grand Elder was actually a second-level talisman master? Li Quanqing exclaimed, pouring out a few talismans from the bag. Second-level Guishui Shenlei Talisman, Tianlei Zijia Talisman, Shenli Lei Dun Talisman. One for attack, defense and speed, very comprehensive considerations. Yulong Island is located near Beijingfang City, and it is very safe. These talismans are just in case. Li Quanqing thought of the last insect disaster. Master, have you finally found out the mastermind behind the sudden outbreak of demon insects? There are some clues. I guess it's a half-demon spy who is causing trouble. My brother mentioned that it seems that there was a demon king advancing during that period, and the families and forces in the nearby sea area had a lot of troubles, which attracted the attention of the major Jindan sections. Li Kunli's words were a bit vague. Demon king advancing? Li Quanqing was shocked when he heard it, and he didn't know if it succeeded. If he successfully survived the thunder tribulation, he would become a Yuanying demon, which would be comparable to those old monsters in the human cultivation world. Li Quanqing put away the talisman, which is a life-saving thing. Li Kunli did not leave. Follow me, you are the pride of our weapon hall after all. The family has specially prepared another life-saving thing for you. Another treasure? Li Quanqing was extremely surprised. It was like a pie in the sky. Now, in the eyes of the family's top leaders, he can probably be regarded as a foundation-building seed. The two left the fish pond and went straight to the family's forbidden area in the center of Qingyu Island. Evergreen Hall, Sutra Pavilion, Weapon Refining Hall, Yulongtan. These four iconic buildings are located in the four directions of Qingyu Island, east, west, south, and north, respectively, to suppress the Earth's spiritual veins. The core area in the center of Qingyu Island is an unknown forbidden area, and few people have entered it. Under the leadership of the third elder, Li Quanqing passed through a series of formations and finally set foot here. There are green mountains everywhere, ancient trees towering into the sky, and what comes into view is an extremely ancient and wild world. What was located in the forest was not the mysterious building as imagined, but only tombstones and graves, engraved with names, cultivation, and life stories. The further you go, the fewer graves you see, but the cultivation on the tombstones is getting higher and higher, and the air is filled with an extremely oppressive atmosphere. In this environment, Li Quanqing couldn't help but look solemn and wait. When he got here, he finally saw some traces of living people. They were old men who were about to die. They traveled through mountains and rivers, silently repaired the mountaintops and looked after the graves, as if they would pass away in the next second. Li Quanqing didn't dare to underestimate them. They were the most respected group of old men in the Qingyu Li family, and their cultivation was no lower than the late stage of qi refining. They were also full of vigor and vitality, pointing out the mountains and rivers. Although they are now old, if there is really an enemy who dares to attack, they will be the first to rush to the battlefield, burn their bodies, squeeze out the last drop of magic power, and keep the young men of the Li family firmly behind them. Walala walala, the deepest part of the Forbidden Land was finally no longer so silent and depressing. A lake with hundreds of acres of inner island was dug out here, and the lake water was as blue as the sea. The third elder pointed to several small boats docked on the shore and motioned him to board the boat, paddle the boat, and row slowly like a mortal boatman. As soon as he stepped into the lake, Li Quanqing was shocked and felt a mountain-like pressure coming at him. It was difficult to mobilize the mana in his dantian. The runes of the formation were scattered all over every inch of the void and the lake water. The light flowed, enough to imprison the void and block the world. A quasi-third-level clan protection formation. What surprised Li Quanqing even more was that the blue lake water was actually the same as the blue liquid breath he received when he was inherited in the Sutra Pavilion. But the number was too much, enough for hundreds of acres of water. Presumably, these lake waters can only be called the blue sea spirit liquid after being refined and purified. The fishing boat rowed farther and farther.
Along the way, many large rocks protruding from the water surface could be seen, with strange shapes, and occasionally large colorful fish could be seen. Gradually, Li Quanqing saw something strange. When they were in Changqing Palace before, the deacon had taken out the sea map of the entire Qingyu Islands for them to choose a spiritual island. Some of the large rocks protruding from the water surface were exactly the same shape as those islands that were scattered all over the place. This Nido Lake turned out to be a huge sea map of hundreds of acres. Li Quanqing couldn't help but be shocked by the generosity of the ancestors of the family. This sea map was definitely prepared for foundation-building cultivators. Only a foundation-building cultivator could fly in the air to see the overall situation and see the full picture of this 10,000-mile sea map. The center of the lake just happened to be the location of Qingyu Island. On the bamboo green stone protruding from the water surface, an old man was meditating with his back to them, and in front of him stood an ancient mirror about 10 feet high. The ancient mirror is majestic, and it is unknown how many long years it has gone through. Its color is as deep as the vast ocean. Amidst the turbulent waves, there are ancient patterns carved with thousands of fish competing to cross the river. Chief, I brought him here to ask for a Wanyu mirror. In front of this old man, the third elder also restrained his arrogance. Li Quanqing from Qingpan Island, meet the chief. The young man was also shocked. He didn't expect that the old man with his back to them was Li Zongyao, the chief of the Li family. I already know about this matter, it's correct. After the old man said this, he said no more, like a lifeless statue. Under the guidance of the third elder, Li Quanqing took out a drop of his own blood essence and bounced it onto the surface of the ancient mirror. The mirror's surface was rough and sandy, and it had long been unable to reflect anything clearly. At this time, after absorbing the blood essence, it was like water waves. After half an incense stick of time, a big carp as blue as jade suddenly jumped out of the mirror, with a lively eye and a breath and magic power that completely matched the boy. The spirit fish swam around Li Quanqing for several circles, and finally, like offering a treasure, its two fins arched, presenting a mirror that could reflect people, with fish patterns engraved on the back. This is the Wanyu mirror, which can transmit messages over thousands of miles. If you encounter an opponent you cannot defeat, you can quickly ask the clan leader for help. I understand, it turns out to be a one-click call for the foundation-building proxy service. Li Quanqing understood instantly and put away the Wanyu mirror properly. This is also a good treasure that can save lives. Mu the blue spirit fish called a few times, jumped directly into the lake, and stayed at the position of Qingyu Island without moving. It seems that wherever the Wanyu mirror on Li Quanqing's body is, the big fish will stay on the corresponding sea chart position. I understand this too, it's accurate satellite positioning. After leaving the family's forbidden area, the old and the young breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, feeling relaxed all over. Whether it is the mountain cemetery or facing the foundation-building cultivator, the pressure is not ordinary. At this time, the third elder also took out a treasure mirror from the storage bag. The owners of the Wanyu mirror can also contact each other. I will teach you how to play. Li Quanqing, add a friend first? After exchanging the magic power mark, Li Quanqing felt that he was very safe when he went to Yulon Island to be the island owner. With the second-level spiritual talisman, he could call for a proxy service at any time. Even if he faced a foundation-building master, he would not be intimidated. What the hell? He went there to raise fish and farm, not to have a brain hole. Why would he offend a foundation-building master for no reason? This is unlucky, delete it and say it again. Returning to the fish pond, Li Quanqing packed his luggage and officially started moving. He took out the spirit beast bag and filled it, handed the two fish ponds to Li Quanxue and Li Quanzhu, and agreed on the spiritual stone reward. Officially set off. The waves were endless, and Li Quanqing rode on the longevity turtle, swaying towards the direction of Yulon Island. The blue sea and blue sky were endless, soft white clouds floated over his head, and the sun sprinkled on his body, warm and cozy. Moo! Ao Qing swam back and forth in the seawater excitedly. It was the first time for him to leave the narrow fish pond and see the vastness of this world. Shallow water in the fish pond cannot raise a dragon. Only the boundless sea can create a real dragon. Pa! 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 Li Quanqing was afraid that Ao Qing would be lonely, so he released a few of its friends. Unexpectedly, the green jade carps excitedly began to spit, playing and fighting in the sea, having a lot of fun. The water arrows reflected colorful rays of light in the sun. The spirit carps in the seawater were tumbling, and the fish fins were elegant, like elves carved from green jade, which was beautiful in an instant. Li Quanqing was also very pleasing to the eye. This was the leisurely and comfortable life of cultivating immortals.
After swimming for 2 days, they finally arrived at Yulon Island. There were no accidents on the road, and it was safe and smooth.
Lingdao is long and narrow, like a crescent moon standing in the sea, stretching for dozens of miles, with lush mountains and forests, verdant and full of vitality.
The entire island is covered by the formation, which is enough to block enemies at the level of qi, refining great perfection under the control of the cultivators.
Li Quanqing first ordered Ao Qing to patrol the sea around the island to check whether there are monsters building nests. Then he took out the formation plate and opened the formation, and took the longevity turtle to a shallow beach.
There are people on the island?
Li Quanqing frowned, looked up and saw wisps of cooking smoke rising into the sky, dispersing with the wind and sinking into the blue sky. When they got closer, they found that it was a village of medium size, where many mortals lived.
Roar! The longevity turtle roared at them lazily. After all, it was a monster, and the sound was like thunder, causing a commotion. Master Immortal.
The new master has arrived, hurry and welcome him. A group of mortals came running over in a mess, very respectful. All of them were strong mortal warriors and beautiful maids, no old people and children.
Li Quanqing understood. Are you brought by the previous island owner?
Yes, sir, we are willing to serve Master Immortal,
and we will do anything for you. Everyone looked at him anxiously.
The previous island owner was an elderly casual cultivator who failed to break through the 9th level of qi refining and died on the spot, leaving them alone and helpless.
Unfortunately, Li Quanqing would not leave these mortals behind. Take me around the island,
he ordered, without giving a positive response. Yulon Island has a rugged terrain, with continuous mountains. There are few valleys that can be used to grow spiritual rice and spiritual medicine, only a few hundred acres. The spiritual veins of the island are mostly concentrated in Yulongbo. The shore is white and fine, with dozens of exquisite pavilions and caves built, and the original owner also lived here all year round. The surface of Yulongpo is wide, covering tens of thousands of acres, and the end is endless. The waters are rich in spiritual energy, which is even better than the second-class fish ponds. Li Quanqing opened the spiritual beast bag and fish basket, and released all the depressed spiritual beasts. Suddenly seeing such a wide sea, the green water python and the copper-shelled crab were all stunned. They swam in the cold seawater and almost fainted with happiness.
You all go away on your own. I have my own arrangements for your destination.
Looking at the mortals who were looking at him eagerly, Li Quanqing deliberately put on a stern face, looking very majestic.
Some people heard the meaning of his words and looked gloomy. There were even unwilling beautiful maids who tried to flirt with him and send him a secret glance.
But Li Quanqing ignored him and rode the longevity turtle to leave the archipelago directly to find Ao Cheng and others. After finding all the green jade carps and making sure there were no hidden monsters around, Li Quanqing was not in a hurry to go back, but took out a talisman and crushed it. This was the signal he agreed with the family, and a steward from Beijingfang would come and hand over to him. Not long after, a spiritual boat came riding the wind and waves, with 4 cultivators standing on the boat. 3 family stewards, 1 at the 7th level of qi refining, and 2 at the 6th level.
The last one was an old man with an unremarkable appearance.
His cultivation was not high, but he was full of arrogance, and the 8 trigrams were embroidered on his robe with a radiant aura. I am Li Yulong, this must be Chu Anqing's nephew from the refining hall, he is really a hero in his youth. The leading steward was very polite, cupped his hands, and introduced the old man behind him, Master Han, the top-grade array master worshipped by the family. The atmosphere of the group was harmonious, even the arrogant Master Han was also polite to the young man in the green robe in front of him. Li Quanqing took the opportunity to mention the mortals on the island, and Li Yulong readily agreed to help send them to the mortal islands controlled by the Li family. The protective formation of Yulong Island is a first-class, top-grade, sky-blue water formation. With the help of abundant water essence, its power is even better. Master Han checked the wear and tear of the formation flags and formation bases on the island while explaining in detail how to manipulate the formation to defend against the enemy. Li Quanqing listened with great interest. Yes, this formation is very complete and well maintained, so there is no need to worry. After searching the entire island, Master Han came to the final conclusion. Li Yulong also called a large ship at this time to transport all the mortals away.
Li Quanqing sent everyone away and stuffed a bag of spiritual stones as a token of his gratitude.
He stood on the empty shore, listening to the sound of the waves, the corners of his mouth curved more and more, and finally couldn't help laughing out loud.
Finally, the master of an island.
The young man looked at this verdant spiritual island in the boundless sea,
and felt that the world was vast and there was a lot to do. He was almost impatient and sent out a few sound transmission notes to call his friends. "I'm Li Quanqing, the new owner of Yulong Island, come quickly." The first to arrive was Li Chuanfu, who had been running the market shop for a year and had a more tactful temperament. "Boss, these are the big black carp fry I bought according to your instructions, a total of 100,000. There were 2 large boats behind him, and a group of fishermen shouted and began to pour the fry into Yulongbo. The formation guarded them, so they were not afraid of the fry running away. Li Chuanfu took out the spiritual wine and spiritual food he bought and began to arrange them silently, knowing that his boss didn't understand the ins and outs of these private gatherings of cultivators. "Quanqing, open the door, I brought good wine." Li Quanj followed closely behind, his black robe fluttering, and beside him was Li Chuanma, the main vein, who looked serious. Li Quanqing welcomed the two in, and after talking, he learned that they met when they were hunting monsters. As both body-refining cultivators, they had similar lonely personalities, and finally became good friends, going hunting monsters together every day. "Congratulations, senior brother, you have obtained the Spirit Island." Li Quanchu was the last to arrive, and she still spoke softly. There was also a girl in a red dress in the spirit boat carrying a gift, and it was Xie Hongyu. With the arrival of the 2 girls, the group was all present. Li Quanqing had been practicing all the way, and although he stayed in the fish pond all year round, he was fortunate to have met these friends. The road to immortality is not lonely. "Here, little brother Qing, this is a gift from my sister." Xia Hongyu took out a spirit beast bag and handed it to him. Li Quanqing opened it and saw that it was the shell species of more than 50 bright moon shells, and he was immediately overjoyed. Everyone sat separately, drank and ate, talked about everything, laughed and talked, and the guests were happy. It really had a bit of the peaceful scene of the immortal cave. Little brother Cheng is now the owner of the island and a young talent of the Qingyu Li family. "Are you willing to join my sister's small circle?" Xia Hongyu drank with her neck raised boldly, revealing a delicate white face, and spoke carelessly. Li Chuanqing's heart moved slightly when he heard this. "I wonder what kind of circle it is." The core disciples of the major immortal cultivating families, the Li Xie family, the Tonghua Wang family, and the Xiaoyao Island Yun family all have younger generations who have rented spiritual islands in Beijingfang. Everyone talks about mystical matters and exchanges knowledge every day. Xia Hongyu blinked. These guys were obviously the most famous second-generation show in the nearby sea area. Li Quanchu next to her listened to these words, but her eyes were slightly sad. She has always wanted to join, but unfortunately, no matter her cultivation or background, she has not been able to get it. "Are there no monks from the Situ family on Taiyuan Island?" Li Quanqing was curious. This was the strongest foundation building force under the Shuihua sword sect. The Situ family claims to be descendants of Jin Dan and have noble blood. "They won't play with us at all." Li Quanj laughed. It seemed that he had some conflicts with the monks of this family. When Li Quanqing heard this, he immediately understood. He thought for a moment and decided to join this small circle and take a look. He still understands this principle according to his identity and the kind of people he comes into contact with. Now that his status is high, people will naturally take the initiative to send invitations. Xia Hongyu was immediately delighted. "There happens to be a small trading meeting next month. Brother Qing must come. My sister will introduce you to other Taoist friends." Li Quanqing nodded in agreement. After the banquet dispersed, only Li Chuanfu stayed. Li Quanqing took out the green carp sword, stone spirit seal, beauty-nourishing mud and a large stack of talismans that he had opened before and gave them to him for sale. Faced with so many treasures, Li Chuanfu was very sensible and did not ask any more questions. It was enough to do his job well. "By the way, Chuanfu, buy another batch of spiritual minerals and precious jade, I can use them for body refining." Li Quanqing was too lazy to make another trip to Fangshi. "My boss, the Ling iron mine is easy to say, but Baoyu is rare. There are almost no large quantities sold in Beijingfang." "It's okay. First buy a batch of spiritual ore, preferably spiritual copper. The quantity should be large and low-grade. You don't need to buy those high-grade ores." Li Quanqing didn't care. The first stage of the glazed jade bone technique was called the bronze bone body, and he hadn't completed it yet. When he reaches the jade bone body, he will need a large amount of precious jade to help him practice. 1 month later, Li Quanqing held a piece of water element copper in his mouth. While cultivating the copper bone body, he was looking for new light group rewards. Harvest a green jade carp in the early stage of chi refining, and be rewarded with a spiritual energy ball.
Harvest a green jade carp in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a mid-grade magic weapon green carp sword. Harvest a green jade carp in the early stage of chi refining and receive a water dragon skill experience group as a reward. Harvest a green jade carp in the early stage of chi refining, and reward you with a clear water sword technique experience group. Li Quanqing let out a sigh and looked at the green jade carp in his hand. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise. Laugh! A stream of blue water sword energy burst out, winding around the fingertips as softly as water, rippling with sparkling light, yet sharp enough to cut through everything. The young man touched the male green jade carp that had opened the sword technique experience group. It had bright scales and a huge size. This state seemed a little familiar. He stretched out his fingers, his fingertips glowing with bronze-like metallic luster, and cracked the scales on the carp's back with a click. A bit of golden light suddenly appeared in front of my eyes, like patches of floating gold flashing, revealing indescribable nobility. Gold-patterned alien species. I want to be a dog, Chang Yuli. I want to follow Lord Ao Qing's footsteps forever. I want to be Lord Ao Qing's dog. Cultivation, 1 level of chi refining, 1%. Li Quanqing found it funny, looking like a young and dangerous kid who was led astray. He released the golden-patterned green jade carp into the wild. This was the last one to reach maturity among the third batch of green jade carp. It's time to feed Albizia julibrisson. Li Quanqing couldn't wait to rub his palms together, and used the formation to trap the 100 green jade carp, waiting for this day. It's time to eat, the cafeteria is open. He patted the spirit boat, and it made a dull sound that spread far in the water, which was the signal to start dinner. Wow! The water splashed and the turbid waves rolled, and all the green jade carp floated on the water surface, Yao Jiao and Nimble, looking at him eagerly. Li Quanqing took out the Albizia julibrisson, crushed it, mixed it into the spiritual bait fish food, and swung it out in handfuls, with his big sleeves flying. Mu the spirit fish suddenly fell into a fight, and the water surface seemed to be boiling, scrambling to eat the bait. The Albizia julibrisson enters the abdomen, and the power of the medicine rises. Warm currents escape, and the whole body is smoky, as if it has reached the peak of Yushing. In broad daylight, the uncensored conference was held in public, and people couldn't wait to start posting. Green jade carps generally only mate once in their lives. So when many male fishes finished their rise, they immediately returned to that boring state, patted their tails and swam away. In the seawater, densely packed fish eggs are suspended and drifting with the current. There are thousands of them, silently accumulating strength and waiting for the day when the eggs will break and become seedlings. Moo! Ao Qing swam over silently and witnessed the entire open-air meeting with his own eyes, and seemed a little touched. I want to transform into a dragon, Ao Chung, green jade carp, dammit. Why do you think I'm ready to make a move? How can I give up halfway on the road to transforming into a dragon and kill him? Cultivation, 3rd level of chi refining, 11%. Li Quanqing was unwilling to let go of this guy's noble bloodline. He would definitely find a female golden-patterned alien species for the two of them to get close to. Brother Qing, tomorrow is the day for the party. Don't break your promise in the storage bag. A 100-mile sound transmission note suddenly vibrated, and Xia Hongyu's smiling voice came out. Li Quanqing saw this and replied the message in time. The next day, Li Quanqing walked into the market alone and came to the end of the familiar monster street, in front of a luxurious cave. Kui Quanfeng. He had been here before and participated in the trading fair held by Yun Jiezi, and bought those snake eggs of the green water python. Now that he came again, his status and position had changed drastically compared to before. Mr. Quanqing, I'm waiting for you here on purpose. Please come in. Yun Jiezi was standing at the entrance, with a leopard head, round eyes, and a beard. He smiled heartily and enthusiastically. He was originally a casual cultivator at the 6th level of chi refining. He was valued by an elder of the Yun family and was given the surname Yun. You are too polite, fellow Taoist. Li Quanqing bowed. Looking at the young man in green robe with a straight back in front of him, Yun Jiezi's eyes showed a trace of jealousy that was well hidden. He had been in the 6th level of chi refining for nearly 10 years, and was tortured to death by the bottleneck, so he could only sell himself to the Yun family. This is exactly the sadness and helplessness of most casual cultivators. Please, fellow Taoist Li, my son is already waiting. Yun Jiezi led the way in front, acting like a servant. The person he mentioned was called Yun Yangzi, a true descendant of Xiaoyao Island, a descendant of the foundation building. Now he is only 27 years old, but he has already reached the 8th level of chi refining, and with a noble birth. He is considered the leader of this circle. We pay our respects to Senior Li. The hall was full of cultivators, most of whom were at the 3rd and 4th levels of chi refining, and the 5th and 6th levels could be counted on 2 hands. Among them were people from the 4 major families, as well as those from the chi refining families and casual cultivators, as many as 70 or 80. As Li Quanqing entered the hall, they all stood up and saluted respectfully, with a very low posture, almost flattering.
Dao Yu, please sit at the head.
Yun Jiezi did not even look at them, and led him to the front and climbed the steps. After lifting a layer of curtains, an antique scene appeared in front of him, antique porcelain, full of precious light, and the fragrance and the beast. Swallowing copper furnace curled up, turning into a crane shape with wings spread out to fly. In addition to Xia Hongyu, there were only 2 monks sitting there, looking at him curiously. One was wearing a cloud-white free-spirited suit, tall and handsome, with a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth, and his temperament was like a spring breeze.
It was Yun Yangzi.
The other was about 20.5 or 20.6 years old, also with the 7th level of chi refining, wearing a gray robe, with an old-fashioned face, but he was the direct lineage monk Wang Gujian from the Tunghua Wang family.
Hello, fellow Taoists.
Li Quanqing spoke generously, neither humble nor arrogant, and sat leisurely on the last seat,
chatting and laughing with these top 2nd generation cultivators.
Li Quanqing sat upright in his seat, the curtain fell, blocking the outside world from prying. But from his perspective, he could look down at the monks in the hall.
His mentality was involuntarily high. You too, this is the Li family's genius I mentioned to you. Now he is a first-class master of refining weapons.
Xia Hongyu smiled sweetly, her eyes moving, like a big red butterfly dancing among the flowers.
It's true that he is rising to prominence. In the future, the position of the head of the Li family's weapon hall must belong to you.
Yun Yangzi raised the teacup and smiled to release his kindness, which made people feel very good. Li Quanqing didn't dare to respond, fearing that he would be beaten by the 3rd elder, and also raised the teacup to return the gift. Dao Yu Li is born with a handsome face and has already reached the 7th level of chi refining.
How old are you this year? Wang Gujian said nothing and actually explored his background. I was born with a young face. Actually, I will be 24 after the Chinese New Year. I can't compare with those real geniuses.
Li Quanqing shook his head, his face unchanged, and exaggerated his age by a few years. Yes, the fairy Quanqiu from the Li family always calls fellow Taoist Quanqing's senior brother when she sees him.
Xia Hongyu was trying to smooth things over.
The 2 families have always been on good terms and share the same spirit. A 23-year-old chi refining level 7, although not as good as that top-grade spiritual root Li Quanqing, is also very good. Yun Yangzi sipped the fragrant tea, white mist rose up, covering his inexplicably relaxed expression, and his voice was still like a spring breeze.
Sir, can we start?
Yun Jiezi stood by and asked carefully.
Let them start. Yun Yangzi nodded lightly.
Accompanied by a clear and pleasant sound of jade chimes, a cultivator in the hall stood up, saluted from a distance to the head, and then took out the treasure he was going to trade. A bottle of first-grade middle-grade gene foam Yulu pills, most suitable for Jinshui spiritual root cultivators, in exchange. Li Quanqing lowered his eyelids slightly, quietly watching the cultivators perform below. This feeling is really refreshing. Sir, your tea is cold. A concubine came with a pot of water, with a face like peach blossoms, exquisite curves, plump and round, staring at him with a pair of watery almond eyes,
as if looking forward to something happening.
Li Quanqing is already 20 years old this year, full of blood, naturally not a vegetarian. Besides, sometimes going along with the crowd is also an attitude.
Pa!
He slapped the girl's buttocks, her flesh rippled, and he held her in his arms unceremoniously. Serve tea. Sir, be gentle, I can't bear it, the female cultivator cried delicately. Her eyes were moving, quite charming and moving. I guess she practiced the art of seduction. Hearing this, Li Quanqing rubbed his hands vigorously. He rubbed the fish heads in the fish pond every day, and he had already rubbed out the feeling. The girl cried softly, and her cheeks suddenly became hot, with 2 red clouds flying up, her earlobes blushing, and her soft body trembling slightly. Yun Yangzi saw this, his eyes were full of admiration and envy, and he really accepted this guy. The monks in the hall stood up one after another, and the treasures they took out were very ordinary. Li Quanqing looked at it without interest. 3 pieces of top-grade golden marrow jade, in exchange for magic weapons.
Finally, someone shouted out something that interested him.
The white jade was flawless and crystal clear, and it seemed that there was golden jade flowing in the deepest part, and it looked extraordinary. This was a first-class treasure material, and the spiritual jade was wrapped in extremely pure Gengjin spiritual energy, which was very rare. Li Quanqing took a look, and these 3 pieces of golden marrow jade together were the size of a human head, just suitable for practicing Liuli jade bone body.
A low-grade Qingli sword, will you sell it?
The young man shouted out his price, and the light words came out from the curtain, and the originally noisy hall suddenly became quiet.
Young master, if you like any treasure, you can let me call it for you. The girl in his arms blushed and spoke, sweating and panting, and she was a little out of breath.
Li Quanqing really didn't know this rule, and nodded, then you call next time.
The casual cultivator in the hall was a little hesitant when he heard the price. Senior, can I exchange it for a medium-grade Qingli sword?
Li Quanqing curled his lips.
A few stones, you want to exchange for a medium-grade magic weapon? Dream.
My young master said that he can make up for the spirit stone, or add a set of white bone netherworld needles, you can choose. The concubine's cheeks were red, but the words she shouted were cold and arrogant, and the contrast in her expression made people want to conquer. In the end, the casual cultivator still asked for the set of white bone needles. It's a pity that since I got the white bone netherworld needle, I haven't tried to test its power in a fight with others.
Li Quanqing played with 3 golden marrow jades and threw the girl aside. He really liked that kind of needle-shaped magic weapon.
The trade continued, and he made a lot of moves and bought some animal food pills and other pills that were beneficial to the growth of spirit beasts. Nowadays, the Quanqing Pavilion shop in the market can earn 60 to 70 spirit stones every month, and it is not short of money. After all, the goods he took out were free, with no cost, all profit. However, Li Quanqing would occasionally go to the weapon hall to fire and refine weapons, pretending to be, and steal iron or by the way.
The last cultivator finished the transaction, and Li Quanqing felt it was boring.
Wang Gujian next to him suddenly took out a jade bottle, 1 Tunghua pill in exchange for cultivation resources useful for the late stage of qi refining. As soon as these words came out, the hall suddenly fell into madness, and some people wanted to rush in on the spot. Xia Hongyu and Yun Jiezi next to them were also like this. Their eyes were red, they were both at the 6th level of qi refining, and they were determined to get it.
Yun Yangzi looked at the mark on the pill bottle, his tone was slightly shocked. Is this made by your brother?
Wang Gujin hummed, raised his chin with some pride. He just got promoted to the 1st level top grade alchemist a few days ago, and gave me this Tunghua pill.
Xia Hongyu explained in a low voice, his brother is the famous Wang Gua, a top grade with spirit root, the foundation seed of the Wang family. Little Pill King, Wang Gua.
Li Quanqing had heard of this name, and his reputation was even greater than that of Li Quangyang, a sword cultivator. The appearance of Tunghua pill completely ignited the whole scene, and everyone was taking out all their belongings to gamble. In the end, it was Xia Hongyu who bought the pill. She was born in the direct line of the Xia family. Although her spirit root talent was average, she was very popular with a certain foundation. Building great cultivator and had a rich family background. Seeing Yun Jiezi's unwilling expression, Yun Yangzi comforted him, don't worry, since Brother Gu he can refine Tonghua Dan, he must have some.
I will ask for one for you later. Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry for your trouble.
Yun Jiezi was immediately grateful and expressed his loyalty.
After training the dog, Yun Yangzi took out an ice-like treasure with satisfaction, and the bone-biting coldness surged. 100-year-old ice soul can assist water-attributed cultivators in practicing ice magic, in exchange for the thing that this sir likes. Li Quanqing had never heard of this thing, but it didn't stop him from being moved. He had been coveting the power of ice magic for a long time, and naturally couldn't let it go at this time. Xia Hongyu was also very surprised. This kind of thing can only be produced in the North Cole ice field.
Did your Yun family's fleet run so far on the mainland?
The fist-sized ice soul lay in the palm of Yun Yangzi's hand, like a piece of eternal ice, continuously releasing astonishing cold energy. As expected of a descendant of the Xia family, my ancestor came from the northern Han Plains, so I can recognize him at a glance. Yun Yangzi smiled. Unfortunately, Beiyuan is far away, and it is very difficult to reach it by moving mountains and clouds. However, our Yun family's caravan was lucky and happened to encounter a Jindan caravan traveling across the mainland. Not only the unique spiritual objects of the northern Han Plains, but also the southern Huangling Mountains, western desert, and central China can be seen in this Xiaoyao conference. The two people's voices were not concealed, they slipped out directly from the curtain and were clearly heard by the monks in the hall.
Only then did Li Quanqing realize that he was advertising.
Calculating the time, it is indeed time for the Xiaoyao Island conference to start.
Yun Yangzi made another wave of publicity, and then began to exchange ice souls.
There are the largest number of water-attribute monks in the world of immortality in the East China Sea.
There are many people interested in it, and bids are coming one after another. Li Quanqing asked directly, the high-grade magic weapon green scale shield, do you want to change it? He has now refined 2 green scale shields as a reserve of spiritual stones, and there is no shortage of such defensive magic weapons. Switched with fellow Taoist Li. Yunyangzi nodded in agreement. He was not very interested in what kind of treasure he would exchange for. Now the news that there are many treasures in the Xiaoyao conference will spread throughout the Qingyu Islands with these family monks. His goal has been achieved. Li Quanqing received the century-old ice soul, which felt bitingly cold to the touch. It also came with a jade slip that taught people how to refine it. I'm preparing to return to Xiaoyao Island in 2 days. Do you want to go there with me, fellow Taoist, to see the excitement? Yunyangzi extended an invitation. Li Quanqing refused without even thinking about it. Everything is busy on Yulong Island, so we'd better wait for a while. He was not familiar with the other party, so what if this guy had evil intentions and wanted to harm him? That's okay. The Xiaoyao conference lasts for several months, and auctions and private trade fairs are held almost every day. You don't have to worry about not being able to buy the treasure you want. After collecting the ice soul, Li Quanqing said goodbye and returned to Yulong Island. He had previously used the stone spirit seal to manipulate the terrain, extending a series of embankments protruding from the water surface from the shore, crisscrossing them, forming dozens of flat fish ponds. Each fish pond is almost 100 acres in size. The water surface is open and neat. It looks spectacular and can raise different groups of spiritual beasts. But now only 2 or 3 fish ponds are full of life, and the others are still vacant. Li Quanqing took out the bait and animal food pills, walked on the embankment and started feeding. A watery green anaconda climbed up the embankment and started acting coquettishly. Its body was nearly 10 meters long, its mouth was as thick as a bowl, and there were still scales and bloodstains on the corners of its mouth. Guilty conscience, Jade Anaconda, I must not let the master know that I eat it secretly, but the taste of the big herring is so delicious that I can't help but send some. Cultivation, level 1 of Qi refining, 87%, you went secretly hunting again? Li Quanqing's eyes were speechless. As these snakes grew up, the hunting instinct in their blood gradually awakened, and they would steal food from time to time. Even if he increases the amount of bait he feeds, it will be useless. It seems that in their eyes, lively animals are naturally more delicious than other foods. The young man was about to teach him a lesson when he suddenly saw the green anaconda's belly was swollen and a little bloated. He suddenly became happy and said, "It turns out she is pregnant. Then I forgive you." Except for this female snake, no other green anacondas escaped being beaten. The spiritual beast Albizia julibrisson pill developed by the family is really effective. Li Quanqing fed the fish and inspected thousands of green jade carp eggs. Some of the fry have hatched, and their larvae, smaller than a finger, are feeding on plankton in the water. He crushed a handful of spiritual bait and sprinkled it into the water, and protected the fish pond with array flags to ensure that no moths would appear. After finishing his work, Li Quanqing looked at the harvest. He first took out a piece of golden marrow jade, about the size of the palm of his hand, like mutton-fat white jade, with golden liquid flowing inside, which was really beautiful. It is very consistent with the attributes of the glazed jade bone skill. This technique is good everywhere. It is easy to practice and requires no effort. The only problem is to hold the ore in your mouth. Li Quanqing frowned and broke off a corner of the spiritual jade with a click. He didn't know what it would taste like this time. From the damaged gap, a drop of golden chalcedony fell, making a dull thunk sound as it fell to the ground. This drop of chalcedony is like mercury, condensing and not dispersing, turning into a golden bead the size of a soybean, composed of pure gung-gold spiritual energy. Li Quanqing didn't mind it either. He picked up the golden beans, blew on them, stuffed them directly into his mouth, and practiced the body training techniques. So spicy, so spicy, so spicy. The golden chalcedony melted in the mouth, and an indescribable hotness swept through the mouth instantly. It was an endless stream of gangjin air, shooting out in all directions like sword rays, hitting the teeth with a clanging sound, like iron being struck. If he hadn't already achieved some success in body training before, Li Quanqing's mouth might have been pierced at this time. Despite this, his mouth was still covered with oral ulcers, which hurt even if he licked them. Rubbish technique. Li Quanqing covered her mouth with tears in her eyes and cursed very dirty words. Call me scold, the effect of chalcedony is really good. Li Quanqing looked inside his body and saw that most of his flesh and blood meridians had a bronze like metallic sheen. Moreover, this color continues to spread towards the bones, giving people a sense of indestructibility. With a slight wave of his fist, infinite power immediately came out like a floodgate,
which was comparable to a body. Refining monk at the 5th or 6th level of chi refining.
Try the taste of this gem. Li Quanqing threw the piece of broken jade into his mouth. The refreshing and cool flavor bursts out, with a hint of sweetness, and the aftertaste is sweet, a bit like eating vanilla ice cream. Compared with the previous chalcedony, it can be said to be both ice and fire. After the white jade in the mouth is digested, the oral ulcers will no longer hurt. Refining 3 pieces of golden marrow and jade, plus the iron ore that I bought, is enough to make a copper bone body. Li Quanqing thought happily that by then he would be able to compete with a 7th level chi. Refining monk simply based on his physical training. But we still can't wave. When the time comes to participate in the Xiaoyao conference, just follow the family's fleet. After Li Quanqing made his decision, he took out the century-old ice soul and prepared it for refining. Wisps of astonishing coldness bloomed, and the surrounding seawater froze with ice slag, showing the horror. I heard that the northern Han Plain is the coldest place in the world of immortality. The wind and snow roar all year round. It is said that there are also ancient icebergs that existed when the world first opened. It is simply unimaginable. Li Quanqing held the ice soul in his hands and began to slowly refine it according to the secret method in the jade slip. He was wrapped in layers of mana, and wisps of white air were pulled out, like flowing ice, drilling into the dantian along the meridians. Su. In the end, the entire century-old ice soul's cold essence was absorbed, leaving only a ball of ice impurities, which suddenly disintegrated. Li Quanqing's eyebrows were gray, and his whole body was frozen into an ice sculpture, wrapped in a layer of crystal-clear ice. In his dantian, an ice soul bead was quietly suspended in the corner, restraining all the chill. Click, click, click. He broke through the ice and walked out, shivering from the cold, but in a very wonderful mood. The power of ice. The young man shouted something in his heart, and a wave of blue sea mana surged out along his meridians. During this process, the ice soul bead automatically releases a burst of cold air, which also blooms with mana. A layer of frost spread instantly, turning into long arrows that looked like ice edges. The cold air was overwhelming and shone brightly in the sunlight. Li Quanqing used the water dragon technique again, condensing it into a lifelike water dragon, and then used the ice soul pearl to freeze it into an ice lump. The ice dragon is good looking, but its power is only average. The undercurrents in the water dragon's body are frozen, so it can only be used to hit people. Ice spells use extremely cold temperatures to freeze the enemy in ice and seal it. It is very suitable for defense and field control. You can completely control the tens of millions of tons of waterfalls, turn it into an iceberg and fall from the sky, smashing all the enemies. Li Quanqing fell into deep thought and began to brainstorm, thinking about how to use it in the fight. But in general, it is always a good thing to have one more magic method. It was worth waiting for him for so long. Bronze bone body, done. Li Quanqing sat on the beach, swallowed the last piece of golden marrow jade, mixed with body fluids and swallowed it into his stomach. As the technique was running, his whole body suddenly swelled, as if he had turned into a metal giant. A rich bronze color blooms from the body, the light is as dazzling as the sun, and even the skin gives people a feeling of indestructibility. The bones are thick and hard, like bronze sculptures, and every move contains extremely terrifying power. If he were to get close to him, the monks in the later stage of chi refining would also be unable to stop him. Call. Suck. Li Quanqing's chest rose and fell, swallowing a large amount of air, making bursts of bellows-like sounds. He blinked, and even his pupils were dyed copper-green, and his whole body was tempered and rounded, without any flaws. Incomparable power. Clang. Clang. The young man took out the green carp sword and slashed at his body. Sparks flew everywhere, barely leaving light white marks on his skin. I feel like I am so powerful right now. Li Quanqing grinned. Against the backdrop of his bronze skin, even his smile looked a little ferocious. He stood up and took 2 steps, adapting to the sudden increase in strength. The soles of his feet made big holes in the beach. Physical training techniques rarely require magical support and can be maintained in this state for a long time. Beating someone can last a whole day. After removing his copper frame, Li Quanqing regained his normal body shape, his skin was as crystal clear as jade, and his hair was shining. He seems to be more handsome again. The young man took stock of his equipment and spiritual stone reserves, and thought it was time to set off for the Xiaoyao Islands. Woo! Woo! The low sound of the horn echoed, and a large spiritual boat slowly set off from Beijingfang City, full of monks, rumbling towards the waters of Xiaoyao Islands. The Yin family's Xiaoyao festival was so popular that the Li and Xia families specially arranged a large spirit boat for transportation, and the tickets alone made a lot of money. The Xiaoyao Islands are more than 7,000 miles away from the Qingyu Islands, which is not too close. The spirit boat traveled for 2 days and 1 night. There were monks boarding the boat and monks leaving. Li Quanqing stayed in his room and finally arrived at his destination. The sea breeze was fishy and salty, and when I looked up, I saw a string of pearl dot-like islands in front of me, with white sand and clear water, and the islands were covered with various spiritual trees and green forests. A huge mountain dot-like boat was suspended over Xiaoyao Island. Its color was as white as clouds, almost blending into the entire sky. Move mountains, clouds and boats. The Yun family is best at making spirit boats and has a large fleet of ships under its command. They travel to various spirit islands all year round for trade. But the spirit boat travels in the seawater, and there is also a kind of treasure boat that can be transformed into a vertical and horizontal boat that travels across the sky and across the sky. That is Yunzhou, Xiaoyao Yunzhou. This is the core inheritance of the Yun family, and only direct descendants can learn and master it. The mountain-moving cloud boat in front of me is a third-order golden elixir level cloud boat. Even if the Yun family has inherited it for thousands of years, there is only this heritage passed down from ancestors. Every time a Yishan Yunzhou boat returns from a long trip to the mainland, it will undergo a 10-year rest period and various maintenance will be carried out by the boatmaker. Fellow Taoists, we have arrived at the Xiaoyao Islands. Please jump off the ship in an orderly manner. Fighting is prohibited. From the top of the spirit boat, an indifferent voice came out, accompanied by powerful mana fluctuations. That was a powerful qi refining Dzogchen expert accompanying the Li family. I don't know which elder he was. Li Quanqing jumped off the spirit boat and walked on the waves with a graceful and elegant posture, which immediately made others envious. The main island of Xiaoyao is now covered by formations to prevent outsiders from prying into it. Only a few sub-islands are open to rent out caves for monks to live in. The most lively thing is undoubtedly the mountain-moving cloud boat above the head. It is the home of the entire Xiaoyao conference, which is extremely oppressive. Fight by cloud boat? Attack by cloud boat? 10 pieces of spiritual sand per person. Rent flying instruments to take people to the sky, the price is cheap and affordable. Qingfeng crane, a domesticated spiritual beast, can be rented for long or short periods of time. Its skin is durable and easy to maintain. There were too many monks on the nearby sea. Various spiritual boats and boats covered the water, and human heads were visible. Colorful magic auras bloomed, attracting guests. It can be said that a seaside city has been formed, stretching for dozens of miles and bustling with activity. There are, after all, the majority of immortal cultivators who do not have the ability to fly to the sky, so various leasing businesses that take people to the sky are the most popular. Li Quanqing turned around a few times and finally chose the Yun family's official transport ship and boarded a certain first-order Yunzhou floating on the sea. The appearance of the cloud boat is larger than that of ordinary spirit boats. It looks like an oval balloon boat. It is made of unknown materials and looks very light. Each boat can carry 50 people, and the ticket is 10 spiritual stones per person. Every time you come and have a cup of tea, you will earn a net profit of 10 spiritual stones. Attention, let's sail the boat. The boatman didn't know where he was from. He spoke with a fisherman's accent and was very friendly. With the infusion of mana, the entire cloud boat made a subtle buzzing sound, flew straight upward, and then suddenly accelerated, soaring into the sky. Li Quanqing looked through the porthole. As it slowly gets closer, the appearance of Yishan Yunzhou becomes clearer and clearer. It looks like a huge city hanging thousands of feet in the sky, with buildings piled everywhere. It is grand and majestic, shuttling in the blue sky, like a miraculous creation in mythology. The Whitehall is as light as clouds and as majestic as a giant whale, standing proudly in the sky with magnificent momentum. The sun shines on its surface, glittering and reflecting a series of gorgeous light and shadow trajectories, like a dream, and the mana fluctuations that are inadvertently radiated are vast and amazing. Unfortunately, this mountain-moving cloud boat is too old. Over the past 1,000 years, later generations have added too many new buildings to it, like a bloated and old man. Attention, after boarding the mountain-moving cloud boat, you must apply for an identity jade card and a temporary residence permit as soon as possible. Otherwise, once night falls, my Yun family's law enforcement team will not be merciful. The manager of this cloud boat is quite responsible and talked about many rules that need to be paid attention to. After the words were finished, he glanced at Li Quanqing's fish and dragon pattern cheat-out refining robe and smiled flatteringly. Of course, this fellow Taoist from the Qingyu Li family does not need to be so troublesome, just enjoy it.
Moreover, your Li family has also contracted a pavilion cave on the cloud boat, and fellow Taoists can stay there for free.
Just ask those law enforcement monks for the specific location. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted countless envious eyes.
As expected of a foundation. Building family, the treatment of the clan members is so damn good, I'm envious and jealous.
Thank you for telling me, fellow Taoist.
Li Quanqing smiled gently, and used the blue sea tie to suppress his aura to the 6th level of qi refining, which was not too eye-catching. After boarding the Yunzhou ferry and showing the Li family's identity token, he was indeed allowed to pass directly. After passing through the array of prohibitions and stepping onto the deck as wide as an island, the view in front of him suddenly opened up, and a trace of noisy noise came into his ears. There were many shops, one after another, and the scenery of a vast fairy city slowly unfolded in front of him, lively and prosperous.
Senior, this is your first time to the Xiaoyao conference, do you need a guide? Li Quanqing looked around, and immediately attracted many brokers.
A group of teenagers surrounded him, looking at the green jade fish dragon robe, knowing that they had met a wealthy family.
Li Quanqing randomly picked one that he liked and threw a few spiritual sands over. It's you.
Okay, please come, senior. The chubby boy took the spiritual stones, smiled, and led the docile spiritual beast he raised at home.
Blue and white cattle? Not bad, I like it very much.
Looking at the big buffalo with green fur and black flower-like stripes in front of him, Li Quanqing was in a better mood immediately, and he liked green things the most.
Senior, where are we going?
The boy asked carefully. Let's go to the place where spiritual beast cubs are sold first. Li Quanqing had already made up his mind.
Blue and white cattle shook its hooves slowly and walked forward to separate the flow of people.
It was really too big, with shops and buildings everywhere, and crowded with people. It was estimated that more than half of the cultivators from the nearby Wanli Sea had come. As one of the most popular goods among cultivators, spiritual beasts occupy a large area, and all kinds of strange monsters are locked in cages. The Yun family really took some time to divide the area into 5 major areas according to the bloodline of the monsters.
Li Quanqing looked at the sign.
He boarded the Yunzhou from the south, and the first place he came to was naturally the unique monster area of nanoangling. The fire elements in the air became slightly active, dispersing the seawater clouds everywhere, and the nose was very dry when breathing. Li Quanqing, who was born in the East China Sea, was a little uncomfortable. It seems that the main fire attribute spirit beasts, he felt a little interested and patted the big horn of the blue bull. Let's go in and take a look. When Li Quanqing walked into the monster area, the air was slightly hot and seemed a little distorted. At the entrance, a large lizard with 2 heads was lying there, with red scales and golden pupils.
Its huge body looked like a western dragon with its wings plucked off.
Its 4 vertical pupils stared at the big blue bull under Li Quanqing's buttocks, revealing a greedy look, and its saliva dripped on the ground with a sizzling sound, emitting a smell of sulfur.
Roar! Roar!
The fiery red lizard opened its mouth and roared continuously, with a faint glow of hot fire in the depths of its throat, and it seemed to want to eat a whole roasted cow. Unfortunately, the collars worn at the base of their necks began to glow, and a layer of ice-blue lines quickly spread in the flesh and blood, and the cold air surged, extinguishing the flames. The 2-headed fire lizard roared for a long time, but only spit out wisps of green smoke, and then wilted again helplessly. The flat-horned blue bull snorted and continued to walk in, not caring at all, as if it was used to such a big scene.
Do you want this 7-level qi refining 2-headed giant fire lizard?
It's cheap. You only need 2,799 spirit stones to take this mighty mount home. The owner of this lizard monster stood aside, smiling, and began to sell. There was also a coolly dressed young lady next to her, feeding the fire lizard with raw meat, not disdaining the blood at all. Seeing that there was something delicious, the giant fire lizard immediately became energetic, and its 2 heads stretched out like a giant python, swallowing the delicious meat with big mouthfuls, and its fangs were sharp. No matter the appearance or the cultivation, it was indeed first class.
Li Quanqing was not very interested.
Firstly, he needed a cub, and secondly, this fire lizard monster had a rebellious personality, and the demon fire in its body was violent and hot, which was not suitable for assisting in refining equipment. Then strolling in the shop in front, Li Quanqing was really eye-opening.
Various land monsters appeared in an endless stream, which was dazzling.
Most of them are fire-attributed monsters, with a small number of earth-attributed monsters, which shows that the climate of nanoangling is hot and mountainous. The black fire crow, a monster with 3 claws and iron-black feathers, is said to have inherited a trace of the golden crow bloodline, staring coldly at the passers-by. The 5-colored phoenix, which is larger than a peacock, spread its wings and clucked, with wisps of flames lingering between its wings. Not only does it look extraordinary, but it is said that the meat is also extremely delicious, and the eggs it lays are even more tender and nutritious. Long-term use has a chance to slightly increase the strength of the fire spirit root. Li Quanqing even saw a few purple fire centipedes, which swallowed and spit out poisonous fire, burned stones, and melted gold, and their dark purple legs were like sharp blades, scraping on the rocks and making a harsh sound. In the most core store, he actually saw a red flame dragon eagle, which, according to ancient records, has a trace of the blood of the flame dragon. It has the potential to impact the foundation. Building period monster. Unfortunately, this red flame dragon eagle is not only an adult, but he also can't afford it. With so many shops, don't you sell baby spirit beasts? Li Quanqing frowned and found this problem. Senior, the Yishan Yunzhou sailed from the mainland for 5 or 6 years before returning. Even if there were baby monsters before, they are either dead or grown up now. The boy next to him explained in a low voice, these monsters are controlled by blood contracts, and life and death are a thought. Although they are not as loyal as the spirit beasts raised since childhood, they will never betray. Li Quanqing heard this and shook his head slightly, and decided to go to the other 4 spirit beast areas to take a look. Seeing this, the boy gritted his teeth in order to earn a few more spirit sands. Senior, I will ask for you again. After that, he trotted all the way and disappeared into the crowd. Li Quanqing was stunned, so he followed him and stayed where he was and waited. About half an incense stick of time passed, and the boy came out from a corner again, his face flushed, jumping and shouting, found it. Senior, I found it. Speak slowly, don't rush. Li Quanqing was amused and handed him a spirit stone directly, which was blinding. This, so much. The boy's face was flushed, and he almost fainted with happiness. He looked only 15 or 16 years old, just the age of youth and ignorance, and should have practiced without worries. It's a pity that he was born in a humble family and could only work hard early to fight for a future. The boy hid the spirit stone in his arms like a thief, and made sure that no one around noticed them, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Did you find the spirit beast cub? Li Quanqing touched the smooth and shiny fur of the big blue bull and asked slowly. Yeah. The young man nodded vigorously. He is a cultivator who practices ice skills. He sealed the young beasts in ice to maintain their lives. This is why they have been preserved until now. Ice sealing and forced hibernation are indeed good methods, but they will also damage the life source of the beasts. Li Quanqing muttered to himself and looked at the young man. Lead the way. They turned around and came to a remote shop. When they saw this ice cultivator, he was spreading a large table with more than a dozen young beasts on it, basking in the sun lazily. You can still see fine ice chips between the fur of these beasts, which slowly melted in the sun. Is it you who wants to buy young beasts? The owner of the shop was a tall and thin middle-aged cultivator, wearing a long robe, like a bamboo pole, and his face was as pale as a dead person. Li Quanqing's eyes lit up and he looked at the 3 young beasts in the other's arms. Those were 3 golden tiger cubs the size of kittens, with a mass of flame-like red hair on their foreheads. Their eyes were not open yet, and their furry ears were turning around, looking very cute. Chew. Because they had just been unsealed from the ice, one of the tiger cubs was still sneezing, revealing its pink tongue and canine teeth, looking very cute. Li Quanqing had to admit that he was indeed a fan of appearance. Dao Yu, what kind of monster is this? He rubbed his palms, and had the urge to pet the cat. Dao you have good eyesight, and you picked out the most valuable treasure here at first sight. The shopkeeper smiled. This is the golden flame feather tiger, a monster unique to nanoangling. When it grows up, it can rival a cultivator in the late stage of chi refining. It has its own natal monster fire, burning gold fire, which has a miraculous effect in refining metal ores, and is most suitable for assisting weapon refiners. He reached out and grabbed it, and lifted a pair of small wings from the back of the little tiger cub. It turned out to be a flying monster. Li Quanqing's heart was pounding. Dao Yu, how much are these golden flame tigers for sale? The middle-aged cultivator's smile became more and more cordial when he heard this. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones for 1 cub, no bargaining. This is a Nanling exotic monster, and it will at least be in the late stage of chi refining in the future. Dao Yu will definitely not lose money if you buy it. I'm afraid you won't find a second shop selling golden flame tiger cubs even if you go around the Yishan Yunzhou. These words are indeed good, but the problem is that they are too expensive.
The price of an adult monster in the late stage of chi refining is only around 2,000 spirit stones. Li Quanqing wanted to bargain, but he was not good at it. Luckily, the boy who led the way next to him was really smart and took the initiative to speak for him, plus he accidentally released a breath of chi refining level 7 magic power. In the end, he successfully saved 500 spirit stones. Dao Yu, do you want to buy too? You can get a cheaper price. The boss looked at him eagerly. One is enough.
Li Quanqing didn't have that much money, he had to save the spirit stones to buy other treasures. He stretched out his palm and touched the tiger cubs one by one.
Meow meow meow, golden flame feather tiger, meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow, is this a cat or a tiger? It won't hibernate for too long and freeze its brain.
Li Quanqing looked at the stupid and ignorant appearance of the tiger cub, and without saying a word, he changed to touch another one. Cold killer, golden flame feather tiger, I am a killer walking in the dark. If you dare to imprison me, I will use my claws to cut your throat.
Li Quanqing. This cat killer has cold and ruthless pupils, licking his paws by himself, and looks like he is not easy to mess with. Change another one. The last golden flame tiger is a little skinny.
It is the little tiger cub that sneezed just now. The tip of its nose is pink and tender, and its appearance is particularly lovable.
A big cat with a golden hue that can spit fire. Tiger and tiger are powerful. Jin Yen Yu. I want to roll in secretly, and then surprise everyone. Lord Tiger strikes. Ooh. Maturity, 3%. Li Quanqing touched the tiger cub.
It was warm and fuzzy, and felt very comfortable to the touch.
Ouch.
The little tiger opened its black gold pupils, opened its little tiger teeth and bit his finger, and its two round, fluffy ears twirled around, showing off its power.
I want this one.
Li Quanqing happily handed over the spirit stone and held the Jinyan tiger cub in his arms, so cute and adorable. The boss was also a responsible person and gave him a jade slip recording his experience on how to raise the golden Yenyu tiger.
Senior, where are we going now? The young man led the big green bull and left the shop, looking eager to try. Li Quanqing glanced at the sky and saw that the sun was setting in the west, and orange-red flaming clouds covered the horizon. The entire mountain-moving cloud boat seemed to be traveling in a sea of fire. Extraordinarily gorgeous. Come here today and take me to the gathering point of the Qingyu Li family. Li Quanqing petted the golden gradient cat and had no intention of hanging around anymore.
Okay, senior. The blue waves were rippling, and the Li family rented a large hideout and cave dwelling facing the lake for their family members to live in. The pure spiritual energy mixed with water vapor rushed towards his face. Li Quanqing did not expect that there was actually a large lake on this mountain-moving cloud boat. The Yin family has simply expanded this treasure ship into a moving fairy city fortress.
I've met Brother Quanqing. Good evening, Brother Quanqing.
Li Quanqing was walking in this area, and many people greeted him.
He was considered a celebrity in the clan.
He came to the cafeteria, and it was time for dinner. Here comes a bowl of monster milk, a little sweeter, thank you. The milky white animal milk was placed in front of me. It had obviously just been boiled and was still steaming.
Drink.
He placed the golden tiger on the table.
The big ocean bowl was larger than its entire body, reflecting the confused eyes of the tiger cub.
Fortunately, driven by instinctive hunger, Jin Yenhu tried to take a lick, and the warm and sweet animal milk flowed into his mouth.
Ouch. Family members eat this kind of thing, ow.
It's really impressive. Jin Yenhu grabbed the edge of the bowl with his front paws, supported his body on his hind legs, stood up unsteadily, and almost buried his head in the bowl. The pink little tongue took a big gulp of milk, and milk stains were splashed everywhere, dripping down the whiskers, almost turning into a colorful dot-faced cat.
Brother, where did this cat kidnapped from?
It's so cute. A gentle and watery laughter sounded, but it was Li Quanqiu who came over, wearing a water-blue flowing fairy feather dress, with bright eyes and a watery face that seemed to be able to talk. Junior sister, senior brother wants to correct you. This is a tiger demon, not a cat cub. Li Quanqing spoke seriously, although he also felt that this spiritual beast was more like a cat.
Ah, yes, everything you said is right. Li Quanqiu held her chin perfunctorily, her nose was round and straight, and she still had some baby fat. When did you arrive? I didn't find you before. I was delayed because of my practice. I just arrived today. What happened?
Li Quanqing's fingertips surged with magic power, controlling the animal milk spilled on the table to fly up and fall back into the bowl. The creator of water control probably didn't expect that some people have already practiced this spell to a superb level.
Actually used to feed cats? Nothing, I just want to give you a gift.
The girl tucks a strand of hair hanging down by her ears, blinks her eyes playfully, and smiles brightly and movingly. She took out 7 or 8 off-white eggs, with light cyan patterns wrapped around the surface, like a breeze, giving people a sense of lightness.
Is this a monster egg?
Li Quanqing was so surprised that he picked up an animal egg and observed it carefully. This should be the egg of some kind of bird, smaller than the palm of your hand, smooth and white, very light in weight, and containing some kind of surging vitality.
Don't you like to collect weird monster cubs? I happened to see them and bought them. Li Chuanchu's words were very natural. This is the egg of Qingfeng crane. Just treat it as a gift to celebrate your becoming the master of Yulon Island.
It turns out to be Qingfeng He.
Li Quanqing suddenly became interested. This is a spiritual beast originating from central China and is very common. It is said that everyone there has one.
Whenever the monks travel, they will be accompanied by white cranes. The cranes sing gracefully and clearly, their postures are elegant, their wings are white, and they appear to be fairy-like and carefree. Later, with the great reclamation of the East China Sea, many Qingfeng cranes also migrated here, becoming one of the most common and popular flying mounts. I heard from the boss that these Qingfeng cranes are the purest Zhengzhou bloodline, ancient and noble. Their parents gave birth to the next batch of crane eggs on their way back from the boat, and they are about to hatch now.
Li Chuanchu's red lips parted slightly, obviously she had put a lot of thought into it. Thank you. I like this gift very much. Li Quanqing put the crane eggs away and wondered whether to return the gift. Ouch.
At this moment, Jin Yanhu drank all the animal milk until his belly was round. Like an orange-gold plush ball, it lay there lazily, and every time it burped, it smelled like milk. How come the spiritual beasts I raise are all gluttons?
Li Quanqing found it funny, and Li Quanchu next to her also showed a pleasant smile.
They walked side by side, preparing to go back to the room to meditate. Li Quanchu told him that although the things in those shops were good, the most precious treasures were still the auctions held by the Yun family themselves. That was the essence of the Xiaoyao conference.
Small auctions were held almost every day, and large auctions were held every 10 days.
It was bound to squeeze out the spirit stones in the pockets of the casual cultivators within a radius of 10,000 miles.
Li Quanqing was naturally very interested after hearing this.
In the next few days, he visited the spirit beast markets in the remaining areas, but unfortunately the results were not satisfactory, and all the prices were very high. After all, they were transported across 1,000,000 miles of sea, and rare goods were valuable. Li Quanqing felt that it would be more cost-effective to hunt monsters and raise a few cubs. A few days later, it happened that another big auction was held, so he wrapped a black robe to cover his whole body and walked into the big auction hall.
The venue was very large, enough to accommodate 10,000 people.
The space was almost wide, and there was a lot of noise. There was a large area in front of him. There were no private rooms, no messy things, everyone competed fairly, and the highest bidder won. Li Quanqing found a random seat and sat down, activating the ice soul bead, exuding an aura that kept strangers away. On the auction table, auction items were presented one after another like flowing water, and sometimes someone started to bid, and there were also many treasures that failed to be sold. The auction was going on all the time, day and night, and there were already cultivators sitting in the seats for nearly a month. Finally, a beautiful woman in a bright red dress walked onto the auction table and bowed to everyone, and everyone was excited.
The third Xiaoyao Grand Auction is now open.
Please prepare the spiritual stones in your storage bags, and don't bid it while the first auction item began to be displayed, which turned out to be a large withered yellow leaf, presented on a red silk tray, with the surface of the leaf covered with tiny golden scripture as small as flies. The foundation. Building technique withered leaf meditation technique has a starting price of 2,500 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 100 spirit stones.
Li Chuanqing's eyes lit up.
He didn't expect that it would be such a good treasure at the beginning, and he immediately looked forward to it.
The auctioneer opened the formation covering the tray, so that everyone could see the withered yellow leaf.
An ancient and mysterious aura bloomed, and countless golden talismans glowed together, shaking the air, and faintly heard bursts of Zen chanting like Huang Zhong De Lu.
This skill seems to be unusual. Li Quanqing touched his chin, thinking about what was wrong.
A monk wrapped tightly behind him suddenly told the truth. It turned out to be the scripture skills of those immortal monks in the western desert.
No wonder it was auctioned. What those bald donkeys like most is to trick others into practicing Buddhism.
If their Taoism is not firm, they will easily be converted into Dharma protectors in the end.
So that's it, the Buddhist scriptures? Li Quanqing suddenly realized. It is rumored that this world was originally only the immortal way.
Later, a peerless genius, the immortal Wei True Seed, suddenly claimed that he was taught the great way by a saint in a dream, and went to the West to obtain the true scriptures after going through untold hardships. Finally, he opened up a lineage of immortal monks in the western desert, converted a group of demons and monsters, and turned the barren desert into an oasis of life. In the end, his own merits were complete, and a Buddha wheel was born behind his head. He broke through the void and ascended. Having said that, this withered leaf meditation is still very popular. Not to mention the group of casual practitioners, many small families have never touched the foundation. Building method. In addition, there are no attribute restrictions for practicing this method, and all 5 elements of spiritual roots can enter the practice. In the end, the auction was sold at a high price of 7,000 spiritual stones. Li Quanqing was shocked and suddenly felt that he was still a poor group. The first grade superior Zihua pill, produced by the alchemy master of the Tunghua Wang family, can assist the late stage cultivators of qi refining to improve their cultivation. The auction continued, and the next items were not as popular as the foundation. Building method, and were considered normal. Li Quanqing only occasionally made a move and bought some jade slips and medicinal herbs related to cultivating spirit beasts, just to broaden his horizons. A 6-tusked white jade elephant, with great perfection in qi training, bloodline from the western desert, gentle personality, long lifespan, most suitable as a guardian beast. A huge beast was led to the auction table, standing there like a huge white jade wall. Ordinary people were not as tall as its calves, and its 4 legs were as thick as pillars. Under the light, the skin of the white jade elephant was tough and thick, with almost no fine lines, and 6 broadsword. Like tusks soared into the sky, majestic and magnificent. Most of the cultivators in the East China Sea saw this kind of monster creature for the first time, and their eyes were all curious. They didn't expect that such a huge spiritual beast could grow on the mainland. This 6-cornered white jade elephant was indeed very gentle. Even if it was led and looked at, it didn't get annoyed, and chewed a piece of food like sugar cane by itself. Every time it finished eating and swallowed it, someone would immediately continue to feed it to ensure that the spiritual beast could stay quietly. Seeing this scene, many patriarchs of small families were all moved. This is a demon beast at the great perfection of qi refining. With its huge body and demonic aura, it can be invincible in the qi refining realm if it is wearing armor and magic tools. With its long lifespan, it can be regarded as a cultivator at the half-step foundation building level. It is definitely the best choice to protect the family inheritance. Li Quanqing sat in his seat calmly, watching this group of people bidding frantically, and his dog brain was about to burst out. I wonder if I can feed this 6-tusked white jade elephant to the foundation building realm. Will there be a light ball reward? An idea popped up in his mind, but it was a pity that he couldn't test it at all. This group of people bid too fiercely, even more fiercely than the previous withered leaf meditation technique. Many patriarchs and sect masters of qi refining families participated in it. In the end, the auction was sold at a high price of 8,800 spirit stones. So many spirit stones are enough to buy half of the foundation building spirit objects. Li Quanqing himself had the urge to rob. With such a fierce price, the auctioneer couldn't help but smile and continued to introduce the next item, holding up a fist-sized aqua. Bluebell. The incomplete low-grade spiritual weapon Jinhai Bell is suitable for cultivators who practice water-based skills. It can release sonic attacks and has the effect of protecting souls. Low-grade spiritual weapon? As soon as these 4 words came out, the whole audience was immediately excited, and the eyes of all the cultivators became hot. Spiritual weapons are exclusive to foundation. Building cultivators. They have spirituality and can be of any size. They can be stored in the dantian to nourish with mana. The auctioneer poured mana into it, and the aqua. Blue light surged, and the Jinhai Bell quickly enlarged. Finally, it changed from the size of a fist to the size of an ordinary copper bell. The bell body was as blue as the sea, and the surface was engraved with unclear patterns. I don't know how many years it has gone through. These twisted patterns entangled and vaguely turned into 2 ancient immortal characters Jinhai. It's really a spiritual weapon. There was an uproar in the auction hall. But soon, these monks found something wrong. This big bell was too broken, with a crack running through it, almost split in half, with dim spiritual light, almost broken. And the most important bell tongue also disappeared, leaving only an empty shell. Without the bell tongue hitting and vibrating, can it still send out sound wave attacks? Someone raised his own doubts. The auctioneer smiled and shrunk the Jinhai Bell again, holding it in his hand and shaking it gently. Ding! Ding! There were indeed sound waves, which turned into airwaves that shook all around, and the ripples spread like a vast ocean. But the power was just average, and for the late-stage chi refining monks, it could only cause dizziness. Don't be discouraged, dear guests. This was dug out from an ancient ruin by a Taoist friend. Maybe you will be able to comprehend an ancient magic from it. Just the word Jinhai tells us how extraordinary this spiritual bell was. The auctioneer is eloquent and speaks nonsense that even she herself doesn't believe. Li Chuanqing's face showed a hint of interest. The sound of the bell just now vibrated, and the ripples of sound like water waves released looked quite familiar to him. That was a kind of sword energy. Li Chuanqing himself practiced the green water sword art, and was very familiar with this kind of thing. It was indeed a kind of sword energy in the shape of water waves, not the sound of the bell, but it was tangible but not material, and it acted directly on the soul. Could it be a sword method to temper the soul? Li Chuanqing's eyes lit up, not to mention that he had the support of the refining hall, and maybe he could complete the missing parts of this Jinhai bell. Fortunately, the starting price of this broken spiritual weapon was not high, only 900 spirit stones. Li Chuanqing finally won it with 1,800 spirit stones. No money, no money, it's like going back to the days before liberation. Touching the shriveled storage bag, the boy's face wrinkled into a bitter gourd. Fortunately, the auction came to an end, and the last treasure was on the stage. Second level low-grade meridian protection pill. Even if the cultivator fails to break through the foundation, it can protect the meridians of the whole body and retain 90% of the cultivation, so as not to die on the spot. Starting price, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. The moment he heard the name of the pill, Li Chuanqing patted his butt and left, without any intention of participating in the competition. Li Chuanqing sat in his room, playing with the fist-sized Jinhai bell, which was exquisite and blue like jade. Ding-dong, he shook it slightly, and the water rippled, and a crisp sound came from the bell wall, like the sound of waves surging in the sea, which was pleasant to the ears. Ao beside him, the golden flame tiger cub raised his head from the animal milk can, trotted over curiously, and stretched out his fleshy claws to touch it. You can't use this to sharpen your claws. Li Chuanqing picked up the tiger cub by the back of the neck, threw it back in front of the milk can, and began to refine the Jinhai bell. With the influx of mana, the Jinhai bell suddenly dropped its hair, constantly changing size. The size of the Rui magic ban is indeed a spiritual weapon. Li Chuanqing stroked the magic ban on the surface of the bell wall. As a weapon refiner, it can be said that he gained a lot. Medium and large magic weapons such as bells, tripods, and ships are generally of the spiritual weapon level, and belong to the daily collection of the Foundation. Building cultivators for the cultivation of the Dantian. After all, magic weapons cannot be enlarged or reduced. A cultivator carrying a large tripod to fight with others is so beautiful that it is unimaginable. Li Chuanqing turned the Jinhai bell over and found that the copper button hanging the bell tongue inside was indeed missing a part. The copper bells used by mortals are often hollow inside and need to be hit with a wooden hammer to make a sound. It is naturally impossible for a cultivator to refine a large bell as a spiritual weapon and match it with an iron rod. That would be too low class. Moreover, after the bell-shaped spiritual weapon is reduced, it is similar to a bell, so many bells will add a bell tongue inside, which can be used as two magic weapons. This crack looks like it was split by a sword. Li Chuanqing touched the crack on the Jinhai bell. Even after a long time, it still felt a little prickly. His Gangjin sword technique had already reached perfection, and he could easily detect that it was the residual sword energy, which was like a maggot attached to the bone, eating away the body of the bell. Li Chuanqing used the blue sea magic power, rolling like a rushing river, to wipe out all the sword energy bit by bit. Ding ding ding. During this process, the Jinhai bell also rang without wind, actively cooperating, and the wave-like patterns on the surface of the bell wall were blooming with shimmering waves. It is really worthy of being a spiritual weapon, with a trace of spirituality, and it is easy to use. Ao, the sound of the bell echoed in the room. Even if it did not launch the killing power, it still shook the soul and made people's heads swell. Jin Yinhu was so uncomfortable that he kept howling, and his furry tail was shaking. The little guy scratched with his claws and got directly into the milk can. The two wings that had not yet fully developed spread out, blocking the mouth of the can like a lid, which made him feel much better. The clear bell sounded intermittently, and finally lasted for several days before it completely subsided. Li Chuanqing discovered that the magic power cultivated by the blue sea tide rising technique was very compatible with this spiritual weapon. The spirituality and power of the Jinhai bell were brought to the extreme. Dawn. After removing the last ray of alien sword energy, the spiritual bell almost turned into a ball of water. Blue light, and the magic power was agitated, and suddenly a melodious sound was made. This sound was low and heavy, and compared with the original crispness, it had an indescribable majesty and solemnity. Circles of invisible ripples vibrated in the air, deafening, and lasted for a long time, as if even the soul was shocked by the sound. It was like a wise sword slashing at the soul, cutting off all the dust and distracting thoughts, and the sound of the bell was heard, ethereal like a fairy. The power that acts directly on the soul can attack and kill the enemy, and can also enlighten the way. Li Quanqing exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes were clear, and his pupils were frighteningly bright. This time he really picked up a treasure. The bell sound gradually subsided, and with a click, the pottery jar filled with animal milk shattered, and a greedy little cat covered with milk stains slid out from the gap. Jin Yinhu's eyes were confused, as if he had just woken up, sitting there with his two hind legs spread out, his belly was round, and his tail was wagging.
Tigers are powerful, Jin Yinhu. I, who Ritin, love to drink animal milk the most. Maturity, 5%, you little guy, you are addicted to drinking milk, and you are going to be the emperor of animal milk in the future, right?
Li Quanqing found it funny and used the clear water to wash the little tiger cub clean. Seeing that he was going to take a bath, the tiger cub's face was full of resistance. His forepaws clung to the edge of the table and refused to let go. Unfortunately, he was no match for the hateful black hand that fell from the sky. In the end, the golden hair exploded, and the whole little tiger cub became fatter. He was thrown into the warm and soft tiger den. Not far from the tiger den, there was another den, which contained the eggs of the Qingfeng crane, filled with spiritual sand and constant temperature talismans. At this time, after being baptized by the sound of the bell, an eggshell cracked and a bald crane came out. The little Qingfeng crane looked no different from a newly born chick, with pink and tender skin, only a layer of light yellow fluff on its body, and two thin and long legs.
Shiji.
The Qingfeng crane opened its beak and made a sound.
Before its eyes opened, it knew to find someone to feed it.
Its pointed mouth opened, which was almost bigger than its head, and it kept trembling and calling. Li Quanqing took out the prepared food, which was some kind of prepared liquid food, and fed it drop by drop into the baby crane's mouth. After eating and drinking, the baby crane raised its butt and fell asleep in the eggshell.
It was also very hungry.
At this time, Li Quanqing had the energy to check the changes of the Jinhai bell. The color of the originally iced-out blue bell became deeper and deeper, with a sense of blue like the sea. The sunlight outside the window was reflected on the patterned surface, sparkling, as if it was constantly changing.
Hey, why do I feel that the crack has become smaller? Is it an illusion?
Li Quanqing stared at it for a long time before he realized that it was not his illusion. The Jinhai bell was indeed slowly recovering under the nourishment of the blue sea's magic power.
At the crack, strands of magic power were entangled and intertwined.
Looking through the cross-section, one could vaguely see a blurry little word emerging.
It seems to be a scripture?
Li Quanqing enlarged the Jinhai bell and wanted to take a closer look, but unfortunately the font was still many times smaller than an ant, making him dizzy. It should be because the bell has not been repaired completely.
The auctioneer was right. I really found an ancient magic scripture. Li Quanqing was so happy that he couldn't help but smile.
This change was due to the fact that he found the remaining sword energy and eliminated it completely. Secondly, it was also because of the blue sea tide rising technique. This technique was quite compatible with the Jinhai bell, which made the spirituality of the big bell completely recognize him.
Could it be that the ruins of the Jinhai bell that were excavated have some origins with my Li family? Li Quanqing touched his chin and thought.
He knew that the master of the Li family's ancestors was very extraordinary, and was suspected to be a disciple and descendant of a certain big sect, but unfortunately the entire sect had been destroyed long ago.
In the end, he couldn't make it on the mainland, so he went to the East China Sea to open up wasteland.
Forget it, it's useless to think about these things, it's too far away from me. Li Quanqing held the Jinhai bell, and he could be sure that this scripture should be related to the soul. The stronger the spiritual body, the greater the probability of obtaining inheritance. Thinking of this, the young man took out the Taiyin soul-nourishing water, dripped a few drops on his eyes again, and slowly meditated on the artistic conception of the bright moon on the sea. These soul-nourishing waters were almost consumed, leaving only 2 or 3 bottles. Fortunately, there was another batch of bright moon shells in Yulongbo.
After they matured, they could be used again without saving.
Li Quanqing stayed on the Yashanyan boat for a few more days. After he had used up all the spirit stones in his pocket, he returned to Yulong Island with the tiger cub in his arms, feeling satisfied.
The golden flame-feathered tiger ran on the embankment of Yulong Island, extremely excited. It took 4 short steps, twisting its furry buttocks.
It had never seen such a wide ocean view. When it was in Nanling, the captured tiger cub was frozen by the ice spell and forced into hibernation. It traveled 1,000,000 miles to reach Donglan Sea. The sea breeze blew past, blowing the tiger cub's bright golden hair, like a ball of golden red flames burning, shining in the sun. Pa! Because the color was too bright, a big blue fish floated up from the water and sped a water arrow directly at it. Ah! As expected of a cat, the golden flame tiger jumped on the spot and dodged the attack directly. It turned its tiger-headed little head, but it didn't have time to think about what kind of weird and ugly thing it was. Densely packed big black carps floated to the surface of the water, and nearly 100 water arrows covered the sky, making a spectacular sound. The little tiger cub turned into a drowned tiger, and the red hair on its forehead that was burning with fire was extinguished, dripping with water. Li Quanqing stood in the distance holding 8 qingfeng cranes, thinking that these big black carps really loved to die. They probably didn't know that cats love to eat fish the most. Well, tigers are also big cats. Aoao. The Jinyan tiger cub hated taking a bath the most, and was really irritated. He spread his 4 paws and stood on the edge of the embankment and howled. It spread the white wings under its ribs and flapped them continuously. Its body seemed to have doubled in size, which looked very intimidating. Unfortunately, the big black carps were stupid, staring with dead fish eyes, not afraid at all, but just curious about why this strange thing didn't jump into the sea. It can't be that it can't swim, right? Pa! A big black fish opened its mouth and spit out water arrows again, looking mean. Ah, the sea water wetted the beautiful white wings, which was simply unbearable. The golden flame tiger completely exploded. The tiger's eyes were wide open, the eyes were bright, and a low roar came from the throat, no longer the kind of cute tiger roar. This was the real tiger roaring in the mountains, like rolling thunder, shaking the sky and sweeping in all directions. Even Li Quanqing felt the oppression of the king of beasts. Boom! In the burst of fire, the tiger cub opened his mouth and spit out a ball of fire, which exploded on the sea like a cannonball, with flames rising and water splashing. The big black fish were immediately scared and ran around. Although the golden flame tiger successfully spit out a fireball, it was also thrown out by the recoil force, and its butt hit the ground, and the furry tiger face was full of confusion. Ah! What's going on, my family? Why can I suddenly spit fire? A hot fire spirit surged in the stomach, and the tiger cub choked and sneezed repeatedly, not quite used to it. Li Quanqing also didn't expect that Jin Yanhu, who was only 2 or 3 months old, could master the magic of fire. Breathing. He is indeed gifted. Muao Qing was also attracted by the movement here, and swam in front of him with his huge fins, riding the wind and waves, making a rustling sound. This guy's body has now grown to more than 6 feet long and 2 meters in size, which can be called a behemoth. Every time he swings his tail, he can stir up a turbulent undercurrent, and when he rushes towards you, he really has a kind of overwhelming momentum. When Jin Yanhu saw this big fish swimming over, he was directly scared, and he screamed and regained his cute voice. It used all 4 claws, whooshed, and rushed behind Li Quanqing, protecting its owner tightly in front of him. He only dared to show a tiger head with his eyes open to peek, and his round and fluffy ears were alertly erected. Muao Qing glanced at the little tiger cub, not very interested. It didn't like all the monsters and treasures with fire attributes. Li Quanqing looked at the more than 100 green jade carps following Ao Qing. Each of them was very well behaved, and no one dared to spit at him. Great job, our Ao Qing is now the real king of fish. Li Quanqing rubbed the fish's head, fed it some delicious elixirs, and used the sea magic power to comb Ao Qing's bones, blood and flesh again. Hiss one after another, the green water pythons also swam up from the fish pond, spitting out their snake tongues to ask for the reward of Taiyin soul, nourishing water. Yulongpo is rich in food and spiritual energy. There are many lush spiritual algae and water plants, as well as various shellfish and small fish and shrimps. But these spiritual beasts have been fed since they were young, and their mouths have been spoiled. They hate eating those water plants and algae. Li Quanqing checked the female python and found that it had safely laid eggs and buried them in the mud and sand in the shallow water of the fish pond, and he was relieved immediately. Crack, crack. The copper-clad crabs that had not been seen for a long time also ran over, followed by groups of big black fish. It seemed that the fish had found helpers. The crabs stretched out their crab legs, rampant and domineering, staring at each other, ready to use their crab claws to teach Jin Yanhu a lesson and stand up for their younger brother. Then Li Quanqing kicked him back into the water. What level, dare to bully my beloved little tiger cub? Taking this opportunity, Li Quanqing fed all the spirit beasts and found out their cultivation. The boss is mighty, jade carp,
I will climb to the top step by step, and become the strongest fish under Boss Ao Ching. Cultivation, Chi Refining Level 3, 3%, Maternal Instinct, Jade Water Python. For the safety of my children, I must work hard to cultivate and provide them with a more suitable living environment. Cultivation, Chi Refining Level 2, 73%, Bronze-Headed Bones, Bronze-Armored Crab. He kicked me. He actually dared to kick me just now. I must make this hateful human being pay the price. Cultivation, second level of Chi Refining, 42%, Ao Ching is undoubtedly the strongest, and the progress of the third level of Chi Refining is close to 70%. Then came the second batch of green jade carps, those brothers and sisters of Ao Ching who were the strongest. Day and night, they worshipped the moon and practiced hard, and all of them advanced to the second level of Chi Refining. There were also a few who were particularly inward and had already broken through to the third level of Chi Refining. The third batch of green jade carps have just given birth to fry, which generally only have one level of Chi Refining, and the future is promising. The cultivation levels of the green anaconda and the bronze armored crab are about the same. The leaders are already at the second level of Chi Refining, and there are a few trailing ones who are still at the first level. As for the weird thing about the Wancho turtle, let's not talk about it. After the feeding was over, Li Quanqing went to check on the fourth batch of green jade carp. Now these thousands of fry have grown to be as thick as 2 fingers, due to abundant food and the unique environment of the fish pond. Everyone looks great. Wait another 10 months, when this batch of green jade carp matures, and with the blessings of hundreds of light groups, I should be able to directly break through the 8th level of Chi Refining. Li Quanqing counted the time. A monk in the late stage of Chi Refining can still break through a small realm in 1 year. This speed is really terrifying, and high-grade spiritual roots are not as fast as him. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, I would be thinking about and preparing for my own foundation. Li Quanqing stroked the tiger cub and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The pressure is indeed not small, but fortunately he can still cheat. If he can't, he will accumulate contribution points and see if the family can get a foundation. Building pill from Shuihua Sword Sect. The price of a foundation establishment pill usually starts at 30,000 spirit stones. This is still an inferior foundation establishment pill and can only increase the success rate by about 25%. Although spiritual stones are expensive, for the Qing Yuli family, they are not a huge sum of money. The most difficult thing is the channel to obtain the foundation establishment pill. Within tens of thousands of miles of sea area, only the Golden Pill sect can refine the foundation establishment pill, which is a restricted strategic resource. Even the Taiyuan Situ family, known as the number 1 foundation. Building family, still needs to purchase from Shuihua Sword Sect or use foundation. Building spiritual objects to make breakthroughs. Not to mention those casual cultivators and small family cultivators who can't smell the foundation building pill, so they can only risk their lives to build the foundation on their own. It's just that the number of successful monks is pitiful. I'm not in a hurry, just work slowly and steadily, lay the 3 foundations of physical body, magic, soul, and then buy a pulse. Protecting pill. I can definitely overcome this hurdle on my own. Li Quanqing calmed down and suppressed the thoughts that were constantly surging in his heart. He was a loser. Maybe the day Ao Ching broke through to the late stage of Chi Refining, he was directly rewarded with a foundation. Building spiritual object? 8 months later. The blue sea is rolling, the white sand is still the same, and the scenery of Yulong Island is as beautiful as ever. Li Quanqingpan was sitting on the embankment, practicing a low-grade defensive technique. Water Lotus Barrier. He redeemed this from his family scripture collection pavilion. After studying it for a long time, he finally gained some insights. I saw the magic power blooming at his fingertips, controlling the waves around him to turn into layers of lotus petal. Like water covers, one after another. The Taoist spirit flourished, and the sea was vast. A water lotus condensed and took shape in front of him in the blink of an eye, and immediately turned into water droplets falling from the sky. Drops of sea water surged, and new water lilies suddenly evolved. The sky and the fields were filled with water lilies, like a dream. Bo! Li Quanqing walked on the waves. Wherever the soles of his feet passed, the sea water surged, and water lilies bloomed one after another, revealing the big herring jumping among them. Lotus grows at every step. This wonderful technique is somewhat similar to the family's water curtain lotus formation. Li Quanqing touched the head of a big herring and returned to the shore, thinking deeply in his heart. Ouch! From the shore, a deep and powerful roar suddenly came from the shore. The sound shook the surrounding areas and made the branches and leaves rustle. The golden tiger, which has grown into a teenager, stands proudly on the beach. It is bigger than a calf, with a golden red flame burning on its forehead. It is majestic and majestic. It ran over with 4 big paws, its golden fur was like silk and satin, and its black patterns were like ripples in the water. Ouch! Linghu rubbed Li Chuanqing's trousers in a flattering manner and looked at the fat herring in his hand with a look of covetous expression. Although this tiger cub still hates water, he falls in love with eating fish. He often goes to the mountains and forests to dig out big earthworms as bait, and catches big herrings to eat secretly. The success rate is just not high. Greedy tiger, drink your beast's milk. You can't eat this fish. Li Quanqing looked at the white light ball on the big herring's head and touched it gently. Harvest an adult big herring and get a miniature spiritual energy ball as a reward. The light group shattered and the spiritual energy entered the body, but the effect was pitiful and had almost no effect. My cultivation is too high. For me, the big herring has lost its effect. Li Quan had anticipated this day early in the morning and casually threw the big fish back into the sea. The big herring that escaped from the disaster flicked its tail and immediately disappeared under the water, leaving only a few ripples rippling slowly. Ouch! Jin Yenhu saw his lunch running away from his eyes, and he screamed in grievance, just like a big golden retriever. White Qingfeng cranes took off from the waterbank. They had just grown up and were now trying to learn to fly. The feathers on their abdomen and back are white, their slender necks are as black as ink, their red crowns are bright and eye-catching, and their goose-yellow beaks are long and slender. It looks a bit like a red-dot crown crane, tall and straight, elegant and noble. This kind of monster seems to be born with the power of wind. Its broad light cyan wings are holy and elegant, and the outermost circle is covered with a layer of cyan-black moire feathers. When they flutter their wings, it seems like traces of breeze streak across the sky, adding a touch of mystery to it. But obviously, without the guidance of their parents, these Qingfeng cranes did not perform very well. Bang bang! A Qingfeng crane flapped its wings and fell from the sky. It tried to maintain its elegant posture and kept slapping the water with its 2 long legs. Unfortunately, it failed in the end and fell directly into the sea with a pop. The little crane got its head out of the water and shook off the water stains on its feathers, as if nothing happened. It seems like you are swimming leisurely, but in fact you have exhausted all your energy. Li Quanqing lowered his big hands, grabbed the wings of the 2 cranes, and lifted the entire Qingfeng crane out of the sea. Free heart, Qingfenghe, I am a little bird. I want to fly but I can't fly high. Maturity, 58%. You can grow so big in 8 months. You are such a good boy. He is much better than a certain big turtle. Li Quanqing let go of Qingfenghe, letting the frightened little guy flap its wings and run to join his brothers and sisters. These cranes are born with a yearning for freedom and have unruly souls. They stay in the trees all day and are not very familiar with their master. Ouch! Seeing the Qingfeng crane in groups, preparing to go to the mountains and forests on Yulon Island to find food, the golden Yenhu howled. It also flapped the wings on its back, staggered, and flew up awkwardly. Its 4 tiger claws huddled together, and Pityampion followed the cranes. Like a husky blending into a pack of wolves. Li Quanqing didn't stop him. The little tiger cub had never been accompanied by his tribe members and needed these little friends who also had wings. It's a tiger, so it can't think that it's actually a bird, right? Li Quanqing Pan sat on the sea, wrapped in magic power, turned into a lotus platform to hold up his body, and did not sink when exposed to water, refining the abundant energy contained in the seawater for practice. He opened his mouth and spit out a blue light. The blue light rises in the wind and turns into a fist-sized Jinhai bell in the blink of an eye. It chimes without wind and buzzes. Wherever the sound wave passed, the sea suddenly became calm and smooth, like a mirror. Li Quanqing rubbed it carefully, and it could be seen that the crack on the surface of the bell wall had been restored to almost complete, and was almost invisible. He used his magic power like the most careful craftsman in the world, bit by bit, and finally made up for the last defect. Ding! The bell roared, and it sounded long and long, as if the sound of waves from all over the world swept across the world, spreading 10 miles away, for a long time, solemn and majestic. On the surface of the Jinhai bell, the patterns seemed to come alive, like rippling water, and countless golden runes appeared in the sparkling waves. Bo! Li Quanqing looked at it with the power of soul, as if he had broken through the barrier of a waterfall, and finally got a glimpse of the specific content of this scripture. Nurturing mind and forging swords. Nurture the mind and strengthen the spirit, and forge a sword with soul. This is an ancient scripture for cultivating and strengthening the soul, forging a sword of mind and soul, which can kill others and me. With this scripture, plus the Taiyin soul nourishing water, I have no worries about the spiritual consciousness difficulty and the 3 difficulties of foundation building. Li Quanqing was secretly delighted, and suddenly realized that there was another content after the scripture. Spiritual weapon Jinhai sword. This is a method of refining a spiritual weapon, which is naturally compatible with the Jinhai bell, and can be entrusted with the sword of divine consciousness cultivated by nourishing mind and forging swordsmanship. The soul is invisible and is most vulnerable to the invasion and damage of external objects such as Gangfeng Yinsha. Instead, it is better to entrust it to a physical object and slowly grow stronger. When the Jinhai sword is chopped out, it looks like a sharp flying sword spell on the surface, but secretly it is cutting people's souls and killing people invisibly. It is hard to guard against. Unfortunately, spiritual weapons are still too far away for me. I can't even refine the best magic weapon. Li Quanqing touched his chin, considering whether to hand over the method of refining the Jinhai sword to the third elder. With his weapon refining skills, he might be able to refine it. But in the end, he gave up the idea. His cultivation was not strong enough. Sometimes, it is better to keep some of your secrets. Just as he patted his butt and prepared to go back to sleep. In the depths of Yulongbo, there were suddenly waves of spiritual energy fluctuations, and a light blue demonic energy rushed into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds, vaguely turning into the appearance of a fish dragon. Is this, a green jade carp has broken through? In the blink of an eye, Li Quanqing reacted. There was only one possibility for such a big movement. Ao Qing is going to break through. He couldn't wait to run there, walking on the water, and it was almost difficult to suppress his inner joy. He had waited too long for this day. When Li Quanqing arrived, Ao Qing had already successfully broken through. His huge body swelled again, and the golden scales on his back shone brightly, and his whole body was full of demonic energy. Strands of white airflow drilled out from under its scales, swaying, and finally condensed into an attractive light ball. Li Quanqing couldn't wait any longer and slapped the golden jade carp on the forehead. Harvest a golden jade carp in the middle stage of qi refining, and reward the second level talisman Xiaohai sword talisman. Ao Qing was very confused at this time when he got a big slap in the face for no reason. His two fish eyes were filled with an innocent and pitiful look. But it must not dare to get angry with the owner. As soon as the tail was dumped, he was going to get fat and beat the younger brothers. These guys have been a little slack in their practice recently and really need some work. Without hard work day and night, how can we leap into a dragon in the future? Xiaohai sword talisman, the second level attack talisman, is comparable to a full blow from a foundation building sword cultivator. It is powerful enough to overturn rivers and seas, and the sword can break Lingshu. Li Quanqing touched the bouncy and slippery invisible ball of light in his hand, feeling very happy. He originally thought that there would be a reward such as the jade armor refining method. Unexpectedly, Ao Qing gave him a surprise directly. Foundation building level trump card, +1. My previous guess was correct. When the spirit beasts break through the middle stage of qi refining, they will also be rewarded with light groups. What if it is an adult monster beast in the early stage of qi refining? If it breaks through to the middle stage under my care, will it also have a ball of light? Li Quanqing thought that maybe he could buy an adult monster in the future and try to develop new functions of the golden finger. He stuffed the ball of light into his storage bag and crushed it, and a talisman as blue as the sea appeared out of thin air, with a razor-sharp edge. The shape of the Xiaohai sword talisman is very special. It looks like a shrunken flying sword, surging with a sea-like glow, as if it is condensed from infinite sword energy. That astonishing sword energy is about to burst out, which is simply intimidating. Li Quanqing rubbed the sword talisman and felt that it was connected with the sword energy of Bisui. Studying it day and night would definitely help his sword practice. But the problem is, he is not a pure swordsman, so why should he study hard and practice by himself? Li Quanqing touched the second batch of more than a dozen green jade carps one by one. Their cultivation levels were also fast, and they would be able to break through to the middle stage of qi refining in 3 or 4 months. Come on, whether my blue water sword technique can break through to the Deshang realm depends on you guys cheating on me. Li Quanqing said in his heart, took out a large handful of spiritual bait and fed these guys to their fullest. I am looking forward to it in my heart. Nurture your mind and forge sword skills. While dripping the last bottle of Taiyin soul nourishing water, Li Quanqing closed his eyes and meditated, and began to practice this ancient scripture. The waves roared, and he once again imagined the bright moon rising on the sea. The vast sea stretches as far as the eye can see, and the waves surge gently, making a soothing sound that echoes softly in the ears. The stars disappeared, and in this deep night, a bright moon slowly rose. The moonlight is as bright as snow, pouring on the sea,
creating sparkling waves, like countless tiny silver beads beating.
The sea and the moon set off each other, forming a beautiful picture. Li Quanqing lowered his head. The sea surface was as bright as a mirror, but what was reflected was nothingness. He doesn't seem to exist in this world, he is just a wandering soul. Nurture the mind and strengthen the soul, cast thoughts into swords, suppress the sea with one sword, calm the chaos in the East Sea. The scriptures flowed through his heart like water, and Li Quanqing practiced silently, trying to cut out the stray thoughts and turn them into an invisible heartsword. As in the moonlight, a glazed dot-like thought emerged, flickering like a firefly. Then comes the second point, the third point.
There are more and more thoughts, connecting the dots into lines, like outlining the veins of a killing sword, with endless desires.
Zheng. The next moment, countless chaotic thoughts suddenly erupted, sweeping across all directions, and all thoughts were instantly annihilated. Failed. Li Quanqing was not discouraged, but tried again and again, and thoughts like fireflies gathered like gravel again. It wasn't until the effects of the Taiyin soul nourishing water dissipated that he completely withdrew from the meditative state. Whoosh! Li Quanqing opened his eyes, and the vision of the bright moon and the vast sea still seemed to remain in his pupils, and his face was pale but excited. Suddenly, an invisible blade shot out from his eyes, and a killing aura swept through him, completely shattering all visions. Said to be a sword blade, it is actually more appropriate to describe it as an embroidery needle. A sort of spiritual thought as thin as a silver needle, invisible and invisible, moving it will shuttle through the air, making it impossible to guard against. Although this Nianjian is indeed a bit miniaturized, it is really useful for getting started. Clang! Clang!
The Xinhai bell rang, and a ray of light suddenly shot out, wrapped around the Nianjian, and penetrated into the inside of the big bell. The blue water waves enveloped this thought, like a baby swallow returning to its nest, and Li Quanqing felt an unprecedented sense of security. It was as if the soul was slowly growing stronger under the nourishment of the spiritual weapon. Li Quanqing held the small bell tightly and swayed it gently. Waves of bell sound swept across the sea in all directions. The water rippled and the sound was quite harsh. During this process, the power of his soul was also released, turning into a sonic attack, which directly affected the enemy's soul in Naiwan Palace. One sword suppresses the sea. This divine soul scripture is indeed in the same vein as the Xinhai bell. Li Quanqing took out the soul-nourishing water and was about to continue practicing when he suddenly noticed that the azure water formation on Yulon Island had been touched. He frowned, took out the array plate and checked it, only to find that it was a flying sword folded from yellow paper, which kept hitting the surface of the array pattern, stirring up the spiritual light. First level high grade, flying sword transmitting musical notes. This is something of great value and can transmit messages thousands of miles away. Who would give him this? Li Quanqing raised his eyebrows, stepped on the lotus platform to the edge of the formation, and output a ray of mana through the cover to activate the magic talisman. Yun Yangzi's voice came from the talisman, inviting him to participate in a hunt among the disciples of the Foundation. Building family, to go to the island to hunt monsters and hone his fighting experience. The voice echoed 5 times in succession, and finally with a hiss, the sword talisman ignited without wind, turning into ashes and falling down. Li Quanqing didn't want to participate in this matter, but the monster that Yun Yangzi invited him to hunt made the young man quite excited. Thunder Horn Python. This is a well-known top-grade monster in the nearby sea area. Like the golden flame feather tiger and the golden patterned green jade carp, it can easily cultivate to the late stage of chi refining. More importantly, the thunder horn python is a social monster, and often a group occupies a spiritual island to hunt and live. This also means that after taking down a nest of thunder horn pythons, you will definitely get a varying number of cubs. Thunder attribute monsters, I wonder what kind of lightball rewards can be opened. Li Quanqing's heart beats. He touched his 4-second level spiritual talismans, the water dragon pendant on his waist, the green water shuttle in his storage bag, the great copper bone body in the late stage of body refining, and the one mirror that could be called upon to fight for the Foundation at any time. Done. But going alone is not safe after all. Li Quanqing thought about it, took out a few sound transmission notes, threw them out of the formation, and summoned his friends. Luckily, the 2 demon hunters Li Quanj and Li Chuanma happened to be resting in Beijingfang recently, and they readily agreed. The boy thought about it and sent another sound transmission note to Li Quanshu. The girl had just spent all her savings to break through the 6th level of chi refining some time ago, and now she is short of spirit stones and cultivation resources. Even for the family cultivators, the corpse of a 7th level thunder horned python can also be said to be valuable. Sure enough, Li Quanqiu responded soon and went there happily.
As for Li Chuanfu? This kid is too weak in cultivation and has insufficient experience in fighting. He should just stay in the market. I only lack young spirit beasts.
I can give them more of the corpses of thunder-horned pythons.
Am I training my own team?
Li Quanqing couldn't help laughing when he thought of the third elder, who was the head of the refining hall and held great power.
Thank you fellow Daoist HJC for 5,600 points of reward, Passerby Chen Yang for 5,000 points of reward, Xia Hong for 1,500 points of reward, Never Ask for 900 points of reward, Xu Jiliang for 300 points of reward, AI Zuofeng Tiaolo for 100 points of reward, Yu Yi for 100 points of reward, Xiao Shang for 100 points of reward, Hong Yu Gue for 100 points of reward. Dear readers, you are so kind, especially fellow Daoists HJC and Passerby Cheng Yang. I am so moved that I burst into tears. Ao Qing, you must take good care of the house while I'm away.
Li Quanqing stood on the embankment, with a stern face, trying to act like a parent.
Mu Ao Qing blew a bubble and nodded absent-mindedly.
It stared with a pair of lifeless dead fish eyes, seemingly serious, but in fact it was already thinking about how to lead its younger brothers to surf in the depths of Yulongbo. Looking at the golden dot pattern green jade carp who was listening attentively, Li Quanqing was very satisfied and felt that he had done a good job in teaching by example since he was a child. Every time he left the fish pond, Ao Qing could take good care of the house without worrying too much.
Tiger, do you want to go with us?
Li Quanqing waved at the majestic tiger demon in the distance. There will definitely be a lot of monster meat in this hunt, which is very good for the growth of spirit pets. Alvo the golden flame tiger roared in a baby voice, using all four claws, and climbed up the tree in a whoosh, as fast as an afterimage. A furry tail dangled from the shade of the trees, revealing two small bells, clearly indicating a refusal.
I don't know who this guy learned from, staying in the tree all day long as a house tiger, and even built a super large tiger den in the tree canopy.
I'm not afraid that when I sleep, I will sneeze out a fireball and set the whole forest on fire.
Li Quanqing asked around, but unfortunately no spirit beast was willing to go out. The environment of Yulongbo is so beautiful, why should I go out to be exposed to the wind and sun?
The boy sighed and kicked the lazy big turtle shell next to him, since this is the case.
Don't move, it's decided to be you. Longevity turtle?
Because of the slow temperament of this spirit turtle, Li Quanqing gave him a name, Don't Move.
Motionless, longevity turtle, were you calling my name just now? Damn it! Someone actually wants a turtle to leave its beloved mud bed and quilt? Maturity, 19%, your growth rate is too slow.
The book says that fighting with monsters more often will help the growth and breakthrough of spirit beasts.
No room for negotiation.
Li Quanqing even used his bronze body to transform into a bronze giant and carried the dark green turtle away. Roar the longevity turtle struggled unsuccessfully and had to accept his fate. He let out a low roar and agreed aggrievely.
Li Quanqing was satisfied and threw the mountain like spirit turtle into the sea.
He would not allow any spirit beast to lie flat and rot. All of them should roll up their teeth like Ao Qing.
Longevity turtle, let's go.
Li Quanqing sat on the wide and flat turtle shell and patted the turtle's head.
Motionless, spitting bubbles, reluctantly, he paddled his four paws and swam towards Baekingfang City. Baekingfang City, dock area.
Li Quanqiu and the other two were already waiting, and standing next to them were several Xia family cultivators headed by Xia Hongyu, all of whom had the 6th level of qi refining. A building ship with the logo of the Yun family of Xiaoyao Island was docked in the deep water area, which was the vehicle for their trip this time.
Dao Yu Li is here, you are the slowest this time.
Yun Yangzi stood on the deck, laughing heartily, and Yun Jiezi behind him had already broken through the 7th level of qi refining. It's all because of this Mount's tepid temperament, swimming too slowly, and it's not as convenient to escape as a spiritual boat. The young man in green robe sat on the turtle's back and laughed. From the looks of it, this should be a longevity turtle. Daoyu is so elegant that he actually raised such a strange thing. Yun Yangzi thought of the examples of longevity turtles that outlasted cultivators in ancient books, and his eyes were weird. Li Quanqing was a little surprised. Although this guy was a top-level second-generation cultivator, he did have real skills. He could recognize the species of the longevity turtle at a glance, which shows that he has already mastered all kinds of monsters in the world of cultivation.
Li Quanqing looked at Li Chuanma and raised his eyebrows. You have broken through the 7th level of qi refining? Congratulations!
This guy is indeed a genius second only to Li Quangang in the direct lineage, and he is valued by the 3rd elder and practices the fire jade Vajra body. With the tilt of family resources in fighting with monsters day and night, he became more and more taciturn, and there was a scar at the corner of his eye.
It's nothing, far less than your cultivation speed, an ordinary body cultivator.
Li Chuanma shook his head slightly, feeling that he was mediocre from the bottom of his heart.
Are these two guys deliberately showing off?
Li Quanch couldn't help but clench the wine gourd in his hand, and had the urge to swing his fist and hit someone. Li Quanchu, standing next to him, also had a deep understanding.
If the two people in front of him were considered ordinary, what were those who had barely broken through the 6th level of qi refining? Were they considered waste in the world of cultivation?
Without further ado, everyone, please board the spiritual boat.
It's time for us to set off.
Yun Yangzi extended his white and slender hand and made an invitation gesture.
Li Quanqing and Xia Hanyu nodded to each other, as if to say hello.
The Li and Xia families have always been on good terms, and they will definitely help each other in this monster hunting. On the deck, in addition to the 6 cultivators of the Yun family, the Wang family of Tunghua Island was also there, with a hint of pride on their faces.
Li Quanqing looked at Wang Gujian.
Next to him stood an old man in a green robe with white hair and a youthful face, and his aura was undisguised.
9th level of qi refining. This is the highest level of cultivation among the cultivators present. No wonder the Wang family is so proud. This cultivator of the 9th level of qi refining is called Shu Lao.
He is a casual cultivator who has surrendered to the little pill king Wang Gua and was sent by him to protect his younger brother. Li Quanchu explained in a low voice, his eyes full of envy. Let alone her, even Yun Yangzi had a trace of deep jealousy in his eyes.
A 9th level qi refining cultivator is not a piece of cake.
In an ordinary foundation building family, he can be regarded as an elder with real power. Only a foundation building seed like Wang Gua can attract such a master to join him and work for him, which is mutually beneficial.
Li Quanqing nodded slightly.
He has many trump cards, so he is not very afraid. The Wang family of Tunghua Island currently has only one foundation building cultivator, which is not as good as the Qing Yuli family. If this tree elder is blind and offends him, he will teach him a lesson with a sword.
Woo woo!
The building ship started, and countless formations lit up, turning into a layer of light shield covering the deck, and began to set off towards the open sea. Everyone, the hunting location this time is located in the Purple Blood Sea, more than 8,000 miles away. I don't need to say much about its reputation. Yun Yangzi smiled and took out a jade slip and handed it to everyone. The Thunder Horn Python tribe is powerful and should not be underestimated. I specially prepared the Wind Spirit Snake Binding Formation to suppress it with the formation, which is enough to weaken the strength of this group of snake monsters by 30% to 40%. This is the manipulation method of the Wind Spirit Snake Binding Formation.
You can comprehend it in detail.
In addition to the Thunder Horn Python, we can also find some weak monster tribes to practice first.
This kind of monster hunting has been held many times. It is a gathering for the 2nd generation to show their reputation and hone their fighting skills. All arrangements are very complete and detailed, and safe.
It's actually the Purple Blood Sea. Li Quanqing touched the jade slip and was very interested in this location. The foundation cave that his uncle Li Yuhong participated in happened to be located in the Purple Blood Sea.
The water in this sea area is light purple.
Looking down from the sea surface, a trace of purple-red air is boiling in the mud on the seabed, which is particularly strange. It is rumored that thousands of years ago, a peerless monster fell here, and its blood dyed the sea red for thousands of miles, leaving behind this purple blood phenomenon. Therefore, the Purple Blood Sea is rich in various monster resources. Although it is in the territory of the human race, monsters are rampant, and even many monster hunters are very afraid. However, with the excavation of the foundation building cave, this sea area was once lively for a while, but now it has gradually cooled down. After the ship sailed for several days, finally, a touch of light purple waves appeared at the end of the field of vision, and a faint smell of blood lingered at the tip of the nose, which was clearly distinguished from the ordinary blue seawater.
Purple Blood Sea, here we are. Thanks to the 5,000 points reward from fellow Taoist Xia Jihong. It's really a big deal. Thank you very much.
Today, the author who failed to make it to the street reached the 3 rivers, grabbed it, refined it in an instant, and built a foundation in a matter of minutes.
Wind Spirit Snake Binding Formation.
Li Quanqing played with the jade-green formation flag in his hand.
It felt cool and light to the touch.
As the flag fluttered, there was a breeze following like a shadow.
This is a first-class high-quality formation.
It can cast the Wind Spirit Binding method to reduce the movement speed of monsters. It has a miraculous effect on extremely agile python like monsters such as the Thunder Horn Python. Yun Yangzi held a jade formation plate with wind patterns carved on it and talked freely, the entire formation has a formation-based spirit plate, for wind spirit main flags, and several small flags. They will be controlled by the 3 Taoist friends and the old tree. In theory, the formation plate should be controlled by the cultivator with the highest cultivation. However, this is a formation prepared by the Yun family themselves, and Yun Yangzi is not confident to let others control it. All cultivators were assigned a formation flag, but some were large and some were small, and some were primary and some were secondary. The main flag in Li Chuanqing's hand was more than 3 feet long and could be used as a short spear. The flags were square, embroidered with dense blue and silver patterns, and felt cold and metallic. The flags in Li Chuanqu's hands were much smaller, triangular in shape, only slightly larger than the mouth of a bowl, delicate and small, and moved without wind. Fellow Taoists, let's get familiar with it first, so as not to be in a hurry on the battlefield. More than 20 cultivators stood on the deck, the lowest of which was at the 6th level of qi refining, and there were 7 cultivators at the late stage of qi refining. This force was enough to destroy some small families. Buzz! Li Quanqing poured mana into the jade pole in his hand, and the flags fluttered immediately, and the patterns glowed with spiritual light, reflecting each other with the array plate. This kind of portable large formation is quite convenient to use, and you only need to pour mana into it without thinking. The disadvantage is that it is relatively weak and cannot borrow the power of the island's spiritual veins, and the price is much more expensive. Fortunately, the Yun family made a lot of money through the Xiaoyao conference, so they can take out this precious formation to show off to their friends. Wind Spirit Snake Binding Formation, start! Yun Yangzi held the formation plate in his hand and suddenly shouted, commanding all the formation flags and magic power, and combined them into one place, turning into a blue and silver 2-dot color formation covering 100 feet in radius. The formation pattern covered the 4-dot-sided space, and a stream of breeze whistled out, turning into light blue wind ropes mixed with silver hairs, densely packed, blocking the void. This is when the power of this formation is the strongest. As the coverage area expands, the power of the snake binding formation will gradually decrease, and it will be enough to cover a 3-mile area at most. Yun Yangzi opened his mouth and pointed to the longevity turtle lazily basking in the sun not far away. Fellow Taoists, please look, these wind spirit ropes can bind monsters and capture them easily. A wind spirit rope jumped out like a python, at a very fast speed, almost difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. The wind rope was wrapped around the 4 limbs, and the longevity turtle was tied up tightly. Roar! However, this guy was originally gentle and lazy. Although he was wrapped up and couldn't move, he still didn't react. To outsiders, it seemed that the wind spirit snake binding formation had no effect at all, and the small longevity turtle that was not even a monster could ignore it. With a chuckle, Xia Hongyu laughed very unkindly, and her beautiful big eyes curved into a crescent shape. Yun Yangzi's face was slightly embarrassed, and the spell changed, and suddenly used another change of the formation plate. The wind rope was wrapped tightly, directly tied up the turtle shell, and the spirit turtle was hooked into the air, and the huge body swayed. The longevity turtle tilted its head, except for a little dizziness, it still had no reaction, and its 4 claws were motionless. Could it be that this is the legendary tortoise shell binding? Li Quanqing couldn't help laughing and spoke to help him out. Dao Yu, my spiritual pet is just lazy, let's change a monster to practice the effect. All right. Yun Yangzi nodded as if resigned to his fate, put the longevity turtle down from mid-air again, and took out the sea chart to study. As the initiator of this hunt, he has put in a lot of effort. Through various channels of the Yun family, he investigated all the monsters in the entire Purple Blood Sea. Everyone was about to choose a group of monsters in the early stage of qi refining to practice with. With a bang, the formation guarding the building ship spirit boat was suddenly triggered, and the vibrations sounded one after another, as if something was constantly hitting the bottom of the boat. It's a purple blood shark. A cultivator observed for a moment and saw the dark purple shark fin exposed above the water, and immediately shouted excitedly. Everyone couldn't help showing a look of surprise when they heard it. Purple blood sharks are a kind of vicious monsters unique to the Purple Blood Sea. They are only at the initial stage of qi refining and often move in groups. They are violent and have low intelligence. They eat everything, whether humans or monsters. As long as the purple blood sharks smell the delicious blood of the enemy, they will keep chasing until one of them dies. There are a total of 18 purple blood sharks, which are just right for training. Yun Yangzi was delighted. This group of monsters could not damage the spirit boat at all. It is inconvenient to fight on the water. How about catching a few? Everyone nodded. Get up! He stretched out his finger, and immediately the wind spirit ropes flew out, like a fishing line, and caught 4 purple blood sharks on the deck.
The 4 families present were just divided equally.
The purple blood sharks left the sea, still extremely ferocious, rolling on the deck, opening their bloody mouths and biting at everyone, with a ferocious look.
Bind!
Li Quanqing activated the battle flag in his hand, and immediately a series of wind spirit bindings rushed up and tied up the big shark tightly. No matter how hard the purple blood shark struggled, it still rolled helplessly on the deck, with water droplets splashing everywhere.
Which of you wants to take action? Li Quanqing looked at his friends. Everyone shook their heads.
Such a monster was too weak and could be dealt with by a young monk who had just entered the qi refining stage.
They were really not interested in it. Li Quanqing kicked the Wancho turtle. Don't move, come on. Fudo opened his mouth.
He originally wanted to yell and curse, but in the end he swallowed the curse words roaring in his throat into his stomach.
He was too timid.
This Wancho turtle is really timid. Facing the big shark that was tied up motionless, it was still cautious and approached with its claws on the deck. Although the body shape is comparable to a small mountain, it gives people a sense of tiptoeing. The purple blood shark stared at its enemy with a pair of scarlet pupils, as if it already knew its fate. When the turtle approached, the purple blood shark suddenly let out a loud scream, opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth and bit at Fudo. The Wancho turtle was instantly frightened and retreated crazily to escape at an unprecedented speed. Then it curled up its claws and retracted its body into the turtle shell without moving.
It's actually playing dead? Li Quanqing was speechless.
If Ao Qing were here, if the purple blood shark dared to yell and threaten it, it would be whipped up with a fish-tailed cock, followed by water arrows.
Teach it to cook fish again in minutes. If you dare to bully my turtle, you will be killed.
Li Quanqing pointed his fingers like swords, and a wisp of blue water sword energy flew out, killing the purple blood shark, causing blood to splash.
Ho ho ho!
Only then did the Wancho turtle dare to stick its head out again, its eyes rolled, and it ran over and stepped on the vicious shark with its claws, showing off its power. The 4 words bullying the weak and fearing the strong are vividly interpreted. On the deck, the bodies of shark monsters piled up like a small mountain, and purple red blood flowed down the wounds like a twisted little snake.
Hey, come and eat!
Li Quanqing cut off a piece of white and pink fish belly meat, which contained rich demonic energy, and prepared to feed it to the longevity turtle. Even if it became a demon shark, the flesh and blood still had an unpleasant smell of urine, and no cultivator was willing to eat it. On the contrary, the longevity turtle ate it with relish and didn't dislike it at all. For monsters, the fastest way to practice is to eat the flesh and blood of other monsters and refine the demonic energy and blood essence contained in it.
Swallow! Swallow them all!
After swallowing a purple blood shark without moving, he ate until his belly was round, and he lay on the deck comfortably and fell asleep. I hope it can grow a few more points of maturity.
When can this guy roll up?
Li Quanqing touched the motionless longevity turtle, feeling extremely helpless.
He really wanted to know what kind of reward such a strange monster would give out.
The first battle was a victory, and the group was very satisfied with the power of the wind spirit snake binding formation. Yun Yangzi was a cautious person. He took everyone to Run for a month and selected those monster tribes with weak cultivation to hunt. When everyone cooperated with each other tacitly, they finally started the ship and headed towards the final destination. The thunder-horned python is a group of monsters. When they grow up, they have the 7th level of qi refining. A snake king is often born in the tribe.
He has a cruel and domineering personality. He likes to hunt monsters and share them for food. The thunder-horned python swallows lightning to advance. There are often a lot of lightning-struck trees growing near their residences. Thunder crystals are bred in their bodies. Body-refining cultivators can refine pure thunder power to temper their bodies. Li Quanqing played with a jade slip, which recorded the detailed records and habits of the thunder-horned python. Know yourself and know the enemy, and you will never be in danger in 100 battles. I didn't expect that the thunder-horned python would actually produce a natural treasure like thunder crystal, which can help the body cultivators advance. Li Quanqing was quite interested.
After the copper armor body was fully developed, various iron ores had lost their effect on him. If he wanted to cultivate a jade bone body and be comparable to the 9th level qi refining body refiner, he had to swallow a large amount of various precious jades. Too many spiritual stones were consumed, and the progress was much slower than before. I used a thunder crystal once, and the effect was very good. It removed the violent thunder power, leaving only the neutral and peaceful thunder elite. Li Xuanmo spoke on the side, holding a ball of extremely high-temperature beast fire in his palm, and the fiery red lines on the surface of his skin twisted and grew, obviously practicing.
Old Mo, you are really rich. I haven't even touched this kind of advanced stuff.
Li Quan smacked his lips and gulped down the red wine made from the blood of the monster beast, refining the essence and blood in it to strengthen the true body of 100 beasts.
Not only are the body refining monks poor in their pockets, but their personalities are even more unruly, and they hardly ever relax.
Their brains seem to be filled with muscles, and they are always thinking about how to become stronger and challenge stronger opponents. What a coincidence, I also need thunder crystals, and then everyone will rely on their own abilities.
Li Quanqing showed off his arm muscles, a layer of bronze color blooming, revealing a cold breath like the immortal metal.
What a strong physique, the body refining technique you practice is definitely not ordinary, not weaker than the fire jade diamond body passed down to me by the third elder.
Li Chuanmo was eager to try, and his pupils were full of fighting spirit. This technique is just ordinary.
Although you don't have to endure hardships, temper your muscles and bones, and experience all kinds of fighting and grinding, it consumes too many spiritual stones.
Li Quanqing took out a piece of Huayan warm jade and held it in his mouth.
With the help of the jade energy contained in it, he practiced, and his skin faintly glowed with a touch of jade light.
You rich dog, what are you showing off? Look at what you can do.
Li Chuanma and Li Quanj turned their heads away at the same time.
They shouldn't bring up this topic. Out of sight, out of mind.
Li Quanchu also sat next to them, holding the cold jade in his hand and practicing ice purity art, with a smile on his face, looking at these three lively guys.
Sure enough, men are young until they die. After sailing for another day and night, Yun Yangzi suddenly said, "Fellow Taoists, we have arrived."
I saw a bare island standing in front of me in the surging purple seawater, with large rocks exposed. The sky above the island is covered by dark clouds all year round, and the vegetation is very sparse, just like a very dangerous place.
There is an uneasy atmosphere in the air, and everything is silent. Rumble.
In the dead silence, the silver-white thunder suddenly tore through the clouds, fell from the sky, and burst into dazzling lightning, and struck the center of the island.
The spiritual energy here is extremely violent, and the yin and yang are reversed.
It is a natural place of thunder punishment, which is most suitable for the growth of thunder-horned pythons. They have driven out all the monsters and occupied the island alone.
Except for collective hunting, they usually stay in the snake nest.
If you want to hunt, you need to lure the thunder-horned pythons out of the nest first. Li Quanqing agreed with this approach.
Not to mention the complex terrain of the snake nest, if you accidentally kill the thunder-horned python cubs during the fight, he would be heartbroken.
Everyone hid their bodies, covered up the smell on their bodies, and approached carefully.
In the center of the island, they saw a high hill.
Snake paths intertwined around, and there were charred traces left by lightning everywhere, and from time to time, you could see the remaining scales and broken bones.
Yun Yangzi was well prepared.
First, he took out a piece of incense and lit it, and encouraged the strong wind to blow the smoke into the snake nest. Even if the demon python has a strong physique and is not dazed, his mind will become groggy and stupid. Others sprinkled all kinds of fresh demon blood on the soil in all directions, took out several delicious demon beast corpses, and piled them 100 feet away. This kind of predator trap is very primitive, but it is enough to deal with monsters that are not very intelligent.
Sure enough, the thunder-horned python was soon fooled.
It twisted its huge body and swam out, tearing into the monster's flesh and swallowing it into its mouth.
The body of the thunder-horned python is 5 to 6 feet long.
It is covered with thick blue-purple snake scales and has a single horn on its head.
It looks very majestic.
From time to time, tiny electric arcs exploded on the surface of their snake scales, splitting the grass and dead branches into pitch-black coke wherever they passed.
There are 17 thunderhorn pythons in total, let's do it. Seeing that no new monsters emerged, Yun Yangzi immediately took out the array disc to activate. Buzz!
The wind spirit snake binding formation condensed in an instant, covering all directions.
Wind spirit ropes flew out, tying up the demonic pythons tightly. Hiss!
The thunder-horned python is indeed a 7th level chi refining monster.
Amazing power burst out from its huge body.
It was not tied to death, but its speed was much weaker. When they saw the enemy, instead of being afraid, they took the initiative to open their bloody mouths and bite them.
Kill!
After a month of hard work, Li Quanqing has indeed gained a decisive temperament.
He raised his hand and played out a series of defensive talismans.
The golden light turned into a mask to protect the 4 directions, and each person was covered with a layer of bronze armor talismans.
Fuck! Is this what it feels like to be a big dog? I feel so powerful now. Li Chuanhua touched the fully armored bronze armor on his body and felt unparalleled power emerging from his body, and his eyes were frighteningly bright. Punch me! He let out a loud roar, waved his fist as big as a casserole, and smashed it out in anger. Faster than him was the green carp sword that flew out of Li Chuanqing's storage bag. Blue water sword technique. The flying sword came and went in vertical and horizontal directions, scattering drops of sword energy like water waves. It was sharp and cut everything. The slow-moving thunder-horned python had no time to react. It suffered numerous wounds from the sword energy, its internal organs were destroyed, and it died immediately. Li Chuanma's eyes were filled with resentment, and without saying a word, he looked for the second thunder-horned python again. Li Quanqing did not eat alone. After killing 3 demonic pythons in succession, he stopped and held the battle for his clan members. Li Chuanma was at the 7th level of qi refining and a body refining monk, so he was strong enough to hunt alone. Li Quanqiu and Li Quanj were a little weak. Only by joining forces could they kill a thunder-horned python. There were all family monks present, their spells and magic weapons were top-notch, and their combat power was strong enough to sweep through the snakes. Coupled with the restraint and suppression of the formation, 17 thunderhorn pythons died one after another in just a few minutes of tea. Roar! At this time, the remaining thunderhorn pythons in the lair seemed to react. An extraordinarily large monster python rushed out, with a body of 10 feet long. It was the thunder-horned python king, with a powerful aura and an 8th level of qi refining. Seeing so many tribesmen dying tragically, the demonic python suddenly flew into a rage, its pupils filled with blood. The horn on the forehead suddenly bloomed with thunder. Roar! The thunder-horned python king raised his upper body, his cold vertical pupils were filled with bloodthirstiness and cruelty, and the thick horn on his head suddenly released a dazzling thunder. Boom! The lightning filled the sky with amazing power, directly piercing the wind spirit snake binding formation, leaving a small gap. Peach cloud barrier, get out! Yun Yangzi waved his sleeves and created a peach-colored cloud barrier, with fragrant winds, successfully blocking the scattered lightning. Everyone, regroup in the formation and kill this evil beast. While he was talking, 4 more thunder-horned pythons rushed out and followed the Python King into the formation, with demonic winds. Brother, give me the formation flag, and you go into the snake nest to search for snake eggs and cubs. Li Quanqiu always knew Li Chuanqing's preferences, and spoke at the right time, understanding. Li Quanqing quickly glanced at the battlefield, took out several stacks of life-saving talismans and handed them to them, and quietly left the battlefield. Go straight to the snake's nest. As soon as I got into the snake's nest, a pungent fishy smell immediately entered my nose, making me dizzy. How long have these thunder-horned pythons not taken a bath? I guess they eat, drink, defecate and urinate in the cave. The young man sighed slightly, held his breath, and circulated his magic power in his meridians, absorbing spiritual energy through his pores for internal breathing. I heard that the green jade armor has its own air circulation and can filter out many poisonous gases and miasma. In the future, he will also get a set. Li Quanqing activated the copper bone body, and his bones expanded, turning into a small giant, wearing a copper armor talisman and stacking several layers of golden light shields. The young man was relieved and stepped into the cave. Li Chuanqing's pace was very fast. When he encountered obstacles such as rocks, he punched them open directly, arrogant and domineering. Unfortunately, the scale of the snake's nest was very large, with various circular passages intricate, and there were parts leading to the underground, like a vast maze. He turned around for a long time, but still had no clues, and it was difficult to find the core nest. Boom! Just as Li Quanqing was getting impatient and was about to take out the water dragon pendant to blow everything up, the rumbling thunder sounded again, drilling into his ears from an unknown direction, and even the pebbles on the ground were shaking slightly. When the thunder-horn python advances to the late stage of qi refining, it must swallow thunder. There are thunders falling from time to time in that direction. Even if you can't find snake eggs and cubs, there should be treasures. Li Quanqing made up his mind and groped towards the direction where the thunder sound came from, with firm steps. Facts have proved that his choice was right. Hiss! When turning a corner, a thunder-horn python suddenly fell from the sky with its mouth open, its snake teeth as sharp as a dagger, and the horn on its forehead released a trace of lightning. Li Quanqing looked expressionless, watching the big python bite directly on the golden light cover in front of him, making a dull sound of dong. The golden light fluctuated, and one of the fangs of the thunderhorn python was directly smashed. A big bump bulged on the forehead, and it hissed and screamed in pain, with tears in its eyes. Hey, it turned out to be a young snake cub. It seems that my direction is correct. Li Quanqing glanced at the snake body of the demon python, which was less than 3 meters long, and grabbed the tail of the python with his big hand and swung it fiercely. Crackling! Accompanied by the sound of bone cracking, the whole snake suddenly became limp like mud, and it took more air in than out. Good boy, it doesn't hurt at all now. Li Quanqing stepped over the dead snake on the ground and continued to move forward. Another thunder fell, rumbling. This thunder was nearby, almost deafening. Some dazzling lightning flashed in front, looming, pointing him in the direction. Li Quanqing strode closer, and after passing through a large area of thick dark stone road, his eyes suddenly opened up. An opened-out air cave appeared in the field of vision, which was large enough to see the sky above the island, which was covered with dark clouds. A silver-white thunder peach tree stood in the center, with cracked bark like scales, and the tangled roots were rooted in the soil. The leaves rustled and released flashes of lightning. This was a spiritual medicine, and it looked like it was of a high grade. Li Quanqing didn't care much, and stared at the snake nest built with thick branches under the thunder peach tree. Will there be the thunder horn python cubs he has been thinking about? Li Quanqing approached quickly and immediately heard the immature snake hissing, which was rapid and sharp, with a hint of warning. For young snakes more than half a meter long hovered there, curled up alertly, their scales were about to explode, and their snake pupils were full of vigilance. Li Quanqing frowned. He didn't expect that these snake cubs had already had an enemy awareness. It might take some effort to raise them. He was about to pick up the snake cubs, and silently, another young thunder-horned python, more than 2 meters long, fell from the tree canopy, with bloodthirsty and fierce eyes. The thunder-horned python just opened its mouth, and suddenly a green light cut through the sky, nailing the triangular head of the python to the tree trunk, making a sound of a bell. After the green light dissipated, it was clear that it was actually a leaf-shaped magic weapon, with breeze lingering and extremely sharp edges. Li Quanqing looked at the person who came, but it was the tree old man, a cultivator of the 9th level of qi refining beside Wang Gujin. Doubt you, everyone who sees it has a share. How about we split it equally? The tree old man smiled and said, a trace of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. This is a thunder-horned python cub, and the adult body automatically enters the late stage of qi refining. It is a spiritual pet that many people dream of. Li Quanqing snorted and was about to refuse. He glanced at the snake corpse nailed to the tree trunk from the corner of his eye, and suddenly a trace of brilliance flashed. You want a cub? Sure, I'll give it to you, but this thunder peach tree must belong to me. Li Quanqing quietly walked away from the spiritual tree, letting the old man focus his attention on the snake cub in his hand. The old man frowned. After all, this is the spoils of the fellow Taoists. How can I decide? Yun Yangzi killed the thunder horn python king, and the harvest is enough. When the time comes, the 3 families will advance and retreat together, which is enough to take it down. The old man thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. I'll give you one of these thunder horn python cubs first, and I'll take the rest, so that you won't regret it, and help the Yun family to speak. Li Quanqing threw a young snake over as a sign of sincerity. The old man took it carefully, breathed a sigh of relief, and left with satisfaction. After stuffing the remaining 3 snake cubs into the sack, Li Quanqing made sure that there were no outsiders around. He jumped onto the thunder peach tree in a few steps, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. I saw snake eggs shining brightly among the lush branches, absorbing the lightning emitted by the thunder peach tree, flashing and extinguishing as if they could breathe. Li Quanqing counted them and found a total of 7 snake eggs, which was unexpectedly large. These cubs witnessed their relatives being killed, and they must have resentment in their hearts, which is not conducive to their cultivation as war pets. Unborn snake eggs are more suitable for me. Their hearts are like blank paper, and they are closer to people. Li Quanqing took out the prepared spirit beast bag, put all the snake eggs into it, put them in the bag, and breathed a sigh of relief. This thunder peach tree cannot be let go. It seems that the snake eggs need the help of this spirit tree to hatch. Besides, the lightning wood is rare, and it is definitely a good refining material. The 3rd elder must like it very much. Li Quanqing thought of the supreme elder of the Li family, that is, the 3rd elder's brother Li Kunlun. This awesome person is a top-grade thunder spirit root. Maybe, he can even get close to a big man like the foundation. Building master. The thunder peach tree was huge and could not be moved for the time being. Li Quanqing put the bodies of the 2 young thunder-horned pythons into the storage bag. Then he carried the sack and walked out of the snake nest with satisfaction. With the huge body of the thunder-horned python king falling to the ground with a bang, blood gushing out, the hunt finally ended completely. Yun Yangzi was in a good mood as he stepped on the huge corpse of the monster.
When the news of this hunt spread, his reputation would rise, and he would naturally be more valued in the family.
With the operation of the elders behind him, more resources would be allocated.
He glanced at the old tree who had just returned to the team, and thought of his cultivation level of the 9th level of chi refining, so he did not say anything. At this time, Li Quanqing just walked out of the snake nest with a big sack in his hand. The sack kept squirming, as if there was something alive inside that was struggling constantly.
Why does this genius weapon refiner of the Qingyu Li family look so unintelligent?
The old tree looked at this scene and was puzzled. If he got these thunder horn python cubs, he would definitely hide them in the spirit beast bag and not let outsiders notice them at all. Even if Yun Yangzi asked, he would deny it and take all the benefits for himself.
How could they be so arrogant as they are now? Sure enough, Yun Yangzi's eyes lit up when he saw the sack. Friendly, could these be the cubs of a few thunder horn pythons?
Wild thunder horn pythons can have the 7th level of chi refining. If they are carefully cultivated, they may reach the 8th or 9th level. Li Quanqing nodded, opened the sack, and showed the 3 thunder horn python cubs to everyone. Hiss! Seeing a group of cultivators surrounding them, the snake cubs immediately raised their upper bodies alertly, their scales exploded, and they made an attacking gesture. The smell of blood in the air, coupled with witnessing the death of their relatives, aggravated their hatred and fear, and their pupils were stained with blood. From the looks of it, these young snakes have been born for more than half a year and have developed self-awareness. I'm afraid they are wild and difficult to tame. Xia Hongyu spoke, frowning her beautiful eyebrows, and expressed the thoughts of all the cultivators present. Li Quanqing thought so too, and these snake cubs were all males, so it was difficult for them to reproduce. He was not very interested, and it was too troublesome to train and tame it slowly.
Do you want it, Taoist Hongyu?
Li Quanqing grabbed a young thunderhorn python and handed it over. Before, Xia Hongyu had asked for a green water python, but was directly rejected by him. Now it was just the right time to do him a favor. Taoist Xia, take it. We are hunting together, so we should share the spoils equally. Yun Yangzi couldn't wait to speak and rubbed his hands. Taoist Li, where is my share? Seeing this, Wang Gujian immediately stepped forward and refused to be humble. Taoist, everyone who sees it has a share. In the corner, Li Quanqing saw this scene, snorted coldly, threw the wine gourd in his hand, and was ready to go forward to argue. You took the lion's share, so will our Li family starve? Li Quanqing gently pulled him and whispered, you don't know Quanqing's character yet. When has he ever let you suffer a loss? If Li Quanqing heard this, he would definitely agree with it and regard him as a confidant. Looking at the 2 people who were surrounding him like jackals, Li Quanqing raised his lips slightly. My 2 Taoist friends, this is the spoils I found at the risk of my life.
Isn't it too much?
The old tree stood beside him and also said, yes, since Taoist Yun Yangzi got the corpse of a thunder horn python king as a trophy, why not take a step back? Yun Yangzi looked at the snake cub, then at the monster corpse, hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, I only want the horn of the thunder horn python king, and the rest of the flesh and blood and thunder crystals will be given to Taoist Li.
This is exactly what Li Quanqing wants.
Thunder crystals can be used to refine the body, flesh and blood can feed Ao Ching and Jin Yanhu and speed up the cultivation speed, and scales and snakeskin can be used to refine weapons.
When has he, Qingxuan, ever suffered a loss? Not enough.
The thunder horn is the most valuable treasure on the demon python.
Fellow Taoist Yun got a great bargain. There is also a spiritual tree in the snake's nest.
I like it very much when I saw it. Before Li Quanqing finished speaking, Yun Yangzi interrupted him. It's just a tree. I'll give it to fellow Taoist Li. The deal was done, and Yun Yangzi was immediately overjoyed. He cut off the single horn on the top of the thunder horn python king's head and prepared to refine it into a precious medicine to feed the cub in his arms to improve its potential. With the rich resources of the Yun family as a backing, he is confident that he can cultivate this young python to the 9th level of chi refining or even the level of great perfection in the future.
Fellow Taoist Wang, what's your price?
Li Quanqing touched the last thunder horn python cub and spoke casually.
Wang Gujian didn't have the thunder horn python king. He thought for a while, how about I let my brother give you the cheapest price for the purchase of 1 Tunghua pill?
Li Quanqing glanced at Li Quanqiu and Li Quanqiu who were still in the 6th level of chi refining. 2. Deal. After giving away the last snake cub, Li Quanqing's hands were empty, and it seemed that he didn't get any benefits. In fact, he was the one who made the most money behind the scenes.
Great. A monster hunting was turned into an auction by my senior brother.
Li Quanqiu gave a thumbs up. She knew Li Quanqing too well and guessed that he must have obtained the rest of the monster python cubs, but he didn't take them out.
Yun Yangzi thought so too. He thought there must be treasures in the nest, which were divided by Li Quanqing and Xu Lao. It's just that everyone is from a foundation. Building family and has a bright future. There is no need to tear each other apart for this little benefit. I helped you get the purchase quota of Tunghua pill. You must treat me to a meal later. Li Quanqing smiled and said, he was always generous to his family. He took out the Qingli sword and asked his friends to deal with the corpse of the thunderhorn python, not even letting go of the demon blood spilled on the soil. The demon pythons were huge and there were so many of them that they could not fit in the storage bag. They could only be frozen with ice magic and transported back by the building ship. Is this the thunder crystal? Li Quanqing held a pure blue purple crystal, which was crystal clear and flawless, as big as a human head. Arcs of electricity exploded on the surface from time to time, and it felt numb. This was dug out from the body of the Thunderhorn Python King, full of extremely pure thunder power, neutral and gentle. The potential of monsters like the Thunderhorn Python is really great. When they break through the foundation. Building stage, the thunder crystals in their bodies will be further purified and shrunk, and there is even a small probability that they will turn into a demon pill. You know, all second. Level foundation. Building monsters that can condense demon pills can be called gifted. This second. Level demon pill can also be used as the main material for foundation. Building pills. Dragging the python back to the ship, the longevity turtle immediately rushed over, looking at him with watery eyes, and smelled the meat from a distance. You greedy turtle! Li Quanqing laughed dumbly and cut off a large piece of python meat to feed him. Just as he was about to ask everyone to go back and dig trees, Li Quanqing suddenly raised his eyebrows. In the Jinhai bell hanging on his waist, the soul sword jumped slightly, automatically alerting, and sensed many powerful auras approaching quickly. Fellow Daoist Yun, open the defense formation, there are cultivators coming, I don't know if they are enemies or friends. Yun Yangzi didn't quite believe it, and a strange ship suddenly appeared in his sight, approaching at a high speed, much larger and stronger than theirs. This is a second. Level spiritual boat. Yun Yangzi's pupils shrank, and he dared not talk nonsense anymore. He hurriedly manipulated the defense formation to cover all the Yun family ships under his feet. The second. Level spiritual boat approached at a high speed, riding the wind and waves, enough to smash all obstacles in front of it, and set off a storm on the sea. As it got closer, everyone saw the large flags on the spiritual boat. The wind whistled, the flags fluttered, revealing a black demon turtle with fangs and claws bared on the flag, covered with scales, majestic and awe-inspiring. Taiyuan Black Turtle. This is a cultivator from the Situ family. The Taiyuan Situ family is the most powerful foundation. Building force under the Shuihua sword sect of the Jindan sect, with 7 strong foundation. Builders. Ranked first among the 5 major families. Coupled with the golden elixir heritage left by the ancestors of the Situ family, even the Shuihua sword sect did not dare to underestimate it. Why did the monks of the Situ family appear here? Could it be that they were attracted by the sound of hunting the thunderhorn python just now? Li Quanqing felt wary and his body tensed up. Everyone also looked wary. The young man touched the storage bag and found 4 second. Level talismans lying quietly inside, giving him an infinite sense of security. Boom! The second. Order spirit boat slowly stopped in front of it, setting off a huge wave. The huge hull cast a huge shadow, covering the Yun family's building ship. A dozen monks stood on the bow of the boat, looking down at the group of second. Generation cultivators. They were all wearing Situ family robes embroidered with Taiyuan black turtle patterns. They were all late. Stage Qi refining monks. The 2 leaders even have the 9th level of Qi refining. No, one of the Situ monks actually made Li Quanqing feel like he was facing the 3rd elder. He glanced at the monk who was wrapped in black robes, and quickly looked away. That feeling was indeed right. Qi refining Dzogchen monk. Immortal cultivators break through the 9th level of Qi refining and continue to practice until they can no longer make any progress and their magic power can no longer increase. It can be called the great perfection of Qi refining. If you take another step forward, you will either waste your time and die, or you will break through the foundation and enjoy 4 decades of life. Moo, accompanied by a deep roar, a huge creature emerged from the bottom of the water, and the sea water fell along the turtle shell like waterfalls. This monster beast is as black as ink, with green pupils, scaly skin, a neck as long as a snake, and a tortoise shell-like ink shade with simple lines. Its huge body is like a hill, rising and falling in the vast sea, exuding a mysterious and majestic aura. Taiyuan Xiangui. This is the iconic spiritual beast that protects the clan of the Situ family. It is rumored that there is even a foundation-level black turtle that has been guarding the Taiyuan Islands for nearly 1,000 years. 2 monks at the 9th level of Qi refining, and a spirit turtle at the 9th level of Qi refining. Yun Yangzi exhaled a breath, showed his signature smile, and said with fear in his heart, Yun Yangzi, the direct descendant of Xiao Island, has met all the fellow Taoists of the Situ family. It turns out that a group of juniors are hunting thunderhorn pythons. No wonder there is movement in the formation. It seems we made a mistake. Should we kill them all? The ruins are an important matter and we can't let any news leak out. No, except for the Yun family, the core disciples of the other 3 foundation-building families are here. Are you sure they don't have a trump card? That will only expose them faster. It makes sense. Let's deceive them first and say that we are here to hunt monsters and hide the real target. The 2 9th-level Qi refining monks from the Situ family transmitted their voices into the secret, and the result of their discussion was reached without even a single sound being leaked out. Li Quanqing suddenly felt something in his heart. He had a strong soul and was keenly aware of a flash of murderous intent in one of them. Fortunately, the worst outcome did not happen. It turns out that all of you are comrades who came to Situ Deng from Taiyuan Island to hunt Sanhai whales in the Purple Blood Sea. You accidentally stepped into this place. How offended. A certain 9th-level Qi refining monk smiled heartily and explained a few words. The murderous intention in his body disappeared without a trace. The Sanhai whale is a famous monster in the East China Sea. It automatically enters the great perfection of Qi refining when it reaches adulthood. It is powerful and rare. It is rumored that every Sanhai whale king has the strength to build the foundation realm. So that's it, it was just a false alarm, Yun Yangzi responded with his hand, and after a few polite exchanges, the 2 parties parted ways. Moo! The Taiyuan black turtle spat out a column of water, glanced at everyone, and also chose to follow the second-order spirit boat away and dive into the seabed again. It wasn't until the monks from the Situ family disappeared from sight that Li Quanqing breathed a sigh of relief and removed his palm from the storage bag. He was hesitating whether to tell everyone about the murderous intention he had just noticed. Yun Yangzi, who was originally smiling, suddenly turned gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "They wanted to kill us just now." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Isn't it possible? We don't have any grudges against them? Wang Gujian's eyes widened, as if he didn't believe it, and he was terrified. Humph. 3 people at the 9th level of Qi refining, plus a second-level spirit boat, using such a large formation, I don't believe they are just hunting a sea whale. Yun Yangzi hummed and took out a jade pendant as red as blood from his arms. It was slowly fading and turning into the shape of mutton. Fat white jade again. This is a warning jade pendant. It can sense the murderous intention of the monks. Just now, these monks from the Situ family were really ready to take action. Xia Hongyu also looked solemn, recognizing the function of this jade pendant. I remember that the remains of the cave where the ancient monks built their foundation a few years ago were completely occupied by the Situ family, right? Li Quan suddenly spoke. As a demon hunter, he was very well informed. The cave ruins are in the Purple Blood Sea. Will the Situ family get some treasure map? Yun Yangzi's eyes flashed. I heard that there were rumors about the cave ruins hiding arrays within arrays and tombs within tombs when they were first excavated. There were even rumors about the inheritance of golden elixirs? Ahem, I have personally experienced this matter and know some of the truth. Shu Lao coughed. He also entered the ruins of the cave a few years ago. The original ancient tomb was actually just a tombkeeper. He failed to attack the foundation and died. The tomb he guarded was indeed a foundation-building cultivator. The life record on the tombstone said that the owner of the tomb was suspected to be a disciple of the Jindan sect. Unfortunately, the sect was destroyed and even the tombstone was nowhere to be found. The people present were indeed the top second-generation cultivators. They were all very smart and pieced together some truths in a few words. Jindan ruins. Everyone's breathing gradually became heavy, their eyes were red, and they were full of greed. Neither Yun Yangzi nor Wang Gujian were foundation-building seeds in the family. There were people suppressing them. There was a high probability that they would stop at the state of great perfection of Qi refining in this life, and the chance of building a foundation was slim. They wanted to build a foundation and fight for their own longevity. There was only one word. Fight. Cultivation was difficult, fighting for life with the sky, and fighting for wealth with people. Fight. Among all the people present, the only one who could still remain rational was probably Li Quanqing. What Jindan ruins, what foundation-building opportunities, he was not interested at all.
He cultivated the virtue of water. The highest good is like water. Water benefits all things without competing.
With the golden finger by his side, ascending to immortality is not a dream. Why put himself in danger for an uncertain relic?
Li Chuanqing's mind is now full of notifying the family of this matter, and then getting away from this vortex as soon as possible.
What should we do now? Follow them quietly? Wang Gujian asked, eager to try, without any fear just now. The building ship is too big a target. I will be more confident if I follow it alone.
Yun Yangzi took out a white jade spiritual boat, floating like a cloud. This is a top-grade magic weapon, the hidden cloud boat, which can fly in the sky to hide its body. Even if the foundation building cultivator is careless, it is difficult to find it. Xia Hongyu also took out a pair of jade bells. This is a 1000-mile sound transmission bell, which also has the function of positioning.
Fellow Taoist Yun, take it well, remember not to expose it, and protect your life. Thank you, fellow Taoists, wait for my news.
Yun Yangzi got into the cloud boat, and a stream of white clouds gushed out, turning into a group of white clouds floating in the sky, hiding his tracks, and chasing after the Situ family cultivators. This behavior is indeed very dangerous, but if it succeeds, it will definitely be a great reward. For a while, everyone's mind was attracted by the golden elixir ruins, and even the newly acquired snake cubs were not attractive, and they were restless. Unfortunately, even when night fell and the sky was full of stars, the sound transmission bell was still not shaken.
Li Quanqing found an excuse and returned to the island at night.
He used the Wanyu mirror to tell the third elder what happened here.
It would not be too late to tell the family when the matter of the ruins was truly confirmed.
Besides, Li Quanqing did have some selfish motives. If the third elder could get the opportunity to successfully build a foundation, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. Li Kunli's message came back very quickly, asking him to stay where he was and not move, and he would come soon. Not long after Li Quanqing returned to the boat, the Chenli sound transmission bell was shaken, and Yun Yangzi's excited and suppressed voice came out.
The ruins are real, come quickly. Ding-ling-ling.
The jade bell rang, making a clear and pleasant sound, instantly attracting the attention of all the monks present.
The ruins are real, come quickly.
In order to avoid being exposed, Yun Yangzi kept his voice very low. But everyone still heard it clearly, as if a thunder exploded here.
The golden elixir ruins really appeared.
The monks were suddenly as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and endless power emerged from their bodies. They suppressed their voices and roared, their faces flushed, their faces were filled with uncontrollable excitement, and their breathing was as heavy as that of a cow. It seemed that they had seen the dawn of dawn waving at them. In order to prevent the possibility of Yun Yangzi being exposed, they did not even use the jade bell to reply to the message, and each of them was ready to fight. Xia Hongyu used the secret method to use the connection between the 2000-mile sound transmission bells to determine the specific direction.
Start the building ship and get ready to set off.
The old tree suppressed the urge in his heart and began to give orders. As the cultivator with the highest level of cultivation, he took the lead and began to command the others.
Are you going to give it a try? Li Quanqing looked at the three equally excited friends and sighed softly, with a hint of worry in his voice. Quanqing, aren't you going to follow us?
Li Quanqiu widened her eyes, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief.
That is the relic left by the Jindan sect.
90.9% of qi refining cultivators will hardly see it once in their lifetime. Her voice rose slightly, with surprise and confusion. Such an opportunity is rare, and it is really hard to understand why Li Quanqing gave up. Yes, give it a try, there is hope for foundation building. Li Quanqing kept pouring wine into his mouth, his palms were shaking slightly with excitement, his chin was full of wine stains, and his eyes were also burning with desire and ambition.
It's too dangerous, I won't go.
Li Quanqing shook his head gently, his expression firm. Not to mention those Situ family monks who were eyeing them covetously, that was a destroyed Jindan sect. Buried for thousands of years, who knows what kind of monsters and demons will be dug out. When the young man spoke, the boiling deck was quiet for a moment. Some people sneered at his cowardice, with a disdainful look on their faces, as if they were laughing at his cowardice. Some people were glad that there was one less competitor, secretly happy in their hearts, thinking that they had one more chance. Some people shouted to start the boat quickly, and couldn't wait to rush to the Jindan ruins full of opportunities. Li Chuanma, who had always been taciturn, admired him. You are indeed my real opponent.
Facing the temptation of Jindan, you can be indifferent.
Li Quanqing didn't say much, just called the three people to the corner and took out a storage bag. Take it, I'll give you something to save your life.
Li Qianqiu and the others opened the bag and saw what was inside, and they were shocked beyond words. Second level Guishui Divine Thunder Talisman. Second level 1000-mile Thunder Escape Talisman.
There are also nearly 1,000 water arrow talismans, ice arrow talismans, golden light shield talismans, bronze armor talismans, etc. Just talking about one attack and one escape, 2 foundation. Building talismans are enough to play a big role in the ruins.
This is too precious, Quanqing, you should be yourself, take them all, and walk out of the ruins safely.
Li Qianqiu interrupted them, his face serious, with an unquestionable tone. He still had the Howling Sea Sword Talisman and the Sky Thunder Purple Armor Talisman on him, plus the Green Water Shuttle to escape the sea, which was enough to ensure his life. The 3 of them divided the talismans, and stuffed the precious treasures in the storage bag that could not be used to the boy.
Even if they really fell in the ruins, they could not let the enemy get away with it.
In the end, Li Qianqiu moved the corpse of the Thunder Horn Python they were assigned back to the island, and jumped off the boat with the longevity turtle.
Woohoo! The ship roared, the formation was fully activated, breaking through the wind and waves, and slowly sailing towards the distance.
You must come back alive. Li Qianqiu waved his arms until the ship was completely integrated into the night, and the 2 sides could no longer see each other. The bright moon was hanging high, shining with a faint silver light, and the waves gently hit the shore, making a rustling sound. It seemed that he was the only one left in the vast world. Li Qianqiu wrapped his Taoist robe tightly, and an unprecedented sense of loneliness came to his heart, and he was alone.
Is this the way to cultivate Taoism and seek immortality? Even if you see unprecedented scenery, you can only walk alone.
Roar. As if sensing the loneliness in the owner's heart, the longevity turtle roared in a low voice, and kept rubbing his big head against him, as if he was acting coquettishly. Motionless, longevity turtle, turtle, was born with a lifespan of 10,000 years. I can definitely take care of my master until the end of his life.
Maturity, 25%, Li Qianqiu touched the big, motionless glands and couldn't help laughing.
It was still uncertain who would take care of whom. I, Li Qianqiu, am destined to become an immortal in this life.
Don't think about that. I believe they can do it. Let's eat barbecue.
Li Qianqiu shook the Jinhai bell, and the bell waves echoed. With the help of the Sword of Mind, he cut off the worries and distractions in his heart.
He turned back into the carefree boy again.
He cut off a piece of fat monster meat, used his magic power to light a bonfire and started roasting it, waiting for the arrival of the 3rd elder. Pieces of tender barbecued meat sizzled under the charcoal fire, and drops of fat melted.
The color was attractive and exuded a rich aroma.
It was the first time that the longevity turtle saw this thing. It was so fragrant that his saliva flowed down. He swallowed most of the barbecue in one mouthful.
Li Qianqiu also took a bite. The meat was juicy, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside.
The rich taste of the roasted meat burst in his mouth, bringing a full sense of happiness.
Because it was often struck by lightning, the meat of the thunderhorn python tasted numb, which was particularly enjoyable, mellow and delicious, and had an endless aftertaste.
Li Qianqiu waited on the island all night until dawn, when the Wanyu mirror finally made a sound. He took out the bronze mirror, and the fish-shaped patterns on the surface of the mirror seemed to come alive, swimming constantly and emitting bursts of heat. This meant that the holder of another Wanyu mirror was getting closer.
Rumble!
The deafening sound of thunder resounded through the sky, like a rolling raging wave, as if it was going to crack the sky apart. A blue and red light rushed in at an astonishing speed, shrouded in a layer of dazzling thunder and lightning, and countless silver snakes flashed cracklingly. It was a burly figure wearing full armor, like a god of war descending from the sky, piercing the darkest sky before dawn like a meteor of fire. The figure swept across the sky, leaving a long-lasting white mark on the sea, telling of indescribable power and majesty.
This breath is the green jade armor.
The green jade armor of the spiritual weapon level. Li Qianqiu was shocked beyond words.
Boom! In the blink of an eye, the figure wrapped in the green jade armor crossed a distance of dozens of miles, and appeared above his head as if teleporting, leaving a huge sonic boom behind him. The sudden change from extreme speed to extreme silence made people dizzy and uncomfortable. Crack! Layers of fish-scale-like armor bloomed like lotus flowers, and the majestic face of the 3rd elder was revealed in the red flames. Where is that Jindan ruins? Is it real or fake?
He asked, almost impatiently, wishing to rush in and kill everyone right now, as if he saw the glorious future of his successful foundation building. In less than one night, he crossed more than 8,000 miles of sea.
And he flew.
Li Qianqiu looked at the lightning and thunder that slowly dissipated from the 3rd elder, and cursed him in his heart.
He actually used the second level spiritual talisman that saved his life to hurry on the road. But I was so distressed. Although he complained, Li Quanqing was still honest and quickly recounted the previous events. It seems that a relic has indeed been unearthed. Let's notify the clan leader and others. Li Quanqing heard this and immediately had a backer and confidence. He took out the Wanyu mirror, summarized the news of the Jindan ruins in detail, and sent it to the family. Li Kunli did not grab the credit. When the family gave the reward, it would all be for the young man alone. Knowing the news in advance, the Qingyuli family would undoubtedly be able to take more initiative than the other three families. Although they can't beat the Taiyuan Situ family in terms of physical strength, they can definitely muddy the waters. When he saw the clan leader's reply of okay, the big stone in Li Chuanqing's heart finally fell to the ground safely. Let's go and see that ruins. The third elder patted the blue-red armor on his body. This was a low-grade spiritual weapon forged by himself. In order to ensure the power and fit, the blood sacrifice technique was specially used. With the blessing of the sapphire armor, it is enough to assist the third elder to walk in the air, and the combat power is greatly enhanced in all directions. Together with his amazingly powerful physique, they complement each other perfectly. Hallmaster, there are quite a few 9th level chi refiners from the Situ family across the street. There's no need for a little shrimp like me to join in the fun. Li Chuanqing's face was full of resistance. He had always been quite life-conscious and did not want to be involved in any possible danger. I want you to show me the way. When you find the place, you can go wherever you like. Li Kunli raised his chin slightly and said with full force, I am wearing a spiritual weapon. Under the foundation, I am invincible. What if by chance, we meet someone who has nothing to do to build a foundation? Li Quanqing asked curiously. The third elder glanced at the young man with an unkind look, then I won't lose. Even if I risk my life, I'll trade with him anyway. What else could Li Quanqing say? Just call the elders awesome and that's it. Let's go, I'll take you to the sky for a spin. It is very rare that Li Kunli reveals the truest side of his character, his ruffianism. He is not like a steady old man, but like a passionate young man who will do whatever he refuses to do and who is indifferent to life and death. Hallmaster, take me away. What do you do with the meat of these monster beasts? Li Quanqing still didn't want to go. He pointed at the 7 or 8 thunder-horned pythons, plus the huge thunder-horned python king, which was 10 feet tall. The storage bag couldn't fit at all. The third elder took out a treasure-filled storage bag and waved it gently, and the ground was immediately clean. A storage bag of the highest quality magical weapon? Li Quanqing put the Wanshou turtle into the spirit beast bag. His eyes brightened when he saw it. Elder, there is a spirit tree in the snake's nest, let's dig it together. Too many things. Although Li Kunli said this, he still carried the boy and flew to the center of the island. Because the inside of the snake nest was an open air cave, the two of them saw the lush thunder peach tree at a glance. Hey, this place is unusual. It can actually cause changes in the sky. There must be treasures buried there. Li Kunli was an old man. Looking at the dark clouds and lightning gathering above the sky, he noticed something was wrong at a glance. Li Quanqing didn't expect that there would be such a surprise. They carefully dug out the peach tree, and sure enough they discovered something extraordinary. The soil at the root of the tree turned out to be lavender, like sticky mud, and silvery white electric light flashed through the soil, which was a strange sight. The third elder searched for a while, and finally unearthed a purple jade stone about half the size of a hand in the earth veins. What is this, a spiritual stone? Li Chuanqing's eyes were curious, and he felt that it looked similar to the low-grade spiritual stone, but it was much larger in size. Li Kunli touched the purple stone in his hand with complicated eyes. I wonder if your kid is very lucky. You haven't gone out for several years, and you come across a golden elixir relic as soon as you go out. You can still have shitty luck. Dig out a top-grade spiritual stone. What? This thing is a top-grade spiritual stone. Li Chuanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Spiritual stones are also divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. A high-grade spiritual stone is worth tens of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones. Even many foundation-building monks have never seen it. It is indeed a high-grade thunderstone, but it has been consumed by others, leaving only an empty shell. The third elder pointed to the silver-purple soil on the ground. High-grade spiritual stones can actively absorb the free spiritual energy between heaven and earth and slowly recover. In another 1,000 years, a second-order spiritual vein should be formed here. Li Quanqing was stunned when he heard this, but it was a pity that it took too long. Take it and bury it on your fish dragon island. It can increase the concentration of spiritual energy. It's a treasure that many people can't ask for. Li coolly stuffed the thunder spirit stone to the young man, and put all the thunder peach tree and the silver-purple mud into the storage bag, which was like digging 3 feet into the ground. The two flew around the island, and the third elder suddenly sighed, "I understand." "What do you understand?" Before the young man could ask, the old man gave the answer himself. Before, there was a great monk from Lei Ling who opened a cave on this island to heal his wounds or go into retreat. He drained a high-grade spiritual stone and buried the empty shell here. As for how old this great monk is, whether he is a golden elixir or a nascent soul, they don't know. "Hallmaster, if we take this spiritual stone, will it cause karma with the other party?" Li Quanqing suddenly felt a little scared. Li Cooley said angrily, "If this senior really cares, he will at least leave a formation or stone tablet to warn future generations. How can he dig it out as easily as now? The methods of those great monks are not as crude and random as you think, just take it with peace of mind." Li Quanqing breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He identified the direction and led the 3 elders straight to the Jindan ruins. This was his first time flying between heaven and earth. "I just felt an indescribable and wonderful experience welling up in my heart, as if the whole world was spreading out under my feet. The wind was whistling in my ears. I was both nervous and excited." In order to take care of the young man, Li Kunli deliberately flew low and steadily, but not very fast. Li Quanqing raised his eyes and looked around. His field of vision was unprecedentedly broad, and he could see the outline of the sea and the distant skyline. It was as if it had broken free of all restraints and merged with the entire sky. "Master, it's in that direction." As soon as Li Quanqing stretched out his finger, he saw a huge column of light rising into the sky at the end of the sea, illuminating 100 miles. The light column penetrated the sky and the earth, and the light was dazzling, comparable to the red sun that had just risen. The amazing essence of heaven and earth dissipated, turning into waves of spiritual energy tides, sweeping in all directions, shaking the sea, and spreading towards the void. Such a rich essence. Li Quanqing took a deep breath. Even at such a long distance, he still felt his pores dilated and his whole body relaxed. This fluctuation is definitely a 3rd level spiritual vein. The majestic spiritual energy that has been suppressed for thousands of years gushed out in an instant. A trace of heat flashed in Li Kunli's eyes. This relic has just been opened and revealed to the world. "I came at the right time." Moo. Accompanied by a low and melodious roar, a phantom of a blue whale suddenly emerged from the light column. This whale is as huge as an island, with fins like clouds hanging from the sky. Its blue body stirs up surging waves and cruises in the void with great momentum. Is this a sea whale? Li Quanqing is not sure. He has seen records about this king of sea monsters in ancient books. It is rumored that every time it swings its tail, it can stir up huge waves. The 3rd elder nodded. "It looks like a Songhai whale." It seems that this Jindan ruins has a close relationship with Songhai whale. Moo. The Songhai whale looked up to the sky and roared, flying around the sky for several circles, and finally exploded with the light column, turning into a half-dot skylight point and dispersing. The Jindan ruins are truly opened. "You kid, run back to Yulon Island by yourself, I'm going to beat someone up." "Okay. Bye." Li Quanqing falls and rotates 1,800 degrees in the air. He landed steadily on the sea, his feet sank and floated in the seawater, with only a few waves stirring. Full marks for diving. As soon as Li Quanqing took out the green water shuttle, he saw 2 talismans and the top-grade storage bag fluttering in front of him, and the talisman paper surged with terrifying power comparable to foundation building. "Take it, it's to make up for the talisman you gave to Quan Mo." The 3rd elder hadn't finished speaking when he activated the jade armor and flew out in a shadow. Leaving behind only the deafening sound of the sonic boom, it echoed endlessly on the sea. Wow! The blue water shuttle shuttled through the vast seawater, as fast as aqua blue lightning, leaving only a tiny white mark, making it difficult to see its trace clearly. This was the first time that Li Quanqing used this top-quality magic weapon to escape. The speed was very fast, but it was also very frustrating. The space inside the blue water shuttle was too narrow, and there was no room to turn over. It was not much better than a thin wooden coffin, and the surrounding oppression was like a shadow. Fortunately, this magic weapon is really fast. In just over an hour, he galloped across the sea for thousands of miles, completely far away from this place that is about to trigger disputes among many monks. Li Quanqing looked above his head. The purple-red seawater completely faded and turned back into the deep blue seawater like a gem. The transition between the two colors is distinct,
as if separated by a clear dividing line.
Phew! Finally escaped.
Li Quanqing controlled the blue water shuttle to jump out of the water, got out of it, and floated on the sea, breathing in the fresh air. Along the way, he could be said to be going against the flow of people. Across the sea, many casual cultivators could be seen rushing madly towards the ancient ruins. There was no way, the movement of that beam of light was too great, reaching into the sky and the earth, shining on the sea for hundreds of miles. The Purple Blood Sea area is rampant with monsters and rich in resources. There are a lot of casual cultivators who come here to make a living. At this time, they call for friends and almost all of them are dispatched.
This is casual cultivation. Cultivation is difficult. Once you see any benefit, you will turn into bloodthirsty locusts and swarm you. You won't stop until you dig 3 feet into the ground. I'm afraid even the Situ family didn't expect that there would be such a big commotion. Is that ruins really an ancient cultivating sect that was destroyed by the enemy? Why does it feel so well preserved? Li Quanqing remembered what he had seen before.
The phantom of the Shanghai whale that emerged from the light column seemed to be similar to a formation spirit. He shook his head, too lazy to think about it. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with him at all.
Wancho turtle, let's go. Go home.
Li Quanqing sat on the wide and comfortable turtle shell, and even put a futon under his buttocks to replace the cramped green water shuttle. He took out green plum wine and roasted animal meat, and fed the turtles while eating, just like a rich man going out to sea to play. The misty waves are vast, lying down and watching the sea, the scenery is pleasant, and my life is very comfortable.
It's strange, why haven't there been any news from the eldest and second brothers? What happened in the Purple Blood Sea? On a large spiritual island, Lao San looked at the sea in the distance and walked around anxiously from time to time. As the 3 famous villains of the Bai family in the nearby waters, the 3 brothers made a lot of money by relying on their strong cultivation to kill people and steal goods. Not only did he raise a group of robber cultivators, he even forcibly occupied a spiritual island and collected tolls from the caravan ships, which was considered a golden basin to wash his hands. This morning, the spies stationed in the Purple Blood Sea suddenly came to report that a certain foundation building cave was suspected of being born. Thinking of that grand event a few years ago, Boss Bai couldn't sit still for a moment, so he grabbed his second brother and headed straight to the Purple Blood Sea. The third child, who was the weakest in cultivation, was left to look after the house and wait anxiously. He couldn't wait to carve up the treasures in the ruins. Third master, it seems that a fat sheep passed by our waters, do you want to do it? Suddenly, a certain younger brother crept closer and reported carefully. Ha? Fat sheep? How fat can it be? Lao San asked subconsciously, almost forming a conditioned reflex.
After all, Jeshiu is his old profession, and he is very skilled in the business.
A solitary family monk. He is wearing a shiny robe. He is very young. He looks like a young man going out for fun. He doesn't even have a bodyguard. Lao San was a little excited. Which family you are from?
Look carefully to see if there are any clan patterns on the clothes, but don't kick them on the iron plate. Although the 3 brothers all have advanced levels of chi refining, if they mess with those big families, they will still die without any body parts.
Brothers, you look at me and I look at you.
The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. The distance is too far, I can't see clearly, third master.
A bunch of trash.
Lao San cursed and came to the bunker hidden in the dense forest on the island to look out for himself. A young Taoist riding a dark green turtle appeared in the field of vision. He was really far away, 20 or 30 miles away in the sea, and could only barely see an outline.
Lao San took out an iron tube that looked like a telescope. It was a gadget developed by ordinary people for going to sea. It was very well thought out.
But precisely because there is no mana fluctuation, it will not arouse the vigilance and attention of the monks.
Lao San raised the iron cylinder and pointed it at it.
The moment he saw it clearly with the help of the glass mirror, he was so frightened that he almost sat down on the ground. His grandma, a member of the Qingyuli clan, who just said you were a big fat sheep, stand up and I won't kill you. With his face full of saliva, a certain younger brother said bravely, Third master, what are we afraid of if he is the only one? Besides, the Li family and the Xie family have never been the same. They should be killed.
Baoju Island, Xie family.
Hearing this name, Lao San immediately gritted his teeth and felt a surge of hatred in his heart. Although the 3 brothers are not twins, they are from the same chi refining family, the Vimo family, and are attached to the Xie family on Baoju Island, which is considered very prosperous. Decades ago, a high-grade spiritual root came out of a mortal island controlled by the Mo family. According to the rules of the Shueihua sword sect, all the high-grade spiritual roots detected by all the forces under his command, and those who are not descendants of the family's own bloodline, must be sent to the mountain gate. The head of the Mo family was greedy and wanted to secretly change the child's surname. Maybe the Mo family would have a great foundation. Building monk in the future. Later, when the Dongchuang incident occurred, the Shueihua sword sect issued an order, and the entire Xia family immediately went out to kill chickens to scare monkeys, and wiped out the entire Mo family. That year, the three evil spirits of the Bai family were just children who had just grown up. They were sent away in advance and kept anonymous. With the resources left by the family, they finally cultivated to the level they are today. Bai Laosen closed his eyes, thinking of his parents who died tragically, and the family's main island that was burned to the ground, and finally said, "Get the treasured light toad." Gugua. A big golden toad was taken out of the cage. It was jewel-like and precious, and its eyes were like colorful gems. "Baby, baby. Come and show the master, how is the precious light on this person?" Bai Laosen held the big toad in his hands and couldn't put it down. This is a monster beast that the three brothers accidentally obtained. They were born with strange eyes and could see the precious light on the monk's body. He touched the back of the Baoguang toad, which was covered with lumps shaped like copper coins. The more abundant the Baoguang he saw, the more copper coins lit up. Quack! Baoguang-chan made a frog cry, opened his eyes, and looked at the young man riding a turtle on the sea. A dazzling light suddenly bloomed, occupying all the field of vision, and it made the toad's eyes hurt. I had never seen such an arrogant and wealthy monk. In the dull eyes of everyone, all the copper coin pimples lit up, blooming with an unprecedented golden light. The dazzling golden light illuminated Bai Laosen's dumbfounded face, and his head was buzzing. The last time they saw this kind of vision was when the three brothers secretly spied on a certain foundation. Building monk. "It's done, brother, we are totally going to do it. It's weird, why do I feel like someone is spying on me?" Li Quanqing glanced at an island dozens of miles away, read the sword and sounded the warning automatically. He patted the turtle shell under the seat and signaled the Wancho turtle to take a detour and avoid this spiritual island. After all, the sea is open, so it only takes a little more time. He was not afraid of any calamity cultivators. He thought that he would be able to escape with a high probability when encountering a foundation. He was just cautious in his heart and did not want to cause trouble. The Wancho turtle swam hundreds of miles in one breath, and saw that the island was no longer visible, and nothing unusual happened. Li Quanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Ha! It was at the moment when he showed his relaxation that a talisman suddenly rushed from the sky above his head, as fast as a meteor. Boom! The Jinhai bell chimed without wind, actively protecting the Lord. A circle of sound wave ripples spread out, turning into water like sword light covering all directions. Li Chuanqing's movements were even more rapid. He directly took out the golden light shield talisman and crushed it, turning it into 10 layers of golden light shields to protect him and the Wancho turtle inside. Bo! The sound wave vibrated, and the talisman shattered in response to the sound, turning into spots of light that scattered all over the sky. Unexpectedly, these light spots turned out to be like phantoms, directly penetrating the golden light shield talisman and landing on the young man. They were non-toxic and harmless. Buzz! Sensing the youthful aura, a lotus flower as big as a millstone bloomed in the void, traces of aura manifested, and a total of 7 petals were formed. Inspiration talisman. Li Quanqing snorted. This kind of talisman can sense cultivation and is the favorite of casual cultivators. He raised his head and saw a cloud boat hanging in the sky not far away, hiding its aura and slowly revealing itself. The group of cultivators is greedy. After receiving the notice from the editor, it will be officially launched at 12 noon tomorrow. As the title says, this book will be available on October 16th, which is around 12 noon today. I'll put out a bowl and ask for the first order, with confidence. I beg all readers to pity my little Pujia, thank you for your grace. As for updates, I will definitely update a little bit, sure. In the daily updates afterwards, Pujia will strive to maintain the 6th place and fight for the 8th place. If the results are good, I will resign immediately, quickly, and smoothly. I'll quit this class. I'll make it regret it. Then I'll give you a kneeling performance and perform a 10,000. Word burst update, maybe, sweat. Anyway, for full attendance, the author of Pujia will do my best to make it through to the end. But after all, it's a life and death moment, and I'm still a little nervous, whispering. That's all, the end. Please subscribe and vote. Thank you all. Moved, crying, thanking everyone with a broken bowl, sprinkle flowers.
The vast sky was as clear and transparent as glass.
A cloud boat as white and flawless as a white cloud was floating leisurely, and the narrow cabin was filled with more than a dozen cultivators, looking greedy. 1 chi refining level 8, 3 chi refining level 5, and a bunch of 3rd and 4th level cultivators. What kind of crooked melons and cracked dates are these?
Li Quanqing was speechless, wondering how these guys dared to rob his storage bag. Don't you recognize the fish dragon robe on him that represents the Qingyu Li family?
It's really just a chi refining level 7 cultivator. Brothers, take this job and we'll have a good time. Bai Laosan looked at the lotus that appeared in the spirit. Testing talisman, roared loudly, his face flushed, as if he was being reflected and swallowed by the hot greedy flames. Kill! He rushed down first, circling down like a golden winged rock, and danced a stone stick like magic weapon with great vigor. Following closely, the remaining robbers also controlled their weapons and blades. Their pupils were scarlet, and filled with bloodthirsty light. Their minds were obviously abnormal. They must have taken elixirs that stimulated their combat power and potential, and they were fearless.
Green water sword technique.
Li Chuanqing's eyes were calm, and his slender fingers were swung together, like a sharp sword. Drops of sword energy in the shape of water drops suddenly burst out. These sword energy were crystal clear, like the purest water drops, but contained a powerful force that was frightening. The sword energy broke through the air, leaving sword marks like water waves, blooming like lotus flowers.
Pop! Pop! Pop!
Every drop of green water sword energy that bloomed could easily pierce the throat bone and harvest a life. In the blink of an eye, the water surface was full of corpses, and the bright red blood flowed out of those wounds, which was shocking. The originally clear sea water turned blood red, and the smell of blood was pungent. No matter how much pills and talismans he used to defend himself, or how high his morale was, it was still difficult to resist the huge gap between his cultivation and swordsmanship.
Instant kill. Oh no, it's actually a peerless swordsman. Retreat!
Bai Laosan was instantly shocked, and a chill rose from his bones and rushed straight to his head. He never thought that the greed in his heart would turn into a ghost talisman that would urge him to die.
Clang!
The sword rang loudly, and drops of green water sword energy stained with blood pierced through the sky and went straight to his vital points.
Gord, protect me!
As a top cultivator among the casual cultivators, Bai Laosan still had the ability to respond to changes. At the critical moment, a purple copper gourd suddenly flew out from behind him, with an ancient and mysterious color. The mouth of the gourd trembled slightly, spraying a layer of spiritual light, swallowing all the sword energy into the gourd's belly.
Ding ding dang dang!
With the ear-piercing sound of iron hammering, the copper gourd shook violently, finally extinguishing the sword energy, and cracks appeared, almost breaking from the inside.
Bai Laosan dared not stay any longer, grabbed the copper gourd and prepared to jump onto the cloud boat, escaping alone.
Li Quanqing gently shook the Jinhai bell on his waist, and the low bell sound echoed endlessly, ripples spread, and the sound waves shook the soul.
Ding ding!
Bai Laosan felt as if a sledgehammer hit him hard on the forehead, his ears buzzed, his eyes turned black, his body stiffened, and he failed to escape back to the cloud boat in time. With a thud, Li Quanqing stepped on the turtle shell, and his copper bone body was instantly stimulated, turning into a bronze giant across hundreds of meters of sea surface, as fast as lightning, and arrived in the blink of an eye. Like a tiger coming down the mountain, with a fierce momentum.
Die for me!
He opened his eyes wide, wielded the Qingli sword in his hand, split Huashan with force, and his magic power rolled, turning into a crescent-shaped sword energy.
Dang!
In a hurry, Bai Laosan only had time to raise the stone stick to block in front of him, trying to fight for a glimmer of life. The next moment, the majestic sword energy hidden in the depths of the Qingli sword burst out, and an overwhelming force was poured out. The sword light whizzed past, and the stone stick shattered with a sound, and the broken stones flew everywhere, which was unbelievable. In Bai Laosan's regretful eyes, a big head flew up into the sky, and he died with his eyes open. After a while, a hot and bright red column of blood gushed out of the cavity, and the blood fell like rain, and the headless body fell to the ground with a bang. Why are you so weak to be a robbery cultivator? Just farm in peace in your next life, uncle. Li Quanqing stretched his muscles and bones, and the bronze bones in his body rang and crackled. He felt that he had not had enough fun at all. He hadn't revealed any of his cards yet. Boom! Seeing this, the cultivators who stayed in the cloud boat above their heads immediately increased their speed to the limit and wanted to escape back to the island. Li Quanqing had long been eyeing this free and easy cloud boat, so how could he let it go? He rose from the sky like a cannonball, smashed the protective formation with one punch, landed steadily on the deck, and stood with a cold face holding a sword. Senior, spare my life. Senior, spare our lives.
The two robbery cultivators knelt down with a plop, wailing and kowtowing like pounding garlic. Their courage was broken.
Li Quanqing destroyed their Dantian in cultivation one by one with a sword, forced them to ask for all kinds of information, and finally sent them all to heaven.
The three evils of the Bai family? The remnants of the Mo family? The strange beast Baoguang toad? Li Quanqing touched his chin.
He didn't expect that someone would rush to give him treasures. The cultivation of the three brothers of the Bai family is indeed good. The eldest brother is at the 9th level of qi refining, and the other two are at the 8th level of qi refining.
They are definitely top-notch figures among casual cultivators.
But in his opinion, they are just that, trash.
He is more interested in Baoguang toad.
It is born with strange eyes and can peek at the precious light on the cultivators. It can indeed be called a strange monster and is worth cultivating. Although this Baoguang toad has grown up and entered the early stage of qi refining, it can just verify another conjecture of mine.
If those adult monsters break through their cultivation under my training, will there be a chance for a light ball reward?
Li Quanqing has always been very positive about the various developments of the Golden Finger. He jumped onto the sea and started the popular corpse-touching blind box session. This group of robbery cultivators are quite smart.
They didn't put any valuable things on their bodies.
They hid them all in their nests and were very poor. The only thing that caught his eye was the purple copper gourd. The copper gourd is made of hard material and can absorb spells and magic weapon attacks into the gourd belly for refining.
It is a very practical top-grade magic weapon. Let's go and grab the Baoguang toad.
Li Quanqing collected the longevity turtle and flicked out a few flame talismans with his fingers. The flames were blazing and destroyed the corpses. He jumped onto the Xiaoyao Yunzhou, and the blue sea magic power surged like a tide. He easily refined this top-grade magic weapon and flew back and forth in the air. The floating spirit boat in the shape of a white cloud cut through the sky and headed straight for the enemy's lair. The three brothers of the Bai family were quite smart. They set up a formation on the island, which was enough to resist the 9th level qi refining cultivator. The remaining 7 or 8 robbery cultivators on the island were trembling with fear when they saw the arrival of the evil man, and they stubbornly guarded the formation and refused to come out.
It's just a turtle shell. Do you really think I can't do anything to you?
Li Quanqing stood at the bow, carrying a long sword on his back, his green robe rustling, and he really had the demeanor of a decent cultivator who exorcises demons and defends the way. He took off the water dragon pendant from his waist, poured a little magic power into it, and activated the vast power contained in it. A water dragon with bared fangs and claws took shape in the blink of an eye, swallowing and spitting out a large amount of seawater, with a winding body, more than 20 feet long, surging with a trace of heart-pounding power.
Go!
The water dragon shook its head and tail, moving forward without hesitation, and suddenly crashed into the surface of the formation, exploding all the amazing magic power contained in its body, shaking the earth and mountains.
Li Quanqing remained calm and continued to perform the second water dragon technique. With a wave of his hand, he was enough to kill ordinary 9th level qi refining cultivators, and they were terrified.
Boom! In the deafening sound, the whole island was shaking, like a dragon turning over, and the rocks flew through the air, as if they were about to break, cracking into hideous cracks. The earth's qi was surging, the spiritual veins were disordered, and the formation flags and formation bases hidden in various parts of the island exploded one after another in this disaster. In the void, the formation patterns collapsed one after another, turning into the purest essence and returning to the world, announcing the collapse. Li Quanqing stepped into it calmly, as if he was in an empty place, holding the Qingli sword to send everyone to heaven and earth early, and their bodies were transcended.
Is this the Baoguang toad?
He swaggered and found a golden toad, carrying copper coins, dazzling golden color, and looked very noble. Gemstone, Baoguang toad, I am a rich and noble flower in the toad world, poor people don't deserve it, sponsor, please support me, cultivation, qi refining level 3, 17%, chapter 85 Bingyu, please subscribe. Li Quanqing stroked Ling Chan's numb back, and Bao Guangchan suddenly narrowed his eyes in relief, and the airbag made bursts of sound.
Gugwa! Gugwa!
This strange beast feeds on precious energy, so it likes to stay around wealthy monks and eat precious energy to practice.
I didn't expect it to be a female toad.
Li Quanqing smiled slightly. Most of the spiritual beasts he raised were male, and females were really rare.
He counted the copper coin bumps on Baoguang toad's back.
There were more than 40 in total, which were small and round, showing a dark golden luster. According to the words of those tribulation cultivators, as long as the treasure is placed in front of the toad, it will be able to proactively identify the value of the treasure. The more treasure the item contains, the more these copper coins will shine.
Come and give it a try.
Li Quanqing took out the green carp sword, placed it in front of the golden toad, and poked its round belly.
Gugua.
Baoguang-chan looked at the magic sword with flashing green light in front of him, and shouted lazily, and 5 or 6 copper coins lit up on his back.
With so little, you little guy is quite picky.
Li Quanqing smiled, and took out the high-grade magic weapon, the green scale shield, and placed it there. It was as thick as a turtle shell and had sharp edges.
Quack! Baoguang Toad screamed, and finally became interested.
He lit up 13 copper coins, and the golden light shone.
Come again.
Li Quanqing took out the most precious Shinhai bell on his body, which was a treasure at the level of a spiritual weapon.
Sure enough, the next second, the Baoguang Toad croaked loudly, its big jewel-like eyes bright and scary.
It jumped up from the ground, hugging the small clock as big as a fist and not letting go, squinting its eyes intoxicated, sucking in a trace of precious energy to practice, and swallowing clouds and mist.
More than 30 copper coins on his back were already shining brightly. Stop, I can't let you play with this thing.
The young man was afraid that the Jinhai bell had swallowed too much treasure and something would go wrong, so he hurriedly stretched out his fingers to fiddle with it. But the spirit toad hugged it too tightly, using all 4 webbed feet at the same time, and its big belly pressed tightly against the wall of the clock, leaving no gaps.
Li Quanqing didn't dare to use any force for fear of squeezing the Baoguang Toad to death.
After searching carefully for a moment, he took out a purple jade stone.
Quack quack quack.
The moment he saw the high-grade spiritual stone, Baoguang-chan was as excited as if he saw a golden mountain in front of him.
More than 40 copper coins, all lit up.
It threw away the Jinhai bell in disgust, jumped on its hind legs, and was about to hold the thunder spirit stone tightly in its arms.
Li Quanqing naturally wouldn't let it happen.
With a bang, he used his magic power to activate it, and the purple spiritual stone glowed, popping out a silver-purple arc of electricity. Baoguang-chan screamed and was immediately struck by lightning and flew out, rolling on the ground. However, this spirit beast had a very tenacious character.
It pounced on it time and time again and was hit dozens of times. Then he became obedient and honest.
He opened his mouth and spat out wisps of black smoke, looking very miserable. The Baoguang Toad lay languidly in the young man's palm, with electric currents running wildly on the surface of the skin, twitching from time to time, and shaking all over. After all, they are not raised since childhood.
Adult monsters are quite wild and need to be polished slowly.
Li Quanqing put away the Jinhai bell and the thunder spirit stone, and began to search the island.
Finally, he found an underground treasure house under the 3 brothers' dormitory. So poor. He was a little disappointed when he looked at the spiritual stones that were over 2,000 years old, the 7 or 8 low-grade magic weapons, and the few spiritual materials and monster materials. After all, he is a casual cultivator and has no habit of saving money. Whatever treasures he gets, he either uses them himself or exchanges them with others. The most precious treasures should be carried by Boss Bai. It's good to get these.
Li Quanqing comforted himself and searched for all the loot.
Gugua!
Baoguang-chan suddenly screamed, jumped down from his shoulder, squatted in front of a wall and kept shouting.
Ha! Is there something going on?
Li Quanqing looked at the wall, and after paying close attention, he discovered that a surprising amount of cold air was escaping.
Secret door? Secret passage? Li Quanqing touched the cold stone wall, roared, and smashed it with his fist. Under the overwhelming brute force, all traps are useless.
Stones rolled and smoke rose everywhere, revealing a narrow secret passage that could only allow one person to pass, leading to a certain secret room at the end. Click, click, click. The terrifying cold air spurted out instantly like a raging tide, spreading at a shocking speed.
In the blink of an eye, a
forest-white layer of cold ice formed. The ice exuded a biting chill, as if it could freeze everything. They spread rapidly along the wall, like icy pythons, and everything they passed was shrouded in the extreme cold.
It's so cold.
Li Quanqing couldn't help but shiver, the cold air hit his face, and a layer of frost formed on his eyebrows. Such an astonishing chill reminded him of the terrible snow disaster that year.
What's in the secret room? Li Quanqing stepped in, filled with curiosity. Finally, he saw an ice-blue stick on a stone platform covered by thick ice, feather. The feathers lie quietly in the ice. Its color is like the deep ocean and pure ice crystals. It is breathtakingly beautiful. Gugua! Gugua! Baoguang-chan hid behind him and kept shouting.
It looked at the ice feather on the stone platform, and the copper coins on its back lit up, with eyes full of expectation and fear. It was suppressed by its blood, which frightened it so much that it trembled and dared not approach. But the sweet and rich treasure on the feather slowly diffused and rose in the air, which really made the toad greedy.
It seems that this is a feather left by a big monster? What a treasure!
Li Chuanqing's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to reach out and grab it.
Cry!
Just as he was about to touch the feather, a high-pitched bird cry suddenly echoed in his ears. The sound penetrated gold and split stones, and it was extremely penetrating, as if it could pierce the sky and resound through the clouds.
He seemed to see a monster bird as big as a mountain rushing towards him, with a cold wave all over his body and a surge of blue light, almost freezing the soul and consciousness of people, and suppressing the world. Ding!
At the critical moment, the Zhenhai bell suddenly shone brightly. The wave patterns carved on the wall of the bell seemed to come alive, and the lines began to surge slowly like a lively stream, making a deafening roar of the sea. At the same time, the soul sword turned into a crystal swordlight and flew out. The swordlight was invisible and intangible, but it exuded a powerful aura. It was like a flash of lightning, shuttling through the secret room at a very fast speed, and even the ice layer could not block it. Wherever the crystal swordlight went, all the pressure and illusions were broken and disappeared without a trace.
The pressure brought by the huge monster bird was instantly shattered like fragile glass under the impact of the swordlight.
Li Quanqing felt relieved, as if he had woken up from a terrible nightmare.
What a weird feather!
Li Quanqing came back to his senses and found that his entire arm was covered with a thick layer of ice, and it was freezing cold. It was just a little bit of the remaining will of the great monster, but it was so terrifying.
What kind of treasure was left by the great monster?
Fortunately, this illusion was not very strong, and it could be easily broken free with the help of a second person's gentle call. Li Quanqing broke free from the ice layer and carefully picked up the feather. A layer of frost instantly gushed out, spreading along his palm to his chest and body. Even though he had expected it, with his strong physique, he actually felt a piercing cold at this moment. The cold seemed to be countless sharp ice spikes, deeply piercing his skin, making his body tremble involuntarily, and his blood was about to freeze into ice chips. He changed color slightly and hurriedly threw the feather into the storage bag. Unexpectedly, just after Li Quanqing put the feather into the storage bag, the next moment, a thick layer of ice instantly formed on the surface of the storage bag. The ice layer spread, and the storage bag suddenly made a sound of being overwhelmed. It was almost damaged under the attack of this strong cold, and it could break at any time. Seeing this, Li Quanqing was frightened and hurriedly took out the feather again. Looking at the feather emitting icy blue light in his hand, he finally understood why the three brothers dug out a secret room to worship this precious feather. The chill emitted by this feather is too strong, and ordinary storage bags can't bear it at all. After thinking for a while, Li Quanqing decided to try again. The magic power of the blue sea surged, like a surging tide, wrapping the icy blue feather layer by layer. Finally, it condensed into a blue ice ball the size of a human head, which finally slowed down the invasion of the chill. Li Quanqing took out the storage bag of the third elder again.
This is a top-grade magic weapon, the material is tougher, and it contains 100 feet of space.
He put the feather into a corner of the storage bag, and finally breathed a sigh of relief after observing it. The ice feather did not have any more moths, and he left the secret room with the treasure light toad in satisfaction.
Chapter 86 Gold Marrow Jade Mine. Subscribe. Chanzi, come home with me.
Li Quanqing stood at the bow of the cloud boat, looking at the raging sea of fire below, burning all the buildings on the island.
When it burned into
ruins, he used the water control technique to manipulate the seawater to rage, just like the Milky Way destroying the world, wiping out all the remaining breath of himself.
In a flash, the spirit island became a mess.
When I return to the family, I will issue a wanted bounty order, spread the information that the Bai brothers are the remnants of the Mo family, and let the Xie family send people to hunt them down.
Steady! Li Quanqing never makes it easy for his enemies. I must cut the grass and eradicate it. Swoosh!
The free and easy cloud boat trembled slightly, swallowing and spitting out a large cloud of gas, and suddenly flew into the sky, with a speed similar to those spirit boats on the sea. Li Quanqing pressed the spirit stone into the depression of the magic weapons center. A layer of spiritual light slowly bloomed, filtering out the fierce gale in the sky, leaving only a gentle breeze blowing into the boat, which did not affect the monk's appreciation of the scenery. Li Quanqing looked at the boundless sea below, and the feeling of flying without gravity was really addictive, as if he was free. The world is so big, you can travel freely. Quack! The Baoguang toad jumped around in the cabin excitedly. Since being caught by the three brothers, it has been locked in a cage. The spiritual toad used its webbed feet to scratch the formation, and its loose belly was blown by the wind, and it half-closed its eyes comfortably. I have never experienced such a refreshing feeling. Li Quanqing didn't care at first, until he found that the Baoguang toad often changed its position, and the copper coins on its back would light up from time to time. He reacted at this time. It turned out that this toad was actually looking at the air. Which sea area hides treasures and which island has good things buried can be said to be clear at a glance. My goodness, this toad is incredible. It's a biological self-propelled treasure hunting instrument. Li Quanqing was amazed and became more and more fond of the little golden toad with jewels and gems. He took out a magic weapon and let it hold it for fun. In fact, every time the Baoguang toad peeked into the spiritual light, it would consume the treasure energy in its body. But now it has become a rich man, and it can't spend it all. In the words of the third elder, my luck has always been good. I won't really encounter any ancestral caves or peerless treasures, right? Li Quanqing was thinking in his heart, and suddenly heard the Baoguang toad pointing in a certain direction and chirping excitedly. Its abdomen bulged and shrank, and the frog croaked deep and powerful, like thunder in the sky, and its expression was excited and excited. No way, am I really the son of luck? Li Quanqing looked over with interest, and immediately saw more than 30 golden copper coins flashing and shining brightly. Although not as good as the Thunder Spirit Stone, it was more than a few more than the Jinhai Bell. Li Quanqing was immediately happy. He really encountered a good treasure. He stopped the cloud boat and picked up the spirit toad. He saw the little guy kept croaking in a certain direction, and he was drooling with greed. Following the guidance of the Baoguang toad, Li Quanqing found a bare stone island. It was not very big, only 2 or 3 miles in radius. The island was bare, with little vegetation, not much life, and thin spiritual energy. It looked barren and barren. What treasures can there be here? While Li Quanqing was wondering, the Baoguang toad croaked and jumped from his arms to the island. The spirit toad walked around and looked around, and finally stopped, opened its mouth and began to swallow the soil. This strange guy, is he hungry? Li Quanqing looked strange. Although the Baoguang toad looked golden, the 5 elements in its body were actually biased towards the earth. It is understandable that it likes to eat soil. The Baoguang toad lay quietly on a stone, and its round body looked a little naive. It opened its mouth and began to suck the soil. Its mouth was wide open, like a bottomless pit. As it sucked, the soil was sucked into its mouth continuously. Soon, a shallow pit appeared, and it was still getting bigger and deeper. Suddenly, with a thud, a jade light flashed, and a jade mixed with a large piece of silt suddenly flew out and hit the rock where the toad was lying. The jade exuded a warm light, and there were faint golden spots flashing in the sun, which looked particularly mysterious. The toad's expression was refreshed, and the lazy look disappeared instantly. Its eyes were fixed on the jade, full of excitement and desire, and it was croaking loudly, eager to swallow the jade into its stomach. However, at this moment, a huge hand that covered the sky suddenly fell from the sky, with endless majesty, pressing the golden toad under the 5-finger mountain and suppressing it ruthlessly. Golden marrow jade? Li Quanqing ignored Baoguang's protest and grabbed the spiritual jade in his hand. After blowing away the dirt, the flawless white jade appeared in his sight. Its shape was extremely irregular, without any trace of polishing, but it exuded a simple and pure beauty. Inside the crystal-clear jade, the golden chalcedony was like rippling water, with a shimmering luster, and the golden brilliance and the mutton-fat white jade complemented each other. It was the top-grade gemstone. Golden marrow jade. Li Quanqing had traded a few pieces with people in Baokingfang, and with the help of golden marrow jade, he cultivated a bronze bone body, so he was very impressed. How could there be golden marrow jade here? Could it be? Li Quanqing rolled up his sleeves and instantly took out the Qingli sword, with his magic power surging, using it as a hoe. Start digging. Lus was flying, and a big pit was quickly dug. Baoguang toad squatted on the mound, croaking anxiously. Li Quanqing dug dozens of meters deep, and finally reached the hard rock layer, but there was still no trace of Baoyu. Just when he was about to give up, there was a sudden ding sound from where the green carp sword landed. The ground was silent. Although the sound was not loud, it reached the young man's ears clearly, no less than a thunder on the ground. Li Quanqing looked there instantly, staring unblinkingly, almost frozen. You know, the flying sword can cut iron like mud. Even if it is used to dig out rocks, it is still as easy as cutting tofu. What should be the thing that can hinder the green carp sword? Li Quanqing couldn't wait and slashed with his sword again. Suddenly the stone layer cracked and wisps of moist jade light bloomed. With a wave of his sleeves, strong winds emerged and mana surged, crushing all the gravel under his feet into powder, and he finally saw the specific scene. It was a layer of pale white rock formation, almost transparent in color, extending into an unknown distance, with almost no boundaries visible. You can vaguely see that in the deepest part of the rock formation, pieces of flawless white jade are inlaid there, blooming with indescribable light. In the deepest part of those white jade, the golden luster gathers and stirs, like forming a dreamlike golden river, rushing towards the deepest part of the darkness.
Golden marrow and jade veins.
The golden light filled his pupils, and even with Li Chuanqing's temperament, his handsome face was still full of shock.
Get rich. This time I really got rich.
A vein of gold marrow and jade, not to mention the jade bone body, the glazed body can be cultivated to great perfection.
From now on, I, Li, can also say that I have a mine at home. Goo croak croak.
The Beogwang toad couldn't wait to jump into the mine, lying on the surface of the rock formation with its whole body in a big shape, swallowing a huge amount of treasure energy, wishing it could get into the veins and roam freely. Li Quanqing suppressed his curled lips, held Jin Chan in his arms and rubbed him again and again.
Although you, a guy like me, curse me for being lonely when you have nothing to do, it doesn't matter, I forgive you.
Li Quanqing jumped out of the mine, thinking about how to deal with this huge mineral vein.
He definitely wouldn't be able to dig it all out himself, and he doesn't have the time or energy.
There are a large group of spiritual beasts at home waiting to be fed.
Still like the same old thing, leave it to the family for development? Li Quanqing was a little hesitant.
This was undoubtedly the most trouble-free and labor-saving way. All he had to do was lie down and collect the money.
The only problem is that the three elders are still fighting in the ruins, and they don't know when they will come out. With his biggest backer in the Li family gone, will a jade mine of such staggering value arouse the covetousness and greed of other family elders?
Li Quanqing was just thinking when an item in his storage bag suddenly buzzed.
He was stunned for a moment and took out the item from the storage bag.
It turned out to be a 10,000 fish mirror. The fish patterns on the surface of the treasure mirror are constantly swimming, which means that another monk from the family holding the 10,000 fish mirror is approaching quickly, as if he has sensed his breath.
Who is it?
Li Chuanqing's heart sank, and he hurriedly prepared to fill the pit again, but it was already a step too late.
Boom!
Just hearing the roar of thunder, a purple sword light suddenly rushed from the sky, as powerful as thunder, and arrived in the blink of an eye. The sword mark suddenly pulled and turned into a huge purple sword of more than 10 feet. It was like a mark in the sky cutting through the sky, and the thunder lingered for a long time. After the light dissipated, a purple-robed Taoist appeared, with his feet in the void, his eyes warm, and he looked at the young man very kindly. Are you Li Quanqing?
Why isn't that boy Li with you? Chapter 87 Li Kunlun, subscribe please. Ah. Li? Li Quanqing looked at the purple-robed Taoist in front of him and couldn't help blinking.
He looked to be in his early 20s, gentle and elegant, with a gentle smile on his lips, as bright and handsome as the sun.
It made people feel good from the bottom of their hearts. However, Li Quanqing didn't dare to really treat the other party as a peer. The reason was that this young Taoist was walking in the air, with a high and ethereal fairy air all over his body. A great cultivator of foundation building. In an instant, Li Quanqing guessed the other party's identity, and he wanted to slide down and hug this thickest thigh he had ever seen. Fortunately, he still had some face. The young man was respectful, performed the disciple's etiquette, and showed a pure and innocent shy smile. I am Li Quanqing, a disciple of the Qitong Hall, and I am honored to meet the Grand Elder. Oh? You actually recognized me?
Li Kunlun looked at the blue-clothed young man in front of him with interest. He had heard the name Quanqing mentioned too many times, but this was the first time he saw it.
It was indeed extraordinary.
He could have such a cultivation at such a young age. He could be called a young talent with excellent roots. The Grand Elder is wise and powerful, and his thunder method is superb.
Who in this Wanli Sea doesn't know your reputation?
Li Quanqing spoke shamelessly, without blushing or beating his heart. As expected of a brother, Li Kunlun also liked this trick, and his smile on his face became more and more amiable.
Yes, you are really good. My Li family has a son, Quanqing, who can be said to have a successor. Li Quanqing was embarrassed by the praise, reporting to the Supreme Elder, the Hall Master has already entered the ruins alone, not with me. He took out a jade slip. This is the sea route map to the ruins and various information and events. There is absolutely no mistake or omission. You are thoughtful.
Li Kunlun could see that the jade slip had been prepared long ago.
This junior was indeed thoughtful.
He took the jade slip, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and compared it with the information he had obtained one by one, and immediately understood it. I will deal with this matter personally. The foundation. Building cultivators of various families are about to arrive, and even the Shueihua sword sect has unusual movements. You should return to the family as soon as possible. When Li Quanqing heard this, he was shocked and felt that he was not far enough away from the purple blood sea. This gold marrow jade mine still needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he straightened his back and said loudly, "Report to the Supreme Elder, Quanqing has a treasure to present to you." "I don't lack any treasures." Li Kunlun smiled and looked at the pit next to him, with a hint of curiosity in his words. "Is this the treasure you mentioned?" In fact, he had noticed this big pit a long time ago. However, out of respect for the privacy of the younger generation, he did not spy with his spiritual sense, nor did he take it to heart. At this time, after hearing this, a ray of spiritual sense was explored and saw the Baoguang toad croaking at the bottom of the mine, and the golden jade mine. Golden marrow jade mine? You discovered this. Li Kunlun was so knowledgeable and experienced that he was also a little surprised at this time. Such a huge jade mine is enough to exchange for a low-grade spiritual weapon. Li Quanqing smiled and said that he was lucky and did not reveal the secret of the Baoguang toad. You are indeed lucky. Not only can you endure the temptation of the ruins, but this jade mine alone may bring you more than what you would get from breaking into the ruins. Li Kunli was amazed. I will not embezzle the things of a junior. This gold marrow jade mine is still yours. Just register it under my name. The family will split the profits with you 30% to 70% at that time. The family will not take your things for nothing. This 30% profit will be returned to you in the form of contribution points as a thank you for your contribution to the clan. 70% is mine, and 30% is theirs. This split ratio was far beyond Li Chuanqing's expectations. He originally thought that 40% to 60% was the best result. Well, he still took 40%. Unexpectedly, the words of the Supreme Elder made him very happy. Thank you, Supreme Elder. Li Quanqing smiled happily, and in his heart he called the Hall Master's brother awesome. I will set up a formation to protect this island and notify the family monks to arrive. You leave by yourself and don't delay any longer, so as to avoid any accidents on the road. Li Kunlun took out a set of formation flags from his storage bag and buried them. In the blink of an eye, they burrowed into the soil and disappeared, connecting with the energy of the earth veins. This stone island seems to be no different from before, but in fact, its core has long changed. It is covered by an extremely powerful formation, but it is not yet activated. Li Quanqing stepped on the spirit boat until the Supreme Elder arranged the formation completely and left gracefully, and then he felt relieved. Go home. Go home. Thinking of the major foundation. Building families that were about to come, and even the huge Jindan sect, Li Quanqing couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. He took out the green water shuttle again, and at this time he didn't care about any comfort. He stimulated the speed to the maximum and headed straight for the Qingyu Islands. After sailing all night until the early morning, he finally saw the familiar sea scenery and returned to Yulong Island safely. Finally. I'm back. My home. Li Quanqing opened the green water shuttle and stood on the sea. He had never felt so close to this spiritual island. He had not been away for long, only a little over a month, but he felt as if he was a lifetime ago. He put away the green water shuttle and walked on the waves, preparing to take out the formation plate and open the protective formation of Yulong Island in front of him. Suddenly, waves of excited roars came from the water in front of him, which seemed particularly abrupt in the silent night sky, breaking the quiet sound of waves. The roar was very layered, with fish, crabs, tigers and snakes, as if these beast cubs were having an open-air party in the middle of the night. The smile on Li Chuanqing's face froze. Suddenly, there was a sense of déjà vu that a parent left home for work, and when he came back, he found that the naughty child was destroying the house. What are these guys doing? Li Quanqing withdrew his hand from knocking on the door, took out the cloud boat, and quietly flew to the sky to observe. I saw that in the vast and boundless sea area of Yulongbo, the water surface was turbulent in an instant, and layers of huge waves kept surging up. The waves were raging, and a tide was deliberately created by humans. To be precise, it was not man-made, but fish-made. The fourth batch of young green jade carpfish were all out, and under the command and help of their parents, they manipulated the seawater to create waves after waves. The waves were surging and surging. After all, there were more than 1,000 monster cubs, and the power they created should not be underestimated.
the heightened power of the waves were even more thrilling than real wind and waves. In the rolling waves, more than a dozen green jade carps excitedly chased each other, and their huge bodies went upstream in the waves, like surfing. Moo, the cheerful calls echoed on the water. The green jade carp swimming in the front was particularly eye-catching, as green as jade, with golden scales on its back shining in the moonlight, and blazing flames burning in its eyes. It was Ao Ching, someone's favorite and most trusted fish cub. Li Quanqing grabbed the edge of the cloud boat and looked at it with great pain. Ao Chung, what are you doing? Although at the highest point of the wave, several fat big blue fish suddenly jumped out of the water, were knocked unconscious by the violent current, and drifted with the waves. The tiger roared, and suddenly the golden flame tiger flapped its wings, hovering majestically in the air and descending from the sky. It opened its mouth and spit out a ball of golden flames, which burned fiercely and instantly wrapped the big bluefish inside, roasting it to a crispy outside and tender inside, exuding an alluring aroma. The golden flame tiger looked at his masterpiece and swallowed the grilled fish in one gulp with satisfaction. It was so delicious that it stretched out its claws. Smelling the smell of grilled fish, the green water pythons also emerged from the waves and chased to share the delicious and juicy grilled fish. Their slender bodies are not suitable for surfing, but they enjoy the feeling of being hit by the fierce waves and are at ease. Every impact of the waves is like a full body massage, which makes the green water pythons feel so comfortable that their muscles and bones are soft. Dare to eat my little brother? Ao Ching looked unkind, and spit out a thick water arrow, which directly knocked the golden flame tiger into the seawater. He drank several mouthfuls of salty seawater, and no longer had the previous majesty. Ao Ching held his head high, his eyes full of majesty and provocation, as if he was announcing his supremacy as the master of the fish pond to the golden flame tiger. Cry! The Qingfeng cranes waved their wings and flew lightly, riding the wind and waves with an elegant posture. Their light blue wings spread in the wind, while avoiding the wind and waves, they tried to use their claws to fish out this silly tiger cub. Crack! Crack! The wind and waves surged, and the copper-clad crabs also emerged from the water, aggressively, using their crab claws to clamp the white feathers of the spiritual crane, trying to pull the Qingfeng crane into the sea. Bah! 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 The waves splashed, and densely packed big black fish showed their heads on the water surface, wanting to avenge their friends. Water arrows instantly rose into the air, whirring, covering every inch of space. Jin Yinhu was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the fat fish eager to try, excitedly emitting a few sparks from his mouth, and his saliva flowed down. There were also green water pythons hiding in the deep water and hunting quietly, shuttling silently in the seawater, with their bellies bulging. For a while, the whole fish pond became a mess, and a big fight between water and land started instantly, showing a picture full of vitality and vigor. Only the bright moon shells and stone loaches stayed quietly at the bottom of the water. One shell swallowed and purified the seawater, and the other silently crawled in the mud in the dark. No matter how lively the outside world was, they all said that the rain had nothing to do with me. Chapter 88 Returning to the Island, please subscribe. The vast sea rises and falls, and a red sun jumps out of the sea, spreading the warm morning light, starting a day full of vitality. Li Quanqing was bathing in the warm sunshine, but his heart felt cold. He stayed on the Yunzhou for a night and saw with his own eyes how these young beast cubs became after losing their own restraints. Lawless. But what can he do? This is the nature of the monster, free, unrestrained, and playful. Li Quanqing couldn't put them in a cage one by one and quietly act as mascots. So, I have no choice but to endure the spicy herring one more time. Thinking of the tender, juicy and delicious big herring, Li Quanqing couldn't help but shed tears of sadness. Decided to buy another tens of thousands of him from the family. Anyway, now he is rich, very, very rich as someone who owns a mine at home. Li Quanqing controlled the Yunzhou to descend from the sky. After being mentally prepared, he opened the island protection formation and roared, "I'm back." The sound resounded through the sky and was clearly heard by every spirit beast cub. Hearing the sudden shout, a certain golden tiger had just jumped onto the beach from the sea and was vigorously shaking off the wet hair on its body. In an instant, he rushed into the mountain forest at the speed of light, like a golden lightning, climbed up the tree in twos and twos, got into his nest, half-closed and half-opened his eyes, pretending to be ignorant and well-behaved as he had just woken up. When a green anaconda heard the shouting, it immediately swallowed the big herring that was fed to the cub. It moved quickly and decisively in an attempt to destroy the body and eliminate traces of it. The big herring disappeared in its mouth instantly, as if it had never existed. Ao Ching, who was chasing the last wave, froze up and sank straight to the bottom of the sea, not daring to show his head at all. I keep saying in my heart that I can't be seen, I can't be seen. Yes, the weather is calm. It seems that everyone behaved well when I was not at home. Under Li Chuanqing's seat, the Wanshou turtle was waving its claws leisurely, and the Baoguang toad was also squatting on the turtle shell, looking at everything curiously, croaking. A group of qingfeng cranes flew overhead. Their feathers were messy and in a state of embarrassment. Water drops were still dripping from their bodies. It was obvious that they had just experienced a fierce battle. Li Quanqing pretended that he didn't see anything. Mu the water splashed, and Ao Cheng swam over, shouting as if he was guilty of a crime. It waved its fins and saw sparkling waves on the sea surface. Green jade dot-like scales were spread out in front of its eyes, and it was almost impossible to see the end. More than 1,000 green jade carps swim neatly on the ground, with coordinated movements and graceful postures, making them look spectacular. I want to transform into a dragon, green jade carp. Master, I miss you so much. Look at how well I manage the fish pond. I'm not playful, I'm not surfing, I'm not. Cultivation, 4th level of chi refining, 49%. Li Quanqing rubbed the fish's head and saw that Ao Cheng had not lost his cultivation, and the last bit of anger in his heart disappeared completely. You're so good, I'll reward you with monster meat. Li Quanqing took out a large piece of python meat, which was cut from the thunderhorn python king. The flesh and blood sizzled, and arcs of electricity exploded from time to time. This kind of high-grade monster meat containing majestic monster energy is fatal to Ao Cheng's attraction. It whined, swallowed a large piece of meat directly into its mouth, and swallowed it directly into its stomach. Zitzi had underestimated the thunder attribute essence contained in the flesh and blood, so Li Quanqing specially selected the best part of the python king. A wisp of electricity came out from the gaps in Ao Cheng's scales, causing him to sway all over and swim around the Wanshou turtle. My muscles and bones all over my body were numb. The feeling was both refreshing and uncomfortable, a bit heady. Gulu. Electricity spread in the water, bubbles surged and crackled, and the fish pond was directly exploded. Hundreds of big herrings were stunned by the electric shock and floated to the surface of the water with their white bellies turned over. They were everywhere, and the fishkeeper's eyes turned red when they saw them. Ouch! Jin Yanhu was lying in his nest and secretly opened one eye to take a peek. When he saw the big herrings on the water, he stopped pretending anymore. It moved its 4 furry tiger paws and ran towards it like a burning golden flame. Its fur was smooth and shiny, and it squatted on the embankment to catch fish. Shut up! Li Quanqing knocked on the round tiger's head, and it felt very comfortable. I have better food here. These fish are just fainted, not dead yet. He took out the big herring from Tiger Boy's mouth, and under the aggrieved gaze of the other party, took out a whole thunderhorn python. What a big bug! Jin Yanhu looked at the ferocious face of the thunder-horned python and was immediately frightened to the point where he jumped up and hid directly behind Li Chuanqing's body, only daring to reveal the round head of the tiger. Still as timid as when I was a child. You're worthless, you're the king of beasts, be tough. Li Quanqing saw it funny and cut off a piece of demon python meat. Breathfire, puff. Jin Yanhu was very obedient. He opened his mouth and spit out a golden flame, burning like a torch. Soon, the piece of meat was roasted, and with a little seasoning, it was fragrant. Even with the sense of smell and taste of a spiritual beast, cooked food will feel more delicious. Roar! Jin Yanhu looked at the ferocious demon python on the ground with fiery eyes, as if he had seen a Big Mac-shaped spicy stick. After feeding the roasted meat to the tiger cub, Li Quanqing touched the tiger's ears that were shaking back and forth. Tiger and tiger are powerful, Jin Yanhu. I wasn't scared just now. Ho ho, oh my god, it smells so good. Maturity, 96%, Li Quanqing raised his eyebrows. It had only been more than 9 months, but he didn't expect that the little tiger cub was about to transform into a chi-refining monster. Is this the power of the demon clan's bloodline? Li Quanqing seems to have some realization. As long as Jin Yanhu grows up, he can enter the 7th level of chi refining, so his growth rate will be very fast in the early stage. It is estimated that it will take 3 or 4 years to reach the middle stage of chi refining. At this time, the growth rate will slow down, and then it will advance to the 7th level of chi refining over time, exhausting its potential. Only those who have various opportunities or have been carefully trained since childhood can break the shackles of blood and advance to a stronger level. There are pros and cons. These past few days I have been focusing on feeding the tiger cubs. I want to fill them up with the last few drops of maturity. Li Quanqing made a decision. Oh hoo! Jin Yanhu devoured the roasted meat in 2 bites, leaving a fragrant aroma in his mouth. Looking at the remaining large thunderhorn python, he felt extremely happy. As expected, I am my master's favorite Zai. Li Quanqing saw it funny, scratched its chin, and squinted his eyes happily. This is not for you to eat alone. Roast the meat and share it with the green jade carps. When Jin Yanhu heard that he was going to be a free coolie, he suddenly frowned, his tiger ears drooped and clung to his skull, like a wrong child. It makes people feel funny and a little distressed at the same time. Li Quanqing called Ao Cheng and asked him to supervise the fish to share the flesh and blood of the thunder-horned python equally, without any competition, and then walked towards the forest. The Qingfeng cranes stood in the forest, looking at him curiously, with graceful postures. They rarely saw this master set foot on their territory. You also have gifts. Do you think they suit your taste? Li Quanqing took out a few silver-white peaches, which were plump and juicy. They were picked from the thunder peach tree and had a faint fruity fragrance. The cranes tilted their heads, pecked a few times, and ate up the pulp in twos, making the juice flow freely. Free heart, Qingfeng he, what a weird fruit. My mouth feels numb after eating it. It has an average taste and is not delicious, but you can't waste food. Maturity, 69%, Li Quanqing arranged the feathers of the beautiful and elegant cranes, and then took them to wander in the mountains and forests. Finally, he stopped at the highest peak of Yulong Island, cleared a clearing, and took out the thunder peach tree from his storage bag. Seeing the precious tree with silvery light and dragon-like bark, Baoguang Toad's eyes suddenly widened, and with a croak, he was about to jump up and take a deep breath. Stop it! The Qingfeng cranes let out a long cry, looked at this ugly golden thing curiously, and used their thin and long crane claws to catch the Baoguang toad. In a sense, it can be regarded as a jade leg like a forest. Although Baoguang-chan is a third-level chi-refining monster, its combat effectiveness is basically zero, coupled with its size and racial suppression. In the end, he was surrounded by a group of cranes and teased. He was so angry that his cheeks bulged and he croaked wildly. At least he was very impressive. Li Quanqing looked at the thunder peach tree in front of him. After staying in the storage bag for a while, the branches and leaves looked a little wilted without the nourishment of sunlight, rain and dew. Li Quanqing dug a big pit and buried the thunder spirit stone in it first, then replanted the thunder peach tree and buried the silver-purple mud at the roots of the tree. The moment the spiritual tree was replanted, the area felt a little different. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered and turned into a white mist visible to the naked eye, curling up. Nourished by various spiritual creatures, the thunder peach tree recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, its branches and leaves stretched, and it returned to its vibrant state. Very energetic. The place Li Quanqing chose was very particular. It happened to be an important node in the underground spiritual veins of Yulong Island. There was also a formation flag buried not far away. The high-grade thunder spirit stones buried here can gather the free spiritual energy in the surrounding air, strengthen the origin of the earth, and slowly increase the grade of the spiritual veins. The spiritual veins of Yulong Island are currently at the top level of the first level. It is estimated that after 20 to 30 years of burial, they will reach the top level of the first level, which is enough to support the chi-refining monks to attack the foundation. But there are also disadvantages. Li Quanqing raised his head and saw that under the influence of the magnetic field of the thunder spirit stone, the vitality of the heaven and earth was in chaos, and layers of dark clouds quickly gathered above his head. Boom! The next moment, a silver-white thunderbolt aimed at the peach tree and struck down straight down, rumbling with the majesty of heaven. It is indeed a top-grade spiritual stone. Li Quanqing praised, took out the green scale shield and wrapped it around his body, blocking some of the remaining power of the thunder. Bathed in the electric light, the thunder peach tree becomes more upright and moist, with branches and leaves full of vitality. The Qingfeng cranes were startled by the thunder, and all their feathers exploded, and they flew away one after another, whistling and waving their wings. Baoguang-chan had also been psychologically affected by thunder and lightning before. With a croak, he skipped away without even looking at the thunder peach tree. Li Quanqing felt happy and relaxed when he saw this. He took out 7 thunderhorn python eggs and placed them evenly at the thick roots of the peach tree. He also took 2 thunder crystals and a large pile of spiritual stones and placed them around them. You have to break out of the shell quickly and roll it up as soon as possible. A trace of expectation flashed in Li Quanqing's eyes, and he took out the formation disc and manipulated the formation to change, covering the entire area near the thunder peach tree. It can effectively prevent spiritual beasts from accidentally entering here, being injured by lightning, or disturbing the hatching of the thunderhorn python. After finishing all these, Li Quanqing clapped his hands. This was considered to be the end of the most precious treasure in the storage bag. I have updated 14,000 words. I will stop here first. I will continue to write after get off work in the evening and try to make it an integer chapter 89 soul. Nourishing tree, subscribe please. That night, the moon was high in the sky, and the stars were sparse. Li Quanqing sat on the embankment, watching the ebb and flow of the sea, the rolling waves, and his mood became peaceful. He held a thunder crystal in his hand, slowly refined it, and drew out the gentle thunder power in it to start practicing the glazed jade bone body. Crackling! Blue-purple arcs exploded, drilling into the flesh and blood along the palms and arms, numb and hot. The bronze bones were tempered by thunder, and the sharp metallic luster began to fade, gradually covered with a layer of warm jade light. The moonlight was cold, the sea was surging, and the boy practiced while enjoying the scenery. The skills were running and tempering the whole body by themselves, and there was no need to worry about it. It was so relaxing. Of course, it would be even better if the ears could be quieter. Aho aho, the golden flame tiger stood on the beach, roaring with all his might, like a golden torch lighting up the dark night, full of energy, grinding his teeth around a snake bone. That was the skeleton of the thunderhorn python. The flesh and blood had long been eaten clean, leaving only the white and slender bones, shining with a faint blue light from the marrow under the starlight. Sizzle! Sizzle! The golden flame tiger held the thickest spine, held it up with his two front paws, and bit it hard. Sparks flew everywhere. About to become a chi-refining monster, the golden flame tiger also ushered in a period of tooth replacement. The mouth was itchy and unbearable, and his eyes lit up when he saw hard things. All the larger stones on the beach could not escape, and all had to be bitten a few times. Crisp! Roar! The low and refreshing tiger roar, coupled with the harsh and unpleasant friction sound, mixed into a pure noise, and the tiger cub himself enjoyed it. Moo! The waves sparkled, and bamboo-green fish scales emerged from the sea, like floating islands on the sea. The fish opened and closed their mouths, slowly swam out from the deep sea, and worshipped the moon as usual, and their scales were shining brightly under the moonlight. Ao Qing commanded thousands of his brothers, and he was so majestic, so powerful, and so imposing. Its scales had grown to the size of copper coins, and they flashed a mysterious green light in the water, like a king wearing armor. Wherever its huge body passed, the sea surged, and every swing of its tail could stir up layers of waves, and it really had the demeanor of a fish king. If it was seen by those ignorant mortals, they would definitely regard it as the dragon king in the rivers and build a temple to worship it. Moo! Ao Qing let out a melodious roar, majestic, as if the bronze bell in the ancient temple had been ringing for thousands of years, traveling from a distant time and space, revealing an indescribable wild atmosphere. Walala! The golden-patterned green jade carp swallowed and exhaled the essence of heaven and earth, and brought down the thickest and brightest moonlight of the moon, illuminating the bones and scales of the whole body. The cold jade pond water reflected the crescent moon. Li Quanqing bathed in the bright moonlight, and suddenly exclaimed, discovering details that he had not noticed during the day. I don't know when, the golden-patterned green jade carp actually grew 2 whiskers on its mouth, which were thin and long. Under the scales on Ao Qing's forehead, there was a small bulge, as if walking on the full moon on his head, as if he was about to grow a horn. Ao Qing, this guy, is his bloodline going to revive again? Li Quanqing resisted the urge to rub the fish head angrily, and was overjoyed. This guy can be said to be the most potential monster in Yulongbo. You are the born king of the scroll. Thousands of fish worship the moon, the moonlight shines through, and the night is as bright as day. Many spiritual beasts are attracted, the spiritual cranes fly around the water, the copper crabs come out collectively, the golden toads lie on the back of the longevity turtle and croak, only the fire-attributed golden flame tiger hates this scene. The green water python also brings its cubs to hide in the corner of the fish school, secretly rubs some moonlight aura, and awakens its spirit. Li Quanqing blinked and suddenly saw a soft colored light ball, floating there waiting for you to pick it. Then the second, the third. More and more light balls floated to the surface of the water, and even the bright moonlight could not erase the soft white light. Which spiritual beasts have matured? I didn't find it before. Li Quanqing stood up, walked a few steps along the embankment, and finally saw the truth. Large shells as white as the moon sank and floated in the seawater. The shells opened and closed, snapping, and kept swallowing and spitting out the moonlight to practice. It's the bright moon shell. These shells were the gifts Xia Hanyu gave him when he first came to Yulong Island. There were more than 50 of them. Now, according to the time, it was just the right time to mature. He stepped into the sea, his body rising and falling, constantly picking up the bright light balls, like a pearl diver on the sea. Harvest a moonlight shell in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a gourd of Taiyin soul nourishing water. Harvest a moonlight shell in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a medium-grade treasure spirit bead. These were all rewards that had been opened before. Li Quanqing was too lazy to look at them carefully, so he put all the light balls into the storage bag and opened them. Taiyin soul nourishing water was the most, and jade gourds were piled in the corner, crystal clear, and the breath was cool. This was the most scarce and most useful treasure. With the help of soul nourishing water, Li Quanqing could visualize the vision of a bright moon rising from the sea, and the spirit beasts also liked to eat it, which could make them smarter. Harvest a moonlight shell in the early stage of qi refining, and reward 5 low-grade pure water beads. Li Quanqing raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that new rewards would be given out. The water purification beads look like the kind of glass beads I played with when I was a child. They are not of high quality and their only function is to purify water. A total of 30 or 40 water purification beads were opened, and Li Quanqing decided to put one in each fish pond to deal with the filth produced by the purifying spirit beasts. Harvest a moon shell in the early stage of qi refining, and be rewarded with a century-old soul-nurturing wooden bracelet. When Li Quanqing was about to touch all the moon shells, a new reward appeared. He lowered his head slightly and glanced at the bright moon shell in his hand. The body is indeed smaller than its peers, but its delicate appearance makes it even more endearing. The 2 scallop shells are like pure and flawless fat white jade, warm and delicate, covered with pale golden patterns, shining with colorful soft luster under the moonlight, like a dream. Hard work and no complaints, Jio Ubi, inside the water is purified every day for 90.7 hours. I work overtime at the fish pond. I won't sleep until the moon sleeps. I am a bald little baby, cultivation, 1 level of qi refining, 1%, Li Quanqing touched the smooth and delicate shell. He liked this kind of role king who consciously worked overtime. The rewards he gave out were always surprising. He took out a large spiritual stone and stuffed the moon shell vigorously. The pink and tender shell meat rubbed against the hard spirit stone, and it suddenly trembled slightly, with an excited flush, and transparent mucus was secreted to wrap the spirit stone. Soul-nurturing wood bracelet, made from centuries-old soul-nurturing wood, long-term where can soothe the mind and strengthen the soul, refine soul impurities, and even provide a shelter for lonely souls and wild ghosts. Li Quanqing sat on the deserted embankment and took out the soul-nurturing wooden bracelet. The color of the bracelet is as green as ink, with a hint of deep purple. It feels cold to the touch. After wearing it for a long time, a warm current emerges from the inside of the body. Very strange. Li Quanqing lay there twisting his fingers one by one, with a desireless, peaceful, and indifferent temperament all over his body, which was in line with his mental state. It's quite fun. Li Quanqing couldn't put it down and touched the soul-nurturing wood. After rubbing the fishes and tigers' heads for a long time, he seemed to have an addiction, always holding something in his hand. The school of fish practiced all night and gradually dispersed at dawn, returning to their previous calmness. Li Quanqing spent the night twisting beads and felt energetic. He was about to force himself to take a nap when a guest suddenly arrived. But it was Li Chuanfu who arrived, rushing over from Beijingfang City in the early morning. What happened? I see you are anxious. Li Quanqing invited him into the formation, his innocent round face covered with sweat. Brother, are you back safely? Thanks to the blessing of the real immortal, my old man can finally put his heart into his stomach. Li Chuanfu looked at his boss with all his beard and tail, and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The news about the ruins in the Purple Blood Sea has spread? Li Quanqing asked, brewing a pot of tea and taking out roasted monster meat for him to enjoy. This meat is so fragrant, you can tell it's good food as soon as you smell it. Li Chuanfu usually stayed in Fangzhi, welcoming people and sending them off, but he had developed a good skill in identifying treasures. However, he did not eat, but first talked about the information. It is indeed as my boss said, the news of the Purple Blood Sea is spreading throughout Beijingfang, and the casual cultivators are eager to get their wings and fly there. Li Quanqing asked again, has the specific information about the ruins been released? Is it really a Jindan sect? Li Chuanfu shook his fat face and indicated that he did not know the inside story, but even the Shueihua sword sect sent a worship. At least I can confirm that it is indeed a third-level spiritual vessel. It is suspected that there are foundations fighting there. Li Quanqing nodded slightly. It seemed that the specific information would have to wait until Li Quanqiu and the others who had experienced it came back. Calculating the time, it should be soon. I don't know what their specific gains were. Is their jade mine worth anything? At this time, Li Chuanfu also mentioned the gold marrow and jade mine, saying that someone contacted him using a transmission note and invited him to go to Sherdao to handle the various account books of the shares. Li Chuanfu thought he had met a liar and rejected this pi.in.the.sky thing. The family's actions are quite fast. In just a few days, they have already occupied the island? Li Quanqing thought to himself, and told the story about the Golden Marrow Jade Mine and the Supreme Elder, and described in detail the 30.7 split. Remember that 70% belongs to us, and the remaining 30% will be converted into family contribution points and put on my status jade plaque. Don't fall down and be deceived by someone making false accounts. I heard that my clan brother had left such important assets to me to take care of. Li Chuanfu was a little confused, so moved that he had tears in his eyes. He admires his old man very much now. The title deed to the fish pond that he gave away back then was really worth it. Remember, don't sell our share of golden marrow and jade yet. Send them all to Yulon Island. I will use them for my cultivation. Li Quanqing explained a few more words. After all, it was a jade mine picked up for free, and he would not feel bad if something went wrong. Chapter 90 Thunder Python breaks out of shell in a blink of an eye. Half a month had passed. The conflict in the Purple Blood Sea became more and more intense, and many monks were killed every day. Li Quanqing, however, just watched the excitement and stayed on Yulon Island to raise fish and feed tigers. He really hid in the fish pond and became one with the world, regardless of winter, summer, spring and autumn. On this day, he routinely came to the top of the mountain to open the formation, ready to observe the thunder peach tree and the snake eggs of the thunder-horned python. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked in, a thunderbolt struck him in the face, the thunder roared, and the power of heaven was majestic. Even though Li Quanqing had prepared in the morning and took out the green scale shield in advance, he was still blown to dust, and the electric arcs on his clothes were flying, turning into an afro. Seeing him being defeated, the branches of the thunder peach tree suddenly heard a joyful hissing cry. Are there snake eggs hatched? Li Quanqing was delighted, looking at the broken eggshells on the ground, and carefully searching among the branches and leaves. Finally, he found a crystal-clear little python on a spiritual peach. Its pupils were light purple and its scales were azure blue. It used its tail to wrap around a branch and raised its upper body. There were still teeth marks on the peach flesh next to it. Hiss! Seeing the stranger reaching out to grab it, the little thunder-horned python immediately became alert, opened its crystal snake teeth, and instinctively threatened. But after all, it was just a cub, not very smart, and only had defensive instincts, but not much malice. It was easy to be tamed. Looking at the little python in an attacking posture, Li Quanqing thought about it, took out a small piece of thunder crystal, and crushed it into granules. He took out a few drops of Taiyin soul nourishing water, performed the water control technique, and wrapped the thunder crystal fragments with the soul nourishing water, turning them into soybean-sized liquid beads floating on the tip of his finger. Hiss! The thunder-horned python liked to devour thunder, and the fragrance of the soul nourishing water was an indescribable temptation for the monster. The thunder-horned python wanted to resist at first, but it only persisted for a moment. The young snake could no longer bear the temptation, licking it with its tongue spitting out, completely immersed in the temptation of delicious food. Done! Li Quanqing smiled and fed the young snake while carefully holding its slender body in his palm. For the sake of delicious food, the thunder-horned python only slightly blew up its scales, glared at him with its purple vertical pupils, and let the boy do it. Queen of snakes, thunder-horned python, don't call me king, call me queen. Hiss! Maturity, 2%, it turns out to be a female snake, no wonder it looks so pretty. Li Quanqing touched the smooth and cold body of the young snake, which was like the finest jade, and felt warm to the touch. The body of the thunder-horned python was as blue as the sea, and the tip of its tail was a charming dark purple, slender and agile, giving people a sense of cunning mystery. After eating and drinking, the thunder-horned python smacked its lips, and a feeling of sleepiness gradually came over it. It meandered its slender body, wrapped around Li Quanqing's wrist, and fell asleep closely to the soul-nourishing wooden bracelet, very beautiful. Li Quanqing checked the remaining snake eggs again, which were currently incubating. Occasionally, the snake eggs would shake a few times at the roots of the tree, swallowing the thunder that escaped from the peach tree, and they were full of vitality. In the growth process of python-like monsters, females always seem to develop a little faster than males? Li Quanqing thought of the watery green water python, and touched the beautiful and proud thunder-horned python queen on his wrist, and had some experience. He opened the formation and left. As soon as he walked to the beach, a ball of golden light suddenly rushed in front of him, howling, and a burning breath came to his face. The golden flame tiger walked with 4 paws, constantly sniffing around its master, and a tuft of tiger hair on its head turned into a blazing flame, which was indescribably majestic.
Oh, how I smell the delicious taste of spicy strips. The golden flame tiger tilted his furry head, and finally looked at the thunder horn python cub on his wrist, showing a greedy expression and drooling. Live spicy strips. Good times. The tiger cub slightly bared its teeth, revealing its newly grown sharp fangs, and sparks flew in its throat. It had already roasted python meat. Go play, I can't give you this to eat, why don't you gnaw on your bones? Li Quanqing knocked on the tiger's head 3 times, then pulled the round and fluffy tiger ears hard, and scolded it with a majestic parent's attitude. Tiger is full of power, Jin Yanhu, my family members have been broken. I, who wait I sway, am no longer the master's favorite beast cub. Sing a song of Liang Liang for myself. Maturity, 99%. Jin Yanhu lay on the beach with grievance, his ears drooping weakly, and a grievance gurgling from his throat. The tail that was originally majestic was just wagging at this moment, and there was no vitality and domineering in the movement. The whole body was full of sadness. Li Quanqing saw this, but couldn't help but smile. Among all the spirit beasts, this tiger cub is the most cunning, and often uses this trick to act cute. But considering the 99% maturity, he still chose to fall for it. Take it and eat it, big greedy cat. As soon as he took out a piece of monster meat, Jin Yanhu had already held the meat in his mouth with a roar, and instantly revived with full blood, and ran away without a trace. Li Quanqing shook his head and looked at the thunder horn python on his wrist again. He had not thought before that the demon beasts had a very keen sense of smell. The spirit beasts he raised ate the demon python meat and would naturally regard the thunder horn python cubs as food. It seems that we need to buy more monster meat to enrich the diet of the cubs, and we also need to protect the thunder-horned pythons from childhood to prevent them from being hurt. Muao Qing suddenly swam over to the shore, and his tail beat out a lot of cool waves, interrupting the boy's thinking. After raising this spiritual carp for so long, Li Quanqing can already understand the meaning of its call. Are there guests visiting? I know, lead the way. Li Quanqing stepped on the waves and came to the edge of the formation. He immediately heard the familiar sound of frogs, and the widows kept calling. Boss, save me. Li Chuanfu stood on the spiritual boat, his plump round face almost wrinkled into a bitter gourd, and he looked at the Bao Genkin through the formation. Since he came here twice and sent the newly dug golden marrow jade to the island, the Bao Genkin has been eyeing him completely. He can smell the smell of Chuanfu from a distance, and the devil's voice penetrates his ears. Didn't you just deliver a batch of jade or the day before yesterday? Why are you here again? Li Quanqing glanced at the noisy Baoguang toad, grabbed it in his palm, and deliberately used the thunder horn python to touch it. The natural enemies of toads are all kinds of pythons, and the thunder horn python is a high-level monster with a fierce power. The little golden toad was so scared that he closed his mouth and stuck out his tongue to pretend to be dead. The ears were finally quiet. Li Chuanfu heard this, so he stepped aside, revealing the 3 black-robed people sitting in the cabin, wrapped tightly. They are. Li Quanqing looked at the familiar figure and immediately had a guess in his heart. Brother, we just came back from the ruins. There is a family order. We can't run around during this period. We can only come to see you secretly. A gentle voice sounded, and a black-robed man took off his hood, revealing his gentle and beautiful eyebrows. It was Li Quanxu. The other 2 also took off their hoods. They were Li Quanj and Li Chuanma. True immortal, thank God, these 3 guys finally returned safely. Li Quanqing was delighted and hurriedly took out the formation to let them in, and then looked at them carefully. Well, they are all healthy, intact, without any missing arms or legs, and their auras have not damaged their foundations. What did you get in the ruins? Li Quanqing asked curiously, and Li Chuanfu next to him was also quite interested. Is it really a golden elixir ruins? Li Chuanchu's expression was slightly complicated, and he sighed softly, but still nodded. It is indeed an ancient sect thousands of years ago. It existed long before the human race opened up the wasteland, and then it was destroyed in the years. The girl explained a few words and took out a sea-blue jade slip, which was simple and majestic, with patterns of the sea and the whale engraved on it, revealing an ancient charm. In addition to some precious spiritual medicines, this is our biggest gain in the ruins, a low-grade magic, and the ancient golden elixir sect is called Whale Emperor Sect. Chapter 91 Azure Fireseed, subscribe. Whale Emperor Sect? Li Quanqing wrote down the name and thought of the Songhai whale he saw that day. He wondered how elegant this ancient sect was. He glanced at the jade slip in the girl's hand. Is this what you got? A low-grade magic? For chi-refining cultivators, this is indeed a good harvest. Even foundation-building cultivators would be jealous. The low-grade magic, water escape technique, is one of the 5 elements escape techniques. It can hide in the sea without a trace. When it is cultivated to perfection, it can reach 1,000 feet in an instant. Li Qianqiu handed over the jade slip. This magic is for my cousin.
Why would you give me the treasure you got with your life? Li Qianqing waved his hand and refused.
Each of us has already comprehended it, and even the family has handed in a copy, so it's nothing. Li Qianji also joined in, smiling and saying, Qianqing, just take it.
Without your second-level spiritual talisman, we might not be able to come back.
Having said this, Li Qianqing had to put away the jade slip. He has never learned any escape techniques for life. After all, he has been staying in the fish pond for many years, and has many cards to fight with others.
Now this shortcoming has been made up. This is the remaining 1,000 miles thunder escape talisman. Now it has returned to its original owner. Li Quan said nothing and took out a second-level spiritual talisman. You used up the Guishui Divine Thunder Talisman? It seems that the danger is indeed not small. Li Qianqing took the talisman and took out the treasures and the thunder horn python corpse that the 3 people had deposited with him. At the beginning, in order to avoid giving the enemy an advantage after death, they emptied their storage bags, and therefore filled the ruins with many rare spiritual medicines. The main reason is that there were too many independent cultivators pouring in later. In order to seize the Sutra Pavilion, they had to consume and kill many cultivators.
When Li Qianji mentioned this, he was furious and cursed, damn Yun Yangzi, he is really a villain. We agreed to work together to divide the jade slips and scriptures in the Sutra Pavilion, but in the end he took away the greatest fortune. The 3 of them talked to each other, and Li Qianqing finally gathered the truth. At the beginning, a group of cultivators from the Taiyuan Situ family opened the entrance to the ruins, and Yun Yangzi and his party followed closely behind but were discovered by the other party. The 2 sides confronted at the entrance, and it was about to explode. As a last resort, Li Chuanma showed the second-level spiritual talisman to force the other party to retreat, and the Situ family had to acquiesce to them taking advantage. Li Qianqiu and his friends were very lucky. They came across a medicine garden and picked up many spiritual medicines for free. A day later, they found the most important Sutra Pavilion in the outer gate of the Whale Emperor's sect. At this time, many independent cultivators also poured in. After a fight, Li Qianqiu and his friends successfully occupied the Sutra Pavilion. Without the second-level spiritual talisman to deter him, Yun Yangzi turned hostile in an instant, joined hands with the tree elder who was at the 9th level of qi refining, and took away the most precious inheritance. That is at least a mid-grade magic method, and it may even be a top-grade one.
Qianqing, we must get it back.
Li Qianji took a big sip of wine, his eyes were red with anger, and he was panting like a cow. It was obviously their greatest contribution, but in the end, they were the ones who took the credit.
Okay, give me a few days, I will take you back. Li Qianqing nodded in agreement.
The second batch of green jade carp was about to break through the middle stage of qi refining, and the more than 1,000 fish fry were about to mature. After the breakthrough, he was sure to beat Yun Yangzi like a dead dog. Li Qianqiu continued to tell what he saw and heard in the ruins. The Whale Emperor's sect was very large, and it could be said that opportunities were everywhere.
Unfortunately, the real inner gate core area was covered by a large formation, and only the Situ family and the 3rd elder broke in.
Li Qianji was very regretful. I heard that there is also a medicine garden in the inner gate area of the Whale Emperor's sect, which not only produces the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine needed to refine the foundation-building pill, but also a foundation-building spiritual object, Imujinxia, appeared.
Li Qianqing heard this and immediately asked, how is the 3rd elder, is he injured?
The 3rd elder is so awesome, he is in great shape. Li Qianji smiled. Not only did he collect a lot of 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines, he even wore a green jade armor and fought a foundation-building great cultivator to a draw.
Hard fight, foundation-building?
Li Qianqing's eyes were shocked. Being able to fight an enemy across a large level, this can no longer be described as a genius.
But a monster. Don't listen to this drunkard's nonsense.
It's just that a member of the Situ family refined Imujinxia and barely broke through.
He is at the bottom of the foundation-building cultivators.
The 3rd elder took advantage of the spiritual weapon talisman and had the advantage of body refining, so he tied with the opponent. Li Chuanma explained the truth of the matter in a few words.
Even so, Li Kunli's record is undoubtedly amazing. Did the 3rd elder finally build a foundation? Li Qianqing asked the question he was most concerned about.
No, Li Qianji spread his hands. There was only one Imujinxia in the medicine garden,
which was refined by the cultivator of the Situ family. Obviously, they knew more information and sent a wood spirit root chi refining great perfection. Li Quanqing felt very sorry. According to the friends, when the third elder and the new foundation building cultivator of the Situ family finished fighting, the foundation building cultivators of other families would arrive. Unfortunately, the core area of the Whale Emperor's sect was covered by a third level formation, and it would take time to break the formation slowly, and no new foundation building spiritual objects would appear. Therefore, the few thousand-year-old spiritual medicines in the hands of the third elder immediately became his concern. After all, some of them even contained the main ingredients for refining foundation building pills. Now our Li family is at the center of the storm. They are targeting us. Even Shueihua Sword Sect is very concerned about the thousand-year-old spiritual medicine. Li Quan spread his hands. Because they were the first group to enter the ruins, they were ordered by the family to stay out of the limelight recently. After seeing everyone off, Li Quanqing sat on the embankment and sighed for a long time. The storm is coming. However, he was not too worried. The Qingyu Li family has stood for 1,000 years, so there will definitely be no problem this time. The Li family does not have a second-level alchemist who can refine the foundation building pill. These spiritual medicines will probably have to be supplied to Shueihua Sword Sect in the end. But other families are also eyeing them and want to get a piece of the pie. There must be a lot of swords and swords. It's still not strong enough? Li Quanqing sighed. If he had the foundation building cultivation now, why would he be afraid of these wind, rain, and frost? If he had the golden elixir cultivation, he would lead the entire Li family to monopolize the Whale Emperor's sect ruins. Who would dare to say no? My cultivation speed is still too slow. So, where is the jade carp? I want you to help me practice quickly. Li Quanqing walked on the waves, shuttled through the fish pond, and checked the growth status of Ao Qing's brothers and sisters and the fry. The progress of the second batch of jade carp is generally above 95%, close to breaking through the middle stage of chi refining, and the specific time is in the next few days. In addition, the maturity of the jade carp fry is about to come, and breaking through the 8th level of chi refining is a sure thing. Although the golden flame tiger flapped its wings and chased a few big black carps. It looked at the jade carp jumping around in the hands of its owner, and it could tell at a glance that it was very chewy, and couldn't help but shed tiger tears from the corners of its mouth. The big black carp is so delicious. What should this real spiritual fish taste like? I really want to taste it, just one bite. Ao Qing floated up slowly, and saw the crystal saliva dripping next to the tiger's mouth. He was immediately angry and spit out a water arrow as thick as a bucket. With a plop, the golden flame tiger fell to the ground, and once again became a tiger in a trance. Roar! Damn it! I want to become stronger, and beat these damn jade carps, and eat them one by one, so that they dare not spit at me anymore. Roar! The golden flame tiger stayed in the water wetly, but his eyes were extremely firm. In those silly and clear big eyes, a blazing flame called revenge and foodie rose. With a bang, the flame on the tiger cub's head suddenly shone brightly, and the momentum soared. It was as if he had opened up some barrier, and the demonic energy was surging all over his body, and the golden hair soared into the sky like flames. Chi refining monster. Li Quanqing looked surprised, and he didn't expect that this guy would break through at this time. He stretched out his palm, smoothed the hair that exploded on the golden flame tiger, and grabbed the ball of light in his hand. Harvest a golden flame tiger in the early stage of chi refining, and reward the top-grade fire sky blue fire. Spiritual fire? Li Quanqing squeezed the ball of light in his hand. He never thought that he could get such a reward. Thanks to the reader HJC for 5,000 points of reward, Xia Jihong for 5,000 points of reward. Thanks to the reader Gua Xiaoran for 1,500 points of reward, Call Me Master for 500 points of reward, Crazy Mago for 500 points of reward, Bookfriend 202401051901307881 for 500 points of reward, Eugene Huachao for 200 points of reward, Distant Nebula Honey for 100 points of reward, and 1QP for 100 points of reward. I kneel down to thank all the Taoist friends for their strong support. I am grateful and can't express it in words. Put the bowl in Kaodao, Chapter 92 Mother Ping and Mother Zhang, subscribe. Sky blue fire, sky blue like jade, falling and becoming fire. Anandot attributed spiritual fire. The fire is naturally mild, most suitable for low-level cultivators to refine, can devour various beast fires and strange flames to grow, and assist in refining tools and alchemy. Li Quanqing looked at the introduction in front of him, and didn't expect it to be a growing fire. After all, The name sounds unusual. He crushed the light ball, and the light spots flew all over the sky. Unexpectedly, there was no blazing high temperature released. Only a green jade bead the size of a longdon fell out. The color was as blue as a pale green, but quality was like nothing, floating up and down in the air. Is this the fire? Li Quanqing lifted the bead, poured a wisp of magic power into it, and stamped his own brand of breath. Blazing! The next moment, the green fire seemed to come alive, slowly cracking and blooming like a holy lotus. The blazing flames rose up and finally turned into a ball of hot spiritual fire, emitting a gentle and scorching breath. Because Li Quanqing practiced the blue sea magic power, he could refine sea water for cultivation, and his magic power had a rich and abundant water essence. The sky blue fire was also endowed with this characteristic. The pure green jade dot-like flame core of the spiritual fire was stained with a deep blue like the vast sea. The blue and green colors complemented each other, pure and gorgeous, and it was beautiful. Li Quanqing threw the sky blue fire into the seawater, but it did not extinguish. Instead, it was like a hungry beast, madly devouring a large amount of water essence, burning more vigorously. The flames soared into the sky, like a piece of sky debris falling into the sea, burning fiercely, showing unparalleled potential. It's worthy of being a golden finger. The rewards from the light ball are all the most suitable for me. There is even such a strange flame. Li Quanqing stopped supplying mana, and the flame went out immediately, turning into a green jade fire seed again, which he stored in his dantian for nourishment. It will be much more convenient to refine tools in the future. The nature of the sky blue fire is mild. Maybe I can use it to try to refine my body? The young man suddenly had an idea. After all, thunder and fire have the same origin, and he can better refine the violent power in the thunder crystal. 10 days later, Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the embankment, and instantly activated his bronze bone body, like a bronze giant, with a cold metallic luster all over his body, towering like a mountain. He held the golden marrow jade in his mouth, moved it with mana, and the jade liquid entered his throat and turned into sweet saliva. He used the essence of jade to cultivate the jade bone body. Crackling! The surroundings were full of golden marrow jade ore and thunder crystals, and the electric light flashed, like a violent little snake drilling into the body, strengthening the flesh and blood body, and refining the crossing meridians. The sky blue fire traveled all over his body, burning like a rolling furnace, burning blood and marrow. The spiritual fire was tempered, and the high temperature bloomed, burning the bronze bones as clear as glass, burning all kinds of power as round and smooth, revealing the crystal luster of jade. Ding dong! Ding dong! Bronze iron filings kept precipitating on the surface of Li Quanqing's skin, and finally turned into small copper-green beads, which hit the beach with a dull sound. His body size was like a blown-up balloon, sometimes big and sometimes small, and finally turned back to the size of a normal person, and the last trace of bronze color in his body faded away. At this moment, his bones were flawless, as if they were carved from the finest white jade. Blue gold patterns bloomed on the surface of the bones, resembling lightning patterns, and like a blazing flame, full of mystery and power. The young man sat cross-legged there, his skin was crystal clear, and the whole person was like a jade statue, with a solemn appearance. An indescribable holy aura was released, making people daunted. Jade bone body, completed. Li Quanqing opened his eyes and exhaled 2 small snake-like white air, which lasted for a long time. His breathing was melodious, and his pupils were like golden jade. The golden pupils were sacred and majestic, and people dared not look directly at them. The nature of jade is hard and immortal, and it is difficult to erase. Just relying on this body, it is enough to compete with ordinary 9th level chi refining cultivators. Li Quanqing gently swung a punch, and it really seemed like a white jade statue came to life, and it easily smashed out a sonic boom, and the air was like water waves. He picked up a bronze bead on the ground, closed his 5 fingers, and directly kneaded the bronze into smooth powder, which fell down. Finally, it was practiced. Li Quanqing laughed, quite satisfied. Under the operation of the family, the gold jade mine was being developed in an orderly manner. He has no shortage of spiritual jade now, so he can practice to his heart's content and truly cultivate the strongest glazed jade bone body. Come here, the canteen is open for dinner. Let me touch you one by one. Li Quanqing retracted his jade bone body and turned back into a normal person, except that his skin became much whiter and had a jade-like luster. He jumped from the embankment to the sea, twisted the soul-nourishing wooden beads on his wrist, took out the fragrant bait, and walked on the waves without sinking. Although he was only Mr. Li in the canteen who was in charge of the bait, he was particularly fairy-like, with fluttering sleeves and a carefree temperament like a fairy. Muao Qing was practicing by swallowing and spitting out the water essence. When he heard his voice, he immediately opened his eyes. It let out a low roar and couldn't wait to call its younger brothers. Splash! Splash! The water surface surged, raising waves, and the bamboo-greenback scales covered the sea surface, like floating clouds formed by green scales. More than 1,000 jade carps floated up from the deep sea, staring with dead eyes, opening their mouths expectantly, crying for food, waiting for the meal. This is the fourth batch of jade carps, which are now gradually approaching maturity and are about to have a bumper harvest. Each one is fat and strong. Don't grab them, come one by one and let me touch them all. Li Quanqing took out the spirit boat. The bait was piled up in the cabin, and the fragrance lingered on the water for a long time. Although there are various kinds of algae food in Yulongbo, how can it compare with the hideout-in fishing bait carefully developed by the Li family? Harvest a green jade carp in the early stage of qi refining, and be rewarded with a spiritual energy ball. Li Quanqing fed a green jade carp and calmly took off the light ball on its head and stuffed it into a special storage bag. I saw that there were 30 or 40 pieces in this storage bag, all of which were spiritual energy balls, ready to be accumulated and used together to break through the realm. Harvest a green jade carp in the early stage of qi refining, and reward a mid-grade magic weapon green carp sword. Harvest a green jade carp in the early stage of qi refining, and reward you with a clear water sword technique experience group. Hey, sword art experience? Li Quanqing blinked and looked at the green jade carp with particularly bright scales in front of him. Its scales were green in color, its body was extremely large, its fins were as broad as clouds, and there were faint golden spots growing on its back. Sure enough, it was another golden dot patterned alien species that was about to transform. Muping Muzheng, golden patterned sapphire carp, I will give all male fish a fair chance to compete. Anyway, I don't care who becomes the fish king, as long as I become the fish king's only favorite female fish. Cultivation, 1 level of qi refining, 1%. Li Quanqing rubbed the green jade carp's big head, somewhat dumbfounded. These fishes really have different personalities, and they have all kinds of weird things. Now there are a total of 3 green jade carps with golden patterns in the fish dragon pond. In addition to Ao Qing, there is also the strange one who wants to be a dog for Ao Cheng. The one in front of me can be said to be the only small gold dot striped female fish in the Yulong pond. If you are really capable and are pregnant with Ao Qing's baby, then I have to thank you. Li Quanqing fed a few more grains of spiritual bait until she was full, and then put the female fish back into the water. Chapter 93 Qi Refining Level 8, subscribe please. After feeding more than 1,000 fry, the third batch of jade carp came forward, with more than 100 of them, led by the golden dot patterned alien. I want to be a dog, golden dot patterned jade carp. Lord Ao Cheng is getting stronger and stronger, I can't slack off, I must follow you forever. I want to be Lord Ao Cheng's dog. Woof, woof. Cultivation, Qi Refining Level 2, 2%, not bad, not bad. He must have secretly rolled over behind his brothers and sisters, and he was the first to break through the small realm. Li Quanqing looked sideways, very satisfied in his heart, thought for a moment, and decided to give this golden dot patterned jade carp a name. Since you like being a dog so much, I'll call you Aogo from now on. Li Quanqing stuffed it with bait, then threw Aogo back into the water with a splash. Aogo rubbed him to express his gratitude, then flicked his tail and disappeared in the waves, looking for Master Ao Qing to stick with him. The last wave of feeding was the real highlight, Ao Qing's 19 brothers and sisters. There were also many lazy ones among these guys, who kept shouting about the fish sashimi and wondering why they wanted to practice to the level of lying fish. Later, they were thrown into the fish pond in Area C with thin spiritual energy and were very hungry. Now they have learned their lesson. When Li Quanqing came to Yulong Island, he also brought them here. Under the stimulation of abundant spiritual energy and various animal food pills, they are about to break through the middle stage of qi refining one after another. Harvest a middle stage of qi refining Qingyu carp, and reward a top-grade magic weapon Qinglin shield. The light ball broke in the storage bag and turned into a shield with flashing green scales, emitting abundant water vapor, thick and hard. Li Quanqing took a look and no longer paid too much attention. He has already made 4 of these green dot scale shields, which he can sell in his own shop in the future, and can also handle the weapon refiner tasks assigned to him by the family. Harvest a green jade carp in the middle stage of qi refining, and a green water sword art experience group as a reward. Another experience group. A large amount of experience appeared out of thin air, like an initiation, drilling into his mind, unfathomable. It was as if another him had spent decades, countless days and nights of hard practice and careful research, and had performed this sword art thousands of times. Finally, he successfully practiced the sword art to the state of being able to use it as easily as his arm, and to be able to use it at will, which can be called a clear sword heart. The sword energy was swung out, like a grand and exquisite formation covering the world, and the performance was impenetrable, leaving people nowhere to hide and unable to extricate themselves. Clang! Li Quanqing flicked his finger, and the sword sounded as clear as a dragon's roar, and a drop of green water sword energy flew out and suddenly exploded. The sword energy seemed tiny, but the moment it flew out, it turned into a wisp of sword energy like a drizzle. Like a thread, it enveloped the world, as if it could penetrate everything in the world. The sword rain bloomed like a flower, and finally merged into one again, and turned into a long-lasting sword light, blooming like fireworks. The green water sword art has been perfected since then. Li Quanqing stood on the sea, his figure rising and falling with the waves, and he felt endless aftertaste. Harvest a green jade carp in the middle stage of chi refining, and reward a method of refining green jade armor. Before he could completely withdraw from the state of sudden enlightenment of swordsmanship. Then, another huge amount of knowledge drilled into his mind, vast and boundless. Green jade armor, refining method. Infinite knowledge surged and collided, one after another wonderful ideas came out, and various secret methods of refining weapons were vast and obscure. At this time, it was like a bursting tide, filling his mind all at once. Li Quanqing only felt his head swollen and groggy, his temples on both sides bulged slightly, and his blood vessels throbbed. Ding! Fortunately, the Jinhai bell was moving without wind, emitting clear and pleasant sound waves, waves of waves, and the boundless sea, which helped him calm the distractions and restlessness in his heart. The soul sword flew out as a crystal sword light, invisible, and directly drilled into his forehead, sitting in the Naiwan Palace, shining brightly. With the sword sitting in charge, Li Quanqing finally felt much better. He sorted out and summarized the messy knowledge of refining instruments one by one, and finally turned it into his own foundation. The best magic weapon, Qingyu armor. As the real signature of Qingyu Li, the refining process of Qingyu armor is extremely complicated. In some places, it even involves the refining field of low-grade spiritual instruments. My refining level, which has been stagnant for a long time, has finally improved again. Li Quanqing couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly, and his heart was extremely happy. Since becoming a top-grade weapon refiner, his progress in weapon refinement has become like a snail crawling, and it can be said that he is standing still. After all, his original talent can only be considered average, and he did not study hard like his senior brother Li Quanlin, who regarded weapon refinement as a hobby and immersed himself in it. He can have the current level of weapon refinement, all thanks to cheating. After a period of precipitation, I will be able to truly refine the green jade armor and become a first-level top-grade weapon refiner. Li Quanqing suppressed his pout. There are only 2 or 3 cultivators in the entire Li family who can refine green jade armor. Even if it is the position of the head of the weapon hall, maybe he can compete for it. Forget it, let's not compete for this. The 3 elders can tie in the foundation building, and beating me is not a one-sided bully. Li Quanqing looked at the water surface. There are still 3 green jade carps that are about to break through, and it is estimated that it will be today. Moo! Ao Qing pushed aside his younger brother and came late, showing a flattering smile and spitting out crystal waves at him. Lord, I don't want to eat this, I want to eat delicious barbecue. Li Quanqing checked its progress and found that it was close to 80% of the 4th level of chi refining, which immediately satisfied Ao Qing's wish. He sat on the sea and waited. After a night of moon worship, the last 3 green jade carps successfully filled the final progress bar. Harvest a green jade carp in the middle stage of chi refining, and reward a large spiritual energy group. Asterisk 3 brighter light groups appeared in front of him, and Li Quanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the storage bag and took a look. A total of 8 large spiritual energy groups and 42 ordinary spiritual energy groups were accumulated. Enough to break through. Li Quanqing concentrated his mind and calmed his breath, and operated the blue sea tide power. In an instant, the waves around him kept surging, turning into a beautiful lotus platform. The waves surged, lifting his body, and the sea of essence rolled in, pouring into Li Quanqing's body continuously. The surrounding formations were shining with spiritual light, covering this area, and no spiritual beasts were allowed to approach and disturb his practice. After making all preparations, Li Quanqing directly took out all the light balls and crushed them. The spiritual energy surged like a tide, and was refined in an instant. Rumble 50 spiritual energy balls burst out at the same time, containing too much essence of heaven and earth, surging like a flood, vast and amazing. The majestic spiritual energy hit the meridians wave after wave, as if to completely destroy all obstacles. Finally, it hit the bottleneck of the 8th level of Qi refining fiercely. Chapter 94 Asking, subscribe. The spiritual tide surged, rushing through the meridians, like a river bursting its banks, tearing the flesh and blood. With the continuous influx of spiritual energy, his meridians were constantly widened and strengthened, and every inch of his skin seemed to be bearing 1,000 pounds of force. Li Quanqing was prepared in the morning, his face was solemn, and he operated the skills in an orderly manner to stimulate the glass jade bone body. Buzz! The air vibrated, and a layer of white jade luster instantly bloomed from his body, as rich as substance, as if a jade sun was rising slowly. The blue gold flame pattern bloomed along the bones, and instantly spread throughout the flesh and blood, like thunder surging, releasing powerful power, suppressing everything. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, and his whole body turned into a white jade statue, with wide meridians in his body, harder than jade. Jade bone body, refining. As soon as the thought fell, the powerful soul power surged out, like a fine network interweaving, and began to sort out the majestic spiritual energy that was like a wild horse running away. With the body suppressed and the soul guided, Li Quanqing concentrated all his attention and refined the vast spiritual energy at an astonishing speed. Walala the sea water rolled, and the majestic essence between heaven and earth was attracted to him, forming a spiritual energy vortex around him. The energy was surging, and layers of waves kept hitting, turning into blue sea waves, making a deafening roar. The white spiritual energy drilled out through his pores, and then drilled into the 7 orifices with his breathing, washing the flesh and blood, washing away the turbid air of the world, and laying the most solid foundation for the Tao. Even if the formation blocked it, some of the essence of heaven and earth still escaped, and the fish automatically gathered together, competing for these spiritual energy. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Below the navel, the sky-blue fire burned fiercely, refining the spiritual energy as much as possible, turning it into azure-blue mana that was poured into the dantian. I saw the misty mana spontaneously rotating in the dantian. The color was azure-blue like the sea, viscous and amazing, almost liquefied, and waves of strange waves were heard during the surging. The mana in the dantian was increasing, like a volcano about to erupt, all erupting at a certain node. Launched fierce attacks again and again towards the bottleneck of the 8th level of Qi refining. Gotcha! The moment Li Quanqing successfully broke through the bottleneck, the whole world seemed to be quiet, and a thunder exploded in his ears. The mana was as powerful as a rainbow, rushing past, and then slowly calmed down, wandering in the meridians, and finally returning to the dantian. On the sea, the originally surging waves gradually calmed down, revealing the blue sky like a gem again, with white clouds floating. The sun shone on his body, like golden silk threads, covering the young man with a layer of golden dazzling brilliance. Li Quanqing opened his eyes, and the breeze blew gently, bringing the breath of the ocean, gently caressing his face, and the surging momentum on his body slowly subsided. Ha! He exhaled the turbid air in his chest, which was more than 3 feet long, condensed and not chaotic, and it took a long time to disperse between heaven and earth. Success! Li Quanqing looked up, looked at the boundless sea, and quietly felt his new strength, with infinite joy in his heart. He is not yet 20.2 years old, but he has come to this step, and the foundation is in sight. It's time to settle accounts with Yun Yangzi. Li Quanqing stood on the sea, his robes fluttering, his breath deep like the vast sea, and he really had a trace of the invincible spirit of a peerless genius. Beijingfang City. A group of young disciples of the Li family wearing green jade fish dragon robes, with a fierce momentum, headed towards the monster street, looking like they were looking for trouble. The middle-aged law enforcement monks in the market not only did not stop them, but escorted them, happily watching this group of younger generations go to find a place. The Li family naturally has that kind of strength and confidence. How can they be bullied on their own territory? Li Quanqing walked in the crowd, like a star supporting the moon. It can be said that he has truly become the leader in the minds of these young people of the Quan generation. So many young people of the Li family were all found by Li Quanqiu and others. There are disciples of the weapon hall and various guys who stayed in the market for training. Hearing that their only clan members were bullied by Xiaoyao Island, they were all indignant and spontaneously gathered together to ask for an explanation. This is the cohesion of a family. I'm very curious, Yun Yangzi, this guy got a good fortune, why didn't he shrink on Xiaoyao Island, but stayed in Beijingfang with a swagger? Li Quanqing raised his eyes and looked at the luxurious cave at the end of Monster Street. This is the 3rd time he has come here. He originally thought that he needed to go to Xiaoyao Island. Unexpectedly, Li Qianqiu told him that Yun Yangzi had deliberately stayed in Beijingfang after returning from the ruins.
It should be the Yun family's intention to let this guy stay in our market to cause trouble and find an excuse to plot against the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines in the hands of the third elder. Beside him, Li Chuanma spoke in a low voice. After all, he was born in the direct lineage and knew some secret information. Li Quanqing suddenly realized something and glanced at the nearly 100 young clansmen around him. He was originally surprised that this matter seemed to be a bit big. It turned out that there were family leaders behind it. They wanted to use the conflict of the younger generation to decide the final ownership of the spiritual medicine. After all, masters of the level of qi refining great perfection cannot be moved lightly. If the four major families get really angry and cause trouble to the foundation building, it would not be a good look. Instead, it would be better to let the young people make a scene. Sure enough, 60 or 70 young clansmen of the Xie family also came from another direction. In addition to Xie Hongyu, the leader was also a young woman 2 years older, with big watery eyes, plump curves, and not very tall. Although her temperament was not as heroic as Xie Hongyu's, she also had a unique flavor. That's Xie Hongyue, the first cultivator of this generation of the Xie family, and also a top-grade spiritual root. Li Qianqiu said, this person might be a foundation-building cultivator of the Xie family in the future, so he should be handled with caution. Quanqing, I'll help you. Xie Hongyu was as heroic and aggressive as ever, gnashing her silver teeth. Yun Yangzi died in a hateful way. It was obviously Sister Quanqiu and the others who made the greatest contributions, but they took all the benefits. Xie Hongyue stood aside and smiled lightly. Although she had a higher cultivation level, she was more focused on her younger sister and did not speak. Thank you, this time I will make them spit out everything. Li Quanqing looked at the indignant clansmen around him. Since the matter had become a big deal, it seemed that his style of doing things should be tougher. It's time to learn from the brainless and reckless man like the third elder. More than 100 people were rolling through the street like a torrent. No one dared to provoke them. The atmosphere was silent. Seeing this, the shop owners and independent cultivators wanted to find a hole to hide in, for fear of being involved in the disputes of the foundation-building families. Who has the courage to get involved? Fellow Taoists, please come in. My young master has been waiting for a long time. In front of the cave, Yun Jiezi had a seemingly kind smile on his face and spoke slowly. He stretched out his palm and made an invitation gesture, but there was a hint of arrogance in that gesture. The Yun family seemed to have made enough gestures to invite everyone to enter the cave, but in fact it was a blatant provocation. The main door of the cave, which was supposed to be open to welcome the guests, was now closed tightly, like a cold barrier, keeping everyone out. Only a narrow side door was left open, like a silent mockery. Seeing this scene, many young people's faces suddenly became furious, and they immediately exploded here. They were young and energetic, and they were born in the foundation-building immortal clan. They were treated with courtesy wherever they went. When had they ever been treated like this? In the distance, those casual cultivators were looking around, hiding in the corners and spying, curious about how the Li family would respond. Be quiet. The Xinhai bell on Li Chuanqing's waist rang softly, and the ripple spread, calming the anger in the hearts of the clansmen. He looked at Yun Jiezi, who stood out from the crowd and walked towards him step by step. Li Chuanqing's skin gradually turned into a majestic and sacred jade color, and in his pupils, the golden glow rose like the sun. Jade bone body, start. Dawn. Dawn. Li Chuanqing's speed was not fast, but every step he took would make a dull and powerful vibration. The sound gradually became grand, like the roar of a war drum, with a strange sense of rhythm, rumbling, and knocking in everyone's heart again and again. The footsteps echoed here, making the people who heard them involuntarily accelerate their heartbeats, and their blood seemed to boil with the rhythm, and their qi and blood surged. What a strong physique! Yun Jiezi felt his eyes darken, and the terrible shadow instantly enveloped him. At this moment, his heartbeat seemed to miss a beat. A strong sense of oppression came over him, making his breathing quicken, and cold sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead. It's just a dog raised by others, and you dare to bark here? Li Quanqing tilted his head, imitating the demeanor of the third elder, with endless contempt in his eyes. His fist smashed out in an instant, the speed was as fast as lightning, the jade bones in his body shook, and the terrifying power was vented, roaring like a cannonball. The air was torn apart by this punch, making a sharp whistling sound. Let your master come out to see me. Li Chuanqing's voice was like a huge bell, echoing in the air, full of majesty and domineering. Boom! There was a deafening bang. No matter how crazy Yun Jiezi was, he took out all the talismans and magic tools for defense. He could only be smashed away like a dead dog without any resistance. In front of Li Quanqing, he had no power to resist. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his muscles and bones were broken under the powerful impact, making a sound that made people's teeth ache. With a bang, Yun Jiezi flew backwards and directly smashed the magnificent main door of the cave. The solid stone door collapsed instantly under the huge impact, the walls and houses collapsed, bricks and stones were scattered, and it turned into a miserable ruin. Seeing this, the young people from the Li and Xie families couldn't help but burst into laughter. Finally, the anger in their hearts was vented. Li Quanqing led everyone and walked in from the main door. No one dared to jump out to stop them. He glanced at the Yun family cave mansion plaque that had fallen to the ground, with smoke and dust flying everywhere, and immediately sneered. He stepped on the plaque and smashed it to pieces. Chapter 95, Ice Soul Cold Light. When Li Quanqing walked into the hall, he happened to see Yun Yangzi and Wang Gujin chatting happily, talking and laughing, and then turned their heads to look at him. The 8th level of qi refining? Sensing the powerful fluctuation of mana, Yun Yangzi couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and the palm holding the teacup shook a few times. How did this kid break through so quickly? It's only been a few days, and he has reached the same level as him. Li Quanqing stood there, looking at Yun Yangzi, who was sitting high up, although he was in a low position. In terms of momentum, it seemed that he was overlooking the two of them, with a look of contempt. He grasped Li Kunli's arrogant attitude of the sky is the first, the earth is the second, and I am the third to be 70% similar. Young master, please give me a life-saving elixir quickly. Master Yun Jiezi has fainted from his injuries. Several cultivators carried the unconscious Yun Jiezi into the hall, looking miserable, with blood all over the floor. Did you go too far, fellow Taoist? Looking at Yun Jiezi, whose head was swollen like a pig, Yun Yangzi took out a few pills, and his face also darkened. Recently, the matter of the third elder has been making a lot of noise. The Shueihua sword sect has made a lot of money in the ruins of the Whale Emperor sect. There are rumors that the alchemy master in the sect is about to make a furnace of foundation. Building pills. The Qingyuli family has a 1,000-year-old elixir, and will definitely supply it to the Shueihua sword sect. At that time, they will be guaranteed to get one. Other families are naturally jealous and want to try to get a share. After all, your Li family arrived first and got more benefits. Each family can get a plant and exchange it for a quota to buy foundation. Building pills from the sword sect. Everyone gets a share. Yun Yangzi received an order from the family elders and deliberately stayed in Beijingfang to expand the dispute with the younger generation of Li Chuanma and others. It is best to take the opportunity to provoke the Li family's top leaders, and the Yun family and the Wang family will join forces to oppress them and try to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Every time the Shueihua sword sect refines a foundation. Building pill, most of it is consumed internally, and very few qualifications are released for purchase, and no matter how many spirit stones are available, they cannot be bought. In the face of the temptation of foundation. Building, even the attitude of the Xie family is somewhat ambiguous. Some high-level members of the clan are shaken and frequently contact the Yun family of Xiaoyao Island. The third elder Li Kunli is also very smart. After coming out of the ruins of the Whale Emperor sect, he disappeared directly. It is difficult to find his trace and he can't be found at all. Li Quanqing also noticed these disputes among the high-level officials. However, he didn't care much. He came here this time just to ask for an explanation for his friends. It was obviously Li Chuanma who used the Guishui Divine Thunder Talisman to sweep away the scattered cultivators and occupy the Sutra Pavilion. Yun Yangzi turned against him at the last minute and took away the greatest fortune. He was not kind to begin with and was really a mean person. Li Quanqing walked towards the top of the hall, approaching step by step, looking straight at him. The jade slip that originally belonged to our Li family, do you want to hand it over now, or wait until you get beaten up before handing it over? Yun Yangzi's face trembled. Being ridiculed like this, he couldn't help but clench his fists, and anger rose in his heart. But he hesitated. Li Quanqing crippled Yun Jiezi with one punch. Even he was not sure of such a powerful fighting power. Especially the momentum of I am invincible, which really had the style of a foundation. Building genius, which made him a little scared. In the corner, the old tree with a low sense of presence suddenly moved his ears slightly, and heard that an elder of the Yun family sent him a message, asking him to take action. After a moment, another elder of the Wang family sent him a message, asking him to try the means of the young man in front of him. Helpless, the old tree sighed and stepped out of the crowd. Doubt you, why don't you sit down and discuss it? Li Quanqing tilted his head and looked at him, his eyes narrowed.
I heard that you also took a jade slip in the sutra library, right? That's right, Quan Qing, this old guy is shameless. He relied on his high cultivation to rob the jade slip that Quan Mo got, which is a body dot refining technique. Li Quan shouted from the back, and he was so angry that his blood boiled when he thought of what happened that day. The Yun Wang family was already good friends. When they entered the ruins, they had the wind spirit snake binding formation in hand, so they turned against the Li family and excluded them, and each took away the two strongest magics. When the old tree heard this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. At that time, greed was indeed at work, and he got the order from Wang Gujian, so he took action to bully the weak. Let's do it, no need to talk too much. Li Chuanqing's pupils glowed with golden light, and he opened his jade bone body. Today, we will follow the rules of the world of immortal cultivation. Regardless of right or wrong, whoever has the bigger fist has the right. Fellow Daoist, I'm sorry. The old tree apologized, urged the vigorous would attribute magic power of the 9th level of qi refining in his body, and waved his hand to scatter a bunch of green seeds. The sky was full of emerald green light, and the next moment, the majestic vitality was poured into the seeds, the seed shell cracked, and thick vines as hard as iron emerged from them. These vines are thick and powerful, with a strange luster on the surface. In terms of hardness and toughness, they are definitely not weaker than those inferior magic tools. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. More than a dozen vines intertwined and entangled together, like a group of pythons coming angrily. The majestic magic power surged between the vines, and each vine contained amazing power. The powerful might was enough to blow up the solid rockery. Li Quanqing looked calm as he slowly extended his fingers. From his fingertips emerged a blue spiritual flame as bright as the sky, which burst into extremely hot heat as it burned. Blazing! The sky-blue flame rose up, and the flame swayed and twisted, as if it had life, turning into the appearance of a golden flame tiger, lifelike, roaring to the sky. Li Quanqing had previously obtained the method of refining the jade armor, which included many exquisite fire control techniques. It can be said that he had mastered the control of the spirit flame to perfection. The sky-blue fire beast swallowed and spit out flames, running in the air, with a hot breath in every step. It was fierce and collided fiercely with those thick vines that were as hard as iron. The sea of fire was burning fiercely, and the blue flame shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire hall. For a moment, the sea of fire was surging, and the blue flames surged like water, like a burning ocean. Puff! Puff! The flames were steaming, and the temperature was amazing. One after another, the green vines were ignited, struggling in the sea of fire, and finally burned to ashes, and the air became scalding. The power is not bad. Li Quanqing took back the sky-blue fire, and turned it into a ball of soft and shiny flames again, which was held in his palm. The heat wave rolled over the faces of the people who were astonished. They didn't expect that a water-attributed cultivator could manipulate fire to such an extent. Alas! As expected of the Li family's genius, water and fire worked together. I lost, and it's not unfair. Looking at the young man in front of him, who was shining with jade light and ready to conquer others with force at any time. The old tree chose to admit defeat neatly. Old tree. Wang Gujian was full of astonishment. Although attributed cultivators were indeed not good at fighting, this was too perfunctory, right? At least take out your own magic weapon and fight a few more games. The old tree was very open-minded. He was just a worshipper of the Wang family. Even if he really won the quota for the foundation building pill, it would not fall on him. Why offend this promising young man in front of him? This is the jade slip magic method I got in the Sutra Pavilion that day. Fellow Taoist, take it yourself. It's really my fault. Looking at the jade slip in front of him that was sea blue and engraved with whale patterns. Li Quanqing took it directly in his hand and refined it. In an instant, he could see the content clearly. Middle-grade magic method. Dragon whale power body. He looked at the old man in front of him who had a good attitude of admitting his mistakes, nodded slightly, and the matter was over. Yun Yangzi, it's your turn. Li Quanqing looked at the young man standing at the highest point of the hall, with precious light surging all over his body, as if he was a jade-armored god descending from the sky, and no one could defeat him. Dawn! Dawn! He took another step. The steps were not fast, but the footsteps were very rhythmic, like the Huanglu bell roaring here, carrying 1,000 pounds of force, shaking people's hearts. There was no way, the jade bone body was too heavy, Li Quanqing couldn't run fast at all, and it looked more impressive this way. Yun Yangzi finally experienced the horror of being approached step by step, cold sweat dripped from his forehead, wet his back.
He knew that he couldn't sit and wait for death, so he decisively took out the talisman and lit it. Golden light bloomed, and a golden sword, spear and halberd appeared, all flying out. Hundreds of sharp weapons smashed out together, and the breath of Gengjin came whistling, with an amazing momentum. Clang! Li Chuanqing's magic seemed quiet and peaceful. He stretched out his hand and made a stroke, and the rippling water waves bloomed, turning into a green water sword energy, slashing upwards. The sword energy crossed the sky, interweaving into a sword net like water silk. The sword energy kept flowing, and suddenly pulled in the sparkling waves. Only a series of explosions echoed, and those golden weapons all exploded, were crushed by the sword energy, and turned into pure golden spiritual energy and dissipated between heaven and earth. Damn, is this a method that a chi-refining cultivator can use? Yun Yangzi's eyes were about to pop out, and he felt unreal as if he was dreaming. This talisman is a first-grade weapon Wanxian Fu, which is enough to seriously injure or even kill a chi-refining 9th-level cultivator. It was so easily resolved by someone? He gritted his teeth and was about to take out a top-grade talisman to save his life when a crisp and ear-piercing dripping sound suddenly rang in his ears. A drop of water like green water sword energy fell on his head and exploded. The sword energy was as dense as rain, wrapping his whole body like a spider web. Any slight movement would completely trigger the explosion of all these sword energies, cutting him into a pile of steaming minced meat. Yun Yangzi looked at the slender sword energy in front of him, which was only half an inch away from his pupils. He felt a bone-chilling chill burst out from his bones, and was so frightened that he dared not move. "Where is the jade slip?" Li Quanqing walked up to him and asked in a swaggering manner, as if he was chatting with a friend who had not seen him for a long time. Yun Yangzi was tough for less than 0.01 blinks of an eye, and then he wilted in an instant, as weak as an eggplant hit by frost, with a shy brow and eyes. In the storage bag on the waist." Li Quanqing was very rude, and pulled down the entire storage bag and put it in his pocket. The blue sea magic power surged, directly wiping out the breath imprint on it, and then fiercely stamped it with his own magic power imprint. His soul probed into the storage bag, and suddenly the treasure light was full, filling the eyes. This guy is really a big fat sheep. In addition to various elixirs and magic weapons, there are more than 2,000 spiritual stones alone, which shows the wealth of the Yun family. Li Quanqing glanced at it and didn't pay attention to it anymore. He turned out the special shape of the Whale Emperor's sect jade slip and invaded it with his consciousness. Top-grade magic, ice soul cold light. What a treasure! The young man's eyes lit up, and he put the jade slip in his arms, then walked down the hall and threw the storage bag to the clansman. "You divide it. There are mines at home, so naturally he doesn't look down on these." Until then, the green water sword energy that enveloped Yun Yangzi's body was completely dissipated, disintegrating into pure water essence. You guys," Yun Yangzi looked at the Li family, happily dividing up their own treasures, and spat out a mouthful of blood mist in pain. "Little friend of the Li family, you are a bit too much." Silently, two elders of the Yun family appeared at the entrance of the hall and stopped everyone. Their hair and beards were all white, and their aura was enough to be the great perfection of chi refining. Li Quanqing looked at the blocked retreat, touched the storage bag, and wondered which second-level talisman should be thrown out? Or throw out the Shaohai sword talisman? Fortunately, Baekingfang is the territory of the Li family, and no one can bully them, the future of the Li family. "A bunch of old dogs, you want to bully the weak, but you are looking for death. I can help you." A majestic and domineering voice came in, simply looking down on the world. "I am invincible." Li Kunli walked into the hall against the light. His figure was burly, standing there like a black iron tower, looking down at everyone. Third Elder? Chapter 96. Duan Donyang. Looking at the third elder who was as burly as an iron tower in front of him, Li Quanqing was immediately delighted. Since that day, he had never seen him again. It would be a lie to say that he was not worried. Now that the stone has finally fallen. But then, a trace of worry rose in the young man's heart. Now that the Yun family and the Wang family have joined forces to plot the 1,000-year-old elixir, this place has become a trap against the third elder. Why did he jump out? Sure enough, in the next moment, Tenshi refining great perfection appeared silently, ambushed and trapped the third elder. "Where are those 1,000-year-old elixir?" An elder of the Yun family who seemed to be the leader asked, almost impatiently, and went straight to the point. The core of the Whale Emperor's sect's ruins was all covered by a large formation, and only the Situ family and the Li family got the biggest benefits. Even the Shuihua sword sect was helpless against the ancient formation, and could only invite several formation masters to slowly study and crack it.
Looking at the greedy guys, Li coolly smiled, showing his white teeth. Want the elixir?
Sorry, I've already given it to the Shueihua sword sect.
Nonsense.
An elder of the Wang family snorted. Our two families have mobilized all the secret agents to keep a close eye on all the senior members of the Li family, and even monitor the sword sect within 1,000 miles. During this period, no Li family cultivators have visited the elders and senior members of the Shueihua sword sect. At this time, I'm afraid that even the Qi refining great perfection on Qingyu Island are all busy with important matters.
Listening to this, Li Quanqing couldn't help but look sideways. Is this guy bragging, trying to deceive the three elders, or does he really have this power?
Okay, I admit it. Li coolly shrugged his shoulders and said bluntly, I was just lying to you, the elixir is still on me.
Hand it over, and the four families will share it equally and conspire to build the foundation pill together.
The eyes of an elder of the Wang family flickered, and between the words, he tried to pull the Xie family of Baozhou Island to his own camp. The sword sect is high and mighty, and doesn't care about the disputes between these foundation-building families. The Shueihua sword sect only cares about those 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines.
No matter who it is, whether it is the Li family, the Yin family, the Wang family, or even a little-known Qi refining family. As long as the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine can be successfully delivered to Shueihua Island, it will be rewarded by the sword sect and can obtain a quota to purchase a foundation-building pill. Coolly, the old man and you have a long friendship.
If we divide the foundation-building pill equally, our four families will join forces to advance and retreat together and resist the increasingly powerful Taiyuan Situ together.
Isn't it beautiful?
The elder of the Yun family who spoke first persuaded earnestly, with an attitude like a kind elder who couldn't bear to see the younger generation go astray.
Li coolly sneered when he heard this.
A furnace of foundation-building pills can only produce 3 or 4 pills at most. It is already kind for the Shueihua sword sect to spare 1 pill to reward the foundation-building forces below.
The 4 families can share it equally, 1 grain for each family. Dream on your spring and autumn dream.
With 4 more foundation-building cultivators, Shueihua sword sect must be stupid to do such a deal.
Quanqing, something is wrong.
The elders of our Li family are indeed missing.
Li Quanqiu spoke in a low voice, with a worried look on his face.
Let's break out as soon as possible and find the second elder who is in charge of the market, and ask her to open the island protection formation to suppress all enemies.
The power of the formation is mostly used to suppress external enemies. For internal enemies, the power is much smaller.
The Yun Wang and the 2 families may have other means.
What's more, Li Quanqing looked at Li Kunli, who was calm and composed, and curled his lips. I don't believe that the third elder would be so stupid as to not leave a back dot up for himself.
10 Qi refining great perfection cultivators approached together, each holding a formation plate and magic weapon in their hands. The light of the void intertwined, faintly forming a powerful formation. Even if the third elder's combat power was close to the foundation-building stage, I'm afraid he would not be able to get away with it. Seeing this scene, Li Kuli did not make any move, but bowed slightly to the back. The envoy of the upper sect is in front of you. Are you going to bump into the elder of the sword sect?
The envoy of the upper sect?
Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and hurriedly turned their eyes to the outside of the hall, thinking that it was not good.
Step! Step!
A middle-aged man walked in leisurely, wearing a Qingfeng Taoist robe, a lotus crown on his head, 3 long beards under his chin, with a fairy-like appearance and a free and unworldly posture.
Elder Duan Dongyang? We are here to see the envoy of the upper sect. Senior Duan is still as elegant as ever, and his fairy-like appearance is dazzling.
The Qi refining great perfection cultivators present were all in their 70s and 80s, all of them were smart, and their eyelashes were empty. Seeing the arrival of the foundation-building elder of the Shueihua sword sect in front of them, they immediately knew that this plan might be ruined. No matter how unwilling they were in their hearts, they could only greet him with a smile.
It's been a long time since we last met. Are you performing in front of the hall to exchange ideas? Duan Dongyang laughed, looked up at the hall, and said in a voice that shook the sky, Old friends, are you still unwilling to come down to chat? After a while.
Swoosh! Thunder flashed, moonlight was surging, clouds were floating, and the fragrance of elixir was floating. For great foundation-building monks appeared together, 3 men and 1 woman, stepping on the void, and the island protection formation covering Baekingfang was open to welcome them. Li Quanqing looked carefully and only recognized Li Kunlun, who was surrounded by thunder flashing and interweaving, handsome and elegant, free and unrestrained. Beside him, there was a woman wearing a moonlit white dress. Although she covered her face with a veil, she could not hide her peerless beauty.
Her temperament was like the bright moon in the sky, transcendent and extraordinary. Young friend from the Li family, brother Yun, brother Wang, and this is Fairy Shen Mengli from the Yenue sect? Duan Dongyang looked at the beautiful fairy with uncertainty in his tone.
Shen Mengli nodded slightly and bowed. Hello brother Dongyang, now that the matter is over, I will leave first. After that, she glanced at Li Kunlun next to her, signaled with her eyes, and then floated away, as if a celestial being was flying to the moon.
Li Quanqing couldn't help but look at his own supreme elder.
Not only him, but all the young people in the Li family looked weird. Good guy, you turned out to be such a supreme elder with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Li Kunli also winked at his brother, but he looked like a burly old man in his 50s or 60s, and looked several dozen years older than his brother. Faced with many inquiring and scrutinizing eyes, Li Kunlun had a stern face and a blank expression, but his earlobes were slightly red and hot.
Okay, now that everyone is here, let's start discussing business. Duan Dongyan walked into the hall, with a big horse and a golden sword, and sat in the main seat.
The third elder was indeed a smart man, and shouted loudly, the envoy of the upper sect, please allow me to present 2000-year-old spiritual medicines on behalf of the Li family to help my sword sect refine pills. After saying this, the elders of each family couldn't sit still before their butts were warm.
Duan Dongyang nodded slightly, yes. Li Kunli was very proud and took out 2000-year-old spiritual medicines from the storage bag.
He even deliberately opened the jade box and showed off to the people of each family. One was green and jade-like, shaped like a dragon stretching its body, and the other was in the shape of Ganoderma lucidum, with a golden jade color, mist entwined and misty, and bursts of fragrance fell.
Green Cho branch and golden jade Ganoderma, good.
Excellent quality, rich in medicinal properties, can all be used to refine foundation. Building pills.
Duan Dongyang was very satisfied and made the final decision. When the sect's inner pill is completed, a surplus foundation. Building pill can be allocated to reward the Qingyu Li family for their contribution. No matter how unwilling the foundation. Building cultivators of the Yun family and the Wang family were, they were helpless at this time. The third elder had not finished speaking, and spoke loudly again, Senior, although I have some small opportunities, the real big share was taken by the new foundation. Building cultivator of the Situ family. The 1000-year spiritual medicine they harvested is more than 3 or 5 times as much as mine?
When these words came out, all the cultivators present were shocked.
Oh? Did Situsen really take away so many 1000-year spiritual medicines? Duan Dongyang deliberately showed curiosity and asked like this.
Every word is true, I dare not lie. Li Kunli's eyes were firm and frank, and his answer was decisive.
In that case, I'd like to trouble you all to follow me to the Taiyuan Islands, would you? Duan Dongyang clapped his hands and smiled. Since the Qingyu Li family has set an example, how dare the Situ family resist stubbornly and embezzle those 1000-year-old spiritual medicines? My sword sect doesn't ask for much, I just want 6, 7, 8 or 9,000-year-old spiritual medicines first. Isn't that too much? For a moment, the cultivators present mourned for the Situ family. The order from the upper sect is definitely going to be a big loss.
Chapter 97 Slave Beast Seal. Li Quanqing walked out of the hall, and suddenly felt relieved. The air was no longer so oppressive.
There were too many great foundation. Building monks sitting inside.
Even if they didn't say a word, the unintentional aura still emanated from them, and it was like a mountain pressing on their hearts.
Is that purple-robed monk the supreme elder of our Li family? This is the first time I've seen him. He is really wise and powerful.
Li Quanqing was chattering beside him, but fortunately he was smart enough to keep his voice down. It's him, the elder brother of our hall master, the real big backer of the family's weapon refiners. Li Quanqing pulled at his weapon refiner robe, feeling proud of it.
Li Chuanma spoke up.
He was born in the direct lineage and knew a lot of news. The Grand Elder usually stays in the depths of Yulongtan and does not ask about the family's mundane affairs.
He is devoted to cultivation.
I heard that he is already a great cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. Li Quanqiu gathered her hair around her ears and smiled gently, listening to how these young people talked about the mighty power of the great cultivators of foundation building. She thought of the fairy Shen who was as cold as the moon. She also determined her goal on the road of cultivation and decided to show off to her sisters after returning. That was the ancestor of foundation building, a big man that ordinary people had never seen. The young people of the Li family talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. Now that the crisis of Qingyu Li family has been resolved, and another foundation building pill is about to arrive, it is the time for the family to flourish. Everyone will feel that the future is full of hope. Li Quanqing walked out of the cave and suddenly saw an unexpected familiar figure in the ruins that he had broken.
Li Quanmeng? Aren't you practicing in Shueihua sword sect?
Li Quanqing had just finished speaking when he suddenly realized something.
I'm waiting for my master.
Li Quanqing was carrying a sword box and still dressed like a sword cultivator. He raised his chin slightly, showing his pride and sharpness. However, he suddenly stopped talking and looked Li Quanqing up and down, his eyes slightly widened. A little unbelievable. 8th level of chi refining. When did you break through?
Just yesterday, I just broke through.
Li Quanqing smiled modestly, with a kind look. You have a top-grade spiritual root, and you have been at the 7th level of chi refining for a long time.
Your cultivation speed is much faster than mine. You must have broken through to the 9th level of chi refining now, right?
Still a little short, but it will be soon. Li Quanqing is straightforward, and he has hardly ever lied. He tells the truth. He looked a little unnatural, and suspected that the young man in the green robe in front of him was definitely doing it on purpose.
Quan Geng, are you reminiscing with your clansmen?
Duan Dongyang came over at this time, with a kind and good teacher style. I am about to go to Taiyuan Island.
Don't you have a fiancée on Qingyu Island? Go back and see her. Hello, envoy of the upper sect.
Li Quanqing and others hurriedly saluted.
Duan Dongyang hummed, glanced at them, and suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly. What a pure water essence, the blue sea tide.
Your Li family is really prosperous. Such a young man will definitely be another foundation. Building true seed in the future.
Brother Duan Dao, you are too kind.
This kid is still young and doesn't deserve praise. The Supreme Elder came over at this time, laughed, blocked his sight, and inadvertently changed the topic. After the two foundation. Building people left, Li Quanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Did you invite Lord Duan Dongyang? He looked at the sword-carrying boy and had a guess in his mind. 10,000 fish mirror?
Li Quanqing nodded. My grandfather sent me a message, so he invited Master to come over.
The foundation. Building pill in the future will be prepared for my father.
Li Quanqing frowned and thought to himself that it was not good.
There is only one foundation. Building pill.
The factional struggle between the first elder and the third elder is likely to be exposed and erupt. During this period, he should stay on Yulong Island honestly and try to avoid returning to the family. With a heavy heart, Li Quanqing left here and prepared to return to the island to continue staying at home. As soon as he returned to Yulongbo, a guest came to visit, wearing a red dress and with exquisite curves.
Fellow Daoist Xia Hongyue? Li Quanqing looked at the young woman standing at the bow across the formation.
This person was Xia Hongyu's sister and a top-grade spiritual root of the Xia family.
Dao Yu Li.
Xia Hongyue bowed and said coquettishly, this is what my sister Hongyu got from the ruins of the Whale Emperor sect.
I came here to exchange a magic with Dao Yu. I wonder if it can be done as you wish.
Looking at the jade slip that the other party took out, Li Quanqing opened the formation and welcomed her in.
The inferior magic slave beast seal. This is a spell to enslave spirit beasts.
It can plant a mental suggestion in the spirit beast's consciousness, subtly making it more and more loyal to the master.
Even the foundation. Building monster beast will be tricked and will be willing to be driven and enslaved. Li Quanqing was very interested in this slave beast seal.
After thinking for a moment, he took out 2 jade slips.
Here is a water escape technique and a dragon whale power body. Which one do you want to exchange? Ice Soul Cold Light will definitely not exchange it. The grade is too high and the price is not matched.
Xia Hongyue stretched out her hand and roughly browsed the introduction of the 2 jade slips.
To practice this book Dragon Whale Power Body, do you actually need the essence and blood of a dragon whale? This is a second level monster in the foundation. Building realm.
The girl frowned slightly, feeling a little difficult to make a decision. This water escape technique is also very good.
You don't need any external objects.
You can get started by practicing it with concentration.
You can escape into the ocean without a trace.
Li Quanqing said. He is currently practicing water escape technique, but it is too profound and difficult to understand.
He can only rely on his pets to cheat.
Finally, after making a choice, Xia Hongyue decided to take the dragon whale body.
There is no other way. The higher the grade, the better.
Besides, the Xia family also has no shortage of magic techniques such as escape techniques.
On the contrary, body training is even rarer.
As for the dragon whale blood essence, if you try hard, you can still buy it in a large market. Slave beast seal. Li Quanqing played with the jade slip in his hand. He heard from Li Quanqiu that the Sutra Tower had only 4 magic techniques in total.
Now he has collected all of them. And under his request, they are all the original jade slips. They are as blue as the sea, with patterns of the ocean and whales carved on them. He glanced at the thunder-horned python queen coiled on his wrist. This kind of demon beast has unruly blood and the strength to break through the late stage of chi refining. It is just right to test the power of the slave beast seal. Crash! Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the sea, put the jade slip on his forehead, and began to comprehend these wonderful methods. The water escape technique is profound and obscure, and can only be studied slowly, and then rely on the lightball golden finger to cheat. The difficulty of performing the slave beast seal is very simple, but it has high requirements for the strength of the soul. If it is not done properly, it is easy to be backfired. The dragon whale power body needs blood essence to assist in cultivation. Let's not talk about it for the time being. His glazed jade bone body has not been perfected yet. As for the last ice soul cold light, it is of medium difficulty to practice and has great power, but it pays great attention to external objects. It requires the help of extremely cold natural materials and treasures to practice successfully. After reading the jade slip, Li Quanqing pondered for a moment and thought of the 100-year ice soul pearl in Dantian, which is often used to cast ice spells. In addition to the specific steps of cultivating the ice soul cold light, the jade slip also records various common treasures with ice attributes. According to the above records, a 100-year-old ice soul can cultivate a trace of ice soul cold light. 30.6 strands can be combined into one strand, and 12 strands can be combined into one, which can be considered a true ice soul cold light. Cultivating a complete ice soul cold light is considered a minor success in the magic method. Using the foundation. Building magic power to activate it is enough to penetrate the world and freeze thousands of miles. Chapter 98 Elder Quanqing Li Quanqing moved the jade slip away from his forehead, and his scalp tingled. In order to practice this top-grade magic to a small degree, it would take 430 100-year-old ice souls. I'm afraid that the entire Yin family can't gather so many ice souls. After all, the climate in the East China Sea is warm and pleasant, unlike the extreme North Cold Plain, which is covered by wind and snow all year round, and ice treasures can be seen everywhere. Li Quanqing pondered for a moment, and suddenly took out a piece of ice wrapped in layers of blue sea magic power from the storage bag. Li Quanqing dispersed his magic power, and suddenly a shocking cold air surged out, like a white giant python, escaping from his palm. Crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of ice began to condense from under his feet, turning into a terrifying white ice cover, and the waves surged, and he was directly frozen into an ice ball in mid-air. Li Quanqing shook off the frost on his body, and saw an iced blue feather lying quietly in his palm, wrapped in the ice layer like a lake, beautiful and strange. This treasure should also be able to assist in the practice of ice soul cold light, right? Li Quanqing thought. Finally he had the confidence to practice this top-grade magic. Slave beast seal. The sound of waves was endless. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the embankment, and kept making seals with one hand. The soul mixed with magic power surged out and gathered at the fingertips. Buzz! The air vibrated, and a nearly transparent pale white small seal appeared in front of him, and the light kept flowing, shaped like a twisted and winding circle. It's done! A hint of joy flashed in Li Quanqing's eyes. After all, it was just a magic method to enslave spirit beasts. The difficulty of practice was very low, and it only required a strong cultivation. Come here, I'll give you a tattoo. He lowered his head, holding the small seal in one hand, and dragged the thunder horn python cub over with the other hand. After feeding for a period of time, the female snake has grown to the thickness of a finger, with bright and beautiful scales, and the horn on the top of her head is as bright as a golden crystal. Looking at the shining slave seal in front of her, the thunder-horned python queen raised her upper body alertly, instinctively resisting a little. Be good, let's have something delicious. Li Quanqing was familiar with the place and took out a sticky paste made of thunder crystal crumbs, dried peach meat and soul-nourishing water. Hiss! Smelling the familiar aroma, the thunder-horned python cub immediately put down his guard and began to swallow it in big mouthfuls. That lazy eating posture, all the muscles and bones stretched out, letting people do whatever they want. Seeing this, Li Quanqing smiled slightly and sent the small seal in his hand, the size of a copper coin, to the forehead of the thunder-horned python. Buzz! The slave seal trembled slightly, sensing the breath of the soul of the spirit beast, and took the initiative to drill into it along the sky spirit bone and disappeared. Li Quanqing's heart moved slightly, sensing a faint breath of soul, young but wild, born noble. That was the soul of the thunder horn python queen. Be loyal to me. He activated the slave beast seal, constantly releasing some kind of information, drilling into the soul of the thunder horn python, like brainwashing.
The thunder horn python wanted to resist, but after sensing his breath, he hesitated for a moment and completely relaxed.
The slave beast seal easily drilled into the soul, and will continuously release the signal of loyalty, subtly, brainwashing day and night. Hand over your loyalty.
Hiss. After planting the slave beast seal, the effect is really good, and the effect is immediate. After the thunder horn python finished eating the food, it spit out the snake tongue and rubbed his palm intimately, numb, and there was obviously a sense of intimacy in the blue-purple vertical pupils. Young beasts have weak souls, which is when their resistance is at its lowest, but the consumption is really great. Li Quanqing dripped 2 drops of Taiyin soul nourishing water, twisted the soul nourishing wood bracelet in his hand, and began to meditate, closing his eyes to cultivate. When the soul power was consumed and replenished completely, and he was full of energy again, he followed the same method and cast the slave beast seal on Ao Cheng and Jin Yanhu respectively. Ao Cheng, needless to say, was raised from a young age and had the closest personality, and he was easily taken into his true spirit. Jin Yanhu was also shameless, thinking that he was going to use magic power to baptize its flesh, staring at it with silly big eyes, and happily accepted the slave beast seal.
Done. Li Quanqing exhaled a breath of turbid air, sensed 3 faint soul breaths, and could detect what the spirit beast was thinking. Very convenient. Other spirit beasts didn't need that, because their potential was too low. For example, the green water python and the group of crabs, the middle stage of chi refining was already the growth limit. If you dare to resist his human tyranny, I will kill you with 1 sword. Harvest an adult big black carp, and reward 3 spiritual sands. Harvest an adult big black carp, and reward a low-grade talisman water arrow talisman. The waves surged, and lotuses bloomed at every step, supporting Li Quanqing's feet. He did not sink in the water, and his green robe rustled. He pointed his finger, and the water control technique was superb, turning into a crystal net and scooping up more than 1,000 big black carps. There were too many of these guys, and they reproduced on their own. In addition, there was abundant food and abundant spiritual energy in Yulongbo, so they could be said to be everywhere. Li Quanqing would occasionally feed them, and then take a day to catch all the accumulated mature big black carps in one net. Harvest an adult big black carp, and reward 2 low-grade talismans water arrow talismans. In the storage bag, the light ball dissipated and turned into 2 thick and crisp water-blue talismans, with spiritual patterns flashing, turning into the appearance of water arrows. In the corner next to him, there were about 6 or 7,000 water arrow talismans piled up like a mountain, almost filling up the storage bag. This kind of water arrow talisman is actually quite powerful, comparable to a blow from a 3rd level chi refining cultivator, and is very popular among casual cultivators. In another storage bag, there are thousands of scattered spiritual sands, shining with precious light and filled with spiritual energy. Harvest an adult big black carp, and reward a miniature spiritual energy group. A wisp of spiritual energy from heaven and earth was born in the meridians out of thin air, and in the blink of an eye, he refined it into magic power and drilled into the dantian. Then there was nothing. Li Quanqing found that, based on his cultivation level, there were 4 levels of spiritual energy groups. Micro, small, ordinary spiritual energy groups, and finally large. The miniature spiritual energy group rewarded by the big black carp is barely enough, and it can be regarded as the consumption of his spell. Better than nothing. Buzz. Li Quanqing dispersed the water net and was about to change to another place to continue fishing, when the island protection array in his arms was suddenly touched by someone. Who would come to see me at this time? Li Quanqing took out the array plate and came to the place according to the instructions. He actually saw a figure as burly as an iron tower. Master, why are you here? Li Quanqing was immediately surprised and hurriedly opened the array to let the 3rd elder enter Yulongbo. I'm here to give you good news. Li Kunli laughed, and the two walked on the water, walking on the wide sea, with fluttering clothes, like immortals. It's been 3 years, why hasn't this longevity turtle broken through to become a monster? The 3rd elder looked at the spirit turtle lying at the bottom of the fish pond and snoring, and even he was speechless. It's almost there, it's almost there. Li Quanqing smiled bitterly. After swallowing a lot of monster meat, this guy's maturity has reached more than 80%, and it is estimated that it will take nearly a year. He placed a wooden table and a cushion on the embankment, a clay stove with red charcoal, warmed wine, and boiled tea, and looked at the vast blue waves, the vast smoke, and the spirit fish in groups, which was quite charming. Li Kunli shook his head, took out a jade token from his storage bag, and handed it to the boy. Take it, this is the family's reward for you. What is this, my identity jade token? Li Quanqing refused to take it. He also had such a token,
proving his identity as a member of the Qingyuli family.
Wrong, this is not an ordinary identity jade token, but an elder's order.
The third elder paused and continued, "From today on, you are a genuine elder of our family.
Elder Quanqing, congratulations. Chapter 99 Jade Armor Me, the family elder?" Li Quanqing pointed his finger at himself, a little unimaginable, with a clear confusion in his eyes. "Master, did you make a mistake?
The elder's jade token is here, just take a look at it." Hearing this, Li Quanqing grabbed the jade plaque in his hand, and sure enough he saw the 8 characters Qingyuli family, Elder Quanqing engraved on the front of the jade plaque. The material of this jade tablet is quite extraordinary, comparable to a high-grade magic weapon. It contains 3 high-grade magic spells, and is very precious even to monks in the late stage of qi refining. Water Element Shield, Water Mirror Technique, Water Lotus Escape. Li Quanqing took a few glances and found out that the most useful thing for him was the Water Mirror Technique. You can use the 1000-mile Water Mirror to communicate with other elders, which is similar to the youth edition of the 1000 Fish Mirror, but instead adds the function of real-time live broadcast.
Fun!
On the back of the Elder Jade plaque, various family benefits, various obligations that need to be borne, etc. are recorded in great detail.
I'm just a casual elder. With your 8th level of qi refining, it's just right for you to take on this role. It's a lot of fun for you.
The third elder sipped the fragrant tea and narrowed his eyes with a smile. Above the ordinary elders, there are 30.6 powerful elders, all of whom are at the lowest level of the 9th level of qi refining. They are in charge of all aspects of the family's affairs, and they are the most profitable ones.
I don't want to leave Yulon Island. A sinecure elder is enough.
Li Quanqing kept touching the jade plaque, and he would get a 30% discount when he went to his own Baoqing auction house in the future, and he could also stay in a luxury box for free.
Speaking of which, you are still the first family elder in Quan generation.
Li Kunli gave a thumbs up. It is indeed amazing and worthy of celebration.
Would you like the family to hold an elder celebration for you and entertain guests from all over the world?
I thought of the scene where I was sitting in the main seat above, while a group of monks were crowding in darkness below, saluting and shouting, "We will pay homage to Elder Quanqing."
Li Quanqing was indeed a little excited.
But in an instant, he suppressed the thought and decided to wait until he held the foundation building ceremony.
Am I the first? Li Quanmun, isn't he? The young man asked curiously.
Although he is also at the 8th level of qi refining, has joined the sword sect, and has a foundation establishment master, his contribution to the family is not as great as yours. The third elder clapped his fingers and said, "The ruins of the Whale Emperor's sect and the gold marrow and jade mines, each of them can be regarded as a great contribution. Of course, the 2 jade slips of wonderful dharma in your hand were also targeted by those old guys, so they were given the title of elder.
To be precise, there are 3 wonderful methods now."
Speaking of this, Li Quanqing talked about the slave beast seal and took out a few jade slips. "Master, see which one is useful to you." There was already a water-escaping family, and Li Kunli was a fire spirit root monk. In the end, he only picked up the dragon whale powerful body to observe. The third elder studied the tea time and suddenly said, "Before you break through the foundation building, this body training method should be put aside for a while. It is not suitable for practice." Li Quanqing was preparing to inquire in detail and explain to the other party conveniently.
Even among the 2nd level monsters, the dragon whale is an extremely powerful being.
It possesses a trace of true dragon blood, is extremely powerful, and has a wild nature.
Such a powerful demonic beast naturally contains demonic energy and will in its essence and blood.
After being refined, it will easily corrode the soul, which is detrimental to breaking through and building a foundation. Li Quanqing was startled when he heard this. He remembered the soul difficulty among the 3 foundation building difficulties, and hurriedly took out the ice blue feather. "Elder, I am going to refine this feather to practice ice soul cold light.
Will it have the same impact? This feather also contains the remaining will of the monster.
Although it is not much, it may also be a hidden danger. This is the true feather of a 3rd level monster." Sensing the icy cold aura that far surpassed that of foundation establishment, Li Kunli's face trembled, and he was a little jealous with envy. "Does your kid have some kind of special physique? How come you can meet treasures wherever you go?" The 3rd level golden elixir monster, Li Quan had made assumptions early in the morning, so he was not very surprised. The physical body is the foundation of the soul, so when the demon blood is refined into the body, the demon energy rushes to the brain, easily damaging the soul. The cold light of the ice soul is an external object, and its impact is not great. However, it is not advisable to be greedy for too much.
Just refine 30.6 strands of cold energy and combine them into a ray of cold light. The third elder played with the jade slip and explained, first, when this feather is completely refined, the golden elixir contained in it will completely explode, and you can't control it at all. Secondly, Ice Soul Cold Light is a top-grade spell after all. It cannot be activated by chi refining monks. Don't be too ambitious and practice the water escape technique with peace of mind. Thank you, Elder, for clarifying my doubts. Li Quanqing nodded in agreement. A ray of cold light from the Ice Soul was just the beginning, enough to make him invincible among the chi refining monks. After talking about the position of Elder, let's talk about the specific rewards and rewards. Li coolly took out a storage bag, open it and take a look. Are you satisfied? Li Quanqing opened it out of curiosity, and immediately saw a treasure armor that was as green as jade and shone with powerful aura. The best magical weapon, the sapphire armor. This, Li Chuanqing's eyes widened and he couldn't wait to take out the sapphire armor, stroking it lovingly. This is a reward given to you by our weapon hall. With your talent in weapon refining, plus this jade armor, you can comprehend it day and night. I believe that in less than 3 years, I can become a top-notch weapon refiner. Li Koan left his mouth, his words full of expectation. 3 years? Just give me 3 months. Li Quanqing thought to himself, but didn't really say it. With a click, as his magic power refined the imprint, the jade dot-like scales on the surface of the jade armor bloomed one by one. Although it was just a piece of armor, it was inlaid with 9 layers of scales, connected by patterns, with ingenious design and exquisite craftsmanship. It was like a blooming 9-layer jade lotus hanging on the sea, layer upon layer, and it was beautiful. Click, click. Li Quanqing stood in the center of the lotus, and suddenly pieces of jade scales spread rapidly upward along his legs. As if it had its own life, it eventually wrapped him up in it. The spirituality was so strong that it would automatically adapt to the wearer's body shape and magic power. With a thought, it can be easily controlled and sent and received at will. Under the sunlight, a jade god appeared on the sea. Even if he was motionless, he still released a terrifying breath that made people palpitate. Li Quanqing wore the jade armor, and his breath flowed smoothly with his own air circulation, so he could freely shuttle through the seawater without feeling breathless or stuffy. A strong force blessed his whole body, coupled with his powerful jade bone body. Li Quanqing could be called invincible in chi training. I have finished talking about the rewards from the chi hall, and now it is the rewards from the family. The third elder smiled and took out a few deeds. Those old guys are so generous. They gave you a lot of land in the Whale King Market, all of which are core streets. You can build whatever you want. Whale King Market? Li Chuanqing's voice came through the jade armor, sounding a little muffled. After all, only a small part of the Jindan ruins has been developed. The Shueihua sword sect is preparing to build a large market in the Zishu SC. The 5 major families and those foundation building sects are all involved. This is definitely the biggest event in recent years. A Jindan ruins, I don't know how many casual cultivators will be attracted. I am afraid that cultivators from other seas will be tempted. The big forces opened up the market, collected spiritual stones, and tricked the casual cultivators into being cannon fodder. Isn't that wonderful? With a click, Li Quanqing opened the green jade armor and walked out, touching several land deeds of the magic weapon level. When the market was first built, it was a time when everything was in ruins and he was considered the first investor. The land given to him by the family was very large, with several shops connected together. What kind of building would be better? Li coolly put 3 more jade slips on the table. Keep these 3 magic methods first, don't hand them over to the family. Wait until I break through the foundation, then you can hand them over to me, and then the family history will write in a certain year and month. The second elder Li coolly obtained 3 magic methods and hid them in the Sutra Pavilion, and this is specially recorded. The young man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's all up to the hall master's orders. I won't let you suffer a loss, and I will contribute to your family at that time, not a single point less. Li coolly stroked his beard, a little proud. You can't say whether you can get a foundation pill with all these contribution points added up. It depends on whether the sword sect has a quota, but it is certain that you can exchange for a foundation spiritual object. Does our family still have foundation spiritual objects? Li Chuanqing's eyes widened slightly, and he heard it for the first time. You underestimate our Li family's 1,000-year heritage. At least we can get one water-based spiritual object every 60 years. Like Li Yumiao, he has fused a Guishui true evil before. Li Quanqing remembered this man. It was Li Chuangang's father, the son of the great elder. Since he has refined a foundation building spiritual object, How can he still be a chi-refining cultivator? So he is a waste, a chi-refining great perfection piled up with elixirs and resources, and this kind of waste still wants to compete with me for the foundation. Building pill? Li Kunli's tone was quite disdainful. When it comes to the dispute between the two factions, Li Quanqing must stand on the side of the third elder. The Li family seems to be steadily improving, but in fact, there are undercurrents. Chapter 100 Kingfeng matures boom. Li Quanqing opened the formation guarding the thunder peach tree, and immediately saw thunder rumbling and falling from the sky, like a punishment from the heavens. Wisps of silver thunder exploded, and no grass grew on the ground. Instead, the thunder peach tree grew taller and taller, shining with lightning. Hiss! Seeing this, the thunder-horned python on his wrist had bright pupils, and it couldn't wait to get out of his wrist, wanting to swallow the thunder light cultivation. Hiss! The neighing sounds of the young pythons came down from the trunk of the tree. They were childish, curious, and wary, and their bodies were hidden among the branches and leaves. They're all hatched. Li Quanqing looked at the ground at the root of the tree, where broken shells were piled all over the ground, and he immediately understood that the thunderhorn pythons had hatched. He wanted to step forward, but unfortunately, the lightning was like rain in the thunder peach tree, and the thunder and lightning overflowed, and the power was quite astonishing. Sapphire armor. Behind Li Quanqing, pieces of sapphire scales were suspended, like lotus flowers as big as millstones in full bloom, which was astonishingly beautiful. Following the pull of his magic power, pieces of sapphire scale armor suddenly flew out, intertwined with each other's spiritual patterns, and turned into a sapphire lotus armor. Click! Click! Li Quanqing strode in, and the thunder struck him. The light was dazzling, but it did not cause much damage. The vibration of the 9 layers of green jade scale armor was enough to wipe out all the power of the sky thunder, unable to hurt him at all, and its defensive power was astonishing. Found you! Li Quanqing picked up the tree trunk and looked up. With the thunder-horned python queen leading the way, he easily spotted the remaining 6 snake cubs. Hiss! These snake cubs are slender in size, only as thick as chopsticks, but they all have fierce personalities. They open their mouths and bite on their scales. Instead, it made his teeth hurt. As expected, it's 6 male snake cubs. Li Quanqing has fed them food, and although their attitude has improved, they are still fierce and wary. No matter how bad it is, I will give you all the slave beast marks later. Part of the scales on the young man's arms faded away and turned into an oval fish scale cover, trapping the snake cubs inside. This kind of defensive weapon in the shape of inlaid scales can really be used in many tricks. If these hard scales are thrown out, they can be used as hidden weapons. Li Quanqing held the scale cover with one hand and picked the spiritual peaches on the tree with the other hand. A few months passed, and all the meat and thunder crystals of the thunder-horned pythons were consumed. Fortunately, this kind of spiritual peach contains abundant thunder spiritual power and can also be used to refine the body. After picking 5 or 6 thunder peaches, Li Quanqing was satisfied and ready to leave. Outside the formation, a Qingfeng crane probed its head, attracted by the movement of thunder, and flapped its wings curiously, but did not dare to get close. Hey, Guangtuan, is this crane cub mature? Li Quanqing's eyes lit up, and he saw traces of white mist flowing among the feathers of Qingfeng crane, and finally condensed into a milky white light group above his head. The rolling light group is swaying, and the glow is swaying, which is quite attractive. Come on, let me touch it. Li Quanqing walked over wearing sapphire armor and was wrapped in thunder, which immediately frightened his eyes. The Qingfeng crane chirped, and in a panic, it flapped its wings and left, disappearing into the forest. Bing's soul cold light. As a last resort, Li Quanqing could only use this magical technique that he had recently practiced successfully. I saw a glimmer of crystal cold light fly out from his fingertips, as thin as a hair, passing through the air silently, and circled around the Qingfeng crane. Click, click, click. The next second, the cold air surged, directly freezing Qingfeng's 2 wings, turning into heavy ice cubes and falling to the ground. The spirit crane screamed helplessly and fell into the soil with dead leaves, unable to fly anymore. Fortunately, Li Quanqing only used the cold air to condense into ordinary ice cubes, and did not use the terrifying power of the ice soul to freeze everything. Otherwise, the blood will freeze into ice slag. Li Quanqing walked out of the formation, protected the thunder peach tree again, then took off his jade armor and touched Qingfeng's aggrieved head. Harvest a Qingfeng crane in the early stage of chi refining, and reward a mid-grade magical weapon Qingfeng gourd. Breeze gourd, a mid-grade flying magic weapon. It can swallow the breeze to assist monks in flying. It can also hide the strong wind and turn it into a wind blade to attack the enemy. A flying and attacking magic weapon is pretty good, better than nothing.
Li Quanqing put the light ball into his storage bag, and then used azure fire. The flames were so hot that they melted the ice cubes. The Qingfeng crane waved its wings, shook off the frost, and limped into the woods, not daring to look back again.
Am I that terrible?
Li Quanqing thought to himself, stretched out his hand, and the icy cold light and the azure fire returned at the same time, drilling into the dantian along the meridians. My body felt cold and warm at the same time, not to mention how comfortable I felt.
Gugua! Gugua!
On the beach, the Baoguang toad was lying on a pile of golden marrow and jade, with its body lying there in a large shape, constantly exhaling the precious energy, and was drunk and dreaming. Jewelry treasures, Baoguang toad, one breath lasts a whole day, more days than living gods.
I want more treasures.
Cultivation, third level of qi refining, 88%, Li Quanqing stretched out his palm with satisfaction. This guy was about to break through the middle stage of qi refining. It was just a good time to test whether there would be a light group reward at that time. If he could really do it, he wouldn't have to focus on the monster cubs.
Those adult monsters could also be bought home. The choice will be much wider.
Li Quanqing opened a gap in the scale cover, then caught a thunder-horned python and began to use the slave beast seal. Although the cubs were weak-willed and their souls were immature, they also consumed a lot of mental energy. Li Quanqing was busy until the evening, and only then did he successfully brand all 6 thunder-horned pythons with his own mark. He twisted the soul-nourishing wood and realized that he was constantly consuming a lot of mental energy. With the nourishment of the soul-nourishing water, his soul was strengthened again.
Clang!
In the Jinhai bell, the sword rang by itself, and it had grown from an embroidery needle to the thickness of a branch. The sword light was crystal clear, killing people invisibly. The slave beast seal took effect, and the snake cubs rubbed his palm affectionately, as if they were acting like a spoiled child to their father, and their blue-purple watery snake pupils were cute. Li Quanqing felt soft-hearted and reached into his pocket to take out the flesh of a spiritual peach to feed them. In the dark night, he stretched out his hand, but only touched a big furry paw, warm and hot.
Li Quanqing? Where are my big and numerous thunder spirit peaches? Ow ho!
The golden flame tiger pulled out its claws, held the last juicy and tender spirit peach in its mouth, and ran away. The tiger cub ran fast in the dark night, with flames burning on its forehead, and it was very eye-catching with its own positioning. Crash! On the embankment, the green water pythons emerged from the water, each holding a fat big black fish in its mouth, and had been waiting for a long time.
Ow ho!
Hissed the tiger, and the pythons communicated for a while, roaring non-stop, and then exchanged goods with each other, feeling satisfied. Then they were caught with stolen goods. I said why those spiritual fruits, spiritual rice, and various elixirs would disappear from time to time. It turned out that you were stolen.
I was caught with stolen goods. What else do you have to quibble now?
Li Quanqing grabbed the furry tiger ears, pinched and rubbed them, looking unkind.
Oh ho?
The golden flame tiger stared with his clear and stupid big eyes, lying on the ground with his soft belly exposed, pretending that he knew nothing and pretending to be stupid. Seeing this, the green water python picked up the peach and ran away, flicking its tail, splashing water, and disappeared into the fish pond. Li Quanqing crushed the light ball in the storage bag and took out the Qingfeng gourd. It looked like a light blue big-bellied gourd with light white patterns on the surface, like clouds.
Ha!
Li Quanqing manipulated his magic power and blew out a light wind ball from the mouth of the gourd, blowing the dust in all directions. Aohovu, the golden flame tiger, was wrapped in the wind ball, spiraling up to the sky, roaring miserably, and for the first time found that he was afraid of heights. The breeze was whistling, and the wind was swift, and finally blew the tiger cub hundreds of meters away and threw it into the sea for a cold shower. This gourd is quite powerful.
Li Quanqing touched the big gourd in his hand and was immediately satisfied.
In the next half a month, the Qingfeng cranes matured one after another. In addition to opening 4 Qingfeng gourds, there were other light balls as rewards. Harvest a Qingfeng crane in the early stage of qi refining, and reward 5 cans of Qingfeng spirit tea. Harvest a Qingfeng crane in the early stage of qi refining, and reward 1 Qingfeng tea tree seed. Qingfeng tea tree, a top-grade spiritual tree, growing in the breeze, accompanied by rain, dew and sunshine.
The leaves can be fried into spiritual tea.
Drinking it for a long time can make you light and prolong your life, and help you understand the wonder of controlling the wind. Harvest a Qingfeng crane in the early stage of qi refining, and reward a top-grade magic weapon foamling bowl.
Foamling bowl, a top-grade magic weapon, gathering breeze and condensing it into liquid.
The foamling liquid contains extremely pure wind attribute aura, comparable to the rare wind attribute lower-grade spiritual stone, which can assist wind spirit root cultivators in their practice.
It tastes delicious and is loved by many monsters. Chapter 101 Spirit Tiger Green gourd. The ball of light dispersed and turned into treasures in the storage bag. There were many of them, and the treasure light filled the eyes. Li Quanqing first took out the Fongling bowl, which was white on the top and green on the bottom. It was a large sea bowl with dozens of fine holes on the top of the bowl. The sea breeze whistled past, and when it drilled out from these holes, it would make a crisp and pleasant sound, as if someone was playing a flute, forming a beautiful note. Patterns in the shape of breezes bloomed at the bottom of the bowl, like blooming green spiritual flowers, which was very beautiful. Li Quanqing chose a reef on the coast and placed the Fongling bowl on it. The sea breeze whistled and the lingering sound was melodious. I wonder what the Fongling liquid tastes like. Li Quanqing was looking forward to it. He took out the Qingfeng Lingcha and put it in a white jade dot-like jar. The surface of the jar had fine light green lines, like cracked ceramics, with a unique beauty. Opening the tea can, a wisp of elegant fragrance immediately penetrated into the nose. The tea leaves were slender, shaped like crane feathers, with white and delicate leaf stems, but the leaves were the color of the breeze. Roar! The tip of the golden flame tiger's nose moved, and its furry big head poked its head out, looking at the fragrant tea leaves in the jade can and dripping a drop of crystal saliva. First plant the tea tree seeds, and then we will drink it and see what it tastes like. Li Quanqing pushed the tiger's big head away, put away the jade can, and walked towards the forest of Lingdao. The golden flame tiger flickered its tail, moved its four furry big paws, and trotted after it. Li Quanqing usually stayed in the caves and beaches on the coast, rarely set foot in the mountains and forests, but he also carefully explored every inch of the island. On the highest peak of Yulong Island, the dark clouds did not dissipate, the lightning flashed, and the thunder peach trees were planted. It was the nest of 7 thunder-horned pythons. Due to the long-term lightning strike, the soil of the first peak has changed, the vegetation is thin, and the exposed rocks are exposed. The soil and mud of the whole mountain are turning into light purple, containing a thunder spirit, which is not suitable for plant growth. Just plant it on the mountain next to it. Li Quanqing looked at the second peak not far away, with beautiful scenery, rugged rocks, lush green, like green jade. There is also a mountain spring on the top of the mountain, forming a small stream, which is a place where Qingfeng cranes like to live. The boy thought about it and decided to name the first peak Purple Thunder Peak and the second mountain Qingfeng Mountain. Let's go, take me to that Qingfeng Mountain. Li Quanqing patted the tiger's head and decided to be a tiger. Riding immortal. Aho! The golden flame tiger carried its master, roaring in a low voice, and its 2 white wings kept flapping, flying several feet above the ground. Then it swayed and fell down again. Ayo ayo. The tiger cub was aggrieved, lowering his big head and calling softly. A feeling was clearly felt by the boy along the slave beast seal. I'm too heavy? It's obviously you who are too weak. The longevity turtle carries me in the sea every day, why hasn't I complained? Li Quanqing's face darkened slightly. In fact, he practiced the jade bone body, which was indeed a little heavier than the normal dot-sized cultivators. In addition, the muscles and bones of the golden flame tiger had just grown into a teenager, and his body was not big, so it was normal for him to have some difficulty. The boy sighed, took out a Qingfeng gourd, and urged it with magic power. The mouth of the gourd trembled slightly. The breeze surged and swirled around, as if it turned into a hurricane, lifting their bodies and slowly rising into the air, blowing the leaves around them. With the help of the magic weapon, the golden flame tiger suddenly felt much more relaxed. A pair of wings flapped hard, and finally swayed and flew to the top of Qingfeng Mountain. Well, the tiger's skin is very soft, but it's a little bumpy. The young man still needs to work harder to practice. Li Quanqing patted the tiger's head and found it interesting to see its ears drooping in grievance. Forget it, this gourd is given to you. Take it and play with it. He stretched out his hand and handed the Qingfeng gourd to the tiger. Oh ho! The cute big eyes of Jin Yinhu suddenly lit up. He rubbed his paws and sat on the ground. He couldn't wait to hold the gourd in his arms and study it. Li Quanqing took out an ownerless Qingfeng gourd, so the tiger cub easily mastered the trick, and the demonic energy rolled, leaving his own mark in the magic weapon. Swish! The big bellied gourd like a pale green jade trembled lightly, flying up and down around Jin Yinhu. The white patterns on the gourd skin seemed to come alive, like white clouds. Zheng! The Qingfeng gourd was suspended above the tiger's head, and the light was flashing. A wind blade spurted out directly, whistling, cutting a big tree in half, and the broken branches and leaves flew everywhere. Ow ho! Ow ho!
The golden tiger jumped up and down excitedly, roaring continuously, as if he had got his favorite toy and couldn't let it go. The wind blades flew everywhere, whistling, breaking branches, and rustling leaves, playing happily. Cry! In the mountains and forests, Qingfeng cranes poked their heads out angrily. This mountain peak can be said to be their home, but now it is a mess. Seeing that he had caused a big disaster, Jin Yin, who immediately spit out his big pink tongue, controlled a gust of wind, and ran away in the blink of an eye. Should I not give the gourd to this trouble-making fool? Li Quanqing sighed, a little regretful, but it was too late. He took out the seeds of the Qingfeng tea tree, a total of 3, the color is green-brown, the seed coat is rough, it feels very comfortable to touch, and there is a faint fragrance. The young man walked around Qingfeng Mountain and finally found a feng shui treasure land around the mountain spring, with sunshine, rain and dew, and a breeze whistling from time to time. Very suitable. Li Quanqing waved his sleeves, and the soil splashed immediately. He dug out several large pits and buried the 3 tree seeds in the soil. He crushed a handful of spiritual sand into powder and sprinkled it evenly on it, then covered it with soil again, loosened the surrounding soil, and then poured some mountain spring water. Cry! The surrounding mountains and forests were shaded, and spiritual cranes hid in them, watching his actions curiously. In order to prevent the seeds from being eaten, it is better to use the formation to separate this area first. Li Quanqing took out the formation plate, found a formation flag nearby, and manipulated the formation to cover this place. Stream he came to the spring, thanks to the abundant earth energy of Yulon Island. Although it is not a real precious spiritual spring, it is also a top-grade spring water. The water is sweet and clear, as pure as glass, and transparent in the sun. Li Quanqing took out a few big-bellied gourds and filled them with spring water. He still had a lot of such containers in his storage bag, all of which were opened by the light ball. He returned to the dam, boiled the mountain spring water with Tianqing fire, brewed a pot of Qingfeng spirit tea, and poured himself a tea bowl. The spiritual tea stretched in the boiling water, like a piece of crane feather chasing each other, and finally turned into amber tea, translucent and fragrant. Oh ho! The wind whistled, and the golden flame tiger came with the smell, driving the Qingfeng gourd from the sky, with a very sharp nose. Mu in the fish pond, Ao Cheng also smelled the tea fragrance, but it was not interested in these. Its tail stirred up the wind and waves, and it continued to inhale and exhale essence to practice. The sound of waves is endless, and the sea is boundless. Li Quanqing half leaned on the warm and soft belly of the spirit tiger, looking at the scene of Yulongbo. In front of him, the fragrance of tea curled up, the smoke and waves were vast, and he felt indescribably leisurely. Just at this time, the sound of the wind spirit bowl gradually stopped, and a bowl of light green spirit liquid was collected. The young man picked up the treasure bowl and shook it gently, and suddenly a ripple spread on the surface of the jade like spirit liquid. Hiss! The thunder horned python on his wrist suddenly woke up at this time, hovering on his arm, raising his upper body, and staring at the wind spirit liquid in the bowl with a pair of eyes. The blue purple scales of the young python opened and closed, emitting arcs of electricity, and waves of desire came from the slave beast seal. Do you think this liquid is very fragrant and want to taste it? Li Quanqing had no objection, and performed the water control technique, and drops of wind spirit liquid swayed and floated up, like light green grapes. The thunder-horned python queen drank one by one, making slurping sounds. After drinking dozens of drops, she suddenly let out a panicked hissing sound from her throat. Hiss! Hiss! The next second, in front of Li Quanqing's astonished eyes, the thunder-horned python's slender body swayed and floated into the air. Volume 2 Chapter 102 Golden Toad Breakthrough Tick-Tock. Li Quanqing held up the tea bowl in front of him, dripping a drop of light blue wind spirit liquid, and the fragrance of tea hit his nostrils. The next moment, the wind spirit liquid melted in the bowl, dyeing the amber tea with a beautiful faint cyan color. SSSSS above his head, the slender thunderhorn python screamed in frustration, unable to control its body at all, floating in the air like a balloon. A ray of mana turned into a long thread, wrapped around the body of the young snake, and the other end was connected to Li Quanqing's little finger, fluttering. Is this one of the effects of wind spirit liquid? After drinking too much, it will get rid of the influence of gravity and float into the sky? Li Quanqing found it quite interesting. He drank all the tea in the bowl in one gulp. The tea was rich in aroma. The first taste was sweet and delicious, and the aftertaste brought out a faint fragrance from his teeth and tongue, as if he was in a forest after rain. When all the flavors slowly dissipated, only a faint sour and sweet taste remained, which was impressive. The sweet and sour flavor that remains at the end should be the flavor of the wind spirit liquid. It is not as strong as the tea aroma and has rich layers. Just as Li Quanqing was thinking about it, a burst of wind spirit power suddenly emerged from his belly, turning into strands of breeze and penetrating into his flesh and blood. It has indeed become much lighter, and there is a sense of relief that comes from taking off the shackles. He thought for a moment, then simply put all the tea leaves in the bowl in his mouth, and a bitter taste suddenly bloomed on his tongue. But the wind spirit power in the body was even more turbulent, as if every inch of skin and flesh was scattered, feeling lighter than ever before. Tread! Li Quanqing stood up, jumped lightly, and immediately jumped 3 or 4 feet away as if he was not affected by gravity. It feels like a spacewalk. The taste goes without saying, and it also has this unique effect. It should be very popular among monks. Li Quanqing commented that Jin Yanhu next to him couldn't wait any longer and swallowed all the remaining tea in his stomach, also experiencing the smoky feeling. It took more than half an hour for the effect of the spiritual tea to finally fade away, and the thunder-horned python returned to the earth again, no longer daring to be greedy. In the blink of an eye, another 2 or 3 months passed. Li Quanqing was sitting on the beach, surrounded by golden chalcedony scattered on the ground. The jade sparkled in the sun, and the golden chalcedony seemed to be flowing gently, and the golden light was brilliant. The young man held a jade in his mouth and performed the glazed jade bone skill. Wisps of jade essence penetrated into the body along the nose, almost visible to the naked eye. With the operation of the technique, the jade color on the surface of his skin slowly faded bit by bit, turning back into a normal human skin color, white and rosy. The sodot called colored glaze means pure, clear, and crystal clear, returning to the original appearance of everything. Call. Li Quanqing opened his eyes and exhaled a 3-foot long breath of white air. As the air surged, tiny pieces of jade flew out. Glazed body. He activated the technique, and his skin suddenly looked like a layer of glazed armor as clear as ice, reflecting 5 colors in the sunlight, and the light flowed. If you look carefully, you can see that there are golden threads flowing on the surface of the glass, just like the veins of the human body. This last level is indeed a bit difficult, comparable to a body. Refining monk at the Qi refining Dzogchen level. But after completing the cultivation, there will be absolutely no difficulty in the physical level among the 3 levels of foundation building. It is enough to withstand the infusion of massive amounts of heaven and earth essence at the time of breakthrough. Gugua! Gugua! Baoguangchan squatted on the jade hill, his belly bulging and his jewel-like eyes shining brightly. It suddenly stretched out its hind legs and jumped on top of Li Quanqing's head. It breathed in the precious breath, its limbs were shaking slightly with pleasure, and it narrowed its eyes in contentment. In its eyes, Li Quanqing was glowing with treasure at this moment, and he was definitely an excellent rare treasure. This is indeed the case. With his current precious body, he can survive death without decay, and is shining brightly. When those evil cultivators saw it, it was definitely the best corpse. Refining treasure. They would kidnap and kill it at any cost, remove all the internal organs, and bury it in a sinister place for hundreds of years. It is absolutely possible to refine a peerless and ferocious demonic zombie, and even the foundation builder will change his expression when he sees it. Hey, it turns out that we are about to break through the middle stage of Qi refining. Li Quanqing touched the golden toad above his head and could easily see through its cultivation level. He couldn't wait to see it. Give you something good to eat? He took out the ice-blue golden elixir feather, and the thick layer of ice wrapped around it melted around, still blooming with the cold air. Call out! Call out! Call out! From Li Quanqing's dantian, 3 strands of ice soul light flew out, drilled out along the meridians of his fingers, and danced around the ice feathers. The young man transferred his magic power and used the wonderful technique Ice Soul Cold Light to absorb the cold air in the feathers to practice. Another ray of cold light slowly condensed into shape, with a crystal-clear color. Under his suppression, the chill in the ice-blue demonic feather has converged to the extreme. There is no longer the bone-deep coldness, only a little bit of ice and coldness remains. Gugua! In the end, the Baoguang toad couldn't stand the temptation of the golden elixir demon. He jumped on the ice and gulped down the brilliant treasure light wrapped around the demon's feathers. Click! A layer of frost spread out, freezing almost half of the golden toad's body, making it look like it had burst out of an ice sculpture. Fortunately, the Baoguang toad is a monster after all. It is quite strong and has tenacious vitality. It will be okay for a while. When Li Quanqing cultivated the 4th glint of Ice Soul, Jin Chan finally made up the last bit of progress. The pale golden evil energy surged out, drilled out along the copper coin knot on the back of the Baoguang toad, and turned into a ball of 5-color treasured light, which was extremely dense in the sunlight.
It looked like a three-legged golden toad that had fallen from the fairyland to the mortal world, stepping on a colorful cloud. It exhaled auspiciousness between its breaths, and was full of jewels and precious stones. Will there be a light ball reward? Li Quanqing put away the ice feathers and held the golden toad in his hand, feeling very nervous. This was his first time raising an adult demon beast, not starting with a cub. Once the guess was successful, the range of spirit beasts he would choose in the future would undoubtedly be much larger, and it would save more time, without having to raise those beast cubs from scratch bit by bit. Gu Gua! The belly of the Baoguang toad bulged, and it suddenly made an extremely loud toad cry, like rolling thunder, and its breath surged. After a while, a click came from its body, the sound was like jade breaking, and it successfully broke through that bottleneck and entered a new realm. The golden toad suddenly expanded in size, and its color became more golden and brilliant, like a golden statue. There were more than a dozen copper coins on its back, which were lifelike and could be used to identify higher-level treasures. At this moment, a wisp of white air finally emerged from the golden toad's body, and finally turned into a ball of light, floating there, with an attractive color. It really works! The big stone in Li Quanqing's heart finally fell to the ground. He almost couldn't wait to reach out and gently touch the ball of light. It felt soft, smooth, and elastic. Harvest a treasure light toad in the middle stage of qi refining, and reward the special physique Duobao Lingtong. Chapter 103 Duobao Lingtong? Li Quanqing blinked, and had some guesses in his mind. In addition to the classification of spiritual roots, there are many special physiques in the world of cultivating immortals, such as spiritual bodies, Taoist bodies, and even the immortal bodies that are said to be able to become immortals in one lifetime. This Duobao Lingtong should also be considered a kind of spiritual body. He put the light ball into the storage bag. He didn't know what kind of strange phenomenon would happen when it was fused. He put it away first and slowly refined it in a place where no one was around. I didn't expect that raising an adult to break through the realm would actually give me a light ball reward. Li Quanqing held the quacking Baoguang toad in his hand, and his heart was excited. In this way, the time and resources consumed would be much less. After all, the difficulty of a monster breaking through the foundation from the late stage of qi refining and cultivating it from the cub form to the foundation is not at the same level. However, adult monsters can be raised, but there should be restrictions. After all, I can see the progress of cultivation. If I buy a spirit beast that is stuck at 99% of the third level of qi refining and feed it for 2 days, it can break through the middle stage of qi refining. Isn't it a sure thing? Li Quanqing touched his chin and thought about the time when he just crossed over and awakened the golden finger to cultivate monster cubs. At the beginning, the golden finger did not recognize the big black carp with a maturity of more than 50%. Even if he raised such a big black carp to maturity, there would be no light ball reward. By analogy, the progress of cultivation should also be limited by 50%. He thought about the progress of the golden toad when he just got it, which was at the third level of qi refining, 17%, and he immediately had a bottom line in his heart. There is such a restriction on the third level of qi refining, but there is no restriction on the first and second levels of qi refining. The resources and time consumed will also be more. You still have to compare prices from 3 stores, look and touch more, and try to buy monsters of the 3rd and 6th levels of qi refining. As for the 9th level of qi refining monsters? Before breaking through the foundation building, Li Quanqing had no intention of buying it. In one word, seek safety. Come, let me touch it, and plant a slave beast seal for you. Li Quanqing grabbed the golden toad, and he was familiar with it. There was a spiritual light blooming on his fingertips, and the power of the soul surged, turning into a white transparent small seal. Before, he was not sure whether there would be a light ball reward after the Baoguang toad broke through. Now that it has been confirmed to be successful, and the golden toad has broken through the middle stage of qi refining, it is natural to seek stability. Gu Gua! Gu Gua! The Baoguang toad lay there leisurely, with its belly exposed, without any resistance at all, and relaxed all over, allowing it to do whatever it wants. Li Quanqing directly planted a slave beast seal in his true spirit, which was too smooth, and it went all the way. Gu Gua! The spiritual toad didn't feel anything at all. It squinted its eyes and looked at him, as if saying, "Are you done yet?" "I'm still busy." Li Quanqing coughed, and felt the vague spiritual connection, and immediately felt relieved, throwing the Baoguang toad back into the jade pile. Duo Bao Lingtong. After finishing his work, the young man found a quiet place, covered his body with a formation, and then took out the light ball and crushed it. In the flashing light, a colorful, gem-shaped jade eye appeared in his hand, with a black pupil, staring at him as if it had life. Duobao Lingtong, a natural treasure pupil that can see the aura of all things in the world, explore all treasures, and help practice. It needs to absorb the aura of all kinds of treasures to grow. How to use this thing?
Li Quanqing rubbed the jade eye in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and tried it on his forehead. Huangting and Naiwan Palace.
It can't be swallowed into the stomach, right? Sure enough, the next moment, the jade eye vibrated slightly, and new changes occurred. Buzz!
The air vibrated, and rays of precious light shot out from the black pupils, colorful and illuminating the world. Then, under the stimulation of the soul power, the jade eyes suddenly melted and turned into two balls of liquid covering the surface of Li Quanqing's eyes, with a strong sense of restraint. His eyes were dyed with colorful jade colors, leaving only the position of the pupils black, flashing dark colors.
Can't see.
Li Quanqing only felt a stabbing pain in front of his eyes, followed by a temporary blindness, and could not see anything, as dark as night. Fortunately, this astringent feeling went away quickly, and a stream of warm currents were released from the pupils and drilled towards his soul. It was warm and cozy, as if he was taking a hot spring bath, and it felt like wearing a steam eye mask. Although it is called the spiritual pupil, the real secret is actually closely related to the soul. Li Quanqing's expression gradually relaxed, and he simply lay on the ground, letting it toss, and his whole head felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. More than 2 hours passed. Just when Li Quanqing was about to fall asleep, he heard two crisp sounds, and the jade layer covering the surface of his eyes broke into two halves.
It's over?
Li Quanqing waited for a moment, then took the jade off his eyes and saw the light again.
He had the cultivation of body refining, so it didn't hurt.
Swish! The young man blinked gently, and in his dark pupils, the 5-dot-colored precious light was lingering. Suddenly, he found that the world in front of him had become different.
Everything was glowing, releasing its own aura.
Every mountain, stone, grass, and tree were steaming with air currents of different colors. Even in the mountains and rivers of the Earth's aura was surging like a river.
See through the appearance and see the origin. Is this the world in the eyes of the Baogankan?
Li Quanqing looked at the Jinhai bell hanging on his waist, and saw the blue light surging like the sea. The water vapor was dense, and it was also mixed with a wisp of crystal-clear invisible sword light. He noticed that his multi-treasure spiritual pupils were about to move, eager to absorb the precious light aura contained in the Jinhai bell. Li Quanqing did not hesitate, and directly absorbed a ray of precious energy and blended it into his pupils. The next moment, there was a ray of sea blue in his pupils, and his origin seemed to have grown by an undetectable amount. After absorbing this airflow, Duo Baotong suddenly lost interest in Jinhai bell.
Unlike Baoguang-chan, what he needs is not a massive amount of treasure energy, but quantity.
Hundreds of species, thousands of species, 10,000 species, 100,000 species. The more treasures there are, the more treasures the better. A kind of treasure and a kind of energy. However, spiritual eyes are not omnipotent. Many powerful monks are born with keen spiritual senses.
If they pry indiscriminately, they will be beaten easily. Li Quanqing blinked, and the precious light in his pupils dispersed, turning back into warm black eyes. He could send and receive spiritual pupils at will, and he finally saw the normal appearance of the world again, no longer so chaotic. It's time to go to Jingwangfang City.
Li Quanqing moved his body and stood up, making a decision in his heart. Now that the market is gradually being built, he should also take a look at his own land and figure out what kind of business is better.
Moreover, there are many treasures in the market.
You can practice the multi-treasure spiritual pupils, and buy some chi-refining level spiritual beasts and bring them back for training. The green anaconda and the bronze-armored crab are about to break through the middle stage of chi refining, but the spiritual energy of Yulon Island is not enough. We need to buy some cultivation elixirs and monster meat to help. Thinking of this, Li Quanqing suddenly had a headache. Although Yulongbo is very large, it only has first-order high-grade spiritual veins. The fourth batch of more than 1,000 green jade carp gradually entered the realm of chi refining, breathing in and out day and night. It can be said that they are more than 1,000 chi refining monks. Although the carp is small in size and has no cultivation techniques to open up its dantian, it can only instinctively swallow the spiritual energy into its body and integrate it into its flesh and blood. More than 10 green jade carps are worth one human monk. But the amount of spiritual energy consumed every day can also be said to be massive. Plus Ao Chang and the others 20 mid-stage chi refining spirit fish. The spiritual veins were already overwhelmed. Fortunately, Li Quanqing himself had never practiced cultivation at all. He relied on spiritual stones and spiritual energy balls to meditate and breathe out, and finally managed to maintain the situation. The miniature spiritual energy balls released by the big herring are no longer useful to me. I might as well just throw them into the fish pond and feed back the spiritual veins in the fish pond.
Li Quanqing made a decision, which means the wool comes from the sheep.
Even so, after 2 or 3 years, the third batch of 100 green jade carp successively broke through the middle stage of qi refining. Then it will really reach the limit of Yu Longbo's support. We'll talk about the future later.
By then, I'm afraid I'll be ready to hit the foundation building bottleneck.
Li Quanqing thought of all the gossip Li Chuanfu told him during this period. Shuihua's sword sex furnace of foundation. Building pills has begun to be refined. The news spread, attracting the attention of all foundation. Building forces and casual cultivators. He was also quite a bit greedy, but unfortunately he could only watch. Not to mention touching it, he couldn't even smell the fragrance of the foundation establishment pill.
Dear readers, do you have any recommendations for spiritual animals that you would like to read?
You can fly in the sky, run on the ground, or swim in the sea.
The more the merrier.
Chapter 104 Harvest a jade carp in the early stage of qi refining, and reward a spiritual energy ball. Harvest a jade carp in the early stage of qi refining, and reward a middle-grade magic weapon jade carp sword. Harvest a jade carp in the early stage of qi refining, and reward 10 middle-grade talisman ice arrow talismans. Li Quanqing drove the spiritual boat, shuttling between the fish and dragon ponds, and from time to time picked up jade carps that had entered the mature stage and were waiting to be harvested. They were all very familiar treasures. The spiritual energy balls were refined on the spot, and the magic weapons and talismans were piled in the storage bag and sold in the market.
Hiss!
The water was rippling, and the green water python poked out its big blue head, looked at him waterily, and spit out its pink snake tongue. In the waters next to it, a group of watery young pythons were swimming around their mothers. They had grown to be nearly 2 meters long, and their scales were beautiful like gems.
Tipsy, green water python, master, another cup of that delicious drink. I want more, it feels so good to be in a daze. Cultivation, qi refining level 3, 97%. Seeing this, Li Quanqing immediately took out a big bellied gourd from the cabin, opened it, and a strange fragrance escaped. This is a drink he made when he had nothing to do. It is a delicious juice mixed with Taiyin soul, nourishing water, fongling leaves, qingfeng tea leaves and the pulp of the thunder peach tree. The taste is very strange, sour and sweet, crispy and numb, perhaps because of the mixture of soul, nourishing water. It tastes very good. Hiss! Li Quanqing poured a cup, and the green water python immediately drank it with relish, revealing a slightly tipsy and relaxed feeling. He found that both the thunder horn python and the green water python were very interested in this sweet and sour juice spirit liquid. The golden flame tiger preferred food with strong aroma, and the copper armor crab only loved large and hard ores. I seem to have a talent for brewing wine? Do you want to try and find some wine recipes to learn?
Li Quanqing fed these young pythons again, and they all floated on the sea, burping non-stop.
As if they were drunk. Ao Qing, you have to take care of the house this time too. Li Quanqing found his favorite big fish cub and explained many matters carefully. The master is leaving home again and going on a long journey? Wouldn't that mean he could surf again?
Ao Qing was immediately shocked and didn't hear the rest of the words clearly, with a blazing fire burning in his eyes. For a real male fish, the journey should be raging waves, the stars, and the sea. Li Quanqing stopped talking helplessly and let them go. Nothing happened anyway.
Jin Yanhu, let's go. Take you out for a trip.
Li Quanqing took out a piece of roasted dried fish, and Jin Yanhu immediately ran over at the smell, drooling. Big Cat has been making a lot of noise on Yulon Island recently with the help of Qingfeng Gourd, so it's a good time to take him out for some training. Moreover, Li Quanqing is going to buy some spiritual beasts on land to keep him company this time.
On the whole Yulon Island, there is only Jin Yanhu, a creature with 4 legs. He is too lonely and should find a companion.
Li Quanqing still attaches great importance to the psychological problems of his cubs.
Ow ho!
Jin Yanhu holds a small dried fish in his mouth, reluctantly flaps his wings and becomes a mount. Hiss! At this time, the green water pythons acted collectively, poking their heads out of the water, holding juicy big blue fish in their mouths as food for the road. They are indeed a meal partner with deep friendship. Alwo Jin Yanhu's eyes lit up with excitement, and a small bell tied with a red rope appeared from his furry neck.
Ding dang! Ding dang!
The bell vibrated, the sound waves were pleasant, and the big blue fish in the mouths of the green water pythons disappeared and were put into the bells. This was a storage magic tool that Li Quanqing specially found someone to customize, so that the tiger cubs could store the Qingfeng Gourd, but it turned out to be a fish warehouse. Hiss roar the tiger and the pythons kept shouting, as if they were communicating, and both sides were satisfied. Li Quanqing didn't understand, and through the slave beast seal, he vaguely sensed that it meant something like, "There are big fish outside, I will catch them for you to eat." Suddenly, he was a little amused. "Let's go, a group of foodies." Li Quanqing grabbed the 2 round and fluffy tiger ears and controlled the golden flame tiger to fly up, with long golden hair fluttering, emitting a warm and pleasant flame breath. 1 man and 1 tiger rose from the sea, surrounded by the breeze, and left from the sky above Yulon Island, passing through the formation and rushing towards Baekingfang. Ow ho! Leaving the warm bed, Jin Yinhu was a little depressed at first, but soon he was attracted by the boundless sea. It flapped its wings excitedly, shuttled through the waves, curiously looked at the depths of the sea, wanted to catch fish, but was afraid that the seawater would wet its beautiful fur. Chirp! A group of white seagulls chirped and flew over the top of their heads, tilting their heads to look at this strange guy. The creatures living in the sea have never seen tigers. When Jin Yinhu saw this group of seabirds, he seemed to see his relatives, and flew over and approached them. Chirp! The seagulls flew in all directions, suddenly dived down, found the gathering of fish, and prepared to start hunting. The sea surface was boiling, the waves were splashing, and small silver fish with tiny scales jumped out of the water, dense and numerous. When had Jin Yinhu seen such a scene before? He was stunned at the time, and then he couldn't help spitting out a golden red fireball from his throat. The waves of fire exploded on the sea surface, and the seagulls flew away in fright, and the fish scattered, leaving only a piece of fat grilled whitebait floating on the water. Jin Yinhu immediately put it into his storage bag with great satisfaction. Li Quanqing didn't stop him and let the tiger cub do whatever he wanted. He took some sea fish and roasted them over azure fire until they were golden on both sides, and then sprinkled them with condiments. Crispy, fragrant, and extremely delicious. Baekingfang City. I've met Elder Qing. Good day, Elder. Li Quanqing was walking on the streets of Fengshe holding Linghu. The elder's jade plaque around his waist was shining brightly, and people from his tribe were saluting him wherever he went. He came to his own shop, Quanqing Pavilion, and the business was quite booming, with monks coming and going all the time. As his status rose, there were naturally monks with different ideas who wanted to give him gifts in various ways. What's more, the quality of the things he sells is really good. After all, they are sold by Guangtuan, so they are of high quality and low price. My boss, everything has been arranged. When Li Chuanfu saw him coming, he hurriedly came out and said that he had already started to grow a mustache on his mouth. His round, rich face gave him a majestic and mature look. After all, Li Quanqing doesn't care. Li Chuanfu had to take care of the shop and the development of the gold marrow and jade mines, so he asked for instructions and hired 2 clerks, who can be called the second shopkeepers. As the chi of the body is settled and the body of the body is nourished, a kind of nobility gradually develops in the body. Instructing the 2 clerks to keep an eye on the shop, Li Chuanfu led his clan brothers towards Fengshe Wharf. How is the business of the shop now? Li Quanqing would always ask questions when he spoke. We can sell 2 green carp swords every month, which is more than 160 spirit stones. The green scale shield is too expensive, and only one has been sold for so long. The sales volume of the beauty nourishing clay has declined somewhat. The best selling products nowadays are the water arrow talisman and ice arrow talisman. After all, they are large in quantity and cheap. Li Quanqing understands it very well. After all, those who come to Fang City to make a living are mostly casual cultivators in the early and middle stages of qi refining and cultivators from small families. A blue scale shield can easily cost hundreds of spirit stones, which is too expensive. How is the development of the golden marrow and jade mine going? To report to my boss, about 10% of the mineral veins have been developed. Our share is guaranteed to be 70%, and the value is around 1,400 spirit stones. Li Quanqing nodded slightly after hearing this. The entire jade mine was fully developed, and the total value created was about 20,000 spiritual stones. It's worth half a foundation establishment pill. And, Li Chuanfu continued, due to the large influx of golden marrow jade into the market, the price has been a bit low recently. The family means to postpone the mining and store it in the treasure house first, and then sell it in batches when the price rises. Li Quanqing narrowed his eyes. Someone is jealous. What do they want to do? That's not true. Li Chuanfu shook his head hurriedly. Some time ago, the 3rd elder led the Taishang elder on an inspection tour. Now that the people in the mine see me, they feel closer to me than to their own father. Li Quanqing couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Although we have the supreme elder as our backer, we can't be careless. Just store the treasure trove according to the family's wishes and let Quan Mo and the others keep a close eye on it. Quan Shu, you three are still counting on this batch of treasures.
The jade mine is buying Tonghua Dan. Thank you so much, shopkeeper.
Li Chuanfu suddenly felt a warm current in his heart. Now that he was at the 5th level of qi refining, it was time to consider the big bottleneck in the later stages of qi refining.
Changqing Chengzong, Kunyu Quanjin. Yeoman will succeed to this generation, and his ancestors' virtues will last forever.
Nowadays, the old guys of the Kuan generation are getting older, and many clan members who are over 100 years old are beginning to die one after another. It is officially the turn of the younger generation of the Quan generation to rise to the top and gain access to the core of family power. As the only family elder of the Quan generation, Li Quanqing naturally let things go without any worries. Blatantly, 3 guys, Quan Mo, Quan Shu, and Quan Gu, each gave a family the position of deacon. Then they were all assigned to the Golden Marrow and Jade Mine, a good position with the most money and water. The 3 of them successively recruited many members of the side clan and managed the Jade Mine like an iron barrel. Coupled with the support of Qitong, he intervened in every joint of the family and gradually formed his own network of relationships.
It can be said that the power is overwhelming.
Although people stay on Yulong Island all year round, the name Li Quanqing has become more and more famous on the Qingyu Islands this year. There is a faint voice calling for the first person of the Quan generation, the true seed to build the foundation of the family in the future. That's right, clan brother. Li Chuanfu remembered something again. Your younger brother Li Quanju refused the arrangement of going to the jade mine, saying that he just wanted to accompany the old man to take care of the 2 fish ponds, so that he could stay at home to take care of his mother.
Li Quanqing was stunned for a moment, thought for a moment, and then said, "Turn back and tell him for me that if he can break through the 6th level of qi refining before he is 30, I will give him a Tonghua pill, and the fish pond will also be given to him. It's rare for him to have such a desire to raise fish in a stable manner. It's a blessing for him. Anyway, now that I have money and a mine at home, I don't feel panic." When Li Chuanfu heard this, he was immediately envious. His boss was still a very caring person. At the dock, a large spiritual boat stood quietly in the deep water area, leading directly to Jinghuangfang City, which is now the busiest place in this tens of thousands of miles of sea. The 2 of them had bought their tickets a long time ago, and with the blessing of being elders, they immediately boarded the ship. Chapter 105 Whale Emperor Square Woo.
The horn roared, and the large spirit boat was like a mountain slowly moving on the sea, sailing into the purple Red Sea in front of us. The waves surged, like a brightly colored sea of blood.
Purple blood sea, here I come again.
Li Quanqing stood on the deck, stroking the head of the golden flame tiger, looking at the distant sea.
Perhaps even he did not expect that an ordinary hunt would involve such a big thing. A single move can affect the whole body.
The giant ship parted the huge waves and headed towards the ruins of the Whale Emperor sect. When it was approaching, there were cultivators everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Thousands of boats competed for the current, and the escape lights were like rain.
The cultivators were just like locusts covering the sky and the earth, swarming towards the front.
Even the cultivators on the spirit boat who set out from Baoqing Square could not help but show a touch of excitement and expectation at this time.
Wow, so many people.
Li Quanqing smacked his lips.
He thought Baokingfang was a market with a huge flow of people.
But compared with the cultivators he saw at this time, there were nearly 10 times less. Even the Xiaoyao Island conference was not so prosperous. I heard from the clan that the 3rd level formation in the Whale Emperor sect is quite powerful. The Shueihua Sword sect is ready to open the entrance to the ruins and collect head fees from independent cultivators.
This time, our sea area is completely boiling.
Even the other nearby Jindan sects have many cultivators rushing over. Li Chuanfu was a businessman after all, and he is well informed.
Li Quanqing nodded after hearing this.
Although the big forces have eaten the fat meat, a little bit of leftovers can be regarded as a feast for independent cultivators.
Buzz.
The air vibrated, and the large spirit boat seemed to have crossed a certain boundary, and the spiritual energy in the air became richer. Li Quanqing looked up and saw a familiar pillar of light that reached the sky, piercing the sky and illuminating 100 miles. Last time he turned around and ran away, but this time he finally had the opportunity to get closer and finally saw the true face of the Jindan ruins. In the depths of the purple Red Sea, surrounded by large areas of brightly colored coral reefs, 2 broken ancient statues stood. These statues were extremely large, dozens of feet high, and looked like 2 giant whales in the sea, covered with all kinds of moss and shells. Surrounded by the 2 giant whale statues, a towering altar stood, and the pillar of light that reached the sky was blooming from above the altar, like an open door. Boss, as long as you stand on that altar and pass through that pillar of light, you can reach the secret realm where the Whale Emperor's sect ruins are located.
Li Chuanfu introduced. Li Quanqing nodded slightly. He had heard Li Quanqiu and others introduce it a long time ago, so he was not unfamiliar. Secret realm, this is a small space independent of the main world, some large and some small, and it is also known as a paradise.
As far as he knew, Shuihua Sword Sect had a secret realm that was used to grow various thousand-year-old spiritual medicines and monopolize the refining of foundation-building pills, thereby clamping down on the various forces under its command. This secret realm in front of him could actually accommodate an ancient sect, and its area was absolutely astonishingly large. It can be seen that the Whale Emperor's sect has a deep foundation and is definitely the top-level Jindan sect. Unfortunately, now the altar is densely covered with formations, dozens of warships are parked, and there are disciples of Shuihua Sword Sect patrolling day and night, so ordinary people can't get close at all. We have arrived at the Whale Emperor Market, please jump off the boat in an orderly manner, the spirit boat roared, and there were bursts of sounds. Originally, there were no islands in this sea area, only large scattered coral reefs. Later, the Sword Sect and the foundation-building monks of major families joined forces to artificially move an island to open up the market. The Yun family knows how to do business. They actually drove the mountain-moving cloud boat here. Li Quanqing looked at the top of his head and saw a familiar third-level spirit boat floating in the misty white clouds, as big as an island.
Boss, that's the Taiyuan warship of the Situ family. There's one coming as well.
Li Chuanfu pointed to the far side of the market town.
A large third-order spirit boat was also docked on the sea.
It was as dark as rolling clouds and was carried by black turtles.
At this time, the gap between the 5 major families was obvious.
Including the Li family, the highest-level large spirit boat was only second-order, with the deterrent power of the foundation-building level. Although the Yun family also had a third-order cloud boat that could move mountains, it was exchanged from a Yuanying sect using merit points during the East China Sea reclamation 1,000 years ago.
The Situ family had 2 third-order Taiyuan warships.
No wonder even the Shuihua Sword Sect was afraid of them.
Let's go into the market town and take a look.
The two of them boarded the island. Because it was a man-made spirit island, the area was not very large, only more than 10 miles. But the plan was very flat, with a mountain in the west and an inner island lake in the east, one high and one low, built by the sea. That mountain is the headquarters of Shuihua Sword Sect, which is heavily guarded and no outsiders are allowed to approach. The inner island lake in the east is the core of the market. It is surrounded by a majestic formation along the lakeshore. The tiles of various buildings are shiny, and many shops are still under construction, looking like a wasteland waiting to be rebuilt. Even so, it is still very lively and bustling. Many cultivators spontaneously set up stalls and shouted loudly, "Take a look, take a look." Freshly baked Whale Emperor sect relics, ancient magic tools, techniques and antiques are all available.
You can't buy it at a loss, you can't buy it. The real ruins topographic map, want to fight for a foundation-building spiritual object? Depend on it.
Li Quanqing looked around and saw all kinds of good things claiming to be circulated in the Whale Emperor's sect, such as incomplete magic weapon fragments, ruins treasure maps, and ancient divine pills containing amazing fortunes.
He opened his multi-treasure spiritual pupils and took a closer look.
The treasure energy was so pitifully thin that he would probably starve to death when the Baoguang toad came. They are all freshly baked goods from last week. Even so, there are still many novices in the world of immortality who enjoy visiting and are full of beautiful yearning for the legendary golden elixir ruins.
These leeks are sprouting one after another, and they can't be cut completely. Let's go and take a look at our shop. They are a bunch of scammers.
Li Quanqing shook his head, took out the land deed and searched carefully, and finally found a wasteland of more than 300 acres on the shore of Nido Lake.
Hiss! There are hundreds of acres of land. How many shops are these the third elder mentioned? They are obviously several palaces, right? Li Chuanqing's eyes widened and he checked several times before confirming that the land deed in his hand could indeed open the formation that enveloped the wasteland.
Li Chuanfu was also stunned, his mind was running wildly, and he was already thinking about what better place to build to collect rent.
Li Quanqing walked around his property and unexpectedly saw a palace under construction next door.
The main body of the main hall has almost been built. The whole body is mainly made of blue glazed tiles with carved beams and painted pillars.
The plaque on the main hall has also been hung. Tianfu Hall.
Li Quanqing read the words on the plaque.
Are you the Taoist brother who bought the 300 acres of land next door? At this time, a young woman wearing an ice-blue palace dress walked out of Tianfu Palace. She looked cold and noble, with a little cinnabar between her eyebrows, and her words were as clear as pearls. She looked at the robe on Li Quanqing. It turns out he is a Taoist brother of the Qingyu Li family. No wonder he is so arrogant. In the Fushan family and the next day, Xin Bingxin comes to Guibao for the first time to do some talisman business. Please ask Brother Li to take care of you in the future. The girl bowed, as if she couldn't smile. Her expression was cold, but her attitude was very polite. Li Quanqing, I have met fellow Daoist Shen. Li Quanqing chewed on the name and suddenly remembered Shen Mengli, whom he had met before. I wonder if your family has some relationship with Fairy Shen of the Hidden Moon sect? My Shen family is from the Tianfu Islands in the Moon Sea. Shen Mengli is my aunt and the supreme elder of the family. Shen Bingxin didn't hide anything, she told everything. Li Quanqing thought of his supreme elder Li Kunlun and immediately patted his thigh. After working on it for a long time, it turns out they are a family, no wonder they are next to each other. His attitude suddenly became much more cordial. At this time, Li Chuanfu also walked around the wasteland and felt confident. Master, with such a large piece of land, why don't we build a cave and rent it to casual cultivators to collect spiritual stones? Be a charterer? Li Quanqing was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was really a damn good idea. Next to him, Xin Bingxin also spoke up, supporting this idea. Brother Tao, with such a large land, it is really a disadvantage to just do business. We might as well build a cave to attract people, and then build a dozen shops selling treasures, which can be rented or sold. Eat as many fish as you want. Both of them are very business-minded guys. With every word you say to me, a beautiful blueprint is slowly unfolding in front of your eyes. You can earn so much spiritual stone that you can't even spend it all. Li Quanqing listened for a moment and suddenly felt something sounded familiar. Isn't this just like those commercial streets in previous lives, which were often built under various hotels and had a huge flow of people? Very interesting. Xin Bingxin also said at this time that when the Tianfu Palace is completed, the construction team can be introduced to him. They are all monks with various civil and spiritual roots. They travel all year round and have extremely rich construction experience, and their asking prices are very low. Li Quanqing thought for a while and decided to copy the single-family villa from his previous life and build 2 high-rise buildings to rent out to those poor and lonely cultivators who had no money. The immortal cultivation caves in this world are very primitive. They are small courtyards that waste too much land resources. They have never experienced such a big scene. In a building with dozens of floors, 20 households can live on one staircase, which is unthinkable. And because of the high space utilization, the price will naturally come down. It is cheap and durable, and the land is still owned by you. In this way, our own cave is not unique in the entire city and has strong commercial competitiveness. After all, it is rented to monks. It has strong combat power. If there is a conflict between neighbors, it will easily destroy my building, so the formation needs to be strengthened twice. That's not right. If the building was smashed, wouldn't it be a good time to ask them for compensation? It would even be more profitable. Li Quanqing patted his head and suddenly became enlightened. He thought about it and decided to turn this community. Bah! It is this cave that is named after the fish, dragon Happy Villa. Li Quanqing felt very happy, but it was a pity that there was nothing left to be done, so he had better go and take a look at the spiritual beasts in the city first. Xin Bingxin had been in Jingawangfang for a month or two and was familiar with the various layouts. She volunteered to take them to Spirit Beast Street. This young lady looks aloof and has a cold temperament, but in fact she is quite strange and kind-hearted. Chapter 106 Lone Leopard in the Snowfield. Ouch. Golden Yenhu raised his tail and walked in Whale Emperor Square, showing off his power. His golden hair was like burning satin, and he had a high chance of turning heads. Jingwangfang has just been built. There are not many shops open on Spirit Beast Street, but they all have rich heritage and are worth visiting. Xin Bingxin led the way and introduced them. It took about a stick of incense to reach their destination. There is a formation guard in Fong City, and all kinds of flying magic weapons and spiritual beasts are prohibited. You must either walk or take the official transport magic weapon. Of course, once you become a foundation-building ancestor, you don't need to take into account these complicated rules at all. A few people were walking in Spirit Beast Street. There were few people around and it seemed a bit deserted. There are only 5 or 6 shops, and they all tie the spirit beasts at the bottom of the boxes outside to attract customers. Ouch!
Jin Yunhu swung his tail and jumped when he suddenly saw a monster that looked very similar to himself. It was also a large cat, with silver-white fluffy hair that was as soft as clouds. The fur was covered with black plum blossom-like spots, and its big claws were thick and soft.
This is a snow leopard?
Li Quanqing recognized this creature. Its furry head was round and square, its expression was proud, and it carried a certain noble and mysterious majesty. Gululu the snow leopard spirit beast squatted on a high platform, with a slender silver chain tied around its neck.
Its amber pupils squinted at everyone, and a low growl came from its throat.
The sun shines from between the clouds and shines on the leopard, dyeing the silver-white hair with a touch of light gold.
Ouch!
The golden tiger paced around the stone platform with its big paws, tilting its head again and again, as if it was very interested in this snow leopard. In its eyes, the other person looks too much like itself.
Furry fur all over the body, for big paws, a round head and cat ears, a smart furry tail, and even a pair of white wings. Ouch!
Jin Yunhu squatted on the ground and blinked, the expression on his face suddenly seemed stunned. It looked at the two wings hanging down on its back, then looked at the smooth and flat back of the snow leopard, and suddenly lost interest.
A guy without wings is not a member of my clan at all.
Jin Yunhu turned his ears and left immediately.
He lay at Li Quanqing's feet and yawned.
His fangs were as white as snow and he stretched out his wings to flutter 3 times as if to show off.
Ouch! Meow! The snow leopard spirit beast seemed to be irritated by its attitude.
It stared at the tiger cub and roared in a low voice, spraying out tiny bits of transparent ice chips from its throat. Anyone who has raised a snow leopard at home knows that although this big cat looks majestic, it is actually a bitch.
She sounded fierce, not as domineering as a liger, and instantly destroyed the aloof aura completely.
The snow leopards howled and howled made Li Quanqing laugh, and became somewhat interested in raising them. This fellow Taoist is interested in the snow leopard with its head on the clouds. This is our shop's signature spiritual beast. Just at this moment, the owner of the store was very discerning and walked out, smiled and introduced. The Yun family's shop. Li Quanqing raised his eyes and glanced at the sign and mark on the plaque. He immediately understood how such a creature living on the mainland could appear here. It seems that the spirit beasts from the previous Xiaoyao conference were not sold out and shipped here to attract customers. The boss touched the smooth and soft hair of the cloud-stepping snow leopard and introduced the origin of this spiritual beast. It was born in the ice-covered northern cold plain. Because it is already an adult monster, it is more than 4 meters long, and that is not counting the long and thick furry tail. Whenever this kind of monster runs on the boundless snowfield, it looks like it is walking on the clouds, leaving no trace of the snow, hence its name. It's freezing cold in the northern Han Plains, but the climate in the East China Sea is warm and pleasant. Such a snow leopard spirit beast may not be able to adapt to the climate. Xin Bingxin said, "This woman is really smart."
She noticed the problem at a glance and was not fooled by the snow leopard's majestic and cute appearance.
An embarrassed smile appeared on the boss's face. After all, it is a monster.
The monster energy protects the body and has strong vitality. It is not that easy to cause problems.
Dear guests, please rest assured. Boss, having said that, they are exotic monsters after all.
It is very difficult to raise them. Maybe we have to create a cold environment.
Boss, will you be responsible if you get sick?
Li Chuanfu spoke immediately, ready to bargain. This was the instinct of a qualified businessman. Li Quanqing stretched out his hand and couldn't help but touch the cute big snow leopard.
He could just leave the bargaining to his younger brother.
Snowfield lone leopard, cloud-stepping snow leopard, the snow fell so deeply and so earnestly that it reflected my lonely back as I walked on the ice field. Cultivation, 5th level of qi refining, 47%, do you want to see by Shui in your hometown? Li Quanqing looked at Bao Bao's raised head, his gray-blue eyes looking at the northern sky, stubborn and sad.
Boss, I bought this snow leopard. After spending more than 900 spiritual stones, Li Quanqing successfully owned the first cute and handsome leopard in his life.
Dear guest, the blood contract of slavery for this cloud-walking snow leopard is here. Please keep it.
With a smile on his face, the boss handed over a blood-red jade token with restrictions engraved on it, sealing the spirit leopard's heart essence and blood and a trace of his true soul to ensure that he would not rebel. The blood contract of slavery is the most common method of enslaving spirit beasts in the world of immortal cultivation. Whoever holds the jade token can control the spirit beast, which is very convenient. Out of caution, Li Quanqing naturally had to check it carefully and put another slave beast seal.
Ah, meow.
Under the effect of the blood contract, the snow leopard obediently lowered his head and let the small white seal drill into his soul. Although he was born in the ice field and had a proud temperament, his temper was surprisingly well behaved.
Much more obedient than a certain golden cat. So good.
Li Quanqing held the silver chain on the snow leopard's neck and had no intention of letting it go for the time being. This is our first meeting, so I'll give you a gift. He stretched out his palm, and a trace of cold air surged, dissipated along the meridians, and finally turned into a round bead like an ice cube. It was the 100-year-old ice soul that was refined into his body before. Now that he has cultivated the ice soul cold light, he no longer needs this thing.
Ah, meow.
The snow leopard nudged the ice soul bead with its nose, and licked it with its pink tongue, and suddenly its eyes widened in surprise.
Ice soul originally came from Beiyuan.
Although the spirit leopard had never seen it, its ancestors had obtained it, so there was a certain instinct in its blood.
Knowing that this is a good thing that is beneficial to growth.
So he rolled his tongue and swallowed it into his stomach, making a comfortable and satisfied gurgling sound. The big tail shook excitedly, as if it was wrapped around Li Quanqing like a big python, as if the tail had its own independent consciousness. You must work hard to practice, roll it up for me, at least you have to break through the late stage of qi refining. Li Quanqing rubbed the leopard's head. Because of the cold living environment, the silver-gray fur was thick and soft, and it felt very good. He asked the boss, this kind of snow leopard is only the 4th or 5th level of qi refining after adulthood, and very few break through the late stage of qi refining. In terms of racial potential alone, it is not as good as the top-grade monsters such as the golden flame tiger and the thunder horn python. Fortunately, he still had the ice-blue feather left by the Jindan monster, which contained an extremely cold artistic conception and could enhance the potential of the snow leopard.
Li Quanqing was very happy to have a new harvest as soon as he entered the spirit beast street.
He had a golden flame tiger in his left hand and a snow leopard in his right hand, which could be called a golden and silver guardian.
He was so handsome, not to mention how majestic he was.
Chapter 107 Fujiki Ape Jianbao Tower. On the busiest street in Fang City, Li Quanqing led a tiger and a leopard to the most conspicuous core area. I saw a large crowd of monks, and a large pavilion stood in front of me. The eaves were high, and all kinds of spiritual lights were flashing. It obviously had extremely powerful formation restrictions.
Is this a shop owned by Shueihua sword sect?
Li Quanqing looked around, looking at the conspicuous sign on the attic, and suddenly made a guess.
Brother Li Dao is right. This is Jianzhong's own property. It also sells various spiritual beasts.
Although they are expensive, they are all good things. Xin Bingxin introduced from the side. The Xin family is attached to the Jindan sect, the Moon sect, and is not that afraid of the Shueihua sword sect. Although the Hidden Moon sect only recruits female disciples, it has 2 Jindan ancestors who are much more powerful than the sword sect.
Go in and take a look. Li Quanqing led the 2 big cats into the Jianbao Tower. After walking into this antique pavilion, my eyes suddenly opened up.
The entire interior of the treasure building has been hollowed out, without any stairs.
Instead, there are various floating buildings, forming different areas.
Colorful spiritual lights danced above the head, and the light shone brightly, making every corner sparkle.
It is indeed the property of the Jindan sect, and its actions are indeed extraordinary.
Welcome, comrades, to Jianbao Tower. 2 rows of beautiful girls bowed together, each of them delicate and graceful, with fairy aura floating around, and they were all female cultivators at the qi refining level. Although the plum blossoms, orchids, bamboos and chrysanthemums each have their own characteristics, the robes and fairy skirts they wear are all too short, white and round, and their jade legs are like forests.
I have a green pearl, what do you want to buy, senior? A female cultivator with an emerald hairpin stood out from the crowd.
Her watery almond eyes seemed to be able to speak, and her voice was as gentle as water. Although Li Quanqing's face looks very young, the aura on his body is that of a solid 8th level qi refining person, and he can be called an old timer in the world of immortality.
How many spiritual beasts should I buy? Do you have any recommendations? The smile on Luju's face remained unchanged. Jianbao Tower covers everything.
Even the unique spiritual beasts on the mainland are not rare.
I will take a few seniors to take a look.
The girl took a disc-shaped magic weapon, deliberately squatted down, and placed it at Li Quanqing's feet, revealing her plump and beautiful curves. Li Quanqing put the 2 big cats into the spiritual pet bag, stepped on the disc, and saw the pattern of the device light up, and slowly lifted into the sky carrying his body. Clusters of spiritual light bloom and turn into a light shield, which not only blocks the strong wind, but also protects customers from falling off the disc. Luju stepped on a flying magic weapon of the same specifications, talking and smiling, flying ahead to lead the way.
Li Quanqing shuttled through the attic, and everything was bustling. The elixir magic weapon, the talisman formation, and the skill mount each formed a layer by layer area, which was very clear and distinct. He even saw a hanging waterfall, with water waves pouring down, like a silver white dragon hovering there. Lu Zhu noticed his gaze and explained with a smile, that is the area where aquatic spiritual beasts are raised. There are even rare bloodlines transported from the outer sea. It is rumored that they are descendants of the ancient East Sea monster clan. Senior, would you like to take a look? Li Quanqing was naturally happy to go. Wow! The waterfall flew down, like a white streak hanging in the air, and finally poured into a huge pool, with waves splashing everywhere. This pool is quite large, nearly several acres, and is transparent and light blue, so you can clearly see various underwater scenes. The maid introduced them one by one and was very patient. It was really an eye-opener for Li Quanqing. There are pink dolphin monsters spitting bubbles, giant crocodiles covered in white bone armor, and sea dragons and horses covered in aqua blue scales in groups. Li Quanqing opened his multi-treasure spiritual pupils and observed the demonic energy on these monster beasts. Those noble bloods often shined with dazzling treasure light. That's a sea whale? Li Quanqing suddenly noticed the most dazzling glow, like rippling blue gold sea waves, with brilliant luster. He saw a spirit whale that was more than 20 meters long. Its sea blue back was as broad as a deck, and 2 giant cloud sail fins hung from its belly. Its blue gold eyes were unruffled and hung quietly in the seawater. This kind of monster can be said to be a superior race among the monsters in the East China Sea. Its adult form is qi refining Dzogchen, and it is born at the top of the food chain. Moreover, Sanhai whales often go out in groups, and the whale king of each group has a high probability of breaking through the second level foundation building monster. That kind of body is as huge as a spiritual island, and the demonic energy contained in the body is as vast as a river, which is extremely terrifying. This is not an ordinary Sanhai whale, but a direct descendant of the Sanhai whale king. It has noble blood and has a high probability of breaking through the foundation establishment, so it is expensive. The girl Lu Zhuyin smiled and said an astronomical figure for a qi refining monk. Li Quanqing gave up immediately. Lu Zhu was not discouraged and introduced another demonic beast with ancient bloodline, the blood-forged octopus. The dark red patterns on its tentacles were like strange demonic pupils. Staring at it for a long time would make people's blood surge all over their bodies. Li Quanqing felt that the octopus was too ugly and he had no intention of raising it. It seemed that there was nothing satisfying except the sea whale. As a last resort, Lu Zhu had no choice but to take them to the land monster area. Cack! As soon as he stepped into this place, Li Quanqing heard extremely loud cries, one after another, extremely loud, which made people feel refreshed. Sorry for disturbing the guests. The girl's face suddenly showed a helpless and apologetic smile. Li Quanqing looked over curiously and saw a group of colorful roosters, with the feathers on their tails spread out like a screen. They looked very proud. These are 5-color spiritual chickens. They are in the initial stage of qi refining and their combat power is not strong, but it is rumored that they have the blood of the ancient Luan bird flowing in their bodies. Lu Zhu explained, and added at the end, the spiritual eggs they lay are delicious and nutritious, and they are very popular among cultivators, so we raise a few of them here and call them every day. It's interesting. Li Quanqing said, thinking that it would be good to raise a few of these 5-color chickens. The eggs they lay can be fed to the spiritual pets to enrich their diet. Mark them first. The crowd walked a few more steps in. This area also occupies a large area, simulating various terrains, rainforest hills, desert icefields, and the treatment of the spiritual beasts is very good. It can be said that they are much more attentive than those ordinary shops. Why is there still a smell of wine? Li Chuanfu sniffed and suddenly smelled a sweet and greasy smell of wine, more like fruit juice. Li Quanqing also smelled it at this time and looked at a lush forest not far away. In the protection of the formation, flowers bloomed in the moist soil, grass and trees flourished, and all kinds of plants grew extremely lush. Shiji. The rainforest shook, branches and leaves rustled, and suddenly a little monkey with golden brown hair, emerald green pupils, and a wreath on his head emerged. Shiji. The little monkey stepped on a branch, looking at everyone curiously, scratching his ears and cheeks, and looked lively and active. It hadn't seen enough, and a powerful big hand suddenly fell from the sky, picked him up, and took him into the depths of the rainforest. It was an adult monkey, about 1.23 meters tall, with lush hair and long arms. It was wearing a simple tree armor made of vines and leaves. The spirit ape glanced at the monks outside, his eyes were indifferent,
and he took the little monkey and went deep into the rainforest and disappeared.
What kind of monster is this? It can also brew monkey wine? Li Quanqing was immediately interested. This is the spirit beast vinewood ape.
It not only likes to brew wine, but also is good at planting and caring for various spiritual plants and spiritual medicines. It has a gentle temperament and high wisdom. It just needs to grow in a wide forest. Chapter 108 Dragon Flame Sculpture. The girl looked at the spirit ape that disappeared into the depths of the rainforest and continued, adult rattanwood apes generally have only the 4th level of chi refining, and if the growth environment is not large enough and there are not enough plants, they are prone to psychological problems. But similarly, if there are many precious spiritual medicines in the living area, it can promote the growth of rattanwood apes and help them break through the ranks. Li Quanqing touched his chin. It sounds like a natural spiritual plant husband.
Lzu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Guest, don't say, many human spiritual plant husbands are not as good as these spirit apes.
Some alchemists will raise a few to take care of their own spiritual medicine gardens.
Then can these monkeys take care of spiritual rice? Li Chuanfu suddenly spoke up, with a flexible mind and a tricky perspective. Spiritual rice, the maid Lzu was suddenly silent.
Spending a lot of spirit stones to buy rare spirit beasts, actually taking them home to cultivate rice, this really has not been tried by anyone.
Can I touch 2 of them to see? I prefer spirit beasts that feel good.
Those that are lazy and timid are not for me at first glance. Although this request is a bit strange, the girl has seen even more bizarre customers.
After Luzhu asked the steward in the treasure house, she nodded in agreement. Shiji. 2 rattanwood monkeys, one big and one small, were caught from the rainforest.
The big one had obviously seen a lot of the world and behaved very calmly. The little monkey was much more lively, jumping up and down, scratching his ears and cheeks, looking at this and touching that, and felt that everything was very new.
A good harvest, rattanwood monkey, a good harvest of grass and trees is the most wonderful thing in this world.
I hope that every little monkey will have endless food and fruits when they are born, and they don't have to be hungry like I used to be.
Cultivation, Chi Refining Level 4, 98%. After reading the display text, Li Quanqing couldn't help but look sideways, and was a little respectful.
According to Luzhu, the cultivation level of the rattan monkey is generally at the 4th level of chi refining, but this one is about to break through, which shows that it really loves planting and harvesting. Fighting the monkey, rattan monkey, my father always locked me up in the forest. One day, I want to be able to see it no longer. Lao Dang will come to fight.
Maturity, 31%, fighting the monkey?
Li Quanqing was amazed and couldn't help but look at the little monkey carefully and rubbed his head with his hands. Golden fur, simple rattan armor, and those unruly eyes, an unruly soul pursuing freedom. If it is matched with a straight wooden stick, it can be said to be the most beautiful cub in the monkey group.
It's decided to be you.
How much do you sell this group of rattan monkeys?
Li Quanqing asked. After all, they are a tribe, and he can't bear to see the monkeys separated. Now, I have money.
Faced with such a conceited guest, Luzhu couldn't help but take a few more glances and smiled. There are 5 adult spirit apes in the monkey group, and this young ape, a total of 2,200 spirit stones.
We do not bargain in Jianbaila, customer.
Beside him, Li Chuanfu heard this and closed his mouth, which was about to start bargaining instinctively.
Li Quanqing nodded. I think the group of 5-color chickens are also very interesting. How about selling a few to me at a lower price?
After all, it is a big business, so there are naturally discounts. In addition, the spirit chickens are weak in cultivation, but they look like they are in the 1st or 2nd level of chi refining.
Their combat power is not good, so they can only be used as ornamental spirit beasts.
Li Quanqing finally bought 5 spirit chickens at the price of 60 spirit stones, which is considered a bonus. After buying the spirit beasts he liked, Li Quanqing was not in a hurry to leave, and continued to walk deeper. After arriving here, the spirit beasts are generally in the late stage of chi refining.
Each of them looks mighty and extraordinary, and they are carefully raised in the formation. This is also the most popular battle pet in the world of immortal cultivation.
It can immediately form combat power as soon as it is bought, which is very cost-effective. But Li Quanqing thought about the reward mode of the golden finger, and felt that it was too disadvantageous to raise a demon beast in the late stage of chi refining. Chi refining great perfection is also a cultivator of the 9th level of chi refining, but the cultivation level cannot be improved and has not broken through the bottleneck. Therefore, if a spirit beast of the 9th level of chi refining wants to break through the realm, it can only break through the foundation building further to be considered as breaking through the realm and appearing the lightball reward.
Li Quanqing dared not even think about the resources consumed. What's more, there is the problem that the demon beast is too strong and betrays its owner. After comprehensive consideration, he just came to take a look and broaden his horizons, and he didn't want to buy it at all. When I break through the foundation building, I can buy 2 to keep for fun, and that Songhai whale, if there is a chance, I will also buy it. Li Quanqing thought in his heart. After opening so many light balls, he also has experience and realizes that the golden finger will appear many treasures that have a causal relationship with him. The light ball reward from the Songhai whale might have something to do with the Whale Emperor sect, so we can't let it go. Burning. The Jindan sect style of doing things is indeed grand. In the deepest part of the spirit beast area, there is actually a man-made volcano. The black and red mountain is nearly 10 meters high. Although it is short, it also has hot magma gushing out, and the flames are shining in all directions. Even with the protection of the formation, you can still smell a wisp of sulfur. The air has become scorching, and the fire spirit is abundant. At the crater, a phoenix tree is rooted in the magma, with branches and leaves as red as fire, and roots as vigorous as dragons. An extremely majestic bird is resting on the phoenix tree, with red feathers, golden beak, swallowing fire and molten gold, and burning with blazing flames all over its body. The feathers are arranged closely, like the scales of a dragon, and the gaps reveal a lava dot-like flame, which is breathtaking. On both sides of the forehead of the spirit eagle, there is a golden feather extending out, like the golden horns of a dragon, which is indescribably majestic. What kind of monster is this? It feels like it can swallow me in one bite. Li Chuanfu wiped the sweat from his forehead, and felt the pressure of the superior race, and was still frightened. This is a superior monster dragon-flame eagle, which is also a descendant of a foundation-building monster. It has dragon blood flowing in its body and has just broken through the 8th level of chi refining. Like the Songhai whale, they are all treasures in our building. They have the potential to break through the foundation and can be bought back as a guardian spirit beast. Lu Zhu smiled lightly and introduced it in a lavish manner. Li Quanqing opened his spiritual pupils and immediately saw a ball of golden red treasure energy, which turned into a dragon and guarded the body of the dragon flame eagle, which was particularly extraordinary. In terms of bloodline potential alone, it is even better than that Songhai whale. What an incredible monster! He was amazed in his heart, and his heart was pounding. However, considering his storage bag, he decided to forget it for the time being. Wait until I reach the great perfection of chi refining to come back and take a look. If it is bought by someone, I can only say that it is not my destiny. Li Quanqing made up his mind, turned his head and left from here, and his heart was itching. Still not rich enough? Damn, I have worked so hard. The boy decided that after returning, he would urge the spirit beasts to continue to roll up and increase their strength. Because Fujima Yuan loves all kinds of spirit plants, Li Quanqing bought another batch of seeds, and even listened to Li Chuanfu's advice and bought some green bamboo spirit rice. After this kind of spirit rice is planted in the soil, it will grow into the shape of green bamboo, and finally produce crystal dot-like spirit rice from the bamboo tube. It is very suitable for Fujima Yuan to take care of. Li Quanqing thought of the green water python and copper armored crab in the fish pond that were about to break through, so he simply bought those auxiliary pills that helped cultivators break through the middle stage of chi refining. There were still too few pills specifically for spiritual beasts, so he bought the breakthrough pills for immortal cultivators, which were all the same anyway. Eat the immortal beast. In this way, he bought a little here and a little there until he spent most of the spiritual stones in his storage bag. Only then did he walk out of the Jianbao Tower with a painful look in Lu Zhu's smiling eyes. Chapter 109 Happy House. Bricks and stones are used as walls, iron rods are used as frames, and a building several tens of feet high is built. No need for flying eaves, no need for jade tiles, and no need for courtyards and gardens. Just divide the building into layers, and separate houses of the same shape. Yes, that's right. It's a row of stone coffins. Your description is very appropriate. This is the feeling we want. Li Quanqing stood on his own land and explained to a group of civil engineers, and his mouth was dry. Next to him, Li Chuanfu kept holding up a building model that was made overnight, which could be opened from the inside to show the structure inside to everyone. Li Quanqing found that it was really convenient to build such a single apartment for low-level cultivators of chi refining. They don't need to eat, they rely on fasting pills and breathing spiritual energy. Occasionally, they can have a luxurious meal of spiritual rice, and there is no reincarnation of grains. So the kitchen and bathroom are all saved. There are dust-repelling spells for bathing and cleansing spells for washing clothes. They are all small and inexpensive talismans. They are convenient and fast. You only need a room and a cushion for meditation and sleeping, and you can save on beds and bedding. However, Li Quanqing is still very considerate and decided to equip each room with a set of tables and chairs to facilitate their chanting and drawing talismans. The only thing to consider is the problem of drinking water. After thinking and discussing, it was decided to place a large bucket on the top of the building, then lay pipes on the outer layer, and finally set up several drinking water rooms on each floor. After all, it is difficult for this group of civil monks to understand how to open some twisting pipes in the stone wall. The requirements are too high. Moreover, people in this world currently do not have the habit of drinking boiled water. You only need to throw 2 water purification spells into the water. As for the elevator, the monks breathe in spiritual energy day and night, and their bodies are strong, plus various light body spells and breath-raising spells. Even climbing dozens of floors is tiring, and you still want to escape from the hands of the vicious robbers? It's better to go back to the mortal kingdom as soon as possible to retire and spend the rest of my life in peace. Li Quanqing felt that these monk residents might thank him for giving them a chance to climb the stairs and exercise in the morning and evening. Chirp! Next to him, the little vinewood ape was very perceptive. Seeing that his master was thirsty, he hurriedly poured out a bowl of amber plum herbal tea from the gourd and served it to him. Newly raised spirit beasts cannot be placed in spirit beast bags for a long time, so Li Quanqing released them all in this 300-acre wasteland. Snow leopards and golden flame tigers can burn grass to open up wasteland, and 5-color chickens can catch insects in the field. The 5 vinewood apes tried to plant various ornamental plants on the land after the land was reclaimed, which was considered to be a greening project in advance. Boss, can our happy little building really earn spirit stones? Li Chuanfu walked over with a look of worry on his face. He had never seen such a strange cave. What's the difference between this and living in a coffin? Li Quanqing drank the green plum herbal tea, but he was full of confidence. Let me ask you, how many spiritual stones do you need to rent a cave in the Whale King Square in a year? At least 30 or 40 spiritual stones. Li Chuanfu scratched his head and said a number. Every market has this rule, and the cultivators must live in the caves officially certified by the market after nightfall. First, it is convenient for management, and second, it is to earn spiritual stones. This is the experience summed up by the upper-level cultivators for thousands of years. Instead of trying hard to empty the storage bags of the casual cultivators, it is better to be simple and rough. If you don't pay spiritual stones to rent a cave, get out of here. Don't think about staying on the street to get spiritual energy. It belongs to standing and earning spiritual stones. This also leads to the fact that the price of caves in every market is very expensive. In order to get the spiritual veins of the market, many cultivators can only share a house with others, and there are even more than 100 people living in the same cave. There are policies from above, and countermeasures from below. The cave house in Whale Emperor Square is too expensive. After all, it is located in the 3rd level spiritual vein. Just a breath of spiritual energy is full of the essence of heaven and earth. So many poor casual cultivators can only choose to leave the market at night and live on the nearby deserted islands. During the day, they set up stalls on the street and practice while doing business. Li Quanqing said slowly, the business we do is aimed at this group of people, giving them a happy home where they can stay in the market at night. Li Chuanfu understood that their target customers are all poor cultivators in the 1st and 2nd levels of qi refining. Those casual cultivators in the middle and late stages of qi refining are too rich. Shueihua Sword Sect and Major Foundation. Building forces are all eyeing them. On the contrary, these cultivators in the early stages of qi refining either rent with others or leave the market at night and live on deserted islands. The forces that look down on the spiritual stones in their pockets are not too strong themselves. At most, they are small qi refining families. Li Quanqing has the support of Qingyu Li clan, so he is naturally not afraid. Boss, this way, our profit will be reduced accordingly. Li Quanqing held up a finger. My tentative price is 1 lingsha per day. Living for a month is 30 lingsha, 0.3 lingsha. Renting for a year is only 3.6 lingsha, which is 10 times the price of ordinary caves. Even Li Chuanfu couldn't help but gasp when he heard this number. Boss, this is too low. Can we make any money? Li Quanqing laughed. According to the current plan, each happy house has 33 floors, and each floor can accommodate 20 households. Can you calculate how much we can earn every year with 2 buildings? He also wanted to build it higher, but the Whale Emperor Square had a rule that any higher would touch the protection range of the island protection formation. Moreover, although there were many low-level cultivators, 2 floors were enough.
If there were more, firstly, the spirit gathering formation would not be enough, and secondly, too many spirit stones would be earned, which would easily make people jealous, and the Li family would not be able to keep it. Those cultivators above the 4th level of chi refining have money in their pockets and look down on this kind of coffin house, so the luxurious cave house forces operated by the Foundation. Building forces are not affected at all. When the time comes, send part of this spirit stone to the Supreme Elder, and then send part to the Sword Sect Elder stationed in the Whale Emperor Square, and that's it.
Li Quanqing touched his chin.
Even if this business really fails in the end, the worst case scenario is to tear it down and rebuild it. Anyway, the land is his own. This group of civil engineering cultivators built very quickly, first letting the gold spirit root cultivators manipulate various metal rods to build the skeleton of the building. Then the earth spirit root cultivators covered the metal skeleton with hard big stones to divide the floors and rooms. Considering privacy, sound insulation, and the destructiveness of monks, the wall is 2 or 3 feet thick, which is a 1,000-year wonder in the mortal dynasty. Finally, the wood spirit root monks checked for leaks and filled the gaps to create doors, windows, and furniture. In order to make the two buildings look good and to consider the mental health of the monks, Li Quanqing deliberately left a floor-to-ceiling window made of glazed glass in each room, embedded in the stone layer. From the outside, 2 nearly 100-meter-high glass buildings stand on the shore of the lake, shining in the sun, which is spectacular. When has such a spectacular building appeared in the ancient and conservative world of immortal cultivation? Before it was completed, it had attracted the attention of many monks in the market. Every day, people came to ask what they were building. After the 2 main buildings were built, the next step was the 2 supporting commercial streets. Li Quanqing chose the street facing shops on the upper and lower floors. The upper floor can be used for living. The shops are neat and uniform, with a sense of neatness and order. He originally wanted to copy the large supermarkets in his previous life and build a shopping center for cultivators. But considering the lawless nature of the independent cultivators, he finally cancelled this plan.
Honestly, rent the shop to the independent cultivators and collect rent.
Thank you for the 6,500 points reward from the helmsman, Guoka Cheng Yang, who is really my bread and butter.
The author thanks you.
Chapter 110, Green Water Python Breakthrough 1 month later. It was night, the stars and the moon were dim, and the sky was covered by clouds.
Let's start. Activate the formation.
Li Quanqing took out the sound transmission talisman and began the final adjustment. In the dim night, 200-meter-high buildings stood on the shore of the lake, majestic and tall, like a slowly opening door of gods and demons. Buzz! Accompanied by the roar of the formation patterns began to light up along the wall, like slowly spreading lightning patterns, illuminating the night sky. Solid, gathering spirits, soundproofing, immortal, wind-fixing, fireproof, water-avoiding. Li Quanqing specially invited the family's formation master to add all the most common basic formation patterns, and they were embedded and protected with each other.
Mu-in.
The phantom formation hidden in the wall was activated, and the light and shadow intertwined, finally revealing the shape of a giant whale in the sea and a green jade dragon.
The 2 huge monsters flew around the building, shaking the air, reflecting each other, and shining in the dark night sky. It just fits his identity as the owner of Yulon Island.
Not bad, it has the flavor of cyber cultivation, which is the result I want. Li Quanqing nodded with satisfaction. The next second, the tops of the 2 buildings bloomed with red light, each showing an antique red font, which can be seen as soon as you look up, shining for 10 miles.
Happiness, happiness. Provide a happy home for casual cultivators. Although it is very tacky, the effect is equally explosive.
Give a little visual shock to the cultivators in the market who have not experienced light pollution. Why do I feel that this kind of phantom formation still has a lot of huge space for subsequent development, such as using it for advertising?
Li Quanqing shook his head and gave up this idea.
He came here to raise fish and become an immortal, not to work in real estate and advertising companies.
Since the Yulong Happy House has been completed, just wait to collect rent. Why bother with all those thoughts?
Li Quanqing stroked the golden tiger with his left hand and the silver leopard with his right hand, thinking it was time to go home.
Let's go home, let's go home.
The sun was rising, and the purple and red light covered the Donglan Sea, shining on the blue waves for thousands of miles. Li Quanqing rode the golden flame tiger, controlled the breeze, and swayed back to his own Yulon Island. After ensuring that the happy house was on the right track, he handed it over to Li Chuanfu and his managers. Because the price was really cheap, a lot of publicity was done in advance. On the day of renting, hundreds of casual cultivators came here to rent for a few days to see, and the business would naturally get better slowly.
No need to worry too much. Ow ho!
The golden flame tiger flapped its wings and got into the formation, and couldn't wait to roar, showing its return, and was extremely excited.
Hua lala!
The waves surged, and Aochang got out of the sea. Because his practice was interrupted, he spit a water arrow at the tiger cub in dissatisfaction. After not seeing it for more than a month, this guy has grown bigger. His blue back is as white as an island, and he has golden scales shining with golden light, which makes him look noble. The water arrows spewed out of his mouth are thick and long, almost like spears, shining in the air with crystal luster. With a splash, the water arrows wet the feathers, and the golden flame tiger was forced to fall on the embankment, staring angrily with big eyes, and the flame hair on his forehead burned up high.
Really angry. Unfortunately, it was still scared in the end and couldn't beat this guy at all.
Hiss amid the undercurrent, the green water python swam up from the fish pond, their pupils staring at the tiger cubs, their expressions full of expectations. The golden flame tiger shook off the wet hair on his body, and suddenly became proud again, taking out a pile of sea fish that had been prepared long ago from the storage bag. Seeing their favorite food, the green water pythons were so excited. They gathered together and discussed with Jin Yenhu which sea fish was the most delicious. Even the snake cubs joined in, biting the fattest fish belly.
Come out, everyone, and see your new home.
Li Quanqing took out the spirit beast bag and released the monsters he bought this time one by one. Meow the snow leopard stepped on the soft and white beach, stretched its body comfortably, and looked at the fish dragon pond in front of it curiously, feeling that everything was very new. It shrugged its nose, and its stomach had been growling with hunger for a long time. At this time, it smelled the aroma of food and couldn't help looking at the green water python, and its mouth began to secrete saliva. However, the snow leopard was reserved and cold, and was embarrassed to come forward. It could only watch Jin Yenhu roast the sea fish until it was golden and shiny, and stood there swallowing its saliva.
Shiji.
6 vinewood apes were also released, 5 big and 1 small, and they were also excited and jumped up and down. Since they were captured when they were young, they have been imprisoned in a narrow space. It has been a long time since they saw such a vast island world, and the sky is blue and boundless. However, even though they were excited and couldn't wait to get into the mountains and forests on Yulon Island and get close to nature, these smart spirit apes were still very obedient, squatting in front of Li Quanqing obediently, and waiting for instructions in a row. As expected of spirit beasts trained and cultivated by the sword sect, their wildness has been almost grounded, and they are quite human.
Li Quanqing nodded with satisfaction and took out the last batch of spirit beasts. Cluck! Cluck!
The 5 spirit chickens flapped their wings, making a loud sound, and they were suffocated in the spirit beast bag, and their feathers flew in disorder.
Drive these colorful chickens into the mountains and forests. Let's go. I will take you to find a new home.
The most mature, stable and oldest male Fujiki ape stood up, picked up a dead branch from the beach and started chasing the chickens. Obviously, it is the ape king of this group of monkeys, and the victorious ape is its child. Li Quanqing thought for a while and named it Yuan Wugu, and the little vinewood ape called Yuan Dojan to distinguish it.
Cack!
After all, the 5-color chicken is just a low-level monster and not very intelligent. As soon as it ran into the forest, it started to pick up dead branches and leaves, and followed its instinct to build a chicken coop. Qingfeng cranes flew down from Qingfeng Mountain one after another, looking at these uninvited guests curiously.
Everyone will be neighbors from now on, so don't fight.
Li Quanqing selected the 3rd peak next to Zilei Peak in Qingfeng Mountain as the spiritual ape's home.
Named Suweiju Mountain.
There are mountains but no bamboos, which naturally does not fit the name.
Li Quanqing took out the seeds of the green bamboo rice, which is bamboo rice. It is as small as beads and exudes a fragrance. The Fujiki apes started chirping, cleared a clearing on the Tsueju mountain, and each took out bamboo seeds and buried them in the soil. Presumably in less than 2 years, a large green and quiet bamboo forest will grow on this mountain, and fragrant spiritual rice will grow in the bamboo tubes. With bamboo, do we need to raise 2 more pandas?
Li Quanqing thought to himself that he still had a batch of elixir seeds in his storage bag, ready to cultivate a medicinal garden after the apes adapted to the environment on Sueju Mountain. Vinewood monkeys are naturally close to plants, but they are not born with the ability to grow elixirs.
They need continuous learning.
Li Quanqing decided to find an opportunity to find some jade slips related to Ling Jihu from the family scripture collection pavilion, and then teach the knowledge to the spiritual apes himself.
It's a pity that I don't know how to make elixirs. Let's plant the elixir fields first.
I heard that high-level immortal cultivators have their own medicine gardens, so I can't be left behind. After placing the new spirit beasts, Li Quanqing went to check out a few thunder-horned pythons. During this period of time, they have been living on the thunder peach tree in the formation, breathing thunder and growing. Now they have grown to more than half a meter long, which can be regarded as a certain degree of self-protection. When they grow older, let them out of the formation and try to contact the outside world. Li Quanqing thought to himself, crushing 70 or 80 of the spiritual energy balls in the storage bag and pouring them into the soil from his meridians. He has stored a total of 500 to 600 of these miniature spiritual energy balls released by the big herring. In addition to being able to quickly restore mana during a spell fight, half of the spiritual energy ball was thrown into the fish pond, and the other half was buried in the roots of the thunder peach tree, which provided for the recovery of high-grade thunder spirit stones and accelerated the transformation of the spiritual veins on the island. After finishing his busy work, Li Quanqing was free and returned to the beach and embankment again. Hiss! The green anacondas had already eaten and drank enough. When they saw him coming, they immediately leaned out of the water and rubbed their palms affectionately. Feed you something delicious. With a smile in his eyes, Li Quanqing took out the level-breaking elixir he bought before and fed it to them along with several spiritual energy balls. Boom! The 8-headed green water python was on the verge of breaking through, but it was just one step away. With the help of the elixir, it suddenly broke through the bottleneck. The demonic energy is billowing, stirring up the seawater, breaking into the middle stage of chi refining. Looking at the ball of light emerging from the python's head, Li Quanqing rubbed his hands and couldn't wait to grab it. Harvest a green anaconda in the middle stage of chi refining, and reward a water escape skill experience group. Harvest a green water python in the middle stage of chi refining, and reward a second-level low-grade blue water sword formation plate. Chapter 111 Water and Fire. As Li Quanqing touched the elastic and slippery ball of light, and a large piece of text appeared in front of him. He couldn't help but tilt his head. Water Escape Technique Experience Group, and the second-level green water sword formation? He first crushed the experience group, and immediately a stream of knowledge drilled into his brain, teaching him how to perform this water escape technique. Li Quanqing's soul was strong at this time, and he easily digested this knowledge, and suddenly he seemed to have realized something. Although the water escape technique was only a low-grade technique, it was very profound. He had studied and comprehended it for a long time before, but still felt that something was missing. Now he finally completed this last step. Splash! Li Quanqing got up from the embankment and walked on the sea. Suddenly, there were waves of sea water surging, turning into crystal clear water to cover his whole body. The next moment, there was only a splash. Li Quanqing's figure suddenly disappeared, as if his body disintegrated into a ball of seawater, fell down and sank into the sea. Ha! Success! When Li Quanqing appeared again, he was already under the water 10 feet away. He was wrapped in the seawater, and there was an indescribable sense of intimacy. This is the art of water escape, as if he turned into the seawater and escaped into the blue sea. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace, and no trace could be found. Li Quanqing stepped on the green waves, his body suspended in the seawater, but he was not in a hurry to return to the embankment. Green water sword formation, he took out the light ball and crushed it, looking forward to the power of this second-level formation. In the shining light, a blue jade-like formation plate appeared in his hand, which was densely engraved with countless fine formation patterns. When the formation patterns flashed, it was like a series of sword lights twisted and bloomed, shimmering like water, with sword energy running wild and unmatched. Li Quanqing was very familiar with this power. This was the power of the green water sword art, but it was sharper and more powerful. When a cultivator refines a formation, it is to win big with a small effort. Using the mysteries of the array pattern to pry the power of heaven and earth, chi-refining cultivators can burst out with power comparable to that of foundation building. It seems that there is only one array plate. Li Quanqing stroked the jade plate in his hand, which was about a foot long. He could use his own magic power to activate it and also inlay spirit stones. But if there was only one array plate, it might not be able to exert the terrible power of this second-level array. Hiss! Li Quanqing dived back to the surface of the sea and continued to touch the remaining broken dot through green water pythons. Harvest a green water python in the middle stage of chi refining, and reward a water escape technique experience group. Harvest a green water python in the middle stage of chi refining, and reward a green water sword array weapon. *4 array weapon, not an array flag?
Li Quanqing put the ball of light into the storage bag and looked at the last water-spirited green water python.
It was also the largest mother snake that gave birth to the snake cubs. It was beautiful, slender and exquisite, and its scales were as blue as water. Harvest a middle-stage chi refining jade water python, and reward the lower-grade spiritual weapon water and fire rui, incomplete.
Water and fire rui? Why is it an incomplete version again?
Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the beach, crushed the light ball in the storage bag, and took out the water and fire rui. Amidst the spiritual light, a blue jade rui was held in his hand, sparkling like the sea, emitting waves of pleasant waves. On the surface of the rui, there were carved auspicious cloud patterns like flowing water, and a dragon with bared fangs and claws coiled around, with blue pupils, gathering the water essence around, powerful and amazing.
It doesn't look like there is any missing place?
Li Quanqing held the water dragon rui in his hand, feeling warm and cold, and waved it gently. I saw the blue glow of glass falling, and suddenly the sea water surged up, turning into waterfalls and white waves hanging beside me, surging with amazing breath. It's weak, only at the level of a top-grade magic weapon, but it can change size like a spiritual weapon.
Li Quanqing understood that this was a combined spiritual weapon.
Only when water and fire work together can it exert its true power.
Water is a dragon, fire is a tiger. It seems that I have guessed what kind of lightball reward will appear after Jin Yanhu breaks through the middle stage of chi refining. As expected of two meal partners. What a deep friendship.
Li Quanqing put the water and fire rui into his dantian for nourishment, crushed the light ball, and took out the array of the green water sword array to look at it carefully. Under the sunlight, a palm-sized flying sword appeared in his hand. It was made of an unknown metal, blue in color, and engraved with silver mysterious array patterns. It felt heavy in his hand. Li Quanqing held a green water array, and the green sea's magic power surged, pouring all into it.
Zheng zheng.
The sword rang loudly, and the array patterns intertwined the void, turning into green water sword chi and gushing out, like a spider web of silver silk covering the body. The young man held the array plate in his hand, and 4 flying swords were suspended in all directions, blooming silver array patterns that connected with each other, and turned into a killing sword array in the void. My own mana is limited, and it is difficult to activate it, and this green water sword array gives me an incomplete feeling.
Li Quanqing fell into deep thought.
I am afraid that the 4 green water flying swords are only the first stage of this large array, and there is still a stronger potential to be tapped. What's more, it is too difficult for one person to form an array. Normally, it takes another 4 chi. Refining monks to stand in all directions with array instruments and flying swords, blocking the world, to be considered a complete second level array.
Do I need to buy a few puppets?
Li Quanqing had an idea, but in the end he felt it was troublesome and gave up temporarily. He stroked the smooth and delicate scales of the green water pythons, took out bait to feed them, and was very satisfied.
In general, the harvest was not cheap.
The introduction to the wonderful water escape technique can be used to escape in battle. A sword of water and fire, a broken spiritual weapon, suppresses dantian mana, and can be thrown out to turn into a jade mountain to smash people. A second level lower grade green water sword formation, carry it with you, convenient and fast, sword energy is everywhere, blocking all directions, and nothing can be cut. After breaking through the middle stage of chi refining, the potential of the green water pythons is almost exhausted. If they want to break through the shackles of blood, they can only find some special natural treasures and evolve their blood.
Let's keep it first.
The python cubs are over, and it's the turn of the copper-armored crabs next.
Crack! Crack! Li Quanqing went into the sea and fished out all 15 copper-armored crabs. Each one was as big as a millstone, mighty and ferocious.
Because they were not fed frequently, the spirit crabs seemed very dissatisfied, feeling that they were ignored, holding up their dark copper claws and clicking, with their noses facing the sky. Stubborn copperhead, copper-shelled crab, if you have the guts to ignore me, if you have the guts to not feed me, we won't have babies, snap, snap.
Cultivation, chi refining level 3, 98%, tisk, you're also angry. Li Quanqing took out the fragrant pill and waved it in front of the crabs for a few rounds. Do you want it? Do you want to eat it?
This kind of auxiliary cultivator breakthrough to the spiritual pill contains extremely abundant heaven and earth essence, which is very tempting to the instinct of living beings.
Snap, snap.
A copper-shelled crab rolled its eyes, a little greedy, and the big claws raised in protest fell down a little. Then, it was beaten by its brothers and sisters next to it, and the crab claws were forced to be raised high again.
Protest. We will protest to the end.
Li Quanqing increased the stakes and took out another bottle of Taiyin soul nourishing water, which was fragrant and could strengthen the soul and true spirit. At this moment, some leak-willed copper-clad crabs could no longer bear it and fell into a state of agitation. Finally, they crawled towards Li Quanqing bit by bit. 1, 2, 3. Finally, all the crabs swarmed in, their legs knocking against the dam, throwing all their moral integrity behind their heads. It smells so good. Moo. At this moment, Aoqing suddenly emerged from the water, waving his huge fishtail like a sail, and the water waves fell from his scales like a waterfall, knocking all the crabs into the water. This guy is now too big, 6 feet long, a behemoth, and every move can burst out amazing power. The copper-clad crabs can't stop it at all. With a crisp sound, Aoqing bit the jade bottle to pieces, swallowed the soul-nourishing water and the elixir into his stomach, and let out an excited and comfortable low roar. I want to turn into a dragon, Aoqing, green jade carp mine. All the food of the master is mine. Anyone who dares to snatch food from me will be beaten up. Cultivation, Qi refining level 5, 93%. This guy's cultivation speed is so fast that he is about to break through the Qi refining level 6, as if there is no limit. Li Quanqing touched the smooth and delicate head of the green jade carp. It is worthy of being his favorite fish. As expected, the pet follows the owner and cultivates as fast as a pervert. When Aoqing's body as big as a boat left, the copper-armored crabs dared to emerge from the water. One by one, their eyebrows were drooping, and their whole bodies were full of grievances. The crab claws were drooping weakly, and they no longer had the arrogance before. Gone. The delicious food is gone. Li Quanqing saw it funny, and took out a bottle of pills from the storage bag, which immediately revived them with full blood. After swallowing the elixir, 2 or 3 hours later, a copper-armored crab finally broke through to the middle stage of Qi refining. Harvest a copper-armored crab in the middle stage of Qi refining, and a spiritual weapon sword embryo as a reward. Chapter 112 Copper Bean Puppet, Sword Embryo, a natural spiritual weapon that can be transformed into a natal sword. It is nourished by mana and blood. It can grow with the immortal cultivator. It is precious and rare. Li Quanqing crushed the ball of light and turned it into a flying sword about a foot long. The color was like glass. It looked like it had not yet been sharpened, and the blade seemed a bit rounded and blunt. A sword embryo at the level of a spiritual weapon? Li Quanqing held the small sword in his hand. It felt heavy to the touch, like smooth metal and as moist as jade. The first thing he thought of was the spiritual weapon Jinhai sword. After he repaired the cracks on the Jinhai bell, in addition to comprehending an ancient soul secret technique, the art of sword-raising in mind and building. There is also a weapon refining technique, which can be used to forge the spiritual weapon Jinhai sword, which is a matching magical weapon with Jinhai bell. Just because the level of weapon refining is not enough, it has been put on hold. Clank! The mana of the blue sea surged in the palm of his hand, and he wrapped the sword body and refined it, slowly shrinking it, and then placed it inside the Jinhai bell for cultivation. Dang dang! The bell chimes without wind, and the azure pattern surges like ocean waves, blooming with sound ripples as if it is truly complete. Li Quanqing also put the soul heart sword into the sword body and polished it with his soul and mana at the same time, preparing to create the Jinhai sword. Click, click, click. Li Quanqing looked at the remaining bronze-armored crabs. Under the influence of the elixir, the crabs began to break through one after another. For a moment, the fish pond was filled with wind and clouds, and the spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered together, turning into evil energy and surging in all directions. White air currents bloomed from all over the spirit crabs' bodies, turning into groups of light one after another, swaying and alluring. Li Quanqing couldn't wait and grabbed all the light balls in his hands. Harvest a bronze armor crab in the middle stage of Qi refining and reward a copper bean puppet. Harvest a bronze armor crab in the middle stage of Qi refining and reward a copper bean puppet. Unexpectedly, the remaining 15 bronze-armored crabs all received identical light group rewards. Li Quanqing crushed the light ball in the storage bag and revealed a brass bean, shining with a sharp metallic luster. He held it in his hand and observed carefully. He saw that the copper bean was about the size of a longan core and was engraved with various lines. It felt very smooth to the touch. Copper bean puppet, an expert uses copper beans to refine the Taoist weapon and turns it into a bronze-armored puppet. It is activated by spiritual stones and possesses the combat power from the late stage of Qi refining to the great perfection state. I was still thinking about how to arrange the blue water sword formation before, and now the puppets are released? Li Quanqing looked at the 15 brass beans and suddenly felt a sense of happiness falling from the sky. How to use this kind of puppet? A wisp of mana surged from the young man's fingertips, and he dug into the beans, and immediately discovered the secret contained in them. It turns out that in each copper bean, a small space is opened up, in which sits a burly figure wearing bronze armor, with Taoist inscriptions from the immortal family carved all over his body.
So it turns out that it's not just spreading the beans that will lead to an army?
Li Quanqing thought, but this would make it easier to understand. After all, turning beans into humanoid puppets sounds very advanced.
Ha.
He activated the bean and immediately took out a copper bean puppet, which was 2 meters tall, clad in armor, as tall as a bear, and had an ancient aura.
The skin is as moist and shiny as metallic brass, showing strength and immortality.
The puppet's body is carved with fine and mysterious runes, which shine with a faint metallic luster under the sunlight, like the texture of naturally growing plants. This copper bean is not only a storage space, but also the center for controlling the puppet, which can be controlled remotely. Li Quanqing played with the beans, and his magic power surged out, triggering a certain command. Suddenly there was a click, and the sound of gears turning came from the copper bean puppet's body, and its back automatically popped open, revealing a specific groove hidden in it. Li Quanqing counted for a moment and found that there were 50 grooves in total, densely packed and blooming like petals. Now that I have money and no shortage of spiritual stones, I will naturally not be stingy and fill it up directly with 50 spiritual stones. Buzz! The next moment, the bronze-armored puppet's eyes suddenly lit up, the puppet runes all over its body lit up, its spiritual energy surged, and a turbulent momentum was released.
It actually felt like facing the third elder.
The great perfection of chi refining. In a fully explosive state, it can last for about 3 hours.
It's so expensive.
You're just exchanging spiritual stones for combat power.
Li Quanqing was astonished.
He could control every move of the puppet through the copper beans he held in his hand.
It was so easy and convenient.
He manipulates the patterns on the beans to give his own instructions. Suddenly, the dazzling spiritual light on the surface of the copper bean puppet's body dimmed, and its aura remained at the 7th level of chi refining. In this state, it can last for about a month and is very cost-effective. The 15 puppets are 15 immortal cultivators at the great perfection realm of chi refining.
Li Quanqing was overjoyed and felt a sense of security. The entire Li family might not be able to gather so many Dzogchen monks.
He took out 4 copper bean puppets, filled them with spirit stones, and stood in all directions holding a green water flying sword.
They were full of spiritual energy and instantly activated their strongest mode. Clank!
A crisp and loud sword sound suddenly sounded, as if it was about to pierce the silent space. The next moment, endless sword energy spurted out, and formation patterns intertwined in the void, sealing off the world and intersecting with the formation disc in Li Quanqing's hand. The 4 copper bean puppets also trembled slightly, and the runes on their bodies glowed brightly. They immediately mobilized their spiritual power with all their strength and poured it into the flying sword in their hands. Suddenly, the might of this sword formation completely erupted. As the jade plate glowed, the complex and mysterious formation pattern quickly spread out, covering a full 100 feet of space. The air around seemed to be solidified, and the green water sword energy was dense, like fine raindrops, like a pool of green water, covering every inch of space. There was no escape from the sky and the earth.
In this state, is it possible for me to compete with the foundation building cultivators?
Li Quanqing's heart was surging. If all 15 copper bean puppets were deployed, plus the second level formation, it would really be possible. Of course, it must be the weakest foundation building cultivator, preferably one who has just broken through. Without a spiritual weapon and the magic method he mastered was not sharp, it is possible to be exhausted to death by the green water sword formation. To be precise, he was exhausted to death by countless spirit stones.
Clang!
Li Quanqing stopped supplying mana, and the array pattern dissipated immediately. The 4 copper armored puppets dimmed again and were stored in the copper bean. Li Quanqing tried it and found that the puppets could carry the green water array sword into the space contained in the copper bean.
This is much more convenient.
You can take it out directly during the battle and form an array with one thought.
So, I not only got 15 chi refining great perfection puppets, but also 15 small storage magic tools?
Although the space of the copper bean is limited and can only hold small items such as array flags, it is also a storage magic tool. Li Quanqing looked at the copper armored crabs that were baring their teeth and claws at him, and he felt much more pleasing to the eye. Anyway, Yulongbo is very large, so just keep it in the fish pond. Maybe it will give birth to a group of crab cubs someday. Chapter 113 The foundation building pill is completed, return to the clan quickly. Bing's soul cold light. Li Quankingpan sat on the beach, holding an ice blue feather in his hand, constantly breathing in the extremely cold spiritual energy contained in it, and slowly practicing. I saw 9 strands of crystal cold light circling and dancing around his body. It looked beautiful, but it contained astonishing danger. A layer of frost spread on the beach, and the chill surged. Fine ice slag began to form in the seawater not far away, and the speed of the surge became much slower. Ouch! Other spirit beasts disliked this freezing environment. Only the cloud-walking snow leopard lay comfortably on the thick ice, with a layer of frost forming on its hair. Ouch! Meow! It lazily rubbed against the cold air escaping from the ice. Blue feathers, gulping down practice, and the ice shavings mixed in its fur shone in the sun. Leopard felt as if he had returned to the boundless ice field, and was extremely comfortable. Ice. Blue light bloomed in his amber pupils, and his furry ears trembled. Ouch! Tigers roar in the forest, and branches and leaves rustle. Jin Yenhu ran all the way from the mountains of the island to the beach, his thick hair burning like a blazing golden red bonfire, and his body grew again. This guy is in the period of rapid growth and his strength is growing rapidly. After swallowing the pill 2 days ago, he directly broke through the 2nd level of chi refining. Ouch! Ouch! The 2 big cats were communicating across the forest. Their fur was trembling and their tails were wagging. They seemed to be in a good mood. Li Quanqing exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from ice chips, slowly condensed the 10th ray of ice soul cold light, and then collected all of it into his dantian for nourishment. The ice feather in his hand is still wrapped in a thick layer of ice, and the coldness contained in it is vast and majestic, as if it has not been consumed at all. He opened his eyes, and cold air surged in the depths of his pupils. He turned to look at the tiger cub, wondering what this guy was looking for. Ouch! Jin Yenhu trotted over, and when his big furry paws fell, a layer of golden red flames bloomed, quickly melting the ice on the beach. It can be seen that it hates this cold environment and is more adapted to the hot desert. Ouch! Meow! The cloud-walking snow leopard let out a low roar of dissatisfaction, and the demonic aura billowed from its fur. A stream of cold air spurted out, recondensing the ice and spreading. The flames collided with the ice, making a sizzling sound, and wisps of water vapor came up, turning into mist and floating on the beach. Li Quanqing had no choice but to put away his ice blue feathers and walk towards Tiger Cub. Ouch! Jin Yenhu roared a few more times, rubbed his big head against his master affectionately, and then took out a few colorful eggs from the storage bag. Is this a 5-color chicken laying eggs? Li Quanqing picked up one. It was larger than ordinary eggs, about the size of a goose egg. The eggshell was rough and flashed with 5-color markings. Because it has not been fertilized, it can only be regarded as a dead object, so it can be stored in a storage bag. Ho ho ho! As if offering a treasure, Jin Yenhu opened his mouth and spit out a ball of flames, and cooked an egg in the blink of an eye. It cracked it open with its big paws, and the white and solidified egg yolk were immediately revealed, and a burst of aroma gushed out. Ouch! The snow leopard roared under its throat, moved its paws, and walked over cautiously. It looked like he had his chin raised high, but in fact his pair of gray-blue pupils were staring at the baked eggs, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, and he was spitting. Li Quanqing saw that this guy looked arrogant but was actually a complete glutton. Eat, no fighting. Li Quanqing divided the baked egg into 2 parts and fed it to the 2 cats, who enjoyed it with gusto. Jin Yenhu roared dissatisfiedly, holding the remaining 5-colored eggs in his paws as if he were protecting food. Li Quanqing released a wisp of azure fire, took out the grease from the iron pot, made 2 fried eggs, and sprinkled them with fragrant seasonings. This is much more delicious than baked eggs, golden and shiny, fragrant and particularly attractive in color. Jin Yenhu ate several portions and finally flapped his little wings happily to show that he was full. It tastes really good. Li Quanqing also ate a portion, specially made soft boiled eggs. The golden egg liquid was semi-solidified and melted in the mouth. After swallowing it, a warm current spread throughout the body, and the magic power in the meridians ran a little faster. The eggs laid by the spiritual chicken are just different. Li Quanqing took Jin Yenhu into the woods on Yulon Island. Since he bought these 5-color chickens, he hasn't paid much attention to them. Cack! In the mountains and forests, 5 spiritual chickens have already built a warm and pleasant chicken coop, lying there lazily basking in the sun. Occasionally, when I see insects crawling in the soil in front of me, I will poke my head out with lightning speed, and then eat them. I love the sun, 5-color chicken, the sun is shining in the sky, and the flowers are smiling at me. This life is so beautiful. Cultivation, level 1 of chi refining, 88%. Li Quanqing touched 5 spiritual chickens, all of which were female.
This was the result of Jianbao Pavilion's deliberate control.
As breeder chickens, roosters are generally very precious and are rarely sold to the outside world.
Boom!
In the distant mountains and forests, a bolt of thunder suddenly exploded, and a vigorous spiritual ape could be vaguely seen leaping past, wearing a vine armor, with electric currents all over his body.
Why did these Fujimu apes provoke the thunderhorn pythons?
Li Quanqing climbed up Purple Thunder Peak and immediately saw a circle of thunder-horned python cubs hovering under the thunder peach tree, with scales all over their bodies exploding in an attacking posture.
GG.
The little monkey Yuan Dozhan stood there with his teeth bared, holding a straight peach tree stick in his hand, jumping up and down excitedly. Arcs of electricity exploded between the ape's fur, and some of the monkey's hair turned into burnt black, but it was still difficult to conceal its joy.
It turns out I got new equipment.
Li Quanqing couldn't help but laugh when he saw the little monkey playing tricks with the peach stick.
Now that there are monkeys, how can we omit peach trees?
He took out a few peach stones from his storage bag, which were all left over from eating Lei Ling peaches before, and kept them specially. At this time, he gave them all to Fujiki Yuan to plant on the Tsuweizhu mountain. When Yuan Dozhan got the peach core, he immediately squealed excitedly, grabbed it in his hand, and disappeared among the leaves in a few moments. Hiss! The thunderhorn python queen twisted her blue-purple body and let out an unhappy roar.
The smelly monkey also wanted to steal their spiritual peaches. Li Quanqing took out soul-nourishing water and wind spirit liquid to appease them.
The snake cubs immediately stopped being angry and began to drink with small mouths.
GG.
Not long after, the forest shook, and the little Tingmu Yuan walked out again, followed by his father Yuan Wugu. Roar the great ape roared, holding out 2 wooden bowls dug out from the heart of a tree. The honey-colored liquid in the bowls rippled, exuding a sweet fragrance.
Is this monkey wine?
Li Quanqing smelled the faint aroma of wine and made a guess.
These spiritual apes are indeed extremely talented.
They have only been on Yulon Island for a few days, and they have already started trying to brew wine using the berries on the island. He took a sip. It was sweet and sour, but the wine taste was very light. After all, the fermentation time was too short, so it would be more appropriate to call it fruit juice. Yuan Wugu placed another bowl of wine in front of the spirit python, which seemed to be a gift to make amends. He had a gentle temper and high wisdom. The thunderhorn python queen swam around, stuck her head out to taste it, and then invited her tribe to enjoy it together. The thunder and lightning twining around her golden horn were extinguished. Hiss! Fujikazaru was about to take the child away when the thunder-horned python suddenly spit out the letter and asked his younger brother to pick 2 thunder peaches and give them to them. When Li Quanqing saw this, he suddenly felt proud. As expected of the snake cub he raised since childhood, he is indeed polite. The young man took out 7 or 8 pot-bellied gourds from his storage bag and gave them to the apes to hold wine. Then he took out 2 bottles of Taiyin soul-nourishing water and wind spirit liquid and gave them to Fujiki Yuan.
They can be added to them when making wine.
After ensuring the establishment of friendly relations between the 2 ethnic groups, Li Quanqing went to Qingfeng Mountain and inspected the growth of the Qingfeng tea tree. Enveloped by the formation, I saw that 3 tea trees had broken through the soil, revealing green and tender tree buds, surging with strong vitality.
You have to grow up strong.
I'll fire you hard when the time comes, Li Quanqing said, making a devilish whisper. He specialized in water control, irrigated them with clear and cold spring water, and surrounded them with spiritual sand in the soil to ensure sufficient spiritual energy.
After walking around in the mountains and forests, everything was green and full of vitality.
Li Quanqing felt that his whole mood had improved.
All things compete. Ouch.
As soon as they returned to the coast, the cloud-walking snow leopard suddenly trotted over and spit out a large piece of crystal ice. 3 large herrings were frozen in the ice, looking very plump. When did you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, learn to fish?
Li Quanqing looked sideways.
Next to him, Jin Yenhu couldn't bear it any longer and couldn't wait to spit out blazing flames and began to melt the ice. As night falls, the moon shines like water.
Sure.
Li Quanqing was lying in the arms of 2 big cats, each holding his soft belly with his palms. They felt soft and bouncy, more comfortable than the furry brain shells. In front of him, Jin Yenhu breathed fire and grilled the golden and shiny spirit fish for him. Snow Leopard breathed ice mist to help him make ice cubes and add them to the Qingfeng spirit tea dripping with soul-nourishing water. The sea surface roared in the distance, more than 1,000 green jade carps worshipped the moon and practiced meditation, the watery green anacondas played in the water waves, and the bright moon shell attracted the lunar moonlight to fall, illuminating the sky. Not to mention how comfortable my little life was. Just when Li Quanqing was lying there drowsily with his pillow on the cat's belly, the elder token hanging on his waist suddenly vibrated, and the third elder's eager and impatient excited voice came out. The Foundation establishment pill has been refined. All family elders must return to the Jade Islands as soon as possible without any mistakes. Chapter 114 Family Meeting. The moon was high in the sky, shining brightly, and the moonlight was like water, covering all things in the world with a layer of silver gauze. The sea surface was surging and shimmering with light. The Foundation. Building pill has been refined. All family elders, return to the Qingyu Islands as soon as possible, without any mistakes. Li Quanqing was sleeping soundly while holding the warm and furry golden flame tiger, when an urgent voice suddenly came from the jade plate on his waist. Foundation. Building pill? The boy's head shuddered, and he kicked his legs and woke up immediately. No, the Foundation. Building pill has nothing to do with me, and it can't be in my hands. Sleep, sleep. Li Quanqing was in a daze and prepared to lie down and sleep again. In the storage bag, the Wanyu mirror suddenly vibrated, and the third elder sent him a message alone. According to the Li family rules, the ownership of the Foundation. Building pill shall be decided by all family elders through discussion. Return quickly. Okay, it seems that I can't sleep this time. Oh ho? The golden flame tiger slightly raised his head and was also awakened, his eyes full of confusion. It's none of your business, go back to sleep, there's nothing good to eat. Alvo the spirit tiger heard this and immediately continued to sleep soundly, smacking his lips, dreaming of tasting the tender and juicy jade carp in his dreams. I didn't expect that I couldn't escape in the end. Li Quanqing got up from the warm tiger skin bed inside in his heart. He yawned and wanted to find a mount to carry him over, saving some energy and taking a nap on the way. It was late at night, dark clouds covered the bright moon, and many spirit beasts had already gone to bed. Ao Qing, the king of rolls, was still practicing, but he needed to stay in the fish pond to watch the house and couldn't move easily. Li Quanqing looked around and finally found that the longevity turtle was awake. This guy was not staying up late, but had just woken up and was looking for food in the fish pond, ready to continue sleeping after eating. It was decided to be you. Motionless, longevity turtle, I only slept for 10 hours today. I feel that I am seriously sleep deprived. It seems that I need to make up for it after the midnight snack. Maturity, 96%, Li Quanqing touched the turtle's head and dragged the lazy big guy out of the water. Why are you sleeping, longevity turtle, let's go. Roar Motionless made a very dissatisfied low roar, and its 4 big claws paddled in the seawater, unwilling to move. Seeing this, Li Quanqing took out a fragrant elixir and fished it in front of the elixir. The longevity turtle's eyes lit up and it was full of power. Roar the boy trembled, and the big turtle under his buttocks immediately exerted force and began to rush in the seawater, rushing like lightning, and splashing water. Li Quanqing was not stingy. After this guy swam out of the fish dragon pond, he fed it an elixir. After raising it for so long, this guy is finally going to break through the chi refining stage. It is really not easy and deserves a reward. The longevity turtle grew up in the Qingyu Islands, so it naturally knows the way and the direction. Li Quanqing was also relieved. He took out a few speeding talismans and pasted them on the turtle shell to increase the paddling speed of this big guy. Then he took out a blanket from the storage bag and covered himself with it, and continued to catch up on his sleep. Until the long night was bright, a red sun bathed the East China Sea, and finally saw the outline of the Qingyu Islands, and the seawater reflected the sunset. After another half an hour, they finally arrived at the long-lost Qingyu Island. Hello, brother. It's Elder Quanqing. Li Quanqing yawned and stepped onto the land of Qingyu Island. Many Li clan members greeted him. Most of them were young clan members, and their eyes were full of admiration and respect. Starting as a branch clan member, and an orphan whose parents had both died, he learned to refine weapons and competed for clan competitions all the way, and gradually gained his current identity and status. He is now the youngest elder of the Li family. Li Quanqing's story is inspiring. Many young people of the Quan generation see him as an idol and will become the leader of this generation. Quanqing. A team of family stewards came to greet him and gave the elders the proper etiquette. The leader was Li Quanma. You kid, you're back from the jade mine? Li Quanqing frowned. He approved Li Quanma as a steward, but this guy is also considered half-disciple of the third elder, so everyone can be said to be honored together. After all, it's about the path of the third elder. Our faction is not in an advantageous position at present, so I came back to do my part. Li Chuanma spoke, commanding his stewards to disperse the idle tribesmen and welcome Elder Quanqing into the ancestral temple deep in Qingyu Island. It was about the foundation. Building pill, and all kinds of news were blocked very strictly. Ordinary tribesmen didn't hear a single word of it, so they did what they had to do. Doesn't the hall master have an advantage? Li Quanqing spoke in a deep voice, with a hint of solemnity between his brows. Due to Li Chuangang's relationship, Shueihua sword sect clearly supports his father's ascension to the throne. In addition, the old clan leader has been in office for more than 180 years, and the friendship is deep-rooted. At present, many elders support Li Yumiao to use this pill to continue the glory of the clan leader's lineage. Li Chuanma said in a low voice, with a trace of worry in the depths of his eyes. Before, the three elders were powerful, and their lives were comfortable. They even intervened in the affairs of the Changqing Hall and were in charge of the distribution of spirit stones for the entire clan, which was very profitable. If Li Yumiao succeeds in building his foundation, not only will all these benefits be spit out, I am afraid that the three elders will also bleed heavily for their previous arrogant behavior. Now that the Li family has only two great foundation. Building cultivators, it has maintained the most basic balance. Li Quanqing listened attentively. Even if the third elder really failed in the competition, he still had the support of the great elder in the middle stage of foundation building. In addition, he was strong enough and lived on Lingdao all year round, so his leisurely fish farming life would not be affected too much. At most, he would give up 20% to 30% of the profits from the gold marrow jade mine. Maybe in a few years, he would succeed in building his foundation on his own, and then double up all the things he lost. The group stepped into the central forbidden area and came to the outside of the family ancestral hall. In front of this place was the meeting hall, and in the back were the tablets of the ancestors, and the long burning lights had not been extinguished for 1,000 years. Quanqing, go in. Now only the elders of the family can enter the meeting hall. Li Quanqing looked around. The security was strict. There were fully armed family monks everywhere. The lowest level of cultivation was Qi refining level 7. There was also a strong array of spiritual light guarding this place. He was not afraid of the stage. He walked over the long jade steps. The formation guarding the entire hall sensed the jade token on his waist and automatically extinguished. The spiritual light on the walls of the hall dimmed. With a creak, the young man pushed open the heavy door and walked in leisurely. In the hall, thousands of candles burned slowly, each as thick as a baby's arm. The candlelight was bright, illuminating every corner, and the rich smell of incense ash rushed into the nose. More than 70 family elders stood there, clearly divided into two factions, talking to each other in a low voice. Li Quanqing looked at the top of the hall and saw a thick curtain falling, and two empty big chairs could be vaguely seen. Quanqing, come here. Someone suddenly called his name, and the third elder Li coolly stood in front of the crowd and waved to him. Chapter 115. The pill belongs. The third elder's call, although not loud, made the whole hall quiet for a moment. All the family elders looked at Li Quanqing, with various inquiries and considerations, and different expressions on their faces, remembering this young and handsome boy in their hearts. This is the current leader of the Quan generation. Even Li Chuangang's reputation is slightly inferior. The old people looked at the young man, as if they saw the former foundation. Building true C. Li Kunli, who was also high-spirited and rising. So many people couldn't help but show a kind smile and express their goodwill. Even the old guys of the great elders faction did the same. Although everyone belongs to different camps, it doesn't prevent them from betting on both sides. Who can tell clearly about the younger generation's affairs? Quanqing meets all the elders. Li Quanqing walked towards the third elder, neither humble nor arrogant along the way, and greeted these old guys. If he were to say who he was more familiar with, it was an old man dressed as a fisherman. This was the family elder in charge of the purchase of fish in Changqing Hall. He had done business with him many times and looked familiar. Master, are we sure? Li Quanqing asked in a low voice after approaching. Of course, no. Li Kunli shrugged his shoulders and said bluntly, like a burly iron tower standing there, the old guys in the sword sect are too shameless. They value Li Chuangang's talent, so they blatantly support Li Yumiao, the waste, to attack the foundation. He has already wasted a foundation. Building spiritual object. I think even if he gets another foundation. Building pill, I'm afraid there is no hope for the future. The road has long been cut off. He had a very loud voice, and he didn't suppress his voice at all when he said this. It echoed clearly in the whole hall. Many elders couldn't help but be silent for a moment, and then pretended not to hear it and continued to discuss their own things. Li Quanqing was a little unconvinced.
The third elder was too calm, as if he had expected it. He was not too disappointed or angry. However, there were too many people and it was not convenient to ask in detail. After more than an hour, all the elders of the family finally arrived. The powerful mana fluctuations gathered in the hall, and the spiritual pressure was rolling, almost making the air sticky. Li Quanqing counted and found that there were 93 elders in the family, including 36 cultivators of the 9th level of qi refining, and the rest were all at the 8th level of qi refining. Among these 36 powerful elders, there were 13 cultivators of the great perfection of qi refining. Most of them were already very old. After the 60-year limit, the possibility of successfully impacting the foundation building was extremely low. Li Yumiao, the son of the eldest elder, was the youngest among them. He was less than 50 years old and was a middle-aged man who was pretentious. The age of the third elder has always been a mystery, but it should be around 60 years old, not much more. Therefore, the probability of breaking through the bottleneck is still very high. But he has the fire spirit root, and he is not practicing the blue sea tide rising technique. In addition, the sea area is rich in water essence, which is a disadvantage. Why do I feel that with the 15 copper bean puppets and the blue sea sword formation, I can destroy all these old guys present? Li Quanqing was bored, and suddenly a rebellious idea popped up in his mind. He stood there to amuse himself. Dong dong. While thinking, someone struck the copper bell of the magic weapon. The sound was melodious and crisp, like a gust of wind blowing through the hall, sweeping away the noisy discussions of the crowd. Silently, 2 foundation building masters appeared behind the curtain. Even if they didn't say a word, that kind of invisible momentum was enough to overwhelm everyone present. We meet the clan leader, the supreme elder. All the elders of the family saluted in unison, not daring to be disrespectful. When everyone saluted, the curtain was suddenly lifted up by someone, and a figure jumped out as fast as a sword and got into the team of elders. Li Quanqing happened to see this scene. The man turned out to be Li Quanqing, who actually returned to the family from Shuihua sword sect. Trouble. His heart sank immediately, and he prepared for the worst. Let's talk about it. Who should our Li family allocate this foundation building pill given by the upper sect to? Li Kunlun's lazy voice came out, and his cynical appearance could be imagined through the curtain. Report to the Supreme Elder. I think it should be distributed according to the clan rules and the family contribution. The third elder risked his life to venture into the ruins for the prosperity of my Li family, and only then did he exchange his life for this foundation building pill. He should take it. The person who said this was actually an old man behind the great elder. After this person finished speaking, he immediately held his head high and walked into the team of the third elder with big strides. This. Li Quanqing looked at the calm Li Kunli, thinking that the hall master is still good at playing. The elder was not angry when he saw someone betray him. He just gave someone a calm look. The next second, not far behind Li Quanqing, an elder stood up and said loudly, "This is not right." If Elder Li Yumio had not notified Senior Duan of the sword sect in time, it would be hard to say whether our Li family could keep those 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines. After speaking, he walked out of the team and came behind the elder, with a businesslike look on his face. Good guy, playing infernal affairs here. Li Quanqing looked at the elders talking to each other, and in order to compete for the foundation building pill, all kinds of secret private affairs began to be exposed to each other. He looked like a wild boar jumping up and down in a melon field. But in general, the third elder was at a slight disadvantage, with only 42 elders supporting him. Finally, the Supreme Elder spoke. In my opinion, this foundation building pill was snatched back by the third elder after all, so I'll give it to him. As soon as this was said, no one dared to say a word of disapproval. Compared to young cultivators, the difficulty of Jiazi foundation building is still too great. Besides, I heard from Quan Gung that the main material used in this foundation building pill is the beast core of a second level water based monster, which conflicts with the fire spirit root, which is not appropriate. The hoarse voice of the old man sounded, but it was the clan leader Li Zongyao, who spoke slowly and logically. Clan leader, you are nakedly partial. Everyone knows that among the water spirit root cultivators in the family, Li Yumiao, the most promising foundation building seed, is your grandson. Li Kunlun is indeed a thunder attribute, speaking directly and sarcastically. Yumiao practices the blue sea tide rising technique, is young, has refined a spiritual object, and has experience in the foundation building stage. Naturally, he has the greatest hope. It's not that I am biased. Li Zongyao still spoke slowly. The third elder couldn't help but laugh. Patriarch, then according to your logic, I think there is someone more suitable. I spontaneously recommend the family elder Li Quanqing. He is young enough. He has reached the 8th level of qi refining in his early 20s. He also practices the blue sea tide rising technique and has great talent. I suggest that this foundation. Building pill be sealed up and saved for him to use in the future. Li Quanqing looked at himself being pushed out of the crowd by someone, and was a little confused. How come I was eating the melon well, but suddenly I became the new melon? The meeting lasted until 8 o'clock in the evening today. I have to go to work tomorrow with one day off. I am really not in a good state. Sorry, Kaotao. Chapter 116. The third elder is as cunning as a fox. Li Quanqing was pushed out from the crowd and suddenly exposed to the eyes of two great foundation. Building cultivators.